Chingmei was jealous that I finished my summer homework faster than she did. So before school started, she secretly took my homework notebook to the bathroom. When I found it, only the last page was left. In a fit of anger, I went abroad to study and had a cold war with her for 3 years, until I returned to my country. On the first day I transferred to their class, I heard a girl spreading rumors that Chingmei liked her. I chuckled to myself, thinking this person was really daydreaming. As a result, that girl stopped me and asked, "What are you laughing at?" The next second, when Chingmei saw me, her white moonlight returning, she excitedly grabbed my hand in front of everyone, kissed the back of my hand, and said, "My dear wife, please don't be angry, okay?" Everyone was shocked. As soon as I arrived, I saw Yin Xiaojie chatting and laughing with a girl. This guy is too much. He knows it's my first day at school, and I'm unfamiliar with everything. Yet he doesn't come to find me but chats with other girls instead. I stopped a girl and gently asked, "Excuse me, could you help me call Yin Xiaojie from class S? Just tell him his wife is looking for him, please." The girl nodded blankly and said, "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." I hid in the corner and secretly watched as that girl walked into class S and shouted, "Yin Xiaojie, your wife is looking for you." The classroom, which had been noisy, suddenly fell silent, and I couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Yin Xiaojie walked over with a dark face. When he saw me hiding in the corner, he had a look that said, "I knew it was you. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" I stroked my chin and said, "Stinky Yin Xiaojie, you only care about dating and don't even think about me. Just wait, when I get back to your house tonight, I'm going to report you to your mom." Yin Xiaojie sighed helplessly. "Young lady, what exactly do you want?" I glanced behind her and indeed saw the girl who had just been laughing and chatting with her also come out. Looking this way, I smiled and said, "You made me angry. If you want me to calm down, you have to follow my orders." Yin Xiaojie crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking, "What do you want me to do?" Looking at her posture, I snorted, "It's simple. Come over and hug me. Give me a kiss on the face. Hurry up." Yin Xiaojie squinted. She didn't need to turn around to know that quite a few people had come out to sneak a look. Just when I heard her wife looking for her, everyone around was shocked. If she were to show me any affectionate gestures at this moment, wouldn't that confirm that I am her husband? Yin Xiaojie shook his head. "No way. In public like this, if you aren't embarrassed, I still have to keep my face." I complained unhappily. "Yin Xiaojie, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You would never refuse me. Now, you don't care about me for another girl. Fine. Just like that, our years of feelings can be cut off." After saying that, I turned to leave. Yin Xiaojie sighed, opened his arms, and hugged me tightly, saying helplessly, "Is this okay? I really can't do anything about you. Is it fun to play pranks like this? I still have to explain to my girlfriend later, which is really annoying, you know?" I muttered softly, "Are you that concerned about your girlfriend? I am still your fiancé. After all, what's wrong with you comforting me? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong." Yin Xiaojie said irritably, "You know I hate explaining things the most. What annoys me is this." I looked up at him and said, "You don't have to explain either. I heard you often change girlfriends, so in a few days, it won't be this one anyway. What's there to explain?" Yin Xiaojie lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, and rubbed my head. "Alright, we've hugged. Now hurry back to your class. Let's have lunch together later." I left his embrace, looking smug as if I had used him and then discarded him. "I'm not going to have lunch with you. I met a handsome guy today, and I'm planning to go find him for lunch." Yin Xiaojie squinted his eyes. "Handsome guy? The most handsome man in the whole school is standing right in front of you. You're not having lunch with me, but going to have lunch with another man?" I deliberately laughed. Oh, are you jealous?" Yin Xiaojie clearly looked a bit displeased, his beautiful eyes glaring at me. "What am I jealous about? I just think your taste is questionable." What I was really thinking was, did I really get to know some handsome guy? Who could it be? I glanced behind him and confirmed that the girl was fuming, smugly curling her lips, patting his shoulder, and deliberately hooking her finger under his chin. "I won't accompany you at noon. I'll pamper you again in the evening. Let's go. Bye." Back in the classroom, I was greeted by Chinese class. This class was simply a hypnotic session for me, and I kept dozing off. After class, my deskmate Yuzha turned around to look at me, half laughing and half crying. "Do you know how soundly you were sleeping just now? I almost got infected by you." I propped my hands on the desk and suddenly stood up. Finally, school was over, and I was thinking about going to eat, so I asked, "Where is the cafeteria? Is the food good?" I had chatted with Yuzha for the whole morning, and now we had become quite familiar. Like friends, Yuzha couldn't help but tease, "Eat after you sleep. Gu Huai, are you a pig?" I retorted, "You're the pig. It's already noon. Of course, we need to eat. Don't you eat? Hurry up and take me to the cafeteria. It's your treat." Once I got familiar with someone, I would become quite unreserved. and I already knew that Yuzha was a rich second generation, so treating me to a meal was nothing for him. Suddenly, I thought of something and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. I still need to find someone," Yuzha asked in confusion. "Who are you looking for?" I smiled and said, "Louis Chen from the senior class S. Do you know her?" Upon hearing that I was looking for Louis Chen, Yuzha immediately showed a surprised expression. "Louis Chen? The person you want to find is actually her. She's a genius with an IQ of 200, always ranking first in the country in every exam. I heard she was brought over from provincial #1 high school. Not only is her tuition fully waived, but she also receives a high scholarship every year. What is your relationship with her?" I was a bit surprised. It seemed she was really famous. I said, "I met her at the cake shop this morning. She bought the last piece of strawberry cake, which seemed to be for her boyfriend. At the school gate, I couldn't get in because I had just transferred and didn't have a student ID. After she vouched for me, the gatekeeper let me in. Thinking of this, I joked. I said we were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Do you believe it?" Yuzha was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. "No way. Her mysterious boyfriend is actually you?" she murmured. "So she really has a boyfriend. What a pity." Yuzha, with keen ears, heard my words and asked, "What do you mean by that? Aren't you her boyfriend?" I said with a smile, "I was just teasing you. If you can't even tell this, how are you going to hang out with me in the future? Reflect on yourself." Yuzha shot me a glance. "So you were lying to me, making me really think you were her boyfriend." As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the senior class S. I casually stopped a girl and asked, "Is Louis Chen still here? Can you help me call her out?" The girl who was stopped glanced at me, looking as if she understood. "You're here to confess to Louis Chen again, right? But you're too late, just now." A girl called her out, and she might be in some corner delivering a love letter now. "Come back tomorrow, but remember to come a bit earlier. That girl is still waiting outside the classroom before class is over." After saying that, she waved her hand and left. I stood there in a daze, feeling a bit amused and helpless. I wanted to say that I was a friend of Louis Chen and not here to confess to her, but the other person didn't give me a chance to explain and had already left. I shrugged. It seems like today is not our fate to have a meal with her. "Yuzha, let's go eat by ourselves." Yuzha seemed to have anticipated this situation. I had heard before that every day girls lined up to confess to her. Now I believed it. I sighed. It's very normal. She's so beautiful, a super academic achiever, and her personality is so gentle. How many girls must be infatuated with her? A girl like Louis Chen is truly one in a million, and she should have friends like this. Yuzha, hearing my words, showed a surprised expression. "Gentle? Are you mistaken? Louis Chen is famously aloof, even though so many girls confess to her every day. She doesn't even glance at them." I thought for a moment and shook my head, saying, "No way. I think she's quite gentle, not as aloof as you say." Yuzha still didn't believe it. "That's only how she is with you." I had also witnessed Louis Chen's aloofness and had never heard anyone say she was gentle. I grinned and dreamily said, "Really? Could it be that I am special to her?" Yuzha looked at me with a bit of a headache. "Let's go eat in the cafeteria. I'm hungry." As the two arrived at the cafeteria, they felt a refreshing atmosphere. Just as they were about to find a place to sit, they ran into classmates from their class. A girl looked at us and teased, "How come you two are together? You just met this morning. Did you really hit it off?" As she spoke, other classmates also laughed ambiguously and chanted, "Together, together." A few people shouted together. Their voices were very noticeable in the cafeteria, attracting the attention of others. When In Xiaojie walked in, he happened to hear the sound and casually glanced over, only to unexpectedly see my figure and Yuzha beside me. She squinted her eyes, thinking that this girl was the so-called handsome guy. Is he really called a handsome guy just like that? He looked down on my taste in his heart, and her previous concern about my words vanished into thin air. She felt that this boy couldn't compare to her, so she went upstairs with the girl beside her. He has always been the center of attention, so when he appeared, my female classmates were also drawn to him. Pig Brother smiled and said, "It's Xiaojie." He went upstairs. "How about we go upstairs to eat too? He is really beautiful. Every gesture exudes an aristocratic aura. He truly deserves to be our school's heartthrob." I couldn't help but say, "He's our school's heartthrob? Isn't there anyone else who is more handsome than him?" I think Louis Chen from the third year is also very handsome. As soon as I said this, several girls shot me a glare. Yuzha quickly tugged at my clothes and whispered in my ear, "Watch what you say. They are all crazy fans of In Xiaojie. You say it's not good at all, and they will get angry with you." I had a helpless expression on my face. Crazy fans? Does that guy really have crazy fans? I really want to say, are these girls' tastes not very good? If you are going to like someone, it should be a guy like Louis Chen, who is both handsome and a top student. Yuzha looked at me in disbelief, thinking that my disdain for In Xiaojie was even stranger. She curiously and perplexedly asked, "Don't you think In Xiaojie is very handsome?" Don't you like someone like him? Mu Xiaoxiao shrugged. Is he handsome? Don't think so. In fact, she couldn't help but mentally spit on her tongue a bit when she said that. Although he didn't want to admit it, that guy Yin Xiaojie did have a good face, and it was indeed quite difficult to find one that was more handsome than him. Chapter 27, which is true and which is false. Although he didn't want to admit it, that guy Yin Xiaojie did have a good face, and it was indeed quite difficult to find one that was more handsome than him. That didn't mean, however, that she had to be a nymphomaniac to him. She grew up looking at his handsome face. She should have developed an immunity to it, right? Mu Xiaoxiao heart is so, did not bother to consider that these years she and Yin Xiaojie seldom see each other. The man grows up. The outline of the childhood has a diamond angle, is a different flavor. Let's go eat on the second floor. Those girls stood up at once, glared at Mu Xiaoxiao, and left the table, heading upstairs. Yuzha looked askance at Mu Xiaoxiao and said, "See, I've told you to keep your voice down. You've only just come to school today and you've made enemies. Be careful that none of the girls in your class will play with you." Mu Xiaoxiao was unimpressed. "I don't like hypocrisy. Do I still have to attach myself to them to make friends? There's no point in making friends that way." Besides, she preferred to make friends like Lu Yichen, like these girls, because she did not like Yin Xiaojie, hostile to her words. Then there is no point in interacting with them. She hated the comparison between girls and false. "Well, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you," Yuzha thoughtfully asked. "I'll go with you." Noticing the boys left behind looking at the two of them with ambiguous gazes, Mu Xiaoxiao sighed breathlessly. These people are so boring. Seeing men and women together, do they have to make a pair in order to make it work? When they came back with their meals and sat down, a few of the boys had just finished eating, and before they left, they even told Mu Xiaoxiao, "Mu Xiaoxiao, why don't you go out with Yuzha? I see that you guys are quite compatible." After saying that, there were also a few people who joined together to heave a bunch of laughs. Mu Xiaoxiao wiped them a glance, but also will not fall Yuzha's face at this time. Half a day to get along. She felt that Yuzha is quite suitable to be a friend. As soon as she hooked Yuzha's shoulder, she looked askance at them and said, "Yuzha is very good. I'll consider it. You guys just don't be nosy and influence us, just eat and leave." Considering that they were all in the same class, she couldn't say anything too harsh, or else with her venomous tongue, these boys' faces would have to be all black by now. "We'll be off then. You guys take your time eating." When they were gone, Yuzha turned his head to look at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, "What you just said is true?" Mu Xiaoxiao had long since withdrawn her hand and continued to eat, glancing at him and saying, "I've told you that you need to know how to tell which of my sentences is true and which is false." Yuzha depressed his face. "So that sentence you just said was a lie?" Thought she really thought he was good and would consider dating him. Suddenly a little sad, he covered his chest to make a hurt expression. Mu Xiaoxiao still wanted to say something, but just happened to see Yin Xiaojie walking down from the second floor, his face looking a little bad to her side. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him and looked at the girl he had his arm around. In front of her, the real wife, hugging another girl even if it's not enough, but also dare to give her a face. She does not care about him, as if Yin Xiaojie didn't exist. She stopped looking at him and turned her head to smile sweetly at Yuzha, and even picked up a piece of braised pork to offset it. Hanging a sweet smile, the words came out commanding. Open your mouth." Yuzha looked at her with his head full of question marks, as if he was flattered, and asked, "Could it be that the sentence just now was true?" Chapter 28, You really like Lu Yichen. Hurry up and open your mouth. Mu Xiaoxiao still maintained her sweet smile, but her voice was impatient. Yuzha also laughed and opened his mouth to it, eating the red meat she handed over. "Is it good? Delicious?" Yuzha nodded his head. "What a beautiful woman feeds herself. Of course it's delicious. Then I want to eat your one. You feed me. Hurry up," Mu Xiaoxiao urged. Her afterglow couldn't help but glance in Yin Xiaojie's direction. Yin Xiaojie is really still looking at her while walking out with his arm around his girlfriend. "Which one do you want to eat? The fish, or beef?" Yuzha asked. "Any one of them. Hurry up." Yuzha picked up a piece of meat and passed it to her mouth. By this time, Yin Xiaojie had already left the cafeteria and wasn't watching Mu Xiaoxiao's side anymore. Seeing that he was gone, Mu Xiaoxiao lost her desire to perform, pushed Yuzha's chopsticks away, and said resentfully, "Eat by yourself. I don't want to eat." Yuzha looked at her in confusion. How did she become so fast? Just a moment ago, she looked like she was kissing him. "Tiny, what's wrong with you? Don't like fish? Then I'll give you steak, okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him and said word by word, "The sentence I just said was a lie. In order to maintain your man's face, get it? It's impossible for me to be with you. If I were to find a boyfriend, I'd have to find Lu Yichen's kind." Of course, she wasn't looking down on Yuzha, she just had a high vision. Yuzha's face was disappointed. "You really like Lu Yichen? Just now also lied to me. Said with him as just a friend. All said, you'd better die hard. Lu Yichen already has a girlfriend, and he and his girlfriend feelings are very good. No one can interfere. You know how many girls confessed to him, but was rejected by him? Shut up and eat properly. Mu Xiaoxiao is too lazy to explain to him. She is not fond of Lu Chen. She just appreciates him. She has a bottom line. She won't want someone who has a girlfriend, just as a friend. By the end of the afternoon school, Yuzha accompanies her out of the school entrance. His driver has driven to pick him up and he asks if Mu Xiaoxiao wants to take her home. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, "No need. I'll take my own car back. You go now. See you tomorrow." Yuzha didn't know her identity yet. Seeing that she showed up a handful of times in English class, he had already categorized her as someone who got into Class S because of her good grades. So naturally, he didn't think of her as a $1,000 lady and assumed that she was going to go on the bus. Then he pulled her again and said, "It's better for me to give you a ride. I have a car here. How convenient. You still have to squeeze with people on the bus." Mu Xiaoxiao can't say that she was looking for Yin Xiaojie to drive her, so she had to say on his words, "It's nothing to take the bus. Just get used to it." "Well, why are you so nagging? Get on the bus quickly and go. Don't bother me." As he spoke, he pushed him and shoved him into the car, closing the door and letting the driver drive him away. When the car drove away, Mu Xiaoxiao quietly returned to the side of the school gate and dialed Yin Xiaojie's phone. Luckily, it went through as soon as she dialed, and she was worried that Yin Xiaojie wouldn't answer her call. "Hey, where are you?" "Outside." "What for?" There was a whistling wind on Yin Xiaojie's side, and it sounded like he should be driving. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to leave the school so quickly, and huffed, "You've already gone back? Why don't you wait for me?" Obviously, he was the one who drove himself to school. He should have known to pick her up and go back with him as well. Chapter 29, Abandoning Your Girlfriend for Her. Yin Xiaojie laughed coldly and said, "Don't you have a big handsome guy by your side? Wouldn't it be fine to let him send you home? It's just the right time to give him a chance to be attentive." Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her little mouth and said, "I don't care where you are right now. Come back here and come pick me up and take me home." She dared to be certain that bastard Yin Xiaojie must have sent his girlfriend home, so he didn't care about her. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and she says into her cell phone again, "Yin Xiaojie, didn't you say you'd go back to Yin's house together tonight? How could you leave me behind? Be careful, I'll tell Yin's mom that you abandoned me for your girlfriend." "Oh, are you 3 years old? Still playing tattletale?" he said with a mocking look. Mu Xiaoxiao was very sad in her heart and squatted on the ground, her expression sullen. "Yin Xiaojie, you come, quickly." The words were barely out of her mouth when a sports car pulled up in front of her. "Ha, isn't this the same sports car that Yin Xiaojie drove when he sent himself to school in the morning? Could it be that?" When Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head, she saw Yin Xiaojie standing in front of her, reaching out to pull her up, stifling a laugh as he said, "Mu Xiaoxiao, you are so childish, actually still squatting here. Those who don't know, still think that you are the elementary school student next door. Yin Xiaojie." Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she reached out to slap him, but a smile returned to her face. It turned out that this guy was deliberately lying to her, saying something about being outside, but he was actually watching her from the side, right? Deliberately watching her make a fool of herself. She glared at him and asked, "You've been hiding and peeking at me, haven't you? So what if it is?" Yin Xiaojie reached out and pinched her nose, looking a little disgruntled. "Thought you'd just been abducted on your first day at school. Luckily, you're not too stupid." "What the hell?" Mu Xiaoxiao beamed and said with a sudden realization, "So you just saw it? You thought I would get into Yuzha's car? How could that be?" Not to mention that she had only known Yuzha for a day. Even if she was hiding her identity now, she didn't want people to know that she was living with Yin Xiaojie. "Alright, get in the car first." Yin Xiaojie tugged on her arm, pulling her over and shoving her into the car as he put his sunglasses back on and walked over to the driver's seat. Mu Xiaoxiao twisted her head to look at him and said with amusement, "What are you playing handsome for? Still wearing sunglasses? Give them to me," he said, reaching out and grabbing it. "Hey!" Yin Xiaojie droned, and just as he started the engine, she snatched his sunglasses away with a hairy hand and had to glance at her helplessly. Mu Xiaoxiao put her finger against the frame of her glasses and said, "It's too big, my face is too small." The sunglasses she wore on the bridge of her nose kept falling off and she couldn't keep them on at all. "That's what makes you so funny, okay? It's almost like a child wearing adult's clothes. It's not classy. The sunglasses don't suit you at all. You'd better sit obediently. Give it back to me." Yin Xiaojie's hands are long, and when she's not paying attention, she reaches out and snatches it. One-handedly, he put it on himself with that handsome gesture. Mu Xiaoxiao almost looked dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Yin Xiaojie asked, turning his head to look at her when he realized she was out of sorts. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly retracted her eyes and said, "It's nothing. How long does it take to go back to Yin's house from here? Is it far?" Rushed to get off the subject. Yin Xiaojie was unsure, probably because he was used to seeing girls' strange minds, so he didn't guess hers and answered, "It won't be too far, more than half an hour." Chapter 30, Inexplicably Engaged. "Oh, you drive well and stop looking at me. I'm afraid of a car accident." Mu Xiaoxiao looked like she didn't trust his driving skills and showed a disgusted expression. Yin Xiaojie was not happy. "You dare to doubt my skills? Do you know I'm nicknamed the god of car? No one can beat me on Qiuming Mountain yet. Just blow it off. I don't know if what you're saying is true anyway. Keep blowing it off. Don't stop." Mu Xiaoxiao habitually fought with him. She just couldn't let him get the better of him. "Okay, wait. One day I'll take you to visit my race car. Then I'll show you how good I am," Yin Xiaojie said. "Racing? Great. This I like." Mu Xiaoxiao's little look of treachery really provoked him, making him offer to take her along for the ride. Yin Xiaojie slanted a glance at her. "Why do I feel as if I've fallen for your trap?" Mu Xiaoxiao came over and smiled at him, then snatched the sunglasses off his face again, then pointed ahead and said, "Drive properly. Don't get distracted. This baby's life is in your hands." Then she happily put on her sunglasses and played with her finger against the center, moving it up and down. Yin Xiaojie shook his head breathlessly and stopped messing with her. After a while, they finally returned to the Yun family. The big iron gates opened, and as soon as their car drove in, a row of servants stood in line to greet them. "Young master, you're back. Ms. Mu, welcome back." Mu Xiaoxiao took off her sunglasses and put them back on the car, so she got out of the car and waved to the servants. "Hello, everyone, long time no see." Yin Xiaojie got out of the car as well, and took her hand in his as he walked inside, muttering, "You're so boring." Standing in the doorway, the maid opened it for them. The two of them walked in together, and suddenly there was a bang, 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 bang sound, which startled them, and a lot of colorful ribbons fell on them. "You guys are back. Congratulations on your engagement." The people in the room shouted with joy. Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie were dumbfounded. Yin's mother walked over, hugged Mu Xiaoxiao, gave her a kiss on the cheek, and said joyfully, "Xiaoxiao baby, from now on you're my daughter-in-law." Yin Xiaojie glanced around and realized that the living room had been decorated in a festive manner, and a number of people had been invited, all of them dressed in a grand manner. His brow twitched as he looked to his mother and asked, "What does this mean?" Yin's mom smiled and said, "Today is your engagement party. Anyway, let's choose a day. Let's do it today. Xiaoxiao baby, come over and take a look. I've customized a nice cake for your engagement party. You'll love it." Mu Xiaoxiao also had a crying and laughing expression as she was pulled over. There was a cake with a total of 10 layers. It was very beautiful, just like a princess's castle. It was practically every girl's dream. Papa Yin patted Yin Xiaojie's shoulder and said solemnly, "Take good care of Mu Xiaoxiao in the future. Got it? Her father gave her to you, so you can't fail her." Grandpa Yin nodded his head as well, a joyful smile on his usually majestic face. "To see you with Xiaoxiao, then I'm satisfied." Yin Xiaojie, so no one ever asked his opinion on whether he should marry Mo Xiaoxiao? However, under his grandfather's serious eyes, he didn't dare to say outright that he didn't want an engagement in front of so many people. At the engagement banquet, the Yin family officially announced to everyone that Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao were engaged. There is no rush to get married for the time being in order for the two to cultivate their relationship, and neither of them is yet of the state age for marriage. When Yin Xiaojie was breathing a sigh of relief, Yin's mother smiled and said, "When Xiaoxiao turns 18, you can get married abroad." Yin Xiaojie rolled his eyes breathlessly beside him. Mu Xiaoxiao yanked him aside and said disgruntledly, "Are you very reluctant to marry me?" Yin Xiaojie smiled evilly, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and coming up to her ear, his warm breath spraying ambiguously between her ears. He said, "Mu Xiaoxiao, you haven't been secretly in love with me, have you? That's why you want to marry me so badly?" Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was still beating faster because of his proximity, and when she heard this, she glanced at him and pushed his head away, saying, "The hell with having a crush on you. I was also forced to do it, okay? That's good. Then let's fight back together. Your father loves you so much, he won't have to force you to marry someone you don't like, right?" Saying the last sentence, Yin Xiaojie frowned himself. Did this little girl really not like him? It's not that Yin Xiaojie is narcissistic, it's really because he has narcissistic instincts. The girls surrounding him, which is not infatuated with him, he just couldn't believe it. This girl didn't have any feelings for him at all? Mu Xiaoxiao knew what he was playing at, and said heatedly, "Sorry, I can't cooperate with you. No matter what, our engagement is an ironclad fact now. You'd better resign yourself to it." "You're resigned to your fate?" Yin Xiaojie was suspicious, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize her, always feeling that she was hiding something from him. Mu Xiaoxiao spread her hands and shrugged her shoulders. "I've already accepted. What are you worried about? If we officially get married, we also have to wait until I'm 18. It's still far away. There may be other variables in this." Yin Xiaojie dangled his arm around her and said, "I'm not worried. Marriage is marriage. Just one more wife. nothing bad. Saying that, his handsome face came close to her as if he wanted to kiss her. Mu Xiaoxiao shrank back to avoid him. Hey, what are you doing? He. Yin Xiaojie smiled badly. Mu Xiaoxiao, you underestimate men too much. I don't think you understand men at all. Do you want to try? After saying that, he suddenly walloped her against the wall. Try? Mu Xiaoxiao, who was still a bit flustered, suddenly calmed down and looked askance at him, then jerked her knee. Yin Xiaojie nimbly dodged it and grabbed her kicking leg in the process. He's scared. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Dear wifey, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll be polite. Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao blushed and could only shout. Yin Xiaojie heatedly smiled in triumph. Say one word. You're good, husband Sama, and I'll let you go. Mu Xiaoxiao stubbornly pouted her little mouth. No screaming. You're so disgusting. Chapter 32. What do you mean? Yin Xiaojie was about to continue teasing her when he suddenly felt a strong sense of attention and snapped back to his senses, the two of them looking behind him together. Almost all the guests present looked at them, their faces full of envy at the young man's show of affection. Geez, Mu Xiaoxiao's face violently reddened. They had just been playing around. They had forgotten that they were still at the engagement banquet. This was really embarrassing. Actually acting out a make-out scene in front of so many people. She hurriedly pushed him away and ran upstairs. Behind them came the laughter of the elders. It's all your fault. How dare you wallop me in public? In the car, Mu Xiaoxiao complained about Yin Xiaojie and reached out to slap his arm when she thought of being shy. Even if he was usually thick-skinned, that scenario was really a bit humiliating, and Yin Xiaojie himself regretted it to death. Well, the wallop is walloped. What's the point of pursuing it now? It's our engagement party anyway. What's wrong with us making out? He said it with deliberate nonchalance. Just in time to get back to the fancy apartment and pull into the underground garage. The two got out of the car and got into the elevator. Yin Xiaojie bullied his way up to her again and walloped her against the elevator wall. Look at this. It's nothing. Still red in the face. Mu Xiaoxiao burrowed away from his arm down. That's because you're so thick-skinned that you don't feel anything. I'm thin-skinned. When the elevator arrived, the two walked out together and went to the door, where Mu Xiaoxiao entered her palm print to open the door. At that moment Yin Xiaojie's cell phone rang. It's my mom. Yin Xiaojie got a bit of a headache when he saw the incoming call, and inexplicably had a bad feeling about it. The door opened and the two walked in together. Yin's mother laughed merrily at the other end of the phone and said, Xiaojie, there's something I forgot to tell you guys. That apartment of yours, I had it remodeled. You're an unmarried couple now, so you'll be sleeping in a room from now on, so that your feelings can be cultivated as quickly as possible. Got it? Remodeled? What puzzled Yin Xiaojie even more was how his mom let someone in. Mom Yun doesn't have the POM code, but he's her son. There are plenty of ways for a mom to get into her son's house. Just then, the sound of Mu Xiaoxiao screaming suddenly came from over there. My room? How did it come to be like this? Yin Xiaojie, there's a burglar in our house. Yin Xiaojie instantly realized what was going on and revealed a headache expression. Mom, you changed the tiny sleeping quarters? Of course you do. I won't allow you to sleep in separate rooms. From now on you'll sleep together. Got it? Otherwise, I'll send you to Russia right away. You can get married at the age of 14 over there. Yin Xiaojie sighed, pinched his brow and said, Got it. Yin's mother smiled a little mysteriously and said with special admonition, I bought some gifts to put on the bed for you guys. You remember to be gentle with Xiao Xiao. Oh, and also, make sure to take good measures. Well, I won't bother you guys to rest. Good night. Wahahaha. Yin Xiaojie, he had a not so good feeling about this. After explaining to Mu Xiaoxiao, the two of them went into the bedroom together, and sure enough, they saw a box sitting on the bed, which was quite large. Mu Xiaoxiao rejoiced. What kind of gift? Pouncing on it, he happily opened the box. She was dumbfounded when she saw what was inside the box. Du Raise. Chapter 33. What is it? As for making you so surprised? Yin Xiaojie thinks her expression is so funny, oh so curious, and when he sees what's in the box, he also turns into the same look as Mu Xiaoxiao. Two people's dumbfounded faces, then face to face. Ha 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 ha. Mu Xiaoxiao's entire body collapsed on the bed with laughter, covering her stomach and rolling around on the bed with laughter. Oh my god, Mommy Yun is so talented. I can't believe she gave us this. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. It's so funny. Yin Xiaojie reached into the box and rummaged through it. All of them were of this brand, a box full of them, at least a few hundred of them. He cried and laughed. How long will it take to give us this much? Mu Xiaoxiao sat up with a roll and glared at him. Who wants to use it with you? Yin Xiaojie suddenly smiled evilly, rolled over and pressed her onto the bed, pressed down his handsome face and blew at her, ambiguously saying, What's so shy about it? We're already an unmarried couple. Come on. Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate little face violently reddened. pushing him away with her hands and feet, holding her chest with both hands, looking at him warily and saying, "In Xiao Jie, you horny bastard." He gave a cut and looked at her askance flirtatiously. "It's just one. What's all the fuss about? You've never seen such a thing?" Mu Xiaoxiao was provoked by him and immediately defied him, proudly raising her small chin and saying, "Who says I haven't seen it before? I just don't want to use it with you. Humph, you so philandering, have had so many girlfriends, who knows if you have that kind of dirty disease." In Xiaojia was not happy to hear this, and her expression of disliking him for being dirty irritated him. He bristled and said, "I'm still a virgin, believe it or not." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him skeptically. "Really? You've had so many girlfriends and you're still a virgin? I don't think anyone will believe you when you say this, right?" In fact, after Yin Xiaojia said it, he regretted it a little bit, just like what Mu Xiaojiao said. He has at least had so many girlfriends, and still maintains a virgin body. If this word spreads out, it is detrimental to his male dignity. Xiao, let's pretend that I didn't say this and you didn't hear it, okay? Yin Xiaojia curved his good-looking Danfang eyes and smiled a wickedly charming smile as he curtly said to her. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately comprehended why he was like this, and immediately smiled like a cat that stole food. "Want me to help you keep this secret?" Yin Xiaojia nodded. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled thievishly, holding her small chin up like a condescending young lady and said, "It's not impossible. However, you have to listen to my words, then I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Your honorable wife, whatever you say, I'll do it." Yin Xiaojia pulls up her small hand and boops her on the back of it. This attitude is more or less the same. "I'm very good at talking. I won't make things difficult for you, nor will I let you do anything illegal. It's very simple." Mu Xiaoxiao heatedly smiled. "In the future, this room is mine. You sleep on the sofa." Yin Xiaojia's smile froze, looking at her incredulously, as if suspecting he was hallucinating. "Sleeping on the sofa?" Chapter 34, Don't Be a Bad Boy. "Right." Mu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly, as if what she said wasn't a big deal, as if she was saying that it was a beautiful day. The corner of Yin Xiaojia's mouth twitched. At least he is a rich young master, used to sleeping on hot and soft beds. How can he sleep on the sofa? Mu Xiaoxiao, this is not intentionally to fix him? Mu Xiaoxiao was afraid that he would back out, raised his finger and pointed at him, repeating what he had just said. "What you just said? What I said? You did as you were told. No renegade." Yin Xiaojia, what it meant to move a stone to stone his own feet, he now finally experienced it for himself. It was tempting to play tricks on her, but considering his male dignity, he complied with her for the time being. "Okay, I keep my promises," Yin Xiaojia said with a generous look, but in fact, his heart was already thinking about how to take back the sovereignty of the bedroom. Mu Xiaoxiao grabbed a pillow and stuffed it into his arms, waving at him. "Good night then." Yin Xiaojia grunted softly and reluctantly walked out. Just after 10 p.m. Yin Xiaojia usually goes out to get high at this hour, so he can't sleep yet. Lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how he can get his room back. He had been to the guest room where Mu Xiaoxiao had previously slept to see that the bed had been moved and he couldn't sleep in it at all. The room was converted into a game room. Luckily his mom knew his preferences and prepared different brands of console games for him, and bought all kinds of games, so he didn't get angry. I was about to get up and grab a can of beer when I heard the sound of scuffling walking. Mu Xiaoxiao had walked out of the room, humming a little tune pleasantly on her lips. Yin Xiaojia rolled over and looked at her and asked, "What are you doing out here?" "I'm thirsty, looking for water." Mu Xiaoxiao walked over to the kitchen and took out a can of drink from the refrigerator. "Bring me a can of beer," Yin Xiaojia said. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't care about his commanding tone. She was in a good mood right now, so she didn't bother with him. So she grabbed a can of beer, walked over and tossed it to him, then sat herself down on the carpet against the couch, folding her legs. "Where's the remote? I want to watch TV." She searched around and didn't find the remote, so she passed her little hand to him. Yin Xiaojia fumbled around in the sofa for a while, found the remote control, and put it in her hand. Mu Tiny held down the stage. He looked at the side of her face, and found that this girl has grown more and more watery in recent years. Before her face was still round and cute like a round-faced kitten, but now she has grown out of it, and her chin is diamond-shaped and pointed, and she looks like she has a delicate face. "Hey, the boy you went to the cafeteria with today, is he what you call a big handsome guy? Your vision is really bad now. That kind is called handsome." He suddenly spoke up. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, the corner of her mouth hooked down. "What? Jealous? Che, what am I jealous of? Can that kind of goods be compared to me?" Yin Xiaojia grunted, expressing his dissatisfaction with her comparing him to that boy. "He's so handsome, he's like a million miles away from that guy." "Okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao sipped her drink, smiled mysteriously and said, "You guessed wrong. The big handsome guy I'm talking about is not him." "Is my vision that bad?" "It's just that my big handsome guy doesn't have time to accompany me. so he found a classmate to eat with him. She's been surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women since she was a little girl, and her eyes have been spoiled, okay? Chapter 35, they used to be close to each other. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but think of Louis Chen again, considering whether she should go to him again tomorrow. As popular a boy as he was, if she didn't appear in front of him more often to solidify her impression, he might forget about her soon. In Xiaojia notices her fretting and wonders if she's really thinking about that big handsome guy, and can't help but be a little sour. So tell me, who is that big handsome guy of yours? I just don't believe it. There's still one in school who's more handsome than me. Besides, it's only her first day of school today. Who could she know? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled with a bad heart. I just won't tell you. Anyway, I know that you're not the only school grass in the school. All this information was told to her by Yu Zhe, so that's why it's never wrong to get to know one more friend. Well, there's nothing to watch on TV, so I'd better go back to bed. Bye. Mu Xiaoxiao finished her drink and threw it in the trash can, so she patted her pants and stood up. Wait. In Xiaojia suddenly pulled her back. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't stand still. Her body swayed and she fell onto the sofa, sitting right on his lap. What are you doing? She looked at him in disbelief. In Xiaojia narrowed his eyes and looked dangerously askance at her. Look at you smiling so pensively. You like him? Mu Xiaoxiao, don't forget, you're my wife now. You want to cheat on me? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. Going out? Please, dear husband, you seem to have quite a few girlfriends yourself, right? What qualifications do you have to accuse me of cheating? While retorting to him, he poked his chest with his finger. Ouch. It's a bit hard. Is his chest that firm? Obviously it doesn't look like it's that muscular. This made Mu Xiaoxiao surge with curiosity, staring at his collar, wanting to look inside to see if this guy really had muscles. Too bad. It's blocked by the dress. What are you looking at? In Xiaojia noticed her gaze and couldn't help but hook his lips. It's nothing. In short, I won't stop you from picking up girls. Then you shouldn't get in the way of me dating a handsome guy either. Mu Xiaoxiao retracted her line of sight and coughed awkwardly, thinking that she had a brain cramp. Right, how could she want to look at his body? Really? In Xiaojia asked, looking at her askance, originally worried that she would cause havoc, as she did today, making his girlfriend jealous, causing him to settle down for a while. However, he was a person who was most annoyed by explanations, so he didn't explain, and if he minded, then he would just break up. Mu Xiaoxiao held up her little tail finger. Hook you up. Although In Xiaojia thought the act was too childish, he hooked it anyway, just like when he was a kid, pulling the hook and thumb stamping it. It was a moment that made him feel like he was back when he was little, and the two of them were constantly in one piece and close. At a very young age, there was a time when Mu Xiaoxiao lived in Yin's house and liked to pester him to play, because it happened to be summer vacation, so he was also very free, so he often played with her, which can be said to be inseparable. Speaking of which, their In family and the Mu family, not only were they family friends, but the elders were very close to each other, which also made the bond between their children very close. As children, they were both each other's only friends. In Xiaojia suddenly remembers something and claps his palm in sudden realization, saying, right, when we were very young, like when you were 3 or 4 years old, I heard my parents say that we were fingerlings? Chapter 36. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I know, that's why they let us get married. That's when she noticed that the guy had her in his arms, with his hands still possessively wrapped around her waist, and the two of them were positioned like lovers. She hurriedly put her hands against his chest and tried to get up. Get off me, I'm going back to bed. In Xiaojia puts on a pitiful look, looks at her and says, Xiao Xiao, do you remember before? It's when we were small, we often slept together too. Remember? Then, she figured there had to be something fishy about him suddenly talking about being a kid. In Xiaojia gestures to the sofa and says, although this sofa is quite comfortable to lie on, it's not convenient for sleeping. Can you bear to see me lose sleep? Then you don't have to go to class tomorrow. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him. This guy is trying to play the warm and fuzzy card? She took a look at the couch, though, and it was true. She would have a hard time if she had to sleep on the couch from now on, and it was okay to lie down once in a while when she was tired. Wife. In Xiaojia wrapped his arms around her waist and even wiggled at her as if he was pampering her. Okay, let you go in and sleep, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao finally went soft. Wife, you are so kind. In Xiaojia pouts and gets his way. Mu Xiaoxiao thought of something, pointed at him and said solemnly, but to make it clear first, from now on, the bedroom is my turf. In my turf, you have to listen to me, got it? In Xiaojia gave her an okay gesture before this took her off his lap, hugging the pillow himself before he wrapped his arms around her and headed for the bedroom together. Honey, let's go to bed and sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao elbowed him in the chest and said in mock disgust, who wants to sleep with you? We are each sleeping on our own. If it wasn't for the fact that the bed in the bedroom was fairly large, Even for two people it was still very adequate, or she wouldn't have shared it out. Well, each sleeps separately, just don't sneak up on me at night. I'm afraid you can't help it in the middle of the night, salivating over my beauty. Ugh, if you say that again, get out. In Xiaojie shut up sagely and smiled as he wrapped his arms around her and went inside before closing the door. The following morning, clear sunlight shines into the room. Mu Xiaoxiao slept comfortably this sleep, hugging and rubbing the thing in her arms, wiping the drool on it. She was sleeping soundly when someone pushed her and said, "Wake up, Mu Xiaoxiao, wake up, so annoying, leave me alone." Mu Xiaoxiao annoyingly swatted the fly away, telling him not to hinder her sleep. "Humph, if you don't wake up then I, stop it, go away, go away." In Xiaojie looks at her askance as he cries and laughs. "I should be the one to say this, right? Xiao, hurry up and get up, you're going to be late for class, take a class." Mu Xiaoxiao thought in a daze. Right, she went back to China and transferred to Shangda High School. Suddenly the face of a handsome man appeared in her mind. The handsome face of Louis Chen. She snapped out of it and opened her eyes. Yeah, going to school today, to find Louis Chen. The thought of the big handsome man made her sleepiness run away, and she stretched with her bleary eyes open to look at the man in front of her. Chapter 37, Leave me alone if you can. Whoa, you scared me. I didn't realize that I was in front of an enlarged face and was startled because I wasn't mentally prepared. In Xiaojie's handsome face was less than a few centimeters away from her, looking at her askance with a slanted eyebrow. Mu Xiaoxiao this time is really completely awake. Black bright eyes turn left and right. Look at the near In Xiaojie, accusingly said, "You sneak attack me? Yesterday still had the nerve to ask me not to sneak up on you, but you yourself came to sneak up on me. You philandering carrot, even I want to." While saying that, he also poked his chest with his finger. In Xiaojie grabbed her fingers, narrowed his eyes and stared at her, nonchalantly stating the truth. "Look carefully, this side of the bed is mine. It was you who sneaked up on me." Of course, he wouldn't tell her about what she'd done last night in a sleepy daze. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, then looked to the bed next to him, and sure enough, a large part of the bed was empty, and the two of them squeezed together on the side where he slept. And to add insult to injury, she was holding his like an octopus. To say who sneaked up on who was obvious by looking at the poses. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. In Xiaojie looked at her askance, waiting to see how she would admit that it was her fault. Luckily, Mu Xiaoxiao was resourceful enough to react quickly, and hummed like a haughty princess, saying, "What side of the bed is yours? Don't forget, this entire bedroom is mine, and this half of the side bed is also my temporary loan to you, so it still belongs to me." In Xiaojie, looking at his expression, Mu Xiaoxiao laughed happily. "If you're not happy, then go sleep on your sofa. If you're not happy, then go sleep on your sofa. I'm kind enough to lend you a bed to sleep on, but you still dare to say that I'm not right?" He opened his hands helplessly. "Okay, you win." She really couldn't find a reason to refute her, so she could only admit it, while In Xiaojie swore in his heart that he would take back the sovereignty of the bedroom. So the two got up, washed up and went to school, together down to the garage. In Xiaojie sat in the driver's seat, tied the seatbelt, and saw Mu Xiaoxiao outside pulling the car door, but could not pull it, and could only tap the window to call out to him. "Hey, why won't the car door open?" In Xiaojie curved up his good-looking Danfeng eyes, looked at her with a smile and said, "The car is mine, why should I drive you?" Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to pull this stunt, pouted her little mouth and glared at him. "In Xiaojie, you don't drive me to school, do you want me to go by myself in a car? How dare you treat me like this? In exchange for the use of the bedroom, I'll drive you to school every day from now on." In Xiaojie spoke the terms of exchange. "Don't. I'm not going to say yes. Leave me alone if you can, or I'll tell." Before Mu Xiaoxiao could finish her threatening words, In Xiaojie started the engine, and then the dazzling sports car drove away directly in front of her. In Xiaojie, Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she stomped her feet. She looked around the garage blankly. There was no one else in the garage because it was still very early in the morning. The large and spacious garage was empty. There were only cold cars, and the wind that blew on her body seemed a little chilly. In Xiaojie, you bastard! She was so aggravated that she crouched down sobbly. Just then, there was the sudden sound of a roaring engine, and the sports car, which had just left, came back to her in reverse. "Get in the car." In Xiaojie's nice voice rang out. Chapter 38, You're a hard man to please. The door of the sports car opened automatically. Mu Xiaoxiao's head lifted slightly, then lowered again, not getting up at all, not even moving. In Xiaojie had no choice but to get out of the car and walk over to her, squatting down across from her and staring at her lowered head, able to see the swirls of hair on top of her head. "Are you getting on or not?" he asked patiently. "Think about him, young Master In. Which of the women around him are not obedient to him to please him? The only girl in his life that he has accommodated is this little girl in front of him." Mu Xiaoxiao was still a little gambling, but she didn't say no, just hummed. The two of them squatting face to face like this looked particularly childish, like two little kids having a temper tantrum. In Xiaojie couldn't help but feel amused, as if he was returning to his childhood memories. Are you already angry and not going to ride in my car? If so, I'm leaving. Oh, or do you just want me to carry you to the car? Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao raise her head slightly and look at him with her upper eyeballs, as if waiting for him to make any more moves to coax herself. Well, if you won't talk, then I'll have to do both. In Xiaojie stood up, patted his pants, and looked at her condescendingly. What two choices? Before Mu Xiaoxiao could figure it out, two arms suddenly wrapped around her and directly picked her up in a crouching position. Ah! She startled. Being picked up in such a position was just too intimidating and made her fear she would fall. But In Xiaojie's movements were quick, and he had already transported her to the car, placing her on the passenger side, and bending down to tie her seatbelt. You scared me. Mu Xiaoxiao finally bothered to speak, glaring at him with a grumble. In Xiaojie laughed. So I picked the right one? You just want me to carry you to the car? Tell me earlier, why are you still making a scene? You're still really hard to serve. Despite looking like he resented her and talking about how hard she was to serve, he went along with it. After In Xiaojie strapped her in, he circled back to his driver's seat, started the engine, and drove the car out of the underground garage. Mu Xiaoxiao sat next to her and had long since lost her temper. Only after a long time did she speak. I just thought, you really left me behind. Just at that moment, she really felt quite aggrieved, did not expect he would suddenly drive away, and did not pull a few more words with her. She does not really want to drive him to the living room to sleep on the sofa. She wouldn't have let him into the room to sleep with her last night if she was that cruel. In Xiaojie of course just scared her. See her so aggrieved look. Suddenly some guilt. I should have known not to play. After all, Mu Xiaoxiao is different from his girlfriends. Those girls he does not care very much. Angry on angry it. He will not take the initiative to coax. Anyway, in time will be their own stick up again. But Mu Xiaoxiao was different. If she was angry, she was really angry and would shake her head and stop paying attention to him. Of course In Xiaojie would not say what he really thought. He just said in a difficult manner, if I really do this, and you turn around and complain to my mom, won't I be scolded to death? He wasn't afraid of being scolded by his mom, but he was more afraid of her reading him, which would be annoying. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her mouth and muttered, I am just saying, that I am not the kind of small person who loves to tattle. Besides, she's not a 3-year-old anymore. How can she tattle on her elders all day long because of some small things? Chapter 39. I'm just lazy. What can you do about it? It's for the best. In Xiaojie gave her a sidelong glance while the red light was stopped. Who knows? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly hammed and hawed, turned around and stared at him and said, but then again, it also depends on the amount of the situation. If you do something that makes me particularly unhappy, then I can't guarantee that I won't go and complain to Yin's mother. With this little handle in place, he wouldn't dare go too far with her. How could she let go of such a great favor? Finally, it was almost time to arrive at the school, and from a distance, I could see the tall entrance to the school. Mu Xiaoxiao looked out the car window in boredom, considering what to buy for breakfast later, when suddenly a long and handsome figure fell into her line of sight. Lu Yichen? Her eyes widened in surprise to see him go back into the same cake store as yesterday, so she hurriedly shouted to In Xiaojie, stop the car and stop the car, hurry up and stop the car, and reached out and fidgeted, telling him to stop the car quickly. What is it? We're not there yet, In Xiaojie said, but obeyed her command and pulled over. I'm not going to show up at the school gate with you, being seen coming down from your car, then everyone will know that I know you. Mu Xiaoxiao said, undoing her seatbelt and preparing to get out of the car. There was a sudden lurch in her movements, and she turned back to him with a sweet smile. In Xiaojie glanced at her. As soon as I see a smile like yours, I know it's not good. Come on, what else is going on? Mu Xiao spread her hand out at him, moved 5 fingers, and said, give me the wallet. In Xiaojie, helpless, took his wallet out and put it in her hand, saying disgustedly, why don't you go change the money yourself? I don't have time. Mu Xiaoxiao had a, I'm just lazy what are you going to do with me expression. Besides, he's her husband now. Isn't it only natural for her to spend his money? Mu Xiaoxiao flipped open his wallet and saw a whole stack of large bills inside. Her eyes lit up and she greedily took them all. Hey, you leave some for me. In Xiaojie protested against this robber-like behavior of hers. Don't you have a card? You just swipe it. When Mu Xiao novel came to this, she suddenly remembered something else and pulled out a few cards from his wallet, then picked one of them and put it in her bag. In Xiaojie grunted. You're really good at picking. Directly took my black card. This one is not allowed. Take it back. Mu Xiaoxiao dissatisfiedly beamed. You still have so many. Despite all this talk, she dutifully put the black card back in his wallet. In Xiaojie snatched his wallet and pulled a card out of it, handing it to her and saying, that one is the main card, which I can only use personally. and this one is the black card's subsidiary card, so you use this one. Mu Xiaoxiao took the card and smiled happily, looking at him incredulously and asking, really for me to use? I can just swipe it? Wow, so generous. You know, the kind of cards that are attached to black cards are just as unlimited and can be swiped at will. Yin Xiaojie deliberately showed a fierce expression and looked at her askance. Don't you dare to just brush it and try it. Even though it was said that way, the willingness to give her the affiliate card already showed trust in her. This is hard to say. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao deliberately smiled badly. Anyway, I've already taken it. How I brush it when the time comes is my business. When she finished, she smiled with her eyes curved up and suddenly hooked her hand at him. Yin Xiaojie looked at her in confusion. What did she mean? Chapter 40, Thank you, husband. Thinking that she wanted to whisper something to herself, Yin Xiaojie moved up without much doubt. However, after he had taken advantage of the fact that he had come over, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly booped and kissed him on the face and said with a smile, Thanks hubby, kissed and then slipped out of the car. Yin Xiaojie froze, then laughed. This girl is really. Mu Xiaoxiao waved it in through the window glass of the car, and then went into a cake store nearby. Seeing her figure disappear, Yin Xiaojie was ready to start the car, but his movements suddenly paused, thinking with one hand on top of the steering wheel, always feeling that there was something strange about this girl just now, and at this point, inside the cake store, with a sunny smile, Mu Xiaoxiao walked behind Lu Yichen and patted his shoulder. Hello? Lu Yichen turned back, not expecting it to be her, and said in slight surprise, Why are you again? Yeah, looks like we're destined for each other, Mu Xiao said, her little head coming up to see the cake in the window in front of him. Strawberry cake again. Her heart burst, and she couldn't help but think, did he buy it for his girlfriend again? If so, then his mysterious girlfriend should also be a student of Shand. Lu Yichen said to the waiter, Give me a piece of strawberry cake. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her hand and said to the waiter, I want a piece too. There were still a few pieces of strawberry cake left for today, so she was finally able to fulfill her wish from yesterday. The waitress packaged their food and handed it to them with a smile. Thank you for your patronage. May I get you anything else? Lu Yichen didn't ask for anything more, while Mu Xiaoxiao asked for another cup of milk tea. She asked him, Would you like one? The drinks here are pretty good too. Oh yeah, you guys don't seem to have a sweet tooth, do you? How about a lemonade? No thanks, Lu Yichen said in a faint voice. When Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his slight nod and polite appearance, she felt that he was so handsome, especially when the sunlight fell on his hair. It presented his handsome lines. The two left the cake store together. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little hungry, so she secretly bit into a piece of cake with a happy little look on her face. The strawberry cake here is really delicious. Lu Yichen looked at her and asked, You haven't had breakfast yet? No, didn't I just transfer here? I'm not familiar with this side, and I don't know where the breakfast is good. Can you introduce me to it? I don't want it to be cake and milk tea every day. I'll get tired of it soon. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain about Yin Xiaojie, and didn't prepare breakfast for her. It was probably because her pitiful appearance made Lu Yichen feel intolerant. Plus it was still quite early today and there was still some time left before class. So he responded, It's okay, in fact, there are quite a lot of good food near our school, so I'll take you there. Yes, Mu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. They hadn't walked out from the cake store for a while. She caught a glimpse of a car parked next to her from her afterglow. There was no way. It was a very eye-catching sports car. It was hard not to pay attention to it. And most importantly, it seemed to be Yin Xiaojie's car. Sure enough, when I got closer, it was true. Yin Xiaojie was sitting in the car and was heading her way, his eyes dark and uncertain, staring at her and Lu Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but spit out her tongue in her heart. Not good. Caught in the act. Xiao, what's wrong? Lu Yichen suddenly asked. Chapter 41, I refused her. It's nothing, let's get going. I'm so hungry I can hardly stand it. Mu Xiaoxiao panicked and pulled him along. Walking forward quickly, they went into a breakfast place. On Lu Yichen's recommendation, Mu Xiaoxiao asked for a xiaolongbao. She tasted it and her eyes widened with deliciousness and said, Yummy, do you want to taste one too? I just had cake anyway, and I can't finish that much. No, I'm not hungry, Lu Yichen said with a shake of his hand, refusing. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't mind. People were being polite. She looked curiously at the cake in his hand and finally couldn't help but ask, Why don't you eat it if you bought it? Did you buy it for your girlfriend? Lu Yichen paused and didn't answer. Instead he changed the topic. Do you like strawberry cake that much? Look at the way you're in love with it. Mu Xiaoxiao is also considered a smart girl, knowing that he did not want to say, so he did not force. But this, on the contrary, made her more determined to think that he just bought it for his girlfriend. So, it can be concluded from this that his girlfriend really did study at Shan as well. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she was really too smart, and at the same time she couldn't help but wonder what kind of girl would be able to make him like her so much. Not only was he so protective of her, but he had also been dating for so many years. After finishing the Xiaolong Bao, Mu Xiaoxiao slapped the crumbs off her hands. Finished eating? Let's go. Louis Chen handed her a piece of tissue to wipe her hands. As the two of them walked out of the breakfast place, she glanced warily from side to side and was relieved to confirm that Yin Xiaojia's car was no longer there. What's wrong? Louis Chen asked as he noticed her strange behavior. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. By the way, do you usually eat breakfast here? Occasionally. In fact, I went to your class yesterday to look for you. Oh, but you are not in. Your classmate said you were called out by the girl confession. Is it true? Mu little gossip soul surged up. I rejected her. Louis Chen spoke calmly, looking at her and asking, what do you want from me? It's nothing. Just to say that I'm not familiar with the school and I want to ask you to be a guide. She rubbed her nose sheepishly. In fact, she already had Yuju as a guide. By the way, I'm in senior class S. If you have anything in the future, you can come and find me. In fact, she would have preferred to exchange cell phone numbers, but she felt that she wasn't familiar enough to be too abrupt, so she didn't mention it. You're in class S? Louis Chen looked like he wasn't surprised. Yesterday he had felt that her identity wasn't simple, and now it was merely confirmed that she was indeed a rich family's young lady. Only he felt puzzled. Normally in rich families, don't they have cooks serving at home? And the fact that she had to come to school before buying breakfast was a bit hard to figure out. The two of them walked together to the entrance of the school, where a number of students were rushing around since it was almost time for classes to start. Mu Xiaoxiao felt the intense attention from the bystanders, and thought she knew that it was all because of Louis Chen, but he himself was oblivious to it, and had obviously gotten used to it. As the two of them walked to the school entrance, Louis Chen inadvertently glanced at the doorman and realized that one was new, while the one from yesterday was not there. Two janitors were chatting, and one of them, the veteran janitor, said, you need to be more alert in the future, so you don't get fired when you accidentally offend someone, like Little Lee did. Chapter 42. Are you trying to play dumb in front of me? Louis Chen jolted to his feet, frowned, turned to them and asked, hello, the person you said was fired, was he the janitor from yesterday? The old doorman froze, apparently recognizing him as well, so he explained in a nice manner, yes, what can I do for you? When was he fired? Fired for what? Louis Chen asked in depth. This. Fired was fired yesterday afternoon. As for the reason, the old doorman looked difficult, glanced at Mu Xiaoxiao beside him, and had to say, sorry, this is an internal matter. It is not convenient to tell you, but even if he didn't say anything, Louis Chen understood what was going on. He composed himself and nodded his thanks. Thank you, I know. Then he walked forward, as if he had forgotten that there was such a person as Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao was unsure. Still thinking about this janitor, he asked, could it be the same janitor who stopped her yesterday? How come he was fired? Louis Chen, wait for me. Why are you suddenly walking so fast? It's not time for class yet. Nay, Louis Chen is a long-legged man, and Mu Xiaoxiao is a poor little short-legged man, so when he takes one step, she has to run 2 steps to catch up. Finally catching up, Mu Xiaoxiao opened her hands to stop in front of him and asked in a puzzled manner, what happened to you? Is that janitor your relative? Are you unhappy? Even if she didn't know how to read faces, she could see that Louis Chen's expression at the moment was just not happy. He was expressionless and looked cold, and at this time it was a little bit high and cold like Yuja said. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't even know what she had done wrong. She just met his eyes and waited for his explanation. Louis Chen finally landed his gaze on her. His tone lost the warmth and geniality of just now. It was a bit coldly saying, why was that janitor fired? You say you don't know? Mu Xiaoxiao, do you want to play dumb in front of me? What do you mean by that? I really don't know. Should I know? Mu Xiaoxiao was very puzzled, and was even a little aggravated by what he said. His attitude seemed to say that the janitor was fired because of her. Have you forgotten? I only transferred here yesterday. I don't know him. I have no grudge against him. Why would I want to cause him to lose his job? Mu Xiaoxiao desperately expressed her position. After figuring out his attitude, it made her a little sad, even though it was normal for him not to know her since they had only known each other for a short while. But for him to look at her like that and treat her like a bad person, was she that vicious a person in his mind? No grudge? You were angry when he stopped you yesterday, weren't you? And that phone call, it was from the principal, wasn't it? Would the principal receive you personally if you didn't have any status? Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by his words. Louis Chen's voice grew cold, as if accusing, do you know how important this job is to that janitor? His child was just born. Every month just the money for milk powder and diapers. It's going to be $1,000 or $2,000. There are also family expenses. He lost this job. Do you know what it means? No. You don't. What's a few $1,000s to a rich girl like you? With money and power, you can decide a person's fate with just a word. So that's fun, isn't it? Chapter 43, His Life. Lu. Sorry, I don't like to be friends with people who bully others. Lu Yichen dropped this sentence, not caring about Mu Xiaoxiao, who was scolded and confused, and left directly. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her small mouth and looked at his back so aggressively. Obviously it was fine when we had breakfast earlier. Why did it suddenly change like this? Inexplicably, she was lectured, which put her in a terrible mood. When she got to S class, she slumped over her desk and sulked. Yuzha turned his head to look at her, soothingly turning his entire body around and asking with concern, Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head twice dully. She raised her eyes and looked at Yuzha and asked, Yuzha, you said, why is Lu Yichen so angry? Is he angry with me? Ha? Yuzha froze at her question. So, Mu Xiaoxiao told him the cause and effect. Yuzha revealed an expression of understanding after hearing this. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly tugged on his sleeve and asked, tell me quickly, why is he so angry? That doorman isn't his relative either. Yuzha cried and laughed, seriously said to her, it is likely to be empathy, right? Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? You don't know? She shook her head. I don't know. What the hell does that mean? Yuzha looked at her askance and spat. Are you sure you're friends with Lu Yichen? Don't even know his life, his birth, what happened? For this topic, Mu Xiaoxiao showed a very high interest. Her ears perked up like a rabbit, listening attentively with a small expression. So Yuzha helped her with her science. As I told you before, Lu Yichen was scouted by the school and given a very high scholarship, and the fact that he accepted means that his family is poor. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Really? His family is poor? It doesn't look like it. She looked at Lu Yichen's dress. It didn't look like a poor student at all. But come to think of it, it could be because he was handsome enough, his body was good, and his temperament was clean and vaguely aristocratic. So even if it was from the ground, he could make him wear the air of a famous brand. That's certainly true. Many people know that his family is very average and a single parent. It seems to say that his mom used to be bullied by rich people when she was working, so he has an aversion to rich people. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect there to be so much fierce material. Her eyes were stunned. No wonder he was just so huggy for that janitor. As you saw yesterday, there were girls going to confess to him every day, and these girls, almost all of them, were rich ladies, so predictably, they were rejected miserably. While listening, Mu Xiaoxiao curiously asked, then if it wasn't for the rich lady confessing to him, wouldn't his attitude have been different? Yuzha shrugged his shoulders, this is unknown. It seems like there hasn't been such a situation. You also know that our school is an aristocratic high school. Usually the people who can come in are all non-rich and a few come in with excellent grades, but these girls with good grades will have low self-esteem, so of course they don't dare to confess to him. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded in realization. In that case, it seems to be right. Through Yuzha's nudging, she slowly figured out why Lu Yichen was so angry just now, probably because he associated it with the time when his mother was bullied. Chapter 44, How much power does Mr. J have? Yuzha said, by what you just said, I'm guessing that he probably misunderstood that you're some kind of powerful rich lady and thought that because you resented that janitor, you had the school fire him. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. I know, Yuzha said with some mockery on his face. Actually, this is not the first time I've seen this kind of situation. Last time a student pissed off Jie Xiao, and still wasn't dropped out of school. This world is supposed to be the weakest and the strongest, so you can only blame yourself for being too weak, right? Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao paused slightly. In Xiaojie he has that much power? He can withdraw a student from school with just a word? Didn't you just say that everyone who can come in here to study is rich and famous? Yuzha talked about In Xiaojie. The attitude is a little different. As if quite admiring look said, that of course Jie Xiaojie has absolute power in the school. His father is the manager of Shangda, which is equivalent to saying that Shangda is his family's business. So of course he can do whatever he wants. Mu Tiny, she really didn't know that the original Shangda was run by the Yin family. No wonder that guy In Xiaojie can run rampant in the school like that, treating the girls in the school as his harem. Of course, she can't deny that there's something in it because of that face of his. She came to a vague conclusion in her mind. It's likely that In Xiaojie fired that janitor in order to stand up for her. She doesn't kill Burin, but Burin dies because of her. So anyway, she's responsible. She slapped the table with a determined look in her eyes. I know what to do. Yuzha asked curiously, what do you want to do? Suddenly, they inexplicably felt the air freeze, and couldn't help but look at the same next to them in unison. Why are all the people looking at the two of them? Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao realize that the teacher was standing behind Yuzha, her eyes glaring at the two of them as if they were spitting fire. And so coincidentally, an English teacher again. She smiled awkwardly. Hello teacher. Class already? It's actually been 10 or so minutes since class started. English teacher taught face. Brain tangled dead. Last time by Mu Xiao Xiao lost face. He already know Mu Xiao English strength. Cannot still move out what do not listen to the class will be bad grades this kind of rhetoric. Right? With Mu Xiao's English level. It didn't matter if she took his class or not. Tangled for a while. Before he finally coughed. Knocked Mu Xiao Xiao's desktop with a stick. Put on the majesty of a teacher. And said seriously. Mu Xiao Xiao student. The teacher knows that your English is good. But you can't talk in class. Affecting other students to listen to the lesson. Pay attention next time. Or else don't blame me for punishing you for standing. Do you hear me clearly? Got it. Sorry, I promise I won't. Mu Xiao Xiao didn't get angry and apologized with a good attitude. She was so involved in talking with Yuzha just now that she didn't even notice that class was already in session. The teacher, however, didn't dare to admonish Yuzha, as if he didn't know that he was also an accomplice, and turned around and returned to the podium. Yuzha glanced back at Mu Xiao Xiao and said, "Look, the teacher only dared to bully you, and no matter how much I messed up in class, he would just pretend he didn't see it." Mu Xiao Xiao cried and laughed, spitting out, "Student Yuzha, affecting other students in class is something so proud for you?" he said, and pushed his head down. "Well, behave yourself and listen to the lesson." After class, she flew to the senior school building to find Lu Yichen. Chapter 45, Confessions at this early hour. Senior S class entrance. Mu Xiao Xiao called out to a boy. "Hello, can you call Lu Yichen for me? Just say that Mu Xiao Xiao is looking for him." "Thanks." The boy saw her eek and stared at her ambiguously and said flirtatiously, "It's you. You came to confess so early today? Not bad. Oh, sincere. Such a coincidence that it's the same guy I met yesterday." Mu Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly. "Not. Anyway, you call him for me." "Thanks. Well, I'll give you a hand since you're so cute. I think you've got a pretty good shot at conquering this iceberg of his." The boy looked very cheerful, and after agreeing, he entered the classroom and shouted, "Lu Yichen, there's a girl looking for you. Very cute." She said her name is Mu Xiao Xiao. Mu Xiao Xiao waited outside and was worried that Lu Yichen would not come out, but he did not expect him to come out. After seeing him, she was still surprised. "You came out. Is something wrong?" His attitude was a bit cold, which made Mu Xiao Xiao's mood a bit low, thinking that he was still misunderstanding her, which was why she wanted to come and clarify. "I need to talk to you, so just give me a few minutes, okay?" she said without condescension, her dark eyes watching him. "Good," he replied. So the two walked out of the classroom and into an open space next to the school building. Mu Xiao Xiao looked around and confirmed that there was no one beside him to watch, then faced him and said solemnly, "About that janitor being resigned, whether you believe it or not, I don't know about this matter, but I probably guessed what's going on, and I'll go and think of a way to solve it." And, her small face flinched, her small mouth pouted slightly, and she said with an aggrieved look on her face, "It was very excessive of you to speak to me like that today. Do you know that? You didn't even know about the whole thing and laid the blame on me. Do you think that's fair? I'm angry now too." With that grunt, he turned and prepared to leave. While she was speaking, Lu Yichen had been gazing at her small face as she explained seriously, and the persistence and stubbornness that made his black eyes vibrate slightly. Seeing her about to leave, he suddenly reached out and tugged on her wrist. "I'm sorry," he said. Mu Xiao Xiao's body paused, but she played a tantrum and didn't turn back, her cheeks still puffed out. "I'm sorry," he said again, once more. Seeing the look on her face when she said those words, he knew he had misjudged her. Originally, he thought that she was approaching him with a purpose like other girls, so he subconsciously thought of her as the kind of girl who was lawless because she had power. But he couldn't figure out why he was still willing to go to breakfast with her. It was probably her clear eyes, as if they were innocent, that made it impossible for him to reject her. Mu Xiao Xiao twisted around this time, stared at him arrogantly, and deliberately said, "I reserve the right to consider your apology." With that, she shook off his hand and left. Lu Yichen looked steadily at her back for a long time without withdrawing his gaze. At the next stop, Mu Xiao Xiao went to the principal's office. Although the school bell had already rung, she had no time to care and barged into the principal's office. "Uncle Principal, I have something for you." The secretary tried to stop her outside, but it was no longer possible, and the young lady rushed straight in. Chapter 46, "I'm sure it's him." "I'm sorry, Principal." The secretary apologized, bowing her head. The principal was dozing off with his chin propped up when he heard the door slam and was so startled that his arm jolted and his head hit the desk. He covered his forehead in pain and would have been angry enough to open his mouth and curse, but after seeing that the visitor was Mu Xiao Xiao, the angry face immediately converted into a smiling face. "It's Mr. Mu, what can I do for you? Come over and sit down quickly." "Secretary, go out and pour a glass of juice for student Mu." The secretary was dumbfounded. Probably the first time she had seen the principal fawning and pleasing a student so much besides Jie Xiao. "Oh, Returning to her senses, she rushed out at the principal's eye gesture. The principal greeted Mu Xiaoxiao and came over to sit, speaking in a kind voice. Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks were still puffed up, and she simply refused to sit down, but instead walked directly to his desk and said with a slap on the table, "Uncle Principal, why did you fire that janitor? Is it because of me? It was Yin Xiaojia who gave the order, right?" The principal propped his chin on his hands, carefully observing her expression, and said, "Are you dissatisfied with this result? If so, then tell me, what else do you want? To withhold his paycheck? Or do you want to block him so that he can't find the same job in other schools? Those are fine. Just say the word and I'll do it right away." Hearing his words, Mu Xiaoxiao was simply furious. Splat! She slapped the table once more, but this time it was too strong, leaving her palms a little numb, and she frowned, pulling her hand back. "That's not what I meant. I don't want to do anything to him. Will you just listen to me for a second? Fine. Talk. Sit down and talk. There's no rush. We're not in a hurry. You can talk as long as you want. Uncle Principal will definitely listen to you well." The principal coaxed her like a child. At this time, the secretary brought in the juice and respectfully placed it in front of Mu Xiao. "Classmate Mu, please use it." "Principal, if there's nothing else to say, I'll go out and do my work." Then the secretary backed out. The principal greeted the people with a smile, signaled the juice with his hand, and said to Mu Xiaoxiao, "Drink a mouthful of water first, and if you have any complaints, slowly talk to me." Mu Xiaoxiao also just talked a lot with Luichen. Indeed, she was a little thirsty, so she didn't hesitate to pick up the juice and drink it. Finished the drink and licked his pink lips. The strawberry-flavored juice was pretty good. She was satisfied that it did quench her thirst. She put her glass down and without looking for a chair to sit in, she just said, I don't want to fire him. You rehire him and bring him back to work." The principal's expression was a bit difficult. "This is not easy to do. This is Jia Xiao's order. I think you'd better discuss with him first, and when you have the result, then talk to me, okay? I'm sure it was Yin Xiaojia who did it." Mu Xiaoxiao depressed his face. She said, "The only reason he's firing the janitor is because he's just trying to take it out on me. So as long as I don't mind, Uncle Headmaster, you let that guy come back to work, please, okay?" The principal sat in his chair with his hands planted in a wandering manner. "No way." Suddenly a domineering voice broke in. Yin Xiaojia's face was cold as he pushed his way in. His aura was like that of a king, making it impossible to ignore. Chapter 47. Even he misunderstood her. "How did you get here?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in shock. Yin Xiaojia grunted and walked over to her, once again reiterating forcefully, "I don't agree with what you just said." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the principal with a stern look and said, "Principal, there is no way that the person I resigned can be hired back. Do you hear me clearly?" Seeing his sudden appearance, the principal, who had been sitting down, stood up in fear, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The principal obediently nodded his head and responded, "I've heard you clearly, Junior Jie. I will absolutely do as you wish." Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she yelled his name. Her little face swelled up as she snapped at him. "How could you do this? Does that janitor have a grudge against you? Why did you cut off someone's job? You're so hateful, okay?" Yin Xiaojia walks up to her and says angrily, "I didn't do it to take it out on you. You're good. The person I quit, you hired back for me. Aren't you slapping my face? He's always been the man of the hour in this school, and no one dares to question his authority. I didn't ask you to take it out on me like that." Mu Xiaoxiao retorted, her chest heaving up and down in anger, her eyes glaring at him in exasperation. "You dash!" Yin Xiaojie glared at her, looking like she didn't know what was good for her. "You're doing it for that Lu Yichen, aren't you?" he said suddenly, a wave of anger on his handsome face. "What ah?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion and asked doubtfully, "You know Lu Yichen?" Yin Xiaojie skewered his mouth lightly and sarcastically. "He has a history with me. Can I not recognize him?" "Mu Xiaoxiao, why are you such a nymphomaniac? When you see a good-looking one, you just jump on him recklessly." He now realized that the big handsome guy she had mentioned before turned out to be Lu Yichen. Thinking about this, Yin Xiaojie's heart was angry again. Also in the morning, she suddenly had to get off the bus because she saw Lu Yichen and left him behind. I just think of him as a friend. It's not like I want." She tried to explain herself, but Yin Xiaojia interrupted her. "Still saying no? The video of you guys pulling and tugging has spread all over the school. Now who doesn't know that you're the first girl Lu Yichen looks at differently?" "What video? What la 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 la?" Mu Xiaoxiao was completely confused by him and didn't even know what he was talking about. Yin Xiaojia took out his cell phone and played a video to her. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. It was actually the video of her just talking to Lu Yichen. Only because of the distance, she couldn't hear what they said, but she could see the action between them. It was indeed pulling and tugging, and those who didn't know, of course, would feel that there was ambiguity between them. I'm not. You've got it all wrong. What did I misunderstand? That you didn't go to him? Didn't you pull and tug with him? And the big handsome guy you said yesterday that you're going to find him to have dinner with. That's him, right? You just met him yesterday and you like him so much? Do you know he has a girlfriend? Mu Xiao Xiao, are you out of your mind? Yin Xiaojie was simply infuriated by her and wondered when she had become like this. Is it infected by the liberalization of the American mindset? So you think it's funny to steal someone's boyfriend? How could you become so depraved? When Mu Xiao Xiao heard this, her body shook and her eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 48, You idiot, Tiny, how could you become so depraved? When Mu Xiao Xiao heard this, her body shook and her eyes instantly turned red. Originally, she was already aggrieved in her heart, and today she was somehow misunderstood by Lui Chen. But she didn't expect even Yin Xiaojie to look at her like this, so she was even more aggrieved in her heart. Tears quickly coalesced in her eyes before large drops slid down her pink cheeks. Yin Xiaojie's entire body froze as he looked at the tears that suddenly fell from her eyes. Stinky Xiaojie, I never want to talk to you again. Mu Xiao Xiao glared at him fiercely, cried and yelled, turned around and ran out. Yin Xiaojie clenched his fists, his expression hard. Behind him, the principal looked at him hesitantly and asked cautiously, Jia Xiao, then I should. You shut up. Yin Xiaojie turned around angrily and yelled at him. He let out a low curse and hurriedly chased after him. Tiny dash. However, it was only a few seconds slower, and after running out of the principal's office, Mu Xiao's figure was gone. Chagrined and wanting to punch someone, Yin Xiaojie chased after him in the direction of the downstairs, but he didn't know that Mu Xiao Xiao was actually hiding in the corner of the staircase. Just as he ran out in a hurry, the shadow swung past her front, but he didn't notice her hidden in the darkness. Mu Xiao Xiao looked up and hid her head in her knees in exasperation. Bastard Yin Xiaojie, you stupid bastard. Tears came to her eyes once again, and she crouched there, suppressing her voice and whimpering. She had forgotten how long she hadn't cried like this. She had been the treasure in the heart of her family since she was a child. Even when she was in the Yin family, she had been pampered growing up. When had she ever suffered so much aggravation? And that guy, Yin Xiaojie, since she was a child, he's never disciplined her this harshly. Especially, how could he misunderstand her like that? She obviously didn't think that way. She was just admiring Lui Chen. It's not like she was trying to chase him, let alone trying to snatch him from his girlfriend's hands. But that bastard Yin Xiaojie said that about her. The more Mu Xiao Xiao thought about it, the angrier she got, and the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. I've been crying for I don't know how long. My eyes are so hard and my legs are numb. Just then, a pair of long, slender legs appeared in her blurred vision from crying. Mu Tiny. She looked up in consternation. There was a second of rejoicing, thinking that it was Yin Xiaojie who finally had the brains to pedal back to himself. But to his surprise, the person standing in front of him was actually Lui Chen. Mu Xiao Xiao was stunned for a while, lifting her red eyes from crying to look at him. Looking dumbfounded, so pitiful looking, Lui Chen gazed at her crouching in the corner, crying, and there was something shaking in his dark eyes that had always been quiet. Are you okay? He asked in a low voice, walking over to her and crouching down in the same way, leveling his eyes with her. She cried so hard that her eyes were red and swollen, like an aggrieved bunny. This scene was almost engraved in Lui Chen's memory. After a long time, he could still clearly remember the expression on Mu Xiaoxiao's face when she looked at him with her crying red eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao came back to her senses from her daze and immediately felt embarrassed, hurriedly wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, not wanting him to see her in such a sorry state. How did you know I was here? She cried, her voice hoarse. Chapter 49, Coming for her. Lui Chen listened to that voice of hers and frowned as he asked, how long have you been hiding here and crying? After taking several deep breaths, Mu Xiaoxiao's emotions finally eased and she wiped her teary eyes dry and stood up. She subconsciously wanted to ask if he had come specifically to find her, but then thought, how could that be? Maybe he just happened to be passing by and happened to see her crying. Lui Chen, as if he knew her question, said in a faint voice, I didn't expect you to really come to the principal. Did something happen? Can you tell me? His demeanor was a little different than it had been in the morning, not acting so cold towards her anymore, even a little more concerned. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in amazement and surprise. You came specifically to find me? Aha! Lui Chen admitted without any concealment. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered what had just happened and lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't make it. I was going to ask the principal to reinstate that janitor, but I didn't expect that bastard Yin Xiaojie to suddenly show up and be so forceful, forbidding the principal to help her. Lui Chen looked at her for a moment and said, it's okay, it's not your fault. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him, but it's my fault. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. Lui Chen apologized very seriously. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to say that she did have a responsibility, but when she thought that Yin Xiaojie's attitude was so resolute, and that she might not be able to persuade him to change his decision, she felt that it would be better for her not to let Lu Yichen know that she had a relationship with Yin Xiaojie. Let's not stand here. Let's go out first, Mu Xiaoxiao proposed. Originally, she had just been expecting Yin Xiaojie to come back to find herself, but now that Lu Yichen was there, she was afraid that Yin Xiaojie would just happen to come back, and the two of them would face each other, and that would not be good. By the way, I think Yin Xiaojie had said before that there was a problem between him and Lu Yichen. That's why Mu Xiaoxiao wants to get out of here first. Well, let's go before a teacher walks by later, Lu Yichen responded, leading her out of the corner. The two walked down the empty school path. Since it was class time, there was no one around and it was cold. He asked her, "Are you going back to class?" Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it and shook her head. No, don't want to go back. Even if she couldn't see it, she could guess how red her eyes were from crying right now. If she went back to her class, Yuzhu would definitely ask after her when he saw it, and the other students would be curious as well. So it was better not to go back, so as not to cause unnecessary suspicion. She was about to tell him to leave her alone and tell him to go back to class. After all, he was a school bully, so he shouldn't like to be absent, right? Who knows? She heard Lu Yichen say to her, "Then where do you want to go? I'll accompany you." Mu Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised and stared at him blankly. Accompany me? Then you don't go to class? Lu Yichen smiled faintly and said, "No more. In fact, I don't really like classes sometimes." Is that weird? Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to say yes, but then hurriedly shook her head. No, it's not strange. It's normal for students to dislike classes. It's the ones who like them that are abnormal, right? So where are we going? She asked. While the campus is pretty big, it's pretty attention-grabbing to walk around. Do you want to go out there? He asked her, a surprising hint of playfulness in those deep eyes. Chapter 50, how exciting. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes glaring, almost without hesitation. Dizzy, nodded and responded. Want. She didn't want to go back to her class, much less see that guy Yin Xiaojie. Come on then, I'll take you out, Lu Yichen said, turning around and walking to the other side. Mu Xiaoxiao felt puzzled. That side is not the direction of the school entrance, so she asked curiously, "Aren't we going out through the entrance?" "Of course not. There are people guarding the door. It's inconvenient," Lu Yichen replied. With his sharp eyes, he saw a teacher from afar and hurriedly took her hand. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted half a beat slower, but still quickly hid in the side corridor just in time to see her homeroom teacher walk past in front of her. She patted herself on the chest in false alarm and whispered to him, "This is my homeroom teacher." The little heart was still thumping from almost being discovered. She couldn't help but crack a smile. How exciting! Lu Yichen looked down before realizing that he was still holding her hand, letting go of it without a trace, pretending as if nothing had happened, and said to her, "Then go. Be careful." Yes, Mu Xiaoxiao's cells were stirred up for adventure, and her whole body was in a state of excitement. Then, Lu Yichen took her to a small detached house. "Where is this place?" she asked. "The sports equipment room," Lu Yichen replied, leading her towards the back door, where there was an aisle facing a wall. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately understood and said in surprise, "Isn't it that if you go over here, you're outside the school?" "Well, the walls here are shorter, and very few people come here if it's not gym class," Lu Yichen explained, and also took out a small ladder from a nearby corner. He held the ladder and gestured for her to climb it. "Then how do you know about this place?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked as she climbed. No wonder she was surprised. He just seemed like a good student. Who would have thought he had such a knack for skipping class? Lu Yichen laughed. "I'm on the basketball team, and this can be considered a secret passage for our team." "Wow, you're on the basketball team, huh?" Mu Xiaoxiao focused elsewhere. Seeing her go up, he said, "Just sit up there and don't move until I get up there." "Okay," responded Mu Xiaoxiao obediently, sitting on top of the wall and shaking her two thin white legs. Lu Yichen's movements were so agile that he almost went up the wall in 3 or 2 steps. Mu Xiaoxiao sat on top of the wall, craning her head from side to side, looking at the view and wondering where this side was. Lu Yichen quickly leaped down and said to her from below, "Come down, I'll catch you. Don't be afraid. It's short here. You won't fall. Even if you fall, it won't hurt too much with the grass underneath." Mu Xiaoxiao was not afraid. She usually climbed up and down, just like a tomboy, but at this time, in the face of a big handsome man, as a girl has to be a little more reserved, right? Then I jumped, oh, she said, and her body leapt outward. Wait, he was telling her to come down, not to jump. Lu Yichen didn't have time to call out to her. Her petite figure had already jumped down, and he rushed to meet her. Chapter 51, The Code of Truancy. Cough. Lu Yichen coughed awkwardly and took a gentlemanly step back, and there was an unnatural blush on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's fine, ah." Then where are we going now? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it and looked at him and suddenly laughed. One of the rules of truancy is that you can't stay near the school, or you'll be in trouble if the teacher bumps into you. Louis Chen was amused by her cute expression. It seems that you are very skillful. Let's just go to the bus stop then, and then we'll talk to see where we go, he suggested. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao responded, like a headless fly about to walk to the side. This way is right. Oh, she blushed and hurriedly turned back around, following him. The bus stop wasn't much farther, and there were very few people, so Mu Xiaoxiao felt a little new, angling her neck as she looked at the stop sign. Have you thought about where to go yet? Louis Chen asked again, looking like he already had some ideas, but he still asked the girls for their opinions first. Mu Xiaoxiao shook his little head. I don't know where to go, you say? I can all listen to you. She had gone to the United States to study since middle school, and although she came back occasionally, she was very unfamiliar with the area. Want to go to the bowling alley for a bit? I happen to know a place, he said. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded without comment. Yes. As it happened, a bus arrived at the station, and Louis Chen gestured for her to get on, probably knowing that she wouldn't have any change, so he helped her pay the fare and swiped the bus card himself. Come on up, he said to her, motioning for her to follow him, then remembered something and asked, have you never been on a bus before? Of course I've sat on it, Mu Xiaoxiao said, up the steps of the car, probed inside the carriage and said glumly, but there are no seats left, let's get down. In fact, she just lied. It's true that she's never been on a bus in China, but she has been on buses in the US, and over there they're all full and then you can't get back on. Louis Chen saw that she was still really going to get off the bus, and laughed in dismay, hurriedly stopping her. Don't get off the bus. The next bus will be the same. There won't be any seats. While the seats were all full, the standing room was still pretty empty. What then? Mu Xiaoxiao was glared at by the driver and hurriedly got into the car. When she walked to his side, the car happened to start. She was so startled that she almost didn't stand still. You hold on here and stand firm, he said, leading her to the rear door of the carriage so she could hold on to the center bar. She was a bit more petite and it would be a bit tough for her to pull the handle above her like he did. Louis Chen had long guessed that she hadn't taken a bus before, so in order to protect her, he stood in front of her and escorted her. Mu Xiaoxiao quietly raised her eyes and looked at his handsome face. The distance between the two of them was a little close, which reminded her of the idol drama she had watched, where the male and female protagonists would have such a pink scene on the bus. Just as Mu Xiaoxiao fled the school, the other side, sophomore class S, the atmosphere in the classroom was very weird. This class was like a thorn in the side for the teacher, finally surviving until the bell rang. The teacher wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly said, class dismissed. Then he dusted himself off and ran out of the classroom. Anyone in the class could feel Lin Xiaojie's low air pressure and his ugly face. No one dared to come over. Chapter 52, Is she important, or am I important? Normally, once class was over, Wu Hao, the follower, would have long gone up to the dog's leg, but now he didn't dare to approach until Lin Xiaojie called out his name, and only then did he tremblingly walk over. Lin Xiaojie grimaced, his bony fingers tapping on the desktop, looking very annoyed, and called Wu Hao over, speaking only after a long time. You, go to Senior S and do something for me. Jia Xiao, what's the errand? Wu Hao responded obediently, standing next to him with his hands and feet almost side by side, waiting for his order. Lin Xiaojie frowned and thought about it, hooked his finger, signaling him to lower his head, then lowered his voice and said, you go to that class and take a look. Is Mu Xiaoxiao in there or not? Let me know if there's anything going on with her, but don't allow her to know of your existence. Do you hear me? Although Wu Hao didn't understand what the significance of Jia Xiao doing this was, he still nodded and said, understood. Hurry up. Lin Xiaojie waved his hand, his just gloomy expression looking like it had relaxed a bit. I'll be right there, Wu Hao doggedly said, pulling his leg and running out of the classroom. However, he didn't get far out of the classroom before he encountered Bai Meijiao, who came up. Bai Meijiao was the prettiest girl in the freshman class and Jia Xiao's current girlfriend. As soon as he saw Bai Meijiao, Wu Hao hurriedly called out pleasingly, sister-in-law, come to look for Xiao Jie. Ha, Jia Xiao is waiting for you. Bai Meijiao smiled beautifully, her face as white as snow as she asked, where are you going? To buy something for him? No, Jia Xiao wants me to go to senior class S and help him find someone. Bai Meijiao had an extra mindful eye and asked in a careless manner, who is it looking for? A man or a woman? Female, called Mu Xiaoxiao. Wu Hao was usually very pleasing to the women around Jia Xiao, so he was asking questions and answering them, and privately had a good relationship with them all. Mu Xiaoxiao. Bai Meijiao narrowed her eyes, remembering the girl who came to Lin Xiaojie yesterday. Could it be her? She asked. What is her relationship with brother Xiaojie? This, I don't know. I just followed Jia Xiao's instructions, Wu Hao said with difficulty. He wouldn't hide it from Bai Mei Jiao if there was any news. Although she didn't know how long she would stay by Jia Xiao's side, giving some favors and pulling some strings was also a means of bribing her, which might come in handy in the future. Bai Mei Jiao remembered the anger she received yesterday, and her heart became hostile to this Mu Xiao Xiao. She suddenly smiled and said to Wu Hao, "I'm a bit thirsty. You go to the kiosk to buy some drinks for me first, as well as Xiao Jia brothers' portion." Seeing Wu Hao's somewhat hesitant appearance, Bai Mei Jiao's good-looking eyes glared and said to him, "Is that Mu Xiao Xiao important, or is mine important? You weigh it yourself." She held her chin up condescendingly. Wu Hao thought that recently Bai Mei Jiao was so favored that she might break the record and become the woman who stayed by Jia Xiao's side for the longest period of time. And recently Jia Xiao didn't get tired of it and didn't have a new target. So he waited up and still thought that Bai Mei Jiao was a bit more important. So he hurriedly said doggedly, "Sister-in-law, that goes without saying. Of course you're the most important. Okay, I'll go buy it right away." Bai Mei Jiao then smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'm here. Brother Xiao Jia won't be angry. You buy the drinks and come back first, then go find that what's her name Mu Xiao Xiao." Chapter 53, He never coaxes women. What she was calculating in her mind was that by the time Wu Hao came back from buying drinks, it would be almost time for class. Wu Hao was again pleasingly smiling. "That's of course. Sister-in-law, your one word is worth 10 words from others. Well, you get on with it, right away." Looking at Wu Hao walking away, indeed going in the direction of the kiosk, only then did Bai Mei Jiao dejectedly retract her line of sight and twisted her small waist towards the sophomore class. Brother Xiao Jia. As soon as she enters the door, she daintily walks over in Yin Xiao Jia's direction. The table next to Yin Xiao Jia was always empty. In fact, it was reserved for when his woman came over. Bai Mei Jia sat down on the chair next to him, her slender hands wrapped around and hugged Yin Xiao Jia's arm, sticking to him like a pampered pet. After a long time, she didn't hear Yin Xiao Jia's voice. She realized that the atmosphere in the classroom was strange, and raised her head to look at Yin Xiao Jia's handsome face, the grim look that scared her. "Brother Xiao Jia, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry?" she asked with a good worried look. Yin Xiao Jia was already quite annoyed, and seeing her come only made him feel even more annoyed. "What brings you here?" he asked coldly, peeling her off his body to keep her from sticking to him like she had no bones. "I missed you." Bai Mei Jiao blinked her eyes and said in a deliberately cute manner. Yin Xiao Jia, however, didn't pay any attention to her, and his whole mind felt like it was hooked on something. Bai Mei Jiao was dissatisfied in her heart, but didn't dare to show it. Her sixth sense told her that Yin Xiao Jia was now thinking about the woman called Mu Xiao. In no time at all, Wu Hao came back from buying drinks, panting and stopping at the door, holding a bottle of drink in each hand, and walked over. "Jia Xiao, drinks," he said, placing the drinks in front of the two. Yin Xiao Jia's face was ironic. His eyes moved from the drink to Wu Hao's face. His voice was like a gnashing of teeth as he asked, "Did I ask you to get a drink?" Wu Hao hurriedly looked at Bai Mei Jiao. Bai Mei Jiao pressed into Yin Xiao Jia's body again, smiling softly. "I asked him to buy it. I'm sorry for you. I'm afraid you're thirsty." The air seemed to freeze for half a second with something cold. Suddenly, Yin Xiao Jia violently pushed Bai Mei Jiao away, his eyes coldly sweeping her, his voice unforgiving as he angrily shouted, "Get lost! Get out of my face! I don't want to see you again." Bai Mei Jiao, shocked and dismayed, looked at him, like how did not expect him to send such a big fire. A moment to come back to God, hurried to please say, "Xiao Jia brother, what do you mean by this? You don't get angry. I know wrong, you don't drive me well." While saying that, she also looked pathetic, her eyes turning tears, as if she would have cried out if his tone was any heavier. With that look on her face, a girl is waiting for a guy to coax her. However, she had miscalculated. Yin Xiao Jia was simply not in the mood right now, much less wanting to coax her. Yin Xiao Jia, never coaxed women, and this woman in front of him would be even less of an exception. "Don't make me say it a second time," he droned coldly, his gaze sweeping to Wu Hao next to him, questioning, "Did you do what I just asked you to do?" No. Wu Hao trembled at the look in his eyes. He reacted faster than Bai Mei Jiao and hurriedly said, "Don't be angry, Jia Xiao. I'll go now, right away." Then one turned and ran out. Chapter 54, Unexplainable Unease. Brother Xiao Jia. Bai Mei Jiao looked at him sadly, her eyes pitiful. "Scram!" Yin Xiao Jia scolded without any mercy at all. His eyes were a bit terrifying at the moment, making the onlookers nearby shrink a few points in fear, not to mention the delicate Bai Mei Jiao. That face immediately became a burst of white and green. "So, what you just said is, you're breaking up with me?" she asked in a daze, as if she had to say something before she was willing to believe it was the truth. Yin Xiao Jia said coldly, "Yes, from today onwards, you are no longer my Yin Xiao Jia's woman." Bai Mei Jiao stumbled and almost fell, but she realized that he no longer even looked at her, as if her death had nothing to do with him. It was hard to accept in her mind. Why? Why could he be so heartless? Although I have already heard before, Jie Xiao is not a dedicated man. When he is dating you, he can treat you very well, but after he breaks up, he will be very cold and heartless. Don't think that he will remember the feelings he once had and care about you. But, she thinks she is different. Yin Xiaojie's words were a bolt from the blue to Bai Meijia, but for the other girls, that's great news, especially the girls in this class. Which one of them is not trying to get close to Jie Xiao, squeezing their heads to be able to enter this class, just thinking that being close to the water is the first thing to get the moon. Now it's great that Jie Xiao is single again, so each of them has a chance. So they went easy on Bai Meijia, yelling for her to get out quickly. Why are you so shameless? Jie Xiao has told you to leave and you're still stalking Jie Xiao with your dead skin. So hurry up and leave and don't be allowed to enter our class in the future. That is to say, can't you see that Jie Xiao dislikes you? Who do you still think you are? Hurry up and get lost. Don't get in Jie Xiao's way here. Bai Meijiao's face turned even whiter. Where had she ever endured such humiliation? From the beginning of entering the Shangda, she looks beautiful, coupled with the coincidence of karma, soon became Jie Xiao's girlfriend, and therefore became the new school flower. Because the Shangda has an unwritten rule, that is, the Jie Xiao's girlfriend, the default for the school flower of the Shangda. She has been enjoying the honor and feels like she is getting it all in one, but how high they were held up before, how hard they are falling now. Bai Meijia was always just a 16-year-old girl, and finally couldn't bear the mean words of these girls and ran out in tears. Yin Xiaojie didn't even look at him, but coldly swept his eyes around the crowd, instantly shutting everyone up. He was disturbed now, indescribably disturbed, and I don't know why. He couldn't help but think, or else he could just go find Mu Xiaoxiao himself, although the person in the wrong was her, but he had a large amount of adults, not to bother with her. Anyway, since childhood, when the two of them were in trouble, he had more than once to let her, and did not care to add this one more time. Thinking this way, when he was about to get up, Wu Hao was already back, hurriedly running over, and before he could catch his breath, he said to him, Jie Xiao, the person you wanted me to look for, she's not in the class. I've asked the classmates in her class, and said that she went out after the first period class, and then she hasn't come back since. Yin Xiaojie's eyes flinched. What did you say? She didn't go back to her class? Then where did she go? Chapter 55. How could you not find it? Yin Xiaojie's eyes flinched. What did you say? She didn't go back to her class? Then where did she go? No wonder he'd been feeling so uneasy. It was true that the bad feeling had come true. Just where the hell is that girl? Her mind couldn't help but recall her little face running out with tears in her eyes, and her heart became even more irritated. Wu Hao replied bitterly, I'm not sure. He couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. What exactly is the relationship between this girl named Mu Xiao and Jie Xiao? It's amazing that she can make Jie Xiao care about her so much. Yin Xiaojie stood up with a dark face and said, Go! Even if we turn over the entire school, we have to find her out. Wu Hao's forehead was sweating coldly, thinking that girl wouldn't have offended Jie Xiao, right? It's also the first time I've seen Jie Xiao lose such a big temper, and his face is ugly like this. The onlookers in the class are all puzzled, curious about what happened. Jie Xiao is looking for who? But no one dares to go up and ask, not to mention that they dare not make any noise. At this moment, Jie Xiao exudes an aura that is unapproachable by anyone. Who dares to touch the scales? Only when Yin Xiaojie left the classroom did everyone look at each other and then lower their voices to discuss. See? Jie Xiao's face is so gloomy. I don't think I've ever seen him this angry. Do you think the person he's looking for has done something to piss him off? By the looks of it, that person is miserable. When Jie Xiao launches his temper, it's terrifying. That is to say, the mention of it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The reason why Wu Hao can become Jie Xiao's follower, in addition to being able to kiss ass, his work efficiency is still very high, and soon went to the janitor's side to inquire about it, and no student has ever left the school in the middle of the day. So, Mu Xiaoxiao is still inside the school? After getting this news, Yin Xiaojie's face seemed to get a little better, so he asked Wu Hao to order down, just as he said, to rummage through the whole campus, but also to find out Mu Xiaoxiao. Although Shanda's campus was very large, with Yin Xiaojie's power, it wasn't difficult to find someone out. It could even be said to be a breeze, but what he didn't expect is that the result he got was that he couldn't find Mu Xiaoxiao. How could you not find it? He glared angrily at Wu Hao. Wu Hao's forehead has been rubbing cold sweat, but did not even dare to wipe. Timidly said, Can look for the place have arrived. Every corner have looked for. Even the teacher's office and the student dormitory have looked for. But, just did not find people. She may not be in the school? Yin Xiaojie sneered. Not in school anymore? Does she still have wings to fly out? The doorman said he hadn't seen Mu Xiaoxiao leave the school, so where else could she have run off to except that she was still in the school? Jie Xiao. I can't figure it out either. Right, or maybe, she had another way to leave the school? a method that didn't allow the doorman to discover her, or didn't leave through the main entrance, so the doorman didn't see her. Wu Hao was inspired and said all the possibilities he could think of. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes. She just came to Shanda. How could she possibly know another way to get out? That being said, this curiosity is the only explanation that can be found. Otherwise, how could Mu Xiaoxiao have disappeared into thin air? Yin Xiaojie was a person who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, so he didn't think that something paranormal had happened. Chapter 56, he took Mu Xiaoxiao. But the fact that Mu Xiaoxiao had inexplicably disappeared like this really made him nervous, just for fear that she would be in a bad mood and do something stupid, or have some kind of accident. Damn it! He couldn't help but blame himself. He should have chased him out at the first opportunity. Why did he stare for a few seconds? It was also the fact that she had suddenly cried that somewhat startled him, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a cheap mistake. Wu Hao was also considered to be Shangda's know-it-all, and he could know a thing or two about the school. So he quickly sorted out what other methods there were to get out of the school without being noticed, if not through the main entrance of the school. Right, Jia Xiao? Doesn't the school have security cameras? Look for it from these places. There might be a clue. Yin Xiaojie forgot about it in his momentary haste, so he nodded and said, just do it. Go check the surveillance video now. Wu Hao looked at him with difficulty and said, but, the surveillance video only the principal has the authority to see it. That's why he's not qualified to check the security camera footage. It can only be done by Jia Xiao himself. Got it. Yin Xiaojie said in a faint voice and walked towards the principal's office. Wu Hao hurriedly followed. In the principal's office, the chair behind the desk was occupied by Yin Xiaojie, and the principal could only stand next to him with a compensating smile, and said to Yin Xiaojie obsequiously, Junior Jia, this is the school's surveillance system. There are a total of 300 surveillance points, so feel free to check it out. 300? It's actually that many? Yin Xiaojie frowned. Wu Hao knew what it meant as soon as he saw his expression, so he stepped forward and said, Jia Xiao, or let me find it. Who knows? Yin Xiaojie said, no need, I'll do it myself. Wu Hao was a bit stunned, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he took another step back and stood back to wait for orders. Yin Xiaojie's good-looking fingers deftly tapped on the keyboard. It was obviously his first time touching this system, but it was as if he was familiar with it, and without asking the principal how to operate it, he was able to skillfully control it himself. Wu Hao looked dumbfounded, although he only had the level of playing games on computers, but from Jia Xiao's operation he was able to see that he simply knew the computer like the back of his hand. He had followed Jia Xiao for so long, but he never knew that Jia Xiao had such a great ability. Quickly, Yin Xiaojie pulled up those locations that Wu Hao had mentioned, and put 6 videos out at the same time. Fast-forwarding through time, it was as if he could stare at several videos without blinking. Wu Hao himself stood back and watched his eyes. Only after 10 minutes of watching, he felt his eyes were so astringent, dry and uncomfortable. However, Yin Xiaojie acted as if he was completely unaffected and fast-forwarded again. Another 10 minutes passed. Wu Hao felt his mind swelling and was about to be unable to stand it, but he didn't dare to be lazy and was still staring at the video. Suddenly, Yin Xiaojie snapped. Found it! Wu Hao was startled. His spirits shook and he hurriedly looked his sight over. Yin Xiaojie zooms in on the video he found and can clearly see that right in front of the entrance to the sports equipment room, Mu Xiaoxiao was brought in by a boy. When Wu Hao saw who the boy was, he was unavoidably stunned for a handful of seconds and exclaimed, Lu Yichen? How could it be him? Yin Xiaojie also saw clearly that it was Lu Yichen, and his face instantly went cold. Bump! There was a loud thud, and a fist slammed into the tabletop. Chapter 57, Someone Important to Her. Wu Hao and the principal standing behind him were startled and looked at Yin Xiaojie in fear. Yin Xiaojie's face at this point was already more than just dark and ugly. It was cold and terrifying. His eyes were dead set on the figures of Mu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yichen on the surveillance video, and the anger in his chest was like a volcano erupting, raging and rolling, almost as if it was going to set the screen on fire. It's a shame he was so worried about her, uneasy and nervous for over an hour, just afraid that something might happen to her. It was good that she was actually with Lu Yichen. Thinking that she ran away crying and turned around to find Lu Yichen, Yin Xiaojie's mood became even worse. It seems that in her mind, that Lu Yichen, whom she just met, is more important than him, her childhood friend. That's good. That's good. Mu Xiaoxiao, you are really good. Yin Xiaojie gritted his teeth and glared at Mu Xiaoxiao in the computer. She was talking to Lu Yichen. There were no tears on her delicate little face. It was all smiles. The atmosphere in the office simply seemed to have dropped to freezing point, and it was frighteningly cold. Wu Hao and the principal both stiffened. Even their breath seemed to be held, because Yin Xiaojie's anger at this moment was too obvious, almost as if it was burning out, and they were both deeply afraid of being innocently implicated, so they didn't dare to move even a little bit. And at that moment, the other side, Mu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yichen arrived at their destination by bus. That bowling alley was a little far from the school and they rode the bus for over an hour. Originally arrived long ago, but Mu Xiaoxiao got off the car and saw a store of interest next to it, so she went in to browse, but she didn't buy anything. She just wandered around and followed Lu Yichen into the bowling room. Lu Yichen looked at her and said, "Why don't you buy it? Didn't you just look at that aroma and like it? Girls like things that smell good. That much is normal." Just watched her pick up those aromatherapy keeps smelling. Looks like especially like the appearance. Originally thought she would buy. Who knows, she then put back. That little face of regret is obvious, but also hurriedly pulled him out of that store. That's why he's so confused. In fact, he usually rarely asked about other people's business, but today was a bit of an exception. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. "It's a favorite, but I can't buy it." "Why can't I buy it?" Lu Yichen couldn't help but pursue the question. Again doing behavior he normally wouldn't do. Mu Xiaoxiao thought of someone. Her smile faded. Her tone became a little low, and she said, "Because the people I live with don't like this kind of thing." Lu Yichen didn't notice the change in her expression and said with a smile, "You're really good at thinking about people. The person you live with must be someone very important to you, right?" Mu Xiaoxiao was angry and sad thinking about that guy Yin Xiaojie, but she didn't deny Lu Yichen's words, because indeed, despite the fact that Yin Xiaojie said things that made her sad and was usually a cocky narcissist and overbearing and rogue, he did mean a lot to her and was someone important to her. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head, not wanting to think about that bastard Yin Xiaojie, lest she spoil her newly improved mood again. Luckily, the two walked to the bowling room at that point. Mu Xiaoxiao gathered her mood and playfully smiled at Lu Yichen and said, "Are you good at playing this? Let's have a match later." At this time, she doesn't know that Yin Xiaojie has turned over the entire school in order to find her. Not to mention, the storm that is happening around him. Chapter 58, You're the first girl he's ever brought in. Lu Yichen nodded. "Yeah, you know how to play?" It's not surprising that some of them are surprised, after all. It's mostly guys who like to bowl. Very few girls will like it, and even fewer will play it. Mu Xiaoxiao curled the corners of her mouth and said with a smug look, "Of course I will. I'm the queen of bowling." Mainly because bowling is very popular in the United States. She went to study over there in junior high school, and also stayed for 3 or 4 years. Naturally, she went there with her classmates quite a number of times, coupled with the fact that she is not a defeatist personality, so she learned to play this. Lu Yichen was amused by her cute appearance. He mentally laughed, suddenly realizing that he had laughed so many times today that he hadn't in the past. Lu Yichen familiarly led her to pick a good spot, then asked her, "What would you like to drink? There's food to order here as well." Mu Xiaoxiao sat on the chair next to her and was about to take a break when the cell phone she had placed in her pocket fell out. She bent down to pick it up and suddenly thought of Yin Xiaojie. I wonder if that guy has been looking for her and might call her if he can't find her in class. She pressed the button, but the screen didn't light up, and she let out an eep and pressed it again, and it still didn't light up. Before collapsing her little face, the cell phone actually died. She thought back. She was so concerned about grabbing the sovereignty of the bedroom with Yin Xiaojie last night that she forgot to charge her cell phone, and she didn't remember about it when she woke up in the morning. "What's wrong?" Lu Yichen asked as he watched her behavior. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and said glumly, "The cell phone is out of battery." Lu Yichen glanced at her cell phone and said, "Do you want to charge it? I'll go borrow a charger over for you. Can it?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him happily. After all, the cell phone is a tool that modern people can't live without anymore. If there is no electricity all the time, there is also the worry that at this time, someone will have something urgent to look for her, such as that guy Yin Xiaojie looking for her to apologize or something like that. So there is no electricity is still very troublesome. Aha! Lu Yichen nodded and walked in the direction of the front desk. Within a few moments, he returned with a charger for an Apple phone and an additional man next to him. The man seemed to know him well and was talking to him. Walking up to Mu Xiaoxiao, the man saw her like he was surprised, patting Lu Yichen's shoulder, ambiguously saying, "Good boy. You actually brought a girlfriend?" Lu Yichen said stoically, "No, it's a friend, don't talk nonsense." The man, however, did not believe the look, turned to Mu Xiaoxiao flirtatiously said, "I still see for the first time to Chen with girls together your relationship is not as simple as ordinary friends, right?" Mu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Did Lu Yichen not bring his girlfriend here? She smiled and said, "I'm his schoolmate, just a friend really." Lu Yichen introduced, "This is Brother Hui, the boss here, and this is Mu Xiaoxiao, my schoolmate." Mu Xiaoxiao knew how to be polite and greeted with a sweet smile. "Hello Brother Hui." Brother Hui looked a bit regretful, but still greeted Mu Xiao enthusiastically, then said, "This kid has been working for me for so long, and you're still the first girl he's brought here, so don't you mind haha, seeing as he's my employee, I'll give you a 50% discount." "Thank you Brother Hui." Mu Xiaoxiao thanked. She was a little surprised in her heart. So Lu Yichen was working here? No wonder he's so familiar with everything here. Chapter 59, Her Little Cunning. However, what surprised her was that now that he was in his senior year of high school, he actually had to work outside, which indirectly showed that his family's situation, as Yuja said, was not very good anymore. But thinking about the fact that he had to work part-time as a student and yet he still managed to get top grades and keep them, that's really something. FAI was also very understanding and didn't bother them much, saying hello and then leaving. Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao look at Lu Yichen and asked, "You usually still work here? It's so far from the school." Lu Yichen responded, "I only come over on weekends. It's not very far from my house, and the pay is relatively high." But he didn't really want to keep talking about it, and quickly changed the subject, leading her to the machine, carrying a ball out and handing it to her. "You try your hand at it first." Mu Xiaoxiao is still very understanding, and will not forcefully pursue the question. If he does not want to say more, then she will not ask. She took the ball with a sweet smile and said, "Didn't we say we were going to have a match? How is it a match?" She wondered if the rules of the game she played in America would be the same as at home. When she was done, she slowly walked over to the front of the track with the ball in her hands and threw it, testing the feel of it. A crisp thud knocked over 3 bottles. Lu Yichen looked at her standard posture. There was appreciation in his eyes. It seemed that she wasn't exaggerating. She really knew how to play, and she played well. It was only 3 bottles poured, but after all, it was the first ball and it was not easy to grasp. He said, "I'm all for it. How do you want to play it?" She smiled brightly, her dark grape-like eyes full of confidence as she looked at him and said, "How about this? Then, we'll play with 10 balls and we'll see who scores more points? Of course, if you're going to play a game, then of course you have to have stakes." Lu Yichen laughed softly, looking at the way she smiled with a playful and little cunning smile, nodded his head cooperatively and said, "Yes, what do you want to bet?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her fingers and thought for a moment. "It's better like this. The winner can make a request, but only if it's not too much to do." "Yes," he agreed. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a cunning light and said, "Then I'll start first, and each person will take turns one at a time." Lu Yichen certainly wouldn't have a problem with it, and although he could see that she looked like she had gotten away with her little scheme, he didn't really care about that either. Mu Xiaoxiao had just tried twice, and now it was the 3rd time she had dropped the ball, so her hand naturally came to her, and this time she even dropped 8 points, so happy that she jumped up. It was Lu Yichen's turn. He didn't get a chance to try his hand, so the first ball was a pour too. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed merrily, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, throw a few more balls and you'll be able to find your touch." By the time he found his touch, though, she was well ahead of him by many points. That's what she's playing like. Bowling this kind of thing is a test of touch. Very few people can throw a high score the first time. To find the feeling, the back can slowly throw accurate. She tried twice on her own without giving him a chance to try his hand, so of course her chances of winning were better. Hey, it's called soldiering. Chapter 60. Are you a human being or not? So if he loses, he can't blame her. Oh, it just means she's smarter than him. On the second ball, Mu's little score was also good. 7 points. It was his turn. Walking over with the ball in his hands, eyes fixed ahead, the ball came out and after a thud, he actually knocked over all the balls this time. Very much so. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly stunned eyes. What is this situation? What kind of person goes all the way down the second time? It's not scientific. She laughed sardonically. Luck. Lu Yichen smiled, a faint trace of amusement under his eyes, and didn't explain anything, just echoing her words. Well, good luck. On the third goal, Nui Little had an off day and only managed 2 points. Lu Yichen glanced at her, the corners of his mouth still hanging with a smile, holding the ball and walking over, with a beautiful posture of a throw. Another 10 points. Mu Xiaoxiao's jaw dropped in shock. You, 1 time, it's just luck. 2 times in a row, then it can't be called luck. It can only mean strength. Lu Yichen curved the corner of his mouth. It just feels good in your hand. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. The feel is too good too. It wasn't all that hard to hit. She'd had a few streaks herself, but it was only when she'd played later and had a good hand that she'd been able to go all down a few times in a row. Instead of what he did, it was only the first 3 balls. His hands weren't even warm, and he actually went 2 full down. Can we still have fun? It was her turn to throw the ball again, because she was irritated by him, so Mu Xiaoxiao was extra serious this time, thinking that she must throw it all down once, or else she would lose to him in terms of momentum. However, the world is not what you want it to be. Losing a 9 this time, just 1 bottle short. Mu Xiaoxiao flung down her arm with a strangled look. So close. Simply sorry to be spitting blood. Lu Yichen encouraged her. Next time it will be all down. Go for it. It was his turn, and he threw it more casually this time, but the result was the same. Another 10. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at him with a gaze that looked at an alien and said in a depressed manner, "Are you a human being or not? How can you be so accurate?" Louis Chen explained with a warm smile on his face. When I work here, I'm sometimes asked to play with guests, so I've practiced my hand. Plus it's his home turf, so naturally it's different. In fact, he just shot that ball very casually, just to let her. But I did not expect that today's hand is unusually good. Casually throw can be all down, which can only be said to be the fate of the arrangement. He cannot do anything about it. Before the competition was over, Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she had already lost. Louis Chen paid attention to her expression and said thoughtfully, otherwise forget about the bet. We're just here to pass the time. Just play casually. How can that be? Mu Xiaoxiao, a face of seriousness, looked askance at him and said, since the bet, then of course we have to be willing to gamble. Don't worry, Mu Xiaoxiao is not a person who can't afford to lose. And you don't want to think of letting me, or I'll be angry. Aha, he answered in a faint voice, but his gaze was on her steely eyes, a glowing expression that made it impossible to take his eyes off of her. Not surprisingly, the result was that Mu Xiaoxiao lost. Originally, Louis Chen wanted to make a random request, but she glared at her, stating that the request couldn't be made right now, and that it should only be made after careful thought, as a sign of respect for her as the loser. Louis Chen laughed hopelessly. I have not seen people lose so seriously. Chapter 61, You've got to hold on to her. Louis Chen laughed hopelessly. I have not seen people lose so seriously. In the end, of course, I had to go along with her. After the two of them played for more than an hour, Mu Xiaoxiao became a little tired and sat next to him to watch him play. Her eyes rolled and she ran over to the counter to find Fai, putting up her own impeccably sweet smile and saying, Fai, there's something I'd like to ask you for. Fai laughed. What is it? Say it. Mu Xiaoxiao then came up to him and discussed with him in a small voice that only two people could hear. After a while, she returned to Louis Chen's side. Louis Chen looked at her and said, tired? Still playing? Mu Xiaoxiao handed him the green tea in her hand and shook her head. No more. I want to play something else. Want to play something? He asked, with the complete look of being with her to the end. Mu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and spat out two words. Part-time job. Louis Chen was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. As it turns out, she had just gone to Fai and was offering to let them earn money for playing ball by soliciting customers, because she knew that Louis Chen's character would definitely grab the money. But she asked before realizing that the consumption here was so expensive. It cost $200 for an hour, and $100 for a 50% discount. The $100 didn't even count as change to her, but his family wasn't that well off, so $100 wouldn't be a small amount to him, would it? She didn't want to break his bank, and was afraid that grabbing the money would hurt his pride, so she finally came up with this best of both worlds. Mu Xiaoxiao was afraid that he would be suspicious, but also acted very excited, as if working part-time was fun. It's only 10 guests to recruit. That's as easy as it gets for me. She patted her chest with a confident expression. After getting the flyer from Fai's hand, she bounced out the door. Louis Chen was about to follow him over, when we grabbed him by the shoulders and said to him, this girl is good. How cute she looks. Her character is lively and cheerful, and she's understanding and considerate. It's a rare good girl. It's a good match for you, so you need to grasp it well. After speaking at length, Fai left. Louis Chen's deep gaze watched Mu Xiaoxiao outside the door. She was smiling and very enthusiastically soliciting customers as if that was really a fun thing to do. After Mu Xiaoxiao separated from Louis Chen, she went back to school by herself. She didn't come back for Yin Xiaojie, but because her bag was still in the classroom, so she had to come back to get it. When I returned to the school had already ended long ago, and there were only a few scattered students on campus. Luckily, the classroom door was still open, so she grabbed her bag without incident, and came out with it on her back. Standing at the school's entrance and looking around, will that guy Yin Xiaojie be hiding in the corner waiting for her again like last time? Thinking about the situation he showed up in yesterday, all the anger in his heart was almost gone. Well, if he had waited specifically to pick her up again, then she would be generous and forgive him. But she stood at the door and waited for 10 minutes. The sky gradually darkened, but did not see Yin Xiaojie's figure appear, not to mention his very conspicuous sports car. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression slowly sank, and glanced at the road to the left and right. It was empty, not even a shadow of a car. She finally couldn't help but yell, Yin Xiaojie, you quickly come out. He must be hiding somewhere, watching her in a hurry, isn't he? Chapter 62, Has growing up changed you? But after another minute, still no one showed up. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately a little sad, thinking Yin Xiaojie that bastard cannot be already gone. Not even think of picking her up home, right? Just then, the new janitor she met in the morning came over and said to her, this student, are you waiting for Jie Xiao? He's already left before school is over. At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao's expression instantly blackened in half. Stinky Yin Xiaojie, I can't believe he actually went home first on his own without waiting for her. It's obvious that he's the one who made her sad by saying excessive things to her. But he doesn't have any remorse at all? He didn't even try to coax her or apologize to her? Mu Xiaoxiao was really sad this time. In the past, Yin Xiaojia wouldn't even treat her like this. If she was upset, she would definitely try to coax her to be happy. She had despondency and sadness in her heart. Did everything change when she grew up? Thinking that she had just been expecting him to wait to pick her up, Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she was really stupid. Stupid. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So Mu Xiaoxiao decided, she's not going to go home. She's going to run away from home. Yeah, why should he go home when it's his fault and he hasn't even apologized to him? But where could she go if not home? If he went to live at Yin's house, Yin Xiaojia would only be relieved if he knew about it, and it wouldn't do any good at all. No way. Since she was going to run away from home, of course it was only fair that he didn't know her whereabouts and let him worry about her. After thinking for a while, Mu Xiaoxiao rummaged through the contents of her bag and counted that she had a total of more than 3,000 in cash, which were scavenged from Yin Xiaojia's wallet in the morning. With so much money in her hand, is she still afraid of having nowhere to go? The witty eyes rolled, and finally Mu Xiaoxiao decided that she was going to stay in a hotel, and it's going to be the best hotel. After thanking the doorman, she stopped a cab. Driver, I'm going to a hotel. The most expensive one. The driver froze at her words, looked back at her in surprise, and asked as if to confirm, classmate, are you sure you want to go to the most expensive one? Mu Xiaoxiao looked like a tycoon and said arrogantly, of course, you drive quickly. Okay. The driver didn't have a problem with it. He just had to deliver wherever the passenger was going anyway. Half an hour later, the cab stopped in front of an opulent hotel building in the most expensive part of the city center. Mu Xiaoxiao acted generously and gave $100 saying, no need to look for it. The driver smiled. Thanks. As expected of a 6-star hotel, the taxi pulled up in front of the hotel, and there was a receptionist who opened the door for her and said with a friendly smile, welcome, may I ask if you're checking in? Yes. Mu Xiaoxiao was originally a $1,000 lady, so her temperament was something that didn't need to be faked. Her posture was noble and generous. She was welcomed to the front desk. The lady at the front desk put on a professional smile and asked affably, hello miss, what type of room would you like to stay in? Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said to her, I want the best presidential suite. The receptionist froze, as if suspecting she had heard wrong, and hurriedly asked, miss, are you sure? The price of our hotel's presidential suite for one night. Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't care how much the price is. Anyway, it's not her money that she spends, and she just specially picks the most expensive room to live in. Chapter 63. She drew the black card attached to it out of her purse and placed it on the marble counter, smiling and telling her, yes, I'm sure. I'll take the presidential suite. The best, most expensive one. The receptionist had originally looked at her as a student and thought she was naive and unintelligent, but as soon as she looked at the black card, she hurriedly resumed her professional smile, respectfully accepted the card, and politely bent down and said, please wait a moment, and I'll handle it for you right away. It didn't take a minute for Mu Xiaoxiao to get her room card and get on the hotel elevator. The elevator went up to the top floor, where there were only 3 presidential suites, and she stayed in the middle one, which also had the best view, and there were men to send her up, to open the door for her, and to be at her disposal. Mu Xiaoxiao tipped the man and let him go. The presidential suite was gorgeous. The living room alone was huge, and Mu Xiaoxiao screamed with joy and threw herself onto the couch. It's so cozy. Even the couch was comfy as hell, and she gradually drifted off to sleep as she lay on it. So much has happened this whole day today. After another misunderstanding, another fight, another skipping class, another hour or so on the bus, another 2 hours of bowling, and finally a part-time job to offset the cost of what felt like a hectic day. She was already tired. As soon as she relaxed now, she felt her bones fall apart. Get some rest first. We'll talk about what's going on. The night, deepening. When Yin Xiaojia returned to his apartment, it was already 11 o'clock. Originally he hadn't really wanted to come back. He was in a very bad mood. He just went to Choyang Mountain to play drag racing with someone. Usually he would play cars until very late. The earliest would be 12 o'clock before going home. But today, his heart was like being blocked by something, and in the end, he was so annoyed that he didn't play anymore, and came straight back. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was still hung up on that stupid girl Mu Xiaoxiao, worrying about where she went with Louis Chen today, and whether she would be bewitched by Louis Chen. When he entered the door and realized that the house was dark, Yin Xiaojia instantly frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. That girl isn't back yet, is she? With this thought rising violently in his heart, he hurriedly turned on the light and shouted into the air, Mu Xiaoxiao. When no one responded, Yin Xiaojia's face darkened and he searched room by room. Sure enough, she didn't come back. It's 11 o'clock and she's not even back yet. Is this girl trying to piss him off to be satisfied? Thinking that she hadn't come back so late, It couldn't be that she was going to spend the night outside with Louis Chen, could it? Yin Xiaojie slammed the wall hard and cursed lowly. Damn it! Mu Xiao, you idiot, you've only known him for how long? And you've been abducted like this. You don't even return home. He was so angry that he was going crazy. If Mu Xiao was in front of him at this moment, he would have taught her a good lesson and spanked her. But right now it was imperative to find her first, just in case it's too late. She's already been eaten. Thinking about this, Yin Xiaojie's face turned iron blue and he felt remorse in his heart. He should have come back earlier. It's now 11 o'clock. Maybe that stupid girl has already been eaten up. It was no longer time to gamble, and he hurriedly dialed her cell phone again. Her cell phone had been off when I'd looked for her in the morning, but now, it was on the line, which at least meant she was on. Chapter 64, Find You and You're Dead. His eyes narrowed as a possibility occurred to him. The girl hadn't blackballed him, had she? So, using his home landline, he tried dialing her cell phone number once. For once, it wasn't a call in progress. Sure enough, he was blackballed by her. Yin Xiaojie was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, vowing that when he found her later, he would have to give her a hard spanking. Hello. The phone went through, and Mu Xiao's voice came through, slurring as if she had something stuffed in her mouth. Yin Xiaojie frowned. She shouldn't be eating, right? Where are you? He asked. Mu Xiao's side froze, apparently hearing his voice, and paused for a moment before she hummed and said, I won't tell you. If you have the ability, you'll find me. You are too much today. Before you apologize, I don't want to talk to you. Bye. With that, he snapped and hung up. Yin Xiaojie stared at the microphone for a moment, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil smile, murmuring, Think I can't find you? Wait and see. But listening to her tone, it wasn't like what he had just guessed. So she wasn't with Louis Chen right now? That doubt will be cleared up when we find her. Yin Xiaojie went into his study, turned on his computer, and found another cell phone, dialing Mu Xiao's side of the cell phone. Hello? Mu Xiao's side picked up the phone. Yin Xiaojie purposely waited for a moment, taking advantage of the gap, his long, good-looking fingers leaping on the keyboard. Before speaking, how am I supposed to know where you are if you don't give me a hint? Here again him, Mu Xiao smiled cheerfully, said, Tip well, I want to think, I am in a very luxurious place. Here is very comfortable. I am now very enjoyable. You guess where it is? Okay, Yin Xiaojie said suddenly. Ha? Mu Xiao was puzzled. I'll find you. Wait. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes dangerously as he looked at the results he got on the screen. He already knew where she was. Before Mu Xiao could say anything else, he hung up. Mu Xiao was flabbergasted, staring at her phone for a moment, wondering if she had missed something, or had she just accidentally left out where she was? Looking back, no. She grunted inwardly and tossed her cell phone aside to continue eating her fruit. Don't believe he'll actually find her. 20 minutes later, lying on the sofa, Mu Xiao yawned, stretched her legs, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling glass side, enjoying the beautiful night view. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Mu Xiao was puzzled. Hadn't everything she just ordered been delivered? Is there something missing? Without thinking, she walked over and opened the door. Mu Xiao. A long and handsome figure barged in before she could react and hugged her. Seeing the face of the visitor clearly, Mu Xiao was shocked. Yin Xiaojie? How? Did you know I was here? She couldn't believe that he had actually found her. Yin Xiaojie looked around the entire suite and confirmed that there was no Louis Chen's figure. When he found out that she was at the hotel, he was worried that she was not with Louis Chen, so he was racing all the way over, and what was supposed to be half an hour's journey made him arrive in 20 minutes. Come home with me. He grabbed her wrist and was about to pull her away. Chapter 65, You're my wife. Mu Xiao wrinkled her little face and fought to twist away from his hand. I don't want to go back. The strength of the boy and girl was too great a disparity for her to break free, and with a quick eye roll, she stomped on him as hard as she could, and took the opportunity to push him out when he let go in pain. With a pop, the door panel flung shut in front of Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie walks over and taps on the door, shouting, Xiao, open the door. It's so late. Come home with me. Mu Xiao pressed her back against the door panel and said gamely, I'm not going back. She'd said she wasn't going to talk to him until he apologized to her, and she certainly wasn't going to go with him. Outside the door, Yin Xiaojie furrowed his brows and was thinking about how to get in when a man in formal attire came up to him on his face and called out to him obsequiously, Young Master Jie, what brings you here? This man is the manager of the hotel. I forgot to mention that this 6-star hotel is also under Yin's umbrella, so as soon as the manager learns that Yin Xiaojie is here, then of course he rushes over. Yin Xiaojie held out his hand and looked askance at him. Room card. The manager was a bit embarrassed. After all, this is out of order. So he said, this is not too good. Jie young master, the guest inside is your who? Yin Xiaojie thought for a moment and said, just ask the front desk to check. She used my card. Also, I want to know if she came to check in by herself or with someone else. I want to know right away. Okay, I'll call someone to check right away. The manager hurriedly answered, and then called the front desk. After confirming the answer, he had the room card brought up. The manager said to Yin Xiaojie, young Master Jie, the receptionist said that this young lady came to register by herself. Aha! Yin Xiaojie is really relieved now. It seems that he should have misunderstood Mu Xiaoxiao. Remembering what happened in the morning, and his own words that were heavy, he did have something wrong, so he is already thinking about how to coax her. It didn't take long to wait before someone brought up the room cards. Yin Xiaojie waved his hand and said, it's fine, you all go down. Alright, young Master Jie, you can order again if there's anything. The manager then left with the waiter. Inside the door, Mu Xiaoxiao found no sound outside, because the soundproofing in here was so good. The talking outside couldn't be heard unless it was shouted at a deliberately high volume. Mu Xiaoxiao thought to herself, Yin Xiaojie, that guy wouldn't have left, would he? While he was depressed, he heard a drop, the sound of the room card being sensed. Then the door was pushed open. Mu Tiny was pushed back against the carpet just against the door panel. Yin Xiaojie walked in and saw her in this state and couldn't help but say in amusement, what are you doing lying on the carpet? Though his tone was flirtatious, he walked over and reached out to pull her up. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her small mouth and glared at him, questioning, how did you get the room card? This hotel is also too unreliable. It actually gave her room card to someone else without authorization. Yin Xiaojie smiled evilly and said deliberately, because I told the manager that you're my wife. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted, shook off his hand, walked over to the sofa herself and sat down, hugging a pillow in front of her chest, and said angrily, who's your wife? Let me tell you, I'm very angry this time. If you don't apologize, I will never forgive you. He's gone too far this time. Not only did he misunderstand her like that and say things that broke her heart, but he also left her behind and went off on his own without waiting to pick her up and take her home. So you could see that he wasn't apologizing at all. Yin Xiaojie closed the door to his room and walked over to sit beside her, his long arms reaching out to wrap her into his arms. Hey, what do you want? Hands braced on his chest, trying to separate the two. He suddenly hooked his lips in a smile and caught her off guard, pressing her backward onto the couch, his good-looking handsome face pressed down. She had nowhere to run. Aha, haven't you heard the saying? It's called Bedlam. Don't you want me to apologize? Then I have to show sincerity, right? As he spoke, that wickedly handsome face pressed down a little bit more, shortening the already short distance, this time even closer. Mu Xiaoxiao's whole body was taut, not daring to move. She glared at him, just apologize. Why are you so close? Get up, let me up. Although as children, the two were quite used to playfully cuddling together. It feels different now that they're older. I'm sorry. Yin Xiaojie smiled wickedly, and purposely wrapped his arms a little tighter, saying, I find this very comfortable. Mu Xiao said, you're comfortable. I'm not. What kind of sincerity is this? Get up quickly. Can't you talk properly? Speak properly. You said oh? Yin Xiaojie achieves his goal, and only then does he let go of her. Just now he was so rogue. Suddenly he compromised. Mu Xiaoxiao inexplicably had the feeling that she had been duped. She sat against the corner of the couch, hugging a pillow as a defense. Yin Xiaojie, with his legs crossed just like her, sat face to face with her, scooting a little closer before saying, tell me, how can I apologize before you're willing to forgive me? It was just like coaxing her when she was a child, and it was the same way of sitting down and making a deal, and he realized what she wanted, and it was considered a reconciliation. Thinking about the grievances she suffered today, Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and stared at him resentfully. Do you know that you went too far today? You actually said that to me. Did I become that kind of girl in your heart? Yin Xiaojie remembered what happened today, and his heart wasn't very pleasant. After all, it was the first time he saw her sad with tears like that, and the culprit was still himself. He scratched his head in annoyance and said, I'm sorry lol, I don't know what's wrong with me today. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard him say sorry, her mood became much better and she was no longer so angry with him, and her expression became relaxed. Chapter 67, I'm very dedicated, but she still had to explain herself. I just treat Lu Yichen as a friend. I know that he has a girlfriend, and no matter how much I admire him, I won't destroy his relationship with his girlfriend. Yin Xiaojie observed her expression and knew that she wasn't lying, especially when she mentioned Lu Yichen, and there wasn't that feeling of a girl's adoration for a boy. It was just plain, just like mentioning a friend. The stone weighing down his heart felt like it had disappeared, and his whole being relaxed, but he still asked with some mindfulness, so what's up with you today? You skipped class with him, didn't you? You stayed together all afternoon, didn't you? Where did you go and what did you do? Mu Xiaoxiao froze, looked at him in surprise and asked, how did you know I skipped class with him? Yin Xiaojie laughed, reached out and scratched her nose, saying smugly, "If you want people to know, unless you don't do it, Shangda is my territory. Nothing can be hidden from me." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him incredulously, her little mouth wide open, obviously convinced. The fly flew in, Yin Xiaojie said suddenly. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth, her eyes a little alarmed, but quickly realized that she had been deceived. She was so angry that she took the pillow in her hand and slammed him. "You lied to me, bastard!" Yin Xiaojie grabbed the pillow and even snatched it over, his expression pretending to be serious as he forced the question. "Okay, no changing the topic. Quickly say, where did you go with him? What did you do? Did you do anything wrong to me? Sorry for what you did?" Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and quickly realized what he meant, so angry that she wanted to hit him again, but there was no more cushion beside her, so she couldn't pick up the ashtray on the table, could she? "I'm just not happy. He accompanied me out to take a break only. What are you thinking about? What sorry you think I and him even if really happen what? Also has nothing to do with you Humph." When he finished, he reached out and snatched the pillow back again. Yin Xiaojie wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at her askance. "My dear, have you forgotten again? We are officially engaged. You are now my fiancé. If you really have something with him, that's still not called apologizing to me? What's that called? Stupid. No calling me stupid." Mu Xiaoxiao jacked up the pillow and slammed it again. Yin Xiaojie ducked back and missed, then snatched the pillow again, this time throwing it behind her before she could snatch it back. Mu Xiaoxiao had nothing left to attack and huffed. "You still have the nerve to talk about me. What about yourself? Don't you have a bunch of girlfriends? Don't you call this sorry for me?" He frowned. "What bunch of girlfriends? Where do I have a bunch of girlfriends? Still saying no?" Mu Xiaoxiao accused, pointing at his nose. "There are quite a few in Shangda alone, as well as the schoolgirls from other schools. Which one isn't your girlfriend? Let me tell you, I'm a rich man's. Don't try to fool me." Yin Xiaojie said with amusement. "You say those that are the past. You do not listen to the school people nonsense. I am not so philandering, even if I have handed over quite a lot of girlfriends, but I am one time to hand over one only. Only to hand over new girlfriends. I'm very dedicated, okay? This is still called specialization?" Mu Xiaoxiao scoffed at this. Chapter 68, "You're the only one I've got right now." However, hearing him admit to having had so many girlfriends made her feel a little bad. Yin Xiaojie cried and laughed, probably also felt that he was a little bit of a disadvantage. She did not have a boyfriend, but he had so many girlfriends, so the comparison is indeed a little bit unfair, even if he and those girls are just purely dating, and have not even kissed their mouths. So he changed the subject. "Well, let's not talk about that. Anyway, my current girlfriend and I have broken up. You're all I have now. Is that okay? Break up?" Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. "Not right Yesterday, when I went to find you, you are not still embracing your girlfriend? How to break up today?" Yin Xiaojie smiled and looked at her askance, deliberately saying, "It's still not for you." Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and asked in confusion. "For me? What does it have to do with me?" Yin Xiaojie didn't really want to talk about this. For by Meijia, he didn't like it much. It was only because the other party was the prettiest girl in the freshman class of the senior high school that he casually chased after her, and because Bai Meijia was very well behaved and obedient, he dated her for a few more days. It's a breakup anyway. Yin Xiaojie suddenly notices something. "No, why are you changing the subject again? Come on, don't beat around the bush. Where did you and that guy go today? What did you do? Didn't I just say that? He's just accompanying me for a walk." Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a blank look, not understanding what he was obsessing about. Yin Xiaojie hummed. "What I want is the process, the detailed process. Please tell me the exact location, where you went, and what you did. Tell me everything. No omissions, is that clear?" Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it and leaned to the side, leaning against the back of the sofa, breathlessly saying to the sky, "Help, what do you want me to say? It's not like I knew that was there." He narrowed his eyes and stared at her questioningly. "You don't know where that is? Then you still followed him. Aren't you afraid that he'll sell you?" "Mu Xiaoxiao, are you stupid?" "No calling me stupid." Mu Xiao ran out of pillows to attack, so she hit him with her arm. Yin Xiaojie smiled evilly and smoothly tugged on her outstretched hand before pulling it over to his side and clasping her in his arms. "Mu-chan, little fool, little fool, little fool," he deliberately chanted, and while doing so, he also rubbed and messed up her hair. Asterisk 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 off. "You still say that? You still say that?" Mu Xiaoxiao yelled at him, and her two small, slender hands flailed in front of him, wanting to hit him. Yin Xiaojie made a bad move. His big hands clasped her hands so that she couldn't move. Hey, you lost." He laughed triumphantly, childishly like a little boy who had gotten away with a trick. Mu Tiny tangled with him for a while. She had a bitter little face. "You asshole, and don't let me." The two were still evenly matched when they played as children, but now that he was so tall and she was so petite, there was a complete difference in the world. So how could she possibly win over him? There was limited space on the couch, and the two were playing around so much they didn't know what to do, neither realizing how close the two had become. The two were still arguing, so how could they care to pay attention to anything else? Until Lin Xiaojie felt it. His eyes flinched away in panic, and his movements unnaturally released her. He tried to say something. This time, he didn't insist on pursuing the question he just asked. Instead, it was Mu Xiaoxiao herself who said, "He and I just went to a bowling alley to play. That place is quite far from the school. It's more than an hour just by bus." Aha! Lin Xiaojie responded perfunctorily, obviously not even focusing on the topic. Mu Xiaoxiao sat down next to her. Having just made a scene for a while, making her body sweat, she couldn't help but stare at him and complained. "It's all your fault. What's with the scene? Causing me to sweat. I need to take a bath again." Lin Xiaojie adjusted himself before sitting down next to her, bumping his arm against her and asking, "Do you remember? What was your favorite thing when you were little?" "What?" Mu Xiao sat side by side with him, leaning back on the couch, and turned her head to look at him. The two just gazed at each other. Lin Xiaojie suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "You don't remember any of your own favorite things, so I'll give you 3 chances. Is there any benefit for guessing?" Mu Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. "Aha, you guessed it." He purposely sold out before pulling out his cell phone, placing it at his side to hide it from her, then writing a text message and sending it to whoever it was. "When you were a kid? How young?" she asked. "It's what you grew up loving and must still love." And he didn't mince words in giving her a hint. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes like black grapes blinked and guessed. "Ice cream?" Lin Xiaojie laughed and pinched her cheek. "Just thinking about eating. Aren't you afraid of turning into a little fat girl? Not food?" Mu Xiaoxiao noticed this. "Well, not food." Mu Xiaoxiao pointed her finger at her lips, clueless, and said glumly, "I like a lot of things. How can I guess this? I'm not going to guess. You tell me directly. Hurry up." She played up, tugging and pulling at his shirt. At that moment, Lin Xiaojie's cell phone rang, and he answered it, tilting his head to the side so she wouldn't hear it. Feeling catatonic, Mu Xiaoxiao pounced on him, picking at his shoulders to get up and eavesdrop. "Well, right now. Start." But the conversation was over in only 10 seconds or so, and she couldn't overhear much at all. "Start what? Mu Xiaoxiao asked, staring at him with curiosity and anticipation, always feeling as if he was going to surprise her. Lin Xiaojie's thin lips curved up in a handsome and charming smile and said, "Didn't you dislike my apology for not being sincere enough? This time, I'll prepare an apology gift for you, so if you like it, you can forgive me, okay? Then, have to see what kind of gift it is, and then say it." Mu Xiaoxiao pretense, but in fact, the heart has already turned over with joy. Since childhood, Lin Xiaojie to her preparation of gifts, she has not disliked, because he remembers what she likes. Chapter 70, Come Here. He took her hand and pulled her up from the couch, leading her over to the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Mu Xiaoxiao lying on the transparent glass, staring at the night scene outside. Because of the proximity of the river, so has the city's best view of the river view, both sides of the colorful lights bright, so that people as if overlooking the city in general. "Look here." Lin Xiaojie pointed down to the top, then leaned sideways on top of the glass, his black and deep ink-like gaze watching her expression. "Where?" Mu Xiaoxiao stared confusedly at the location he had just pointed to. "Nothing. Just a piece of glass. Through the glass to see the outside, but also just the night scene." And, before she could finish her thought, she saw a silver light flying straight into the dark night sky, and the next second, with a bang, a cloud of fireworks exploded, like a brilliant firework dyed on a black cloth. "Wow, it's fireworks. It's fireworks, yeah," she shouted repeatedly in surprise, and tugged on his sleeve excitedly. Lin Xiaojie's long stance leaned against the glass, skimming his eyes at the fireworks, his sexy thin lips lifting in an arc of a smile. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't care less about talking to him. The fireworks flew up one after another and exploded, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of them. In a matter of minutes, the fireworks exploded by the hundreds and then slowly faded away. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't get enough of it, but she also calmed down and turned her head to look at him and asked, "Is this your surprise for me?" Lin Xiaojie nodded, a charming smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Well, do you like it?" Mu Xiaoxiao smiled happily. "Like it? Well, counting on your sincerity, I'll forgive you then." He reached out and hooked his arm around her shoulders, leading her away from the landing. "Now then, can you come home with me? Who knows?" As soon as she heard these words, Mu Xiaoxiao drilled away from his arm and ran over to the sofa side to sit cross-legged, smilingly saying to him, "No way, I'm going to sleep here tonight. I've already paid for it, so it would be a waste if I don't sleep here. Besides, there's a nice breakfast in the morning. It's free." Yin Xiaojia looks at her with amusement and says, "Do you know how much a night here costs? You're doing this for a free breakfast? The cost of this presidential suite alone for one night would be enough to feed her breakfast for a year." Mu Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue and playfully covered her ears with both hands to stop him. Don't tell me, I don't want to know." If she knew the exact price, she would regret it to death. It wasn't her money that was spent, but she wasn't one to waste money. In the beginning, I just gambled with him, and came here in a fit of anger, and picked the most expensive room, and didn't bother to think about whether it was a waste or not. I just thought about spending his money and relieving my anger. Yin Xiaojia looked at her askance for a moment, finally gave up and said, "Alright then, if you don't go back, then you don't go back. Tomorrow is a weekend anyway. No need to get up early. Just sleep here." With that, he headed for the bathroom, still undressing as he did so. Mu Xiaoxiao saw him take off his t-shirt and gaze daggers at his bare back. The muscular lines that exuded a man's majesty made her unconsciously gulp, and her cheeks seemed to show signs of heating up a bit. Hey, what are you doing?" she asked in a rush. Yin Xiaojia hooked his clothes over his shoulder and looked back at her askance, an evil smile on his lips as he said, "Take a bath, and I'm not going back, so I'll spend the night here tonight." Chapter 71, I like it when you call me that. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Sleep here? Why do you want to sleep here? But Yin Xiaojia doesn't care about her and has already walked in to take a shower. Mu Xiaoxiao wailed and collapsed on the couch. Thinking of something, she rolled over and sat up with a jerk, ran to the bathroom door, slapped the door panel and said to the person inside, "Hey, you're sleeping on the couch later. Oh, don't even think about sleeping with me." It was already late, and while Yin Xiaojia was outside taking a shower, she ran back inside the bedroom to take a shower, and she locked the door to her room. That way there's no fear he'll sneak in. However, when Mu Xiaoxiao finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom, she saw Yin Xiaojia wearing a bathrobe, sitting idly on the bed, leaning against the bedside and playing with her cell phone. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get in here?" She obviously locked the door. Yin Xiaojia didn't explain, but patted the spot next to him. "Come over quickly. It's already late. Time to sleep." Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and just stood beside the bed with her arms crossed, pointing at him. "Tell me quickly, how did you get in here?" The corner of Yin Xiaojia's mouth hooked up in an evil arc and said, "I have a room card. Did you forget? And next time remember to fasten the inner lock, so that it works. Hurry up and come up. It's not like you haven't slept together. What are you shy about?" "Who's shy?" Mu Xiaoxiao walked over, climbed onto the bed, lifted the covers and got in, and lay down right next to him. Yin Xiaojia also put away his cell phone, turned off the lights, and lay down. The room became dark. 10 minutes passed, but Mu Xiaoxiao still did not sleep. Rolled over and looked towards Yin Xiaojia's side. Through the moonlight outside, you can see his deep silhouette, his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. She beamed. How did she fall asleep so quickly? She called out in a small voice, "Yin Xiaojia, Jia." In fact, she didn't really want to wake him up. She just wanted to yell and see if he was really asleep. Shouting the latter word, Yin Xiaojia abruptly opened his eyes, obviously in the dark, but for some reason, Mu Xiaoxiao actually had the illusion that his eyes were so bright. "What's wrong?" his magnetic voice asked. "Are you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep," she said to him in a lowered voice, scooting her but a little to his side for fear that he wouldn't hear her if her voice was too low. Yin Xiaojia said teasingly, "If I were asleep, could I talk to you like this?" How silly. He laughed inwardly. He turned his head to look at her as well, both on their sides, facing each other, a head's length apart. "Tiny, it seems like a long time since you've called me that," he said in a low voice, his eyes looking at her with a sly sidelong glance. And since her face was facing the direction of the window, he was able to see her face better through the moonlight. Mu Xiaoxiao's long, arched eyelashes blinked, as if puzzled. "What do I call you? Ga?" Yin Xiaojia nodded slightly. "Yeah, isn't that what you always called me when you were a kid?" Instead, as she grew up, she stopped calling him so affectionately and called him by his full name more often, looking like she was angry with him every time she did. Seriously, he preferred her to call him like she did when she was a child. It was more intimate. "I've forgotten," Mu Xiaoxiao muttered. Thinking about it, it seems like he really used to call him Jade. Sometimes when he was pampered with him he even shook his hand and called Jia brother. Chapter 72, Count the Sheep for Me. Later, after she graduated from elementary school, she went to the United States to study, and only returned to her country for a period of time during the winter and summer vacations, so the two of them saw less of each other, and it seemed that gradually, they were not as close as they were when they were children. Mu Xiaoxiao said, "Alright then, I'll call you that from now on. But the quid pro quo is that you have to count sheep for me." "Counting sheep?" Yin Xiaojia looked at her. She heatedly laughed. "Yeah, I can't sleep well, but it's so late, and when you don't sleep anymore, it's not good for a girl's skin, so I want to fall asleep quickly, so just help me count the sheep." I'm too lazy to count them myself. In Xiaojie cries and laughs. She's too lazy to count herself, so she asks him to count for her? She is smart. Well, I'll count it for you if I give it to you, but it's not popular to count sheep anymore. What's popular then? Mu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. She hadn't been in the country for the past few years, so she didn't know what was popular in the country. In Xiaojie laughed and said, it's popular to count dumplings because the harmonic sound of dumplings is sleep. Ha ha, dumplings, that's so funny. Well, you count for me, Mu Xiao said, moving into a comfortable position, and was ready to wait for his dumplings to come to bed. In Xiaojie then counted. 1 dumpling, 2 dumplings, 3 dumplings. Wait, after only a few counts, she stopped him. No, you can't count this. Counting this one fills my mind with dumplings and I'm hungry. Let's count something else, she said glumly, hurriedly waving away all the dumplings in her head before she got really hungry. In Xiaojie thought about it and suddenly hooked up his lips in a smile and said, well then, this is good. 1 tiny, 2 tiny, 3 tiny. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled unexpectedly and nodded with satisfaction. That's the count. So the darkness echoed with his magnetic, low voice. 4 tiny, 5 tiny, 6 tiny, 7. Wake up the next day. When Mu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, In Xiaojie's handsome face was again close at hand. She looked down and realized that the two of them had turned into a hugging position again like last time. She frowned in disbelief and muttered, how did this happen? Even though she has a habit of cuddling and sleeping with things, it didn't happen when she slept with other people. How come when you sleep with In Xiaojie, it turns out like this every time? And what was even stranger was that if it was because of her habit of sleeping with something in her arms, it should have been him straddling her. So how come she was burrowed in his arms and being held by him? Mu Xiaoxiao broke away from his arms, opened her bleary eyes and sat up. Hey, wake up, she tapped him on the shoulder. In Xiaojie was woken up by her and opened his eyes, somewhat out of bed-like, and gave her a not-so-good-faced look. I'm such a self-mutilator, he muttered suddenly. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't hear and asked, what did you say? Didn't say anything. In Xiaojie sat up, leaned his pillow against his back and stretched lazily, his hair a little messy, but looking a little more unruly and handsome. Feeling puzzled, Mu Xiaoxiao patted up and noticed something. Did you have a bad night's sleep? There's blood in your eyes. In Xiaojie glanced at her with a grumble. I have to count the sheep for you and wait for you to fall asleep before I can sleep, and then halfway through my sleep I'm still being given a good night's sleep by you. That's why he said he was self-mutilating. Why stay the night? Chapter 73, What She Did to Him. By me what? What did I do? Mu Xiaoxiao asked him in disbelief. In Xiaojie's expression was a bit unnatural, as if it was difficult to speak. No matter how much she pressed him, he refused to say anything, and even buried his head inside the quilt, intending to continue to catch up on his sleep. In Xiaojie, you're so annoying, talking halfway, not halfway. What exactly did I do to you yesterday? Tell me, I'm so curious. It is said that curiosity can kill a cat. Mu Xiaoxiao was aroused by curiosity. If she is not allowed to know the answer, she is going to be unrelenting. In Xiaojie stretched out a finger from under the covers. What did you promise me yesterday? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered. Oh, I know. Jie, you tell me. Tell me quickly. She slept well last night, almost as soon as she closed her eyes, and when she opened them it was dawn, and she slept so well that she had no recollection of what she had done. In Xiaojie was impatient with her noise and revealed his head from the covers, glaring at her with drowsy eyes and said, anyway, I couldn't sleep well last night because of your tossing and turning, so to make it up to me, go and order breakfast and give it to me later. Don't bother me and let me sleep a little longer. Mu Xiaoxiao see he is really sleepy. That sleepiness cannot be deceived. Eyelids are about to stick together. Her heart softened then, and she let go of the corner of the covers and said softly, okay, I'll get up then, and you can sleep a little longer. Aha! In Xiaojie responded and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to disturb him, and moved carefully to get out of bed, out of the room, and went to the outside restroom. She waited for her to wash up and change before sitting cross-legged on the couch and calling for breakfast to be brought up. In fact, In Xiaojie didn't sleep for long, just 10 minutes of catching up on his sleep. He woke up and opened his dark eyes and remembered what Mu Xiaoxiao had done to him in the middle of the night last night. Why would it be difficult to talk about it? He laughed bitterly. The truth is this. That girl Mu Xiaoxiao has a bad sleeping position and actually kicks. She'd kicked him since the first day he'd slept with her, and after she'd almost kicked him out of bed when he was really asleep. He'd had no choice but to put his arms around her so he could sleep properly. So that's why, every time you wake up, the two are in a cuddled position. It was certainly hard to talk about something as embarrassing as almost getting kicked out of bed by her. At first I thought she was doing it on purpose the first day, but I didn't realize she was getting kicked again last night, so I knew she was for real. In Xiaojie got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. His robe was loosely on and he didn't bother to straighten it, so he walked out. Mu Xiaoxiao saw him. Woke up so soon? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Just in time. The hotel brought up breakfast. Yin Xiaojie lazily walked over to her and sat down next to her. Hungry. I ordered your favorite food. Eat quickly, Mu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. It's not a good idea to be a thief. So kind? What's the plot? He looked over to the breakfast on the table and found that it did contain his favorite food. I didn't realize she remembered his tastes. Mu Xiaoxiao approached his side, and even pleasingly pummeled his back, opening the door to say, Isn't today the weekend? You must have a lot of programs, right? Take me along. No way. Yin Xiaojie raised his eyebrows and deliberately refused. Chapter 74 You're my man. No one dares to touch you. Why? Mu Xiaoxiao, and angry, pounded on his back of the small fist increased the force, representing her protest. Yin Xiaojie said dully, I don't want to bring a drag. And you're so timid. What's the point of taking you there? Don't go. Stay home and watch TV and play with your cell phone. I don't want to. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her mouth, grabbed his hand and shook it, saying poutingly, I want to go. Take me with you. Okay? Okay? Yin Xiaojie glanced at her in a posture, as if in serious thought, and said slowly, It's not impossible to take you there. But well, okay. I know. You can have half of the use of the bedroom. Okay? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly made this offer. Only then did Yin Xiaojie hook his lips in satisfaction. That's more like it. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted at him, knowing that he would find a way to take back the use of the bedroom. But she was also resourceful enough to just give him half of it, with half of it for her own use. After breakfast they left the hotel. Yin Xiaojie's car is parked in the underground garage, so he takes her down in the elevator. As Mu Xiaoxiao walked, she asked, Where did you go yesterday? I went back to school after school, but the janitor said you left a long time ago. Neither noticed that just around the corner from the hotel, a camera was clicking away at them. By the end of the night, Yin Xiaojie changed to a new sports car, a treasure blue limited edition Bugatti, and drove Mu Xiaoxiao to Qiuyang Mountain. Mu Xiaoxiao sat in the car and asked excitedly, What are we doing up here? You'll know when you wait a while, Yin Xiaojie said, quickly. A beautiful winding curve. There are lights flashing in front of them. Mu Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and looked over. When her eyes adapted, she saw several cars parked over there. All of them were expensive super sports cars. When Yin Xiaojie stopped the car, he said to her, Get out of the car. Mu Xiaoxiao had guessed what was going to happen, and was so excited that she got out of the car and ran to him. Jia Xiao, you finally came ah? A boy greeted him. His hair was done up in a very handsome way. He was wearing designer labels, and his temperament was flowing, which made Mu Xiaoxiao dislike it. Yin Xiaojie nodded his head condescendingly and glanced around at the others. Quite a few people tonight. How do you plan to play? The boy surveyed Mu Xiaoxiao beside him and asked with flirtation in his eyes. No thanks to Jia Xiao. Every time he brings over a different woman. While saying that, those roving eyes were still lingering on Mu Xiao's chest. Mu Xiaoxiao dress today is considered very conservative. Simple t-shirt and jean shorts. But despite this, that clear and delicate little face and clean and pure temperament are attracting men's attention. Yin Xiaojie wasn't too pleased with his gaze and glared at him coldly before the boy realized it and hurriedly withdrew his gaze, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. Then I'll go talk to them. Jia Xiao, wait a moment. Only after he left did Mu Xiaoxiao dissatisfiedly mutter in Yin Xiaojie's ear. I don't like this person. He looks so annoying. Yin Xiaojie's clear eyes glanced at her and led her to the other side. I brought you here to have fun, not for you to pick a man. Don't worry, you're my person. No one dares to touch you. Chapter 75, Provoked. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around at the people present. There are really quite a lot. How there are 20 to 30 people. Her eyes accidentally met the eyes of a girl, and she couldn't help but pause. The girl was dressed nicely, deliberately showing off her figure, but staring at her with an unkind look in her eyes. She suddenly thought that the girl looked familiar from somewhere. What's the days? Yin Xiaojie noticed something strange about her and waved his hand in front of her face. Mu Xiaoxiao retracted her eyes, pretended to be fine, and said with a smile, Are you going to play later? How do you play? You said you haven't lost before. Really? Are you really that good? You talk a lot. He looked disgusted, but confidently hooked his lips and said, You'll see the results later, won't you? I'll see what happens then. She followed Yin Xiaojie over to the crowd, and the people passing by all shouted Jia Xiao to Yin Xiaojie, looking like he had a high status. Even more obvious were the girls, looking at Yin Xiaojie with a seductive gaze, as if they were seducing him with their eyes. But it was only a pity that Yin Xiaojie was oblivious and didn't even look at them. At this time, Han Yuner twisted her waist and walked over, pretending to be natural as she wrapped her arms around Yin Xiaojie's arm and said in a soft voice, Junior Jia, I didn't think you'd be here. What a coincidence. Yin Xiaojie frowned and drew his arm back without a trace. Then he casually wrapped his arm around Mu Xiaoxiao by his side and gave Han Yuner a sidelong glance. Why are you here? Although Han Yuner has displeasure in her heart, she did not show it, putting on a generous and decent appearance. Smiling flirtatiously he said, I am accompanying my friend here. I heard that there is a racing car called Jieshao here who is very powerful and never loses, and I suspected at first if it was you or not, but I didn't think it was really you. Yin Xiaojie didn't look too interested, and his eyes were still looking elsewhere. Being ignored, Han Yuner's expression stiffened a bit, but she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction, and even if she did have a dissatisfaction, it would be painless for him. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered who she was and pointed at her in shock. It's you! It's the same girl who barreled into her when she went to the bar to find Yin Xiaojie the night she returned home. Han Yuner snorted coldly in her heart, but on the surface, she maintained an affable smile, as if she had only just discovered Mu Xiao's existence, and smiled at her. So it's you. Sorry about last time. It's called not fighting, right? Who doesn't fight with you? Mu Xiaoxiao blanked her in her heart. This girl was fake and extraordinarily pretentious, and she disliked it from the first moment she felt it. At that moment, the boy from just now came over and told Yin Xiaojie about the rules of the match. Since Yin Xiaojie brought a woman this time, they decided that they would play something exciting this time and bring someone to the competition. Yin Xiaojie frowned and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao beside him and asked, Can you? Mu Xiaoxiao had no idea what they had just said, and was confusedly stunned. What? Han Yuner laughed and said, Jia Xiao, or you can take me. I'm not afraid. Mu Xiaoxiao was not happy when she heard this, as if she was saying that she was afraid, and she could sense this woman's provocation. So without hesitation, she told Yin Xiaojie, I have no problem with that. Really no problem? Yin Xiaojie looked at her skeptically. Chapter 76, How can you be so arrogant? Mu Xiaoxiao took a confident stance this time, nodding her head vigorously and assuring him, It's really no problem. So be it. Yin Xiaojie said to the boy. Han Yuner smiled a little wryly from the sidelines. A glance at Mu Xiaoxiao. She knew that she had not played the race car. And such a delicate girl. How can she stand the sense of extreme speed brought about by the race car? That is not the average person can hold up. Han Yuner contemptuously hooked up one side of her lips. Just wait and see. When you cause Jia Xiao to lose, Jia Xiao will definitely be angry and break up with you. By then, you'll be a jilted woman like me. So let's see how you can still be arrogant in front of me. Mu Xiaoxiao was dazed and confused as Yin Xiaojie brought her to the car before she finally couldn't help but ask, What the hell is the game? Do I have to come alone? Yin Xiaojie rests one hand casually on the steering wheel and turns sideways, his obsidian-like eyes looking askance at her, his tone somewhat uneasy as he asks, Xiao Xiao, are you good or not? Don't cause me to lose. He had maintained his undefeated record for so long, and he didn't want to break it because of her. That. Me. You tell me first how the hell do I play it? Do I need to drive too? But I don't know how. Yin Xiaojie propped his forehead with a headache and said to her breathlessly, You're not even sure how it's playing out and you just told me it's okay? Mu Xiaoxiao, are you here to make trouble? I didn't Mu Xiaoxiao innocently flattened her mouth and blinked at him adorably. She was just provoked by Han Yuner, so she just ignored everything and said she was fine. She glared at him in displeasure and said, So do you want that woman to sit here and play with you? SHLT. Yin Xiaojie pounded the steering wheel and let out a low curse, his expression ugly. Mu Xiaoxiao look at him like this, small face sullen, reach out to go to the car door, then I get off well, you let that woman up, sit down. Yin Xiaojie suddenly turned his head and barked at her. Mu Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Why are you being so mean to me? It's not like you'll necessarily lose. Besides, if you lose, you lose. Why do you care so much? But then think about it. With Yin Xiaojie's aggressive personality, when he was a child he was robbed of a toy. The little boy was 2 or 3 years older than him. He fought with the person without a care in the world about anything, and in the end he got the toy back, and his own nose was bruised and swollen. So how could he allow his undefeated record to be broken? Thinking like this, Mu Xiaoxiao felt guilty. On the other side, the other cars are ready and the race is about to start. Yin Xiaojie darkened his face, his dark deep ink-like eyes looking at her, his clear voice saying, You tie your seatbelt, just sit properly and bear it for a while and it will pass. Mu Xiaoxiao was still a bit confused. At that point, whistles sounded to signal that everyone was ready, and there were people with walkie-talkies to make sure there were no more cars on the trail. 5, 4, 3, sit tight. Yin Xiaojie twisted his head to make sure she had strapped in her seatbelt and reminded her in a low voice. Then the next second, but as soon as the one fell, several sports cars flew out like arrows off the string. Only on Mu Xiaoxiao's side, she was screaming miserably, so scared that she hurriedly gripped the handle above her, and her knuckles turned white. Chapter 77, For her safety. Yin Xiaojie, she yelled in a panic. The car was going so fast that the words she uttered were cut off by the wind. Don't scream. Sit back and hold on tight. Endure and you'll be there. In Xiaojie usually raced without a change of color, but today was different, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he focused on her every now and then. In the crowd, Han Yuner seemed to have heard Mu Zhao's screams and laughed triumphantly. She skimmed her mouth maliciously, little just to see how you die. In the driveway, the baby blue Bugatti made a beautiful tail-wagging turn to maintain its first-place lead, and inside the car, Mu Xiaoxiao's little face grew paler and paler. The color of blood seemed to fade from her face. It looked like she was sick. In Xiaojie noticed her condition and frowned worriedly. Xiao Xiao, are you alright? After screaming for a while at first, she stopped screaming and then stayed in this rigid position. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, didn't even move her head. She had wanted to close her eyes and treat it as a roller coaster ride, although she hated roller coasters too. But in this situation, it was hard for her to jump off the ride even if she wanted to, so she could only hold on to her head. But when you close your eyes, it's even scarier, almost like the sky is spinning. She had no choice but to keep her eyes open and staring straight ahead. The scene in front of him flew backwards and forwards, dazzling the eye. Mu Xiaoxiao! In Xiaojie suddenly shouted sternly. Mu Xiaoxiao's consciousness came back this time, making a small sound, but her whole body looked shaky, as if she would faint at any time. In Xiaojie gritted his teeth and cursed with an ugly face. For her safety, he just had to slow down, only to see the sports cars that he had originally left behind, overtaking one by one. There was also a smug yell from someone else, which seemed particularly harsh at this time of year. In Xiaojie's face was ironic, but he still looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked with concern, "Is it better now?" Mu Xiaoxiao saw that he wanted to stop the car and hurriedly shouted, Don't stop." She had just seen the image of being overtaken, and it instantly made her feel guilty, and she couldn't care less about how hard she felt. Looking at him anxiously, "Jie, hurry up and catch up. You can do it. You're only a little bit behind now. Hurry up and drive. Catch up." In Xiaojie looked at her pale little face. Cold sweat was coming out on her forehead. Her normally pink lips were bloodless at this time, and they were trembling. "Forget it," he said with a sigh, his expression still somewhat resigned. But in comparison, he chose her safety. "No," Mu Xiaoxiao said anxiously, perhaps because of her anxiety. Her face slowly regained some blood color. "In Xiaojie, didn't you say you were very good? You've never lost. If you lose, think about the way those people dejected. Can you tolerate it? So, you can't lose. Do you hear me?" Mu Xiaoxiao spoke louder and louder in excitement, thinking only of stimulating him so that he couldn't give up. "I'm fine. I'm much better now. Just drive. Hurry up and drive." "In Xiaojie, are you stupid? If you don't drive, you won't be able to catch up." Looking at the front of the car has gradually far away, even can not see the rear of the car. Mu Xiaoxiao anxious, almost crazy. "I want you to win. I don't want you to lose," Mu Xiao said, her voice choking up as she looked at him with tears floating in her eyes. In Xiaojie's heart shook as his deep black eyes moved to look at her. Chapter 78, Watch Your Husband's Power. "Good," his voice said in a low tone, his clear eyes looking sharply at the road ahead. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him like this and broke into a smile. "Sit tight. I'll finish as soon as possible." In Xiaojie had never been this serious. He usually raced mostly for fun, and only got a little more serious when he met a real opponent. But this time, all the cells in his body were tensed. By this time they had already been left far behind, and trying to catch up, or even catch up, could be considered almost impossible. But he was now going to take this impossibility and make it possible. "Aha!" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head vigorously, took a deep breath and prepared herself. Luckily, the sports car had been moving forward and didn't stop. It just slowed down. Otherwise In Xiaojie would have been powerless even if he was Iron Man. After observing her for a moment, In Xiaojie focused on the front, and the gas pedal under his foot increased incrementally. Mo Xiaoxiao grabbed the handle on the top with a death grip, but she still couldn't control her body's swaying. The car drove faster and faster, almost as if it were chasing lightning. Like something invisible was pressing on her chest. She felt like she could barely breathe, but she held on through gritted teeth, not screaming out, slowly adjusting her breathing. Finally, a few minutes later, they saw the tail end of the last car. Mu Xiaoxiao instantly rejoiced. The frown that had been frowning also stretched a little, but the body's hardness was still not reduced by the slightest bit. But when she saw the hope, she felt that her bearings were worth it. Faster, faster, super up. She wanted to cry out, but didn't dare open her mouth for fear she'd throw up. Just then, In Xiaojie overtook the car in front of her as she had hoped, and then one after another. Mu Xiaoxiao almost wanted to cheer. Drifting out of the corner, the cool sports car enters the straightaway and speeds forward, literally skimming over the mountain pass like a ray of light. It was only then that In Xiaojie finally had a gap to look at her, his good-looking thin lips hooking up confidently as he said in a tugging tone, "Darling, the excitement is still to come. Let you see how awesome your husband is." Mu Xiaoxiao was so amused by him that she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and follow with a smile, but her face was still pale and hard to see. Sit tight, he reminded again, no longer nagging, stepped on the gas pedal hard. The sports car has turned into a blue lightning, sped in the mountain road. The route of the race was a loop around the mountainside and then back up to the top. The rest of the journey was short, and the excited crowd could already be seen in the distance. Mu Xiaoxiao only felt as if the speed was faster. Her heart pressed hard and she clenched her teeth. At the last moment, Yin Xiaojie overtook the car in front of him and crossed the finish line first, and in the midst of the crowd's cheering and clamor, the baby blue sports car hit the side and stopped. Not expecting to lose like that, the rich kid in second place stepped out of his sports car, his face as ugly as, fuming and kicking his own car, with a vague curse under his breath. Everyone ran towards Yin Xiaojie's car, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to dogpile. Yin Xiaojie, however, ignored anyone and got out of the car, going around to the other side and carrying Mu Xiaoxiao out. Mu Xiaoxiao pushed him away and ran over to the side of the road to vomit hard, as if she had vomited out all her internal organs. Yin Xiaojie looked at her heartily and said in a voice that couldn't hide his excitement, Xiao Xiao, we won. Chapter 79, Jealousy of Mu Xiaoxiao. On the other side, Han Yuner looked at the two of them with a dark expression, especially when she saw Jia Xiao still considerately smoothing Mu Xiao's back. She was so angry that she scratched and wrinkled the bag in her hand. When she dated Yin Xiaojie, and even when she saw Yin Xiaojie dating other girls, it was always the girls who served him, and she had never seen him do such considerate and gentle behavior to a girl. Why does this woman get special treatment from Yin Xiaojie? Han Yuner is so jealous she's going crazy, and can't wait to trade with Mu Xiaoxiao so that she can get this kind of treatment from Yin Xiaojie in front of her, which is something she's always longed for. More and more people gathered around, talking and caring about Mu Xiao's situation. Jia Xiao, is your girlfriend okay? Yin Xiaojie frowned and snapped at them. You guys stay away. Get away from all of you. Why are you all gathering around? Get out. With so many people surrounding her, how could Mu Xiaoxiao still breathe fresh air? You, bring me a bottle of water, Yin Xiaojie ordered, pointing at a man. Quickly, the man brought water over, and the others, not daring to anger him, scattered backward, watching from a distance of 10 paces or so. They were also surprised. When has Jia Xiao ever cared so much about a woman? It's really rare. Mu Xiaoxiao vomited until her organs were empty. Finally there was nothing left to vomit, and only then did she stop. Xiao Xiao, water. Yin Xiaojie worriedly patted her back gently and passed the water into her hand, making sure she held it tightly before letting go. Mu Xiaoxiao rinsed her mouth several times with water and drank the rest of the water before she felt more comfortable. He was about to stand up, but his feet went limp and he almost fell down instead. Yin Xiaojie was quick to put his arm around her and let her lean against his body. Mu Xiaoxiao's entire body seems to be drained of strength, and her little face is wilted, saying with a bitter little face, it's hard to. Yin Xiaojie remembered that when he was a child, it was only when she was sick that he had seen her like this. Usually she was full of vigor, and his heart was overjoyed, and more than anything else, he was heartbroken. If it wasn't for herself, she wouldn't have had to endure all this pain at all. He turned to her, half squatting with his back to her, his magnetic voice saying, come on. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and looked at his broad back, then smiled and leaned up onto his back. She rested her head against him, her whole body lazy. Yin Xiaojie asked, do you want more water, or would you like something to eat? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head on his back and said in a weak voice, I don't want to eat. I don't want anything. You carry me for a walk. There are too many people here for my liking. All those people's gazes were focused on them, making her feel strangely uncomfortable, as if she had become a monkey in a zoo. Aha! Yin Xiaojie probably knew what was on her mind, and at this time of the year, she was also in need of a quiet atmosphere for her to rest, so he carried her on his back toward the trail above. The others couldn't help but gasp out in shock when they saw him carrying the person on his back, while others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, suspecting that they had misread the situation. Some people have known Yin Xiaojie for quite a while, all rich kids who play together in the luxury circle, and they really haven't seen Yin Xiaojie being so affectionate towards a woman. Han Yuner was equally shocked, especially with the unconscious doting that showed in Yin Xiaojie's eyes, which made her so jealous she was about to explode. Chapter 80, What to do with her. The trails were cool at night, the air was very nice, and the night breeze was soothing on the cheeks. Mu Xiaoxiao's little head was nestled on Yin Xiaojie's back, and her whole body looked like she was drowsy. Yin Xiaojie walked for a while, his handsome face slightly sideways and asked, feeling better? Mu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and enjoyed it, and her lips returned to their pink color, pursed her lips and raised the corners of her mouth, nodding her head on his back. When he reached the place along the mountain, Yin Xiaojie stood still. Mu Xiaoxiao perceptibly opened her eyes, and saw the beautiful night scene with lights dotting the mountain. So pretty, she said softly. If she had been in the past she would have cheered, but since she wasn't feeling well right now, her whole body was limp, so she didn't even have the strength to cheer. In Xiaojia looked up there. It was dark and there was no place left to go. Shall we go back? You just threw up all over the place. Do you want to go get something to eat? He just finished. Mu Xiaoxiao pressed against his back, her small stomach gurgling awkwardly at this time. She blushed under. I seem to be a little hungry, but I don't want to go. The scenery was so beautiful and the wind was so comfortable that she couldn't leave. Of course, In Xiaojia's back was warm and cozy. She wanted to stay here a little longer. Hearing her say that, In Xiaojia couldn't help but laugh. What to do with such a child's request? He thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll have someone go down the mountain and buy some food up here, and we'll just eat a little here? We'll leave after we've eaten. Yes wow. Yes wow. Mu Xiaoxiao was busy nodding her head. In Xiaojia glanced back at her. You're better now. Can you come down? You're so heavy. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed and punched his back. You're the one who's heavy. I don't even know how light it is. He teased with a smile. You still call it light when you're like this? Mu Xiaoxiao, you're getting to be a little fat pig. You know? Did you eat hamburgers and fries every day in America? You're the little fat pig. No, you're the big fat pig. She twisted on it, but just didn't want to come down, and soothingly strangled him with both hands as a threat. When she moved so much and stuck up again, In Xiaojia's face took on a bit more of an unnatural look, and his eyes even glanced to the side. Not looking at her, he coughed awkwardly. Tiny, if you're not uncomfortable anymore, come down. Don't. I don't want to come down, she said playfully. In Xiaojia cries and laughs. If you're like this, how can I call someone to buy food? Then you'll just have to go hungry. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed in dissatisfaction. Am I really that heavy? She obviously thought she was slim, and by him saying that, it made her doubt herself. She had to get off his back for the food. When In Xiaojia thought about something, his eyes glanced around uncontrollably and he didn't know what he was looking at, and when he realized what he was focusing on, he twisted his expression away awkwardly and pretended to look at the scenery as he called someone. Tiny, what do you want to eat? Fried chicken thighs, baked chicken wings, and ice cream. Mu Xiaoxiao happily ordered her meal. In Xiaojia can't help but blank her, his fingers flexing to knock her little head. You just threw up like that, and you're still eating these? No, just by kanji. What kanji do you want? Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her little mouth. But I want to eat it. Chapter 81, he's so over the top. No, just kanji. Skin and egg thin meat kanji or fish slice kanji or other flavors. Choose quickly. Give you 5 seconds. In Xiaojia said dictatorially, not giving her a chance to be pampered. Mu Xiaoxiao said hopelessly, then let's make skinny pork porridge with skin and eggs. Can you add something else? Like strawberry cake or something? Please please please. In Xiaojia looks at her and turns to make a phone call. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't even hear what he said, so she can only stand in place in a depressed manner. So how long do we have to wait for food? She glanced at the night sky, the darkness dotted with stars, bright and dazzling and especially pretty, which put her in a much better mood, except that her stomach was still growling. He said, it shouldn't take long. Let's find a place to sit. Luckily it's all grass, so there are plenty of places to sit. Mu Xiaoxiao scrunched her little face and said, will there be bugs here? There are. A lot of them. There are also snakes. Then don't sit, just stand. In Xiaojia smiles badly, deliberately scaring her. Humph. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him in dissatisfaction and had to sit next to him. I'm a girl. Isn't it normal to be afraid of bugs and stuff? Of course. She also knew that In Xiaojia shouldn't have treated her as a girl, or else he wouldn't have always flirted with her, not being gentle and considerate at all. Luckily, the wait wasn't too long, and I saw that someone had brought food over. The man put down his things and was about to leave when In Xiaojia suddenly called out to him. Wait, what is it? Jia Xiao? In Xiaojia skimmed the corners of his mouth and said, take off your jacket and give it to me. Ha! The man froze, but he didn't dare to disobey Jia Xiao's order, so he could only snapped and took off his jacket, handing it over. You can go now, In Xiaojia said as he waved his hand. Oh, the man left. In Xiaojia tossed the thin jacket in his hand to Mu Xiaoxiao, a you're so troublesome expression on his handsome face, and said in a disgusted tone, you bring it to cushion your seat. Mu Xiaoxiao heatedly smiled, picked up her jacket, spread it on the grass, and sat on it. That's always a relief, not having to be afraid of bug bites. Opening the plastic bag, you can smell the fragrant flavor of the food. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes snapped open. There is the smell of fried chicken. Overjoyed, she rummaged through the bag and found a carton of fried chicken, her little paws reaching for it. Snapping, In Xiaojia slapped her hand away and stared at her sternly. Didn't I say you're not allowed to eat this? Eat your kanji, he said, taking the skinny kanji from the other bag and handing it to her. Mu Xiaoxiao held the porridge. The small face bit her into a ball of small buns. Oh. People want to eat fried chicken well. So excessive. Saying she can't eat it, but buying it for him to eat himself. Isn't it obvious that she should watch him eat it? Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say you were hungry? In Xiaojie flexed one of his long legs, his hand resting casually on his knee in a handsome and uninhibited posture, reaching out and grabbing a piece of fried chicken to eat. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and had no choice but to open the lid and immediately drink the kanji. After eating half of it, she felt a bit full and put it down, but her eyes were fixed on the fried chicken in Xiaojie's hand. Her mouth was flooded with saliva, and she gulped a bit. Xiaojie looked at her with amusement, like obsidian eyes with a touch of evil, carrying the fried chicken in his hand and shaking it down. Want to eat? Chapter 82, Two People Playing. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, thinking that his heart was softened. Her little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to. I'm thirsty. Xiaojie said hungrily. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly picked up the mineral water and also unscrewed the lid before handing it to him. Drink water. Xiaojie smiled, his broad shoulders twisted. I just carried you for so long. My shoulders are a bit sore. So, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly went to get up and stood behind him to massage his shoulders. Is this amount of force okay? Having just rested for a while, she had regained her form. Xiaojie nodded slightly. Barely. Well, sit back down. Mu Xiaoxiao obediently sat back down on command, her dark eyes looking at him with anticipation, her eyes fixed on the fried chicken in his hand. You can have a bite, he said. Mu Xiaoxiao's little face collapsed and she said, just one bite? Xiaojie looks at her askance. How much more do you want to eat? Giving you a bite is not bad. Don't take it. Want. Mu Xiaoxiao said hurriedly, afraid that he wouldn't even give her a bite. Xiaojie's hand carrying the fried chicken was handed over, and as if Mu Xiaoxiao was afraid that he would run away, she held his wrist tightly with both hands, and her small mouth opened, came up, and then directly bit off the piece of fried chicken in one big bite. He froze, incredulous. You can still open your mouth that wide. Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao was so proud of herself that she sat back down before releasing the fried chicken from her mouth and biting into it in her hand. Xiaojie looked disgusted. Ha! You're disgusting. You're the one who's disgusting. Who made you not give me food? Mu Xiaoxiao put her grease-stained hand over and was about to smear it on his body. Don't you touch me. It's dirty. Xiaojie hurriedly dodged. Mu Xiaoxiao hee thief laugh, and again next to the past. Must wipe him. Hey! Xiaojie growled, yanking her hand and pressing her into the grass in one smooth motion. The two of them became in the ambiguous position of him on top of her. Aha! Xiaojie, you quickly let me up. Mu Xiaoxiao got goosebumps at the thought of bugs and she screamed to get up. Hey! Scared? The two were playing around over there, while not far away. Han Yuner hid in a corner and peeked at them, her eyes glaring scarlet as if she wanted to tear Mu Xiaoxiao into pieces, and her lips biting white. Xiaojie's cell phone rang before he let go of Mu Xiaoxiao. After answering the phone, he said to Mu Xiaoxiao, they're not playing anymore. They said they're going to the bar. Do you want to go? Or should I send you home? Mu Xiaoxiao busily raised her hand, afraid that he would change his mind as if she hurriedly said, I want to go. She was worried he'd leave her out of a place like a bar. Xiaojie stood up and patted the grass clippings off his pants. Let's go then. Mu Xiaoxiao also got up, picked up the coat, glanced at the road they came from, and said glumly, are we going to walk back? It's so far. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Xiaojie's Bugatti sports car drive over, and the person driving it happened to be the boy who had just brought the food over. Mu Xiaoxiao returned his jacket to him and said with a cheerful smile, thanks. The boy was a bit flattered and his face reddened slightly. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. Xiaojie had already opened the car door and sat in, shouting to Mu Xiaoxiao, get in the car. Chapter 83, Singing a Song for My Husband. Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao opened the passenger seat and sat up, pulling on the seatbelt before she remembered the boys outside and said to Xiaojie, what about him? Xiaojie said coolly, he'll walk back on his own. When he finished, he drove, the sports car's nice engine sounding over the mountain pass. You drive slower, said Mu Xiaoxiao with palpitations. Thinking of the feeling of extreme speed just now, the heart is still a little afraid. Xiaojie scared. He was used to driving fast, and he really wasn't used to having him drive as slow as a turtle, but there was no way around it, and he slowed down. Is this okay? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. That will do. But the other sports cars had long since driven away, and by the time they got to the bar, everyone was there, and playing around for a while. Jia Xiao, why are you so slow? It's so strange. Usually Jia Xiao is the first to arrive. That's right. You didn't go somewhere with your girlfriend to make out before you came over, did you? Speaking of which, everyone else looked at Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao with ambiguous faces. You're the one who talks too much. Xiaojie kicked the person in front of him and led Mu Xiaoxiao to sit in the center of the long sofa, the best seat. Han Yuner twisted her waist and walked over, winking at Xiaojie and letting off a little steam before turning to Mu Xiaoxiao and saying, you're Xiaojie's new girlfriend. You should be pretty good, right? Order a song and show everyone what you can do. Mu Xiaoxiao never had a good feeling about her. She always felt that she wanted to count herself, especially when she heard the words she said. She was even more upset. And by emphasizing new girlfriends, does that mean she's going to be an ex-girlfriend someday? Mu Xiaoxiao slammed her little face and elbowed Yin Xiaojie fiercely. It's the guy's fault for being so flamboyant in general. Yin Xiaojie glanced at her. And how could he not hear the implication of Han Yuner's words? Looking at Han Yuner with displeasure, his good-looking eyebrows raised, reaching out to take Mu Xiaoxiao in his arms, a seductive smile on the corner of his mouth, saying, "She's not my girlfriend." Everyone was stunned, especially Han Yuner. Her face was full of dismay. Not Jie Xiao's girlfriend? Then why is he being so? Yin Xiaojie wickedly hooked up the corner of his mouth and suddenly kissed Mu Xiao on the cheek, saying with a doting look, "She's my wife." The words shocked the crowd even more. Jie Xiao has had so many women around him, but he has never used the word wife to anyone. Mu Xiaoxiao snuggled into his arms and smiled triumphantly, especially when she saw Han Yuner's face that had turned the color of pig's liver. She was joyful in her heart. Yin Xiaojie came close to her ear, the two of them in a very intimate position, and his sexy voice said, "Do you want to sing a song?" He suddenly wanted to hear her sing. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at Han Yuner, her pink lips curved slightly. "Fine, then I'll sing you a song, just for you alone, oh husband." After saying that, she even deliberately gave him a kiss on the cheek. Someone had the good sense to doggedly bring over the remote control and let her choose the song. What the crowd didn't expect was that Mu Xiaoxiao actually picked an English song. Ahem. Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to hold the microphone, pretending to be shy and said, "I rarely sing. If I don't sing well, everyone bear with me." However, after the song was finished, the crowd's jaws dropped in shock. This singing is too good. And that English accent. It's almost like the original song. Chapter 84, The Game of King and Slave. In the middle of playing, Yin Xiaojie's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at the caller, and hung it up in silence. Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a curious look. "Who's calling?" Yin Xiaojie didn't say anything, and within seconds, the phone rang again. "I'm going out to take a call," he said, releasing his arm around her and standing up, heading out. At this time, the others took advantage of this opportunity and all crowded to Mu Xiao's side. "How did you and Jie Xiao meet? Are you really his wife? What exactly is your relationship?" The men looked at her as if she was very nice to be around, and pursued her nonchalantly. But Mu Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. "If you guys want to know, just ask him." Ask Jie Xiao? How dare they? At this time, those few rich young masters came over and told the others to move away and sit down around Mu Xiaoxiao. "Beauty, want to play a game together?" A young master with his arm around Han Yuner said. Because Yin Xiaojie didn't introduce it, no one knew Mu Xiao's name. Han Yuner nestled flirtatiously in that young master's arms, raising an eyebrow at Mu Xiaoxiao and saying, "You're not afraid, are you? Don't worry, we're just playing a little game. It's harmless." Mu Xiaoxiao laughed. "It's just playing a game. What's there to be afraid of? Just play." Han Yuner got up from that young master and sat next to Mu Xiaoxiao. "The game is simple. It's a draw of playing cards, and whoever has the biggest is the king, and whoever has the smallest is a slave, and is subject to the king's commands, and has to do whatever the king tells the slaves to do, and follow the commands. What if it can't be done?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked. At that moment, someone brought over a number of glasses, placed them in the center of the table, and then with a gulp poured them all over all the glasses. One of the young masters sitting next to Mu Xiaoxiao said with a bad smile, "If you don't follow orders, you'll have to drink a glass of wine." Mu Xiaoxiao frowned, slightly regretting agreeing to this game. She doesn't like to drink, and she's not a very good drinker. Han Yuner sneered in her heart, but on the surface, she put on a friendly face and said to her, "Don't worry, the orders are simple things. It won't be too difficult for you, or else we'll try a game first. Come on, try a game." The others yelled, pulled out playing cards and shuffled them, then spread them out on the table. "Start drawing, ladies first." The rich young master next to him said to Mu Xiaoxiao with a gentlemanly look. Mu Xiaoxiao can't see any problem. This game is to play the luck. She feels that the luck is not too bad, so she had no doubts and drew a card. The others also drew one each and flipped it over in unison. The biggest card was the young master who had just wrapped his arms around Han Yuner, while the smallest card was actually Han Yuner. Han Yuner pouted her little mouth and glared at that young master in a petulant manner. "Give the order! Give the order!" The onlookers yelled. Han Yuner looked as if she was willing to gamble and accept defeat at her own discretion, her charming eyes looking askance at that young master. That young master reached out and swept her over, smiling ambiguously. "Then, kiss me," said, beaming. Han Yuner made a shy gesture, then moved up and kissed him, and the two of them had a French kiss. There were uproarious screams from the people next to him. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned uncomfortably. She was inexplicably a little uneasy in her heart. These people were really messed up, and she disliked it. She glanced at the door with her afterglow. her heart racing. Who the hell is Yin Xiaojie talking to on the phone? Why isn't he back yet? Chapter 85, being counted. Okay, on to the next round. Shuffle shuffle shuffle. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't really want to play anymore, but she had no choice but to keep playing. And after everyone drew a card, she casually drew one as well at the urging of the crowd. Casually, she flipped it over and froze when she saw it was a 3 of diamonds. Okay, hurry up and open the cards. Everyone yelled. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and turned over her own cards, and she didn't need to compare them to know that she definitely had the smallest card. I just didn't expect that the person who was the king was actually Han Yuner, who had lost in the previous round. Han Yuner raised the corners of her mouth and smiled, looking wistfully at Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao's face was a bit stiff. She always felt that this woman was going to target her, and this was just the right opportunity to do so. Han Yuner looked at Mu Xiaoxiao's uneasy face. Her heart became pleased. See if I don't screw you. Well, I'm the king, so I'm going to order you. Before she could finish her words, Mu Xiaoxiao was the first to take the lead, reaching out her hand and picking up a cup, drinking directly from it. Luckily, it wasn't a very large sort of glass, but a sip like that made her almost want to spurt out, deaden it, and swallow. Okay, I'll drink. She gestured as she tipped the glass over. Han Yuner's expression darkened a bit as she glared at Mu Xiaoxiao. The onlookers yelled and applauded. Worthy of being Jia Xiao's woman. Strong enough. Let's start the next round then. Mu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at Han Yuner with her afterglow, and sure enough, she saw Han Yuner's furious expression, and she smiled smugly in her heart. Want to count on me? I won't give you a chance. I'll suffocate you. So the next round begins again. And Mu Xiaoxiao is energized and eager to be king so she can fight back against Han Yuner. It's just that this kind of game relies too much on luck. This time Mu Xiaoxiao didn't get to be the king. Luckily it wasn't a slave either. How could she not expect that the unlucky person would be Han Yuner again, and the king would be another rich young master? Rhyme how come it's you again? This is good. I won't make things difficult for you this time. How about you just do a little pole dance on stage? That rich young master said with a smile on his face. Han Yuner pretended to squirm, but went up to the front stage, grabbed a guy's shoulder, and did a little sexy dance. The whole place was abuzz, especially the boys, who screamed one after another. Han Yuner came back twisting her waist, still with an embarrassed expression, and she exchanged a look with the person next to her. The next round began, and this time the person who was a slave was Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt very strange. She and Han Yuner were the only two girls playing. How come they lost every time? It always felt like it was too much of a coincidence, but she was a willing gambler and didn't want to be screwed, so she had to drink. The crowd expressed regret when they saw that she was drinking again, but because she was Jia Xiao's woman, each of them didn't dare to say anything. The next game, Mu Xiaoxiao lost more. When she drank to the 6th cup, Mu Xiaoxiao hiccuped. Her consciousness was a little confused, and she shook her small hand and said, I can't drink anymore. I am going to vomit. Han Yuner, who was sitting beside her, watched with a smile, and exchanged glances with the rich young master beside her, and there was calculation in their eyes. Jia Xiao should be heartbroken to see you drunk like this. It's also strange. How come Jia Xiao hasn't come back after going out for so long? Why don't I take you up to your room upstairs to rest? When Jia Xiao comes back, I'll tell him to go up and look for you. Chapter 86, Stay away from me. Han Yuner said as she reached out and wrapped her arm around Mu Xiaoxiao's arm, making a gesture to bring her up. Who are you? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her in a daze, trying to look at her as if she was clear, and her delicate little face was still close enough to almost stick to her. Smelling the strong perfume on Han Yuner, she immediately wrinkled her nose and pushed her away in disgust. You stink! Stay away from me! Han Yuner's face was black. This actually dared to say that she stank. She really wanted to slap her a few times, but with so many people watching, she couldn't do it, so she could only maintain a fake smile. I'm Rhyme. You're drunk. I'll send you upstairs to get some rest, okay? She stared at Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks that were red and tender from being slightly intoxicated, making her look even more stunningly beautiful, and her heart became even more cynical, thinking that when she sent her to her room later on, with no one around, she would be able to take the opportunity to slap her a few times. It's a pleasure to think about. Han Yuner's smile was also genuine for a few moments as she strained to assist the drunken Mu Xiaoxiao. The other boys had wanted to help, but seeing as she was trying so hard, plus the fact that this was Jia Xiao's woman, who would dare to touch her? No one went up to help. When Han Yuner saw that Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't struggling anymore, she wanted to hurry up and take her up. She has already planned, and so on up to arrange a man to the room, then find Jia Xiao up to catch the adultery in bed. Then see Jia Xiao will still not want this small. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help the wave of revulsion that hit her as she smelled her perfume. I'm going to throw up. Han Yuner's face turned white. Don't you spit on me. She was so scared that she hurriedly threw Mu Xiaoxiao back onto the sofa. And just then, the door to the box opened, and In Xiaojia pushed his way in just in time to see the scene. His brows furrowed. Han Yuner, what are you trying to do? He questioned. Han Yuner did not expect him to come back so quickly, and could not care less about the plan fizzling out, panicked and explained. I didn't want to do anything. Jia Xiao, you misunderstand. I just saw that she was drunk, and wanted to bring her upstairs to the room to rest and wait for you. I really didn't want to do anything. Drunk? In Xiaojia wrinkled his eyebrows and walked over to take a look. Mu Xiao, that little girl, was lying on the sofa. Her little face was red. She was really drunk. How did she get drunk? He didn't remember that this girl liked to drink. Had she learned to drink while in America? But a glance at the playing cards and wine glasses on the table made him realize. Sweeping a glance at the few rich young masters present, he snorted coldly. He walked over to Mu Xiaoxiao's side and pulled her up, his long arm wrapped around her thin waist, and when he was about to stop and pick her up, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly struggled, and her whole body lunged up towards him. In Xiaojia only had to protect her. What he didn't expect was that their lips happened to touch, although it was only for a second. Mu Xiaoxiao was like she had found a safe harbor, burying her head in his shoulder. But it was just this second that made In Xiaojia freeze. On his thin lips, it was as if the touch from just now still remained, softer than jelly, and with a nice girlish fragrance. The others also saw the coincidental scene and froze as they both stared at them. In Xiaojia coughed uncomfortably, intercepted Mu Xiaoxiao and said to them, "You guys play by yourselves, I'll leave first." With that, he hugged Mu Xiaoxiao and left, leaving a group of people looking at each other in disbelief. He's never kissed another woman. The door closed and the onlookers lowered their voices to murmur. Hey, did you just see that? Jia Xiao seems to be blushing. Did I see it wrong? You must have read it wrong. How could Jia Xiao blush? He's been through a lot of battles with women, and he just accidentally touched his mouth, and he's blushing because of that? Is Jia Xiao such an innocent person? Are you stupid? But, I really saw it. Did I really see it wrong? Nope, I must not have misread it. They happened to be standing beside Han Yuner as she spoke, and Han Yuner's face was horribly gloomy as she glared at them and drank. You guys shut up. You're not allowed to speak. Do you hear me? You're looking at it wrong. You're definitely looking at it wrong. Looking at her with a fierce look of dare to say you didn't see it wrong. Beware, I'll gouge out your eyes. The man got scared and hurriedly nodded his head and shut up. Han Yuner was so angry that she slammed herself onto the couch and grabbed the wine glass on the table. The rich young master who had just kissed her sat down beside her and said to her curtly, "Kissing baby, are you angry? Didn't you just straighten her out like you wanted? Don't be angry. That woman was at least In Xiaojia's woman, and they didn't dare to go too far." Han Yuner was in a very bad mood, her eyes glowing with hatred under the flashing colored lights. How would any of them know? They all thought that In Xiaojia must be battle-tested since he had so many girlfriends, but only those of them who had dated In Xiaojia knew that In Xiaojia had never kissed them, let alone acted in a more intimate manner. At first, Han Yuner thought that she wasn't attractive enough, which she couldn't accept. She always felt that she was attractive to men, until she asked In Xiaojia about his other girlfriends and realized that he was like this to all of them. He never kissed anyone, so, it became her obsession, making her frantically want to get In Xiaojia's kiss, as if by getting it, she would become his beloved. But now, another woman is in front of her, touching In Xiaojia's lips. It made her so jealous she wanted to kill someone. Han Yuner's eyes narrowed dangerously. She wouldn't just let it go. This is the dividing line. In Xiaojia drove the car on the way home, glancing at Mu Xiaoxiao on the passenger side from time to time, and found that she looked like she was asleep, and sleeping quite soundly. Instead, because of that unintentional kiss he had just given, he now wanted more, though that was only a second's touch and shouldn't be considered a kiss yet. In fact, he didn't want to think about it, but he just couldn't help it. It always felt as if it were clear, and as if it were fuzzy. Suddenly, a black car appeared in front of us, just sprawled out across the road like that, in a roadblock fashion. In Xiaojia frowned slightly. The speed of the car had to be slowly reduced, and when he was thinking about whether or not to back up, several men came down from that black car, with weapons in their hands, and walked towards his car. Get out of the car. If you don't want to die, get out of the car immediately. You hear me? The bald man in the lead drank viciously, still waving an iron bar in his hand. In Xiaojia saw them getting closer and was about to back up and leave when he saw another black car appear behind him, blocking his retreat. His eyes blazed with a stern glare as he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. May I help you? His handsome face showed no trepidation, and his tone was calm. Chapter 88, Being Instructed. The bald man spat, and his scarred face skimmed his lips as he glanced at In Xiaojia's sports car, greed in his eyes, and said nonchalantly, "Young master of a rich family, a lot of money, right? Take some and spend it. How about $500,000? It's just pocket money for you, right?" In Xiaojia stuck one hand in his pants pocket. His long and handsome body stood casually and hung back, but his noble temperament appeared to be calm and unhurried. He slowly walked in front of the other party. His handsome face raised a brash and unruly smile. $500,000? That's small money. I won't even pick it up if it's thrown on the ground. When the bald man heard this, his eyes lit up. So you're saying yes? Hurry up and bring the money. I'll take you to get it. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the stomach by Yin Xiaojie, and also flopped backward, kneeling on the ground in pain and covering his stomach. Yin Xiaojie looked at him askance with a cold smile. I won't give you my money even if I throw it in the trash. You get on me. Beat him to death. That bald man endured the pain and hurriedly shouted to the men behind him. The others then swarmed in with their weapons raised. However, what these punks didn't expect was that Yin Xiaojie wasn't a playboy who only had fun. His hidden strength was amazing. It only took a few minutes, and he easily took care of them. Limited edition Crampon stepped on the bald head. Yin Xiaojie tugged and hooked the corner of his mouth. It's a nice head, round enough to kick as a ball. The bald man was so scared that he almost himself, crying and begging, Master, it's my fault, please let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was also instructed by someone. Instructed by someone? Yin Xiaojie frowned, a sudden uneasy feeling in his heart. At that moment, a sudden scream rang out from the side of the sports car. Not good. Tiny is in the car. He was shocked in his heart and realized that this was a trick to get rid of the tiger, and hurriedly ran back. Just in time, he saw a black shadow running away from the side of the car. He rushed over to the car. The passenger door was open, but Mu Xiaoxiao's figure was gone. The body's blood instantly flowed backwards. Xiao Xiaojie's face turned white with remorse and cursed fiercely. Damn it! He was the one who was so careless that he didn't realize it was a conspiracy. He was about to pull his legs out and go after him when he heard a slurred voice call out to him. Jia, I'm here. Yin Xiaojie's heart shook. The sound came from the back seat of the car. He probed in and saw Mu Xiaoxiao's petite body shrinking in the back, her eyes still drowsy, her drunkenness not yet awake. His whole body was relieved to see that she was safe. He had just thought something had happened to her and it had really scared him. Tiny, are you okay? How did you get in the back? He walked over to the back seat and opened the door, helping her out of it. Mu Xiaoxiao crookedly fell into his arms, lazily leaning on his shoulder, and said in a slurred voice, I was afraid to climb to the back. It was a good thing she crawled early, too, or the man would have probably gotten his way when he tried to cover her mouth with ecstasy. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Yin Xiaojie stroked her head, his magnetic voice whispering soothingly, I have a headache, and will never drink again. Mu Xiaoxiao's little face wrinkled, so depressed. Said, Yin Xiaojie sighed again as he thought about the panic he had just felt. This stupid girl, she had really scared him out of a cold sweat. He hadn't felt this terrified in a long time. Letting her sit back on the co-pilot, he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and chided. Let's see if you dare to drink next time. You know you won't drink. Why do you want to drink? You're so stupid. Oh, Muji whimpered accusingly. It's hard. Yin Xiaojie gently caressed her forehead. Alright, we'll go home right away and get you some antidote to alcohol. You'll be fine after another night's sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao lost her voice, her little head leaning against the back of the chair, her eyebrows still furrowed, looking like she was having a hard time. Yin Xiaojie can't do anything about it, and after strapping her in, he gets back in the car and drives home. Back in the apartment, he carried her up the stairs, putting her on the bed and laying her down. He was going to get some antidotes and was about to leave when she tugged on the corner of his shirt. Jia, don't go. He thought she was asleep, but he didn't expect her to wake up just as he touched the bed. I'm going to get you some antidote to alcohol. I'll be back soon, so lay down on the bed for a while and rest, he explained, his voice softening in a rare way, less unruly and overbearing than usual. Mu Xiaoxiao's little head shook and her fingers squeezed his shirt. Don, I don't want to stay home alone. Yin Xiaojie saw that her eyes were filling with water vapor as she spoke, and sighed, so he had to say, okay, I'm not leaving, you're a real pain in the ass. You woman. Despite saying such a disgusting thing, he sat down right on the edge of the bed and let her hold his hand. Just how much have you had to drink? Yin Xiaojie then realized that her face was abnormally red. Not like she had only had a few drinks. It was almost like she was about to ripen. Mu Xiaoxiao hiccuped. Just a few cups. Obviously drink when all right. Then suddenly so dizzy. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes, recalling the wine glass on the table. It must have been mixed with several kinds of wine, so it was fine at first, but the aftertaste was strong. Those assholes. With his knowledge of those people, they usually overplayed their hand. Maybe they were purposely getting Mu Xiaoxiao drunk. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, especially when he saw her in such a difficult state. Let's see him clean them up. Jia, I have a hard time. Looking at her small face, his eyes shifted downward. Yin Xiaojie frowned, jolted by this thought of his own. He actually wants to kiss Mu Xiaoxiao? Chapter 92. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes were as deep as ink as he stared at her for a moment longer. He must be crazy. Yin Xiaojie felt annoyed and shook his head, wanting to get rid of that strange impulse in his heart. But Mu Xiaoxiao was making noises on the bed from time to time, making it hard for him not to pay attention. Unable to help but glare at her, he muttered, "Stinky girl, you couldn't have done that on purpose, could you?" Usually this girl was a bit quirky. Even if she did something like this, it wasn't unusual. Only, looking at her red face, it shouldn't look like she was pretending to be drunk. "Yeah, I'm so uncomfortable." Mu Xiaoxiao twisted and turned around to face Yin Xiaojie's direction, pressing her hand against her chest. He finally just couldn't look at her anymore. If she kept scratching like that, her skin would break. "I've told you to let me go get you some antidote to alcohol. You'll feel better after you drink it. You just don't listen," he chided. His nice eyebrows wrinkled as he gazed at her small face. Mu Xiaoxiao made a whimpering sound as if she was crying, so aggrieved. Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but go soft. Having never seen her look so miserable, he thought that she was having a hard time herself, although he usually drank and had a good capacity for alcohol. The aftertaste of several kinds of wine mixed together, if there was white wine added to it, was truly torturous after a few drinks. "Where's the hard part?" he asked, his voice softening a bit. Here, better?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked like she was getting more comfortable and nodded her head confusedly, still subconsciously snuggling over to his side. She sighed, not being as uncomfortably coy as she had just been, and closed her eyes as if slowly calming down. Yin Xiaojie looked at her quiet little face, but instead became more annoyed. "Good for you, getting comfortable and going to sleep," he said with a disgruntled stare at her. That innocent, harmless expression made him a little upset. Yin Xiaojie suddenly got up and bent down, his handsome face coming close to her small face. Suddenly, he remembered that when she was small, she always smelled like milk, especially good, making him always want to be close to her, want to stay by her side. Back then, the girl was clingy. Around the time she first learned to walk, she was still walking like a little penguin with a lopsided walk. She was holding the bottle in one little hand, and with one little hand still tugging at his shirt. She had to follow him. Wherever he went, she had to follow, like a heel. The corners of Yin Xiaojie's mouth couldn't help but tickle as he recalled that childhood image, a sense of intimacy swirling in the air, giving him the urge to get closer to her. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao was incredibly well behaved. This girl, she's never been so well behaved. It's almost like a cute little pet. It's just so endearing. This stirred up his demonic element even more. The next day, Mu Xiaoxiao woke up with a splitting headache and rolled around on the bed with difficulty. Headache. Her head felt as if it was going to explode, causing her pain, and the corners of her eyes were stained with tears, making her look pathetic. Yin Xiaojie walked over, a cup in his hand. His thin lips sked as he walked over to the bed, his long arms scooping her up. "You know it's hard, right? Drink this and you'll feel better." Mu Xiaoxiao obediently leaned on his arm and drank from his hand. Then her little face wrinkled into a bun. "It's so hard to drink." When Yin Xiaojie saw that she had finished drinking, he let go of her and put the cup on the bedside table, then somehow conjured up a lollipop and stuffed it into her mouth. The sweetness of the strawberry candy replaced the bitter taste, and only then did Mu Xiao's expression soothe away. "Saved. I'm most afraid of suffering," she said, laying back down on the bed again, lollipop still in her mouth. Yin Xiaojie glanced at her. "Then go back to sleep. I'm leaving." Mu Xiaoxiao laid down for a while. The lollipop was finished and the medicine worked. Her head didn't hurt as much, but her stomach growled, so she just had to get up and step on her slippers and go out of the room. Jay, I'm hungry," she yelled just like a little kid, walking into the living room. Yin Xiaojie was sitting on the sofa with an Apple computer on his lap, his eyes staring at the screen, his slender fingers flipping, not knowing what he was doing. "I'm hungry," she repeated, walking over to him and sitting on her butt on the couch, as if he had a secret. Yin Xiaojie covered the computer screen down and looked at her askance. "Isn't there food on the table? Go get it yourself." Mu Xiaoxiao tooted her little mouth. "I don't want to move," meaning, to ask him to get it for her. Yin Xiaojie pushes her head with his finger, looking at her askance with a look of disgust. "Mu Xiaoxiao, why are you so lazy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face first, then come back for breakfast." His lordship has bought her breakfast. "What more do you want?" "But I'm so hungry," Mu Xiaoxiao cried, her little face, tugging on his sleeve, and insisted on sticking her head up, like she was pampering herself. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face had an unnatural blush, and when she got close to him like this and made him smell her, he remembered the thievery he had done last night. As if he was a thief, he pushed her away. "Don't stick to me. You're such a big man. You're still pampered. Go brush your teeth. Do you still want this young master to serve you? Don't dream. Quickly go by yourself." Chapter 93. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and looked at him askance unhappily. "Just go." She always felt that Yin Xiaojie was strange, obviously when he had just given her the antidote to alcohol. He remembered that she was afraid of bitterness and thoughtfully prepared lollipops for her, causing her to be touched in a way that she couldn't help but be touched. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he'd dislike her? Mu Xiaoxiao smothered her little face, got off the sofa and walked to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, Yin Xiaojie was already sitting at the dining table, as if waiting for her. Mu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile, walked over and sat beside him, looking at the breakfast on the table. Her eyes couldn't help but light up and said joyfully, "Jie, you still remember my tastes by all the ones I like to eat, just randomly bought. Who remembers what you like to eat?" Yin Xiaojie said, but helped her unwrap the lid and put the congee in front of her, not forgetting to urge, "The congee is still hot, so be careful eating it. I want to drink the milk first." Mu Xiaoxiao reached for the strawberry milk, opened it and drank it. Yin Xiaojie looks at her with amusement and teases, "Xiao, how old are you and you still haven't quit breastfeeding? Isn't something like strawberry something that only children like to eat?" Mu Xiaoxiao finished a can, put down the empty bottle, glared at him and said, "I just like strawberries. What do you care?" Yin Xiaojie looked at the circle of milk stains around her mouth and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. "Ha ha ha, look at you. Mu Xiaoxiao, do you want to laugh me to death early in the morning? Ouch, my stomach hurts. I can't, laugh me to death." At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth was stained with a circle of milk stains, which looked particularly funny, and it was no wonder Yin Xiaojie laughed like this. "What the heck?" Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly wiped off her mouth with the back of her hand. "There's more here, dipped in a circle. Can't you even feel it?" Yin Xiaojie had laughed enough and reached out to help her wipe it off, and when Mu Xiaoxiao heard what he said, she subconsciously licked the side of her mouth just in time to lick his finger. Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but freeze, his dark eyes staring at her in bewilderment. "Jie, your face seems to be red. What's wrong?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously. Yin Xiaojie unnaturally averted his head, stiffly drew back his hand and coughed to cover up. "It's fine, maybe the congee is a bit hot. You eat quickly. Didn't you say you were very hungry?" "Oh." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't realize that something was wrong, and suddenly put her little face over to his side, and also pouted her little mouth, and asked, "Then is there still milk on the side of my mouth?" Yin Xiaojie's heart skipped a beat at her action, because the way she looked, it was as if she was actively sending it up to him, asking him to kiss her. Without a trace, he stepped back a distance, drew a tissue from the side, and handed it to her, saying with a look of disgust, "Wipe it yourself. Don't you have any feeling in your mouth? Don't even know if there's something on it." Mu Xiaoxiao licked her lips again and realized to what, frowned and said, "My mouth hurts a little. It seems like the skin is broken." "How come?" She blinked and thought about it, not even remembering when she'd hurt the corner of her mouth. "How would I know? You must have accidentally bitten it yourself," Yin Xiaojie said, his expression a little tense. Chapter 94, What did you do to him? Mu Xiaoxiao was confused, but she didn't doubt what he said, thinking that she might have really bitten it accidentally. Otherwise there was no other explanation. After she figured it out, she didn't care. It was just a busted lip, not a serious one. Wiping her lips clean with a tissue, she went upstairs, and not a moment later she came clattering down on her slippers. "Jie, do you have any honored memberships to any designer clothing stores?" she asks as soon as she comes downstairs, and then she sees Yin Xiaojie changing his clothes as if he's about to go out. "You're going out?" "Huh? Going out?" She frowned so tornly. She was so drained right now. She didn't want to go out at all. She just wanted to stay home. "Aha," Yin Xiaojie faintly responded, seeing that she didn't really want to go along either, before saying, "Just stay home and rest. I have some things to do and will be back a little later." "Oh." Yin Xiaojie glanced back at her and asked with a somewhat impatient look, "What do you want?" It was only then that Mu Xiaoxiao realized that he was a bit cold towards himself, and she didn't know where she had provoked him. Still, she explained, "I want to buy clothes. I came back with very few clothes, but I don't want to go out. I'm so tired. Girls are always short of clothes. Besides, she only brought one suitcase back. How many clothes can it hold? It's the last day of the weekend and with school starting tomorrow, there's no time to go clothes shopping." Yin Xiaojie said, "You're such a pain in the ass. Can't you buy it when you're free?" Despite what he said, he walked back into the living room, picked up the iPad on the coffee table, and tapped on a piece of software. "With this young master's identity, which brand does not have to offer me as if I were a bodhisattva? How can an honored member not have? You buy it yourself. I'm leaving." Tossing her the iPad, he headed outside without looking at her. Mu Xiaoxiao almost didn't catch it steadily. Fortunately she was agile enough to not let the iPad fall down. When she came back to her senses, Yin Xiaojie had already left. She beamed and complained, "What the heck? Obviously yesterday you were so concerned about me. Today you're so cold." It's true that a man's heart has a needle in the bottom of the sea, and he has no idea what Yin Xiaojie is thinking. However, she suddenly remembered something. last night at the bar. He went out to answer a phone call and it went on for a long time. Looking at him hanging up that phone call at first, like he didn't really want to answer it, and then he answered it when he got impatient. Who the hell is calling? Could it be that he was in a bad mood because of that phone call and that's why he took it out on her? Although she didn't know if it was, Mu Xiaoxiao at least found a reason to explain why Yin Xiaojie's attitude had changed. Well, it's human to have a temper, so she forgave him. Mu Xiaoxiao sat back on the sofa, legs crossed, iPad in the middle of her legs, and began to look at the software, which was the ordering system of the branded store, which only the most honored members had. Really rich people, there is no need to go to the counter to buy clothes. Brand stores specializing in such software, the latest styles uploaded to the above. Honored members as long as the selection of the above. There will be a person to send to the door. Try on the satisfaction before purchasing. Chapter 95. Even in the biggest foreign brands, they are able to order. Will be sent over to the guests with a special plane? This service is simply the supreme level. That's why it's good to be rich. Mu Xiaoxiao all morning in the selection of clothes. Girls, this happy, spend how much time do not feel tired. Over the years she'd gone from little girl to teenager, and since she'd gone to the US, she wore mostly teenage branded clothing from over there, which thankfully had stores in the country. Happy buying, pick up what you see and try it on before you buy it anyway if it fits. After the order list was submitted, in half an hour's time, those stores delivered a lot of clothes with personalized service. Without realizing it, it was actually noon. Mu Xiaoxiao had just finished trying on a favorite dress when she noticed her stomach growling, covered her stomach and walked out, and was considering how to order takeout when she smelled the food. It made her almost drool. It smells good. What is it? Why are there so many clothes? Mu Xiaoxiao, did you buy all the other people's stores? Yin Xiaojie's magnetic voice came from the doorway. Ha, why are you back? Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and looked at him curiously. Yin Xiaojie glanced at her. Can't I come back? This is my home. Mu Xiaoxiao saw the bag he was carrying in his hand, and the scent was coming from here. Bouncing over and looking at him askance with a smile. You didn't specially buy lunch and come back for me, did you? Hubby, you are so nice. Mu Xiaoxiao, however, did not know that she had disturbed the pool of spring water, snatched the bag, and walked over to the dining table side to sit down and began to open the bag. Whoa, pizza, and grilled chicken wings, just what I wanted to eat. Yin Xiaojie regained his composure and coughed unnaturally, not sitting down with her but walking over to the sofa and looking at the clothes laid out in front of him, all of them cute outfits, pink mostly. He frowned, just as there was a box on the coffee table, and he picked up the small object inside curiously. Unfolding it, it was actually a pair of small panties with a strawberry print. He couldn't help but freeze, his eyes staring blankly at the object in his hand. He actually took her under. A blush couldn't help but color his handsome face. Mu Xiaoxiao was eating joyfully, subconsciously looked over, and saw the scene, violently screamed, flew over, and snatched the strawberry panties from his hand. Hey, why are you touching other people's things? So colorful are you? Her little face reddened up, her big eyes glaring at him as she rebuked. Yin Xiaojie suddenly wickedly hooked up his sexy thin lips, picked up the other small underwear in the box, and also intentionally handed it to her. Dangling, Xiao, don't tell me that this is what you're wearing? I've told you not to touch it, and you're still taking it. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed and tried to snatch it back again. Yin Xiaojie smiled teasingly, and his slender fingers wiggled, not letting her grab it. Chapter 96. Embarrassed, she reached out to grab it again. It was her own clothing, after all, and to have a boy hold it in her hands like that made her feel so ashamed she was about to want to find a hole to hide in. Why did it come to this? Just because he wasn't home, she had dared to leave everything on the table. Who knew he'd come back without notice? This is called biantai? Yin Xiaojie wickedly raised his handsome eyebrows, and while she was reaching over, he deliberately tugged on her hand and pulled her to sit on the sofa, then forced her into a corner so that she couldn't snatch what she was holding. Yin Xiaojie, stop it, give me back my stuff. You're a boy taking a girl's clothes, do you want to be ashamed? Mu Xiaoxiao reprimanded. At the moment, the only thing in her eyes was what he was carrying in his hand. Didn't you say I'm biantai? Then I'll show you what it means to be a real. Yin Xiaojie looked like he had thought of a good idea, and a bad smile rose on his good-looking thin lips. You give it back to me first. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her short little hands, not even listening carefully to what he said, just concentrating on getting the clothes back. Compared to Yin Xiaojie, who has long legs and long hands, her hands are too short, and he only stretched his arms upward, so she couldn't reach them, and she was in a hurry. Yin Xiaojie, she was on the verge of going crazy with anxiety and yelled at him, her teeth and claws open in a desperate attempt to claw and scratch him. Hubby is here. Yin Xiaojie laughed, looking at her anxious appearance, like an annoyed haunted cat. It was really funny. How to look at it was so cute that one couldn't help but want to tease her even more. Mu Xiaoxiao furiously glared at him. her cheeks bulging, her big black eyes glaring at him with fire. What the hell do you want? I don't want anything. Yin Xiaojie pretended to be innocent. Then give me back my stuff. Mu Xiaoxiao pointed at the thing in his hand. Yin Xiaojie looked down at her spread out small palms. The gesture of asking for something is really taken for granted. He pretended to be dissatisfied and grunted. Is this the kind of attitude you take when you ask for someone else's favor? So arrogant. Who the hell is arrogant? It's clearly him who is the most arrogant. Mu Xiaoxiao simply think that he is not understandable. Then, please, give me back my things, okay? Her brain turned, and she hurriedly used the trick of pampering. Her voice was soft and sticky, and her eyes also cooperated, looking at him with watery eyes. No good. You just called me Biantai. He looked like he was going to settle a score. In fact, in his heart, he was still thinking of giving her a show to show her what it means to be a real pervert. But this girl was not at all in the right state, and she actually ignored the words he just said. Originally, because he had kissed her last night, he had to act cold in the morning in order to keep her from finding out the secret. But now there was a chance to tease her in a bright way, so how could he pass it up? Teasing her like this time, watching her huffing and puffing was really extraordinarily fun, making him feel a sudden relief in his chest, and his entire being was refreshed. Mu Xiaoxiao felt him getting closer and closer. This asshole, robbing her and making her a deal? I've never seen such a shameless person. This guy really is the shameless of the shameless. Badass. At that moment, Yin Xiaojie grinned evilly, like a standard villain in an extreme movie, and asked in a low voice, do you want to know how to be really Biantai? Chapter 97, She Must Be Crazy Too. His warm breath splashed across her face, and the minty scent that belonged to a teenager seemed to haunt her. Her cheeks burned and her heartbeat became fast. Mu Xiaoxiao shrunk her neck, not knowing why she didn't dare to look at his eyes, always feeling as if she was going to be sucked in by those deep eyes. I don't want to know, okay? She stammered, only to feel her heart beating like she was sick, as if her heart was thumping more than just a little bit out of her chest as she finished her run in gym class. No, someone refused in a domineering manner. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, and always felt that he was up to no good. There must be some kind of conspiracy, so Hugh thought she would nod her head. I don't want to know. Hurry up and give it back to me. Not caring what he was going to do, she only had one goal, to snatch the little underwear back from his hand. Then she's going to run back to her room and lock it up and not see anyone. Okay, give it back. Yin Xiaojie suddenly compromised, handing her his hand. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him suspiciously. Really? Just now, he had refused to give it to her, but now he was offering to give it back to her. How could he think that there was something fishy? What the hell is he up to? Don't? Yin Xiaojie smirked, his eyes seeming to flash with an imp. Yes, she nodded hastily, fearing that he might turn against her, and hastened to go and get it. But Yin Xiaojie makes a bad move, calculating the right moment and pulling his hand back again. Yin Xiaojie, you tricked me, didn't you? Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Of course not. If you want it back, shouldn't you give me something? Yin Xiaojie looks into her eyes, his smile wilting and wilting. So you want to? She was about to say what he wanted when she saw Yin Xiaojie's handsome face come closer, only a few centimeters away from hers, and it was still shortening. What do you think? His voice was low and husky, with a deadly charm. Does he want? Mu Xiaoxiao's face burned up again, and when she saw him leaning closer, she closed her eyes in fear, confused and wondering if he would really want to. Suddenly, something came over her head and she opened her eyes in shock. Ha 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 ha. Yin Xiaojie's reckless laughter came from his ears, and the little underwear he was holding in his hand was already gone. So you can imagine, Yin Xiaojie, a roar as if the house shook. Mu Xiaoxiao was furious. This asshole actually put the small in her. What's even more outrageous is that Yin Xiaojie, this asshole, even took out his cell phone and took a picture of her in this awkward state. How's that? That's what you call a pervert, right? Mu Xiaoxiao's red face hurriedly took the things down, so angry that she lunged at him. Yin Xiaojie, I'll kill you. Yin Xiaojie was pounced on by her and stumbled and almost fell backward. He hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist and brought her over to the sofa, the two of them falling into the sofa together. Mu Xiaoxiao punched his chest a few times and was about to grab the phone. Delete the photos and give me the phone. Yin Xiaojie didn't flinch at all at her small fists and laughed heartily. Ha ha, do you know how funny you just looked? It was simply too cute. You think if I send it to my parents to look at, they'll love it too, right? How dare you? She yelled at him, feeling stupid, just actually thought he was trying to kiss her, but it turned out he was deliberately luring her to close her eyes so he could carry out his trick. She must have just gone crazy to think he was trying to kiss her. Chapter 98, This is your weapon. Nay, Yin Xiaojie's hands are longer than hers. He just easily stretches his hand towards his head, and her little short hands can't reach it no matter how. Yin Xiaojie even deliberately shrunk back a bit, his eyes glancing at the photo on his cell phone. And again, he couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I could laugh at this picture for a year. I'm going to have to treasure it for sure. Hearing him say that he still wants to treasure it, Mu Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she was about to cry, and said in a panic, "Can you delete it? What's so pretty about this kind of photo? You are really perverted." Yin Xiaojie shrugged, his deep eyes carrying a smile. "I think it's cute, don't you?" Mu Xiaoxiao blackened her face and said in a single word, "I don't think. How can she still find it funny when she's the one who was the subject of this ugly photo?" Yin Xiaojie, however, looked like he was admiring the photo of a certain girl with a confused face on top of her little strawberry underwear. It was really how to look at how to burst out laughing, how to look at how to be in a happy mood. How can you delete such a cute photo? And for years afterward, he kept the picture, and took it out to look at it from time to time, and every time it made him laugh and put him in a good mood. "You're still looking, Yin Xiaojie, you're so annoying. Quickly delete it for me. Delete it, delete it, delete it." Mu Xiaoxiao's hands and feet were going to grab it again, and her whole body was on top of his body, trying hard to reach his hands. Yin Xiaojie suddenly smiled evilly, his ambiguous breath deliberately blowing on her face. "Xiao Xiao, your breasts are sticking to me." Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao was shocked and looked down. Sure enough, her chest was tightly pressed against his sturdy chest, and she was still completely unaware of how much tofu she had been eaten by him. Her little face flushed red and she hurriedly got up from him, glaring at him with a depressed and exasperated face, stretching out her little hand to him. "You give me the cell phone, La. Stop it, okay? I didn't make a scene." Yin Xiaojie operated on his cell phone and saved that photo to a private album. Mu Xiaoxiao coiled her legs and anxiously said to him, "Then delete the photo. You don't really want to keep such a perverted photo, do you?" Yin Xiaojie nodded his head and smiled wickedly, and deliberately shook his cell phone at her. "Of course you have to keep it. This will be your handle from now on." Mu Xiaoxiao was instantly deflated. Looking at his face, she knew that he wouldn't return the photo to her. "Then you are not to show this picture to anyone else. Do you hear me? Or else." She made a menacing face. Got it. He didn't want to show her so cute to anyone else. Mu Xiaoxiao only had to give up for the time being, but she wouldn't let it go because of that. She would find an opportunity to steal the photo back later. She secretly calculated in her heart. Yin Xiaojie put his phone back in his pocket and picked up the iPad on the coffee table to log into the branded subscription software. He swept these clothes laid out in front of him and said with dissatisfaction, "All these clothes of yours are too childish, aren't they? People who don't know think you're an elementary school student. You're a high school student now. You should dress nicely too. Don't pretend to be young all the time." While talking, he swiped through the software, and when he came across something he was satisfied with, he selected it into his shopping cart. Mu Xiaoxiao had a bad feeling and probed to look over, just in time to see that he had chosen a box of small black lace underwear, and the rest of his clothes were in a similar sexy style. It was a style she wouldn't normally wear, and she blushed just looking at it. Chapter 99. She glared at him and said, "Why did you pick this kind for me? I don't like wearing this kind of clothes. Don't you buy it." Yet this asshole told him not to buy it, and he even paid for it straight away, without people delivering it to his door to try it on first. Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she hit his shoulder twice. "You loser. These clothes are so expensive, and you didn't ask me. You just bought them, and I don't like them. Isn't this a waste? Is he too much money to spend?" In one fell swoop, he bought her a dozen sets of clothes that added up to over $100,000. Yin Xiaojie smiled. "Isn't it only natural for me to buy clothes for my wife? Look at a dress you just bought. More than $20,000. Isn't this a money grab? It's just that little fabric. It's not gold encrusted. How can it be so expensive? Branded stuff. Expensive for a reason. Just look good anyway. It's nice to look at, but it's not like I like to wear those kinds of clothes." Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and skimmed his mouth, saying in a threatening tone, "The clothes I bought. You dare not try wearing them?" Mu Tiny fell backward onto the couch and wailed. She wanted to die. Now she finally understood why he kept that photo. With this handle, she would not be able to resist him in the future. This guy is so duplicitous. Going to school on Monday. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao entered the classroom and just sat down, Yuzha turned his head and looked at her worriedly and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you alright?" She blinked in confusion. "I'm fine. What's wrong with me?" Yuzha turned around and sat face to face towards her side. His expression hesitated before he finally spoke. "Is it true that you confessed to Louis Chen? He promised you? Did you go to him before because you liked him and wanted to confess to him?" Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao remember that there was also that video thing, and said in tears and laughter, "Of course it's not true. Did you see the video? I was just looking for him for something, not a confession. This video also don't know who shot it. Not clear. The truth is nonsense." Getting her denial, Yuzha couldn't hide his joy. "Really? You really didn't confess to Louis Chen? You don't like him?" "I like him," Mu Xiaoxiao said. Yuzha's expression froze, and a touch of loss instantly colored the bottom of his eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and explained, I have an appreciative fondness for him, not the kind of fondness that comes with male and female feelings. Boys like Lui Chen, handsome and smart, calm and gentle, completely the male god in the hearts of girls. Very few girls will not like it, right? Hearing this, Yuzha was relieved. Don't scare me. It's not scary. Even if I did confess to him, it's nothing, right? She stated, not understanding his scare point. Yuzha's face has an unnatural redness, hurried to cover up and said, I just think, it is very surprised. You are not confessing to him on the line, but this matter you had better think of a way to clarify it. But don't worry, I will help you. It's nothing that needs to be clarified, is it? It's just gossip. The students will forget about it after a while. Mu Xiaoxiao is unimpressed. Anyway, in Xiaojie's sight she has already explained what other people want to think of her. She does not care. Still cannot lose a piece of meat? But Yuzha didn't think so, and he looked as if this matter was serious. Chapter 100, so he cares about her. He said to her with a worried face, Xiao, you may not know, Lui Chen has a lot of admirers. If they really think that you confessed successfully, they will probably treat you. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand with unconcern. Don't worry, no one dares to do anything to me. She's got In Xiaojie's back. Who'd dare touch her? However, she forgot one thing. She herself knew about it, but others didn't know about her relationship with In Xiaojie. There is one more thing. Yuzha remembered something. His expression was a little hard to see. With some misgivings, he looked around at the people next to him, put his head close to her, and said in a small voice, on Friday day, I heard that Jie Xiao turned over the whole school to find you. I don't know if it's true. Did something happen between you and him? And I've inquired that on that very day. Jie Xiao broke up with Bai Meijia, and everyone is now spreading the rumor that you're Jie Xiao's new target, and that he's going after you. You said that he turned over the entire school to find me that day? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. The heart couldn't help but snicker happily. That guy, In Xiaojie, even acted like he didn't care about her and left first without waiting for her to go home with him. She could almost imagine that he must have rummaged through the school and couldn't find her, couldn't get through to her on the phone, and then got angry when he found out somehow that she had skipped class with Lui Chen, right? No wonder he was so angry that night. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was sweet and happy, and she lowered her head to send a text message to In Xiaojie, adding a ghost face playfully at the end. Yuzha saw that she was still relaxed and at ease. Really, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. He asked anxiously, Xiao, you said before that you don't like Jie, is that true? Then if he takes the initiative to pursue you, after all, Jie Xiao, he is a master of love, and his own conditions are so good, in the entire Shangda College, no one can match him. If he takes the initiative to pursue a girl, which girl is not moved on? But Yuzha then felt that Mu Xiaoxiao should be different, right? She is not a girl who looks at the appearance, will not fall in love with that person just because they are handsome and rich. Before Mu Xiaoxiao could answer him, the class bell rang, and the English teacher stepped in, her eyes looking at Mu Xiaoxiao at first glance. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pushed Yuzha. Sit down, the teacher is coming. Her English teacher already had a problem with her, and she didn't want to be a thorn in her teacher's side. Yuzha didn't get an answer, and the whole thing was hard to bear. Then after class, however, as soon as class ended, Mu Xiao received a text message and gave a surprised eek. What's wrong? Yuzha looked back at her as he watched the teacher walk away, just in time to notice her expression. Mu Xiaoxiao curved her good-looking eyes and said with a happy smile, I have something to do. I'll go out for a while first. Yuzha intuited that it had something to do with the text message she had received, so he pursued, Who sent you that text message? Where are you going? How could Mu Xiaoxiao tell him? Already walking out of the classroom quickly. However, when she turned to the stairs and was about to go down, she encountered 3 girls coming towards her, aggressive and looking like they were coming from a bad place. You're Mu Xiaoxiao, right? The girl in the lead had a head of long brown curly hair that looked well tended and very silky, and was wearing the school's college-style uniform, but with the skirt altered to be very short. Chapter 101, Rumors are usually false. Noticing that the other party's tone was a bit unfriendly, Mu Xiaoxiao dryly laughed and said, You guys recognized the wrong person. My name is not Mu Xiaoxiao. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and flee. Get her, the girl droned. Then the 2 girls behind her pounced on her, tugging at Mu Xiaoxiao one by one, preventing her from escaping. What are you doing? I told you that you've recognized the wrong person. Mu Xiaoxiao still wanted to make a final struggle. She remembered that the video was not very clear. It should not be so easy to recognize her face, right? As she struggled, the cell phone clutched in her hand dropped. My cell phone. Mu Xiaoxiao heard that pop. Her heart ached. This cell phone she just bought less than a month off. The girl who was in charge came over and grabbed the phone and picked it up just in time to see the latest text message sent. I'll wait for you on the other side of the poster wall. and the sender was Lu Yichen's name. The girl's face immediately turned gloomy, raised her cell phone, her eyes glaring at Mu Xiaoxiao as if they were on fire, and said angrily, "How dare you say you're not Mu Xiaoxiao? How dare you seduce Senior Yichin?" Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. It's all because of Yuja's crow's mouth, and it was really hit by him. She wondered, wasn't this a plot only found in idol dramas? How could this actually happen in reality? She was wrong. She shouldn't have been distrustful. You misunderstood. You listened to my explanation first, okay? Lu Yichen and I are just friends. Ordinary friends. That video was taken out of context. I didn't confess to him. I just have something to say to him. If you don't believe me, you go with me to find him and make it clear to him, okay? There were 3 girls on the other side, and each of them looked like they were not to be messed with. So in order to avoid triggering an unnecessary conflict, she felt that it was better for her to show some weakness. It's not a good idea to pull the wool over their eyes in a place like this, is it? Mu Xiaoxiao is still quite afraid of accidents, such as accidentally ripping the clothes how to do, and pulling hair is painful too. She was scared just thinking about it. The last time she had her hair pulled by Han Yuner, it really hurt. Her hair went numb, and she didn't want to go through that again. The situation was at a disadvantage and she had to outsmart herself. The girl coldly skimmed her mouth and suddenly walked up and yanked her by the collar, shouting angrily at her, "Who told you about Senior Yichin? We came to find you for young Master Jie, you shameless woman, seducing our young Master Jie while seducing Senior Yichin. If I, Han Shuer, don't teach you a lesson today, how can I be the president of young Master Jie's fan club?" Mu Xiaoxiao froze. So they are for that guy Yin Xiaojie? Then she's even more wronged. She cried and put on a pitiful look and said to them, "If it's Lu Yichen, I'll admit it, but Yin Xiaojie, I don't have a relationship with him. You guys don't listen to rumors. Rumors are usually false." Han Shuer snorted coldly and grabbed her by the collar, her eyes as sinister as a snake and scorpion glaring at her. "I'll believe it if you say so? Don't think I'm that easy to fool. Let me tell you, it's impossible for young Master Jie to actively pursue a girl. You're dreaming less." At this moment, the girl who grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's left hand said, "Miss Shuer, it suddenly occurred to me that rumor couldn't have been spread by her, right? It's just to attract young Master Jie's attention so that young Master Jie would be interested in her." The moment these words came out, all 3 girls stared at Mu Xiaoxiao with murderous eyes. Chapter 102 Fascinated by young Master Yin. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly twice and said sardonically, "Your imaginations are too rich." She was also a little confused as to how the situation had developed like this. If it was really determined that she did it, and the word got out that so many girls in the school liked Yin Xiaojie, they would be able to drown her with their saliva alone. Inexplicably, a chill ran up her back, causing her to shiver, especially when there were 3 pairs of murderous eyes on her at the moment. The chill was even greater. Just then, the cell phone in Han Shuer's hand rang, and several girls looked at each other. Mu Xiaoxiao inexplicably had a bad feeling. Who would be calling it this time? Could it be Lu Yichen? It would be fine if it was Lu Yichen, but if it was, Han Shuer glanced at the name on the caller ID and froze, saying in shock, "It's young Master Jie? How can that be?" The 2 girls were also surprised and couldn't believe it. It can't be, right? How could this woman have young Master Jie's cell phone number? Whether it's a real number or not, you'll know when you answer it. Han Shuer's face was also ugly, but she still made a decision and scratched the screen, connecting the call. "Mu Chan Chan." From the cell phone came a harsh roar. It was a voice that was all too familiar to several of them, the voice of the man they had always been infatuated with. "It's young Master Jie. It's really him." The 2 girls who grabbed Mu Xiao both let out incredulous cries, and there was also someone who was making a nymphomaniac at this time, unable to stop her heartbeat just by hearing Yin Xiaojie's voice, and her face had a mesmerized expression as well. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at their florid faces in dismay. Should we be so dramatic? Although Yin Xiaojie was indeed quite demonic looking, he wasn't so mesmerized by just hearing the voice. Was he? Mu Xiaoxiao's brain suddenly had an epiphany just as the people on either side of her let go of their hands, and as soon as she snatched her cell phone back from Han Shuer's hands, she ran towards the stairs at an arrow's pace. She ran away. By the time those 3 girls reacted, Mu Xiaoxiao had already run down the stairs and couldn't catch up at all. A girl, panting from chasing after her, her hand propped up on her waist with difficulty, asked Han Shuer, "Miss Shuer, should we just let her run away like this? Why would she have young Master Jie's cell phone number? I can't accept it." Han Shuer was so angry that she clenched her teeth behind her, glaring at Mu Xiao's running away figure. "It won't just go away. She's still in school anyway. Where could she go? Unless she doesn't come to school anymore. When we catch her next time, that's when she'll die. But she has young Master Jie's cell phone number. Could she really know young Master Jie? Then if we teach her a lesson, will you shut up?" Han Shuer roared angrily. She must have used some trick to get young Master Jie's cell phone number. I don't believe young Master Jia would like her. What is she? Even if I get her killed, no one will hold her accountable. The two girls nodded their heads in agreement and even took the opportunity to flatter her. Right, with Miss Schwerer's status, do you still need to be afraid of that little? We must teach her a hard lesson next time. Mu Xiaoxiao ran far away, although no one behind her to catch up, but she did not dare to stop, until she ran to the senior school building, only to support the wall gasping as if she was about to give up her breath. That's when the cell phone rang again. Chapter 103, You've gotten fat, haven't you? She lifted her hand breathlessly and looked at the caller ID. It was Yin Xiaojie. Hey, came the weak voice. Yin Xiaojie frowned and asked unhappily, what just happened? Mu Xiaoxiao, you're getting more and more licentious. How dare you hang up on me? Where are you now? Mu Xiaoxiao gasped evenly, patted her chest, and said, I'm in the classroom. What are you looking for me? Oh, you dare to lie to me? Gutsy, aren't you? Yin Xiaojie sneered twice, directly poking through her lies. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and looked around in shock. Could he be hiding somewhere peeking at her? Otherwise, how would he know that she was not in the classroom? I blame you, she claimed back at him. I just got stuck with a couple of girls and almost got beat up, you know? What's going on? Can't you just say it? You have to wait for me to ask. Yin Xiaojie's tone was impatient. I've just escaped from danger, and now I'm not even out of breath. So you let me catch my breath first and say no? Mu Xiaoxiao was dissatisfied, thinking that she was dragged down by him. She was exasperated. So you've had enough of panting now, have you? Mu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and took 2 more hard breaths before she felt more comfortable. So she described to him what had just happened. By the way, she claims to be the president of your fan club. And a fan club. My god, she teased with a look that she couldn't stand. Yin Xiaojie was offended to hear that tone of hers, as if she was mocking him. That fan club is none of my business. It's those girls of theirs who made it happen. Don't you dare bring it to my head. Well, without saying that, you come over to my side. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't come, you'll suffer the consequences. Hello, I'm. Mu Xiaoxiao still wanted to say that she had something to do, but that guy Yin Xiaojie had already hung up first. She glared at her phone in dissatisfaction and muttered, what the hell? So bossy. Heck, she was told to go, but she didn't. How dare she use such a threatening tone with her? She didn't want to care about this guy. Mu Xiaoxiao thought Lu Yichen didn't know what to look for himself, so he hurriedly went to the poster wall he said, just next to the senior teaching building. From afar, he saw Lu Yichen's handsome and upright figure, leaning on a pillar similar to a Roman column. The wind gently blew by, ruffling his fine black hair, and his stance was as good-looking as a pictorial. Lu Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao playfully jumped over and appeared in front of him with a bright smile. I'm sorry, something came up and delayed me. Have you been waiting long? Lu Yichen looked toward her lovely appearance. The corners of his mouth held a faint smile, and his voice said warmly, it didn't take long to wait. It's good that you're here. Come and sit over here. There was a place to sit next to the pillar, but he didn't because then the pillar would cover him and she wouldn't be able to see him if she came. Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao see a familiar bag. Her eyes instantly lit up. This is not. Lu Yichen picked up the bag and handed it to her with a smile. Bought it for you. Don't you like this strawberry cake a lot? Thank you. Mu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Her heart couldn't help but be a little touched. She didn't think he would be so considerate and remember what she liked to eat. The two sat down and she placed the bag on her lap and opened it. Inside lay 2 strawberry cakes. Chapter 104, For her sake. 2 is too many. I can't eat that much, she said looking over at him. Lu Yichen laughed slightly, touched his nose as if he was a little twisted, and said embarrassedly, actually, there is one for myself. Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised, thought of something, looked at him, wide-eyed exclaimed, it can't be, that all the strawberry cake you bought before was for you to eat, right? I thought he was buying it for his girlfriend, but it never occurred to me that he would be buying it for himself to eat, because very few guys like dessert, and a dessert as girly as strawberry shortcake. Lu Yichen was a little embarrassed, but still nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Mu Xiaoxiao solved the puzzle and laughed so hard that she gave him a portion of the cake, took one for herself, and happily ate it. You eat it too. What a surprise. We have the same taste. Could this be fate? He was the first friend she met in Shand, and the chance was because of the strawberry shortcake, not realizing that there was more to the destiny than that. Probably after getting along with her on the day she skipped class, Lu Yichen's attitude towards her was very different, very close, without the sense of detachment he felt at the beginning. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, Lu Yichen said. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly finished the strawberry cake, and ate it with cream all over her mouth, then attempted to lick it off with her tongue like a child, and said in a slurred voice, what is it? Lu Yichen couldn't help but be amused as he looked at her childish appearance. Taking out a tissue from his pocket and handing it to her, wipe with this. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. Lu Yichen, Are you really a boy? Actually carrying tissues with you? My god, you're the first boy I've ever seen with tissues on him. You're practically a rare animal. Louis Chen found her exaggerated expression amusing, and his smile deepened a few more points. Do you mean that as a compliment? If so, then I'll accept it. Thanks. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his expression with amusement and said in amusement, Louis Chen, so you can also tell jokes. Louis Chen's thin lips pursed out in a nice arc, just smiling faintly. He hadn't actually joked or laughed in a long time, and had just responded naturally to her words. What did you just say you wanted to say to me? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Louis Chen looked at her, his brown eyes had a deep meaning, and said, that janitor, he was rehired by the school. Mu Xiaoxiao was a surprise. Really? That would be great. She was so happy in her heart that she knew by thinking about it that it must be Yin Xiaojie who did the deed behind her back. And before she was so arrogant to say that the person he fired would never be hired back, and now she is hitting her own face. Seriously, this is definitely not something Yin Xiaojie would do. But for her, he did it. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was getting happier and sweeter the more she thought about it. Suddenly, she remembered that Yin Xiaojie had just asked her to find him, and her heart was inexplicably worried that guy wouldn't still be waiting for her. Would he? But he didn't think about it, and said something about not being there at your own risk of consequences, which no one who heard it would want to be there. Only Mu Xiaoxiao forgot that Yin Xiaojie had long been used to the tone of command. To him it was just normal speech. Which of the people around him dared to disobey his orders? Louis Chen took a look at the time and asked her, what's your class this period? Don't you have to go to class? Chapter 105, Consequences. Mu Xiaoxiao replied absent-mindedly, I think it's math, but I don't want to take it. In fact, she didn't really care about her classes in China, because for her, sooner or later, she would have to go back to the U.S. Then it didn't matter if she took classes in China or not, and she didn't need to take the college entrance exams in China anyway. Louis Chen looked askance at her for a while, like he was somewhat hesitant, before he finally said, that, I'm in gym class this period. We have a basketball game. Do you want to come over and watch? Good, she casually answered. The anxiety in her heart accumulated to the peak. She sat like a needle in her hand, violently stood up, and said to him, that, I have some urgent matters. I'm leaving first. I'll look for you later when I'm free. Aha, then do you know where the basketball gym is? Louis Chen thought thoughtfully of the fact that she had only just arrived at the school and wasn't familiar with its terrain. It's okay if I don't know. I'll just ask someone. She's anxious to get going. Louis Chen smiled, seeing her anxiety, and without deliberately retaining her, said, then you go ahead and get busy with your business, and call me when you can't find a place later. Okay, that's it then. I'll go first. Bye. Mu Xiaoxiao can't stay for a moment, almost running all the way to the sophomore teaching building, panting and supporting his knees, was about to go up the stairs, was violently pulled by someone's arm. She was startled. What are you doing? It's me, a deep voice said. Hearing a familiar voice, she turns back to Yin Xiaojie and pats her chest in false alarm. You scared me to death. Don't you know that people scaring people will scare them to death? Why are you here? Waiting for you. Yin Xiao's deep, ink-like eyes had displeasure in them as he swept a glance in the direction she was running from. Over there seemed to be the senior classroom building, right? He looked at her with a scrutinizing glance, his voice cold and solemn as he asked, where were you just now? Didn't I tell you to be there in 5 minutes? Has it been 5 minutes? It's been more than 15 minutes. I said there would be consequences. So tell me yourself, what should I do? That. A certain girl's little head spun, thinking about how to lie. Yin Xiaojie wrapped his hands around his chest, stared at her with his thin lips slightly skewed and said, make it up. Make up a reasonable lie and see if I believe it? Make it up. Make it up. They'd grown up together, and couldn't he see the little gestures she made before she was about to lie? Mu Xiaoxiao instantly like a deflated balloon general, watery big eyes innocently looked at him and said, which I have to lie. You seem to say, I have no truth to you like, so tell me, where did you just go? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly did not dare to say again. This guy seems to have a lot of opinions about Louis Chen. If she knew that she went to Louis Chen first and hung him out to dry, he would probably have to get angry again. You went to look for the one surnamed Lu? Yin Xiaojie's handsome face was slightly cold as he helped her out first, just thinking about the fact that he and Louis Chen were looking for her at the same time. But she chose to go and see Louis Chen first instead of choosing him. Yin Xiaojie felt a fire of anger burning in his chest. No. Mu Xiaoxiao subconsciously denied it, but as soon as the lie was uttered, a strong uneasiness welled up in her heart, gripping her chest tightly and making her panic, fearful of what horrible results would happen if the lie was recognized. What to do? It's like she shouldn't have denied it. Chapter 106. Yin Xiaojie took a step closer, the distance between the two of them closing, and he stared at her with a torch-like gaze, as if he was trying to see through her. Mu Xiaoxiao nervously gulped and was thinking about whether or not to turn herself in and ask for confession and leniency. Who knew that just out of the blue I'd hear him say, "You're stealing food." Mu Xiaoxiao froze, a little confused. What's that supposed to mean? Even if he did see that she had gone to Lu Yichen earlier, that wasn't cheating, was it? Yin Xiaojie lifted his hand, his long, white fingers brushing past the corner of her mouth, a bit of white cream on his fingertips, as if he'd caught the evidence. He said, "Did you just hide and steal the cake?" Must have just not wiped it off. But, mentally, I was relieved. So by stealing food, he meant stealing cake. Yin Xiaojie brought his fingertips to his mouth and licked off the cream on them. Strawberry cake again? How come you like strawberry cake so much? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned by his action, and her face was slightly colored with a blush. Why would he lick it off? In a tone of good-natured disgust, he went on, "Isn't this kind of cake for children? You are so childish. You're the one being childish." Mu Xiaoxiao found her voice and stammered to hide her blush. "If you don't like dessert yourself, why shouldn't others eat it too? What's wrong with strawberry cake? What's wrong with strawberry cake? There are plenty of people who like it." Humph. A boy as good as Lu Yichen likes to eat it. It made her feel better to think that she had a fellow friend. "Why are you blushing?" Yin Xiaojie noticed something strange about her, especially her flickering eyes that didn't dare to meet his gaze, making him feel catty. "I'm not angry with you." Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to be exasperated and glared at him. "I'm telling you, you're not allowed to denigrate my beloved strawberry cake, or else, cut off." She just felt as if her face was burning, so she turned around and tried to leave. Yin Xiaojie hurriedly pulled her back. Okay, when I'm wrong, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao glared back at him and said in an impatient tone, "You called me here. What exactly is the matter? It's not just to hurt me, right?" "Of course not." Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows for a moment, then looked at her askance with a serious expression and said, "Alright, down to business. You just said that someone is trying to disadvantage you. Who is it? What was her name? Did they do anything to you? Didn't I say that? That girl claims to be the president of your fan club, so you should know her." Mu Xiaoxiao got angry again at the mention of this. It was all his fault that she became the target of a crowd. Yin Xiaojie gave her a blank look. "I've already said that I don't care about those things. Who are they? How would I know?" Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, "She said her name is Han Shuer. Other than that, I don't know." "Han Shuer? Doesn't ring a bell." Yin Xiaojie said indifferently. "Forget it then. I'm fine anyway. Big deal in the future. Be more careful and go around them." Mu Xiaoxiao had never encountered this kind of thing before, although at that time it was quite scary. Now she felt that it wasn't much of a big deal again. Yin Xiaojie stares at her small face for a moment and suddenly says, "Why don't I announce to the public that you're my girlfriend? That way no one would dare to do anything to you." Chapter 107, Don't regret it. Don't. Never. Mu Xiaoxiao just refused, then noticed his cool-down handsome face, hurriedly revealed a smile to ease the atmosphere, carefully explaining, "Isn't this for your own good? If I take up the position of girlfriend, then how can you still pick up girls? You say right?" Yin Xiaojie looked at her with cold eyes and said in an unpleasant tone, "Did I say that I need to pick up girls?" The reason he was upset was because he felt that she was so busy rejecting and clearing her relationship with him. There was a big possibility that she was doing it for Lu Yichen, and because she liked Lu Yichen, she had to make herself a single status. Mu Xiaoxiao had a look that saw through his nature. "You're so philandering. Your girlfriends are one after another. Can you bear not to pick up girls? You really don't want it?" he asked once more with a serious look on his face. "Don't." Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, her little face full of disinterest. The corner of Yin Xiaojie's mouth coldly skimmed down. There were plenty of women who wanted to be his girlfriend, but she instead didn't care. Humph. Think he's that rare for her? That's what you said. Mu Xiaoxiao. When the time comes and I find a girlfriend, don't regret it. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. You can find it if you want. It's none of my business. They were only forced to be engaged, not a real marriage, so he should be laughing at the fact that she's not restraining him, right? To still be mad at her was simply inexplicable. Good. You remember what you said. His voice sounded like it had been squeezed through his teeth, and with eyes like the eagle's tree gazing at her, he turned into the building with a toss of his head. Hey, are you angry? Mu Xiaoxiao reacted half a beat slower before noticing his anger, but when she wanted to go after him, he had already disappeared. What's up? She tried her hardest to fire up her brain to think about it, and couldn't even realize what she'd done to piss him off. She's so understanding, letting go and letting him pick up chicks, not even restraining him because of the marriage and asking him to keep his hands to himself, and he's still ungrateful. He didn't think about the fact that the nymphomaniacs already hated her. Wouldn't she be hated if he announced that she was his new girlfriend at this point? And it's not like he's going to keep his hands off her, so one day he'll have his eye on another girl, and then she'll be an ex-girlfriend. and all those nymphomaniacs who hate her so much won't take advantage of the opportunity to get back at her. So this plan of his doesn't work at all. If it doesn't work, we can think of another solution. Why is he so angry? Mu Xiaoxiao expressed confusion. She shrugged, thinking she'd coax him when she got home from school tonight, and turned away. Yin Xiaojie returned to the classroom, as cold as frost on his handsome face like a knife carving. His whole body's breath was even colder and intimidating. Even the teacher didn't dare to get close enough to even say a word. Usually when Jiexiao came back halfway through class, the teacher would still smile and say a word of flattery. But today, he didn't even dare to take a breath, only to feel a ghastly scent spreading in the air. Yin Xiaojie returned to his seat and sat down, suddenly kicking the table next to him so violently that it crashed into the table on the other side and toppled to the ground with a bang. The noise was so loud that it scared everyone. The people looked at each other in disbelief, none of them daring to make a sound. No one had ever seen Jiexiao get so angry. Even his follower Wu Hao was startled. Who the hell pissed off Jiexiao? But whoever it was, that person was definitely going to die a corpse. Chapter 108. As expected, Louis Chen was right. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't find the way to the basketball gym, originally according to the roadside signage to go, but the reason is that Shangda College is really too big, and the signage also identifies a lot of locations, making her a bit unreadable in guessing, so it's hard to avoid going wrong. What made her cry even more was that she had circled around and had no idea where her bearings were anymore. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered Louis Chen saying that she could call him if she couldn't find her way around, so she was about to make a call when she saw a few girls coming this way from afar. Getting lost and all that was a bit embarrassing, so she decided it would be better to ask for directions first. The girl seemed to be looking for something and kept looking left and right. When Mu Xiaoxiao walked over, she heard them discussing. Their tone was very unpleasant. Where the hell did it go? The school is so big. Do we really have to turn it over to find it? So what can I do? Went to her class. She wasn't there. She must be too scared to go back. Asked the janitor and said he hadn't seen her. So that means she's still at school. It must be hiding somewhere. Let's look for it quickly, and when we find it we'll make sure to make her look good. Mu Xiaoxiao's footsteps hesitated, inexplicably having some hidden feelings, but she had already walked over, and those three girls were walking towards her, so they had already met face to face. She subconsciously voiced, putting on a friendly demeanor and asking, how do I get to the basketball gym, please? The three girls stared at her, their eyes sharp as if searching, and one of them asked, You look alike. Are you called Mu Xiaoxiao? Mu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. These girls were looking for her? Why were they looking for her? But no matter what, the expression on the other's face was unfriendly in any way, and one could tell by thinking about it that it wouldn't be good. She revealed a silly smile and put herself in an innocent manner. What, Mu Xiaoxiao? I'm not. Are you guys looking for someone? Then I won't bother you. Mentally cursing himself for being stupid and how he sent himself to the door. Wait, a girl called out to her, narrowing her eyes at her and asking, did you just ask how to get to the basketball gym? You don't know the way to the basketball gym? I just transferred here. Mu Xiaoxiao felt something was wrong when she uttered those words. Sure enough, another girl called out. That's right, that Mu Xiaoxiao is the one who just transferred here. She's Mu Xiaoxiao. I'm not. I'm really not. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly denied it, and seeing that the situation was not good, she pulled out her legs and ran. She's Mu Xiaoxiao. Catch her. The three girls reacted quite quickly and chased after her. Within a few moments of running, presumably hearing their yelling, they reached the corner of a road and saw a few more girls running menacingly by. Mu Xiaoxiao is here. Quickly grab her. Don't try to run away. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed backwards. How many people were looking for her? Too late to think. A girl suddenly sprang out from the side and tried to grab her from behind, but instead exerted too much force and pushed Mu Xiaoxiao to the ground. There. It hurts. Mu Xiaoxiao felt a conical pain coming from the palm of her hand, but she couldn't care about that. Those girls were about to catch up, and the girl in front of her had a fierce expression of wanting to get her killed, so she could imagine how terrible the consequences would be if she was really caught. Chapter 109. Yin Xiaojie, help! She hurriedly got up, pushed the girls out of the way, and fought her way to the front. Right up ahead was the sophomore building. Yin Xiaojie, help! Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes glowed, thinking she was saved. She was so lucky that she actually managed to circle back around to the sophomore building from the other side in a daze. The girls in the back all blackened their faces once they heard her call out Yin Xiaojie's name. This woman is still trying to take advantage of the opportunity to gain young Master Jie's sympathy. So shameless. We can't let her have her way. Hurry up and catch her. Han Shuer also arrived at the news, glaring grimly at Mu Xiaoxiao and giving orders to the others. In the classroom, Yin Xiaojie, who was ignoring the teacher in class and was resting his long legs on the table and leaning on the back of his chair to play with his cell phone, had his ears moved slightly. Like someone's calling me? He asked. Wu Hao, who was sitting behind him, Frozen after hearing his words clearly, he came up and replied in a small voice. No, Jia Xiao, I didn't hear anything. In Xiaojie furrowed his brows as an unknown emotion surged up in his heart, adding to the irritation he had just slightly suppressed. It's fine, he said sullenly, looking down and continuing to play with his phone. Downstairs, Mu Xiaoxiao is running towards the school building with all her might. In Xiaojie, ahem, In Xiaojie, help! Han Shuer became anxious and hurriedly shouted, don't let her shout. Quickly grab her, don't let her shout. After all, it wasn't something glamorous, and if the commotion was too great and caused other people to gather around, it would be hard for them to look at it. Some distance away from the sophomore school building, Mu Xiaoxiao was caught under siege. There's no way around it, there's too many people on the other side. Mu Xiaoxiao was pushed down on her. Han Shuer kicked her as soon as she came up, smiled coldly, looked at her condescendingly and said, you run, don't you like to run very much? The other girls sneered and laughed, surrounding Mu Xiaoxiao in the center. Take her away, Han Shuer said. No, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't care about the pain. She died and didn't let them pull herself up, and also struggled with both hands. She had a premonition that they were going to take her to a place where no one was, and at that time she didn't know what they would do to her, and it made her feel panic. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that when she was in the United States, her friends around her went to practice karate, and originally also asked her to go, but she was lazy, so she did not go. She now regretted it to death. She should have known that she should have practiced a little bit, otherwise she could still fight 10. These girls could not help her. One of the girls was kicked by her fidgeting foot and angrily kicked her in the back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to seduce our young master Jie, you go to hell. With a commoner like you, you still want to seduce our supreme young master Jie? You are simply shameless, disgusting trash. The reason why these people, dared to touch Mu Xiaoxiao was also because they had inquired with the people in the senior S-class and knew that she only entered the S-class with good grades and wasn't some rich family's daughter. It was also because of this that they were so enraged at Mu Xiao. The girlfriends that In Xiaojie used to date, one by one, were all of status, so even if they were jealous, they didn't dare to do anything. They could only silently love him in their hearts, but also accumulated a lot of resentment and jealousy as a result. So this time when they faced Mu Xiaoxiao, they could be said to have taken the opportunity to vent out. With this kind of lowly commoner, they were simply not worthy of their high and mighty young master Jie. Chapter 110. Besides, it's just a civilian anyway, so they don't have to worry about it even if they do something. That's the mentality these girls hold. So even when they saw Mu Xiaoxiao in such a sorry state, they didn't have half a bit of sympathy, and even wanted to go a bit more overboard. Sister Shuer, what now? Someone anxiously asked Han Shuer. She had to hurry up and take Mu Xiaoxiao away, otherwise she was afraid of attracting attention. Han Shuer glanced coldly at Mu Xiaoxiao and suddenly ordered, strip her. The others were amazed. Do you hear me? If she won't go, pickpocket her. Hurry up, Han Shuer droned. The others quickly reacted and started pulling Mu Xiao's clothes. Mu Xiaoxiao was terrified. Don't you move me, get out of the way. In Xiaojie, help out. Another kick, this time directly to the stomach, caused her to shrink into a circle in pain, clutching her stomach. It hurts, it hurts. Mu Xiaoxiao's forehead broke out in a fine and dense cold sweat. Her small face was pulled into a ball. Because of the relationship between rolling on the ground, her face was already covered with dust, looking so wretched. In Xiaojie, you asshole, why haven't you come to save me yet? Mu Xiaoxiao had never encountered such a thing. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Being beaten was one thing, the pain could still be tolerated, but if she got her clothes ripped off, and later the students all came pouring out to watch, her heart shrunk, so cold it ached. Can't imagine a scene like that at all. It had to be said that Han Cheryl was really too vicious. Now, Mu Xiaoxiao simply do not have the space to shout in Xiaojie to save her life again. Her one hand, which can withstand the hands of so many girls. There are a few girls are not even tugging on her clothes, but take the opportunity to hit her, scratching out many marks on her arms. In Xiaojie, if you don't come, I'm going to die. Stop! A stern roar cut through the sky. Then he saw a black shadow dart over, vigorously pushing away the girls who had formed a circle, and took Mu Xiaoxiao, who was on the ground in a sorry state, in his arms. Jie, young master? The girls who fell to the ground all looked at the person in front of them in shock. How could they not expect that it would be In Xiaojie? Han Shuer also revealed a stunned expression, and everyone looked at In Xiaojie, watching him cradle Mu Xiaoxiao in his arms, his handsome face filled with anxiety and worry. Tiny, are you okay? How are you? In Xiaojie carefully cupped Mu Xiaoxiao's head and looked down to check her condition. Mu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes when she heard his voice. She exhaled as if relaxing and grumbled. Why are you so slow? But thankfully, he was finally here to save her. In Xiaojie's brows were locked tightly. and seeing that her clothes were also in disarray, he hurriedly helped her pull them back together before asking anxiously, "Where do you hurt? Tell me quickly." Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and struggled to stand up. "I was kicked a few times, but it was okay. It doesn't hurt very much now." She actually had some common sense, and subconsciously shielded herself when she fell to the ground. Plus these were pampered girls, and their strength wouldn't be too great, so she actually wasn't hurt too badly. She was just too messed up. Yin Xiaojie doesn't believe it. "It's really okay? Don't lie to me." Mu Xiaoxiao propped up his hand, staggered to stand up, looked at his body, all gray dust, dirty like a cat rolling in the mud. No place is clean. Chapter 111, "That's too hurtful. It hurts a little, but it's really okay," she said again. Although the image of being rounded up just now was pretty scary, it only hurt when she was kicked a few times. The rest of the time it was pulling her, so it didn't really hurt that bad. She looked at the red marks scratched out on her arm, flattened her little mouth and cried out in aggravation, "It hurts." Yin Xiaojie also saw it and his handsome face clouded over. He swept his sharp eyes toward the girls, his voice like it came from an ice cave, so cold it made people shiver. Who caught them? Those girls were frightened by his cold eyes. They had never seen such a Jiexiao before. They all took a step backward with trepidation. And those kicks just now, who kicked them? Yin Xiaojie once again droned. The two girls who had just kicked Mu Xiao, both revealed a horrified expression. They tried to hide it, but it had already been seen through by Yin Xiaojie at a glance. His cold gaze lingered on their faces. Those two girls were so scared that their faces turned pale and their whole bodies started shaking. "Young Master Jie, is not like this, we didn't mean to." At this moment, Han Shuer's resentful eyes glared at Mu Xiaoxiao and pointed at her in anger. "Mu Xiaoxiao, still saying you're not related to young Master Jie? You're lying, you big liar, bitch." Looking at Yin Xiaojie like he was going to stand up for her, Han Shuer was so angry that she had already lost her mind, and if she didn't have Yin Xiaojie there, she would have rushed up and scratched this little face. At those words, Yin Xiaojie's handsome brows furrowed, his dark eyes looking towards Mu Xiaoxiao in his own arms as he suddenly let go of her. He asked with some chill in his voice, "Did you really tell her that I'm not related to you?" Seeing that he was angry, Mu Xiaoxiao was a little anxious. She stabilized herself and said hesitantly, "I." Han Shuer looked at Yin Xiaojie and asked with the last bit of hope, "Young Master Jie, are you related to her or not? In fact, you have nothing to do with her, right? Then why do you care about her so much?" Mu Xiaoxiao didn't know why she had some uneasy feeling. She felt as if she had heard Yin Xiaojie. "Jie, I was about to explain." Suddenly, an icy voice rang out, "I have nothing to do with her." Mu Xiaoxiao's entire body froze. He said, he had no relationship with her? She didn't expect him to say that, and her heart felt like it was being weighed down by a huge stone. It was hard, and there was a lot of aggravation. She was clearly the one who first pulled the rug out from under the two of them, and she was also the one who had said before that she didn't want people to know that she was involved with him. But, when she heard him answer this way, her heart still seized pain. Very sad, ebony eyes filled with water vapor. She finally understood why he was angry. It was such a suffocating feeling. It was so hurtful. "I'm sorry, Jie," she whimpered, tears turning up in her eyes. Han Shuer, however, was pleased that she got the answer she wanted and immediately stared proudly at Mu Xiaoxiao and said, "Young Master Jie has said that it has nothing to do with you. You, don't think that if you shed some tears, young Master Jie will sympathize with you." Yin Xiaojie listened to her mouthful of. Her heart was very unhappy, coldly and sternly drank. "You shut up." Han Shuer was a bit aggravated. "Young Master Jie." Seeing that there were crystalline teardrops sliding down Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, Yin Xiaojie only felt as if his heart had been punched in the face. Chapter 112, Let's Get Him Out of Control. SHLT. Yin Xiaojie let out a low curse as he reached out with his long arm and took Mu Xiaoxiao into his arms. Chagrined, he whispered in her ear, "Damn it, don't you cry." Looking at her tears, he had regretted the impulse he had just taken. It was only because he was pissed off when he heard her skimming him off with someone else that he thought to make her feel the same way. Who would have thought that this girl is so despicable? Said to drop tears? Not a little psychological preparation for him, to kill him by surprise, so that he is in a state of confusion. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned her head in his arms and whispered and sobbed, "Jie, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that." "Oh, don't be angry. I'm sorry." "Good, I'm not angry anymore. I forgive you. Is that okay? Don't cry." Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but soften his voice, his broad palms touching the back of her head with a soothing tone. Mu Xiaoxiao sniffled, which stopped her tears. However, when the onlookers saw this scene, almost all of them revealed a stunned expression, because the commotion just now was very big, so most of the students ran out to watch despite the classes, and at this time, the whole building was densely packed with people. When everyone saw this scene, they all looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur, "What's the relationship between this girl and Yin Xiaojie?" Never have I seen Yin Xiaojie act so intimately with any girl, and pamper and dote on her so much that it simply blinds the crowd. In everyone's opinion, the interaction between Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao at this time is completely a quarrel between a young couple. Han Shuer watched this scene, gritting her teeth, wanting to rush over and pull them apart, telling Mu Xiaoxiao not to touch her beloved man, but Yin Xiaojie's eyes, which had just flared up with anger, were so terrifying, causing panic in her heart, that she didn't even dare to move. Jia, young master. She finally found her voice and stared at him sadly. Didn't you say that you don't have any relationship with Mu Xiaoxiao? Why are you? The way Yin Xiaojie was pampering Mu Xiaoxiao at this moment made her bite her teeth in hatred, her lower lip turning white by herself. The girls around her, too, all looked heartbroken, and some covered their mouths and cried out sadly. Hearing Han Shuer's voice, Yin Xiaojie lifted his head and looked at her coldly, saying contemptuously, "Who are you? Do I need to explain to you what my relationship with her is?" Han Cheryl said excitedly with a hurt look on her face. "I'm the president of your fan club. I'm not irrelevant. I'm Yin Xiaojie." However, glanced down at his mouth in a cold sneer. "This kind of thing, I've never admitted it before. It's fine if you guys play by yourselves. I'm usually too lazy to care, but don't really take yourselves so seriously." Han Shuer was clearly devastated, and her entire body shook. How can he say that? She had always felt that she was the president of his fan club, and he must have had knowledge of her existence, so she was different for him. But he shatters her dreams by telling her that he doesn't know who she is, that he doesn't even care about the fan club she created for him, and he gives her a disgusted look. Han Shuer's hateful gaze shot to Mu Xiaoxiao, her eyes scarlet as she glared at her, roaring indignantly, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you hadn't seduced young Master Jie, how would he treat me like this? You lowly commoner. What gives you the right to be with young Master Jie? You deserve to die." Chapter 113, No One Can Escape. Han Shuer was almost mad, lunging towards Mu Xiaoxiao and about to scratch her. Yin Xiaojie yanked Han Shuer's wrist and squeezed it tightly in his hand, saying fiercely, "Dare to touch her. You want to die, don't you? Pain. Good pain." Han Shuer pain and the tears came out. She is also a body petite and expensive $1,000. When has she been treated like this? But also her own long loved the man of the god of the world. But Yin Xiaojie is unmoved by her tears. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly had to reach out to stop him, lest he really strike out and hurt someone. But no sooner had the hand been raised than it ate the pain and fell back, screaming out in pain. "Ouch dash. What's wrong?" Yin Xiaojie noticed and shook Han Shuer off violently, lifting her hand up to look at it. The palm, usually so white and smooth, was now bleeding and bruised and looked appalling. "How did you get hurt like this?" He was stunned, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Han Shuer and those girls once again, his whole body chilling even more. "You guys did this?" He turned his gaze back to Mu Xiaoxiao, and said with anger and urgency, "You didn't just say you were fine, did you? You call this nothing?" Blood was still trickling from the palm of his hand, and it was shocking to see him. I also forgot well. Mu Xiaoxiao was very aggrieved with a small mouth. Just now the situation is too critical. Was so many girls surrounded by beatings? Would she still have the heart to care about their own injured hand? Life can be saved even if it's good. Go! I'll take you to the school doctor's office. Yin Xiaojie frowned and said, looking at this wound of hers, she should have gone to the hospital. But the school doctor's office at Shangda Academy was different from other schools. The school doctor's office here was a small private hospital with all kinds of equipment. Wait, Mu Xiaoxiao had just taken 2 steps when she frowned, although the injuries on her body were not serious, but how she had been surrounded. As soon as she walked around, she felt the soreness of her body. Yin Xiaojie glanced at her, then intercepted and picked her up, chiding, still saying it's fine, try being brave again. His stern eyes swept those girls in a circle and said coldly to Wu Hao behind himself, keep an eye on them, none of them are allowed to run away. I'll come back later to settle the score. Wu Hao, a follower who had seen many of his tactics, couldn't help but feel unnerved and cast a sympathetic look at those girls. He respectfully responded, got it, Jia Xiao. Those girls were scared like never before because of those words. Some were so scared that they sat spread-eagled on the ground and cried out pleadingly, young Master Jie, we know it's wrong. Ooh, we won't dare to do it again. Wu Hao laughed mercilessly in his heart. You guys should be happy that Jie Xiao won't hit women. However, Jie Xiao has the means to make your lives worse than death. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard these cries, she felt a little heartbroken. It could be seen that these girls were really scared. One by one, their faces were white with fear, and they were still begging for mercy in such a sorry state. Jie, just as she was about to make a sound, Yin Xiaojie glared at her, as if he could see through what she wanted to say, and said unhappily, shut up, don't say anything, and hold me tight. Mu Xiaoxiao only snapped and wrapped her small arms around his neck. Yin Xiaojie was about to walk away when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to stare coldly at Han Shuer, his pursed thin lips hooking up as he said, Don't you want to know about her relationship with me? Fine. I'll tell you. Han Shuer stared at him in a daze, her body trembling slightly, suddenly having a strong feeling that she didn't want to hear this answer. Chapter 114, announcing her identity to everyone. Yin Xiaojie, like an emperor on high, arrogantly swept over the crowd of onlookers and announced with a raised volume, "She is my wife. Is that clear?" Han Shuer's face swished and her blood color faded. The crowd of onlookers on the other side of the teaching building were also stunned, each with either their eyes or mouths wide open. For a moment, the air was so quiet that you could only hear the birds chirping in the trees. Yin Xiaojie snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to these people, carrying Mu Xiaoxiao in the direction of the school nurse's office, waiting to go far away. Mu Xiaoxiao only looked askance at his handsome face, slightly dissatisfied. "Why do you have to say so?" Yin Xiaojie looks down at her unhappily and says deliberately, "What? Do you want to get rid of me again?" "No." Mentioned this, Mu Xiaoxiao also a little guilty, and will not dare to think so. She said, "You can say girlfriend, or other do not have to say wife." Yin Xiaojie grunted in a domineering manner, "The mouth is on my face, I can say whatever I like." Mu Tiny, well, she was speechless. Luckily, the school nurse's office wasn't too far away, so it didn't take more than a few minutes to get there. Yin Xiaojie kicked the door open and carried her over to the hospital bed, sitting her on top of it. "Where's the doctor?" he yelled urgently. Within seconds, a figure hurried over. Coming. Before the doctor could come over, Yin Xiaojie gazed at him with stern eyes and barked at him. "Can't you hurry up? So slow." The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickened his pace and ran over, standing beside him and bending down to say, "Jia Xiao, what's the matter? Can't you see the patient is here? Her hand is injured. Hurry up and treat her wound." Yin Xiaojie was so cranky that he held back before calming down a little, his hawk-like eyes staring at the doctor. The doctor hurriedly turned to Mu Xiaoxiao on the bed and gave her a first look at her injuries. "It's just a scratch on my hand. It's a very minor injury." See Jia Xiao so anxious look. He thought the injury was heavy. Although the doctor spat in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface, and handily treated Mu Xiaoxiao's wound. A few minutes later, it was bandaged. Then Yin Xiaojie frowned and added, "She was also kicked a few times just now. I don't know if she has any internal injuries, so you can give her another look." "Yes, Jia Xiao." The doctor stood up and tried to reach out at Mu Xiao. "Wait, what do you want?" Before he could touch Mu Xiao's clothes, he was droned by Yin Xiaojie and shook in fear, facing Jia Xiao's eyes like he was guarding against wolves. The doctor wiped his cold sweat again and carefully explained, "Jia Xiao, didn't you want me to examine her?" Yin Xiaojie furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. "Not you. You call a female doctor over here. Hurry." "Okay, I'll be right there." Instead, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out. Mu Xiaoxiao sat on the hospital bed, shaking her little feet, and watched the doctor walk away before saying, "Don't be so fierce, I'm already fine. You don't have to worry." She held up her bandaged hand, brought it up to him to show him, and said, "It's much better now. After disinfecting and anointing the wound, it now feels cool and less painful." Seeing that she was able to laugh, Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but pinch her nose and said tongue-in-cheek, "Who's worried about you? Getting ahead of yourself." But the heart that had been gripped, finally relaxed. Chapter 115, Evil Thoughts. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled cheerfully, raised her happy eyebrows at him and said in a teasing tone, "Not worried about me? You were so nervous about me just now, looking like you were going to kill someone. You call this not worrying about me?" The thought of what he just looked like made her heart happy. And of course, well, there was a lot of sweetness and warmth. She really didn't expect it to turn out that he was so nervous about her. It was not in vain that they had been childhood friends for so many years. "You really, less nonsense. Now is not the time to talk about this. You no wrong or not?" Yin Xiaojie's handsome face is a little unnatural, deliberately changed the topic, lest she continue to seize on this point to say, so that he is not good to refute, but also to be laughed at by her. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered the danger she had just been in and couldn't help but sigh tiredly. "These girls are too scary, aren't they? When I was in America, I never encountered anything like this." Yin Xiaojie looked askance at her small expression and asked in a somewhat odd tone, "Regret coming back?" Mu Xiaoxiao subconsciously still wanted to nod her head, but wisely glanced at him, noticed the displeasure in his eyes, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course not. Aren't you here? With you protecting me, no one should dare to touch me in the future." "Nonsense. With me covering you, who would dare to touch you?" Yin Xiaojie said arrogantly. By now it was probably all over the school, all knowing the words he had just announced, that she was his wife. Unless they were deliberately messing with him, absolutely no one would dare to touch her. Mu Xiaoxiao lazily stretched her waist, then accidentally pulled the pain on her stomach, slightly wrinkled her small face, stroked the pain on her abdomen, and said depressingly, "I'm really unlucky. How did I manage to mess with such crazy women?" They say women are crazy when they're in love. And she's seen it now. Yin Xiaojie saw her movements. It hurts? He frowned and looked toward the door, disgruntled. Why isn't the female doctor here yet? Where have they all died? Just in time, the female doctor came to the door, startled at the scolding, and came in with trepidation. Jia Xiao, I've rushed here very quickly. Even though they were here in the school doctor's office, the building was not small, and it would take a bit of time to run down from the third floor. Yin Xiaojie glared at her sternly. Why don't you hurry up and check her? Oh, the female doctor nodded and responded, walking over to the bedside, feeling through her blouse, then naturally lifting up Mu Xiao's clothes. Yin Xiaojie happened to have been staring at the female doctor's movements, so when she lifted up her clothes, she naturally saw Mu Xiao's flat and white belly, as well as, because the female doctor had pulled her clothes a little high, she also vaguely saw the edges of her underwear. He looked faintly uncomfortable and averted his eyes, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't get the edges of the underwear out of my head. It was pink. Was it another strawberry pattern? When I think about it, I can't avoid thinking about the last strawberry underwear. Someone's handsome face reddened a few more points. However, in his mind, he could not restrain himself from surfacing the image of Mu Xiao wearing a full set of strawberry underwear. Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiao stared at his handsome face, her silver bell-like voice calling out to him with a sound higher than a sound. Yin Xiaojie then snapped back to his senses, still choking on his own saliva. Cough cough cough. What is it? He had the panic of having his evil thoughts discovered. Chapter 116, Blame Me? Mu Xiao felt that he was weird and looked at him suspiciously, and couldn't help but ask, what were you thinking about when you were just gawking? Didn't think of anything. Yin Xiaojie hides his eyes as he sweeps his gaze toward the female doctor and asks, how is her condition? The female doctor put Mu Xiao's clothes down and replied, initial examination. There shouldn't be any injuries to the internal organs, but seeing as this student is so dirty, there might be injuries elsewhere, so I would like to do a more detailed examination. Well, do it. Yin Xiaojie coughed and stood up, saying to Mu Xiao, just stay here. I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon. Don't run around. Do you hear me? Oh, Mu Xiao obediently responded. Yin Xiaojie was satisfied with this, his gaze casting a sidelong glance at the female doctor as he barked, take good care of her. I know, Jia Xiao. Don't worry, the female doctor responded. Yin Xiaojie then left the school nurse's office with a sense of relief. Back at the place of the incident, Wu Hao found some helpers from somewhere and surrounded the dozen or so girls, not letting them have a chance to escape. Seeing that Yin Xiaojie had returned, Wu Hao hurriedly answered and nodded. Xiaojie, according to your orders, not a single one of them escaped. Aha! Yin Xiaojie nodded his head in satisfaction, his gaze coldly looking at the girls. Although the bell had already rung, there was still a crowd of students gathered around, all curious to see how he would handle this. Yin Xiaojie hooked his lips, which was just what he wanted. Those girls cried, and when they saw him coming, they even begged for forgiveness in whispers, saying that they were sorry and that they were wrong, and that they wouldn't dare to do it again. Only Han Shuer, who stood at the front, was gloomy and still stubborn. Yin Xiaojie's long legs walked over and stood in front of them, speaking coldly and bellowingly, whoever it was that kicked her, step forward yourself. He could just remember who those two people were, so his sharp eyes swept over, just to see if those two people dared to admit it. However, in the face of such intimidating eyes from him, who dared to come forward? All cowered timidly, not daring to say anything. Dare to do it? He snorted coldly. The two girls who had been stared at by him instantly had their legs soften, and all of a sudden sat spread-eagled on the ground, their eyes spinning with tears as they climbed out and lowered their heads to say, it's us, young Master Jie. We didn't do it on purpose. We didn't know that she was someone so important to you, and thought that she was designed to seduce you, so that's why. If we had known that she was your person, we definitely wouldn't have moved her. Please believe us. So it's my fault? Blame me? Yin Xiaojie coldly glanced down at the corner of his mouth. The two girls trembled with fear and shook their heads vigorously. No, it's our fault. It's our fault. Yin Xiaojie gave Wu Hao a look. Wu Hao nodded his head in realization, and although he laughed bitterly in his heart that Jie Xiao himself didn't want to get his hands on a woman but told him to do it, he still obediently did as he was told, ordering the two boys and dragging the two girls to the side to teach them a lesson. This time, Yin Xiaojie's gaze glared at Han Shuer. In the past, Han Shuer begged and hoped that he would look at herself, but now it was in such a situation as she wished. She did not rejoice, but only the cold shiver that came from the bottom of her heart. In his ears were the screams of the two girls. The boys were so strong that within 2 blows their cheeks were red and swollen. Han Shuer gritted her teeth with a deadly grip, just not admitting that she had a part in kicking Mu Xiao. Chapter 117, Settlement of Accounts. Did she think he wouldn't see it if she was dead set against it? Yin Xiaojie looked at her with cold eyes. The terrifying pressure almost made Han Shuer unable to withstand it, but she still didn't say anything, just lowered her head and remained silent. Very well. Yin Xiaojie's good-looking thin lips were pursed coldly, and those deep, dark eyes allowed one to see through what he was thinking. He took his eyes off of her and swept them to the other girls with a sudden command. On your knees. The girls looked at him in consternation. The two girls who had been taught a lesson were also pulled back into place. Yin Xiaojie said sternly, I want you to walk on your knees all the way to the school nurse's office and apologize to Mu Xiaoxiao. The girls' eyes widened in shock, but no one dared to say no in defiance. At that moment, one girl fell to her knees, and the other girls, seeing this, rushed to their knees. Only Han Shuer was still standing, still holding on for dear life, her bitten lips already white. She saw that just now Yin Xiaojie didn't use means to force her to admit, thinking that he was mindful of her status and didn't dare to go too far with her. Always she was also the Han group's golden girl, and she heard her father say that her own family had cooperation with Yin's as well. Perhaps Yin Xiaojie is concerned about the relationship between the two families? Han Shuer was slightly smug in her heart. No matter what, she was also always the special one. Yin Xiaojie didn't dare to lay a hand on her. However, a pair of long straight legs walked up to her. Han Shuer felt the line of sight and unconsciously raised her head, and when she met Yin Xiaojie's eyes, her heart still inevitably trembled. He laughed, but it was a terrifying laugh. Jia, young master, she called out tremblingly, her voice tinged with pity in an attempt to elicit his pity. However, she miscalculated. All of Yin Xiaojie's pity seemed to be directed only at Mu Xiaoxiao alone, and the cold eyes that looked at her didn't even change a bit. Yin Xiaojie's smile had cruelty in it. Don't want to kneel? Very backbone. I just don't know. If your family collapses, can you still be so backbone? Guess how much time I need to spend to bring down Han's business? Han Shuer looked at him in shock. The blood in her body felt like it had been drained, and she felt a deep shudder. At this moment, she felt that the person in front of her was a terrible demon. She knew that if he dared to do it, he really would, and with the Yin family's power, it doesn't take much time at all for Yin Xiaojie to bring down a business. Han Shuer's face turned pale as she snapped to her knees, bleak tears flowing from her cheeks. That's good behavior. Yin Xiaojie hooked his lips like Satan and smiled. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Although they all knew that Yin Xiaojie's power in Shanda was supreme, no one expected that Jia Xiao would make such a big show for a girl. Now, everyone's heart understood. It seems that Jia Xiao really thinks highly of that Mu Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaojie turned in the direction of the school nurse's office. Behind them, a dozen girls followed, kneeling all the way down. This picture was really comical, and there were quite a few girls who had a problem with Han Shuer's usual arrogance as well. Han Shuer had acted like a bully all day long based on the fact that she was the president of Jia Xiao's fan club, so when they saw her in such a sorry state, all those girls secretly snickered, and the boys are mostly in a watching position. So everyone followed along over to the school nurse's office, wondering what would happen next. Chapter 118, The Other Side of Him. In the school nurse's office, Mu Xiaoxiao was letting the female doctor apply medicine to the bruises, when she suddenly heard a clamor. It seems to be coming from downstairs? Doc, did you hear anything? Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly heard someone call her name. Mu Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, please forgive us, and not just one shout, but all the time, without interruption. Mu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed. What's the situation? Could it be that Yin Xiaojie went to settle the score with those girls, bringing them here to apologize to her? At this time, Yin Xiaojie walked in, first looking at the female doctor and asking, is the examination finished? How is her condition? The female doctor hurriedly stood up and reported to him. She's not badly hurt, just some superficial wounds. A rubbing will make her better. Aha! Yin Xiaojie is now relieved and walks over to pick up Mu Xiaojiao. Come here, I'll show you something. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his handsome face. Her heart was already sure of the guess she had just made, so her little face was all smiles. Only, when she walked over to the balcony side and saw the situation downstairs, she gasped in shock. A dozen girls, including Han Shuer, knelt on the ground, kowtowing while shouting for her forgiveness. Dumbfounded and confused, Mu Xiaoxiao turned to him and asked blankly, What is this? Yin Xiaojie said with a smirk on his face, they're apologizing to you. Ah, just watch and let them go when you feel comfortable in your heart. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. This is too much. Although she also quite hated these girls. After all, when they had just surrounded her, one of them was overbearing and showed no mercy to her. But looking at the scene below, she was also a little twisted in her heart. So many people kneeling and kowtowing to her was a little too creepy. She finally got over it and said to him, forget it. Just tell them to stop. I'm looking weird. Each of these girls downstairs was a pampered rich girl. When had they ever been humiliated like this? So they were all doing this with tear-stained faces. Yin Xiaojie looks at her disapprovingly. So fast? You don't get soft that easily. Think about when they just hurt you. They didn't get soft. Mu Xiaoxiao noticed the girls' knees, dirty, because many of them were wearing skirts, so their knees were torn skin. She frowned, a horrible suspicion suddenly occurring to her. They shouldn't be kneeling all the way here, should they? She looked at him in consternation. Yin Xiaojie nods his head full of unconcern, a touch of coldness on his face as handsome as a knife carving. Right, or else do you think I would let them off so easily? They dared to hurt you, and paying such a price already counts as me being merciful. Mu Tiny, you call that mercy? What would have happened if he hadn't shown mercy? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't have imagined it at all, but it gave her her first glimpse of his cruel side. Not having been forgiven by her, the men downstairs kept kowtowing, not daring to stop. Mu Xiaoxiao really didn't like seeing such a picture, and seeing that Yin Xiaojie also refused to help her out, she took a step forward and said to those girls, "Alright, I forgive you." Those girls' movements stopped then. Yin Xiaojie looked askance at her expression instead, reaching out to put his arm around her and leading her inside. Don't look if you don't want to. Chapter 119, Why are you so annoying? Next time, will you consult with me first before making a move? Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and stared at him. She had seen so many scenes like this that she was afraid she would have nightmares. Yin Xiaojie turned a deaf ear and took the medicine given by the female doctor, so he half squatted in front of her. Come up here, I'll take you home. No need, I'm much better now. I can walk by myself. Mu Xiaoxiao subconsciously refused, especially when she came into contact with the female doctor's surprised eyes. She didn't want Yin Xiaojie to carry herself. Yin Xiaojie glared back at her and said domineeringly, "Hurry up and come up, do you hear me?" Mu Xiaoxiao only snapped and stuck to his back. Yin Xiaojie carried her up and left the medical room. When they walked out of the school doctor's office building, the people outside hadn't dispersed yet, and when they saw Yin Xiaojie actually carrying Mu Xiao on his back, each one of them was again dumbfounded, as if they had seen a heavenly dream. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Xiaoxiao simply buried her face into his shoulder, pretending not to see. Yin Xiaojie, however, is oblivious to the gazes of the others and walks to the parking lot with her on his back. The two of them walked down the school path. Luckily there weren't many people since classes were already in session, and Mu Xiao felt relaxed. She stared at his handsome side face, suddenly thought of something and said resentfully, "I've said it alright, I'm actually not heavy. Look at you carrying me for so long. You didn't even breathe much." Yin Xiaojie saw that she was still able to talk and laugh, indicating that she was really fine, but he deliberately said in a very disgusted tone, "Heavy as hell, and still have the nerve to say that I'm not really panting because of my good stamina. You let the other boys carry it on their backs to ensure that they can't walk more than a few steps. Yin Xiaojie, why are you so annoying?" Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she punched him on the shoulder. Just now he helped her out and now he's undermining her. Little fat pig, it hurts when you hit people, okay? And you still say that. The two of them playfully make their way to the parking lot like this, and Yin Xiaojie lets her sit in the car and drives away from the school. I don't know if it was after all this, but Mu Xiaoxiao fell asleep in the car in exhaustion. Back at the luxury apartment, the sports car was parked securely in the underground garage. Yin Xiaojie twisted his head and saw her sweetly sleeping little face. Sure enough, little piggy, sleeping when you say so. Yin Xiaojie smiles at her and reaches out to nudge the tip of her cute little nose. Well, stop it, go away. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her small hand to swat away the disturbing flies. Yin Xiaojie smiled at her cute appearance, then got out of the car, went around to the other side, and carried her out horizontally. Mu's tiny little head obediently pressed against his sturdy shoulders. His body heat was warm and put her at ease. Yin Xiaojie carried her into the elevator and up the stairs to their apartment. Entering the room, he placed her on the sofa in the living room, and he sat himself on the carpet, his deep gaze fixed on her small, white, delicate face. His eyes actually couldn't move away for a moment as his eyes landed on her lips. Something was running through his dark eyes, and his heart was thumping as if it were harboring a lion. He couldn't resist reaching out, touching her. This girl's face was soft, like a marshmallow, and it felt so comfortable in her hands that one couldn't help but want to pinch it. The word self-control was hardly in Yin Xiaojie's vocabulary, and he had always done whatever he wanted to do, so he lifted his upper body and moved up. Chapter 120, What a Terrible Sleeper. Mu Xiaoxiao stirred violently, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if a pair of beautiful feathers of a butterfly were stirring, as if she had been awakened. Yin Xiaojie panicked and hit the coffee table when he took a step back, almost falling. However, the person lying on the couch simply turned around, faced out, smashed her little mouth, and went back to sleep peacefully. Yin Xiaojie looked at her small face steadily, staring for a while. The air was quiet as if frozen. At this moment if a needle fell to the ground, you could hear the sound. He realized then that she hadn't even noticed, hadn't meant to wake up. It was a little habit everyone had, to turn over once in a while sleeping. What a flat-out shock for her. Yin Xiaojie's pitch-black ink-like eyes stared at her sleeping face, scared, and said in a tone of mock disgust, What a poor sleeper. However, he was a thief himself, thinking that she had found out what he had done, and that was why he had gotten so nervous. He stood up, his long body moving over, and was about to pinch her little cheeks when he heard the sound of a colorful bell ringing. It was the cell phone in Mu Xiaoxiao's pocket. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled by the bell. Her little brows furrowed as if she wanted to wake up but didn't want to. Yin Xiaojie could only hurry to find his cell phone from her pocket so as not to wake her up. Who knew that one look at the caller ID would make him narrow his eyes in displeasure? Lu Yichen? He stared at Mu Xiaoxiao. This girl actually had Lu Yichen's cell phone number. How good was the relationship between these two? The ringtone was still ringing, and looking at the name flashing on top of the screen, Yin Xiaojie became angry. No need to think about it. Just hang up. Then it was blacklisted and then deleted from the address book. Yin Xiaojie finished the steps in one go, and without feeling guilty at all, he put his cell phone on the coffee table. He stared down at Mu Xiaoxiao's sleeping little face, and dissatisfiedly reached out and pinched her little nose. Little bastard. Seducing men everywhere. Still don't care about me as your husband? Even if he was hanging out with a boy, it was the same Lu Yichen that he had a problem with. Obviously told her, he and Lu Yichen have a problem. She fell on this as a whisper, but also with that surnamed Lu to come and go. No, not a few days before the exchange of cell phone numbers. How he does not remember. Lu Yichen when so good to talk? Thinking that Lu Yichen was being special to this little girl made him even more fuming and angry in his heart. Mu Xiaoxiao was pinched in the nose. The lack of ventilation was very difficult. About to suffocate. She stammered and twisted her head, subconsciously opened her small mouth and breathed through her small mouth. Yin Xiaojie's eyes stared slightly deeper at her lips, especially with that slightly open little mouth. How it looked like an invitation for him to kiss. He was a little sorry to have been frightened by her just now. Mu Xiaoxiao was already a little short of oxygen and couldn't help but breathe, rolling over and finally being woken up. Well, made a small sound. Yin Xiaojie sensed something this time and stared down at her small face to see if she was really waking up or if it was just a sleepy wooing. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, Mu Xiaoxiao was really awake this time. When Yin Xiaojie saw her eyelids lift, he knew that she was about to wake up and hurriedly lifted himself up and away from her. Pretending that he didn't know anything, Mu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes in a daze and looked at him. Chapter 121. Yin Xiaojie pretended not to hear and looked away. Fortunately, a certain girl had just woken up and her eyes were still bleary, so she couldn't see things too clearly. Mu Xiaoxiao sat up, let out a big yawn, stretched lazily, and wiped her mouth with her small hand, realizing that there were water stains on it. Did she drool in her sleep? Hurrying to wipe it off with the back of her hand to eliminate the evidence, lest Yin Xiaojie see it and laugh at her. Her eyes clear a bit and she looks askance at the strange Yin Xiaojie and asks, Jie, why are you sitting on the ground? What are you doing? Yin Xiaojie's always wise brain had a few seconds of rust, stuttering and scrambling to come up with a reason. I was meditating. Mu Xiaoxiao had a strange look on her face. Meditate? The word meditate doesn't seem to fit him in any way, does it? Yin Xiaojie whooshed to his feet, resumed his hangdog look glancing at her and said, what I'm doing is none of your business. Aren't you sleepy? Go back to your room and sleep. With that, he walked into the study on his long legs and threw the door open with a snap. Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her big, dark eyes and scratched her hair as she looked at his back in confusion. What's with this guy somehow? She barfed, feeling the dryness of her mouth, and was about to get off the couch to get a drink of water. Suddenly, the door to the study opens, and Yin Xiaojie walks out expressionlessly, heading her way, his eyes fixed on the cell phone on the coffee table as he walks briskly over. Lend me your cell phone. Before she could respond, he quickly took the phone, then turned and went back into the study. You have a cell phone yourself. Why are you borrowing my cell phone? Mu Xiaoxiao felt puzzled, but for now it was better to quench her thirst, so she didn't go after her cell phone, and there was nothing unspeakable in her phone anyway. Walked over to the fridge and grabbed a bottle of mineral water to drink. Yin Xiaojie took the cell phone back to the study, chagrined and hurriedly deleted Lu Yichen's caller record. Just actually forgot this one, and only remembered it when he went into the study. And fortunately that girl just woke up from a nap, and her reaction was still sluggish, so she didn't suspect him. After deleting the record, he came out with his cell phone in his pocket and saw Mu Xiaoxiao drinking water. Jie, I'm hungry. Is there nothing else to eat in the house but cookies? She said while walking over and looking at him. Give me a sip. He reached out and grabbed the mineral water out of her hand in a domineering manner. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him depressingly and said with a beep, if you want to drink it, go get it yourself. Licking her lips, she seemed to still be a little thirsty, so she helplessly turned around and walked over to the fridge again, taking another bottle out. Yin Xiaojie held his head high and sipped her water. Could it be because she drank it? It actually tasted a bit sweet, a bit different from the usual texture of the drink. He finished the remaining half of the bottle in one boozy gulp, stepped open the trash can, and tossed the empty bottle in. Mu Xiaoxiao watched as he used his arm to swab off the water stains on his mouth. and only then did his little head turn around. He drank the water she drank. So wouldn't. Chapter 122, The Carrot with a Heart of Gold. The thought came back to him that he had a lot of girlfriends, and with those sexy thin lips, he should have kissed a lot of girls. The thought of it brought a slight downturn in mood. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse the philanderer. Yin Xiaojie felt her resentful eyes, frowned, looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? You're hungry and you have to wait. I can't change food for you. Now I'll call takeout for you, okay? Can't you cook noodles or something?" Mu Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth. There was resentment in her heart, so she also deliberately wanted to make things difficult for him. Yin Xiaojie let out a laugh. "Boil noodles? This young master hasn't even boiled water. You want to eat what I cook, unless you're not afraid of death." Mu Xiaoxiao stared at him and snatched the phone back. "I don't want to abuse myself." "Then you hurry up and order takeout. I want pizza, and spaghetti, yes, and barbecued wings. Tell them to deliver faster. I'm really hungry, eating so much." "Stinky girl, are you really a girl? Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" He looked at her with an incredulous look, and swept her figure up and down, said fat words. In fact, she is not really fat. Slender body, small waist surplus a grip, but also curves wonderful. Is the body of all girls are envious of? Of course, but also attracts the attention of men's body. Mu Xiaoxiao proudly picked up her small chin and looked at him askance. "Humph, I want you to care. I won't get fat. I won't get fat how I eat." Yin Xiaojie hooked his lips, challengingly met her eyes and said, "Well then, this is what you said. Then I'll order it. Order a lot for you to eat. I'll see if you really won't get fat." So a certain demon suddenly had a goal of raising this girl to be white and fat. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand indifferently. "Just order it, whatever you want." "Right, there are desserts. You remember to order them for me. Tiramisu and mousse are fine. The most important thing is to..." Yin Xiaojie snaps. "Strawberry flavor. Really convinced you? Strawberry, that kind of thing? In the end, what is it that makes you so obsessed with it?" She spat her tongue at him. "I just love it. I'm just obsessed. You don't understand. It's useless to tell you. I don't want to know." Yin Xiaojie also said arrogantly before picking up his own cell phone and calling to order. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to go to the bathroom after drinking too much water, so she also forgot to put down her cell phone and just took it into the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, the cell phone just rang out of nowhere. She felt a little embarrassed. She was in the middle of going to the bathroom. Why was someone calling at this exact moment? And looking at the caller ID, it's an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much about it, thinking it was a wrong number, I answered. "Hello, Xiao Xiao. It's me, Louis Chen." A magnetic and nice male voice came from over there. Mu Xiaoxiao almost choked on her own saliva. Cough cough. "You? How could it be you? What are you doing?" Louis Chen asked. Mu Xiaoxiao blushed, always embarrassed to say she was in the toilet. "Right? No, didn't do anything. What did you want to see me about?" Out of shame and embarrassment, she lowered her voice and asked. Louis Chen's side paused before speaking. "I just had called you, but you hung up, and then I called again, and I couldn't get through, like I was blacked out. But I don't think you did it." Chapter 123, Do you like him? Mu Xiaoxiao said in surprise. "Did you call me?" "No, I didn't get it." When did you call?" "Just 10 minutes ago." 10 minutes ago. I was sleeping," murmured Mu Xiaoxiao. Then her eyes slowly widened. She was sleeping at that time, and there was only one person beside her, and that was Yin Xiaojie, so it didn't take any guessing to figure out that it must have been that guy who did it. Seeing Louis Chen calling her, hanging up on people, and blacklisting them. That's right, Yin Xiaojie just took her cell phone for some reason. So it was to eliminate evidence? Damn it, how could that asshole do that? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized. "Louis Chen, I am sorry. Is my friend did it." Louis Chen's low voice said gently. "It's fine, I knew it wouldn't be you. How are you? I heard someone say that you were beaten. Is the injury serious?" So he called for her in such a hurry because he cared about her. It seemed that he already considered himself a friend. Mu Xiaoxiao was happy about this, and her small face rippled with smiles. "Fortunately, the injury is not serious. I was going to go to the basketball gym to look for you. Who knows, so unlucky, halfway to be stopped by someone, and then was beaten up." Louis Chen's voice sank a few points. "I have heard. I'm sorry, if I didn't let you come. It's none of your business. How can you be blamed for this? If you want to blame, it's also that guy Yin Xiaojie. It's all because of him, the scourge, that there are these crazy nymphomaniac girls. Are you sure you're okay? If not, don't lie to me, okay? I want to know the truth about you." It could be heard that Louis Chen was worried about her from the bottom of his heart. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "It's fine, it's really fine. Think about it, if I had something wrong, I wouldn't be able to smile and chat with you right now. Don't you think so?" Louis Chen was then relieved. "That's good. Is there still something I can ask you?" There was something serious and deep in his voice. Well, it's okay. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded, listening to his tone as if he was about to ask something important. Yin Xiaojie, is that your boyfriend? He asked in a deep voice. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, did not expect him to ask this, but think about it, he may have heard about what happened today. Yin Xiaojie publicly announced that she is his wife. This matter, I think it must have been spread in the school. That. She hesitated. How should she explain this? Of course Yin Xiaojie wasn't her boyfriend, but he was her fiancé. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. It's okay. Louis Chen said thoughtfully. It's not that I don't want to say. It's just that my relationship with him. I don't know how to say it. It's a bit complicated. Mu Xiaoxiao scratched her head. Her heart was a little tangled, not knowing whether to tell Louis Chen her true identity and her relationship with Yin Xiaojie. Not really. If you're a boyfriend, she muttered. Although Yin Xiaojie had previously suggested whether or not to say to the public that she was his girlfriend and cover her in this way, but didn't she refuse? And practically speaking, although she and Yin Xiaojie were married, they weren't really in a relationship. Louis Chen's side paused, like a cello-like thick tone line slowed down and said, then I'll ask in a different way. Do you like him? The male and female love kind of like. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Chapter 124, I want to see you. She likes Yin Xiaojie? Thinking about this, Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded, then said, this is certainly not the case. Between me and him, it's not the kind of relationship you think. Her and Yin Xiaojie? A man and a woman? How is that possible? Of course she likes Yin Xiaojie. They are childhood sweethearts, close since childhood, just like family. He treats her so well, how can she not like him? It was just a man and a woman, and that one never crossed her mind. Louis Chen suddenly said in a low voice, Xiao, where are you now? At home. Why? That's a better question than the one I just answered. He asked, is it convenient to come out? Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it. She still had to eat. After eating she should have time, so she nodded her head and said, convenient. What's the matter? I wanted to see you. For simple words, but it made Mu Xiao's little heart palpitate, as if she had heard a lover's whisper, making her heart skip half a beat. As I said before, she was a voice control, and Louis Chen's voice was magnetic and nice, so when one hears him say in such a gentle voice, I want to see you, it really makes one think a little bit. Mu Xiaoxiao patted her little head. Don't think too much. Louis Chen must have something to look for her and wanted to tell her face to face, not the kind she had in mind. That could be Her cheeks flushed slightly. Let's make an appointment then. Is noon okay? Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't even opened her mouth to say yes when she suddenly heard a thumping on the door. Yin Xiaojie's flirtatious voice came from outside. Xiao, you've been in there for a long time. What are you doing? Mu Xiaoxiao was startled, afraid that Yin Xiaojie had discovered that she was on the phone with Louis Chen. She hurriedly whispered to Louis Chen, I'll contact you later. Bye. After hanging up his cell phone, he remembered that he was still sitting on the toilet and, embarrassed, hastily pulled up his pants and flushed, putting his cell phone in his pocket and hiding it before he went to open the door. A cynical smile hangs on Yin Xiaojie's handsome face as he props one hand on the doorframe and looks at her teasingly. I thought you fell down the toilet. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him. You're the one who fell down the toilet. Yin Xiaojie glanced inside the toilet, wrinkled his nose and said, then what are you doing in there? Constipation? Not at all. Mu Xiaoxiao was so amused by him that she really wanted to hit him. If it wasn't for the fact that he helped her today, she would have already gotten on him by now. Yin Xiaojie sniffed it and it really didn't stink either, so he tugged on one of her arms and pulled her out. Come on out. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm in a hurry. He just drank a lot of water too. Mu Xiaoxiao's movements were a bit sluggish, and she moved only after being yanked by him, and her whole body looked dull and out of place. Yin Xiaojie looks at her with an evil smile. Do you want to stay and visit? I don't mind that either. Oh, pervert. I don't want to visit. Mu Xiaoxiao was teased by him so much that she came back to her senses and hurriedly ran away. Yin Xiaojie looked at her figure with amusement before he went into the bathroom and closed the door. Mu Xiaoxiao ran into the living room, glanced at the bathroom, and confirmed that Yin Xiaojie had gone in before sneaking off to the side, taking out her cell phone, flipping through the blacklist, and putting out Louis Chen's cell phone number. Then she also sent a message to Louis Chen to clarify. Soon, Louis Chen texted back. Chapter 125, Failure to Protect Her. Can you come out at noon? I know it's not convenient for you to come to school. Let's meet outside. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the content on the text message and hesitated how to reply. Now the takeout has not been delivered. When you finish eating the takeout, you still have to find an excuse to sneak out without being found by Yin Xiaojie. It feels like a bit of a rush in time. So she thought about it and replied, can we wait until after school this afternoon? Less than a few seconds after sending, Louis Chen's text message came, with a gentle tone, yes, then see you then. Mu Xiaoxiao sent him a smiley face and see you there. Just after putting down his cell phone, Yin Xiaojie came out of the bathroom, noticing that his eyes swept over. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little nervous and subconsciously hid her cell phone, inexplicably having the illusion in her heart, as if she was cheating with another man behind her husband's back. Embarrassed, Mu Xiaoxiao said in order to hide her nervousness, "My cell phone is dead. I'll go in and charge it." Feet quickened into the bedroom. Yin Xiaojie's dark, ink-like eyes cast a sidelong glance at her, unable to tell what he was thinking. The takeout was still very efficient and was delivered within 30 minutes. Yin Xiaojie really ordered a lot of things, but also all her favorite food. Mu Xiaoxiao is also a foodie. See, the food is completely unable to control themselves. Ruthlessly full meal. When you're done eating, throw yourself lazily into the couch and rub your bulging little tummy. So full. Burped. Looking at the time, it was already noon, so she said to Yin Xiaojie, "Jie, I don't want to go to class in the afternoon. Go by yourself and help me ask the teacher for a leave of absence. Just tell him that I'm hurt really bad and I need to rest for a few days. Hey, just use this as an excuse to skip school for a couple days fair and square." Yin Xiaojie was holding an iPad in his hand, leaning back to sit on the other side of the long couch, his sexy voice saying, "Well, I don't want to go either, so I'll stay home with you." In fact, even if she wanted to go to class, he wouldn't let her. Although her body wasn't hurt very badly, it was still injured anyways, and she would have to recuperate for a few days. By the way, gotta give this girl a tonic. Yin Xiaojie thought as he searched the internet with his iPad to see if there was a medicinal food store, so that by dinner time, he would order a medicinal soup to give her a tonic. He could have asked the chef over at Yin's house to cook it, but if his parents knew that Mu Xiaoxiao was injured, they would have to be worried, and he would be the one who suffered. Who let him be on his own turf, but failed to protect her. You're not going either? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to be like this, and said a little nervously, "No, you don't have to stay home with me. I'm fine on my own. You go to class. You don't need to accompany me." Yin Xiaojie felt that she was weird and looked at her suspiciously. "Why are you rushing me to class? Could it be that you want to do something behind my back?" Which? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stutter as soon as she got weak. Yin Xiaojie put down the iPad and narrowed his good-looking eyes. "Really no?" Mu Xiaoxiao, like a kindergarten obedient child, nodded her head vigorously and said, "Aha! I don't want you to miss class because of me. You don't have to worry about me. I just don't want you to miss class because of me. You don't have to worry about me. Go to class. I can take care of myself." Faith patted her chest. If he stayed here to keep an eye on her, then it would be inconvenient for her to go to Louis Chen. Chapter 126, Sneaking Out. Mu Xiaoxiao jumped off the sofa with a carp, fearing that Yin Xiaojie would reveal himself if he continued to press the issue, so she hurriedly headed towards the study. "It's so boring. Lend me your computer to play some games." That said, she hadn't touched a computer in all the days she'd been back, and she suddenly wanted to play games. "Wait." Yin Xiaojie suddenly caught up with her in an arrow step and stopped her, saying with a handsome face that was serious, "The study is my forbidden place. You can't go in." Mu Xiaoxiao dissatisfiedly pouted her small mouth. "What forbidden place? Why not let me go in? Does it say?" She hemmed and hawed with an ambiguous smile, pointed her finger at him and asked, "Did you hide any little yellow books in there?" Yin Xiaojie grabbed her finger and wrenched it back. Then with his other hand he cracked a chestnut on her small head. "Color girl, what are you thinking about? Anyway, the study is my place. If I don't let you in, you can't go in. Especially my computer. You absolutely can't touch it. Do you hear me clearly?" While saying that, he also pinched her cheeks to ravage pain. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned and slapped off his hand, muttered, not into the well, is not hiding the baby, humph." Exasperated, she turned and went into the bedroom, then threw the door open with a bang. Yin Xiaojie shook his head and looked at her before entering the study. Inside the bedroom, Mu Xiaoxiao pressed her face against the door panel, listening to the sounds outside, and when she heard the sound of the door closing, her beauty lifted for a moment, and in her heart she speculated whether he had gone into the study. Should she take the gamble, dash out while he's not in the living room? But then he'd realize she'd run out. Not a good time. It would arouse suspicion, a headache, or a need to come up with a plausible excuse that would allow her to go out in the open without him suspecting where she'd been. Mu Xiaoxiao walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the brilliant sunshine and the high floors. She got close and looked at the bottom. There are more than 30 floors. That height is really shocking. Even if she was given a wigwam, she'd never dare climb down from here. Hey, what to do? Mu Xiaoxiao threw herself onto the bed, presenting a big shape lying down. It is easy to get sleepy when you are full, so lie down and fall asleep. When Mu Xiaoxiao woke up again, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She craned her neck. Her head was so dizzy from sleeping too much. Climbing up, sucking on his slippers and walking out to the living room, he got a bottle of lime-flavored pulsation from the fridge. and after a few sips, an icy coolness flowed through his body, and his spirits slowly felt better. The room was so quiet, with only the sunlight coming in from outside, which was especially bright. She glanced at the study and didn't hear a sound. Could In Xiaojie be asleep in there? Or playing games? At this point, she ran out for an hour and then came back in. Would he have missed it? She grabbed her cell phone, twirled her hands like a kitten and walked to the foyer, changing her shoes gingerly and closing the door carefully, all in what seemed like slow motion. Hooray! Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. She managed to get out. Without delay, he hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yichen, telling him that he had gone out. Then she quickly got into the elevator and ran out as soon as she got off the floor, waving and beckoning for a cab. Driver, to Shanti Academy. Drive. What she doesn't realize, however, is that just as she exits the apartment, the door to the study opens just as In Xiaojie walks out. Chapter 127, You're with me. Mu Xiaoxiao walked into the blue coffee shop, the place where she had agreed to meet with Lu Yichen. This place is not too far from Shangda College. Just across the street is a busy commodity street. Usually Shangda students after school will come here to shopping. As soon as she walked into the store, she smelled the good smell of coffee, and Mu Xiaoxiao was about to look for Lu Yichen's position when she saw him waving to her. She smiled and walked over and sat down. Have you been waiting long? Lu Yichen gentlemanly handed her the menu. No. See what you want to drink. This store is quite popular in school. The flavor should be good. Mu Xiaoxiao is average at coffee. She likes milk tea or kumquat lemon or something like that. I happen to be thirsty. She flipped over the menu, took a look at the price on it, and stopped talking, and couldn't help but look up at Lu Yichen, blocking herself with the menu, and her little head came over to whisper, this store is so expensive. A drink cost almost $100, and although she had had more expensive ones, the first thing she thought of was Lu Yichen's financial situation. Lu Yichen had a smile on the corner of his mouth and looked indifferent as he said, it's okay, you order it, I can still afford this one. But Mu Xiaoxiao frowned, shook her head and said, don't, it's too expensive, it's simply a black store. No wonder he had just said that this store was popular among the students. Shangde was an aristocratic academy, and most people were from rich families, so this price could be consumed by just about anyone. Just then, the waiter brought the food. Enjoy your meal. The waiter had a friendly smile and a refreshingly handsome look that made people feel comfortable. When Mu Xiaoxiao took a look, it was actually 2 pieces of strawberry cake. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yichen in shock. Did you order this? Lu Yichen nodded his head, his eyes as bright as stars, smiled and said, well, I've heard from people before that the desserts in this store are very tasty now. It just so happens that this time, I have you to accompany me to taste it. The waiter had already left, and Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned over the menu to see the price. Lu Yichen cried and laughed at her look. Don't look for it, just order a drink. Mu Xiaoxiao clattered through, finally found the price of the strawberry cake in the back. Suddenly eyes opened wide. My God, more than 100. This is a black store. Her volume was a little too loud, drawing the attention of the person next to her. Lu Yichen coughed awkwardly and reminded her, while he didn't care that she was making such a fuss, and even thought it was kind of cute. There were likely other students in this store, and she happened to be in the spotlight today after all the fuss she'd made, so it was better to keep a low profile. Mu Xiaoxiao also noticed. Her small face slightly reddened, and hurriedly pulled the collar of the sunscreen to cover her face. The sunscreen was something she'd bought on the road, just to cover up with. Mu Xiaoxiao put the menu to the side and picked up the lemonade that the waiter had just delivered. I'll just drink this, I won't order it. Seeing her like this, Lu Yichen didn't insist. Mu Xiaoxiao sipped her water, full of thoughts that she had to go back as soon as possible, lest In Xiaojie find out that she had sneaked out. Lu Yichen, you called me out. Do you want to talk to me about something? She asked hurriedly, scrambling for time, wanting to hurry back as soon as she finished talking to him. Lu Yichen's deep brown eyes looked at her. Actually, you can call me Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao paused slightly. Calling him Yichen? This feels so intimate. Chapter 128, Your relationship with him. Lu Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly and said in what sounded like a somewhat sad tone. I've taken you as a friend, haven't you? Of course not. No, of course it is. Mu Xiaoxiao realized that she had said it wrong and hurriedly corrected herself back, deeply afraid that he wouldn't have understood. Her little head still nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. How could she not think of him as a friend? From the very beginning, she had wanted to make friends with him. She just didn't expect everything to come so suddenly. It had seemed like he was still having a hard time making friends, thinking he'd have to know her for a long time before he'd consider her a friend. So, hearing him say that, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was very happy. Lu Yichen was obviously satisfied with this answer. Looking at her with a slight smile in his eyes, he pushed the strawberry cake on the table in front of her and said, then from now on you'll call me Yichen, okay? Eat the cake. Aha, I can. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes curved up smiling, remembering that he seemed to call her Xiao Xiao as well. If he called her Mu Xiao Xiao, she would also feel weird hearing it. Taking a bite of the strawberry cake, a fresh strawberry flavor spread across her tongue, making her eyes glaze over. It's really good. No wonder this store is so expensive. It's worth every penny. Mu Xiaoxiao pushed another piece to him and urged, "You also taste it. It tastes really good. One can't get tired of it, and would like to have another piece." "Order another piece then?" He smiled slightly, picking up his fork and taking a bite as well, and the deliciousness did make his eyes light up, nodding approvingly at her. Looking at her satisfied little face, one couldn't help but think that this was probably the most delicious strawberry cake in the world. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head. "Don't. One piece is enough." If he really kept eating it because he couldn't get tired of it, wouldn't it bankrupt him? It took Mu Xiaoxiao barely less than a minute to eat the cake, and as she picked at the rest of the cream, she looked at him and asked, "By the way, what is it that you're looking for me in such a hurry? It's important?" Upon hearing this, Louis Chen slowly put down his fork, his eyes gazing at her, his nice voice slowly saying, "Originally, I was a bit worried about your injuries, but seeing that you're so alive and kicking, you should really be fine." From the version he had heard, it said that she had been mobbed by a group of girls and had hurt her hand and bled a lot, while others exaggerated by saying that she had been kicked in the gut and vomited a lot of blood. Even though on the phone, she said she was fine, he wanted to see for himself to confirm it. "That's it?" Mu Xiaoxiao froze. She thought he was something so important. She had already prepared herself mentally. Who knew it was so much different from what she had guessed? "No, there's one more thing that I want to ask you." Louis Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at her expression as if she was disappointed. Her expression was always so vivid, as if all her emotions were written on her face. Louis Chen fixedly looked at her eyes and asked with a serious attitude, "What is your relationship with Yin Xiaojie?" That. Mu Xiaoxiao scratched her head. "How should I put it? He and I are." Louis Chen smiled gently and voiced his guess. "You've known him for a long time, right? Before you transferred to Shangda, you guys knew each other and were pretty close, right?" I didn't expect that he would say it bluntly. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little confused. "So there is no need to hide it?" Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from the side. "Mu Xiaoxiao, Chapter 129, why are you here?" The voice was familiar, so it made Mu Xiao's body freeze, and she subconsciously thought it was Yin Xiaojie who had come and caught her sneaking out. And still, he had come to see Louis Chen, who had a problem with him. Miserable misery. "She's dead." She turned her head in a daze, but before she could see who it was that was calling out to her, she saw a figure pounce on her and wrap a hand around her neck. "Tiny, Tiny, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Ha ha, it's a good thing I called out to you or I would have missed it." Holding her was a soft embrace and a faint scent. A girl's, not a boy's. After recognizing the voice, Mu Xiaoxiao then raised her head in surprise and looked at the girl in front of her. "Haru, why are you here?" Han Qiqing raised an eyebrow, her eyes glaring at her. "I should be the one asking you this, right? How did you end up here? When did you return to China?" "That. I've been back home for a couple days." Han Qiqing let go of her and crossed her arms with one hand, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Then why didn't you tell me when you came back? How long are you staying back this time? When will you return to the US? I've now transferred to Shangda to study, and I'll be staying in the country for a short period of time." Mu Xiaoxiao simply explained that when her marriage with Yin Xiaojie was broken off, she should be heading back to the United States. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you? You really transferred to Shangda to study?" Han Qiqing tugged at her hand excitedly, her eyes widening in surprise, deeply afraid that she would lie to her. "Of course it's true," Mu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "That's wonderful, wonderful. We'll be able to spend a lot of time together from now on." Han Qiqing is so happy that if it weren't for the venue restrictions, she'd probably still be pulling Mu Xiao around in circles. "By the way, where have you been lately? I've been coming to school for a few days now and I haven't seen you anywhere." Mu Xiaoxiao turned around and complained about her. Of course she knew that Han Qiqing was also studying at Shangda, and had wanted to go find her, but who knew that a lot of things had happened as soon as she came back, and she didn't even have time to go find her. Han Qiqing smiled shyly. "My mommy went to France for a fashion show, so I went along for the ride. I really envy you," Mu Xiaoxiao said with emotion. Han Qiqing's mom is a famous fashion designer. Because of her work she needs to fly to various countries often, and Han Qiqing follows her over to play from time to time. "Ha, so does Yin Xiaojie know you're back?" Han Qiqing suddenly asked. The Han family and the Yin family were also family friends, only they weren't as close as Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie in terms of relationship. "He knows." Speaking of this, Mu Xiaoxiao remembered Louis Chen's existence, and somewhat sardonically glanced at him, realizing that he had a faint smile on his face, as if he wasn't surprised in general. It's then that Han Qiqing notices the presence of another person. She's just been so happy to see Mu Xiaoxiao that she doesn't notice the boy sitting in front of her. When she saw the other person's face clearly, she froze and exclaimed with wide eyes, Louis-Chen? How did you sit with Tiny? Mu Xiaoxiao was not surprised that she will recognize Louis-Chen. After all, Louis-Chen is also considered to be Shangda's man of the hour. However, why did she feel something strange about Nanaharu's expression? That's right, seems like the cheeks are a little redder than they were just now. Han Qiqing suddenly sat down, squeezing Mu Xiaoxiao to the side, gazing at Louis-Chen with the blush and joy of a young girl in her eyes. Chapter 130, looks like I was right. How did you meet Tiny? She asked, as if her eyes were fixed on Louis-Chen's body and couldn't move away. Even someone as slow as Mu Xiaoxiao felt the fire of her sight. I can't help but be a little curious. Does Han Qiqing like Louis-Chen? She tugged on Han Qiqing, lowered her head, and whispered close to the other woman's ear. Can't you restrain your eyes a bit, can you? That's too unreserved. Xiao, speak quickly. What's going on between you and Louis-Chen? How come you're sitting together for a drink? Could it be that you guys are dating? Han Qiqing suddenly thought of this possibility and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao with a broken heart. No, you don't talk nonsense. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that the atmosphere was a little too awkward and hurriedly said to her, Xiao Chang, you go first. I'll explain it to you later. Don't add to the chaos here. Han Qiqing was reluctantly pushed by her to stand up, flattening her small mouth and saying, well then, I'll leave first and call you later. Bye. Mu Xiaoxiao waved with a sweet smile. She was relieved when Han Qiqing left. Sorry, she apologized, looking at Louis-Chen. Louis-Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. It's fine, looks like I guessed right. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao was a bit confused, unable to keep up with him because Han Qiqing's sudden appearance had messed with her little head a bit for a while. You and Yin Xiaojie, you've known each other for years, right? A childhood friend? He looked into her eyes and said in a hushed voice. Mu Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, thinking that he had guessed it, so there was nothing to hide. So she nodded. Aha, true enough, I should have guessed. Louis-Chen said faintly. His voice was a bit slightly heavy, and his eyes looked like they had some kind of emotion. But Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't read it. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that the atmosphere was strange and suddenly didn't know what to say. At that moment, it occurred to me that Yin Xiaojie had said that they had a past. What kind of past was it? Would Louis-Chen think differently of her now that he knew she was close to Yin Xiaojie? Louis-Chen looked at her and suddenly said, last time you cried outside the principal's office, was it because you had a fight with Yin Xiaojie? Over the janitor's reinstatement? Mu Xiao was a little surprised how he guessed so accurately, but nodded anyway. Aha. One last question. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head and met his eyes, only to feel that his eyes were incredibly deep, like they could see through you. What's the problem? She asked. Louis-Chen said, you guys aren't dating, right? Did he just say that to help you out? That? I think it's referring to the line where Yin Xiaojie said she was his wife. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that he was right to say that, so she continued to nod again. Well, that's true. As for the marital relationship between her and Yin Xiaojie, there shouldn't be a need to talk about it, right? No one would know about it anyway, and besides, they didn't need to announce it to the public, so after a while, maybe this marriage would be dissolved. There was a smile in Louis-Chen's eyes. Alright, I'm done asking. As if he could tell what she was thinking, he added, don't worry, I'm not going to stop thinking of you as a friend because of your relationship with him. We're still friends. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao then recovered her smile. I knew you wouldn't. Unlike that guy Yin Xiaojie, who was so narrow-minded. Ah Chio, Yin Xiaojie, who was at home at the moment, sneezed. Chapter 131, Your girlfriend will be angry. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the time, her small face scrunched up, looking a little anxious, and said to Louis-Chen, sorry, I have to go. It's been almost an hour since she came out, and if she doesn't go back, Yin Xiaojie will realize she snuck out. Aha. Louis-Chen nodded and beckoned the waiter to pay the bill. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little difficult. How about, we AA it? Louis-Chen gave the money and smiled at her. It's okay, let's do it this way. I'll treat you this time, and next time you'll come and treat me. Is that okay? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't think much before nodding. Yes, and then in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that next time I'm going to treat him to something nice and more expensive than this. Louis-Chen looked at her as if he suddenly thought of something, and asked, otherwise, why don't you treat me to a movie? There's an American blockbuster movie opening this weekend that I've always wanted to see. I don't know if you're interested. You mean that movie? I like it too. That's good. I'll invite you to go see it. Mu Xiaoxiao busily agreed, and suddenly paused, thinking about the fact that he had a girlfriend. She looked at him hesitantly. That doesn't seem like a good idea for the two of us to go to the movies together, does it? What's wrong with that? Louis-Chen asked in disbelief. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a bitter smile. Don't you have a girlfriend? If you let your girlfriend know, she will be angry. Or how about this? My treat. You take your girlfriend to see it. Is that okay? Louis-Chen paused slightly and suddenly smiled. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't read what he meant by this expression. Was the smile an agreement to her proposal, or not? But she was determined in her heart that since he had a girlfriend, she could never watch a movie with him alone, or she had to avoid suspicion. Who knows? Lu Yichen suddenly met her eyes and said, "Actually, I don't have a girlfriend." Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Lu Yichen gently hooked up a smile. "I said, I don't have a girlfriend, so you can treat me to a movie without changing it. But, not, you that, you don't have a girlfriend? That's not right. Don't you have a girlfriend?" Mu Xiaoxiao felt unable to understand. If only one person said it, then it might still be false. But it's not just Yuzha who said that he has a girlfriend. Even Yin Xiaojie said the same thing. She could not believe Yuzha. However, although this guy, Yin Xiaojie, was a bit overbearing and petty again, she still believed in what he said. Lu Yichen touched his nose and said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "The thing about having a girlfriend was something I said on purpose." Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned again. Not expecting this, she immediately associated it with something and exclaimed, "Could it be that you were using this as an excuse to reject those girls who confessed? Then over time, everyone thought you really did have a girlfriend? No wonder. They say his girlfriend is mysterious. No one has seen her, and they don't know what school she's from. Turns out, there was no such thing as a girlfriend." Lu Yichen made a shushing gesture to her, and said with what looked like seriousness on his handsome face, "This matter, only you know. You have to help me keep it a secret, okay?" "Oh." Mu Xiao nodded her head blankly, still surprised by this suddenly learned fact. Lu Yichen looked at her odd expression, narrowed his eyes and asked, "This expression of yours looks like you're disappointed?" Chapter 132, Lying with a Guilty Conscience. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened and she quickly shook her head. "No, which is it? You're looking at it wrong." "Ahem. She is a small disappointment. That is because, originally heard about his girlfriend. So mysterious. Feel very curious. Very want to dig this secret. Who knows? This secret is actually like this." Her disappointment was really due to the fact that it was less fun to explore this secret. Then the movie watching thing. It's a deal. Is this Saturday okay? Lu Yichen didn't ask any further questions. Sometimes her expression was written on her face, so she understood it at a glance and didn't need to ask more questions. Mu Xiaoxiao thought that there was no more problem, so she nodded her head and said, "Well, that's fine. Then we'll make an appointment at that time." "I can't, I really have to go." Lu Yichen watched her flustered little figure run out, and the corners of his curved, good-looking mouth smiled slightly. Back in the apartment, Mu Xiaoxiao quietly opened the door, carefully closed the door, and then bent down at the foyer, moving very, very gently to change slippers. Suddenly a dark shadow enveloped her petite figure and a cold voice came from above her head. Where did it go? Mu Xiaoxiao's body froze and slowly raised her head, meeting Yin Xiaojie's stern eyes. She laughed dryly and asked, "When did you realize I wasn't there?" "Half an hour ago." Yin Xiaojie's eagle-like eyes looked at her as if he was keeping an eye on his prey. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly carried out the bag from the back and said with a smile, "I woke up and suddenly wanted to eat. It just happened to be afternoon tea time. Well, I went down to buy something myself." Yin Xiaojie isn't that easy to fool, hooking his lips and looking at her askance. "A trip of half an hour? Which store did you go to? Look at the name of the store on the top of the plastic bag. It is indeed a neighborhood store. In fact, it is not." Mu Xiaoxiao wit, but she came back just passed by the store. Suddenly smelled the fragrance. The mouth is greedy, want to eat. So bought. I did not expect, just came in handy. That. Mu Xiaoxiao's ebony eyes rolled. "It's like this. I met a samoyed on the road. It was just too cute. I just couldn't help but play with it for a while before I went shopping." That explanation was pretty seamless, wasn't it? She mentally gave herself a pat on the back. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes. "Samoyed? I've never seen one in all the time I've lived here." "The one you met, how old is it? What was its name? Is its owner a male or female?" Mu Tiny, how would she know about that? It's not like she actually met a samoyed. She panicked for a few seconds, then suddenly got a straight face, then glared at him and said, "What do you mean? You don't believe me? Humph. I was so nice to you, bought you your favorite food, and now I won't give it to you." Feigning exasperation, she was about to cross over to him and walk into the house. Yin Xiaojie grabbed her hand and looked at her helplessly. "Alright, why are you so grumpy right now? I didn't say I don't believe you. I just wanted to ask for clarification. You have injuries of your own and you're still running around. You didn't tell me when you went out." He pulled her, walked over to the couch, took the bag from her and placed it on top of the coffee table. Mu Xiaoxiao was originally very weak, so she didn't continue to pretend, lest she overplayed her hand and aroused his suspicion even more. The two were eating when her cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 133, I really like him. Mu Xiaoxiao paused slightly, thinking it couldn't be Lu Yichen calling, right? She couldn't help but glance at Yin Xiaojie, who knew that it was just as well that he also looked over. his eyes so deep that they were terrifying, as if he had seen through something. Cell phone's ringing, don't you want to hear it? He warned, his eyes fixed on her in a way that made the heart grow fuzzy. Mu Xiaoxiao only had to take the cell phone out stiffly. At a glance at the caller ID, it wasn't Lu Yichen, it was Han Qiqing. She clammed up in relief and graciously showed him the screen. Smiling, it's Haru calling. Oh, why did she call you out of the blue? Mu Xiaoxiao stiffened. If she and Han Qiqing had just met, if she was found out, wouldn't he know that she had just lied? She stammered when she got nervous. I don't know. I'll take the call first. Deeply afraid that Han Qiqing would expose what they'd seen once the call was answered, she left the couch and headed for the refrigerator, pretending to get a drink of water. Hello, Han Qiqing's voice rang out like a series of cannons. Xiao, what's going on between you and Lu Yichen? When did you meet him? Why did he eat with you at the coffee shop? Do you like him? Ooh, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Woo. Mu Xiaoxiao moved her cell phone away from her ear for a moment before putting it back. You, don't get excited first. Speak quietly, okay? My ears are going deaf. You're just deaf, but my heart is going to break. Xiao, do you know how long I've liked him? How can you cut him off as soon as he comes? Ooh, I want to die now. Xiao, I'm such a good friend with you. How can you steal my love? Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry and laugh at this look on her face. However, this also confirmed her previous suspicion that this girl really did like Lu Yichen. I didn't lie. By the way, she glanced over at Yin Xiaojie's side with her afterglow and hurriedly slipped into the bedroom and closed the door when he wasn't looking at her. Despite knowing that the room's soundproofing is excellent, she still whispers to Han Qiqing, you have to keep the fact that I met with you today a secret. You can't tell anyone, especially not Yin Xiaojie. You can't let him know. Why? Han Qiqing was puzzled. Oops, I'll explain it to you another time. Anyway, you remember what I said about not letting him know. Got it? Oh, I know. Then you talk to Lu Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly clarified. He and I are just friends. If you like him, go after him with confidence, okay? Han Qiqing sighed and said sadly, I did chase but couldn't chase him at all. That's why she was so surprised when she saw Lu Yichen actually eating with Mu Xiaoxiao. She had liked Lu Yichen for so long, she had never seen him alone with any girl. So Mu Xiaoxiao recalled the time when they first met. Lu Yichen was such a cold person, and rejected the girl's confession without any hesitation, and wanted to know that Han Qiqing's journey to pursue her love must have been very difficult. Han Qiqing sighed, hey, I know he has a girlfriend, so I can, for now, just watch him from afar. Mu Tiny, how she wanted to tell Xiaoqiang that Lu Yichen's girlfriend was a fake, but she had promised Lu Yichen to keep it a secret, so she couldn't say anything even to her best friend. Chapter 134, Excessive Control. You're green. Today, as soon as Mu Xiaoxiao entered the school, she felt that the atmosphere was strange. All the way from the school entrance, she received numerous gazes, and those people looked at her with their heads bowed in discussion. Mu Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable all over, as if she was being stared at as a monkey, strangely uncomfortable. Just as she passed by the bulletin board, she saw Yuzha running over with a heavy face, pulling her down and saying anxiously, Xiao, come and take a look. What's going on? What? Mu Xiaoxiao looked confused and followed him over. The crowds of people who were huddled in front of the bulletin board wondering what they were looking at all automatically made way as soon as they saw her coming. Mu Xiaoxiao had a bad premonition, walked over to take a look. The bulletin board above posted a photo of her and Lu Yichen in the blue coffee shop, talking and laughing, and the people who are interested in the photo also PP aesthetic. How to have adultery. She froze. Who put this up? Yuzha shook his head, took out his cell phone and showed her. I don't know. Look, it's also on the posting bar. And there are also people posting in various class groups. The situation is very serious right now. They are all spreading you. He didn't dare go on, but by the way he hesitated. He knew how hard those words were. How did this happen? Who the hell did this? Mu Xiaoxiao was about to go crazy. She only met with Lu Yichen. She didn't do anything. Why would it turn out like this? It was as if all those people beside her pointing at her were poking into her brain and giving her a headache. Yuzha frowned and said, I suspect it's Han Schwer. She's the most suspicious. Because of you. She's already been expelled from the school. With her character she'll definitely hold a grudge against you and take revenge on you. She was expelled? Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't thought of this, but hearing Yuzha say this, she felt that this was also the most likely. Yuzha said, well, you probably don't know how serious it is to be expelled from Shangda. Studying here is a status symbol, and if you're expelled, you'll be looked down upon in the gentry circle. And Han Schwer's character is so proud. How could she stand this kind of shame? Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her temples throbbing. She was worried not about Han Schwer's revenge, but, Xiao, what happened? Yin Xiaojie's magnetic voice suddenly came from behind him. Mu Xiaoxiao's entire body stiffened. not even daring to look back at him. Before Yin Xiaojie could see the photo on the bulletin board, he heard someone beside him say in a telltale voice, "Junior Jie, you've been cuckolded. Mu Xiao, she is having an affair with Lui Chen. A woman like this doesn't deserve to be with you. You should break up with her. That is, this kind of watery girl, how can she be worthy of Jie Xiao? It's just too cheap to break up with her. Kick her out of school. Right, kick her out of school. Expel this little." The vast majority of those yelling were girls. "What's going on here?" Yin Xiaojie asked her with a frown, his eyes lifting to see the picture on the bulletin board, his face suddenly cold. He looked at Mu Xiao with cold and heavy eyes and asked again, "What's going on here?" It's the same question, but the tone and meaning is different. "When was this picture taken?" he asked sensibly, his gaze falling with renewed intensity on the photo, which was labeled with the date exactly in the bottom right corner. This time, not. Chapter 135, What's the big deal? Mu Xiao, you lied to me. Yin Xiaojie's cold eyes had anger in them as he stared at Mu Xiao, his voice as cold as ice frost sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Jie, you listened to me first. I didn't do it on purpose." Mu Xiao's whole body panicked, not knowing how to explain. The truth is right in front of her eyes. What she said is a denial. Yin Xiaojie quickly walked over and withdrew the photo on top of the bulletin board with one hand, tearing it into pieces as if to vent his anger, then turned back and smashed it onto Mu Xiao's body. He didn't say anything, just coldly looked at Mu Xiao, but his chest rose and fell violently, as if he was holding back a very heavy anger. For the first time, Mu Xiao personally experienced what is called paper cannot be wrapped in fire, just how she did not expect that it would be revealed in such a way. Someone wants to harm her and provoke her relationship with Yin Xiaojie, and the other side succeeded. Yin Xiaojie sneered, "You make it up. I just want to see. What excuse can you make up to fool me this time? Why don't you say it? Come on." Mu Xiao flinched at his stern roar. Her small face seized into a ball as if she was about to cry. Yin Xiaojie raised his head, his fists clenched dead tight, and suddenly kicked down the trash can next to him violently. "No crying. You're trying to soften my heart by crying again, aren't you? Mu Xiao, this is the first time I know that you are so cunning. If you don't want to explain, then don't say it ever." After saying this, he turned away with a cold face. "Yin Xiaojie," Mu Xiao called out to him sharply behind her. She wanted to chase after him, to explain, to apologize, but she was pulled back by Yu Zhe. Yu Zhe said worriedly, Xiao, don't go. Jie Xiao is in such a furious state right now. You'll only be looking for death if you go. You should wait for him to calm down first and then explain to him later." But Mu Xiao was so anxious that she was about to cry, and tears were seeping out of the corners of her eyes. "It's useless for you to chase after him now. Jie Xiao won't even listen to what you have to say. Besides, the facts are right in front of us. How are you going to explain to him?" Mu Xiao was also at a loss. How should she explain to Yin Xiaojie? What mattered now wasn't what was between her and Lui Chen, but that she had lied to Yin Xiaojie. She thought that Yin Xiaojie was angry about that, right? However, she couldn't understand. Even if he was angry, he wasn't so angry. Was he? Just told a small lie. Why would he be so angry? Mu Xiao even feel a little aggrieved. She can apologize for it. Why is he so angry? As if she really gave him a cuckold like. At this time, the class bell rang, and Yu Zhe said, "Alright, let's go back to the classroom first, and when school is over, you can find Jie Xiao to explain clearly." Mu Xiao's brain is all messed up into a paste. Cannot think of a way for a moment, had to listen to him first. However, all through class she was fuming. The English teacher suddenly called her up to read a passage of the text, and she was not at all in the mood to read it all serially. "What's this reading? It's a mess. Mu Xiao, don't think that just because you've read in America that you're great. You still have a lot to learn. Sit down and give me a good listen. Got it?" The English teacher's words hit a dark light sarcasm. The heart can be pleased. Finally let him revenge back. If it was in the past, how could Mu Xiao be subjected to this kind of anger? But right now, all she had on her mind was how to explain and apologize to Yin Xiaojie, and she didn't even notice the English teacher's attitude towards her. Chapter 136, Taking the Heat Out on Her. Knock knock. The English teacher's lecturing stick knocked on Mu Xiao's desktop. With a smug smile on her face, she raised her head and said to everyone, "Don't be like Mu Xiao and think that you don't need to learn English if you speak well. After all, exams and conversations are not." The words weren't finished yet, and as he spoke, he headed for the podium, when a foot suddenly stuck out from underneath him, and he was proudly holding his head high, so he didn't see it and tripped over it. One stumbled and nearly fell on his face, but with a woeful gesture, he peeled himself up on either side of the table to steady himself. Put, there were a number of dark chuckles. The English teacher's face sank, and after standing firmly, her gaze swept towards Yu Zhe. Yu Zhe had an innocent look on his face and shrugged his shoulders. "I'm sorry, oh teacher. I didn't mean it. In fact, He was doing it on purpose. It was more than obvious from the slight smile he carried at the corner of his mouth, and the apology was too perfunctory. After Yuzha finished speaking, he even smiled and glanced at Mu Xiaoxiao, as if he was inviting credit. The English teacher was so angry that his face turned the color of pig's liver, but he couldn't do anything to Yuzha, so he could only hold his tongue. Be careful next time. Don't put your leg outside. Tripping the teacher is fine. What if you trip the other students? With a hushed admonition, he stood up straight and struck a dashing pose. Yuzha's leg was still stretched out and not moved away. He looked down and was going to take a step to cross over. Who knew that at this time? Yuzha suddenly drew back his leg. People have a subconscious action. When they see that the leg is withdrawn, the action of taking a step will unconsciously be retracted as well. Such a turn of events caused the English teacher's stance to lurch, and this time she failed to stabilize herself and flopped straight to the ground. Ha 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 ha. The image was so hilarious that the students finally let out a laugh without holding back, and it was a laugh that hit him in the face like a thud. The English teacher's face went black. Yuzha scared twice and said in a sympathetic voice, "Teacher, why are you so careless? I've retracted and you still managed to fall, so you can't blame me for that, can you?" Mu Xiaoxiao froze, and only then did she react to the fact that Yuzha was helping himself out. The English teacher almost crawled up. The laughter of the students made him lose face, and without even shouting for the end of the class, he just fled out of the classroom. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. She only stayed for a while. How did she make such a mess? On the contrary, Yuzha was very dejected, turned his head, folded his hands on her table, and looked at her with a face that begged for praise. "How is it? How do you plan to thank me for helping you take revenge? Lunch is on you? Actually, I didn't even feel anything just now." Mu Xiaoxiao smiled helplessly. The English teacher thought that she had suffocated her, but she had just been distracted and hadn't even put her mind on it. Yuzha grunted. "Didn't you see that look on his face just now? I just don't feel good when I look at him, deliberately picking on you, and still secretly pleased with himself. So disgusting. Alright, it's done anyway, so don't go so overboard next time." He was genuinely helping himself out, so Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't say he was too heavy. The next period is gym class. Mu Xiaoxiao sits on the steps next to her, debating whether she should go to Yin Xiaojia and apologize, even though Yuzha said to leave some space and wait until his anger subsides, but she always felt as if it would be better to explain and apologize in the first place. Chapter 137, You've Been Abandoned. Suddenly, a small black shadow flew over and hit her head with a banging accuracy. A ball bounced on the ground and rolled to the side. Ow! Mu Xiaoxiao screamed out in pain, almost falling backwards because of the force. "Excuse me." A girl ran over and just casually said this before grabbing the volleyball next to her and heading back out into the field. Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her head, only feeling a little wobbly and dizzy. How can she be so unlucky? She can be hit by a ball even when she is dumbfounded. Gym class was just a waste of time sitting around like this anyway, so why didn't she go to sophomore S class to secretly check on Yin Xiaojie? As she was making up her mind, suddenly another small black shadow flew over and hit her head once again, and before she could get over her already slight dizziness, she got even more dizzy this time. With a black eye, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly zapped something next to her. "Excuse me." The girl who had just come running up to her again, her voice cool. "Once is unlucky, okay to say, 2 times in a row." Mu Xiaoxiao, even more retarded, also know that the other party is intentional. Before she could get angry, she saw Yuzha running over and pointing at the girl angrily. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" He looked down at Mu Xiaoxiao worriedly. "Xiaoxiao, are you alright?" Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were closed. Her little face was all scrunched up in a ball, and she looked like she was having a hard time. Yuzha glanced at the volleyball and figured that it must have hurt to get hit, so he glared angrily at the girl. Several of the girls playing with the ball gathered around, their faces feigning apologies. "I'm sorry, we really didn't mean it." Who let her sit on the sidelines by herself, like a log? She didn't know how to hide when the ball came over. Yuzha coldly laughed twice. "Duck, you give me a hide." The volleyball was so fast, and Mu Xiao was in a daze. How could she dodge it? And even under normal circumstances, it was hard to react. The girls gathered nearby whispered, "Look at this Mu Xiaoxiao. She's really capable. So many boys defending her at every turn. I really don't know how many people she's hooked up with. No wonder they all say she's watery. I think she must know some kind of fox charming technique. Otherwise, how could she charm both Jie Xiao and Lui Chen? I really don't know what Jie Xiao and the others see in her. Could it be particularly Tai? Ha ha, must be ah. Look at her boobs. They're so well developed. I think I know how Tai she is by nature. Like us, how can we compare? That means guys like big boobs, and some people say more and more difficult to hear, but also said that she is a million people ride." Mu Xiaoxiao, listening to these words, feel uncomfortable, already dizzy, cannot help but dry heaving up. "Xiao, how are you doing?" Yuzha angrily swept at the girls next to him and shouted, "Shut up, all of you, bitch." someone was uneven and said, Yu Zhe, you don't really like her, do you? She's so watery, seducing men everywhere. Who knows how many people she's been. Ed by don't you mind getting dirty? Shut up. This time the one who shouted angrily was Mu Xiaoxiao. She grabbed the volleyball on the side and smashed it towards the girl, and it hit her right in the head. The girl couldn't bear the impact and fell back and sat on the ground. The people next to him began to vocalize. You Mu Xiaoxiao, how can you hit someone with your hands? Don't think you still have Jie Xiao to back you up. Now that Jie Xiao knows your true colors, he won't want you. You've been abandoned. Chapter 138. If he doesn't want me, does he want you? He doesn't want me, does he want you? Mu Xiaoxiao laughed coldly, mocking back. The girl didn't expect her to counterattack like that, and her whole body froze. Then her face turned red with anger, but she couldn't say anything to retort. Mu Xiaoxiao snorted with a laugh. Like you, even if you went for plastic surgery, Yin Xiaojia wouldn't look at you, so you'd only be jealous. You. The top of the girl's head felt like it was on fire. Mu Xiaoxiao no longer pays attention to her, turned her head to sweep those girls who had denigrated her before, and said with a condescending posture, I'm just beautiful and have a good body. How about that? I'm just attractive. I can make boys treat me well. How about that? Jealous? TSK, look at you guys, you're all going crazy with jealousy, aren't you? She was already in a bad mood, and one by one they came to mess with her. Does she, Mu Xiaoxiao, look that easy to bully? In this world, only that guy Yin Xiaojia can bully her. Others want to bully her? Dream on. The girls who were spoken to, each one of them had a hard look on their face. Who's jealous of you? Mu Xiaoxiao, who do you think you are? Who wants to be jealous of you? Don't put gold on your face. Who cares to be jealous of a watery woman like you? You're so dirty. Be careful of having that disgusting disease. You guys are enough? Yu Zhe, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and drank at them. He pulled Mu Xiaoxiao, and noticing the pallor of her face, he hurriedly asked worriedly, how are you? Are you in pain? I'll send you to the school nurse's office to take a look, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao kept pushing against that hard feeling. She didn't want to show weakness in front of these people. She turned to these girls, smiled provocatively, and said, then you can watch. Didn't you say that Yin Xiaojia doesn't want me? I'll show you all how rare he is, how good he is to me, how much he favors me. I'm going to make you all die of fierce jealousy. Upon hearing her declaration, almost everyone thought that she was making a big deal out of it and that she had lost her mind to say such arrogant things. So Jie Xiao loves her? And pamper her? Oh, dream on. Jie Xiao has dated so many girlfriends. Which one of them is not a girl who is obedient to him? Who has seen Jie Xiao doting on any of his girlfriends? That's absolutely impossible. Yu Zhe saw that she was swaying a bit, like she was about to fall, and hurriedly gripped her arm tightly, obediently trying to wrap his arm around her shoulders so that she could lean on his body. However, Mu Xiaoxiao was not used to being too close to others, so she slightly avoided it, knowing his good intentions, and smiled at him. I'm fine, don't worry. Yu Zhe frowned and said, I think you'd better go to the school nurse's office to take a look, or else go there to take a rest. It's just gym class anyway. It doesn't matter if you don't go. At this time, a boy who was familiar with Yu Zhe came over and handed the cell phone in his hand to the two of them to see. I just happened to film what just happened. You see, they just hit you on purpose. When they heard this, the girls playing with the ball panicked a bit. And you're still bloody. We just didn't mean to. It's not like we can control where the ball goes. Thanks bro. Yu Zhe took the cell phone from the boy's hand and brought it up to Mu Xiao's eyes, and the two of them looked at it together. The video is 10 minutes long, and what's playing is when Mu Xiaoxiao was smashed. It was obvious to see that the girl who had slapped the ball over to her, her eyes were fixed on Mu Xiao when she struck. Chapter 139, Don't be angry, okay? Yu Zhe looked all fired up as those girls smashed Mu Xiaoxiao once and then showed each other smug expressions before repeating the same trick. If he hadn't stopped it, there likely would have been a third and fourth time. The facts are in front of you. What else do you have to say? He angrily turned the video on the girls, and just in time to show the others that he wasn't slandering them. Those girls blanched and didn't dare to squeak. Apologize. Yu Zhe drank. They were obviously very reluctant, looking at each other, and some were frightened by Yu Zhe's attitude, so they bent down and were ready to apologize. Right no. Suddenly, a girl stopped them and said, no need to apologize. What's there to apologize for? Let's just smash her. What's the matter? She doesn't have Jie Xiao's protection anymore. Are we still afraid of her? Although Yu Zhe's family background was not bad, but which one who could enter Class S had a poor family background? The girl who was speaking at this time was from a family similar to Yu Zhe's, so she wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, she was already looking at Mu Xiaoxiao very badly, so it was just that someone was teaching her a lesson, and she was happy to help out a bit. But, the girl who just wanted to apologize was a little worried. Mu Xiaoxiao had just so arrogantly put down harsh words, plus Jie Xiao had previously expelled Han Shuer for her sake, and even stood up for her in public, teaching those girls a lesson in such a ruthless manner. The girls' hearts are vaguely uneasy. They deal with Mu Xiaoxiao like this. What if it's really like what Mu Xiaoxiao said? Jie Xiao is just rare to her? Then the next one to be expelled will probably be them. Being able to study at Shan College was a status symbol, and their families must have beaten them to death if they were expelled. It's like how many people gloated behind her back after Han Shuer got fired. No one wants to be like Han Shuer. In fact, they used the ball to smash Mu Xiaoxiao, but also to see her in a daze. Want to take the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction with Mu Xiao. They thought that pretending to accidentally smashed it will not be seen. And Mu Xiao, this person also looked good at bullying. Who would have thought that she would counterattack so much, but also into such a serious situation now? Several girls looked at each other for a handful of times, probably thinking the same thing in their hearts, so they didn't care about the girl who stopped them. They all bent down to Mu Xiaoxiao in unison and said, "I'm sorry, it's our fault. I hope you can forgive us." If the previous attempt to apologize was reluctant, the attitude was much more sincere after thinking about the consequences of expulsion. Although there are still half of the people who feel that it's unlikely that Jie Xiao would care that much about Mu Xiao, and that them apologizing to Mu Xiao like this would only increase her prestige, so there's still some resentment in their hearts. Mu Xiaoxiao was so dizzy that she didn't bother to count on it, so she waved her hand at them and said to forget about it. Tiny, just let it go? Yuzha was reluctant instead. Mu Xiaoxiao sat down. It was too hard to stand. She signaled to Yuzha to give her her cell phone. Unsure, Yuzha handed her his cell phone. Mu Xiaoxiao sent that video just now to her cell phone, then edited it, cut out the part where she was smashed, pitiful and funny, and sent it to Yin Xiaojie. Jie, look, I'm so miserable. Don't be angry, will you? The message was followed by a pathetic emoji of being blown to black. Chapter 140, he ignores me. Yuzha saw that Mu Xiaoxiao kept a posture and felt that something was wrong with her, so he touched her and asked, Xiao, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? She seemed to be paler, which worried him. Mu Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze from her cell phone, turned her head to look at him, cried her little face, and whimpered. Oh, he's ignoring me. Who is he? Yuzha asked in disbelief, but his heart thumped. Did he mean Jie Xiao? Mu Xiaoxiao was so frustrated and didn't answer him. Yuzha swept a glance at the onlookers and signaled with his eyes for them to stay away. Already Mu Xiaoxiao was uncomfortable, but she was still surrounded like this. Tiny, you look really bad. Let me take you to the school nurse's office, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't object this time and obediently nodded her head. She still felt dizzy and wondered if she would get a concussion, and it was a little scary to think about, so Yuzha helped her and led her out of here. Fortunately, the school nurse's office is not far away, just the bright sun shining overhead. Mu Xiaoxiao felt more dizzy, and her body unconsciously leaned toward Yuzha. Yuzha could only put his arm around her shoulders, a slight blush on his face. When we finally got to the school nurse's office, the cool air conditioning blew in. It's not the first time that Mu Xiaoxiao has come here. Looking at the familiar ward, she remembered the last time Yin Xiaojie stood up for himself and suddenly missed him. Is he still angry? She had sent such a miserable side of herself to curry favor with him, and when he looked at it, did he not soften his heart at all? Mu Xiaoxiao was a little sad even thinking like this. I remember when I was very young, and she fell and cried. He would do what grandma did and slap the floor for her. But now, Tiny? A sudden familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head in surprise and saw Han Qiqing. Why are you here? Han Qiqing was half lying on a hospital bed, still playing with her cell phone, not looking like she was sick in any way. Ha! Han Qiqing smiled awkwardly. I'm here to rest. What's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? This boy is. She noticed the almost wrapping her arms around Mu Xiaoyuzha, and Yuzha was the one who looked stunned at the interaction between the two of them. Mu Xiaoxiao introduced. He is my ex-desk. A sudden wave of dizziness hit her, and Mu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her brow impatiently, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Han Qiqing was a bit startled, and before she could react, Yuzha hurriedly helped her to the hospital bed on one side. Xiao, lie down. It should be more comfortable. Mu Xiaoxiao almost crawled her way to the bed. Yuzha also personally helped her take off her shoes and let her lie down before he said to her in a lowered voice, I'll go call the doctor. Aha! Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. When Yuzha went out, Han Qiqing jumped down from the hospital bed she was lying in, pulled a chair over to Mu Xiaoxiao's bedside, and asked, Xiao, where are you uncomfortable? Your face is so ugly. Mu Xiaoxiao was better when she lay down, not so dizzy, so she said, I got hit in the head by a ball. I'm a little dizzy. Han Qiqing looked at her heartily. Poor Xiao, why are you so unlucky? Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and didn't tell the truth, mainly because she was too lazy to talk. Let's wait until she recovers. I don't want to talk right now, so don't talk to me. Oh, I'll stay here with you. Chapter 141, Identity of Mu Xiaoxiao. In a few minutes, Yuzha came in with a doctor, who told him about the situation and asked him to examine Mu Xiaoxiao. The doctor first gave Mu Xiaoxiao some glucose before starting the examination. Don't worry, there's no concussion. You'll be fine with a little rest. You won't have to go to class in the morning. I'll write you a sick note, but be careful from now on. A volleyball to the head can be a big deal. It can still be serious. Got it. Thanks, doctor, Yuzha said. The doctor looked at him, smiled, and said, protect your girlfriend from now on. Don't let her get hurt, okay? Come with me and get your leave. Yuzha's face turned a little red, but didn't retort. Mu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was slow to react, and before she could explain that she wasn't her girlfriend, the doctor and Yuzha walked out. Girlfriend? Han Qiqing exclaimed, looking at Mu Xiaoxiao with wide eyes. He's your boyfriend? You're really good, Xiaoxiao. You've only been back to China for a few days, and you've got a boyfriend. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly and explained. No, it's not. We are just friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. The doctor misunderstood. Can't you see that too? Silly you. Han Qiqing laughed ambiguously. I just saw it. TSK, didn't you notice? He's so nervous about you, and just now, he even took off his shoes for you, saying he doesn't like you. I don't believe it. Mu Xiaoxiao almost held her head and moaned. I'm still having a hard time, so just leave me alone, okay? Okay, I'll stop. Han Qiqing made a zipper motion over her mouth. It was only 10 minutes later that Yuzha returned, only with an extra plastic bag in his hand. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes opened as he walked over to the hospital bed. Yuzha smiled at her and took out the things in the bag one by one. I bought some food for you. There are sandwiches, and yogurt, and other things. See which one you like. If you don't like any of them, I'll go buy more. Is the yogurt strawberry flavored? Mu Xiaoxiao sat up with glowing eyes as soon as she heard there was food. Han Qiqing also jumped over from the other side of the bed. I want some too. Then quickly took the sandwich. I want a sandwich. Mu Xiaoxiao got depressed and reached out to snatch it back. Why don't you eat something else? There's plenty left? No, I want a sandwich. You give it to me. I wanted it too. I got it first. Who made you so slow? I'm a patient now. Can't you get out of my way? Yuzha was a bit dumbfounded as he watched the interaction between them. Such a mode of getting along. How it looked like a very good relationship. As for Han Qiqing's identity, Yuzha of course knew. The Han family was one of the 4 great families, with a distinguished life, not something he could compare to. Yet, Mu Xiaoxiao was so close to her. Then, when he thought about Yin Xiaojie's defense of Mu Xiao, Yuzha couldn't help but think of a shocking speculation. You are very close friends, right? Yuzha finally couldn't help but ask out. Mu's little movement was stunned as she looked into his eyes. Han Qiqing wrapped her arms around her neck and said to Yuzha with a smile, Xiaoxiao and I, we're not just good friends. We've known each other since we were kids. We're very familiar. We're each other's best friends. Despite Yuzha's guesses, he still revealed a shocked expression when he heard this answer. Chapter 142, What's wrong with you? He laughed bitterly in his heart. He had previously treated Mu Xiaoxiao as a child of an ordinary family, although Mu Xiaoxiao said that she was transferred back from the United States. But everyone will automatically cover the civilian label for students with good grades. Plus no one has ever seen Mu Xiaoxiao with a limousine transportation, so they all think she is lying. Mu Xiaoxiao said guiltily, Yuzha, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Yuzha said understandingly, I know. In fact, to put it mildly, she never said anything about her family history. It was all just their own wild guesses, so she didn't do anything wrong. So you and Jia Xiao, are you a childhood friend as well? He asked. This should be what he wanted to know the most. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Aha. Han Qiqing smiled from the side and said, Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojia, their relationship is much closer than mine. They've known each other since Xiaoxiao was born. Yuzha's expression was slightly unnatural, so that's how it is. This explains why Yin Xiaojia treats Mu Xiaoxiao so specially, as well as the words Mu Xiaoxiao just put down with those girls. It can be imagined that it is not a big talk. Suddenly he wanted to see how those girls would look when they found out about Mu Xiaoxiao's relationship with Jia Xiao. It would be wonderful. Originally, Yuzha had wanted to stay here with her, but with Han Qiqing here, he wasn't needed. After talking for a while, he went back to class. I'll see you after school then. Get some rest. Aha. After Yuchil left, Han Qiqing looked strangely surprised and said, Did you see his lost expression just now? As soon as he heard about your relationship with Yin Xiaojie, his entire body looked like, how to say it, like he'd lost his love. Mu Xiaoxiao gave her a glance. I told you not to talk nonsense. Yuzha and I are just friends. He cares about me as a friend. It's not as dirty as you think. Han Qiqing nuzzles her nose at her. Humph. Wait and see. You'll know later. He just likes you. Mu Xiaoxiao snatched the sandwich back from her hand. Say it again and I won't give you any more. Well, if you don't say it, don't say it. Give it back. No. With a witty twinkle in her eye, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly unwrapped the sandwich and put it in her mouth. Han Qiqing screamed, Mu Xiaoxiao, you're too cunning. Mu Xiaoxiao had something in her mouth and said in a slurred voice, this was originally what you bought for me to eat. In an office, Yin Xiaojie sat and leaned back on the long sofa with a lazy posture, his eyes looking at the cell phone screen all the time, the corner of his mouth hooking every now and then. Han Qiqing quietly pushes the door open and looks around before seeing him and pushing her way in. Young Master Yun, did you and Tiny have a fight? She asked. Yin Xiaojie raised his eyes to look at her and said expressionlessly, my office. It seems like it's not just for you to enter, right? So petty. I'm here to be a peacemaker. Han Qiqing walks over to him, curious about what he's looking at, and probes over to get a look at his cell phone screen. Yin Xiaojie moved his phone away without a trace. This is between me and her. Han Qiqing said, what are you so upset about? Just because of that photo of her and Lu Yichen? Just two people sitting together eating. What's so ambiguous about that? Besides, I was there that day, too. You were in that day? Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes. Chapter 143, Make up quickly. Han Qiqing suddenly remembered that she seemed to have promised Mu Xiaoxiao to keep it a secret, but who knew that in a moment of tongue-in-cheek she'd blurted it out, and she secretly smacked herself in the mouth. She hid a smile and said, anyway, there's no ambiguity between Xiaoxiao and Lu Yichen. She told me herself, she just treats Lu Yichen as a friend. There's no male or female love. When Yin Xiaojie heard this, the lingering aura on his body seemed to soften. Really? Han Qiqing nodded vigorously. Of course, why would I lie to you? When our girlfriends talk to each other about what's on our minds, we always speak from the heart, and she told me to take the initiative to go after Lu Yichen. Would she have said that if she was interested in Lu Yichen? Yin Xiaojie clearly believed her words, and his cold expression eased, resuming his usual cynicism. Then why did she meet with Lu Yichen that day? Not only did they meet behind his back in private, but they lied to him when they returned. He felt a little angrier again when he thought about it. Han Qiqing shrugged. I don't know. They just seemed to be chatting and didn't say anything. In fact, just this point, let a person is very surprised. After all, Lu Yichen usually refused to women born in 1,000 miles away. Never seen which girl can get his favor. Han Qiqing's heart was a little low. She had been expecting that she would be the exception to Lu Yichen's rule. Who knew that it was actually her good friend who had stolen the show? Yin Xiaojie's mood looks a lot better. Unlike when she first came in, when Han Qiqing sensed there was a very cold aura. Sometimes I can't understand you girls. Why you like to lie and cheat so much? He spat in a low voice. Han Qiqing raised an eyebrow and said with dissatisfaction, can you blame us girls for this? Please, young Master Yin. Although I don't know what Xiaoxiao lied to you about. Think about it. Don't you have a problem with Lu Yichen? With your tyrant personality, if she wanted to go see Lu Yichen and let you know, would you let her go? The answer is, of course not. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes. Han Qiqing knew by looking at his expression, and she hummed softly, you're so petty. Does Xiaoxiao know that? You're still talking about how we girls are so and so, but what about yourself? Hating Lu Yichen because of a little thing. You yourself are the one who's very childish. Okay? What did you say? Yin Xiaojie's dangerous eyes narrowed. Han Qiqing spits out her tongue before realizing that she's overstated her case. After all, she's not Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaojie won't be accommodating to her. Well, why don't you go check on Tiny in the school nurse's office and make up with her? She stood up, ready to go. Yin Xiaojie frowned slightly and asked in confusion, the school nurse's office? Why is she in the school nurse's office? It's not even if you're lazy and run off to sleep there yourself. You're still bringing her there? No, didn't you know? Han Qiqing pointed to his cell phone. She had just peeked in and had seen the video on it. Yin Xiaojie picked up his cell phone. You mean this? What do you mean? Wasn't this taken on purpose? This video he thought was directed by Mu Xiaoxiao just to act pitiful, and in the process make him happy so that he would be soft on her. Han Qiqing's sentence felt like it hit him in the head. What intentional shot? Xiaoxiao was really hit by the ball. Okay. He almost got a concussion and is still lying in the school nurse's office resting. What? Yin Xiaojie's complexion changed. Before she could react, he had run out of the office. Chapter 144, Could she be any stupider? When Yin Xiaojie arrived at the school nurse's office, he found the ward empty. Where to see Mu Zhao's shadow? He couldn't help but frown, wondering if he'd been tricked by Han Qiqing, but feeling uneasy. Just as a doctor walked by, he tugged and asked, where is Mu Xiaoxiao? Isn't she resting inside? Coincidentally, that doctor was the one who had just examined Mu Xiaoxiao. He was stunned, and after seeing clearly that the person in front of him was Jia Xiao, he hurriedly replied, Jia Xiao, are you talking about the girl who was hit on the head by the ball? Yin Xiaojie's heart tightened. It seemed Han Qiqing hadn't lied to him. That stupid girl, Mu Xiaoxiao, had really been hit by the ball. Could she be any more stupid? He was so badly hit by the ball himself and had the presence of mind to send him the video to amuse him. When he thought of the tone of Mu Xiaoxiao's text message, pathetically pleading for him not to be angry, okay, his heart softened. I remember something similar happened when I was very young. After the two of them had a disagreement, she ran after him, fell and broke the skin on her little hand, but she didn't care about herself. She only wanted to make him happy, and only in the end did he find out that she was hurt, and the two of them made up very quickly. Yin Xiaojie was suddenly annoyed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. How could he get so angry? At the sight of that picture, all he felt was something crumble in his brain, and then anger rubbed off on him, completely uncontrollable. In fact, as long as he calmed down and thought about it, he could understand why Mu Xiaoxiao chose to lie to him, but suddenly he couldn't figure out what he was angry about. Was it because Mu Xiaoxiao had lied to him, or was it because of that photo? Whatever, now let's find someone first. It's her. Is she in serious condition? Didn't she say she was resting here? Why don't you see anyone? Yin Xiaojie presses the doctor. That slightly frowning handsome face looks a little too intimidating to approach. Doctors facing this Jie young master, or inevitably nervous. After all, this young master is known for his unpredictable temper. In Shangda has the supreme right to speak, just afraid that he said something wrong. That student's condition isn't serious. There's no concussion, and she'll recover with some rest. The doctor replied respectfully. Where did she go? Can't you finish answering my questions at once? Yin Xiaojie showed his impatience. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, sorry Jie Xiao. Yin Xiaojie said sternly. Can you say it quickly? Where did she go? She hasn't been gone long. Her boyfriend came to take her away. The doctor finished in one breath. Boyfriend? Now. Yin Xiaojie's brow furrowed to the point where he could pinch a fly, and the chilling aura emanating from that entire body made the doctor want to retreat. The doctor just had to nod. Yeah, her boyfriend, who also drove her here when she came in. Which one? Lu Yichen? Yin Xiaojie asked coldly. Lu Yichen was the man of the hour at Shangda, and the doctor knew him, so he shook his head and said, it's not him, it's another boy. Who? Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, and suddenly an image flashed through his mind of Mu Xiaoxiao being seen with a boy in the cafeteria on the first day she transferred here. Could it be the guy? Yin Xiaojie turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, his eyes domineering as he said to the doctor, listen to me clearly, she's my woman. Remember that. Chapter 145, Freeze. Walking outside, Yin Xiaojie then remembered to call Mu Xiaoxiao. Just in a moment of urgency ran directly over. Did not expect her to be absent. The phone didn't ring for more than a few seconds before it picked up. Before he could speak, Mu Xiaoxiao's cheerful voice came from over there. Jie, you're not angry anymore are you? Yin Xiaojie's heart lurched as he faintly spat out. Stupid you. Mu Xiaoxiao voice aggrieved said. Why suddenly scolding off? That you want how to be willing to gas away. I can explain to you. You first listen to my explanation, and then consider whether you want to be angry with me, okay? Yin Xiaojie was in a hurry, walking while talking on the phone, ignoring her remark and asking directly, where are you now? I'm at. Yin Xiaojie raised his head just in time to see her not too far away. His feet stopped for a second, and the next second he walked over quickly. I see you. Stand still. After saying that, he drew up his legs and ran over. Mu Xiaoxiao froze at his sudden shout. The whole person stood dumbfounded in place, as if sensing it, and looked over to his side. Jay, how did you? He was fast, and in no time at all he was running up to her, without waiting for her to finish her question. Yin Xiaojie's blade-like eyes swept towards Yuja beside her and his voice said coldly, you want me to chop off your hand, don't you? Don't let go yet. Supporting Mu Xiao Yuja stiffened. His expression changed slightly, and in the end he reluctantly let go of his hand. Yin Xiaojie pushed him out of the way and hogged the spot, wrapping his long arms around Mu Xiaoxiao in his arms. You're not feeling well. Why did you run out if you're not resting in the school nurse's office? He said with a bit of reproach in his tone, but compared to the coldness and severity of his previous outburst of anger, he had softened a lot now. Mu Tiny blinked and glanced in the direction she was supposed to be going. Yin Xiaojie looked over, and over there was the sophomore school building, and immediately realized that this girl was going to find herself. Mu Xiaoxiao, you're so stupid. Again, he cursed, but his eyes softened, and even the force of his arm around her was gentle. Mu Xiaoxiao dissatisfiedly beamed. You scolded again. You're the one who's stupid. Stinky Yin Xiaojie, people aren't stupid or going to be scolded by you for being stupid. Yin Xiaojie glanced at Yuja next to him and asked, who is this guy? Why did the doctor in the school nurse's office say that he's your boyfriend? Mu Xiaoxiao, explain this to me first. You've been to the school nurse's office? Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. No wonder he suddenly came running to her. Yin Xiaojie glared at her. The focus is on the latter sentence. Answer it. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened his small mouth. That is the doctor himself misunderstood, and it is not my business. He is my classmate, sitting right in front of me. and helped me a lot. You don't be so mean to people. In Xiaojie noticed Yusha's eyes sinking slightly because of this sentence. The corners of his lips curved up in a smug arc, but pretended to be dissatisfied and said, barely accepting you. Let's go. Take you back to rest. Obviously not feeling well, but still running around. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with an exasperated look. It's not all your fault. If someone hadn't somehow gotten so angry, she wouldn't have gotten hit by a ball for being dumb, and she wouldn't have had to rest in the school nurse's office, and she wouldn't have had to think about going to someone and making up with them in a situation like this. Thinking about the fact that she had been hit on the head and might still be dizzy, In Xiaojie let go of her and half squatted in front of her, making a gesture to carry her. Mu Xiaoxiao was naturally about to pounce on them, and suddenly remembered that there was a Yuzha watching them from the side. Chapter 146, What do you want to do with Tiny? She glanced at Yuzha with some embarrassment and said to In Xiaojie, No need. I'm much better now and I'm not dizzy anymore. In Xiaojie, however, commanded domineeringly, Come up. Yuzha stood beside him and laughed bitterly. He wanted to act graciously, but his throat felt like it was pinched by something and he couldn't speak. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him apologetically and said, Yuzha, go back to the classroom first. I'm fine with him. Thank you for helping me. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Yuzha finally found his voice. Xiao, it's too much to say thank you. You quickly go to the school nurse's office to rest. He looked at In Xiaojie and said, Xiao is counting on you to take care of her. In Xiaojie gets upset when he hears this and looks at him askance in displeasure. Get it straight. Xiao and I are the closest people. You're just an outsider. Do you need to talk to me like that? Get lost. I don't want to see you. This guy is an eyesore any way you look at it. In Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao was exasperated by his temper. Yuzha's face was ugly. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him and said, I'm sorry Yuzha. Okay, what are you apologizing to him for? Come on up here. You hear me? If you don't come up, I'll beat him up. In Xiaojie was finally impatient and made a threatening move. There was nothing Mu Xiaoxiao could do to him, so she had to jump on his back. Before she can say goodbye to Yuzha, In Xiaojie carries her on his back and walks away quickly, as if her weight is a feather to him. Yuzha looked at their departing backs and his eyes dimmed down. Unexpectedly, In Xiaojie doesn't take her back to the school nurse's office, but takes her into a gorgeous European-style building. Even though Mu Xiaoxiao had seen many buildings like this in the United States, she was still awed. What is this place? Walking into the hall on the first floor, there was a high roof with beautiful and ornate crystal lamps hanging from it, making it even more beautiful inside, and there was an elegant spiral staircase next to it. It's almost like a classical European castle. This is the Student Union building, In Xiaojie explained in a faint voice, carrying her up to the second floor before entering a room. Mu Xiaoxiao just vaguely saw the sign hanging on the door of the room. Student Council President's office? She was a little stunned. In Xiaojie pushed the door in and frowned as soon as he saw Han Qiqing inside. Why are you still staying here? Han Qiqing was sitting on the couch, eating fries and drinking a drink with a look of enjoyment. Smiling when he saw them, he said, Hey, you guys made up? When In Xiaojie put Mu Xiaoxiao down, he nonchalantly gave her an expulsion order. Get the hell out of here. My office is not your restroom. Humph. You guys made up and crossed the river. Han Qiqing grumbles, but still obediently gets up from the sofa and reluctantly walks over. In Xiaojie looked at her askance. It's not like there isn't a restroom on the first floor, or else you can go to the school nurse's office to rest. Go wherever you like, as you please. Let's just go. Cheap bastard. The last sentence is of course muttered in a low voice. She wouldn't dare to scold this young master to his face. This right is only Mu Xiaoxiao has. Han Qiqing was about to walk out when her steps suddenly stopped and she turned back to look at them before noticing that In Xiaojie had been holding Mu Xiao's hand. She suddenly smiled ambiguously. Driving me away? Is it because you want the two of you to be alone? Young Master In, what do you want to do to our Xiao? Chapter 147, Not speaking up even after being bullied. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed by this look in her eyes, but who knows? In Xiaojie suddenly wrapped his arms around her and booped his thin lips on her cheek. He raises an eyebrow evilly and says to Han Qiqing, Do you know the relationship I have with Xiao right now? What relationship? Han Qiqing was puzzled and curious. In Xiaojie laughed and said, We're already engaged, and she's now my fiancé, so whatever we want to do in there with the door closed, it's only natural. Han Qiqing was stunned for a moment. What? You're engaged? When did this happen? Mu Xiaoxiao replied with some embarrassment. It was not long after I returned to China. In fact, we were engaged by, being pinched in the waist by someone. In Xiaojie says to Han Qiqing, Then you can leave now, right? Don't bother us. Han Qiqing's reaction to this news wasn't that big. Originally, these two had been so close since they were kids. Green plum and bamboo horses. That is, Lang rides a bamboo horse, and goes around the bed to make green plums. That the two of them would be together seemed like a natural outcome. Fine, then I won't be a light bulb. Han Qiqing waved her hand and left sagely. Yin Xiaojia pulled Mu Xiaoxiao over to the sofa and sat down. He frowned a bit disgruntled at the trash on the coffee table. I should have let her clean up before I left. It doesn't matter, Mu Xiaoxiao said, grabbed a pillow, laid down to a corner of the sofa, looked around and said, it's quite comfortable here. Well, that's why I brought you here. It's better than staying in the school nurse's office where it all smells like disinfectant. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned comfortably, her eyes glanced down at him and asked, I just saw on the door that this is the office of the student council president. Does that mean you are the president of the student council? She felt a little incredulous that a guy as willful as he was allowed to be president of the student council. Yin Xiaojia looked at her askance. You have a problem with that? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't speak anymore and closed her eyes like she was resting. She was about to ask if he wasn't mad at her anymore, but she was probably too sleepy. Plus there was an inexplicable sense of security when she had him by her side. So all of a sudden sleepiness hit her and she let herself fall asleep. Yin Xiaojia looked at her fall asleep in but a few seconds and cried a little, but it also showed that the girl was exhausted. The air conditioning in the room was on full blast, and when he saw that she was just hugging a pillow, her little body scrunched up like a cat's, he was afraid that she would catch a cold. So he found a small quilt and bent down to cover her up. The bent back didn't straighten up, staying in the same position, staring at her small face. Her bangs were scattered, and you could see vague red marks on them, supposedly from being hit by a ball. He suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes, recalling the video she had sent him. Just then, Mu Xiaoxiao whimpered and rolled over, her cell phone falling out. Yin Xiaojia picked up his cell phone and found the original version of that video from it, the one that hadn't been edited. After reading it, his handsome face grimaced and his eyes were like ice. It was as he suspected. The sight returned to her sleeping little face, a pretty face as white and delicate as a peeled egg, making people look at it and want to kiss it, but also making her look like a bully because of it. Yin Xiaojia lowered his head and pecked on her cherry lips. Little twerp, you don't say anything when you're being bullied. Chapter 148, Hatred toward Mu Xiao, plus more. The photo of Yin Xiaojia carrying Mu Xiaoxiao quickly spread through everyone's cell phones at school. When you see this photo, some people are scared white, some are envious, and some. And Han Cheryl smashed her cell phone. She grimaced and gasped heavily with scarlet eyes. The maids next to her were unsure of what was going on and were too frightened by her appearance to move. Han Schwer glared over and shouted angrily, don't pick it up yet. The gorgeous living room was carpeted with handmade Italian carpet, so the phone didn't break when it hit on it. The maid went to pick it up warily and handed it back to her. As soon as Han Cheryl got her hands on it, she slammed it out once again, this time hitting the wall with a frightening sound. Sister, still mad about school? Han Yuner contained a smile as she walked down the stairs. Or how about this? You come to the second grade too and we'll have company. Han Schwer looked at her with contempt. Who wants to go to the same school as a born of a mistress? That kind of trash school. I won't even go if I'm invited. The corner of Han Yuner's eye twitched slightly, although she knew that Han Schwer would refuse. The other party's tone of voice was still too upsetting. Shan doesn't want you. NST. Leah doesn't want you either. TSK. I envy you for being able to take a vacation for so long in a bright manner. Han Yuner wore a smile, but her words were full of thorns. St. Lee's College is another aristocratic school besides Shanti. Han Yuner, what are you? Dare to taunt me? Believe it or not, I'll kick you out? Han Schwer was already angry, and a little bit of anger ignited. Han Yuner picked up her cell phone and her eyes changed when she saw the picture on it. This photo is. She recognized Mu Xiaoxiao in the photo. Han Schwer saw the hatred in her eyes. Someone was blocking her heart with herself. She smiled. This Mu Xiaoxiao is Jie Xiao's new favorite. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, and it's because of her that I got fired. Han Yuner's eyes were cold as she slowly walked over to her and sat down next to her. Sister, although I know you hate me, but we have a common enemy now, or else cooperate? You hate her too? Han Schwer felt curious, looking at Han Yuner with not only the resentment of Jie Xiao being snatched away, but also hatred. She is arrogant as hell based on the fact that she has Jie Xiao favoring her. I've long looked at her with displeasure. Han Yuner skimmed her lips and said, mentioning Mu Xiaoxiao was like poking the deepest hatred in her heart. Then how do you want to cooperate? Han Schwer asked. Han Yuner looked at Mu Xiaoxiao on her cell phone, smiling so openly and brightly on Yin Xiaojia's back that one just wanted to rip her smile off. Sister, what do you think men care about the most? She asked with a sweet smile, but there was a snake-like viciousness under her eyes. What? Han Cheryl could tell she had an idea. Han Yuner swept a glance at the servants next to her and ordered, all of you go down. Rarely, this time, Han Schwer didn't countenance her gesture of treating herself as her master. When the maid had left, they were the only two people in the entire living room. Han Yuner said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, a woman, if she has no good looks and her body is dirty, do you think that Jie Xiao will still like her? Han Shuer narrowed her eyes in realization. You mean, disfigure her and find someone to rape her? You can also make her a cripple, such as breaking an arm, breaking a leg, or blinding her eyes and cutting off her nose. That look is disgusting to think about. Han Yuner wore a smile, but what she spat out were the most vicious words. Chapter 149, Why Show Her Mercy? Hearing this, Han Shuer frowned less comfortably. Would this be too much? She thought she was vicious enough, but she didn't realize that Han Yuner had come up with an even more horrible suggestion. Just the thought of that image she described made one feel sick to the stomach and uncomfortable. Something like that would be the result of a ruined life for a girl, especially since Han Yuner was still smiling and looking unconcerned when she said those words. It was even more unnerving. Han Yuner slightly paused and pretended to say, I saw that you hated her so much, that's why I thought of the most vicious means possible. If you want to be merciful, then you don't have to listen to my advice. Besides, I also dated Jie Xiao. He never eats back grass, so I have no hope. Even if I do anything else it's useless. On the contrary, if you don't have Mu Xiao Xiao, maybe you still have a chance to get Jie Xiao's favor. She deliberately hit the point that Han Shuer cared about the most. Sure enough, when Han Shuer heard this, she said disdainfully, Why show her mercy? Han Yuner looked askance at her and deliberately said, I thought, you were afraid of going too far and causing Jie Xiao to resent you? After all, these tactics are also a bit too cruel, and if Jie Xiao knew you were that cruel, he probably wouldn't like you. Not waiting for Han Shuer to think it over, she continued, but right, think about it, if you don't do it a little more brutally, can you vent your heart's hatred? And I'm afraid that Jie Xiao will sympathize with that little girl and treat her better then. So won't we be counterproductive? Do you want to continue to see Mu Xiaoxiao's favor? And you, not only being dropped out of school, but also not getting anything. I don't want to. Of course Han Shuer didn't want to. What she wanted to see most now was Mu Xiaoxiao's down and outlook, preferably abandoned by Jie Xiao and heartbroken to death. Han Shuer had been a bit hesitant, but hearing her say that, she was firm. So what do you think? What should be done? She asked Han Yuner. As soon as Han Yuner saw that she was moved by her words, her heart smiled. On the outside, know some people on the road. They are specialized in helping people do this kind of thing. However, to ask them to do things is to ask for money, but I don't have. When Han Shuer heard her say that, she looked defiant. It's just money. I have it. I can give you the money and you go get it done. At the same time, her heart looked down on Han Yuner even more. It is true that she is born of a junior, and all she knows are some third-rate people who can't get on the stage. Han Yuner revealed a difficult expression. I'm alone. A little difficult. After all, I'm just a girl. It's not convenient to talk about this kind of thing. By the way, don't you have a bodyguard, sister? Or else you lend me a bodyguard. Han Shuer didn't think much about it, so she said impatiently, I'll borrow it, but you have to remember that this matter must succeed. In the face of Han Yuner's appearance, she was a little smug in her heart. After all, she was the golden girl of the family, so not only would her father give her a lot of pocket money, he also arranged for her to have an exclusive bodyguard. But Han Yuner didn't have anything. So, that's the difference between a proper young lady and an illegitimate daughter born to a mistress. Don't worry, it will definitely work, Han Yuner said with a smile, a touch of viciousness sweeping across the bottom of her eyes. Chapter 150, Strangem. When Mu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, what met her eyes was Yin Xiaojie, who was sitting behind the desk not far away. He wore earplugs, sexy thin lips slightly moving, speaking an incomprehensible foreign language, but the pronunciation is particularly good. His side face is handsome, bathed in sunshine is a kind of breathtaking charm. She sat up, only to realize she was lying on the couch with a thin blanket over her. Jie, what are you doing? She called out softly as she sat with her legs crossed, her small hands rubbing her drowsy eyes, listening to the foreign language he spoke. It didn't sound like English because she couldn't understand it at all and it was pronounced strangely. Right, somewhat like French. Does Yin Xiaojie know French? Yin Xiaojie just glanced at her and continued to talk to the person inside, and also looked at the computer screen as if he was video calling someone. Feeling curious, Mu Xiaoxiao got down from the sofa without shoes, so she was barefoot and sneaked over. What the hell are you doing? She probed curiously to see. What was it that made him so serious? Was he picking up a girl? But looking at his expression it doesn't quite look like it. As soon as Yin Xiaojie blocked her face with his palm to prevent her from looking, he then quickly turned off the video image before looking askance at her and saying, Mu Xiaoxiao, do you even know how to be polite anymore? Actually running to peek. Mu Xiaoxiao beeped. What's so mysterious? Even I'm not allowed to see it. Who are you talking to? Secret. Yin Xiaojie pinched her little nose. What language did you just speak? She asked, being pulled over to the couch by him as he turned off his computer as well. French. Mu Xiaoxiao was shocked. It was really French. Only she felt puzzled. When did you know French? How come I don't know? There's a lot you don't know. How well do you think you know me? Yin Xiaojie said with amusement. Ever since Mu Xiao went to the United States, they had less time to spend together, plus it happened to be the age of growing up. The absence of each other also gave the two of them a lot of things that the other didn't understand. Mu Xiao thought about it right. What happened to himself in the United States? He is not the same do not know? So how many languages do you know? She asked curiously. Chinese and English go without saying. Yin Xiaojie grew up with an elite education, and the two of them could converse in English at a young age, and she went to the U.S. without encountering a language barrier because she was exposed to English as a child. About 5 or 6, Yin Xiaojie said carelessly, not seriously trying to count. Mu Xiao's eyes widened in shock. 5 or 6. So powerful. Yin Xiaojie smugly hooked his lips and raised an eyebrow at her. You just realized it now? Mu Xiao sat on the sofa, habitually coiled her legs, pulled a pillow and hugged it in her arms, looked at him and said emotionally, Jia, it seems like I don't even understand you anymore. She had only gone to America for a few years, and he had changed so much. Not only did he like having girlfriends anymore, but he had become so good at it, and it felt like he had quite a few secrets he was hiding as well, which made her feel a little strange. Yin Xiaojie suddenly brought his handsome face that was so handsome that people and gods couldn't understand it over, and their faces were only a few centimeters apart. You want to get to know me? He asked, his voice sexy and with a hint of deep meaning. Mu Xiao was caught off guard and crashed into his dark as ink eyes, only to feel that it was very, very deep there, as if it was going to make her sink deeper into it. Chapter 151, I like him. Mu Xiao was stunned and snapped. I don't know. No? Why don't you know? Yin Xiaojie pursued, his brows furrowing slightly, clearly not satisfied with this answer. Not knowing means not knowing. Mu Xiao glared at him. She's conflicted in her mind too. She wants to know him and she doesn't want to know him. It was a mood she didn't know what to make of. Wanting to know more about him, but with an inexplicable sense of unease. If they got too close to him, would it make a difference in their relationship? She didn't want to change. She liked this with him. It was easy and comfortable. You're really... Yin Xiaojie was so exasperated by her that he reached out to knock her on the head, but remembering her injury, he did a pinch of her cheek instead. Mu Xiao blinked her big, dark eyes, and didn't resist even when she was pinched by him to deform her cheeks, but took the opportunity to ask, Yin Xiaojie, so are you not angry with me now? Did I say that? Yin Xiaojie grunted. Mu Xiao is not happy, flattened his mouth. Then what do you want? In the end how? You can be angry away? Yin Xiaojie met her eyes, his hands wrapped around his chest, and tugged at her in a grandpa-like manner. Didn't you say you wanted to explain to me? Where's the explanation? I want to hear it before I decide whether or not to forgive you. Explain. Mu Xiao suddenly did not know where to start, thought for a moment and said, I did not mean to lie to you, but if I tell you that I went to see Lui Chen, you will definitely be angry. Yin Xiaojie said with a stern face, you knew I would be angry. Why did you still go to see him? You're also too bossy. Mu Xiao glared at him in exasperation. Is it because you'll be angry that I can't see my friends? By what right? Yin Xiaojie said impetuously. Just because I'm your husband. Mu Xiao felt like she was going to be furious and said loudly to him, Yin Xiaojie, how could you be like this? I didn't even interfere with you having a girlfriend. Why are you stopping me from having friends? You are very unreasonable like this. Besides, it wasn't as if their engagement had been a willing one. He himself had been against it at first. Friends? Can there be a pure friendship between a man and a woman? Are you lying to me, or are you lying to yourself? Yin Xiaojie scoffs at this before adding, and I don't have a girlfriend right now. Mu Xiao hummed. Just because you don't have it now doesn't mean you won't have it later. He's such a womanizer, with one girlfriend after another. Do you expect him to be faithful to her? Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance. Why do you just have to be friends with him? You dare to say you don't like him? Although he'd already heard it from Han Qicheng, he just deliberately wanted to hear her say in person that she didn't like Lui Chen. Who knows? She said, I love him. Yin Xiaojie froze, coldness merged in his eyes. What did you say? Mu Xiao explained. I like him. It's the kind of liking for a strong person. It's the kind of liking for a friend. I admire him. I want to make friends with him. That's all. Why is it that when it comes to your mouth, I've become like a nymphomaniac? It's normal for people to want to get to know each other and make friends when they meet someone who is awesome, right? Couldn't she just hang out with girls and have male friends? Chapter 152, I wish I could gag you. Mu Xiao does not understand how the domestic, but she is in the United States. There are a lot of play well with male friends. She and they are just friends, so simple. There is no ambiguity. Yin Xiaojie took a deep breath before he didn't go out and strangle her. This girl is deliberately against him, isn't she? Okay, let's say that's what you think. But what about him? Lu, he has a girlfriend. He still cares about you so much and gets so close to you. What is he if he doesn't have something in mind? What else do you appreciate about such a person? If he could, he would like to pry open her brain to see what was in her head. Couldn't she even think of such a simple truth? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. He is not what you said. Can you not maliciously speculate about others? I maliciously speculate? Yin Xiaojie sneered. It's the truth. What else do you have to say? A person who clearly has a girlfriend, but still cares about another girl in every way, asking out to meet in private. This kind of scum. You also want to make friends with him? No, it isn't. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Mu Xiaoxiao shouted out in a rush of emotion. In her heart, she couldn't help but apologize to Lui Chen. She had obviously promised him to keep it a secret, but in such a situation, she had to say it. No girlfriend? He told you that? Yin Xiaojie's deep eyes were filled with mockery. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Yes, he told me that. He just used it to reject those girls who confessed. You believe that? His dark eyes stared coldly at her. I believe it. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in disbelief. Ha! Yin Xiaojie sneered twice. You believe him when he says he doesn't? Could you be any more stupid? Mu Xiaoxiao hated it the most when he said he was stupid, and stared at him in depression, fuming stubbornly without saying anything, cursing at the drop of a hat. She didn't want to talk to him. Then why don't you believe me when I say he has? Mu Xiaoxiao, you've only known him for a few days? You choose to believe him but not me? Yin Xiaojie is really about to explode with anger, his reddened eyes staring deathly into her stubborn little face. Speak up, Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed and puffed her cheeks, but her pair of ebony eyes were brighter. I don't want to talk to you. You are quite unreasonable. You're the one who has preconceived notions about him. Yin Xiaojie droned. I'm telling you, I've seen him with his girlfriend with my own eyes. At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. What? Her mind was suddenly scrambled. Who should one really trust? She didn't think Lui Chen would lie to himself because she didn't think he had to lie to her. But she had been a childhood friend of Yin Xiaojie for so many years that she trusted him unreservedly. And even if the whole world would lie to her, he wouldn't lie to her. Looking into Yin Xiaojie's eyes, she became even more confused. She knew he hadn't lied to her. So was it Lui Chen who had lied to her? She said in a daze. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding? My intuition tells me that he didn't lie to me. Or maybe you're mistaken. How are you sure that's his girlfriend you're seeing? She's still defending that Lu guy. Yin Xiaojie was really getting mad and just wanted to shut her up, not wanting to hear any more words come out of her mouth in defense of Lui Chen. Mu Tiny, I really want to gag you, he said through clenched teeth. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and realized that his eyes were fixed on her lips, and he looked like he wanted to gag her with his mouth. He's kidding, right? But his eyes didn't look like he was joking. Chapter 154, No Reconciliation. You stop it. Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened as he stared at her, panicking a bit. What kind of joke is that? You can't joke about that. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes deepened a few points. I'm not messing around. I don't like hearing that guy's name from your mouth. I don't like you defending him like that. She misbehaved and he was going to punish her. I which have. She is not defending Lui Chen. She is just truthful just well. Let go of me first. Mu Xiaoxiao struggled slightly, but Yin Xiaojie backhanded her waist and pulled her towards him. His handsome face lowered. No. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled and covered her mouth with her hand. His lips imprinted on the back of her hand. Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her heart thumping so furiously that it was about to jump out of her throat. The Yin Xiaojie in front of her eyes seems to have turned into a man who is unfamiliar to her, and the way he stares at her is devoid of the usual dangling and smirking smile in his eyes towards her. She suddenly felt a little afraid of such Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie, I'll get angry if you do that. It was my husband who was angry. Yin Xiaojie said with a straight face. Has he gone crazy? Mu Xiaoxiao was almost driven crazy by him. Why is he suddenly like this? A word will be loved ones. In a panic, and not knowing where the strength came from, she pushed her hands hard against his chest. Okay, I'll just stop talking about him. Just stop it, she said with a red face, even though she knew in her heart of hearts 9 times out of 10 that he didn't look like he was making a scene at all. This asshole must be deranged. It's too late. He had a torchy gaze. I said no. She acted serious looking at him, heavily expressing her will. Protests are invalid. Yin Xiaojie pulled her hand down. Mu Xiaoxiao was going to be furious with him. How could he be so overbearing? Usually his dominance would only make her feel helpless and want to roll her eyes. But today, strangely enough, his dominance made her heart beat like a drum. Yin Xiaojie, she shouted with some slight anger, this time looking like she was really pissed off. Yin Xiaojie met her glittering eyes, only to feel that the ebony eyes were brighter and better looking than usual. Bastard! Mu Xiaoxiao scolded, suddenly kicking at his legs, taking advantage of his slackness to quickly get out of his embrace, pulling her legs out and running away. Yin Xiaojie's movements paused and didn't go after him. SHLT. He cursed under his breath and violently kicked the chair next to him over, and as if he couldn't be discouraged, swept everything off the table again, God damn it, God damn it. He cursed hatefully in his mind, not sure if he was cursing someone else, or cursing himself with self-loathing. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't stop, fearing that Yin Xiaojie would catch up, so she fled all the way down to the first floor, just in time to meet Han Qiqing walking out of the lounge. The two almost collided. Han Qiqing was startled and hurriedly hugged her arm. Xiao Xiao, what happened? At first glance, she looked bad and puffed up. Han Qiqing subconsciously glanced upstairs and asked suspiciously, did young Master Yin make you angry? Didn't you guys make up? Who made up with him? Mu Xiaoxiao said angrily. Han Qiqing instantly understood. It seemed that these two had quarreled again, and it was still Yin Xiaojie who had done something to make Mu Xiaoxiao angry. Tell me, what did he do to piss you off? As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao heard this question, she couldn't help but remember what had just happened. Her face reddened again and she hurriedly covered it up by saying, he's just an asshole. Yeah, he's an asshole. Come on, what happened up there? Han Qiqing died of curiosity when he saw her blush. What exactly did Yin Xiaojie do to make Mu Xiaoxiao so angry? Everyone likes to gossip, and Han Qiqing is no exception. Plus Mu Xiaoxiao is her best friend. And what's going on between her and Yin Xiaojie makes her even more curious. Of course, Mu Xiaoxiao would not be able to say that Yin Xiaojie didn't know what kind of tendon had gone astray and had to kiss her. Something she couldn't say. Her ebony eyes looked toward Han Qiqing, and she hugged her hand and said, Xiao Chang, can I sleep at your house tonight? I don't want to see him. Can be. Han Qiqing nodded her head. Her family knows that Xiao Xiao has returned to China. Also has been wanting her to bring Xiao Xiao back home as a guest. Her parents are very fond of Xiao Xiao, and used to always flirt with the idea of letting Xiao Xiao be their family's daughter-in-law. Han Qiqing noticed something and looked at her in surprise. Wait, you don't think you're living with him, do you? Yeah, my dad, and Yin's mom and them, they have to make me live with him, and also we have to sleep in the same bed. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and said, she can't even figure out right now how suddenly he had a whim and wanted her to get engaged to Yin Xiaojie. You guys are living together, and sleep in the same bed? Han Qiqing exclaimed in shock. Although there was no one next to her, Mu Xiaoxiao still said, keep your voice down. What if someone is hiding right next to us and overhears? So you have done it? Han Qiqing all but stuttered, blushing as she asked. Done what? Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her big, ebony eyes in confusion. Chapter 155. Where did she go? Han Qiqing coughed awkwardly. It's that the kind of thing a man does when he sleeps with a woman. Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded for 3 seconds. Finally dawned on her that she meant to do. Her face swelled red with a bang, and she shrugged off Han Qiqing's in shame. What are you talking about? How could it be? But Han Qiqing's question also made her suddenly remember that the box of Durex that Yin's mom had bought for them should still be in the room. And if Han Qiqing knew about it, wouldn't it be even more fanciful? Han Qiqing ambiguously smiled and pointed at her. You're blushing. Oh, even if you haven't done it, you should at least have done the rest, right? What other? I don't even know what you're talking about. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to fling herself away, but she couldn't leave her behind since she was going to spend the night at Han Qiqing's house tonight. Mu Xiaoxiao tugged on Han Qiqing's hand and pulled her outside. Let's go. It's almost time for school to end, right? Staying here. She worries if Yin Xiaojie will come down. She didn't know what expression to use to face him now. Alright, don't ask or don't ask. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. Han Qiqing said, thinking in her heart that when she sleeps with Mu Xiaoxiao at night, she'll be able to dig these things out of her mouth. Afternoon dismissal. Everyone noticed that Yin Xiaojie's sports car was parked right outside, as if waiting for someone, and a lot of curious people were crowding around, but they waited until evening, when the people were all gone, and they still didn't see anyone getting into Yin Xiaojie's car. Finally, Yin Xiaojie's car drove away. Back in the luxury apartment, Yin Xiaojie entered the living room and shouted, Mu Xiaoxiao. He waited for a while, but got no response. He frowned and murmured in displeasure. What the hell? Aren't they back yet? There were just a few rooms in the apartment, and he looked around impatiently, but still no sign of Mu Xiao. After walking out of the bedroom, he took out his cell phone and dialed Mu Xiao's cell phone. Do. Click. Suddenly it was hung up on. Yin Xiaojie was stunned, then looked at the cell phone in anger. Asterisk. Stinky girl, you actually hung up on me. Is she still angry? He's the one who should be angry, right? If you don't come back, don't come back. Do as you please. Yin Xiaojie thought angrily in his mind, slamming himself onto the couch and picking up the iPad on the coffee table to play a game. It was getting dark outside the window. Yin Xiaojie's stomach was also hungry, grumbling with the need to eat, but instead of getting up, he glanced at the foyer. That girl isn't really not coming back, is she? Thinking about where Mu Xiaoxiao could go, it was none other than the Yin family. Should we call back and find out? Yin Xiaojie thought for 2 seconds before taking out his cell phone and dialing his home number. It rang and was answered. Young master, What's the matter with you calling back? The person who answered the phone was the family's butler and spoke with the flavor of a British gentleman. That. In Xiaojie rarely stammered, thinking that he can't directly ask Mu Xiao if she's at home. If not, wouldn't it let his parents know that he and Mu Xiao had a fight? The first time he did this was when he was in the hospital, and the second time he did it. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask something. He tapped his hand on the couch, weighing his words. Tiny really likes the pigeon soup that's cooked at home. Have someone make one. Okay, is it being sent over to the young master's apartment? The housekeeper asked. Well, send it over. In Xiaojie hung up after saying that, his face cold. If Mu Xiao was in the Yin family, the housekeeper would have just said that she was cooking at home for Xiao to eat, so it means that Mu Xiao is not in the Yin family. Chapter 156, What have you done to her? It was getting later and later, and In Xiaojie's mood was getting more and more irritated, and the Yin family had already delivered the boiled pigeon soup and brought some dishes along with it. In Xiaojie glanced at the table full of dishes, many of which Mu Xiao loved to eat. She had once lived in his house for a while and had practically mingled with the servants, so even the cook had memorized her tastes and would specially cook her favorite food for her every time. Needless to say, one of Mu Xiao's great charms was the ability to easily capture the hearts of people, or when she herself had no knowledge of it. In Xiaojie only felt more and more annoyed. His dark as ink eyes swept to the clock on the wall. It was now long past dinner time, but Mu Xiao was still missing. Damn it, she's not coming back, is she? In Xiaojie really wanted to grab her back and give her a hard spanking. A fight is a fight, but how can you leave home without a grunt? He was even more unable to restrain himself from thinking, where is that girl now? Who is she with? It can't be that she is going to look for that surname Lu, right? Just thinking about this, In Xiaojie had veins throbbing at the corners of his forehead. That girl better not be. If she dares to run away to be with that surname Lu at this time, he definitely wants. SHLT. Where the hell is she now? With whom? In Xiaojie felt like his sanity was on the verge of disintegrating. Why did he seem to have a hard time calming down and was especially prone to storming out when it came to that girl's business? Sometimes, he really felt that Mu Xiao was the death of him. Faced with a table full of food, all still being hot, a good smell wafting through the air, making people hungry. If Mu Xiao was around at this time, she would be very happy and excited. Right, but In Xiaojie didn't have any appetite at all. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. In Xiaojie grabbed it violently, but once he saw that the caller ID wasn't Mu Xiao, he revealed a disappointed look. However, the caller was Han Qicheng, and he let his cell phone ring for a while before answering it. Han Qicheng complained as soon as she spoke. Young Master In, why are you just answering the phone now? Say what you have to say. In Xiaojie said in an impatient tone. Willing to pick up the phone when he was in a bad mood was merciful enough. What's so fierce about it? I was afraid you'd be worried about Xiao. That's why I specifically called you. Well, you don't want to know, so I won't talk about it. Bye-bye. Han Qicheng said deliberately, but didn't really hang up the phone, waiting for In Xiaojie. Sure enough, he heard In Xiaojie shout, wait, Xiao is with you. Right. Han Qicheng spoke like a silver bell with a few moments of pleasure in her voice. See, she knew that In Xiaojie was worried about Mu Xiao right now, and sure enough, she guessed it. So when is she coming back? In Xiaojie asked. Han Qicheng smiled and said, she said she wants to go back. She will live in my house in the future. Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiao. What did you say? In Xiaojie gritted his teeth, the veins at the corners of his forehead rippling vaguely. She dares to try not coming back. You tell her to pick up the phone. Han Qicheng said, I can't answer it. Didn't you call her before? After she hung up, she directly pulled you into the blacklist. I'm still sneaking around and calling you. Xiao doesn't know. I'm talking about you. Didn't you guys make up? Why are you fighting again? Did you do something excessive to Xiao? Chapter 157, Does she dislike him that much? You said that she blacklisted me? In Xiaojie asked one word at a time. Han Qicheng could feel his anger through the cell phone, and said somewhat sardonically, yeah, that's why I'm curious. What exactly did you do to make Xiao so angry? In Xiaojie pinched his brow and didn't say anything. For what he did in the office today, he didn't know what was wrong with him at that time, like he was possessed, but he doesn't think it's that serious. I just want to win her, so what if I did? Why are you so angry? Really can't figure out girls' brain circuits. In Xiaojie would love to ask Han Qicheng what girls really think. It's not like they're going to lose a piece of meat, and besides, how many women dream of that, but thought better of it and didn't ask. Han Qicheng saw that he didn't say anything, so she had to say herself, actually, Xiao is just angry. It'll be fine soon. Tonight she'll sleep in my house for the time being, and the two of us haven't slept together to talk about our hearts for a long time. But you, hurry up and think of a way to coax her back. Who knows? In Xiaojie was offended by this, and gave a haughty grunt. Why should I coax her? She has forgotten that she was the one who lied to me first. I haven't even forgiven her yet, but she's angry with me. I don't care about her. She likes to go back or not. The thought that the girl had actually blackballed herself made him angry. The most important point is that the reason she's angry is actually that he tried to win her. Does she dislike him that much? What's wrong with him even if he really wants to kiss? They're an unmarried couple now. She's his wife. Isn't it only natural for him to kiss her? Just the thought of her rejecting him and not wanting his one made In Xiaojie feel the irritation in his chest grow even more. Han Qiqing, she suddenly didn't know how to answer. This was such a standard pattern of a young couple's quarrel. Both of them were angry and neither of them wanted to bow down first. Okay, whatever you guys. She wanted to see who bowed down first at the end of the day. Han Qiqing thought to herself, betting 50 cents that In Xiaojie would be the one to bow down first. Well, anyway, I'm done talking, so you'll see. Bye. Han Qiqing said awkwardly and hung up. In Xiaojie threw his cell phone onto the coffee table, his handsome face gloomy. He scanned the table of dishes on the dining room table, got up and walked over. If you're not coming back to eat, I'll eat by myself. Sitting down, he picked up his chopsticks and chucked a piece of braised pork, which also happens to be what Mu Xiaoxiao loves to eat. However, after picking up 2 mouthfuls of rice, he suddenly stopped his chopsticks. His mind remembered when he was a child. He once did not want to eat. She coaxed him from the side. The smallest she stood on a chair. Her small hands not too skillfully picked up a piece of braised pork, deliberately put it in front of her nose to make an intoxicated sniffing, and let out a cute sound, saying good fragrance. Do you want to taste it? Just a taste. Another pang of irritation ran through him, and the smothering feeling lingered even more. Looking at the dishes in front of him, his nose could smell the food. It smelled good and was appetizing, but he had no appetite at all. The meal was not good at all without her to eat with. The 2 mouthfuls of rice that had just been raked in his mouth instantly became like chewing wax, making it hard to get into his mouth. But he swallowed, snapped down his chopsticks, got up, walked over to the foyer, grabbed his car keys, and just went out the door. The door slammed shut with a bang. The lights in the house were still on, as if waiting for the owner to return. Chapter 158, No Sincerity. In the Han family's big luxurious villa, generally rich people's homes, the rooms have independent bathrooms. Mu Xiaoxiao came out after the bath, wearing a pajamas printed with a rabbit pattern, walked over to the bed and sat down, picking up the cell phone on the bedside table, scratching the screen. There were no messages whatsoever, nor any incoming calls. This made her tangle her eyebrows in depression and muttered curses. Stinky In Xiaojie. It was past 10. She hadn't been back, and he hadn't even called. Even if she hadn't answered his calls before and had pulled the plug on him, wouldn't he have been a little smarter like Lui Chen had been before and found another phone number to call her? No sincerity at all. Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she threw her cell phone back on the nightstand, but her eyes glanced over every now and then. At that moment, Han Qiqing came in with a tray. Xiao, have some fruit. Auntie Chang asked if there's anything you want to eat, like sugar water or something like that, and she said she'd make it for you. No need, don't want to eat. Mu Xiaoxiao replied sullenly. Her chest was now clogged with hair, which had an appetite. Have some fruit first then. Han Qiqing had already taken a bath, and was also wearing a nightgown, the same style as Mu Xiaoxiao's, just in a different color, and the two of them were dressed like twin sisters, which Han Qiqing especially liked. The plate was full of cut fruits with toothpicks sticking out of them. Mu Xiaoxiao took a look and chose a piece of peach. Luckily, the peach was sweet and made the depression in her heart a little better. No wonder it is said that when you are unhappy you have to eat something sweet and you become happy, because Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to eat the sugar water anymore. The two of them ate the fruit and then lay down on the bed. Han Qiqing turned to look at her, her eyes widening in curiosity as she asked, Xiao, what's going on between you and In Xiaojie? Quickly tell me. Now is the time that belongs to talk about things. Mu Xiaoxiao said sullenly. Don't want to talk about it. She looked at the ceiling, her mind wondering what In Xiaojie was doing right now. Had he gone out to play, or was he alone in the apartment? Maybe because she was gone and he could take over the whole bed by himself, he was happy and pleasant right now instead? Stinky In Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao cursed again in her heart. Han Qiqing saw that she wouldn't say anything and was a bit regretful, but she didn't force her to say anything, instead saying, so what do you want to talk about? Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil. She suddenly rolled over and faced Han Qiqing as she asked, by the way, you should know, right? Between In Xiaojie and Lui Chen, why did they have a beef? She had long wanted to know the inside story of this matter, but no one had told her, and she thought that Han Qiqing, who liked Lui Chen, should have known about it. Han Qiqing nodded. I know. Then tell me quickly. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pursued. This matter Han Qiqing hugged a pillow and looked at her. It's really nothing. I think it's just a small thing. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it and said, can you just get to the point? Well, It's like this. There was a boy who messed with Yin Xiaojie, and Yin Xiaojie taught him a lesson, and wanted him to drop out of school, and it just so happens that that boy seems to be Lu Yichen's neighbor. Right, and Lu Yichen defended that boy, and he got into a fight with Yin Xiaojie, and Yin Xiaojie's temper you don't not know. He's a tyrant, and no one can resist him. Chapter 159, defending him so much. However, Lu Yichen's grades are very good. The school spent a lot of money to hire him, even the side of St. Leah's Academy wanted to dig him over, so how could the school let him drop out? In the end, only that boy was dropped out. But Yin Xiaojie also had a problem with Lu Yichen. After Han Qiqing briefly elaborates, she schemes her lips and says, "You know, isn't Yin Xiaojie over the top? He's just lawless in school, and he's going to make someone drop out because of a little thing. He's too careful." When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this, but she frowned disapprovingly and asked, "Then do you know what that boy pissed him off for?" "I don't know." Han Qiqing shook her head. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly sat up and looked at her unhappily, saying, "Then you can't just jump to conclusions. You don't know what really happened. So how do you know it must be something small? Or is Jie's mind small? He's not that kind of person." Although Yin Xiaojie was a bit overbearing and sometimes roguish, he was definitely not the kind of person with a small heart. Han Qiqing also sat up and suddenly looked at me ambiguously and said, "Why are you defending him so much? Aren't you in the middle of a disagreement with him? I thought that you would join me in scolding him." Mu Xiaoxiao blushed. "I'm just talking about the matter." Moreover, she feels uncomfortable and angry when she hears people say bad things about Yin Xiaojie. They don't know Yin Xiaojie. How can they talk about him like that? Especially Han Qiqing, who had also known them for several years. Didn't she still know Yin Xiaojie's true character? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly got a little angry. It's fine if others misunderstand Yin Xiaojie, but Han Qiqing has been their good friend for years. Han Qiqing looked at her puffed up cheeks and thought they were so cute that she couldn't help but poke her finger over. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Angry?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her eyes and said seriously, "Xiao Chang, Yin Xiaojie is not the person you say he is. Don't misunderstand him like that, okay? Okay, I know. I'll review it, okay?" Han Qiqing touches her nose in embarrassment. She also realizes that she's not being fair in her attitude towards this matter because she likes Lu Yichen. Han Qiqing pulled her to lie down and said, "Actually, boys are quite childish sometimes. Because of some things, they don't see eye to eye with each other. Lu Yichen is not at fault. He's just defending his friend. Even if that boy did something wrong, it's not to the point of dropping out of school. It's hurtful and humiliating to be dropped from a school at Shan's college, and it's hard to find a better school." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, just turned her head and glanced at the cell phone on the bedside table. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong from the cell phone. It's the sound of a text message. In a surprise, she practically lunged for the phone. Han Qiqing was startled by this action of hers, patting her chest and saying to Mu Xiaoxiao, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" Suddenly jumping up, scaring me. "What's on the phone?" She also sat up, noticed the smile that Mu Xiaoxiao showed, as if she understood something, ambiguously flirted. "I know. In fact, you have been waiting for Yin Xiaojie's phone call, right? Before all the people to pull black, and now look forward to people to find you. What do you call this?" "Right," mouth said don't. "The body is very honest? Ha ha ha." Chapter 160, because you like Yin Xiaojie. "What are you talking about? I'm not." Mu Xiaoxiao shyly kicked her side with her foot, then finally clicked on the text message sent. Thus, Han Qiqing immediately saw her expression change from sunny to rainy. "What's wrong? Did Yin Xiaojie say something that made you angry again?" She curiously patted up. Mu Xiaoxiao unhappily collapsed her little face and threw her cell phone to the side, muttering curses. "Stinky Yin Xiaojie." Han Qiqing picks it up and reads it, only to realize that the person sending the text isn't Yin Xiaojie, but Lu Yichen, talking about the photo. This caused Han Qiqing's face to change slightly. "Xiao Xiao, are you and Lu Yichen in a good relationship?" "It's okay." Mu Xiaoxiao's voice was muffled as she replied. Han Qiqing figured something out and laughed out. "Ha ha, I believe it now. You really didn't like Lu Yichen." It also put her mind at ease. After all, Mu Xiaoxiao was her best friend, and she didn't want both of them to like a boy at the same time. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her in disbelief. "Didn't I tell you this before? Why do you all think I like him? I just admire him and want to make friends with him. Isn't that normal?" "Normal, normal." Han Qiqing nods her head and moves over to her side, saying with a smile, "I'm 100% convinced now. Why do you believe it now?" "Because." Han Qiqing picked up the phone and smiled at her. "Because you like Yin Xiaojie." Mu Xiaoxiao's little face suddenly rubbed red and immediately retorted, "I didn't." Han Qiqing smiles thievishly and says, "Still saying no? You were so happy because you thought it was a text message sent to you by Yin Xiaojie, and as soon as you saw that it wasn't him, you showed a lost expression, which means that you don't like Lu Yichen, and this also means that you like." Without giving her a chance to speak further, Mu Xiaoxiao reached out and covered her mouth. saying loudly, I said no, but that face, red as if it were burning, had no credibility whatsoever. With an angry look on her face, Mu Xiaoxiao choked her and glared at her threateningly. Han Qiqing, try it again and I'll strangle you to death. Han Qiqing hurriedly begged for mercy and raised her hands. Fine, fine, if I don't say anything, spare your life, Lord Queen. Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao let go of her. Han Qiqing expressed her disbelief and said, but aren't you guys engaged? That's what our parents forced us to do. It's not like I did it willingly. And that guy Yin Xiaojie, he's not happy about it either, Mu Xiaoxiao said, mentioning the latter sentence. In her heart, she scolded Yin Xiaojie again for being a philandering carrot. That guy Yin Xiaojie likes picking up girls so much. There's no way he'd be willing to give up his entire forest for a single tree for me. Han Qiqing sked twice. Look at you. That's a sour tone. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced over warningly and raised both paws in a gesture to pinch her. You still say that? Han Qiqing raised her hands in surrender. Then she suddenly paused, showed a surprised expression, and let out an eek. What's wrong? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her in disbelief. Han Qiqing suddenly jumped out of bed and ran over to the balcony. Her balcony was facing the front door of the villa and was able to take in the entire outside view in one fell swoop. Then, Mu Xiaoxiao heard her exclaim in shock. Xiao, there's a sports car down there. It seems to be Yin Xiaojie's car. Come and take a look. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, her heart thumping. Chapter 161, His Tenderness, Not Just for People. Han Qiqing urged her. Xiao, come over quickly. That's Yin Xiaojie's car, right? A baby blue Bugatti. The treasure blue Bugatti was indeed Yin Xiaojie's car. Mu Xiaoxiao finally moved, got off the bed and walked over quickly. Han Qiqing pursed her lips and smiled, reaching out and then pulling her over so she could stand beside her, pointing outside and saying, look there, the doorway. Mu Xiaoxiao anxiously probed and looked over, but it was already late. It was pitch black outside, and by the light of the courtyard, she looked at the place Han Qiqing had pointed to. It was empty. There was nothing, not to mention a treasure blue sports car. Where? Who knows? Han Qiqing suddenly just covered her stomach and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you've been tricked by me. Look how nervous you are. How you wanted Yin Xiaojie to come to you. Mu Xiaoxiao instantly realized that she had been tricked and slammed down her little face, yelling at her, Han Qiqing, I'm going to kill you. Seeing her claws about to pounce, Han Qiqing hurriedly ran and finally jumped onto the bed. Surrendering? I just wanted to try you out. You understand your own feelings now, don't you? I didn't, Mu Xiaoxiao still said, glaring at Han Qiqing with a puff of air. The two of them jostled around the room as you chased them around. Han Qiqing didn't know what she was being stubborn about, and felt that there was no point in pushing any further, so she stopped talking. Okay, enough with you, come up to bed. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at her twice, but walked over and got on the bed. The two of them resumed the position they were in at the beginning, Han Qiqing lying on her side with one hand propped up on her head, smiling. Let's change the subject. Xiao, what kind of boys do you like? Mu Xiaoxiao grunted. Not the Yin Xiaojie kind anyway. She wouldn't like a womanizer. Han Qiqing looked at her like that, pursed her lips and snickered, then said, how do you like it then? Tell me. Mu Xiaoxiao put her hands on the back of her head and pillowed them, looking at the ceiling, her small face thinking very seriously. I like the kind that's very smart, and then has a steady character, will be very attentive to your things, only looks at you alone, won't look at other girls more than once, has a pair of deep good-looking eyes, as if he can see through you, and understands you without you having to say anything. Han Qiqing listened to her describe it little by little, and her face gradually turned bad. She looked at Mu Xiaoxiao in a daze and said, Xiao, don't you think that the person you're describing is actually Louis Chen? Mu Xiaoxiao froze and said in dismay, yes? Han Qiqing nodded her head and said with a somewhat grave expression, Louis Chen is just like this it's almost exactly the same as what you described. You seem to, know him well? Mu Xiaoxiao asked, looking at her. From Han Qiqing's expression, she could tell that she really liked Louis Chen, only to mention him like this, with feelings for him in her eyes. Han Qiqing smiled bitterly. Actually, don't really know too much about him, but he's really an exceptionally good person. Although he usually looks cold, he's actually very gentle. But his gentleness, he doesn't just give it to people, so how she longed that she could be the one he treated special. Well, he sure is nice. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded, agreeing with that. He just has a bad family background only. Do you believe that? If he had a family background like Yin Xiaojie's, he definitely wouldn't be worse than Yin Xiaojie, Han Qiqing said excitedly. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard these words, she felt some emotion in her heart. After all, this kind of thing like origin is fated. It is not something she can change. Han Qiqing complained sadly. Why is God so unfair? If Louis Chen's family is prominent, then he would be a good match for her, and maybe she could even grow up with him like Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao. growing up together as childhood sweethearts, slowly cultivating their feelings, and then finally getting together and becoming a pair of enviable lovers. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her with conviction in her eyes and said, although he doesn't have the best of origins, I believe that he, on his own, can become the best in a certain field. Han Xiqing was stunned, then met her eyes and nodded. Aha, I believe it too. The two men smiled at each other. Well, it's time for us to go to bed. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled the covers over her body. I'll turn off the light then. Han Xiqing responded, turning off the lamp on the nightstand. She was a little confused. She seemed to have something she wanted to tell Mu Xiao, but she forgot what it was she was going to say. Never mind. Let's wait until the next time I think of something. Tiny, good night. Well, good night. The two went to sleep individually. She felt as if she'd had a dream. The room was as hazy as a dream, as if someone had created a romantic atmosphere for someone. She was lying on the bed, and there was a handsome figure looking at her from top to bottom, and then reading her name in a magnetic voice. Mu Xiaoxiao, you've misbehaved and will be punished. What? The sensation of the pieces of her lips touching was so clear that it stunned her. Just as such a thought passed through her mind, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and what she saw was actually Yin Xiaojie. Reality. Wait! Mu Xiaoxiao snapped out of her dream, and there was still a redness on her small face that couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 163, What's going on? Han Xiqing, who was sleeping in the same bed, was awakened by the sudden vibration, rubbed her bleary eyes, saw Mu Xiaoxiao sitting up on the side, and asked in a slurred voice, Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Mu Xiaoxiao sat on the bed, curled her knees, buried her little face and shook her head. It's not a nightmare, it's a spring dream. At the thought, the delicate little face reddened again. Strangely enough, the dream was so real, it was as if the touch of being kissed still lingered on his own lips. Mu Xiaoxiao gently touched her lips, uncontrollably recalling the image in the dream. Yin Xiaojie's usually cynical and handsome face, so it was so charming when kissing someone? Her heart felt like a deer was thrashing around inside. Even her brain was thumping. She felt like she was going crazy. How could she have such a humiliating dream? Even if she dreamed of someone kissing her, why was it that the person who kissed her was Yin Xiaojie? Just as a certain girl was springing to life, the unknown Han Xiqing sat up, confused, and came up to hug her, patting her back comfortingly and saying, Don't be afraid, I'm here, it's just a nightmare, it'll be forgotten soon. It was only when Han Xiqing's eyes cleared up that she finally got a good look at Mu Xiao. Startled, wow, Tiny, why is your face so red? Yes? Mu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed to death and didn't want anyone to find out that she had that kind of dream, so she hurriedly put on an act, fanned her face with her small hands and pretended to say, Maybe it's too hot, don't lean on me, I'm going to get up. Pushing Han Xiqing away, she hurriedly escaped into the bathroom now. Fortunately, Han Xiqing had just woken up from a nap and was so slow to react that she didn't even realize what was going on and didn't think much about it. Mu Xiaoxiao stayed in the bathroom for almost half an hour, waiting for the blush on her face to dissipate and washing up before walking out. Han Xiqing was lolling in bed and only really woke up at this time, stretching and getting out of bed. Tiny, what would you like for breakfast? She said to Mu Xiaoxiao. Whatever. Mu Xiaoxiao was still a little embarrassed, always worried that she would see it, so she didn't even look her in the eye and walked straight over to the bedside. Han Xiqing went into the bathroom. At this time, a maid knocked on the door, cleaned the clothes that Mu Xiaoxiao had changed out of yesterday, and brought them over, and asked them what they needed for breakfast. Although Han Xiqing dawdled, fortunately, because Mu Xiaoxiao woke up from her dream, the two woke up earlier, so they weren't late for school. After breakfast, Han's driver drove them to school. The entrance to the Shand Noble Academy was crowded with people. It was the first time Mu Xiaoxiao saw so many people and felt puzzled. Did something happen? Han Xiqing got out of the car and said with a look of interest, I don't know, let's go over and take a look. Mu Xiaoxiao was then pulled over by her, only to see a cool silver sports car parked where the crowd surrounded it. Han Xiqing's eyes lit up and she excitedly shook Mu Xiao's arm. Wow, the latest limited edition Lamborghini. Do you know how expensive it is? Hey, isn't that guy in the car Yin Xiaojie? Mu Xiaoxiao froze, and before she could look over, she heard the people next to her talking. What's going on here? Isn't that Bai Meijiao? Why is she in Jie Xiao's car? Did the two of them get back together? Chapter 164, To make her jealous. How can it be? Jie Xiao never eats back grass. By the way, isn't Jie Xiao's current woman that senior S-class Mu Xiaoxiao? He was so nice to her before. Why did he change her all of a sudden? Humph. It's probably because Mu Xiaoxiao did something that made Jie Xiao unhappy, so she was dumped. The people who were talking next to them didn't even notice that the Mu Xiaoxiao they were talking about was standing right next to them. A girl bloated. I knew it would be like this. That Mu Xiaoxiao really thought she was someone. How could Jie Xiao give up an entire forest for her alone? She's so naive. that is to say. The others chimed in. By the way, I heard that Mu Xiaoxiao in order to seduce GLS, specially went to South Korea plastic surgery. Breasts are also whole. Han Qiqing finally couldn't help herself and glared at them with a grim face. What are you talking about? Shut up. The girls froze, then realized that the person they were talking to was standing right next to them and took a few steps back in fear. Han Qiqing said to them angrily, who are you calling a plastic surgeon? Let me tell you, our Xiao Xiao is naturally beautiful. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled her. Forget it, ignore them. Han Qiqing was furious and didn't want to let it go. However, at this time, Yin Xiaojie walked over with his arm around by Meijia. The people next to me were stunned. No one expected this situation. New love meets old love? It's too wonderful. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face held a suave smile, his posture dangling like before, as if the previous incident had never happened. He naturally walked to Mu Xiaoxiao and greeted him with a smile. Morning. Bai Meijiao looked at Mu Xiao, smiled daintily, and said softly, good morning. Han Qiqing gave Mu Xiaoxiao a worried look and said angrily to Yin Xiaojie, why are you like this? What's wrong with me? Yin Xiaojie smiled as if he didn't understand what she was talking about. You. Han Qiqing was furious. He was obviously engaged to Mu Xiao. How could he hug another girl in front of Mu Xiao like this? But Mu Xiaoxiao held down her hand, stopping her excitement. She looked at Yin Xiaojie and reluctantly pulled out a smile. Good morning. It was just this morning that she had dreamed that way, that he had kissed her so tenderly and fiercely, only to see him appear before her at this very moment, with his arm around another woman and a smile on his face, as if everything was back to the beginning. But why? Her heart was stuffy, as if there was a big stone blocking it. Although Han Qiqing was holding out for her, Mu Xiaoxiao felt that there was nothing wrong. Yin Xiaojie's attitude towards her hadn't changed. He would still take the initiative to come and greet her, with a smile, and there was a hint of teasing or flirting in his smile. It's just like it used to be for her. It hasn't changed. However, it was this that instead made her heart indescribably strange, as if something had changed, but she couldn't tell. Yin Xiaojie looked at her with deep eyes for a moment, and the corners of his mouth pursed slightly when he met her smile. We'll go first then, he said, walking into the school with Bai Meijiao in his arms. Mu Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, inexplicably feeling as if her heart was empty for a moment. Xiao, are you alright? Han Qiqing looks at her worriedly, and from her eyes, Mu Xiaoxiao's expression at this moment is one of sadness and grief. She says indignantly, that guy, Yin Xiaojie, he's just trying to make you jealous, right? That's why he did this on purpose. Chapter 165, you don't really think so? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to answer this question, especially since so many people beside her were staring at her, each with eyes that were either gloating or mocking, making her especially uncomfortable. Let's go too. She tugs Han Qiqing into the school gates. Being out of the range of those people's eyes, she had thought she would feel a little more relaxed, but no, the feeling of having a stone weighing down her heart was half gone. What the hell is going on with this feeling? Mu Xiaoxiao had never felt this way before, so her heart was in turmoil. Was it really like Han Qiqing said, that she was jealous? No, how can it be? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head, hurriedly denying herself this amazing thought. Why would she be jealous of that guy? Yin Xiaojie? He can be with whoever he likes. She wasn't even jealous before. How could she be now? Han Qiqing saw her shaking her head inexplicably, frowning again, and looking down without knowing what she was muttering. So she hugged her arm tightly and said with concern, Xiao, don't hold it in. Tell me if you're unhappy, and let's scold Yin Xiaojie, that bastard. Together. Mu Xiaoxiao looked up into her eyes and suddenly smiled. What's the point of scolding him? Han Qiqing froze. That. He deliberately made you jealous. Mu Xiaoxiao skimmed her small mouth and said with a dashing look, I'm not jealous. Why would I be jealous? But, Han Qiqing suddenly couldn't understand her. Obviously she had just looked sad. How did she become normal all of a sudden? Mu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and threw away those messy emotions, allowing herself to empty her mind from thinking about it. She smiled and said with a generous and dashing gesture, didn't I tell you? It's not like he and I are really an unmarried couple, so who he's with is none of my business. But I don't think, you really think that. Han Qiqing was still worried about her. Mu Xiaoxiao acted as if she didn't hear, and let go of her hand when she walked to the senior school building. Well, class is almost over. I'm going to the classroom. Han Qiqing wanted to say a few words to comfort her, but in a flash she ran out of sight. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao entered the classroom, all eyes bet on her. She pretended not to see it and walked to her seat. Tiny. Yuzha looked at her worriedly, trying to say something. Mu Xiaoxiao made a shushing gesture to him, smiled slightly and said, don't say anything, just leave me alone, okay? Yuzha nodded and took out a carton of strawberry milk from the drawer. Here you go. Thank you. The smile on Mu Xiaoxiao's face finally had a hint of genuine happiness. It was a happy thing to have someone remember their preferences. She stuck the straw in and had just taken a sip when she suddenly heard the class clamor and everyone looked in unison at the person who had appeared in the doorway. Why did Bai Meijiao come to our class? At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and looked over as well. Sure enough, they saw Bai Meijiao walking in with a smile on her face, followed by a girl who was helping her carry her backpack. Hello everyone, from today, I'm transferring to class S. Please give me more guidance from now on. After saying that, Bai Meijiao walked towards Mu Xiao. The class looked like they were waiting for a good show. Is this a new love and an old love getting into a fight? Bai Meijiao sat down in a position just across the aisle from Mu Xiao, and she smiled smugly at Mu Xiao and said, Jie Xiao is really good to me. I just said I wanted to get into class S, and he immediately helped me transfer in. Chapter 166, Driving Little Out of Class S. Mu Xiaoxiao originally did not want to ignore her, but her words were obviously a provocation to herself. If she did not take the move, would she not think that she was afraid of her? Oh really? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled disbelievingly, raised her eyebrows at Bai Meijiao and said, then you have to cherish it, otherwise, he can let you in when he's happy, and turn you out when he's not. Don't you think so? Bai Meijiao's face darkened at the rebuttal, because Mu Xiao's words were all true, but such a fact also presented her like a jumping clown, as if she would be out at any moment. How could she stand it? As we all know, Jie Xiao never eats back grass. As long as they break up, they will never get back together. But this time, she broke this principle. This made her feel very proud in her heart, and she felt that she was a special presence to Jie Xiao. In fact, Jie Xiao's heart is like her. Before, because of what reason to quarrel with her breakup just, but the heart has been thinking of her. Otherwise how will not hesitate to break the principle and her back together? Yeah, that must be it. Moreover, when she was with Jie Xiao before, she had hinted more than once that she wanted to enter class S, but Jie Xiao didn't even help her. And this time, she was probably in a compensatory frame of mind, so she immediately helped her realize this wish. Thinking about this, Bai Meijiao slowly calmed down her anger and arrogantly looked at Mu Xiaoxiao with her head held high, snorting coldly, you dare to talk to me like this? Mu Xiaoxiao, do you still consider yourself Jie Xiao's woman? Now I'm the incumbent. You're already in the past tense, you better pay attention, or else, I'll tell Jie Xiao and you'll have to leave class S. Before Mu Xiaoxiao could get angry, Yuzha couldn't look away, slapping the table and glaring angrily at Bai Meijiao. You want to drive Xiaoxiao out of class S? Who do you think you are? Bai Meijiao froze, not expecting anyone to defend Mu Xiaoxiao. Plus this is class S. Those who can enter this class are either the best grades in the whole class or the best bulls with the best family background. Looking at the dress and temperament of the boy in front of her, it should be the latter in any case, which made her not dare to choke back. Mu Xiaoxiao looked towards Bai Meijiao and smiled coldly. Fine, you can try. I also want to see if you have that ability to kick me out of this class. Even if she gave Yin Xiaojie the guts, he wouldn't dare. Only, Bai Meijiao didn't know this. She thought that Mu Xiaoxiao was able to get into class S, just like her, because she relied on Jie Xiao's connections to get there. And now that Mu Xiaoxiao is no longer Jie Xiao's girlfriend, then of course she has to leave class S. By what right is she still occupying this place? There are a lot of people like Bai Meijiao who treat class S like a god. After all, as long as one could get into class S, it would be the supreme honor. That's why Bai Meijiao is so upset that Mu Xiao has been dumped and still manages to stay in class S, and she's made friends with a rich kid like Yuzha to stand up for her. Bai Meijiao didn't show any weakness either, and said to Mu Xiaoxiao, okay, then you just wait and we'll see who's more capable. Yuzha, who knew the inside story, rolled his eyes on the side and looked at Bai Meijiao like she was an idiot. How about Bai Meijiao? Let's just call her an idiot instead. He suddenly laughed, and with considerable interest, he came to Mu Xiao's ear and whispered, if she knew about your relationship with Jie Xiao, do you think, what would she be scared like? Chapter 167, Spent the night together? Mu Xiaoxiao also hooked her lips and nodded with a smile. I also quite want to see it. No matter what, she didn't believe that Yin Xiaojie would kick himself out of class S for a woman, and even if he wanted to, the principal wouldn't dare to do it. And by the time the word got back to the Yin family, it would be strange for Yin Xiaojie not to be scolded to death by the Yin family. Really lazy to talk to idiots. Mu Xiaoxiao will no longer pay attention to Bai Meijiao. Let her how to glare at their own good, are ignored, idly and calmly chatting with Yuzha. Yuzha turned around and sat face to face with her, resting his hands on her table, and asked curiously in a voice that only the two could hear. This time, Jie Xiao was too strange, and clearly didn't feel that he liked this woman much, so how did he get back together with her? This is probably a question that many people are puzzled by. After all, Jie Xiao has made an unknown number of girlfriends, never seen him get back together with any girl, are broken up and left behind. Mu Xiaoxiao said with some annoyance, I don't know, and she didn't want to know. She didn't know why, but now that Yin Xiaojie was mentioned, she felt angry, and there was a constant blockage of air in her chest. At this time, some people's murmurs came from the side. making Mu Xiaoxiao unconsciously distracted to hear them. I remember. It seems like Jie Xiao's car rarely carries girls, right? And it's also so early. You say, is it specially passed to pick her up? Or, that goes without saying? Must have spent the night together last night. This one spoke as a boy, his tone full of ambiguity. How do you know? Even if they came to school together, that doesn't mean they spent the night before together. That's what you guys don't understand. The boy's head was in his hands. I don't get it. Come on. Have you ever seen Jie Xiao to any of his girlfriends picking her up and dropping her off at school? And with Jie Xiao's character, so early in the morning, at most call the driver to pick her up. Absolutely impossible to personally pick up. So the biggest possibility is that they spent the night together last night, and then Jie Xiao drove her along to school. This analysis is almost flawless. The people next to me listened with conviction. Suddenly a man exclaimed, if they spent the night together last night, would they have slept together? They're definitely making an obscene gesture. The girls blushed as they watched. The girls who liked Yin Xiaojie, all of them showed sad expressions. A boy couldn't resist his curiosity and boldly came over to Bai Meijiao's side and directly asked, Bai Meijiao, tell me, did you and Jie Xiao spend the night together last night? They had just been discussing so loudly. How could Bai Meijiao not hear them? And while listening, she was smiling smugly. These people knew that she and Mu Xiaoxiao were also here, but they didn't lower their voices, so they were deliberately speaking to them. Bai Meijiao revealed a shy look. Why are you guys asking this? I'm not going to say anything. It must be, right? Look at that expression on your face. Jie Xiao is very powerful, right? What did you guys do last night? Don't be shy. Tell us. A little bit is good. Seeing her like this made everyone even more curious and they all came together. And it's still Jie Xiao's gossip that people are more interested in. But no one saw. Mu Xiaoxiao's face was black, placed on the desktop, palms tightly tugged into fists. Spend the night together last night? Did that bastard, Yin Xiaojie, bring Bai Meijiao to the apartment? Wouldn't that be sleeping in her bed? Chapter 168, It's because I like her too much. Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. As long as she thought of Yin Xiaojie bringing Bai Meijiao to the place where they lived and doing that kind of thing in the bed where she slept, she simply wanted to kill someone. Bai Meijiao casts a sidelong glance at Mu Xiaoxiao, as if she got the reaction she wanted, and smiles even more triumphantly, deliberately saying to the others, how can I say such a shameful thing? But Jie Xiao, he was indeed with me last night. The parties involved admitted it, and the crowd was in an uproar. Pa! With a loud bang, Mu Xiaoxiao slapped the desktop and stood up abruptly. Her delicate little face was terribly gloomy. No, she had to go find Yin Xiaojie and ask for clarification. If that asshole really brought Bai Meijiao home to mess around. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were red and deadly. On the side, Bai Meijiao gestured daintily and patted her own chest, looking at her askance in dissatisfaction. Mu Xiaoxiao, you're angry then angry Why do you slap the table so hard Your hand doesn't hurt, but it scares me Yuzha saw that something was wrong with Mu Xiao and frowned as he barked at Bai Meijiao. Shut up! Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and glared at Bai Meijiao before trying to walk out of the classroom. But as soon as her figure moved, Yuzha pulled her hand. Xiao, you calm down. It was like he saw what she was trying to do. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with red eyes. The bottom of her eyes were all aggrieved. How can she calm down? She wants to ask Yin Xiaojie if what Bai Meijiao said is true. She doesn't care if he did something with Bai Meijiao. But how could he bring someone back to the apartment they were staying in? It was her home. If he does, he's gone too far. Bai Meijiao felt that she was just putting on a show, and laughed with a sneer, but also deliberately provoked. What? Do you want to go to Jie Xiao to ask if this matter is true or false? You go quickly. I'm afraid you don't dare, right? Which of the women around Jie Xiao is not obedient and smooth, let alone running to him to question such things? Bai Meijiao expected in her heart that Mu Xiaoxiao wouldn't dare, and even if she dares, that's even better. When the time comes to make Jie Xiao angry, he himself will be able to sit on the fishing boat. Yuzha couldn't care less and roared at Bai Meijiao without mercy. I told you to shut up. Did you hear me? The people next to him looked at him in shock, wondering if he was crazy, even daring to yell at Jie Xiao's woman? No matter what, Bai Meijiao is now Jie Xiao's girlfriend. Yuzha was so rude to her and shouted at her. If Bai Meijiao complained to Jie Xiao's side, then Yuzha would not be able to finish his meal. However, Yuzha dared to do this for Mu Xiaoxiao, so if he wasn't crazy, it was because he liked Mu Xiao too much. Bai Meijiao also felt disgraced when she was yelled at like that, but thinking that she had just come to class S, it wasn't good to make enemies so quickly. Just in time. This time the bell rang and the teacher came in. Yuzha hurriedly pulled Mu Xiaoxiao down and sat down, whispering to calm her down. Don't be provoked by this woman. Who knows if what she said is true or not? You yourself first calm down and think about it, okay? He was relieved to see her nod slightly. He whispered again, my personal words, I don't believe it's true. You know, Even though Jie Xiao has dated so many girlfriends, he's never heard of him spending the night at any girl's house or bringing a girl home for the night. Chapter 169, Going to find Yin Xiaojie. Why would you say that? Because Yin Xiaojie was the most popular man in Shangda Academy. His every move was watched by all, and even the slightest bit of news would quickly spread throughout the school. The girls who had dated him were even more like to compete for favors, and would hate for the whole world to know if anyone got him any gifts. So if any girl had sex with him, it would have been done on purpose for everyone to know. But in all this time, no such news has ever gotten out. Everyone knows Yin Xiaojie's character well, so no one dares to spread false news. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Yu Jia and asked in a daze, "Really?" Yu Jia nodded. "Really? Do you believe me?" Mu Xiaoxiao then nodded and stopped talking. One class was hard to get through, and she couldn't help but think that even if Yin Xiaojie hadn't done that with Bai Meijiao, what if he did take someone back to his apartment? Even just having Bai Meijiao standing in the living room of their house, Mu Xiao couldn't stand it and wanted to tear the living room apart. Right, if this is true, she's going to set fire to the apartment, Mu Xiaoxiao thought angrily in her heart. When class finally ended, she got impatient and got up to walk out. This time, Yuzha didn't stop her and just followed her worriedly. Who knows, Bai Meijiao happened to walk out as well, and the two of them walked in the same direction. Apparently, Bai Meijiao was also planning to go to Yin Xiaojie, and she arrogantly looked askance at Mu Xiaoxiao as if she was the victor. Just as she descended to the first floor, she encountered Han Xicheng. "Xiao Xiao, where are you going?" Han Xicheng asked in disbelief, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around Mu Xiao. Of course Bai Meijiao knew Han Xicheng's identity, and once she saw her acting so affectionately toward Mu Xiao, her face changed. Why did Han Xicheng and Mu Xiao look like they knew each other so well? "I'm going to find Yin Xiaojie," Mu Xiaoxiao said, her voice sounding strange as if there was something blocking the mouth of her throat. "What's wrong? Why is this woman walking with you?" Han Xicheng looked toward that Bai Meijiao, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Knowing that Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to speak, Yuzha answered on her behalf and told Han Xicheng what had happened in class. "That's just the way it is." Bai Meijiao, who was on the side, looked a bit flustered and hurriedly had to leave. "Who knows?" Han Xicheng stopped her with a gulp. "Wait." Bai Meijiao stiffened and didn't dare to walk away, turning around and saying with a soft smile, "Miss Nanaharu, what did you call me for?" Han Xicheng held Mu Xiao's hand and walked up to her, grinning coldly. "You said that Yin Xiaojie spent the night with you last night? You had sex?" This, Bai Meijiao stuttered. "Big liar." Han Xicheng was nonchalant, slamming 3 words directly into her face, humming mockingly, saying, "I see, he hasn't even kissed you, has he?" Bai Meijiao's face swished white, as if she had been stabbed with a single word. "Excuse me, I have something to go first." She finished the sentence sharply and practically ran off in a huff. Han Xicheng ignored her as well, but pulled Mu Xiaoxiao and headed out. Yuzha was not good at following, and could only stand still and look at their faraway figures. Silently returning to the classroom, walking under a green shade, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask first, "Why do you know she's lying?" Chapter 170, I don't have to lie to you. There's a European-style iron bench under the shade of a tree, and Han Xicheng sits down, smiling. "That's easy. Those of us who are familiar with Yin Xiaojie, who doesn't know that bit about him?" "What is it? How come I don't know?" Mu Xiaoxiao blinked uncomprehendingly and sat down next to her. Han Xicheng said indistinctly, "Right, you've been abroad for the past few years, so you've had less contact with us, so it's only natural that you don't know." "What in the world? Quickly say." Mu Xiaoxiao simply couldn't stand her hanging on to people's appetites like this. "Ouch, don't pinch my hand, it hurts," Han Xicheng screamed, hurriedly rescuing her hand from her clutches, saying, Fine, I'll talk now, don't do it, okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao then stopped and looked at her seriously. Han Xicheng said, "It's actually, that guy Yin Xiaojie, he seems to have a cleanliness fetish." "Cleanliness?" Mu Xiaoxiao wondered if she had heard wrong, and even pulled out her ears, saying incredulously, "How could that bastard have a cleanliness fetish? His house is as messy as anything." It wasn't as messy as a pigsty, but his room hadn't been clean enough to call it clean before she arrived. She couldn't see any signs of cleanliness in him half the time anyway. "It's not about that." Han Xicheng gave her a blank look. "It means emotional cleanliness." That's even more impossible." Mu Xiaoxiao looked as if she'd heard something out of this world, and in her place, she blanked Han Xicheng and said with a cold snort, "He's got girlfriends lined up all over the place, doesn't he? How can you call such a philanderer emotionally clean? Wouldn't I be a saintly maiden then?" Han Xicheng cried and laughed. "If you say it like that, it seems right." Mu Xiaoxiao frowned so annoyed. "What exactly do you mean by that? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Does this have anything to do with the lies Bai Meijiao told?" She felt that she'd better go find Yin Xiaojie and ask for clarification. Just about to stand up, Han Xicheng violently tugged at her, looking at her with wide eyes. "Don't be hasty, You want to go find him again? Or else, I can't even understand what you're saying. Haru, are you bad at languages? Language organization skills are so bad. I went to America for so many years and I'm not even like this, Mu Xiaoxiao said in a depressed manner. Han Qiqing felt her deep contempt and was a little hurt. Ooh, her language is just bad. This was all being seen. Okay, I'll organize it. Just hear me out, okay? One more chance. Mu Xiaoxiao sat down. After Han Qiqing seriously thought about it, she said, let's put it this way. Why would I know that Bai Meijio lied? Because that guy Yin Xiaojie, even though he does have so many girlfriends, he's a germaphobe and has never kissed them, let alone even had sex. It's as simple as that. I don't believe it. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted with a small face. Really? Han Qiqing anxiously nodded her head vigorously, looking fixedly into Mu Xiao's eyes as she reiterated, Xiao, there's no need for me to lie to you about this kind of thing, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao was still a bit skeptical. Then how did you know? It can't be Yin Xiaojie himself who told you, right? Han Qiqing said, how could he have told me? It was Shi Jun and the others. A group of us had a birthday celebration at a bar once, and they got it out of Yin Xiaojie's mouth. Chapter 171, by his own admission, Mu Xiaoxiao froze her god for a while. So, it's true? She still had a look of disbelief on her face. Yin Xiaojie has dated so many girlfriends, how could he not have kissed them? Suddenly it came back to yesterday, when he inexplicably tried to kiss himself, almost like he was crazy. Someone's little cheeks went red, saying something about how he has a cleanliness fetish and doesn't like random relatives. Then what kind of nerve did he have yesterday when he suddenly had to kiss her? It's not the same person Haru was talking about at all. So in this regard, Mu Xiaoxiao was still skeptical. She said to Han Qiqing in disbelief, you guys must have been fooled by him. Can he easily say something like this? Isn't this kind of thing embarrassing for boys? Yin Xiaojie is so facetious. How could he possibly say that? Han Qiqing shook her finger and said with a look of conviction, it's impossible to lie to us. Shi Jun and the others got him drunk. Okay? A few of them, all drunk, boys, like to talk about this kind of very dirty topic. So when he heard Yin Xiaojie say, he still, poof. Speaking of which, Han Qiqing covered her mouth and laughed. What is he? Mu Xiaoxiao looked confused. Han Qiqing glanced at her. Can't you understand this? It's the virgin male. Stupid. The original blush on Mu Xiaoxiao's face increased again, and she said incredulously, he really said that? Did he admit it himself? She remembered something else. I think there had been a time before when he had said that to her about being a virgin or something. Could this be true? Han Qiqing shrugged and said, that's pretty much what he meant. Anyway, he said he hadn't touched those girls and said he didn't even have the desire to kiss them. So think about it. Bai Meijio has that much charisma? Can you make Yin Xiaojie make an exception for her and have a relationship? I know it's fake just by listening to it. That woman is purposely saying it to irritate you, to demonstrate to you. You're just too stupid to even believe such words. Han Qiqing shook her head at Mu Xiaoxiao, expressing her worry about her intelligence. Mu Xiaoxiao's face reddened and she hurriedly defended herself. I'm not angry about that. I don't care if he's having sex with another girl. What I'm angry about is how he can bring someone back to the apartment. Han Qiqing rubbed her chin with her fingers, thinking for a moment and said, I think this sentence is also false. Yin Xiaojie couldn't have brought her home even if he wanted to make you jealous. If he really dares to do that, I'll burn down the apartment. Mu Xiaoxiao slammed her little face and said angrily. Han Qiqing looked at her like this and only felt amused. This was totally jealous. But this girl just wouldn't admit it. Well, hold your horses. Don't rush off to get to him and ask for clarification. You'll lose that way. Why? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her without understanding. Han Qiqing looked askance at her and said, you ran to him to argue in front of so many people. Isn't that giving others a chance to watch the show? When Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it, she was right. She also didn't like being surrounded like a monkey. Just bear with me for a while. At noon, we'll find him and have dinner together. Then we'll see what happens and expose that woman's lies. Think about it. Wouldn't that be fun? Han Qiqing said while revealing a devilish smile. Just the thought of a slap in the face like that is soothing. Chapter 172, Showing Love in Disguise. So, noon. Yin Xiaojie and Bai Meijio had just walked into the cafeteria when a voice rang out behind them, calling him back. And Han Qiqing walked over with a smile on her face as she held Mu Xiao's hand. Yin Xiaojie, Xiao and I forgot our meal cards. Can you treat us to dinner? Yin Xiaojie's gaze naturally fell on Mu Xiaoxiao's body. His handsome face still had the usual careless smile and said, of course. Han Qiqing walked up and glanced at the cafeteria on the first floor. How about we just eat on the first floor? I'm tired of eating up there every time. Yin Xiaojie expressed no opinion, so the four of them found a seat together and sat down. But this scene shocked the other students in the cafeteria. Jiexiao's new love and old love were actually sitting together? What kind of a situation is this? The crowd couldn't be bothered to eat, and rushed to stretch their necks to gather around the gossip. The four of them sat down while Wu Hao, the follower, stood by and asked what they were eating, and he went to order. I want black pepper beef tenderloin rice, Han Xiqing said, turning her head to ask Mu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what about you? Mu Xiaoxiao said casually, I'll do the same. At that moment, Yin Xiaojie raised his eyebrows, his dark as ink eyes looking at her, and said, I thought you didn't eat black pepper? Mu Xiaoxiao was still angry with him and grunted as she glared past him. I like to eat now, can I? Yes, whatever. Yin Xiaojie replied dully, as if he didn't care. But if you don't care, how can you remember the other person's preferences? Bai Meijiao's face on the side wasn't very pretty. Her face kept a soft smile and was very well behaved, completely different from when she was in the classroom before. She was waiting for Jie Xiao to ask her what she was eating, but he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of asking, causing her to be a bit hungover. She had to say to Wu Hao herself, I'll have the cheesy chicken fillet rice. Wu Hao looked at Yin Xiaojie and asked respectfully, Junior Jie, what are you eating? Yin Xiaojie said as if casually, braised eggplant it is. It didn't take long for Wu Hao to get all four of them their meals, then sat himself down on the other side to eat. After Mu Xiaoxiao took a bite of the black pepper beef tenderloin, her brows furrowed as if she didn't have much of an appetite, her chopsticks picking at the rice, but she didn't take another bite. At this time, Bai Meijiao cut a piece of chicken fillet and said to Yin Xiaojie with a sweet smile, Xiaojie, try this. Yin Xiaojie, however, ignored her and suddenly reached out to take away Mu Xiao's rice. Hey you! Mu Xiaoxiao thought he was going to make trouble. Who knew that his braised eggplant rice suddenly appeared in front of her, which she usually loved to eat. Obviously you don't like to eat, but you're still showing off. Yin Xiaojie blankly glances at her, his tone full of disgust. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed, despite being dissatisfied with his attitude. Looking at the braised eggplant in front of her, her heart was a little warm. Han Xiqing looked at them with a smile, ambiguity in her eyes. These two are really, is this a show of love in disguise? Glancing at Bai Meijiao again, that face was white for a while and green for a while. It was really wonderful. Han Xiqing hooked her lips and suddenly looked at Yin Xiaojie and said, Young Master Yin, I heard your girlfriend say that you were with her last night? Spent the night together? As she said that, she signaled Mu Xiaoxiao with a look. Mu Xiaoxiao will come over, remembering her arrangement, and with an inquisitive look to Yin Xiaojie, she asks, did you take her back to the apartment we stayed in? Chapter 173, don't you have any feelings at all? As soon as she heard this, Bai Meijiao's face brushed whiter than the paint on the wall, and the crowd eavesdropping from the sidelines revealed a stunned expression. The apartment we live in? Us? So Mu Xiaoxiao lives with Jie Xiao? They're living together? No. Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows and turned his head to Bai Meijiao by his side, his eyes blazing as he asked, did you say this? Bai Meijiao was flustered for a moment and hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand in denial. No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. Han Xiqing wraps her arms around her chest and sneers. Now you know you're afraid? How come you didn't think about the consequences when you lied? Bai Meijiao's eyes contained full of tears, holding Yin Xiaojie's hand, said in a pitiful manner, Jia Young, I really did not. You believe me, okay? She stared at Mu Xiaojie with a resentful expression. I only said that Jie Xiao was with me last night. I never personally said that I went to Jie Xiao's home. Don't you frame me. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and her heart suddenly dawned. Yes, it's true that Bai Meijiao didn't say anything like that herself. She just deliberately led others to misunderstand it that way. I have to say, she's smart. However, what Mu Xiaoxiao noticed was the sentence she said in front of her, and she looked at Yin Xiaojie and asked, were you really with her last night? Bai Meijiao directly snatched the words and said, right, this one is 1,000 times true. How could I possibly lie in front of Jie Xiao? Yin Xiaojie looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and didn't say anything, like he was acquiescing. Mu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, revealed a smile and stood up abruptly. I'm full. Thanks for the treat. Then she turned and walked away. Han Xiqing was stunned for a moment and looked at Yin Xiaojie angrily. How could you do this to Xiao Xiao? She rushed after him. Yin Xiaojie sat in silence, his eyes unreadable. Afternoon dismissal. Yin Xiaojie walked into the apartment with his front foot and was about to close the door when Mu Xiaoxiao appeared with her back foot and blocked the door with her hand. Wait. Noticing him staring at her, Mu Xiaoxiao held her chin high, glanced at him and said, what? Not welcoming me back? She walked in and changed into her own slippers, relaxing as if she were back in her own home, casually dropping the bag she was holding onto the couch. I'm just going over to Haru's side for the night. It's not like I'm not coming back. She had her usual bright smile on her face, as if nothing had happened today. Yin Xiaojie stared at her smile, but there was some icy chill in his dark, ink-like eyes. In the past, he liked her smile. It was sunny and cute. This girl's smile always seemed to be carefree. But now, he felt so harsh. Mu Xiaoxiao walked into the bathroom to wash her face, and didn't look at him more than once, as if she didn't notice his strange eyes, and the wrong atmosphere. Walking out after washing her face, she stretched and walked over to the refrigerator to get something. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked, looking up at him with her dark eyes. In Xiaojie's patience was finally declared broken. He grabbed her hand in a sharp grip and pressed her against the refrigerator door. With a handsome face filled with anger, he indignantly droned at her. "Mu Xiao Xiao, don't you have any feelings at all? He was with Bai Mei Jiao last night. Doesn't she care at all?" Chapter 174. Mu Xiao Xiao was startled by his sudden behavior, and the fact that he was moving a lot and his voice was sharp made her only stare at him in a daze, with those ebony eyes as if they were particularly innocent. Then there was a mist of water surging through it, as if he had yelled at him in an aggravated manner. In Xiaojie's handsome face slumped and he said irritably, "You're doing it again. This girl is really too cunning to know that it works on him, so she comes and goes with this trick." Mu Xiao Xiao was just a little watery, but this time it was tears floating out of her eyes, spinning and spinning as if they would fall at any time, which annoyed In Xiaojie even more. Boom! He slammed his fist on the refrigerator door. "Told you, no crying." Mu Xiao Xiao puffed up her cheeks and glared at him stubbornly, accusing with tearful eyes. "I didn't. Why are you yelling at me?" In Xiaojie felt that he couldn't continue the conversation again, so he simply turned around and left. Mu Xiao Xiao saw him go, and in a hurry, she pounced on him and hugged his waist. This time it came out in a straight whimper, tears wetting the shirt on his back. Yudashin Xiaojie took a deep breath, his heart all of a sudden softened by her tears. All principles of anything to be thrown away, wanting to turn back to coax her to stop crying. Who knows? Before he could turn his head, he heard her choke out, "I'm sorry." Well, he was stunned. Mu Xiao Xiao inhaled his nose. His voice was so aggrieved and full of apologies. Said, "Yes, it's me who was wrong first. Before I lied to you, I didn't apologize properly. There is also Lu Yichen, that thing. He is really just an ordinary friend. In my heart, of course, you are the most important. Who can't compare with you? Jie, don't be angry, okay? Don't quarrel, okay?" She didn't like fighting. She didn't like being cold with him like this. She felt so hard and uncomfortable. She wanted to be like she used to be, happy with him, spoiled by him, and he would accommodate her no matter what she did. In fact, she still couldn't quite figure out why he was so angry this time. Was his dislike for Lu Yichen that bad, to the extent that she can't even be friends with the guy? She was really confused as to what he was thinking, but she was really tired and couldn't stand to fight with him like this. Besides, she was the one who did something wrong first, so it was okay for her to bow down first, right? Besides, they're fighting over a stranger. That's stupid. In Xiaojie sighed deeply. His heart was already soft, and after hearing her phrase, "No one can compare to you," it was even softer. He pulled away from her and turned his head, taking the petite woman into his arms. "Idiot, are you?" A little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. As soon as the exit is again damaging her, but the voice is much softer. In fact, he felt stupid as things went on, regarding the fact that she had tricked herself into meeting with Lu Yichen. He had long since stopped being angry. He was later angry that she rejected him, but how could he say such a thing? As soon as Mu Xiao Xiao heard his voice soften, she knew that he wasn't angry anymore, and she wowed and cried even louder instead, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances of the last few days, then wiped tears and snot all over him. In Xiaojie looked down, crying and laughing at her childish appearance, but how he looked at her, he felt cute as hell. Chapter 175, It's his turn to coax her. He said in a helpless and doting tone, "Don't you rub your nose all over my clothes? It's dirty." Mu Xiao Xiao pouted her little mouth, and even deliberately lifted the corner of his coat and blew her nose. In Xiaojie smiled bitterly. Now the clothes were really dirty. He walked over to the couch with his arm around her and sat her down while he got up and tried to go back to his room to change a shirt. As she tugged at him, her dark eyes looked at him and asked, "Where are you going?" In Xiaojie pointed to his own clothes, the stains she left behind, and teased, "Do you still want to keep this evidence?" Oh, Mu Xiao Xiao had to let go of him. In Xiaojie got up and suddenly thought of something, walking over to the refrigerator and opening the door, taking out a carton of her favorite strawberry milk and walking back to put it on the coffee table in front of her before turning around and going back to her room to change. Seeing him being so considerate, Mu Xiao Xiao smiled and picked up the strawberry milk, opened the lid and gulped it down. "I just cried a lot of tears, so I need to rehydrate." By the time she had finished her milk, he had come out of his room, handsome in a light gray casual suit, walking over with a charming smile and sitting down next to her. "Well, what do you want for dinner?" Bowing his head was the first thing she did, and he had to do something to please her, like buy her favorite dinner for her. Mu Xiao Xiao bit the straw out of habit, her little head tilted in thought, "But I don't know if it's because I've just made up and I'm in a particularly good mood, so my appetite has gotten better and I feel like eating everything, so instead I can't think of anything in particular that I want to eat." It took a moment of thought before she raised her eyes and shook her head at him in confusion. Can't think of anything to eat? In Xiaojie smiled and pinched her nose. So are you hungry now? Usually when you're hungry, you think about what you're going to eat, and if she didn't think about it, then she probably wasn't hungry yet. Sure enough, she was seen shaking her little head and saying in a soft voice, not hungry yet. Then wait for a while before going out to eat. In Xiaojie thinks for a moment, takes out his cell phone, sends a message to someone, and then says to her, then how about I ask Chilking and Sijuan and the others to come out to eat as well? Oh, can ah. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, thinking that she had come back. She really hadn't seen anyone else. It was strange. Obviously they were all in the same school. How come Shijun and the others were nowhere to be seen? Xiaoqing is said to be out of the country for a few days only. That Shijun them? As if she was tired, she pressed herself against him and rested her little head on his shoulder. In Xiaojie looked at her with a smile. What? So tired looking? Mu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply and said in a quiet voice, quarreling is so tiring. Afterwards, let us not quarrel, okay? In Xiaojie rubbed her hair. It's not you. Who let you lie to me first? Otherwise we wouldn't have quarreled. Although the subsequent falling out was due to his inexplicable desire to kiss her, otherwise the two would have made up long ago. But as dark as he was, he had a rare opportunity to make her behave herself, so of course he had to make good use of it. Mu Xiaoxiao listening to this, the small face and apologized, murmured, I said I'm sorry well, I will not lie to you in the future. So okay? But, you can't always be so overbearing. She's also an independent person with her own wants to do. He can't constrain her in everything. It suddenly occurred to Mu Xiaoxiao that if she really married him, wouldn't she have to be controlled to death by him in the future? Chapter 176, Not getting back together with her. However, a certain girl had forgotten that when it came to who ruled who, it was definitely in Xiaojie who accommodated her more. But after all, she was still young, and marriage and whatnot was still a very distant thing to her. So the thought she had just thought about it for a moment was forgotten, and quickly put behind her. In Xiaojie looked at her and said, then you can't always be so capricious, and you need to be careful about making friends. For example, like Lui Chen, they didn't pass him, and she still handed it over. Isn't that against him? Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't want to go deeper into mentioning this topic anymore, fearing that she will argue again. Maybe she stayed in the United States for a few years. In her concept, making friends is a very casual thing. Only want to make friends. There is no prudent or not prudent problem. Making friends is not to look at each other's value, but to see if it is a good match. At least in her opinion, the first time she met Lui Chen, she had a good impression. Her intuition told her that he was a friend she deserved to make, and would probably become a very important friend in her life. But in that case, she wouldn't dare say anything to In Xiaojie right now, lest the guy lose his temper again. Right. Next time she'd have to find a chance to ask him why he was so annoyed with Lui Chen. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered something and jerked her head up, looking askance at him. Then what's going on between you and that Bai Meijiao? Were you really with her last night? In Xiaojie evilly hooked his lips and smiled ambiguously. Jealous? Mu Xiaoxiao blushed. Scram. Who wants to be jealous of you? I just despise you. Seriously despise you. That kind of woman. You break up even if it's not enough, but still get back together with her? You should at least find a better one. When did I say that I got back together with her? In Xiaojie rested his hands on the sofa and looked at her with smiling eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao froze slightly. You didn't get back together with her? Then what's going on? Quickly tell me. When she thought of Bai Meijiao's arrogant and dejected face, she became angry. After hearing him tell the truth, she couldn't help but think about how great it would be to slap Bai Meijiao in the face. Hey! Looking at her as she revealed that little devious smile, In Xiaojie could tell at a glance what was going on in that little head of hers. Last night, I did get together with her. That's because a friend asked me to hang out and happened to meet her there too only. I didn't say from the beginning to the end that I got back together with her. It's her own messed up thoughts. He shrugged his shoulders and shifted the blame, not saying that he was trying to use Bai Meijiao to make someone jealous. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed and glared at him complainingly. Then why did you help her transfer to S-class? You don't know how unbearable her dejected look is. In Xiaojie hooked his sexy thin lips and smiled, as if he had expected it, and asked, she provoked you? Humph. She hummed him a snort to show her displeasure with him. Don't think she can't see that this was deliberately arranged by him. In Xiaojie said, that's easy. If you think she's in the way, move her. Which class do you want her to go to? When Mu Xiaoxiao heard him say that, her heart was refreshed. Doesn't this fulfill what she said to Bai Meijiao? In Xiaojie can turn her in when he's happy and turn her out when he's not. Mu Xiaoxiao just thinking about Bai Meijiao's expression when she was turned away. She couldn't help but laugh. It's kind of sad to think that after only one day in S-class, you're going to be transferred. Why don't you be merciful and let Bai Meijiao stay in Class S for a few more days? Chapter 177, The Legendary Mu Family. Dining in the mansion clubhouse. The people Lin Xiaojie called were acquaintances. Han Qiqing and Song Shijun a few. Song Shijun happened to be with a friend, so he brought them along. Song Shijun smiled at Mu Xiaoxiao as soon as he entered. "Oh, our Miss Mu, it's been a long time, you really missed me." Saying that, he was about to go forward and hug her when Lin Xiaojie's long arm stopped him, cutting his enthusiasm short. Lin Xiaojie glanced at him. "Called you here to eat? Not mooch. For those who don't know, they'd think Tiny is your daughter-in-law," Song Shijun teased, taking his friend to sit down. Lin Xiaojie put his hand danglingly on the back of Mu Xiao's chair, smiled unruly and said, "Xiao Xiao is my wife." How? Song Shijun had probably gotten used to him dominating Mu Xiao's appearance a long time ago, so he didn't take it seriously. The friend next to him, however, didn't recognize Mu Xiaoxiao and revealed a stunned expression, asking in his ear in a low voice, "So she's Mu Xiaoxiao? Is she really Jie Xiao's wife? Who the hell is she?" Song Shijun hadn't come to school lately, so he didn't know what was going on, and just smiled. "It's normal that you don't know her, but the legendary Mu family, you should know about it, right?" the man exclaimed. "That Mu family? Really?" Song Shijun pointed at Mu Xiaoxiao and said, "What about this one? She's that Mu family's only daughter-in-law." A city people all know the four big families, but few people know. In fact, there is also a powerful invisible rich. That is the Mu family. Mu family is very low-key, plus most of the assets in foreign countries, so only the top few people in the upper-class society to recognize the Mu family. The others, however, only knew that there was such a legendary Mu family. After Song Shijun finished speaking, he patted his brother's shoulder, shushed him and said, "This is a secret. Just know it, don't just say it, okay?" The fact that he was able to get him to bring it here also meant that it was a close friend that he trusted. His best friend nodded steadily and said, "That's certainly true, don't worry." Song Shijun couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he talked about the Mu family. "Do you know what school little she went to in the United States?" "What school?" "It's that aristocratic college that's #1 in America. You can't just get in there with money." "Didn't my family want to send me abroad to study? But that school, my family couldn't even get me in, but the Mu family could." So you can think about how capable the Mu family is. Moreover, what kind of strength the Mu family had. This was still a mystery today. "Shijun." Suddenly, Lin Xiaojie called him, a bad smile on his handsome face. "Why don't you go to school tomorrow? Want to ask you for a favor." Song Sejun looked at his devilish smile and it stirred the blood of excitement. "What favor?" Lin Xiaojie spun the goblet in his hand, his dark as ink eyes looking at the burgundy liquid inside with interest. "A very interesting favor." So, the next day, at the entrance of Shan College, when everyone came to school as usual, they saw a row of gorgeous sports cars driving by. Lamborghini, BMW, Maybach, Bugatti, each of them is tens of millions of dollars of supercars. And what's more, one by one, they are all limited editions, models that you can't even buy if you want to. Brushing up, a line of them parked in front of the school. A group of people walked out of the car, and under the dazzled sight of the crowd, they saw Mu Xiaoxiao with a smiling face being embraced in the middle of Lin Xiaojie and the others. What's going on here? Chapter 178, Envy and Jealousy. Has anyone ever seen such a scene? Lin Xiaojie and Han Qiqing need not be mentioned, the two big shots of the second of the four great families, and Song Shijun, the mayor's son. Zhang Xian is the second young master of Zhang's enterprise, and so on people. These are the #1 figures and the children of the family. Such a line of handsome men and beautiful women standing at the top of the famous family walking together. That picture really flashed their eyes, paired with the gorgeous and majestic gates of the Shangda Noble Academy. Those who don't know, thought they were filming the Chinese version of The Heirs. But here's the thing that has everyone deeply puzzled. Logically speaking, a small person like Mu Xiaoxiao was not worthy of walking with them at all. Even if they were together, they should be following behind, right? But why? She was in the center. What's even more unexpected is that on her left is Lin Xiaojie, on her right is Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing is still holding Mu Xiao's hand intimately, and Song Shijun even crossed Lin Xiaojie, probing to talk to Mu Xiao on his own initiative, with that smiling face that is completely pleasing to the eye. What's going on here? What the hell is going on here? Needless to say, the students in the room were dumbfounded. Song Shijun playfully skimmed his bangs with his fingers, enjoying the attention of the crowd, and flirted with a smile. This appearance of ours is truly unparalleled. If I had known, I should have asked someone to bring a camera in front to capture it, and keep it as a souvenir. It should be unlikely that we'll be able to get a picture like this again in the future. Han Qiqing laughed. You don't have to worry about that. Do you think the onlookers will have no one to film it? There was no need to think about it to know that in a few minutes, this appearance of theirs would be filmed and spread all over the school in minutes. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed at this. As for this, to make such a grand, let her so uncomfortable. There is a kind of indescribable sense of awkwardness. Would she get punched if she said that she didn't want to go with them? In Xiaojie dangled his hand on her shoulder and said with a teasing smile on his handsome face, giving you a handful of prestige, you're still not happy about it? She was the only one in Shan's history who could enjoy this. This girl doesn't know enough. Mu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. In fact, she did not care. Probably their Mu family are used to low-key it. Even when studying in the United States, she never took her own body out to show off. But, she gave In Xiaojie a bright smile. This still feels pretty good. We can't let him down, can we? Though, the envious and jealous glances cast by the girls next to her were drowning her out. Almost walking to the senior teaching building, Mu Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and said, Okay, disperse. I'll treat you to lunch at noon, and we'll gather again then. After all they'd done for her, she had to show it too. She still knew that bit of etiquette. Song Shijun laughed. Miss Mu is treating me. Then I won't be polite. For the record, I'm not eating from the cafeteria. Let's eat outside. Whatever. We'll talk about it then. I'm going to class. Mu Xiaoxiao broke away from the group, waved at them, and walked into the senior school building. Just as she entered the senior S class, she saw everyone in the class looking at her in unison, and in those eyes, there were all kinds of meanings. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't bother to probe and walked to her seat to sit down. At this time, Bai Meijiu walked in. Her face was ugly, staring blankly at Mu Xiaoxiao. Obviously she also had seen what happened at the school entrance. Chapter 179, Who the hell are you? Mu Xiaoxiao remembered what In Xiaojie said yesterday. Which class do you want her transferred to? The old A class? Or the F class? Either one. Whatever you like. In Xiaojie spoke casually, but he hadn't thought about the fact that his words were able to decide someone else's fate. Class A and Class F. Those are two classes that are worlds apart. Bai Meijiao's vanity is so heavy. If she were to transfer to Class F, wouldn't that make her want to die? But even if that was the case, Bai Meijiao wouldn't leave Shangda. Even if she stayed in the worst Class F, no one would want to leave Shangda Academy, because to be labeled as a student of Shantae is an honor in itself in high society. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. So she now held Bai Meijiao's fate in her hands? This feeling of being able to sway other people's destinies was the first time she had ever felt it, and it was a bit indescribably strange. She couldn't help but glance at Bai Meijiao. However, Bai Meijiao noticed her line of sight, her body unconsciously stiffened, and she opened her mouth to try to show off. Mu Xiaoxiao, don't think that. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head in amusement and said, Bai Meijiao, can you keep your mouth shut? You really don't have a good word to say once you leave your mouth. To come and piss herself off at this time, was this Bai Meijiao's nickname really idiot? Bai Meijiao was inexplicably educated, and when she froze, she was instantly infuriated. Aren't you just relying on having Jieshao's favor? I don't know what kind of foxy tricks you used to confuse Jieshao's, but don't get complacent too early. Just wait, Jieshao will get tired of playing with you one day, and at that time, you too will end up like me. Mu Xiaoxiao was speechless. Favor? What a mess. It's not like she and In Xiaojie have such a relationship. She didn't have to explain this to anyone, though, think what you like, it wasn't going to be a piece of meat missing for her anyway. Bai Meijiao's voice was so shrill that it hurt her ears. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned uncomfortably and glanced over with a stern eye, warningly saying, Bai Meijiao, you can either shut up or I'll let you transfer to Class F. Your choice. Bai Meijiao stiffened and was instantly confused. She subconsciously felt that Mu Xiaoxiao was a fox and a tiger. What can this have to put such big words? But can't help but be scared. What if it's true? Wouldn't you have to go to Class F then? The result is scary just thinking about it. Therefore, after Bai Meijiao's face stiffened for a moment, she gave a pretentious grunt, put on a condescending stance that she didn't care to bother with you, and turned her head back. Mu Xiaoxiao only shook her head in amusement. Yuzha was at the front table, looking at her with somewhat complicated eyes. Little, you, who the hell are you? He thought, at first, that she was just In Xiaojie's childhood friend, but after what happened this morning, he realized that her identity wasn't that simple. Even that mayor's son, Song Shijun, looked pleasing to her, so her real identity, just how powerful was she? Yuzha suddenly didn't dare to find out the answer. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in disbelief. What's the matter? Yuzha looked at her small face in a daze. This delicate and good-looking face still had the initial innocent smile hanging on it, as if everything hadn't changed. There was no change because she was in a different position. As if he had figured something out, he smiled slightly and said, I was just going to ask you if you've had breakfast yet. I've got fruit sandwiches here. Would you like one? Yes, Mu Xiaoxiao happily responded. Chapter 180, Mu Xiaoxiao's treat. Once the school bell rang, Bai Meijiao was almost as relieved as if she had unloaded her weight. She felt fidgety for a few classes, and suddenly regretted why she chose to sit in Mu Xiao's partitioned aisle. She gathered her things to leave quickly when a sudden scream sounded outside. Ah, Jieshao. It's Jieshao. So handsome. How can someone be so handsome? I can't I'm going to be mesmerized. How did Jie Xiao come here? He seems to have gotten into class S. Could it be that he's here to find by Mei Jiao? I heard they got back together. Is that true? You're out of the news. You must have missed that imposing scene in the morning. Jie Xiao is so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Right under the attention of the crowd, a handsome and long figure walked into class S. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face had a cynical smile, evil and charming. The girls next to him were covering their wildly beating hearts. So handsome, just so handsome. Even though Bai Meijiao had dated Yin Xiaojie, she was completely immune to his charms and her eyes couldn't help but stare at him in fascination. Is he, in fact, coming for her? I couldn't restrain myself from thinking so, blushing and my heart beating wildly, only to feel that wherever he appeared, romantic flower petals were scattered. Jia Xiao, she called daintily when she saw him walking towards her. Who knew that the dark, ink-like eyes didn't even look at her and crossed directly past her? Bai Meijiao's expression froze. Yin Xiaojie's gaze landed on Mu Xiaoxiao from the moment he entered the classroom, and said with a smile in his tone, "The place to eat is booked. I'll take you there." Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed as she looked around the classroom, amazed at the phenomenon he had caused. So this guy is really that attractive. Go. She waved her hand at Yuzhu and hurriedly led Yin Xiaojie out of the classroom. Where are Seijun and the others? Did they go? Just waiting for you one. The two walked away while talking. Bai Meijiao froze rigidly in place, listening to their conversation before noticing the incredulity. Mu Xiaoxiao actually called Song Shijun's name directly? Or in such a familiar tone? She jerked back a breath. What the hell is Mu Xiaoxiao? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Yin Xiaojie would actually bring her to the student union building. Eat here? She asked suspiciously. Yin Xiaojie wrapped his arm around her shoulder and led her inside, through the spacious lobby with huge crystal lights hanging and into the room next to it, called a 5-star hotel to send over the meal, so as not to have to go out to eat. So troublesome. So what's the order? Pushing the door open, the two walked in to see the others already there. As soon as Song Shijun saw Mu Xiaoxiao had arrived, he instigated to stand up, gentlemanly pulling out her chair for her, doggedly smiling. Xiao, do you know how imposing your morning was? As soon as I entered the classroom, the children of the worldly families I know surrounded me and asked me about your identity. But don't worry, I didn't reveal a single word. Knowing that the Mu family had always kept a low profile, he wouldn't just say anything. Yin Xiaojie gave him a counter-understanding look, pushed away his hand on Mu Xiaoxiao's chair, gave him a sidelong glance and said, "If the slightest whisper gets out, then this pot is yours." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't care about them. What she cared about was what was ordered. Song Shijun hurriedly changed the topic. Xiao, didn't I say you were treating? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled, jerked Yin Xiaojie's wallet over and slapped it on the table with a snap. If you say it's my treat, then it's my treat. Chapter 181. Do you want to spoil her so much? She spoke with great bravado, but the eyes of the crowd were weeping and laughing. Taking someone's wallet for a treat? This kind of thing, only she, Mu Xiaoxiao, could do it. Song Shijun was the first to express his disapproval, yelling, "Miss Mu, you can't do this." Who knows? The owner of the wallet, young Master Yun, glanced at him and said, "You have a problem with that?" Song Shijun immediately smiled ingratiatingly, shaking his head and waving his hands again, saying, No opinion. How dare I have an opinion?" He signaled the others with his eyes, telling them to hurry up and say something as well. But who dares to oppose young Master Yun? That's either looking for death or not wanting to live. So no one spoke up. They all turned their heads and pretended to look at the scenery. Just then, Mu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Well, my treat is my treat. I don't have that much cash. Swiping the card is always fine, right?" So as she spoke, she rummaged through her small satchel, pulled out her wallet, drew out a black card, and placed it on the table. As soon as Song Shijun saw the card, his eyes widened and his fingers trembled as he pointed at the card on the table. "You, Tiny, you have this card. Quickly show it to me." Mu Xiaoxiao thought he was odd, but handed him the card anyway. Song Shijun looked left and right, as if he wanted to check out any details of the card, and in the next second his eyes turned to Yin Xiaojie, only to see Master Yin pursing his thin lips and smiling slightly at him. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with an odd expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this card?" Han Qiqing suddenly laughed. "He's seeing it. That's Yin Xiaojie's affiliate card, right?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. "Right." Song Shijun held the card and said, "Ms. Mu, this is the Supreme Black Card. This is a Supreme Black Card. There are only 4 of them in the entire city of I don't need to tell you who has each of those 4 cards, do I? The 4 great families, each with one and only that one. So you can imagine that no one else has a chance to have it." Mu Xiaoxiao was unimpressed. "Isn't it just a black card? My dad has one too. What's all the fuss about? Thanks to him, he's the mayor's son, like he's never seen the world." Song Shijun looked at her and said excitedly, it's not the same, okay? This black card is not the same black card. Hey, you don't understand. Mu Xiaoxiao really didn't understand why he cared so much. She's seen Yin Xiaojie's black card. It's exactly the same as her dad's. There's no difference. Song Shijun returned the black card to her and lamented to Yin Xiaojie. Young Master Yin. Do you want to spoil her so much? Actually giving her all the subsidiary cards. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with giving it to me? You have a problem with that? Humph. Yin Xiaojie is happy to give her the card to use. What's it to him? Song Sejun glanced at Grandpa Yun snapped. How dare I have an opinion? Ooh, he's just so envious. After eating almost all of the food, Mu Xiaoxiao was drowsy, tilting her little head and kowtowing her head a little bit for a while. Yin Xiaojie lifted her head over and let her lean on his shoulder, then said to the others, "This girl is sleepy, I'll carry her up first." Then he got up and gently picked up Mu Xiaoxiao by the waist and walked out of the room, waiting for their figures to leave. The talents left behind looked at each other for a handful of moments. Then Song Shijun looked at the person next to him and asked, "Hey, have you ever seen our young Master Yun being so gentle and considerate to any of his girlfriends?" Han Xiqing sniffed and blankly glanced at him, smiling meaningfully. Is Xiaoxiao comparable to those people? Chapter 182, I love to use him. Song Shijun knew something was up when he saw her ambiguous and uncontrollable smile and asked nosily, could it be that the two of them are together? I don't know. Yo, Han Xiqing shrugged. Those two, clearly put each other in the number one position, but they couldn't detect their true feelings, which made her, the viewer, anxious for them. Song Shijun speculated. I look like, you see GLS how spoiled little. I have not seen him so spoiled who. Simply, that what hold in the hand for fear of falling, contain in the mouth for fear of melting. Han Xiqing couldn't help but give him another blank stare and said coolly, Yin Xiaojie favors Xiaoxiao. Is it just now? Being reminded by her. Song Shijun suddenly slapped his head and said with a sudden realization, right, why did I forget? These two, since they were young, this is the way they get along. Only after Mu Xiaoxiao went abroad to study in these 4 years, everyone had less contact with her, so they saw less of this kind of picture, and gradually faded into oblivion about this matter. Han Xiqing sighed and said in an emotional tone, I've envied Xiaoxiao since I was a little girl. Everyone treats her well and there's a Yin Xiaojie who spoils her and protects her at every turn. As for her, she only had an iceberg-like brother at home, not to mention spoiling her. It was hard to get him to smile happily at her. Why is she so faded? Whoa. Song Shijun suddenly smiles oddly and moves over to Han Xiqing's side, raising his eyebrows and saying fawningly, Xiqing, are you short of a boyfriend? Like me, for example, handsome and stylish, smart and funny, and good at spending money. Han Xiqing smiled sweetly at him, then pushed his face away with a slap, mercilessly spitting out 3 words. No, need, want. Don't think she doesn't know what he's up to. Besides, she already had someone she liked, and in her heart, Louis Chen was 100 times better than this mayor's son in front of her. Suddenly, she thought of something, smiled, hooked her finger at Song Shijun, and said, how about this? If you can beat Louis Chen in your next test score, then I'll steal my brother's black card and lend it to you once. How about that? How can this be done? Song Shijun shouted in protest. Is a guy like Louis Chen a human being? It's so hard in high school and he still managed to get perfect scores in all subjects. I don't think he can be human at all. Yes, he must be an alien. He just wants to experience the supreme black card. Why is it so difficult? Han Xiqing hemmed and hawed, ignoring him. At this time, the room on the 2nd floor. Yin Xiaojie carries Mu Xiaoxiao upstairs, afraid of waking her up, and moves gently to put her on the sofa so she can lie down comfortably. Who knows? Just put it down. Heard her voice slurred. Jia. Light. So blinding. It seemed she wasn't completely asleep, being in a half-sleep. Half-daze. Got it. Yin Xiaojie replied in a faint voice, walking over and pulling the curtains, blocking out the bright, shaking sunlight outside. At this time, a certain girl's confused voice came again. Jia. Pillow. The pillow was at her feet, but she was too lazy to move it. Yin Xiaojie was helpless and walked over to get the pillow, and thoughtfully tucked it under her head for her to rest on. And the long one. So he took the striped pillow to her again and told her to hold it in her arms. And little blankets. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes looked at her breathlessly. This girl is making him, also making him too smooth, right? Chapter 183, he thought that he, young Master Yin, was usually the one who ordered others around. When had anyone ever ordered him around? This girl is the only one who dares to call him like this. Despite this thought, young Master Yin went and brought over the small blanket, and personally covered her little tummy. He was used to blowing the air conditioner at very low temperatures, so the air conditioner in the room was on full blast, and he thought about turning it down a little bit so she wouldn't catch cold. A certain girl got comfortable and rubbed her little face on the pillow, cuddling up to the striped pillow and napping in peace. In Xiaojie squatted on the edge of the sofa, unconsciously staring at her small face. However, I don't know if the girl was asleep or not. He hurriedly stood up and exhaled hard, adjusting himself before he got really animalistic. The line of sight couldn't help but look at Mu Xiaoxiao again. This girl is good. She looks innocent and sleeps soundly. It was a stark contrast to how full of pestering and hard feelings he was at the moment. Exasperated, he reached out and pinched her nose, whispering, "Stinky girl, seducing people indiscriminately while sleeping so comfortably herself." Mu Xiaoxiao uncomfortably wrinkled her little face and waved her little hand to slap his hand away, then moved her little body and continued to sleep. In Xiaojie stood up helplessly and walked over to his desk. So, quiet afternoon. The little man was sleeping sweetly on the couch, and the handsome teenager was unsure of what he was doing on his computer, but would glance over to the couch from time to time. As Han Qicheng had said, the morning's imposing appearance was quickly followed by someone spreading the captured video throughout the school, and even people from other schools knew about it as well. Predictably, Han Cheryl saw it too. Therefore, Han Shuer smashed her cell phone once again, and this time the smash was even worse, directly smashing into the wall. The cell phone shattered and instantly scrapped. The maid stood trembling, not knowing whether to pick it up or not. Han Shuer was clearly furious to the extreme, her eyes glowing red and her chest rising and falling violently, as if she was having an asthma attack. The maid was so frightened that she didn't even know if she should speak out to comfort the young lady. She thought that she had already seen the young lady's angriest side before, but she didn't expect that it would be even worse now. It was as if she could see the anger bubbling up to the top of the lady's head and burning up. Terrible. So terrible. Are you a dead man? Quickly pick up the phone for me. Han Shuer twisted her head, her eyes glaring angrily at the maid as she shouted. Yes, miss. The maid rushed to pick it up. Chapter 184, Kill Mu Xiaoxiao. Looking at the cell phone, it had been broken into two pieces, and the screen was cracked, so even if she picked it up, she couldn't use it. But the maid didn't dare to disobey her order, so she had to retrieve the broken cell phone, and hold it with both hands in front of Han Shuer. Han Shuer picked it up and slammed it on her in a fury. Rubbish! It's all broken, so how can I use it? You get the hell out of my way. You're pissing me off. The maid was smashed on her forehead by the cell phone and fell to the floor, so aggrieved that she wanted to cry, but could only grit her teeth and hold it in. Butler! She shouted sternly. The middle-aged, blonde butler hurriedly ran over curtly. Miss Cher, may I ask what's wrong? Han Shuer ordered. Call that little Han Yuner for me and ask her to come over immediately. Immediately. Give her 10 minutes. I don't want to wait a minute longer. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, I'll call it right away. So 10 minutes later, Han Yuner appeared with a knowing look in her eyes, clearly knowing what Han Shuer was angry about. As soon as Han Shuer saw her coming, she flung the iPad in front of her and fumed. Didn't you say you wanted to get Mu Xiaoxiao killed? How did you run your errands? Why haven't you started yet? Look how awesome she is now. Do you want to see her continue to be awesome? I can't stand it anymore. Han Yuner grimaced and blushed. Of course I don't want to. It's a video she's already seen too. But what actually hit her the hardest was the day before yesterday about Bai Meijiao getting back together with Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie never eats back grass. This is what everyone knows, so she doesn't dare to presume that she can still return to Yin Xiaojie's side. But when she saw that news, she couldn't sit still. So why should Bai Meijiao be able to? Although she was the child of a mistress, Han Yuner never felt inferior to other girls, especially that Bai Meijiao. Han Yuner felt she was 100 times better than her. If Bai Meijiao can get back together with Jie Xiao, why can't she? The thought came together and haunted her like a nightmare, driving her crazy thinking about it. So she couldn't help but think that as long as Mu Xiaoxiao was out of the picture, wouldn't she have a chance to return to Jie Xiao's side? Han Shuer took her anger out on Han Yuner. You wanted money. I gave you money. You wanted people, and I gave you bodyguards to use. Why are you such a loser? I don't care about you. You act now. I don't want to see Mu Xiaoxiao's arrogant face again. I want her to be very, very miserable. Got it. I'll call for action today, but it might cost more than expected. Han Yuner tolerated her for the time being. Han Shuer snorted coldly. Spending money is spending money. Don't I have any money? Your mom is still not looking at my family's money, so she will seduce my dad. Otherwise, where did you get this? You hurry up and do it. You hear me? After saying this, there was another ugly curse behind it. Han Yuner lowered her head, clenching her hand into a fist and slowly unclenching it. I'm going now, she said in a soft voice, unable to hear a hint of emotion. Get out. Get the hell out of here. What a loser. Han Shuer had already lost her mind from that video, and her entire body was in an explosive state. The housekeeper couldn't help but cringe as he listened to her hard words. He personally sent Han Yuner out the door and comforted her. Miss Yuner, miss, her temper is just like that. Don't put it in your heart. She's in a fit of anger, so it's unavoidable that she'll speak harshly, so don't feel bad. Chapter 185, He's Generous. Han Yuner's mood was exactly when she was repressed and stifled, and as soon as she heard his comforting words, her eyes instantly reddened and she choked out, "Thank you, Uncle Butler." The butler sighed, unable to say anything more, and after instructing the driver to take her home, he turned and went back into the big house. When the door opened and closed, it was as if she could still hear Han Schwer's voice cursing angrily. Her eyes reddened with cynicism as she stared fixedly at the large, luxurious house in front of her. "Han Scher, you have so many good things and people who are good to you, but you don't cherish them, so why don't you give them to me?" Thinking about it, she thought of Han Qiqing, obviously the same last name as Han, but it has a vastly different fate from her. Han Qiqing was born in one of the four noble families, and was favored by thousands of people, enjoying a life like a princess since she was a child, and having everything that other people would wish for. Yet what about her? Han Yuner clenched her teeth in indignation. Why should she be born of a mistress and live a life of being abused and spat upon? Why does Han Seol get to go to Sangtak College while she can only go to the second high school when she is also the daughter of Korea Sen? Why does she have to smile and please others while Michelle enjoys being a golden girl? That's not fair. Han Yuner's eyes became as red as blood, and there was some ghastly malice in her eyes. No one knows what she's thinking. Afternoon dismissal. Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie walked on the school road. Even without that incident in the morning, the identity of this pedestrian was destined to attract attention. No one dared to come close, but could only watch them from afar. It's a world no one else can enter. So we're going to the Bamboo Garden barbecue tonight? I haven't been there in a while either, and I'm craving it. Han Qiqing took Mu Xiao's hand and spoke happily. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed and chimed in. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time either. Although over in the United States I would occasionally eat with my classmates at barbecues, but the way is different from the domestic ones. Actually, there's not as much good food in America as we have at home. That's why I just don't like going abroad. Han Qiqing said with a look of disgust. Originally her family wanted to send her abroad as well, but she was adamantly against it. America is either French fries and burgers, or grilled meat and sausages, and she would never survive half a month as a foodie away from China. Song Shijun teased. You're just a foodie. In the future, just anyone can abduct you with some delicious food, and then don't say you know me. Han Qiqing shot back. I didn't know you in the first place. Who are you? Humph. Yin Xiaojie watched them fight and smiled without saying anything. A group of people talking and laughing. The atmosphere is very harmonious. The people next to them look at it all feel so envious. From a distance, Mu Xiaoxiao saw a familiar figure. Her eyes were stunned. Lu Yichen? Compared to their row of people who were in a frenzy, Lu Yichen was walking alone and looked lonely. Mu Xiaoxiao had some intolerance in her heart and glanced at Yin Xiaojie and said, I'll go over to say hello. Without waiting for Yin Xiaojie to answer, she ran over. When Yin Xiaojie saw that she was looking for Lu Yichen, his handsome face became a bit unsightly, but the thought that she had just known to take the initiative to say something to him made her heart feel slightly better again. Just saying hello, if he didn't let her go, wouldn't that make him look petty? Young Master Yoon stated that he was a generous man, thinking so, but with long legs, he quickly chased after Mu Xiaoxiao's side. Chapter 186, The target is tiny. Walking in front of Mu Xiaoxiao as if sensing something, jerked back, and really saw this guy catching up, stood still and glared at him. Yin Xiaojie stood still as well, and the two of them were in an amusing position like they were playing 1, 2, 3 woodchucks. Mu Xiaoxiao squeezed her eyebrows, signaling him not to follow her. Yin Xiaojie's handsome eyebrows were raised to show his disdain. If you don't follow, who cares? When Mu Xiaoxiao saw that he really didn't follow him anymore, she then walked quickly towards Lu Yichen, smiling cheerfully and patting his shoulder. Yichen. Lu Yichen turned around and saw her, a faint smile on his cold face. It's you. It was probably because the gaze of someone glaring over was too sharp, so he subconsciously looked behind her and saw Yin Xiaojie not far away. He smiled faintly and said to Mu Xiaoxiao, You've made up with him, haven't you? Aha! Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and walked over to his side, her small face rippling with an affable and cute smile as she said, How have you been doing lately? I'm sorry, that guy was having a disagreement, so I couldn't even be bothered to look for you. It's okay, I also happen to be preparing for exams lately. There's a round of monthly exams for seniors this Friday. Then you must be fine. You're so good. I didn't realize until my friend told me that you got perfect scores in all subjects. Wow, how did you study? Speaking of accomplishments, even the always stoic Lu Yichen showed a rare look of pride. If he compared to his family history, he couldn't compare to many people in Shangda, but if he compared to his studies, he was confident enough to outperform any of them. Everyone has a pride that belongs to them, and Lu Yichen has it too. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something, stole a glance at Yin Xiaojie in the back, came a little closer, and said in a voice that only two people could hear, Last time, didn't I say I'd treat you to something? After you finish the exam this time, find a time, I'll treat you. By the way, There was something she wanted to ask him about. Not far away, Yin Xiaojie narrowed his black eyes when he saw Mu Xiaoxiao's sneaky appearance. What was this girl saying to the surname Lu? Suddenly, the shadow of a car abruptly flew past him with great speed. Yin Xiaojie, the car! Song Shijun was just about to give a reminder. Yin Xiaojie had already sensed something was wrong, but unfortunately he was still too slow. After all, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be as fast as a motorcycle that stepped on the gas all the way. The motorcycle's target was actually Mu Xiaoxiao, and it just crashed straight through. Yin Xiaojie watched the scene but was unable to do anything about it, his eyes bursting open and his heart suddenly clenching. Tiny, be careful. Lu Yichen's eyes flinched, and he made a judgment the next second he heard the alarming cry, quickly wrapping Mu Xiaoxiao around him, sidestepping her in his arms, and resolutely blocking the attacking motorcycle with his hand. The motorcycle scraped by, and the powerful force lifted both men to the ground. The perpetrators were clearly premeditated and did not stop for anything, injuring the person before rushing straight through the school gates and disappearing. Xiao. Yin Xiaojie couldn't care less about that person, and with his heart hanging on Mu Xiaoxiao, he flew over. I'm fine. Mu Xiaoxiao struggled up from the ground. She was protected in Lu Yichen's arms and didn't hurt a bit when she fell to the ground. Lu Yichen, are you okay? She turned her head to look at Lu Yichen, who was lying on the ground, and who knew that what she touched was a large area of scarlet blood. Lu Yichen covered his right hand. His handsome face was covered in cold sweat, and his lips were even more frighteningly white. Lu Yichen, Chapter 187, he'll be fine. Lu Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the puddle of blood in horror, so scared that her little face went white along with it. She didn't even dare to look at his wounds in fear. If it was just a fall, how could it have bled so much? Sure enough, a very long cut was seen on Lu Yichen's right hand, with bright red blood gurgling out of the wound. How did this happen? She looked at Lu Yichen in panic, her small hands shaking, not knowing what to do. No way! You can't let the blood flow like this. You have to stop the bleeding to stop the bleeding. Yin Xiaojie was not far apart and had already darted over. One look at Lu Yichen's wounds and his face went cold. This wound, caused by a sharp blade. There was no time to think too much. Not even time to consider that this guy surnamed Lu was the guy he had a problem with. He sank his face, pulled the school uniform tie from a passing boy next to him, and then quickly placed it above Lu Yichen's wound, and gave it a tight tie, so that the blood wouldn't flow too fast. Sejun, call an ambulance, he shouted to Song Sejun, who ran over. Song Shijun froze and hurriedly responded. Oh, I'll call right away. Wait, call the doctor from the school nurse's office first, as fast as you can, then call an ambulance. Understood. Han Qiqing also came over. Seeing this bloody and horrible picture, the whole person also followed the stunned, eyes instantly red, heartbrokenly looked at Lu Yichen's pale handsome face. Lu Yichen, are you okay? How could this happen? What's going on here? Mu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting next to Lu Yichen, had already cried into a tearful person. She didn't dare to touch him, but just leaned closer, her gaze fixed on him, as if she was afraid that he would have an eventuality. Her voice carried a sobbing tone as she said shakily, Lu Yichen, how are you feeling right now? Jia, what should we do? He's lost a lot of blood. A lot of blood. Will he? She was scared, but could only try to comfort herself that with Yin Xiaojie around, Lu Yichen would be fine. Yin Xiaojie sank his handsome face and gave Lu Yichen the simplest measures to stop the bleeding, but these could only temporarily keep the blood from draining too fast. He looked to Mu Xiaoxiao beside him, his eyes austere, and his long arm reached out to take her into his arms. A low voice soothed in her ear. Don't be afraid, he'll be fine. However, with so much blood flowing, it should have injured a major artery, and it would be dangerous if it bled out as it was. Mu Xiaoxiao flung herself into Yin Xiaojie's warm arms and hugged him tightly, her body still shaking from one shock to the next. She buried her head into his chest, her voice choked with sobs. Jia, you have to save him, don't let anything happen to him. Yin Xiaojie gently kissed her hair. Well, I'm here. I don't know if it's his magnetic low voice that has a soothing magic, or if it's listening to his strong heartbeat that gradually calms Mu Xiao's emotions. Lu Yichen braced himself to sit up, not daring to move his injured hand. His lips were white, as if the blood had faded. He gritted his teeth, enduring the terrible pain. His gaze could not help but look at the two people embracing each other in front of him, as if there was a touch of loss sweeping through his deep eyes. After a few minutes had passed, the doctor from the school nurse's office rushed over and gave Lu Yichen further measures to stop the bleeding. 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Chapter 188, Shedding Tears for Other Boys. It's also fortunate that Shanti Academy is close to a major hospital, otherwise there might have been quite a delay. Lu Yichen seems to have fainted after being taken to the ambulance, and Mu Xiaoxiao is so worried about him that she wants to follow the ambulance, but Yin Xiaojie pulls her back. Mu Xiaoxiao still had teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes and glared back at him with some anger. What are you pulling me for? She thought he didn't want her to go along, but Louis Chen had been injured in order to protect her, so how could she be at ease until she could confirm that he was safe? Yin Xiaojie glared back at her. I'm asking you to go in my car. Who knows if the ambulance is clean? What if it's been carrying another patient and not sterilized? This stupid girl. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her small mouth in aggravation. You said it earlier. Yin Xiaojie doesn't bother telling her anymore. His emotions are suppressed right now, and he might have to lose his temper if he says 2 more sentences. He glanced to Song Shijun next to him and said, You go up. Me? Song Shijun was stunned, but under Yin Xiaojie's stern gaze, he had no choice but to hurry into the ambulance. Time was running out and the ambulance rushed off. Han Qiqing had wanted to volunteer, but seeing Yin Xiaojie's arrangement, she didn't dare to interrupt and waited until Yin Xiaojie pulled Mu Xiaoxiao toward his car, and she hurriedly chased after him. I'm going too. She must see to it that Louis Chen was safe and sound, otherwise she would be worried all the time. What are you following for? Yin Xiaojie yelled at her in displeasure. Han Qiqing, no matter how much he gave him a bad look, just got into the car with a deadpan face. Yin Xiaojie grimaced his handsome face and got into the car. You hurry up and drive. Mu Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she couldn't even see the rear of the ambulance as she looked at it. Yin Xiaojie swept a stern glance at her and said with dissatisfaction, You put away your tears first. Seeing her shedding tears for other boys made him so upset that if Louis Chen wasn't still injured, he would have absolutely had to beat up that Lu guy. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly wiped away her tears with the corner of her coat. Is this okay? Hurry up. Yin Xiaojie's eyes were austere, which started the car. When they arrived at the hospital, Louis Chen had already been pushed into resuscitation. When Song Shijun saw them coming, his face didn't look too good as he said, The doctor said that the wound is very deep and injured the aorta, so the situation may not be too optimistic. This passage instantly sent both girls to the bottom of their moods. Not very optimistic? What's going to happen then? Both men's hearts gave way to the words. Mu Xiaoxiao was even more pale, as if she was sick, and her eyes were still a bit lax. Yin Xiaojie noticed that she was out of sorts almost immediately and hurriedly pulled her to her side, cupping her small face and looking at it, asking worriedly, What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and didn't say anything. She just jumped over and hugged him tightly, burying her head into his arms as her sobs gradually resounded. Han Qiqing, who was on the side, followed suit, still shedding big drops of tears. Song Shijun was flabbergasted. What happened to these two girls? Although it was said that the injuries were not light, but the life is not in danger. It's not necessary to cry like this, right? Why are you guys crying? The doctor didn't say he was going to die. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Qiqing angrily punched him before pulling him aside. You shut up, you idiot! Song Shijun was even more puzzled. Although that Louis Chen saved Xiaoxiao, but it's not as if he's worried about him to the point of crying like this, right? For those who don't know, they still think Xiaoxiao likes him. Han Qiqing rolled her eyes at him. Idiot, have you forgotten? The death of Xiaoxiao's mom. Chapter 189, The Former Mu Xiaoxiao. When Song Shijun heard this, he froze for several seconds before his mind suddenly clicked and he revealed an expression of sudden realization. Speaking of which, the biggest reason why Mu Xiaoxiao would go to the United States to study in the first place was to bring her mother to the United States to cure her illness. Only half a year later, Mu's mother still died, and the Mu family stayed in the United States and seldom went back to China. Also because of this, over the past 4 years, their contact with Mu Xiaoxiao gradually became less and less. But soon, Song Shijun asked doubtfully, But what does Louis Chen's injury have to do with her mother's death? Han Qiqing sighed, Probably. The words you just said, saying something about the situation not being too optimistic. I'm sure Xiaoxiao heard it countless times when her mom was critically ill. She must have been terrified to hear it. However, this was just her own guess. After all, she was a girl and the best friend with Mu Xiaoxiao, so she would have a little heart. When she just saw Mu Xiaoxiao crying like that, the first thing she felt was that she thought about the death of Mu's mother. This made Han Qiqing think of 3.5 years ago. That is, Mu Xiaoxiao just went to the United States half a year before Mu's mother passed away. She and Mu Xiaoxiao still often have contact. Mu Xiaoxiao will call her to say what's on her mind, talking about it and then crying, saying that she doesn't want her mother to leave her. Later, Mu's mother died. Mu Xiaoxiao was probably too sad, and gradually less contact with her. Han Qiqing looked over at Mu Xiaoxiao, who was now buried in Yin Xiaojie's arms and crying, and only felt a hard feeling in her heart, like she was back to that time when Mu Xiaoxiao cried and told her, I love my mom so much, I don't want her to leave me. Gradually, Han Qiqing's eyes became wet again. Song Shijun saw her shedding tears again and immediately panicked. Why are you crying again? It's okay for Xiaoxiao to cry. Why are you crying along with her? He felt his shirt and looked up and down but couldn't find a tissue. In the end, she pulled the person walking by and borrowed a tissue from them before handing it to Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing took it and was soon wet. Song Shijun hands up another piece, and Han Qiqing covers her eyes again. Do you want to take a piece to Tiny? You take it over there, he said, his eyes looking over there, but not daring to go over there himself. Han Qiqing finally stopped her tears, her eyes still a little wet, glancing at him and saying, "Are you stupid? Can't you see that Yin Xiaojie is there? Tiny tears are wiped on his clothes, so why do you need your tissues?" Song Shijun thought about it and sardonically put away the pack of tissues. Han Qiqing, however, snatched it up. "Give me the whole pack." Song Shijun looked at her red eyes and didn't flirt with her like he usually does, but asked, "Do you want more? If so, I'll go out and buy it for you." "Don't want it. What's the point of having so much? Do you still want me to keep crying?" Han Qiqing said to him in no uncertain terms. Say Junsong, it's so hard to be an understanding boy. The other side. It didn't take long for the door to the operating room to open, and as soon as the doctor stepped out, he was surrounded by everyone. Mu Xiaoxiao had just finished crying and was a little slow to react. Han Qiqing flew over at the first opportunity and anxiously asked, Doctor, how's the patient's condition?" The patient. The doctor was still trying to put up a front, but after coming into contact with Yin Xiaojie's king-like eyes, his attitude immediately became cordial. The patient's surgery was successful. But, Chapter 190, she's really not right. But what you say it quickly. Han Qiqing was running out of patience and almost wanted to pounce on the doctor and grab him by the collar. The doctor hurriedly sped up his speech and said, however, his wound is deeper and injured his tendons. It will take half a month to recover. During this period, his right hand can't hold heavy objects, and it's best if he doesn't touch it more than once, or else it might cause hidden problems. What kind of hidden danger? The doctor said with difficulty. It's hard to tell. Han Qiqing roared grumpily, can't you give me an example or something? The doctor wiped his cold sweat and had to say, you can say, for example, that the hand can't be as flexible as before, or you'll have gout or something like that in the future. In short, you must recuperate in this half month, and you mustn't move this hand, or you'll surely regret it. Got it? Then isn't it true that as long as you recuperate well and don't move to your right hand, you can recover to the way you were before? Mu Xiaoxiao grasped the key point and asked. The doctor nodded. Yes. Everyone was relieved to get that answer. However, this half a month is also difficult days. If something happens during this period, Mu Xiaoxiao will definitely have a hard time in her heart. After all, Lui Chen was injured because of her. If she caused Lui Chen's hand to leave a hidden disease, she will be very guilty. Sent away the doctor. Originally a few people wanted to go in the ward to see Lui Chen, but the nurse said, Lui Chen has lost too much blood. Still need to carry on the blood transfusion. Temporarily in a coma. It is best not to disturb. Give the patient a quiet environment. With no other choice, Yin Xiaojie arranged for a VIP ward and an exclusive nurse before leaving with Mu Xiaoxiao and the others. Back in the apartment, Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was sullen, not knowing what she was thinking, as if she was out of shape. Yin Xiaojie looks at the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. Thinking that both of them haven't eaten dinner yet, and fearing that she's hungry, he asks, Xiao, what do you want to eat? I'll call for takeout now and have them send it as soon as possible. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't answer and walked into the bathroom. Yin Xiaojie didn't know what was wrong with her, thinking that she couldn't still be worried about that Lu guy, right? The heart becomes less pleasant. This girl doesn't have a little crush on that guy, does she? Thinking about this, Yin Xiaojie's face clouded over. Although she didn't answer, Yin Xiaojie still followed her usual tastes and ordered takeout. It can't let both of them go hungry. No matter what, the meal still needs to be eaten. When Yin Xiaojie walked out of the study, he noticed that the lights in the living room were off. Why aren't the lights on? I was about to walk over and turn on the light when I heard a hoarse, thin voice from the darkness. Don't turn on the light. Yin Xiaojie frowned. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Something's really wrong with her. The sound of her sniffling was clearly heard in the darkness. This girl cried? The unknown emotions made Yin Xiaojie inexplicably a little annoyed, but still walked over to the side of the sofa and groped for Mu Zhao's figure through the moonlight outside the window. She was already petite, and now that her whole body was curled up in a corner of the couch, she looked even tinier. What's wrong? This time, his tone softened considerably and he padded over to her. Sensing his proximity, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but go over to him, grabbing the corner of his coat in the darkness and leaning her small face into his shoulder, her voice carrying a heartbreaking sob. Yin Xiaojie, I miss my mom so much. Chapter 191, Never. As soon as Yin Xiaojie hears the crying, he feels his heart break with it, and his heart aches for her. With a long arm, he took her into his arms and held her close, kissing her softly on the forehead. Mu Xiaoxiao looked like she couldn't control it anymore and cried out with a loud wail, like a child who had lost everything, crying out in pain without reservation. Mommy, I miss you so much. I really miss you so much. Whoa. Her tears flowed profusely, quickly wetting the fabric of his chest. listening to her sorrowful cries. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes also gradually moistened. His throat felt like it was caught on something, and he didn't even know what to say to comfort her, so he could only hold her tightly, using his embrace to give her warmth, his thin lips kissing lightly on her cheeks, helping her to kiss away the tears that flowed all over her face, and slowly kissing his way to her eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao cried while sniffling. Her voice choked as she asked, Yin Xiaojie, do you still remember my mom? Will you forget her? 3.5 years, her beloved mom had been away from her and her dad, away from this world for 3.5 years. That long. Sometimes she wonders sadly who else remembers her mom besides her and her dad. She doesn't want to forget her mom, but every time she thinks of her mom, her heart hurts so much, so she's conflicted and sometimes so disorganized that she doesn't know if she should think of her mom or not. Yin Xiaojie's voice replied in a low voice, Of course not. Of course I remember Mom Mu. I won't forget. Never, ever? She coughed a few times as she cried hard. Well, never. He nodded, speaking from the heart. This made Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but recall Mu's mother, who was a particularly gentle and beautiful woman, and he also remembered that Mu's mother was a very good cook, and when he went to play at Mu's house when he was little, Mu's mother would make delicious and cute snacks for the two of them as little ones. That's why when he found out that Mu's mom died back then, he was also saddened and experienced the sadness that comes with death for the first time. In fact, life is very fragile. When you die, there's nothing left. You'll never see this person again. Suddenly, Yin Xiaojie recalled the events of today. Lui Chen was injured by a sharp weapon, and the wound was so long that he didn't know how long the knife was. That person's target was Xiao Xiao. If Lui Chen hadn't protected her, wouldn't the knife have stabbed into her body? At the thought of this terrifying possibility, Yin Xiaojie's arm around her tensed violently. He just felt his heart go cold all of a sudden, and his entire blood faded and he couldn't help but chill. Yin Xiaojie, you're hugging me so much it hurts. Mu Xiaoxiao was made uncomfortable by his sudden tightening of his force and frown in protest. Her voice was already hoarse from crying, and if she kept it up, she wouldn't be able to talk tomorrow. Yin Xiaojie took a few slow breaths before his heart felt less clenched. He felt the person in his arms. She was still there. She wasn't hurt. It was as if he had confirmed this several times before he finally did let go of that tight breath. Don't cry, okay? You're messing with my mind by crying, he said in a hushed voice, once again wiping away her tears with his warm thin lips. Mu Xiaoxiao slowly stopped her tears, but her breathing was still huffing and puffing because she had been crying for so long. Well, that's good behavior, Yin Xiaojie said, with a hidden tenderness in his dark eyes. Chapter 192, I miss you. I want tissues. Mu Xiaoxiao inhaled her nose, embarrassedly said, although the living room did not turn on the lights, but she lay on his chest, already felt that his clothes are wet a large area. She is also embarrassed to wipe snot to the top of his clothes. Yin Xiaojie didn't let go of his arm around her. He just stretched out his long arm and turned around to pull a few tissues from the coffee table behind him to give her. Does it feel better to cry it out? He asked softly, less of the domineering rogue he used to be. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and covered her nose with a tissue. Seeing that it was getting late and that the takeout should be arriving soon, he asked, so can I turn on the lights? Aha. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head again in response, the whole thing well behaved. Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but smile. If this girl was usually like this, how good it would be. But then it occurred to her that she seemed like she'd have a lot less fun if she didn't carry on with him. Yin Xiaojie let go of her and fished a pillow aside and stuffed it into her arms as a sort of substitute for his own before getting off the couch and walking over to turn on the lights. Then he walked over to the refrigerator and brought over a bottle of mineral water. Have some water. He handed it over to her, only to see that the girl had cried her eyes red, almost redder than a rabbit's. He frowned. Look at your eyes. They're all swollen from crying. Mu Xiaoxiao had long ago cried her throat dry, and after taking a few sips of water, she felt much more comfortable. When she heard him say that, she realized that her eyes were uncomfortably dry, so she grabbed a cool mineral water and put it on her eyelids. You drink more water and I'll get a fresh can for you to ice, Yin Xiaojie said, walking over to the refrigerator again, taking out a can of Coke and walking back to put it on the coffee table in front of her. Mu Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on the sofa and gulped down most of the bottle of mineral water before picking up a Coke and sticking it on her eyes to ice it for a few seconds to switch sides. Yin Xiaojie just sat next to her and looked at her. Hungry? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, looking like her spirit is still wilted. Her ebony eyes still have some slight wetness to look at him and said, I want to call Dad. Well, you call it, he responded, helping her get her cell phone out of her bag and handing it to her. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't even have to move. She took the phone and just dialed her dad's cell number. It didn't take more than a few rings before the other side picked up. Before her father could make a sound, Mu Xiao's voice choked slightly and softly called out, Daddy. Papa Mu's voice came from the cell phone, as if he had noticed something wrong with her, and asked directly, Baby, what's wrong? Obviously she had tried hard to restrain her emotions, but she didn't expect her father to hear it, and Mu Xiao's heart felt warm. Nothing, I just miss you. Dad misses you too. Are you adjusting well back in China? How are you getting along with Xiao Jie? Well, we get along fine. You don't have to worry. I'm having a good time over here. Dad, I'm not with you. You have to take care of yourself, okay? Papa Mu laughed. Shouldn't he be the one to say that? Got it. Dad will take care of himself. You too. Don't bully Xiao Jie, okay? The two of you get along well and cultivate a good relationship. I'm the one who didn't. It's all because he bullied me, okay? Protested Mu Xiao Xiao, and glared at Xiao Jie over here. Chapter 193, His home is her home. When Mu Xiao Xiao hung up the phone, Xiao Jie looked at her still with an expression of reluctance and suddenly stood up, stretching out his hand to her. Let's go. Mu Xiao Xiao looked at him in confusion and disbelief. What for? Where are you going? Isn't the takeout you ordered coming soon? No more takeout. Let's go home and eat. Xiao Jie said handsomely, and when he saw that she was still confused, he took the initiative to come over, take her hand, and pull her up from the couch. Going home for dinner? Mu Xiao Xiao's expression was dumbfounded, not yet reacting. Xiao Jie laughed. Stupid. Which other home can I go home to? Go. It dawned on Mu Xiao that he was referring to returning to the Yin family. But, it's so late. Will going back over there bother mommy and daddy Yin? It's better not to. We'll just eat takeout. It's almost delivered anyway. Xiao Jie gave her a blank look and said, going back to your own home. Can you call it a disturbance? When Mu Xiao Xiao thought about it, she let him pull herself away. Xiao Jie held her with one hand, and with the other, he pulled out his cell phone and called home, asking the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. Slow down. I haven't changed my shoes yet. Xiao Jie let go of her hand and finished the call before remembering something else. Walking back to the kitchen, grabbing a fresh can of Coke and walking back to her, shoving it into her hand. Ice your eyes again later in the car. Otherwise, if he went back to Yin's house, his parents would see him and think he made her cry. Oh. Mu Xiao Xiao replied blankly, and just as she changed her shoes, she was again held by his hand and pulled outside. Mu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but lower her head, staring blankly at the hands that the two of them were holding each other, and suddenly it occurred to her that since she had returned to China, it seemed to be the first time that she had been held by him on his own initiative in this way, as if he was afraid that she would get lost. Well, this is like going back to being a child. She smiled sweetly inside. As soon as she got back to the Yin family, Yin's mom hugged her warmly. Tiny baby, Mu Xiao Xiao in the car has long been hungry, full of thoughts, only think of eating quickly, especially once the door smells the smell of food, but also hungry, just want to jump over Mother Yin. But in the face of Mother Yin's love and care, she couldn't bear to refuse. Xiao Jie glanced at his own mom, walked over and pulled Mu Xiao Xiao out, saying, Mom, we're all hungry, let's eat first, okay? Only then did Yin's mother look at Mu Xiao's face and said painfully, Gu, Xiao Xiao seems to have lost weight, isn't it? Quickly, come eat first. How come you two haven't eaten so late? Papa Yin then reaches out to signal the servants and prepares to start the meal. Xiao Jie pulled Mu Xiao over to the dining table and sat down, swept a glance at the dishes on the table, took a bowl from the maid, scooped up a bowl of soup, and put it in front of Mu Xiao. You'll have a bowl of soup to pad your stomach before you eat, he admonished. Oh, Mu Xiao Xiao obediently answered. She was already so hungry that she felt like she could even eat a cow. Yun's mom and dad sat off to the side, watching them eat. Yin's mother pulled her husband over to her, covered her mouth with a smile, and went over to whisper in his ear. Look at the two of them, how close they are now. When Mu Xiao Xiao was almost done eating, Xiao Jie ladled another bowl of soup for her to drink. Mu Xiao Xiao beamed her little mouth. I'm full. A few more sips. In a tone that was not to be denied, someone was back to his old domineering ways. Chapter 194, Did you use the gift before? Mu Xiao Xiao thought about it. Usually they eat outside, which is not as nutritious as the soup at home, so she did not resist and obediently drank. At this time, Yin mother smiled gently, looked at Mu Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao can you tell Yin mother? The two of you have progressed to which step? Mu Xiao Xiao had just taken a sip of soup with a spoon. When she heard these words, the soup went right into her mouth, and she choked on it after a moment of shock. Ahem. Yun's mom, why are you asking? She blushes and looks at Yun's mom in embarrassment. Yin's mother gave Xiao Jie a grumbling look before she turned to Mu Xiaojiao. It's not this brat, he doesn't tell me anything, and I, as a mother, am very concerned about whether or not you guys are progressing well, so I can only ask you. She winked at Mu Xiao with a suggestive look and asked, at least there was a kiss, right? Mu Xiaojiao's little face turned even redder. No. As for Xiao Jie on the side, he looked away somewhat sheepishly. Yin's mom was in disbelief. How could there not be? Mu Xiaoxiao was trying to hide her embarrassment, so she lowered her head to drink the soup again. Yin's mother looked over at her son and smiled meaningfully. Xiao Jie, did you use the gift I put in your room earlier? Mu Xiao froze. A gift? Could this be a reference to the box of Durexat? Put. Cough cough. Mu Xiao was once again choked, and this time it was even worse. Her little face was swollen red, her eyes so shy that she didn't dare to look at Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face was also slightly red, pretending to be dissatisfied as he said to his own mother, Mom, can you let us eat in peace? Do you want to choke Xiao to death? Mu Xiao stood up abruptly. I'm full. I'm going to the restroom. Then flew out of the restaurant. Yin Xiaojie glanced at his mom. Seeing Mu Xiao gone, Yin's mother hurriedly moved to Yin Xiaojie's side, this time lowering her voice and saying bitterly, Son why haven't you acted yet? Actually, girls are very good to coax. Think of a way to eat it in your mouth first and then. Yin Xiaojie swished and stood up together. I'm full too. Then to hide the suspicious marks on his face, he rushed to flee the scene. Yin's mother sighed sadly and said to her husband, Now that my son has grown up and his wings have hardened, he doesn't even talk to me about what's on his mind. Papa Yin was a bit helpless, so he reached out and put his arm around his wife's shoulder and comforted her. Honey, you should ask politely next time. Am I being too direct? Yoon's mom had a I don't think so look on her face. Papa Yin nodded. Very straightforward. Yoon's mom snapped. Okay then. Right. Next time she should have secretly pulled Tiny into the room to ask. That should have been fine. Tiny must have felt too embarrassed to say this in front of so many people. When Mu Xiao came out of the bathroom, she heard Mr. and Mrs. Yin's voices. Papa Yun said, Cut the watermelon. It's a good weather for watermelon. Yin's mother said, No, Xiao likes cantaloupe. Cut cantaloupe. It just so happens that I bought fresh cantaloupe today. Hurry up and cut it. Xiao will be able to eat it as soon as she comes out. Yes, there are also strawberries. Xiao loves strawberries the most. Listening to this conversation, Mu Xiao smiled and felt warmth in her heart. She instantly understood why Yin Xiaojie had suddenly thought of bringing her back to the Yin family. Chapter 195, That Guy's in Trouble. Seeing that Mu Xiao had walked out, Yin mother hurriedly waved at her. Xiao come over. Have some fruit. There's your favorite strawberries. Awesome. Mu Xiao smiled brightly and walked over, being pulled by Yin's mom to sit beside her. Then a fruit bowl was shoved into Mu Xiao's hand as if it was all given to her. Eat it to see if it's sweet. There are other fruits. If you want to eat them, just say so. Yin's mother looked at her lovingly, just short of feeding her herself. Thank you, Mom Yin. Mu Xiao felt her heart fill up, and her previous sadness seemed to be slowly swept away by a touch of warmth. Yin's mom said, What about you guys tonight? Just sleep over here. Don't go back to the apartment, okay? The two of you have a room that was prepared before, and it's cleaned every day, so you can come back and sleep whenever you want. Mu Xiao was a bit touched, so in places she didn't know. Yin's mom had done so much for her and still looked forward to them coming back to live every day. Got it. By the way, where's Jade? Where did he go? I think he was nowhere to be seen when she came out, so he wouldn't have left her alone and gone out, would he? Yoon's mom said. He just answered a phone call as if he had something to do, and lo and behold, he came out. Sure enough, he saw Yin Xiaojie walk over, but his expression changed a bit, a look of not being very patient. Mu Xiao looked at him in confusion. Who had upset him? Yin Xiaojie said to her, Come on, we need to go to the hospital. The hospital just called. The guy is in a bit of a situation. A situation? What situation? As soon as Mu Xiao heard this, her heart clenched, fearing that Lu Yichen would be in some bad situation. When Yoon's mom heard them say they were going to the hospital, she asked worriedly, What's wrong? Why are we going to the hospital? Mu Xiao explained. A friend was injured and hospitalized, so we're going to go check it out, and we'll be back later. Yoon's mom stood up and said, Do you want us to come along? Yin Xiaojie looks at her askance and says, No need. It's not a big deal. I'll just go with Xiao for a bit. You guys go to bed early. With that, he took Mu Xiao's hand and quickly walked out. Yoon's mom asked, So are you guys still coming back here to sleep? Mu Xiao turned back to her and waved her hand, hurriedly responding, Will do. Yin mom, you guys go to sleep first. We'll be back after we're done. Don't worry about us. The two of them disappeared before the words even left their mouths. Rushed to the hospital. Mu Xiao was so anxious that she almost ran all the way in. The hospital is crowded. Yin Xiaojie sees that she almost bumped into someone a few times. His handsome brows are locked. He reaches out and pulls her to his side, his long arm clasping her shoulder. Can you slow down? There's a doctor here. That guy can't get away. Mu Xiao was worried. The doctor said he can't move his hands. Why is he rushing to get out of the hospital? Who knows? This guy is such a pain in the ass. Yin Xiaojie had a look of disgust on his face. Although the guy named Lu was injured because of Mu Xiao, he still couldn't like that guy. Besides, does he have to like a guy? there's absolutely no need for that. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him askance unhappily. How can you talk about him like that? He must have his own reasons. When he finally reached the ward, he heard Lu Yichen's anxious voice coming out. Doctor, I really must be discharged. Please. Chapter 196, Lu Yichen's request. Mu Xiaoxiao froze a little as soon as she walked in. This is the first time she saw Lu Yichen so flustered and anxious. What's wrong with him? Why is he in such a hurry to get out of the hospital? Yin Xiaojie, however, doesn't care about this, and walks straight over with his long legs, saying in a bad tone, Surname Lu, what are you trying to pull? Those who are injured should stay in the hospital obediently for me. As soon as Lu Yichen saw him coming, his face resumed its cold expression and indifferently looked askance at Yin Xiaojie and said, Young Master Yin, I don't need you to worry. I know my own situation. I'm fine. I can be discharged. Yin Xiaojie snorted. Who the hell cares about you? If it wasn't for the fact that you saved Xiao Xiao, I wouldn't bother with you. The doctor and nurse stepped back and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Mu Xiaoxiao see the situation is not right. These two people look like they are going to quarrel. This is the first time she has seen Yin Xiaojie and Lu Yichen face to face. It is simply the smell of gunpowder, as if a little bit will explode. She rushed forward, tugged on Yin Xiaojie, and said to him with a disgruntled look, I told you not to talk like that. You're really pissing me off. Throwing him behind her, Mu Xiaoxiao took a step forward. A pair of big black eyes looked at Lu Yichen worriedly and said, Yichen, your hand is badly injured. The doctor said that you can't move it for half a month. Otherwise it will be hard to recover, especially in these 2 days. So you'll be hospitalized here, okay? If you have any errands to run, I'll go and do them for you, okay? Lu Yichen looked at her eyes very seriously, but shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't stay here, so I have to be discharged. Xiao Xiao, will you help me? Toward the back, his tone carried a plea that made Mu Xiao's heart soften in a way she couldn't stand. But, Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his hand worriedly. Her mind went back to what the doctor had said, that if he didn't recover well, his hand probably wouldn't return to its original shape, that he wouldn't be able to do heavy work, and that he might not even be able to hold a pen. So she gritted her teeth, and despite her intolerance, she refused and said, No, you really can't be discharged from the hospital. Yichen, count on me to beg you, okay? You can just stay here for 2 days, just 2 days, okay? Lu Yichen was still very insistent. Xiao Xiao, I really have to come out. But before he could finish, Yin Xiaojie impatiently droned, If I tell you to be hospitalized, you'll be hospitalized. So much nonsense. You don't want your hand anymore, do you? Lu Yichen held back and couldn't help but glance at the clock on the wall again. It was already 10 o'clock. He looked steadily at Yin Xiaojie and said word for word, My mom is waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, she'll be worried to death. The ward was silent for a moment. Mu Xiaoxiao moved and looked at Lu Yichen anxiously. What then? But you're really not fit to be discharged from the hospital right now. Yin Xiaojie, who had just been domineering and overbearing, also softened his voice by a few points, but his tone was still consistently bad. Couldn't you have made a phone call, lied to your mom, and tricked her into saying that you were spending the night at a classmate's house? Such a simple thing. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's just say it's normal to spend the night at a classmate's house. Lu Yichen's handsome face surfaced a bitter smile, sighed and shook his head. My mom won't believe it. I haven't been to my classmate's house to spend the night since I was a kid. Suddenly say such a lie. Do you think you'll believe it? Chapter 197, I can't live without you. As Mu Xiaoxiao listened to these words, her heart turned slightly sour and she couldn't help but feel heartbroken for him. You've never been to a classmate's house since you were a kid? Then remembered that today, he was also coming home from school alone. Alone, as if he didn't have any particularly close friends. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Yin Xiaojie with a slightly sunken gaze and asked, What then? Yin Xiaojie scared annoyingly, and after glancing at Lu Yichen, he turned around and walked towards the doctor's side, not knowing what he went to say to the doctor. A few minutes later, he walked back and said to Lu Yichen, It's okay to let you out of the hospital. Lu Yichen's eyes widened with some excitement. Really? He was about to get out of bed in a hurry, but Yin Xiaojie continued, But you have to accept my arrangements. First, an intensive care nurse will come to your house to take care of you, and second, you have to go back to the hospital during the day and wait for the night before you can go back again. This, Lu Yichen hesitated a little. I have to go to class. Yin Xiaojie snorted coldly. You still want to go to class like this? You really don't want this hand of yours anymore, don't you? Mu Xiaoxiao bumped him with her elbow and even glared at him, and when she turned her head to face Lu Yichen, her attitude became gentle again, and she even whispered, Yichen, just accept it, okay? Your hand was injured because you saved me. If anything bad happens to you, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Lu Yichen looked into her eyes and finally compromised. It was getting late, and it would be even worse to put it off any longer. The doctors discussed a plan to give Lu Yichen's hand some more special immobilization, and then accompanied by an intensive care nurse, they sent him to the car arranged by Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao was uneasy and got into Yin Xiaojie's car and followed her all the way there as well. Car. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at Yin Xiaojie, who was driving, and looked at the way his eyes were still a bit cold and solemn, as if he was holding back his temper, and she felt a bit overwhelmed in her heart. She said guiltily, "Thank you, Jie. Lu Yichen was injured because of me. I should be the one to take care of him, but I made you do so much." Originally, Yin Xiaojie hated Lu Yichen, but he also wanted him to help Lu Yichen. Just in time for a red light, the car stopped. Yin Xiaojie turned his head to look at her, his black eyes so deep they were dark as he grunted and said, "If I hadn't hired an intensive care nurse for him, would you have had to take care of him yourself?" He knew it would be, so what can he do? If he didn't intervene, he'd just watch her take care of that Lu guy herself? Never. Mu Xiaoxiao cannot dare to say yes at this time. Look at Yin Xiaojie's stoic appearance, as if at any time will give vent to the endured temper. She still knows how to read the eyes. Know that at this time you have to cajole him to do. So she hurriedly put on a soft smile and said, "So yeah, if I didn't have you, I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be so flustered that I wouldn't be able to do anything right." Aha! Yin Xiaojie looked at her with an unmoving expression, as if waiting for her to continue. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes turned, pleasingly next to the past to hold his arm. Ong's small face, smilingly looked at him and said, "Jie, you are my guardian angel, my Superman." These words were really moving, and Yin Xiaojie's expression soothed a lot, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. She usually spat at him, or carried on mostly, and for once in her life she said something sweet like that to him, and it was decidedly soothing to hear. Chapter 198, This is a reward for you. Yin Xiaojie pursed his sexy thin lips and smiled, passing his handsome face over to her side and tapping his cheeks with his fingers. The implication was clear enough. Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to look unintelligible, blinked her big black eyes, looked ahead and said, "The light is green. Hurry up and drive." Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and suddenly stretched his neck up and booped and kissed her cheeks. "Hey!" Mu Xiaoxiao's small face slightly reddened, looking at him askance blushingly. Yin Xiaojie smiled evilly. "This is a reward for you." Mu Xiaoxiao met his eyes as dark and deep as stars, and for some reason, she only felt her cheeks getting hotter. "Just hurry up and drive." She reached up and pushed his handsome face in front of her to keep him from looking at her again, or her heart would surely get weirder. Yin Xiaojie laughed softly and stopped teasing her, concentrating on driving. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want him to notice her blush, so she turned her head over to the car window and pretended to look at the scenery outside. However, the spot on the cheek that he had just kissed seemed to still have the warmth of his lips. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind of him holding her tightly and kissing away her tears lovingly when she had cried the most earlier in the apartment. The Yin Xiaojie of that time was incredibly gentle. Arrived. A magnetic voice called Mu Xiaoxiao back from being out of her mind. Mu Xiaoxiao looked ahead in a daze, and sure enough, the car in front had stopped, and Lu Yichen got out of the car with the help of his special nurse. Her head subconsciously turned to Yin Xiaojie's side. Who knew that she would be right in front of his handsome face that came over? The two men looked at each other in all directions. "What are you gawking at?" Yin Xiaojie asked, his dark, ink-like eyes gazing at her. The two of them were so close together that Mu Xiaoxiao felt as if she could smell the pure male scent of his body, and her heartbeat fluttered off half a beat. She jerked her head around and got out of the car in a hurry. Yin Xiaojie looked at her uncertainly, guessing in his heart what exactly she was thinking just now. Was she thinking about Lu Yichen? In front of them was a very old neighborhood building. Lu Yichen stood in front of the iron gate, looked at them and said, "There's no need to send me up. Thank you." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the place and understood why he didn't want them to go up, so she thoughtfully smiled, nodded her head, and said, "Well, then take care of yourself, and I'll go back to the hospital tomorrow to see you." Yin Xiaojie was in a good mood, and his attitude towards Lu Yichen was also a lot friendlier, and after instructing the special care nurse, he also said to Lu Yichen, "Don't try to be brave. Listen to the special care nurse if you need to listen to him properly. He's a professional, and he spent so much money, so he has to be allowed to do his job." Lu Yichen glanced at him and answered in a faint voice, Got it." Then accompanied by the intensive care nurse, they went upstairs together. Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie also got into the car and went home. In the car, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something, looked at Yin Xiaojie and asked curiously, It seems that Lu Yichen didn't mention his dad. Could it be that he doesn't have a good relationship with his dad? Dad is better to talk to. In fact, we can explain the situation to his dad and let his dad help trick his mom so that he doesn't have to be discharged from the hospital." "No." Yin Xiaojie glanced at her and said with a light snort, "He's a single parent. There's only him and his mom at home." Mu Xiaoxiao looked dazed. "So that's how it is." It was no wonder, then, that Lu Yichen was so worried about his mom. No. Mu Xiaoxiao twisted her head to look at him in shock. "Why do you know so well?" Chapter 199, It's not that simple. Yin Xiaojie didn't answer as if he hadn't heard, but just looked outside and was backing up the car. Mu Xiao, however, is not so good at fooling around, reaching out to pull his arm, chasing after him. Hey, how the hell do you know all this? Don't you hate Louis Chen? Why would you know so much about him? That's the strangest part. With this guy's personality, there's no way he's going to inquire about anything at all with the people he hates. What's more, even Yu Zhou is not clear about Louis Chen's family situation, only know that Louis Chen's family is not good only. No one knows that the original Louis Chen is actually a single-parent family. But why does Yin Xiaojie know? Mu Xiao felt like she smelled a hint of treachery. Was Yin Xiaojie hiding something from her? Was his beef with Louis Chen really as simple as Seven Harvests said? Hey, say something. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, she became even more curious. Yin Xiaojie turned his head to look at her askance, stared at her pulling on his arm and said, "Don't you know that this is dangerous? Still pulling?" Mu Xiao saw that he had already driven the car into the driveway, and there was a car next to him, so it was really unsafe to pull like this, so she only snapped and retracted her arm, lest she really get into a car accident, and her little life was precious. Yin Xiaojie, you said you have a problem with Louis Chen. What kind of problem is it? Why do you hate him so much? She asked again, her little head still sticking out to reinforce her presence. Yin Xiaojie squinted at her and said in an arrogant manner, "Do you still need a reason to hate someone? Mu Tiny, what if she wants to hit him?" If she hadn't seen that he was driving and in control of his own little life, she would have absolutely smacked him across the face. Mu Xiao gritted her teeth and endured it, and then asked relentlessly, "Can't you tell me why you know so much about his family?" "Can't." Yin Xiaojie directly and coolly dumped her with 2 words. Mu Xiao's small hand on her leg clenched into a fist, desperately trying to resist the urge to get off the bus and beat him up. She deliberately revealed a dawning realization expression, smiled ambiguously and looked askance at him, saying, "I know, if you say so. Actually, you have been paying a lot of attention to him? Saying something about having a problem with him is just to cover up your excessive concern for him, right? You should not be interested in him." How could Yin Xiaojie not see such an obvious provocation? He glanced at her and took advantage of the brake's opening to reach over with his long arm and nudge the girl's head. He scorned her. "Don't think you're provoking me like that is going to help. I'm not going to fall for it." Mu Xiao instantly looked like a deflated balloon, wilting and collapsing her shoulders, yelling in depression. "Why couldn't you just tell me?" Yin Xiaojie said. "Anyway, it's not what you think. I'm not interested in him and I don't want to know anything about him. There are some things about him that I just inadvertently know." "Is it really just that?" Mu Xiao expressed her skepticism. When the light was green, Yin Xiaojie drove the car and stopped talking. When he returned to Yin's house and got out of the car, only then did he hook her neck and gather her in his arms, and said solemnly to her with his head lowered, "In short, you stay away from that Lu guy. Do you hear me clearly?" Mu Xiao lifted her little head in his arms and smiled brightly and sweetly before spitting out 2 words. "No, this is called a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye." Who let him just do the same to her? Chapter 200, Can't Leave My Arms. Then Mu Xiao pushed him away and ran towards the house. "You stinky girl." Yin Xiaojie's long legs quickly chased after her. "Ah!" Mu Xiao had just entered the door when he caught her and walloped her against the wall, bracing his hands on her sides and trapping her in his arms. "What did you just say? Say it again?" Yin Xiaojie had a mesmerizing smile on his handsome face, but those dark eyes were staring at her with a dangerous aura. "Ha!" Mu Xiao pretended to be silly and smiled, blinking her eyes innocently. "Did I just say something? I forgot." Yin Xiaojie's handsome face came a few points closer, only a few centimeters away from her small face. His sexy thin lips hooked slightly. His magnetic voice was as melodious and charming as a violin. "Oh, forgot?" Mu Xiao opened her big, oily eyes, pursed her lips and smiled, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I really forgot. Goo, my little brain my memory is getting worse and worse." Being surrounded by him like this, his pure masculine scent pressing in, made her just feel her heartbeat go haywire. "No way. Got to get away." She had wanted to get out from under his arm, but who knew that Yin Xiaojie had expected it? A pocket hand, causing her to seem like she was pouncing into his arms, and those who didn't know saw it and thought she was throwing herself into his arms. Yin Xiaojie smiled badly and looked down at her teasingly. "Just can't stay away from my embrace?" "I didn't." Mu Xiao blushed and glared at him. "Why is this asshole so cheeky? Simply shameless." Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes, his voice line pressed low and very sexy. "No? Really no? I don't believe it." While saying that, he also came closer. The two faces closed the distance a little, as if they were going to kiss next. Mu's tiny little heart fluttered. In this ambiguous and somewhat romantic atmosphere, it was as if the next scene would be the hero kissing the heroine. Suddenly, there were some whispers that drew Mu Xiao back to her senses. As if sensing something, Yin Xiaojie let go of her. and the two of them looked at the nearby corner together. Two heads were peeking out at them. In Xiaojie rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Mom, Dad, why are you guys still awake?" Mu Xiaoxiao's face was flushed and she secretly moved a little to the side, pulling away from him. In Xiaojie slanted over a glance, his dark eyes somewhat slightly dissatisfied, and with a stretch of his long arm, he tugged the little girl into his arms again. "Come on, let's go back to our room and get some sleep." He wrapped his arm around Mu Xiaoxiao and went around his parents. Mu Xiaoxiao flashed a sweet smile at the Yin couple and said politely, "Mommy Yin, Daddy Yin, then we'll go to bed. Good night." "Fine, good night." Yoon's mom smiled lovingly. Only when the two of them walked away did Papa Yin ask his wife, "Wife, didn't you prepare bird's nest candy water for Xiao Xiao? Why don't you tell her?" Yin's mother took her eyes back and smiled meaningfully. People's two little mouths are in a hurry to go back to their rooms to make out. What kind of sugar water is there to drink? Let's drink it tomorrow. She was very sensible. How could she possibly bother them at this time? "Come on hubby, let's go back to our room and rest too." Room. Mu Xiaoxiao was still in the shower. Yin Xiaojie came back from the other bathroom and walked over to the bed and sat down, which is when he saw something on the nightstand. Chapter 202, Blow Drying Her Hair. On the nightstand, there was a small box. Yin Xiaojie didn't need to look to know what it was, but he still picked it up and eat after taking a look at it. He glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Luckily the girl hadn't finished her shower yet or she would have seen it. Yin Xiaojie shook his head and pulled open the drawer of his nightstand, dropping his things in and flinging it shut with a snap. However, with things out of sight, his mind couldn't help but wonder. Just at this time, the bathroom door opened, and Mu Xiaoxiao walked out in a fog. "Yin Xiaojie, what are you doing?" the little girl's clear voice asked curiously. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face has a somewhat suspicious look, and his magnetic voice stutters a bit. "No, nothing. You finished your bath? Then go to bed. It's late," he said, going to turn off the bedside lamp. Mu Xiaoxiao stopped him and said, "Wait, my hair is still wet. I'll blow dry it first." "Where's the hair dryer?" Yin Xiaojie scared and said with feigned disgust. "Why are you so troublesome? Girls have long hair. It's easy to get wet in the shower." "It's normal," Mu Xiaoxiao explained, walking over to the nightstand, about to pull open the drawer. Yin Xiaojie became anxious as soon as he saw her movements and violently grabbed her wrist. What are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked into his eyes in confusion. "I'm getting the hair dryer." "What are you doing? This guy's kooky." Her clever little head suddenly turned and she narrowed her eyes wryly. Did he mean to say that he had hidden something unseemly in the drawer? "The hair dryer isn't here. Let me get it for you." Yin Xiaojie pulls her back and gets her away from the nightstand. Mu Xiaoxiao's dark soldiers didn't move, obediently cooperated, pretended to look like they couldn't see anything and said, "Oh, then hurry up and bring it to me." Seeing that she didn't seem skeptical, Yin Xiaojie also relaxed his guard and said to her, "Then wait here obediently for me. I'll go out and get it for you." Then he took her to a single couch off to the side and sat her down. Mu Xiaoxiao was practically like a well-behaved kindergarten child, sitting obediently and with an innocent smile, nodding her head and responding, "Aha!" So, Yin Xiaojie walked out. As soon as the door closed, Mu Xiaoxiao little kid jumped up, ran over to the bedside table, and secretly pulled open the drawer. "Ha! What's this?" The drawer was empty, just a small box. Mu Xiaoxiao failed to recognize what the small box was at first glance. So, curious, she picked it up and turned it over to see the sign, and the words written on it. Mu Xiaoxiao froze at first. Then she dropped it back into the drawer and closed it in a panic. Did Yin Xiaojie prepare this? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard. It should be Yin Xiaojie who came back with the hairdryer. Mu Xiaoxiao instantly panicked. Her face was so red. If he saw it, wouldn't he know that she had peeked at the drawer? So rushed into the bathroom. As soon as Yin Xiaojie entered, he heard the bathroom snap shut. "Xiao Xiao," he called out suspiciously, subconsciously looking over at the nightstand. She shouldn't have taken advantage of his absence and sneaked a peek inside, right? He walked over, knocked on the bathroom door, and said, "Here's the hair dryer. What are you doing in there?" I'll go to the restroom, okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao replied with a red face inside, then brought her head to the front of the sink to splash cold water on her burning face. It was almost a few minutes before she stepped out. On the big bed, Yin Xiaojie was wearing his pajamas and was leaning back against the pillows to look at his cell phone. Mu Xiaoxiao was relieved to see that he wasn't paying attention to himself, and seeing the hair dryer on the table, she picked it up to blow. Yin Xiaojie quietly looked up from his phone and glanced at her before pretending to be careless again. Mu Xiaoxiao was only a little wet at the end of her hair, so she blew it dry quickly. When she was back on the bed and lying down, Yin Xiaojie said, "I'll turn off the lights then." Aha! The lights went out and the room was dark. Yin Xiaojie sensed something and looked over to her side, and saw a dark shadow so far away from him that it seemed like it was about to fall off the edge of the bed. He frowned. Why was this girl sleeping so far away? "Hey, Sleep over a little. You're falling over. In the darkness, his magnetic voice was lower and more haunting. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to pretend she couldn't hear him, but thinking of his domineering personality, she moved slightly inside the bed. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes, watching her squirm like a caterpillar. What's the difference between moving that little bit and not moving it? Before, in the apartment, they had slept together, and because Mu Xiao's sleeping position was bad, every day when she woke up, she was nestled in his arms, probably used to the posture of embracing each other. So to see her suddenly so far away from himself, this makes Yin Xiaojie's heart strangely uncomfortable. This time, Yin Xiaojie directly reached over and wrapped her into his arms. Don't move. Seeing her about to move, he said in an unpleasant voice. At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao really didn't dare to move. Only her body was a little stiff, and her face gradually burned. Yin Xiaojie, you. But before she could finish speaking, Yin Xiaojie pressed her little head down on his chest and said, stop talking and sleep. Mu Tiny. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, even more so because of the night. Mu Xiaoxiao's ear was pressed against his sturdy chest, and clearly, the sound of his strong heartbeat. Flop, flop, flop. Mu Xiaoxiao kept listening to it like she was mesmerized, thinking it sounded so good. It was a sound that was soothing to the heart. Slowly, I don't know how long, perhaps it was the warmth of his arms, or perhaps she was hypnotized by the steady heartbeat, and she fell asleep quickly. The dream was all about pink, strawberry-shaped bubbles. Chapter 203, Daily Fighting. Because she had to go to the hospital, Mu Xiaoxiao woke up very early, plus she slept well last night, so she was in pretty good spirits. Eating breakfast. Mu Xiaoxiao always felt that Yin's mother's eyes glanced over from time to time, and her eyes were strange, as if with a bit of ambiguous probing. Her ears reddened slightly as she remembered last night. When she came back last night, Yin's mom bumped into the image of her and Yin Xiaojie playing around. Yin's mom must have misunderstood and thought they were making out, right? Cough. In the treacherous atmosphere, Papa Yin coughed, and secretly elbowed his wife to make her stop staring so obviously. Papa Yin said with his eyes, you should restrain yourself, be careful of scaring Tiny. Yin's mother smiled cheerfully and returned with a wink. What's there to be embarrassed about? Anyway, Xiao Xiao is already our Yin family's daughter-in-law. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to drink kanji, watching the two couples browbeating each other, only wanting to hide herself so that neither of them could see her. Suddenly, Yin's mother's voice rang out. Xiao Xiao, did you sleep well last night? Did Xiaojie toss you? Cough cough cough. Yun's father interrupted her by coughing hard. Yin's mom glares at her husband in complaint. What are you doing? Mu Xiaoxiao directly picked up the bowl and drank the rest of the kanji in one gulp, then stood up and said, Mother Yin, Father Yin, I'm full. You guys take your time. I'll go into my room for a bit, then flee the table as fast as you can. She couldn't help but complain about Yin Xiaojie in her heart. Why didn't that guy come to breakfast? Leaving her alone to face the weird Yin mom. She was so twisted. Walking up to the door of the room, the door was ajar. She pushed open the door just in time to see Yin Xiaojie standing next to the nightstand, taking something out of the drawer and putting it in his pocket. Why is he so sneaky? Mu Xiaoxiao was feeling curious, and suddenly remembered what was put in the drawer, and the roots of her ears, which were still a little red, quickly reddened again. That box of strawberry-flavored condoms was really bought by him? Mu Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway, confused, and suddenly did not know whether to go in, or quietly withdraw. Right at this moment, a servant walked over and said to her, Miss Mu, the kanji you ordered has been prepared. Madam asked me to ask you if you want to arrange a driver to take it over to the hospital, or do you want to send it over yourself? Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to have just entered the door, and even pushed it open vigorously on purpose, saying to the maid in a bright voice, I want to send it there myself. Okay. The maid listened and left. Yin Xiaojie walked over, looking as usual, with one hand in his pants pocket, still in that unruly posture, handsome and tugging. He grunted in dissatisfaction. You're going to personally deliver the kanji to that Lu guy? Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him and said, don't always call Louis Chen like that, okay? People have names too. Why don't you just have the driver take you there? We have to rush to class. You want to skip class again, don't you? Mu Xiaoxiao, can you study with a proper attitude? Yin Xiaojie has an expression of being exasperated by her, and his handsome face is still somewhat serious. Mu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and couldn't help but choke back. Do you have a positive attitude towards learning? In school, don't you often just focus on picking up girls? I need to pick up girls? Yin Xiaojie raised an eyebrow when he heard this. With this young master's charisma, hooking his finger, girls will just jump up on their own. I would need to pick up girls? Chapter 205, A Different Attitude. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his suave and confident look. He was right. Like he was so handsome and charismatic, where would he need to pick up girls by himself? There were more than enough beautiful women to contribute to him on their own accord. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted at him. Philanderer. not wanting to care about him anymore. He turned around and walked out of the room. Hey, Xiao Xiao. In Xiaojie took an arrow step to catch up and pulled her arm, his tone carrying a bit of smugness as if flirting. What? Jealous? Mu Xiao Xiao flipped her hand off his hand. Who's jealous? Why should I be jealous of you? While saying that, she didn't even look at him and was heading downstairs again. In Xiaojie's smile on his handsome face, however, deepened. Look at her little face. It's still not jealousy? Stupid girl with a bad mouth. In Xiaojie's long legs crossed and once again caught up with her, not letting her slip away again. Really not jealous? He asked in a low voice with a wicked smile. No, Mu Xiao Xiao firmly denied, her ebony eyes staring straight at him as if this would prove her innocence. Really and truly not jealous? In Xiaojie asked once again, his handsome face a few points closer, smiling wickedly now, his eyes gazing deeply at her as if he wanted to see through her heart. Mu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but she still said without giving in, there really isn't. In Xiaojie narrowed his eyes slightly. Not good. Run away. Mu Xiao Xiao grew up with him and immediately understood that this guy wanted to do something bad, but she was trapped and had nowhere to run. Come on, say you're jealous. Otherwise, I'm going to. For what? Hey, 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 I'm going to kiss you. Oh, In Xiaojie said with a bad smile. Mu Xiao Xiao finally admitted defeat and cried out, alright, I'm jealous, this will do, say it again. In Xiaojie's eyes deepened slightly. Mu Xiao said, I'm jealous, satisfied yet? In Xiaojie's thin lips hooked up. Well, it's very satisfying. That asshole, so bad. Mu Xiao Xiao clenched her small fists and smashed them on his chest. In the corner of the corridor, Yin's mother was smart enough not to make a sound this time, but just concealed herself in the corner, clicking and clicking furiously with her cell phone, and she also captured all the scenes of their previous lovemaking. He was satisfied with the shot before he rushed downstairs before the two young lovers realized it. Yin's mom laughed and said to her husband, when the two of them get married, make a video of these photos and put them out. It'll be so surprising and romantic. Hospitals. When Mu Xiao Xiao walked into the hospital room carrying a thermos, she saw that Han Qiqing was already here, and she was also carrying a thermos in her hand. It was just Han Qiqing's expression, a very lost one. Lu Chen, you just taste it, just a bite can be. This is my handmade porridge, very early morning up to boil. Han Qiqing's eyes were full of anticipation and pleas, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by Lu Chen. Lu Chen said coldly, no, I already ate in the morning, thanks. Rejected again. Han Qiqing slightly collapsed her small face, but she didn't show a sad expression and tried to pull out a smile. That's okay, I'll make it for you next time then, okay? Lu Chen said, no need, the hospital has food, no need to be so troublesome. No trouble ah. Han Qiqing probably realized that her attitude was too obvious, and hurriedly covered up by saying, actually, I just happened to be recently practicing my cooking skills, that's why I took it to you to eat. It's not that you saved Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is my best sister. Of course I wanna thank you. Mu Xiao Xiao stood in the doorway, somewhat frozen. This was the first time she'd seen Han Qiqing so ingratiating with someone, so unreserved. The fact that a girl can let go of her reserve means that she really likes the guy. Han Qiqing's fondness for Lu Chen clearly exceeded what she had imagined. In Xiaojie, who had walked in together, had similarly seen the scene and skimmed his lips in disbelief. Do you still want to go in? He looked askance at Mu Xiao Xiao. Mu Xiao Xiao looked down at the things she was carrying, and then looked at Lu Chen who had an indifferent expression. This was also the first time she had seen him so cold. If she went in by herself, would she also get a closed door? Closed doors are something that no one likes to eat ah. When Mu Xiao Xiao hesitated to leave, the two over there had already seen them, and Han Qiqing was a bit nervous and blushing. Xiao Xiao, why are you guys here so early? Lu Chen's gaze also looked over, and the coldness that had been in the bottom of his eyes seemed to dissipate all of a sudden. Tiny, you're here? His tone had a little more warmth to it as well. It's been discovered, so it's not good to turn around and walk away. So Mu Xiao Xiao hard head, walked in, carrying the thermos in his hand, quietly put behind him. Wanna hide? That, I just came to check on you. Nothing happened to you at home last night, did it? How's the hand feeling now? Well, the doctor checked today and said that the wound is healing well. Lu Chen said. His line of sight fell on her hand, some smiles hidden under his eyes. You brought me breakfast? Did you make it yourself? In Xiaojie was displeased at the sound of it and glanced over. You want to eat what she cooked with her own hands? Chapter 206, He likes you. Although In Xiaojie grew up with Mu Xiao Xiao, he has never even eaten anything cooked by Mu Xiao Xiao's hands. What does the surname Lu have the right to do? Mu Xiao Xiao knew him perfectly well, and by looking at him, she knew he was going to be angry. She hurriedly explained, "No la, it's cooked by the aunt at home. How can I cook anything? I'm just a cooking idiot." Looking to the side at Han Chicheng, she smiles again and says, "Unlike Chicheng, Chicheng is very good. Her mom's cooking skills are comparable to a 5-star chef, and Nanakara learned to cook from her mom when she was little, so her food is delicious. If you have the chance, you must try Nanakara's handiwork. You'll regret it if you haven't." She looked at Lui Chen with wide eyes, waiting for him to say that he wanted to eat the portion cooked by Han Chicheng. Who knew? Lui Chen was simply a wooden head, indifferent to the big compliment she had just said, his eyes still looking at her hands. "What did you bring me for breakfast?" he asked, a light smile on his face, like he was more interested in what she was carrying. Mu Tiny, she was so depressed. Couldn't he hear the meaning of what she just said? She snapped, "I thought you said, you ate." Lui Chen isn't that clueless about reading eyes. He glances down at Han Chicheng and gently smiles. "You all brought it, so it's not good to let you down. And I also had breakfast before I came to the hospital." The hospital also prepares 3 meals, but he prefers to eat at home. Han Chicheng's expression instantly changed from rainy to sunny as she said happily, "Really? You're going to eat what I cooked?" "Aha." Lui Chen nodded. As Mu Xiaoxiao watched Han Chicheng resume her smile, the boulder in her heart relaxed. She was just so worried that if Lui Chen only ate what she brought, wouldn't that hurt 7 Harvest? Look at the time. It's getting late. Mu Xiaoxiao just wanted to deliver breakfast and ask Lui Chen about his recovery. So seeing that he was fine and willing to eat the breakfast he brought, she planned to rush to school. On the side, Yin Xiaojie had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to make this young master of his wait any longer, so she said to Lui Chen, "It's almost time for class, so we'll go to school first." Han Chicheng wasn't in a good position to stay, so they left together. Walking out of the hospital room, Yin Xiaojie acted as if he had finally reached the limit of his patience and wrapped his long arm around Mu Xiao's shoulders, as if he saw right through her. He said bossily, "No more noon, do you hear me?" He did some mental math and thought he'd come up with a way to lock the girl in at noon so she couldn't go anywhere. Just now in the hospital room, watching her being caring and considerate towards that Lu guy, he was on fire. The girl didn't even care about him that much. Mu Xiaoxiao had long ago gotten used to his bullying, so she didn't take it personally and treated it as if she hadn't hurt him. She was more worried about Han Chicheng now. From the moment she stepped out of the hospital room, Han Chicheng's expression was a bit depressed. "Haru, are you alright?" She walked over to Han Chicheng's side and asked with concern. In her impression, Nanaharu had always been so cheerful and optimistic, and it was rare to see her look so downcast. Han Chicheng let out a deep sigh and looked up at her with a lot of emotions under her eyes, then asked quietly, Xiao, do you feel that Lui Chen seems to like you?" Chapter 207, I'm wrong, okay? Mu Xiao was originally thinking about how to comfort her, but suddenly when she heard her say this, her entire body froze. "Ha, you said Lui Chen likes me? Of course not." Almost without hesitation, she quickly dismissed Han Chicheng's claim. The corner of Han Chicheng's mouth was a bitter smile. How could there not be? Look at the difference between how he treats you and how he treats me. It was the first time she had seen Lui Chen being so pleasant to a girl, with none of his usual cold silence. Even though she had felt something before, she chose to lie to herself. Lui Chen and Mu Xiao hadn't known each other for long, so how could she have fallen in love? But now, she didn't want to fool herself. It's not a matter of time when you like something like that. Mu Xiao was so anxious that she shook off Yin Xiaojie's hand, ignoring his dark, handsome face, and anxiously went up to hug Han Chicheng's hand. She said seriously, "I think he's treating me as a friend. That's why he's treating me better, but that doesn't mean he just likes me, How can you like someone so casually?" Han Chicheng gave a slight lurch, as if she was a bit moved by her words, and there was uncertainty on her expression. Mu Xiao hurriedly pursued the attack and continued, "At least I think that he is not that kind of casual person. You like him, so you should have some understanding of him, right? If he's like Yin Xiaojie, who likes a random person, is he still the Lui Chen you like?" Young Master Yin was inexplicably lying down, and he stared at Mu Xiao's back from behind them, some flames burning up in his dark eyes. "What you're saying, it seems right," Han Chicheng murmured. "So, Mu Xiao was suddenly strangled from behind by an arm around her neck and was pulled backwards before falling into a firm chest. Looking up, it was that guy Yin Xiaojie. "What are you doing?" Mu Xiao glared at him in disbelief. Yin Xiaojie looked at her with a smile on his face, so close that he could clearly see the dissatisfaction underneath his dark eyes. "If you're talking, why did you bring it up to me?" Especially the meaning of her sentence. Isn't it stepping on him to promote that Lu? So in her mind, he's just casual about his feelings. A womanizer who can just fall for someone else. No wonder she scolds him like that every time. It seemed that he needed to explain to her why he changed girlfriends so often. Mu Xiaoxiao saw his blackened face and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. I just give a random example. I don't mean to target you. This is not. Her momentary rush of emotion, wanting to comfort Han Qiqing. Yin Xiaojie grinned. You even named me? It's still not directed at me? Mu Xiaoxiao whimpered twice and pretended to be pitiful to him. I'm wrong, okay? Han Qiqing saw that the situation wasn't good, so she hurriedly left first. Tiny, my driver is waiting for me outside, so I won't be riding in the same car as you guys. Bye. See you at school. Haru Mu Xiaoxiao just watched her best friend walk away from her. It's so unrighteous. Let's go. It's getting late. If we don't go to school, we'll be late. Yin Xiaojie slates his handsome face, not giving her any chance to break away from himself, tugging her small hand tightly and leading her outside. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't tell if he was still angry or not, and carefully glanced at his face. Chapter 208, No Love for a Man or a Woman. When he got into the car, Yin Xiaojie's expression hadn't eased up yet. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to speak, afraid that she would say and be wrong again, and lowered her head to think about how to coax him to be good. Suddenly, Yin Xiaojie was heard speaking. Do you really think that the Lu guy just thinks of you as a friend, not like you? Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at him, hearing him take the initiative to talk to herself, happily rippling out a smile. Hearing his question, nodding her head, she replied, yeah, actually it's all because you guys are just overthinking it. Like when I was in the United States, I also have a lot of friends they are also very concerned about me it is impossible to say that they all like me, right? Male? Yin Xiaojie turned his head to look at her, his dark eyes narrowing. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. There are both men and women. Taking advantage of the red light to stop, Yin Xiaojie turned sideways and carefully scrutinized her expression, finding that her pupils were clear and not at all vain, indicating that what she said was indeed what she had in mind. Yin Xiaojie suddenly understood something and felt helpless. This girl is too slow about the emotional stuff, isn't she? Although he is not 100% sure that Lu Yichen is in love with this girl, but it is indeed different for her. The good feeling is absolutely there. As for whether it has become like, this is only Lu Yichen himself knows. But, Yin Xiaojie secretly hooked the corners of his lips. This girl is so slow and ignorant about relationships, so you can imagine she's never had a boyfriend? The thought of it made his mood a little happier. The light was green, and Yin Xiaojie started the car while looking over at her, his attitude becoming pleasant as he asked, do you like making friends that much? Mu Xiaoxiao bloomed with a smile and said, right. I think the biggest gain for me in studying in America is making friends. Making all kinds of friends. It feels very interesting. During the months when her mother died, which were also the most painful days for her in the past 16 years, her good friends in the United States cared about her, so they specially took her to a lot of parties to help her make a lot of new friends, so that she could slowly come out of the pain. So gradually, she came to love making friends, especially meeting some of the best in different fields, which allowed her to see a different world and made her feel how wonderful the world was and how good it was to be alive. Mom left this world, then she has to live well along with her mom's share, live a happy and wonderful life. Yin Xiaojie looked at her cheerful smile and glowing eyes and couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. It seems that this girl really likes to make friends, so she's treating Lu Yichen like a friend? Confirming that she had no love for the man named Lu, the anger that had been pent up in his heart before dissipated for the most part. Soon enough, it was time to arrive at Shanti Academy. After Yin Xiaojie parked the car, he led her down to the car by her hand, and ignoring the gazes of the bystanders, he led her towards the senior school building. Mu Xiaoxiao had wanted to break away from his hand, but quickly remembered that the fact that she was living with him had probably spread throughout the school, right? When they get to the senior floor, Yin Xiaojie doesn't let go of her and instead continues up the stairs. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in disbelief. You don't need to send me up, just go to your class. Class is almost over. Who knows? But I heard him say, no, I'll stay with you in class today. Mu Xiaoxiao had a shocked expression. Why? Chapter 209, who's your classmate? She was confused. Wasn't he a sophomore? Why did he have to come to the first year of high school with her? What for? I want to accompany you, can't I? Yin Xiaojie glances at her hungrily and pulls her on up, not giving her any chance to resist. Yin Xiaojie, what the hell are you up to? Mu Xiao doesn't believe that his eldest young master is so boring. He must have some purpose, right? To class S, because it was already almost time for class. The classroom was filled with people, and Mu Xiaoxiao was the last one to come in. When they saw Yin Xiaojie walk in with her on his hand, the crowd was stunned into silence. What's going on here? The next development was even more shocking to the crowd. Yin Xiaojie actually brought Mu Xiaoxiao to her seat and then sat down next to her. The position beside her is. The class didn't know what came to mind, and their eyes widened in shock, each with a strange expression on their faces. After Yin Xiaojie sat down, he realized that the table was empty and looked like no one was using it. Only then did he look at Mu Xiaoxiao and ask, who's at your table? Mu Xiaoxiao shook his head. I don't know haven't seen him come since I transferred here. She remembered that she had asked Yu Zhou at the beginning, and he said that her tablemate had come for just a day or two, and then never again, but the table had been reserved for him, and no one had even dared to move it. She didn't ask too many questions, thinking that her tablemate probably had some unavoidable circumstance that prevented her from coming. Yin Xiaojie was also unimpressed. He wasn't interested in other people's business. No one sits with her. It's better that way. The next second, the class bell rang. The teacher hadn't realized it when he walked in, and was startled when he stood on the podium and looked down for a glance, meeting Yin Xiaojie's eyes. Jie Xiao, why are you here? Yin Xiaojie said coolly, just go to your class and pretend I don't exist. Teacher, young Master Jie, your presence is so strong. It's too hard to pretend you don't exist, isn't it? Nonetheless, the teacher had no choice but to teach the class, but also because of Yin Xiaojie's presence, the classroom was much quieter than usual. No one dared to speak. There were quite a few girls who were secretly peeking at Yin Xiaojie, because Yin Xiaojie was sitting on the inner side, so when they looked over, they couldn't help but see Mu Zhao's silhouette first, and the girls' gazes immediately became envious and jealous again. There was only one girl, avoiding the line of sight to not look at Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao, still gritting her teeth in hatred, her hand hidden underneath clenched tightly. Yes, this is Bai Meijiao. No matter how Bai Meijiao thought about it, she could never have imagined that one day she would face such an embarrassing situation. Earlier, when she thought she had gained Jie Xiao's favor, she dejectedly provoked Mu Xiaoxiao and sneered at her, but now this situation was just slapping her in the face. Who's seen Jie Xiao go to any of his girlfriend's classrooms for company? No, it was never his girlfriend who ran to his classroom and took it upon herself to pander and ingratiate herself to him. But now, Bai Meijiao bit her lower lip white, and there was deep jealousy in her eyes. Why does Mu Xiaoxiao get the exception treatment from Jie Xiao? However, Yin Xiaojie is completely oblivious to her as his ex-girlfriend, as if he treats her like air. Across the aisle, those two were showing their love, completely ignoring her. Chapter 210, You're a Pig. Third period was art class, so the students moved to the art room for class. It's not time for class to end. Mu Xiaoxiao returned to the classroom beforehand because she had something to do, and the classroom, which should have been empty, actually saw a sneaky figure, and the figure was right in her place, not knowing what it was doing. What are you doing? She barked out. The man was startled, and when he stood up, he revealed his face, and it was Bai Meijiao. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her suspiciously. What did you sneak around and do in my seat? Bai Meijiao was a bit flustered, but seeing that there was no Yin Xiaojie beside her, she calmed down and arrogantly held her chin up and said, Who moved your seat? Don't spit blood. This is my seat too. I just dropped something and bent down to pick it up. Mu Xiaoxiao was half convinced by this explanation of hers and slowly walked over to her place. A check of his desk and chair showed that neither had been tampered with, and a casual glance in the drawers showed nothing out of place. Bai Meijiao came around from the other side, looking like she didn't want to talk to her, and walked out with a pompous grunt. A few minutes later, the rest of the class was dismissed and returned to the classroom. Mu Xiaoxiao is sitting in her seat and is sending a tweet to Yin Xiaojie, asking him to buy herself a drink and a sandwich. Who knows? Just after sending it out, Yin Xiaojie walked in and took out his cell phone from his pocket when he heard the WeChat beep. Mu Xiaoxiao saw him and said glumly, Why did you come back so soon? It was then that Yin Xiaojie saw the WeChat she sent, his dark eyes looking askance at her and saying with a smile, Hungry? Mu Xiaoxiao beamed her little mouth. Right, it was a rich breakfast, but because of the strange questions asked by Yun's mom, she ran away before she was full, and now she's hungry. Yu Zhe, who was at the front table, looked back at her slightly and asked in a small voice, Tiny, I have cookies, do you want some? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she nodded her head busily. Yes. Yin Xiaojie looked at her like she was a kitten being pitched, as if she could be abducted with random food. He frowned helplessly, so angry and amused at her character as a foodie. As he walked over to her, he gave a cold look at her ex-deskmate. Yu Zhe slightly paused. Jie Xiao's eyes were just too obvious, so he snapped and put the cookies he was about to take out. Shrinking back, Sorry Tiny, turns out I'm out of cookies. Yin Xiaojie was satisfied to see that he was so understanding. He looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and said, You want a sandwich, don't you? I'll ask someone to buy it for you. Then he made a call to his follower. Wu Hao. Mu Xiaoxiao originally heard Yu Zhe say that the cookies are gone. The face is still down, but once Yin Xiaojie said so, the face is bright again, and hurriedly said, Then I also want strawberry milk, and Bailey's, and, Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance. You're a pig you. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. People are hungry. Thus, Bai Meijiao had just entered the classroom when she saw such a show of affection. She clenched her teeth in indignation, the jealousy in her eyes intensifying. Even though Yin Xiaojie spat on Mu Xiaoxiao, she still said everything she wanted when she ordered with Wu Hao. After making the call, He sat back down in the seat next to her. Chapter 211, Self-Eaten Evil. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and looked at Yin Xiaojia and asked, "You're just here for your morning class, right? You should be going back to your class in the afternoon, right?" After being guarded by him for the whole morning, she inexplicably had the illusion of being watched, and only wished that he would hurry up and go back to his sophomore's class and stop staring at her here. Because of his sharp eyes, she couldn't talk to Yuzhu and heard a lot less school gossip. Yin Xiaojia leaned back against the back of the chair and looked at her with slight dissatisfaction. "Do you dislike my company that much? Do not think. How many girls hate not come to hate him so accompanied? This girl instead of wanting?" The students who were gathered next to him all gasped backward when they heard this. "Geez, what's going on here? Mu Xiaoxiao has too much guts to talk to Jiexiao like this, and she dares to dislike Jiexiao's company? She's got a brain in her head." The girls, in particular, were gnashing their teeth at Mu Xiaoxiao, and their envy and jealousy rose another level. The girls' hearts were almost screaming, "You don't want Jiexiao's company, so just let us have it. We want it so much we're going crazy." However, Mu Xiaoxiao was not able to hear their hearts. She just sighed and said, weighing her words, "It's certainly not that I don't like you being with me. It's just, what do you really want? Will you just say it directly? I'm begging you, give me back my freedom." He is sticking to her like this, making her very uncomfortable. Okay? For those who didn't know, they would have thought he was afraid she was cheating on him and that's why he was staring at her with such urgency. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what the hell he was doing coming to class with her all of a sudden. "I didn't want to do anything," Yin Xiaojia said with a smile that was charming, seductive, and sexy, and then said as if he was joking, "What if I don't watch you and you go red?" Mu Tiny, could it be that he was afraid she wouldn't listen to him and run to the hospital to find Louis Chen? Mu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed and thought about it and thought it was impossible. Such a childish thing couldn't have been done by Yin Xiaojia, while the two of them were making love on this side. On the other side, Bai Meijiao's face was green and black, smelling worse than a stone in a cesspool. The students who were watching from the side, besides being concerned about Jie Xiao and Mu Xiaoxiao showing their love, of course, they also had to be concerned about Bai Meijiao's, especially when they saw Bai Meijiao's face ugly like this. Many girls gloated and mocked her privately. Previously, when Bai Meijiao became Jie Xiao's girlfriend, she was so dejected and arrogant that many girls had long since grown tired of seeing her. So, upon seeing Bai Meijiao suddenly get up and leave the classroom, everyone felt that she couldn't watch the intimate gesture between Jie Xiao and Mu Xiao anymore and was too heartbroken. So she ran out. Whispers began at the bottom. She deserved it. Who made her so arrogant before? And specially chose to sit in Mu Xiaoxiao's seat across the road. And now this is called self-eating. That's right. Didn't she sit in that position because she wanted to stimulate Mu Xiaoxiao? Now she's being stimulated in turn. What a laugh. When Bai Meijiao walked through the back door, she heard the sarcastic voices of these girls and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She then stood guard by the stairs and as soon as she saw Wu Hao's figure, she darted over and pulled him around the corner. Wu Hao was confused and asked in disbelief, "Bai Meijiao? What are you dragging me here for? I need to hurry up and deliver something to Jie Xiao before I can do so." Chapter 212, Won't Poison Her. Bai Meijiao was in a hurry and was directly going to grab the bag he was carrying. "You give me the bag for a second." Wu Hao was unsure. He didn't guard her for a moment and almost got snatched by her. Luckily he usually followed Yin Xiaojia around and couldn't react slower, so he avoided her hand in time so that she couldn't even touch the bag. "Everything here is for Jie Xiao. What do you want?" He looked at her questioningly. I just brought it to look at it. Can't even take a look?" Bai Meijiao was so anxious that she couldn't even lie, only thinking of grabbing the bag. But Wu Hao was taller than her and had quick reflexes, not giving her a chance at all. Bai Meijiao was so angry that she glared at him and drank. "Wu Hao, is it because I broke up with Jie Xiao that you don't care about me anymore?" Before, he was calling her sister-in-law, and pleasing her in every way, but now his attitude has become too much, hasn't it? Wu Hao smiled sarcastically. "Of course not, but, what exactly do you want to do? Can you tell me first?" Bai Meijiao hesitated for a moment, and when she thought about how Mu Xiaoxiao was now favored, she was so angry that her head was on fire again. She still said to him in a tone tinged with command, "Didn't you buy a drink for Mu Xiaoxiao? You give me the drink." Saying this, she took out of her pocket a very small bottle containing some powder that, Wu Hao was stunned. "What is this? You're going to put it down in the drink?" Bai Meijiao gave him a glance and said, "This is just a laxative. I just want to teach her a lesson. It's not like I'm going to poison her. Why are you so scared? Don't worry, if you are willing to help me, I won't treat you badly." She seemed to think that when she said it, it was a yes from him, and went back to grabbing the bag. Wu Hao hurriedly made an excuse and said, "No way, if you've opened the bottle, it will definitely be seen. Then won't I suffer?" He bought the stuff, and if something happens to Mu Xiaoxiao, Jie Xiao will be the first one to settle the score with him. Besides, She says it's a laxative. Who knows if it's true? If it was poison, then he would have died a horrible death. Bai Meijiao was so angry that her face grimaced as she said sharply, "What's not to like? She won't find out. Moreover, you can take the initiative to open it for her. So won't she not find out? You give it to me quickly." Wu Hao rolled his eyes in his heart. Is this Bai Meijiao an idiot? Can't she understand the current situation? She's not Jie Xiao's girlfriend anymore, okay? You think he's going to flatter her? Besides, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare betray Jie Xiao. No. I'm sorry, I really can't help you with this one. I have to hurry, otherwise Jie Xiao will get angry if he waits long. Bye. While saying that, he fled from her. Damn it! Bai Meijiao stomped her foot in anger as her plan failed. She gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at Wu Hao's back, the bottom of her eyes colored red with hatred. Just wait and see. She will find a way to make the people around Mu Xiaoxiao betray. Classroom. Because there wasn't much time between classes, Mu Xiaoxiao ate in a hurry. Yin Xiaojie shook his head when he looked at her like this and said, "Eat slowly, be careful of choking." Just after the words were said, Mu Xiaoxiao almost choked and hurriedly drank the milk. Who knew that she accidentally spilled the milk all over her hands? Tissue, 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 she yelled anxiously. With her other hand she probed inside the drawer to look for it, and in her panic she felt something strange and took it out to see that it was actually a beautifully wrapped box. Chapter 213, Strange Gifts. How come there's this thing? Mu Xiaoxiao felt puzzled and her gaze glanced at Bai Meijiao who was across the aisle. Did she put this there? Although he had checked the drawer himself, he had only taken a cursory glance at it, not realizing that the stuff would be placed behind her bag and blocked from view by her bag, which is why he didn't see it just now. Yin Xiaojie also looked askance, especially when he saw that this donzi was packaged so delicately, using the pink wrapping paper with love hearts. How to look at it? How to feel obtrusive? What is this? He asked. Mu Xiaoxiao shrugged. I don't know. Don't know who put it in my drawer. She suspected that Bai Meijiao had put it there, but couldn't figure out what she was doing with it. Was she sending her a gift to reconcile? Yin Xiaojie's sharp eyes spotted a piece of paper clipped to the top, and with a long arm, he snatched the box away, just as quickly as he drew out the piece of paper. What is this? Mu Xiaoxiao had wanted to say that he was too rude. The thing was given to her. How could he be so overbearing and snatch it? But it wouldn't be him, Yin Xiaojie. If he wasn't overbearing, would it? Mu Xiaoxiao's attention was attracted by the piece of paper. Could it be true that Bai Meijiao sent gifts to reconcile and wrote a reconciliation letter? Then, he heard Yin Xiaojie read out with an ugly face. Mu Xiaoxiao, from the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted by you. I like your cheerfulness. I like your optimism. I like your smile. I think an innocent girl like you shouldn't be spoiled by Yin Xiaojie. This devil, he's a philandering man. He'll dump you when he's tired of playing with you. You should leave him quickly. I really like you. Give me a chance, okay? After Yin Xiaojie finished reading, his dark as ink eyes glared at her. Who wrote this for you? Mu Xiaoxiao, listening to him read this meaty love letter, are shaking a goosebumps out, confused to look at him shaking his head. I do not know. How do I know who wrote it? Yin Xiaojie said in a cool tone. Mu Xiaoxiao, received a love letter is not very proud. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly. Look at my face. Which of my expressions has the word complacent written on it? She's a total question mark. Okay? Yin Xiaojie grunted, his dark eyes sweeping unhappily towards the box on the table. Since you don't know, throw this away. Throw it away? Do you want to see what it is? Mu Xiaoxiao's dark eyes flashed with curiosity. She still suspected in her heart that the box was put there by Bai Meijiao, but if Bai Meijiao put it there, then why write such a love letter? Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her chin like a detective and pondered. Could it be that she wanted to use this mysterious confessor to cause conflict between her and Yin Xiaojie? I'll take a look. Just a look. With that, she unwrapped the ribbon straight away and opened the lid. Wait! Yin Xiaojie's eagle tortoise-like eyes narrowed, and he reacted almost in just 0.01 seconds, slapping the box open. Boom, there was a sound. As if there was a hidden organ in the box. Something was ejected, and then only white powder was seen like a heavenly maiden. A ball of something flew out and smashed straight into the face of Bai Meijiao, who was sitting in the aisle. When the powder drifted away, everyone could just see Bai Meijiao's face covered in white powder, and her entire face was pinkish white. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. But suddenly, the person next to him who had gotten the powder called out, "It tickles." Chapter 214, How to Explain. These people are sitting next to Bai Meijiao. Their arms are stained with some white powder, and they are still laughing at Bai Meijiao, who knows that their hands suddenly itch, and they hurriedly scratch. So itchy. It tickles like hell. What kind of powder is this? Could it be poisonous? Those students scratched a few times and had red marks on their arms. The smart ones quickly reached for the water to rinse it off, or wipe it off with a wet paper towel. Like she couldn't accept this fact, Bai Meijiao was stiff for a while before she finally couldn't stand it and started scratching her face. Itchy, itchy, itchy. She glared angrily at Mu Xiaoxiao. It's all because of you. Mu Xiaoxiao almost confirmed at that moment that she was the one who put the stuff there. She didn't sympathize with Bai Meijiao at all. If Yin Xiaojie hadn't reacted fast enough, she would be the one disfigured right now. She sneered and looked straight at Bai Meijiao and said, "You were sneaking around on my table just now, and you put this box here." "I didn't. You're spitting blood," Bai Meijiao sharply retorted back. She had just grabbed the wet tissue from the girl next to her and quickly wiped the powder off her face, but it was still itchy, and her originally white face had scratched out so many red claw marks that it looked a little scary. Her eyes rolled in tears as she looked pitifully at Yin Xiaojie, saying with an air of redress, "Junior Jie, you have to believe me. It really wasn't me. It's her. She's evil-minded and deliberately framed me. Yes, she must have put this thing there herself." In this situation, of course she had to put the crime on Mu Xiao and her head. With Bai Meijiao's understanding of Jie Xiao, he hates the most the deceitfulness between girls, and she wants to make Yin Xiaojie misunderstand that Mu Xiaoxiao is such a girl with a malicious mind. As soon as they heard this, the gazes of the other students swiped and shifted to Mu Xiao's face. Bai Meijiao, in order to increase her credibility, scratched her face while crying, "Jie Xiao, look at me like this. If I put it there, would I have gotten myself into this mess? Ooh-hoo, Jie Xiao, you must give me justice." Mu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and watched her performance with an expressionless face. This woman's acting skills are really on fire. If she wasn't close enough to Yin Xiaojie to trust each other even though they often fought, otherwise, it was likely that she would have been provoked by this woman. In Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes, there seemed to be some hidden laughter as he looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, "What about you? How do you want to explain?" Mu Xiaoxiao grunted, leaned back into her chair with her arms around her chest, gave him a sidelong glance, and said in a very domineering manner, "Do I need to explain?" Hearing this, the class gasped backward. This Mu Xiaoxiao, she simply doesn't want to die. Dare to talk to Jie Xiao in such an arrogant manner? You know, Jie Xiao is the prince who is used to being the only one. No one can talk to him like this. No one can. At this time, all the students feel that Mu Xiaoxiao is bullying, thinking that Jie Xiao's favor, there to make, and now you want to make a death, right? Deserved. They were all waiting to see Mu Xiao's tragic end. Who knows? Yin Xiaojie revealed an evil and charming smile, as if he was agreeing with Mu Xiao's words, nodding his head in agreement. Indeed, you don't need to explain. With the level of trust between them, he would have clapped for her even if she really did it. Chapter 215. When Yin Xiaojie said this, the classroom was silent. The students wondered if they had heard wrong, and others rubbed their eyes, trying to make sure that what they were seeing was not the truth. What did he say? He said to Mu Xiaoxiao with a spoiled face, "You don't need to explain?" The onlookers were dumbfounded, not to mention Bai Meijiao herself. The entire group was so stunned that they even forgot to scratch their itches. The Jie Xiao in front of her, was it really the Jie Xiao she knew? Why? Why can he say such doting words to Mu Xiaoxiao? Although Bai Meijiao had been taking the hits, this moment was the biggest. No, it's not like that. It can't be like that. She shook her head in a practically demonic manner, her expression bitter and sad. Her face itched and tickled. Unable to stand it, he kept scratching. The skin on his face was scratched by his nails and there were a few traces of blood. Bai Meijiao cried out, "Don't! She don't want to accept this fact. Don't! The salt-laden tears soaked through the broken skin and made her squeal in pain. It tickles. It hurts. Bai Meijiao suddenly came back to her senses, staring blankly at her fingernails, with dots of blood staining them. Ah! She cried out in misery. Her face, Bai Meijiao simply looked like a stern ghost as she darted out of the classroom. The classroom was quiet for a second, then went into whispered discussion the next. Did you see Bai Meijiao's face? It's horrible. Do you think it will be disfigured? If it's just plain old itching powder, it probably won't disfigure her. But if she's a little more vicious and adds something else to it, it's hard to tell. Oh, then she's eating her own. That's right. Deserve it. Yin Xiaojie reached over his slender fingers and twisted Mu Xiao's chin over, making her look into his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? You took pity on her?" His dark, star-like eyes seemed to see through her heart, so deep and direct. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head, like a child gambling. She wants to harm me, not to pity her. Although disfigurement and all that is really unimaginably horrible for a girl. You're just too kind sometimes. Yin Xiaojie pinched her pink cheeks and stared sightlessly, suddenly wanting to smooch her, but seeing how many people were surrounding them, he had to hold back. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned and slapped away his thieving hand, protesting, "I'm not a stupid white sweet." The corner of Yin Xiaojie's mouth hooked up. "Who says you're not? Silly, do you often make silly mistakes? And white, look at your little face. It's all so white, and it's still not white? And sweet." Searing eyes landed on her pink lips. "A sweet little mouth like that, and you don't call it sweet? But this? He didn't dare to say out loud. The fact that he had stolen a kiss from her was still a secret now. Thinking about this secret, Yin Xiaojie secretly smiled evilly. So what if it's sweet? Although Mu Xiaoxiao didn't like being called stupid by him, she was also curious about how he was going to explain the sweetness behind him. Sweet smile? Yin Xiaojie coughed, an imperceptible blush appearing on his handsome face as he said in a disguised manner. Sweet what? I can't think of it. You think for yourself. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed in dissatisfaction. It can be a sweet smile. How come your language level is so bad? It was rare to hear him praise himself once, and he couldn't even think of that. Pissing her off. Did this asshole leave it out on purpose? Chapter 216, Dark and Scoundrelly. Yin Xiaojie poked over with a slender finger and pushed her forehead, his sexy thin lips hanging in a flirtatious smile and said, a sweet smile? How dare you say that? Cheeky really thick ah. Your smile where sweet? It's obviously hiding a little devil in it. Which is not. It's your smile that hides a little devil. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him in exasperation. How could she not expect him to describe himself like that? A little devil in a smile? What the hell? Obviously there. Obviously there. Yin Xiaojie pokes her puffy cheeks this time, pink and tender like a freshly peeled egg. So fun to poke. You're the imp. Mu Xiaoxiao was not tired of slapping his hand away. It's you. It's you. It's clearly you. It's you, that's right. You're the devil. The big demon. Big asshole. The two are simply childish in their bickering behavior. However, the students on the sidelines were dumbfounded by this scene, inexplicably being shown a wave of love even. But what is it now? Jie Xiao. Your picture style is not right ah. Where's the usual impishness? Where's your usual evil, impetuous behavior? How did you become so dark and rogue now? School's out. Noon time. Yin Xiaojie took Mu Xiaoxiao to the student union again, where Han Qiqing and Song Shijun were already there, and the 5-star meal was delivered just at the right time. The group then sat down and started eating lunch. Mu Xiaoxiao noticed Han Qiqing's expression, completely soulful and out of her mind, not knowing what she was thinking. In fact, I don't need to guess. I know that I must be thinking about Louis Chen. She glanced at Yin Xiaojie beside her, hid her cell phone under the table, and secretly sent Han Qiqing a WeChat. Right. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Mu Xiaoxiao, raising her head in shock, only to realize that the person who spoke was not Yin Xiaojie, but Song Shijun. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him hard. Song Shijun inexplicably glanced at her. Then his eyes turned back to Yin Xiaojie and said, that man on the motorcycle, he clearly wanted to hurt Xiao. If it wasn't for Lu Yichen's help in blocking the knife, Xiao would have been in danger. This matter, do you have any plans to investigate? Yin Xiaojie despised him and said coolly with his handsome face, why do you need to say that? I've already had people check it out. That person's target was Mu Xiaoxiao, and that alone made it impossible for him to let that perpetrator go. Song Shijun hurriedly asked, then did you find out anything? Who instructed behind the scenes? It hasn't been long since Xiao returned to China. How could she have enemies? Mu Xiaoxiao, who was listening from the side, also immediately perked up her ears. She also wondered who had such hatred for her that they were looking for someone to hurt her. Yin Xiaojie frowned and said, the only clue so far is that the perpetrator's face was captured by the school's security camera. I've already sent people to find him out. As long as we find him, we'll be able to find out who's behind this. Song Shijun sighed and said, that's the same as not finding out anything. Just as these words fell, Yin Xiaojie's cell phone rang, and he answered the call, his expression becoming somewhat cold and solemn. After Mu Xiaoxiao saw him put down his cell phone, she hurriedly asked, is there any news? Aha. Yin Xiaojie nodded, flattening the screen of his cell phone in front of their line of sight before tapping on the video he just received. Seeing the figure on the video, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. How could it be her? Chapter 217, The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. The background on the video was in a hospital, and it could be seen that it was a single room with two people facing each other and talking. Standing in front of the hospital bed was a man wearing a black mask that covered the lower half of his face, making it almost impossible to see his face. And in the video, the person who was sitting on the bed at the moment, was talking to the masked man about something unknown. What Mu Xiaoxiao did not expect is that it is actually by Meijia. The quality of the video was clear, and you could clearly see that her face was very red and crisscrossed with lots of scratches, so it was safe to assume that the video had just been taken. Since it was only an hour ago that Bai Meijiao had made a nuisance of herself by getting a face full of itching powder, she should have run to the hospital. The video wasn't very long and it played out quickly, and because it was a sneak peek, it didn't record what they were talking about. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and muttered, it's actually her. Song Shijun also ran over and watched the video. Rubbing his chin, he said, is this man the one on the motorcycle? How did you recognize him with his face covered like that? Yin Xiaojie glanced at him and pulled up a photo from his phone, showing it to him. Of course a private investigator would look into this kind of thing and see for yourself if it's the same person. The photo was put together from 2 images, one of which was the man on the video, with his mask removed after walking out of the hospital, and the other was a screenshot taken by the school security camera, which wasn't too clear, but you could see that it was indeed the same person. After Song Shi-jun confirmed it, he snapped and exclaimed, "Wow, it was actually by Meijiao who did it. I didn't expect this ex-girlfriend of yours, who looks soft and tender, how come she's so vicious? That's why it's said that the most poisonous woman's heart." Song Se-jun shivered with a look of fear and walked back to his seat to sit down. Mu Xiaoxiao also said with some surprise, "Just after that incident in the class, I had some speculation that the motorcycle injury could have something to do with her. I didn't think it was really, because the gift is loaded with just tickling powder. It's unpleasant at best, it won't kill you, but not the motorcycle guy, it was a straight-up knife attack. Who knew if Lu Yichen hadn't used his hand to help her block it? If that knife would have stabbed her in the body." Han Qiqing finally got somewhat back into the swing of things, and after reacting, she asked Mu Xiaoxiao, "Did something happen in class just now? Did that girl do something bad to you?" Mu Xiaoxiao let out a helpless sigh and briefly told what had just happened in the classroom. Han Qiqing slapped the table after hearing this and was furious. "This actually dares to harm you like this, and it's still over and over again. We mustn't just let her off the hook." Song Shi-jun agreed. "Right, can't let her go." He then looked at Yin Xiaojia and asked, "Young Master Yin, then how are you going to take it out on our little tiny baby? Such a vicious girl. Don't let her be your ex-girlfriend just because she's your ex-girlfriend. So you can't bear to do anything about it and show her mercy." Yin Xiaojia looked at him coolly in a sidelong glance. "Do you think I would?" Song Shi-jun said flirtatiously. "How to say also had a love affair with you. If you can't bear it, it's also understandable." Before he could finish his sentence, he received a cold glare from Yin Xiaojie, and immediately shut up obediently, not daring to say anything further. "And," Yin Xiaojie said, looking at him askance in dissatisfaction, "who's your baby now? Try saying that again." Chapter 218, Only He Understands Her. Song Shi-jun dry smile, "How dare you say it again? Do not want to live, is not it? I'm so hungry, I'm going to eat, come on, 7 Harvest, this is your favorite grilled chicken wings. I'll clip it for you, come on, let's all eat and eat, don't just chat." It's natural to change the subject. Mu Xiaoxiao's mood was a little complicated, plus she was also a little hungry, so she also started to eat. Yin Xiaojia was at the side and gave her dishes, all of which she loved to eat. Mu Xiaoxiao ate while thinking about things, so she ate more slowly, and without realizing it, most of the bowl was occupied by the dishes he had pinched, leaving her with no way to put her mouth down. She glanced at him breathlessly. "Are you still giving me food? How am I supposed to eat with so much food? What's with the tantrum?" Yin Xiaojie ignored her accusation, but it was as if he saw through her mood at a glance. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. "Where did I lose my temper? It's you who have problems, people are eating, why are you pinching so many dishes for me? It's not like I don't have my own hands, I'll pinch them myself." Yin Xiaojie glanced at her bowl, and while it wasn't an exaggeration, it wasn't so much that she couldn't eat, but it was certainly a bit much, so he took one of the fried shrimp on top to his bowl. "That'll do, won't it? Go ahead and eat, and if you're in a bad mood, take it out on me. I'm the only one who can tolerate your temper anyway." His tone clearly said something hopeless, but his thin lips were hooked in a smile. Mu Xiaoxiao was not in the mood to fight with him, lowered her head and continued to eat. Her mood looked obviously just awful. Han Qiqing looked at Yin Xiaojie uneasily and asked worriedly, "What happened to Xiaoxiao?" "Bad mood," Yin Xiaojie replied succinctly. "Why are you in a bad mood? Didn't you find out who was behind this?" Han Qiqing expressed her disbelief. "Shouldn't she be happy?" Song Se-jun didn't understand either and expressed his curiosity by asking, "Yeah, why are you in a bad mood?" In fact, the most amazing thing is that none of them could tell that Mu Xiao was in a bad mood at first, yet Yin Xiaojie could tell at a glance. This is too. Song Shi-jun was short of words and couldn't think of how to describe it. Anyway, it just feels like, how come Yin Xiaojie understands Mu Xiaoxiao so well? It's as if he knows exactly what her every move expresses. Is it always like this with childhood friends who have grown up together since birth? Song Shi-jun glanced suspiciously at Han Qiqing beside himself. He and Nanaharu are kind of childhood friends, although not as early as Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiaoxiao knew each other, but also know 7 or 8 years. How come they did not have such a heart-to-heart? Yin Xiaojie put down his chopsticks, propped his chin on one hand, and stared at Mu Xiaoxiao, in a faint voice before explaining to them, who could be in a good mood after somehow being hated like that to the point of hurting themselves? In fact, he had a deep regret in his heart. To put it bluntly, it was because of him that she was hated by Meijio and suffered all these horrible things. I don't think she ever experienced this when she was in America. Suddenly being hated enough to murder yourself. This girl's mind was already very simple, and how could her heart feel good after learning this truth? No one likes to be hated. and hated enough to kill themselves. Something like that would be a terrible thing for any girl to do. His dark, ink-like eyes were gentle as he reached out to touch her head and said, "Silly girl, it's not your fault." Chapter 219, What to Do with by Meijia. Mu Xiaoxiao had slowly digested this fact and she was almost full before she looked at Yin Xiaojie and pulled his hand down. "I know, it's not like I think it's my fault. Is it still her fault that Bai Meijiao doesn't like her and wants to harm her? It's not like she's the self-pitying type yet." Mu Xiaoxiao reveals a usual smile and looks to Han Qiqing and Song Shijun and says, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm just a little depressed." It's normal for her to be depressed when she's never experienced anything like this before, when she's been victimized 3 times for no apparent reason, right? Han Qiqing smiled at her and said, "It's good that you're okay." Song Shijun was also relieved and gave Mu Xiaoxiao a dish. "Come on, turn grief and anger into food. This beef tenderloin is good for you to eat." Mu Xiaoxiao pushed his chopsticks away with her chopsticks and looked at him with a disgusted face and said, "It's stained with your saliva. I'm not going to eat it." Song Shijun covered his heart with a wounded expression and only managed to transfer the beef tenderloin he was holding onto to Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing quickly removed the bowl, also looking disgusted. "I don't want it either." Song Se-jun was so hurt that he grunted, threw the beef tenderloin into his mouth and said, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat it." Mu Xiaoxiao was already full and put down her chopsticks. She looked at them and sighed. "Actually, I still can't figure it out. By Meijiao, she hates me, I can understand that, but as far as her hiring a murderer to hurt me, this is also a little too much, right? Like putting itching powder in a gift to hurt her." She thought it was understandable, and while she was pissed off, at least it wasn't that outrageous. Murder for hire or something is horrible too. Song Shijun shook his head as if he was feeling very emotional and said, "It's been said that the most poisonous woman's heart, as long as a girl gets jealous and loses her mind, what can't she do?" Han Qiqing has a different view, although it's right to say so. Some girls look soft on the surface, but their hearts are so vicious. But I look at that by Meijiao. I really can't imagine that she would do something like buying a murderer. I'm not thinking that she can't do it. I just think that she shouldn't have the guts to do it. Song Shijun couldn't help but tease her. "Unlike you, you can do anything, can't you? Maybe, Nanakaru, you'll lose your mind for love, too." Han Qiqing frowned, uncomfortable at the sound of that, and retorted, "I wouldn't. It's hard to say. Girls have little sense to speak of in front of love." Song Se-jun wagged his finger with a beaten expression. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed on the side and said, "I'm sure Xiao Cheng won't." Song Shijun had wanted to continue arguing, but as soon as he came into contact with young Master Yin's eyes, he immediately closed his voice. "I almost forgot that Mu Xiaoxiao has such a big backer." He nodded his head with a smile and said doggedly, Yes, what eldest Miss Mu said is, of course, right." Servant doesn't dare to disagree. Han Qiqing and Mu Xiaoxiao were both amused by him. After lunch, Mu Xiaoxiao followed Yin Xiaojie to his student council president's office again. Sitting on the couch, hugging a pillow, he was about to lay down for a nap. Yin Xiaojie walked over to her and sat down. Looking at her but not speaking, Mu Xiaoxiao stretched and blinked her eyes and asked him, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Yin Xiaojie looked at her steadily and said in a low voice, "Regarding my Meijia, what do you want to do with her?" Chapter 220. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him for a moment. Her lips pursed, shook her head and said, "I don't know." She hugged the pillow in her hand tighter and leaned her head over to his shoulder, sighing and sounding upset. "All I know is that I don't want to see her again, ever." Yin Xiaojie's slender fingers ran through her soft hair, rubbing it soothingly, and said softly, "Well, I know, so how I'm going to handle it, I won't tell you." Mu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, enjoying his massage. Her little head nodded. "Well, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Anyway, just don't let her see Bai Meijiao as a person again." Though she didn't know what he planned to do, she knew that he had a point. Yin Xiaojie patted her head and said, "Then you rest. I'll go out for a bit." He had some things to arrange and a few phone calls to make, but they couldn't be made in front of her. Mu Xiaoxiao lifted her head from his shoulder with some fondness. Of course, it was his shoulder that she did not let go, because it was so comfortable against him. "I wanted to just go to sleep." "Go about your business then. I'll sleep here, and remember to call me when it's time for afternoon classes," she said, placing a pillow on the couch and resting her head on it. Yin Xiaojie got up so she could put her legs up, then picked up the long pillow in the corner and gave it to her to hold. "Good afternoon," his magnetic voice said. "Good afternoon." Mu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and comfortably pressed her face against the long pillow. Off campus at a city's second high school, Han Yuner sits in a booth at an upscale restaurant, alone. "She didn't suspect you, did she? Very good. You continue to contact her. Must find a way to convince her." "Yes, I gave you this time. The task is so simple. You can rest assured that, no matter whether it is successful or not, you deserve the money. Will not be less." That's it, contact again. Han Yuner hung up the phone, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and then the waitress pushed her way in, carrying a tray and placing her order, one by one, on the table. Enjoy your meal. The waitress smiled. Thanks. Han Yuner was in a good mood and pulled out a large bill and handed it to him as a tip. The waiter took it joyfully, and the smile he kept on his face became more sincere as he said, "Thank you. If there's anything else you need, please feel free to order." "No need. You go out." Han Yuner waved her hand in the manner of a $1,000 lady. After the waitress left, she was picking up her fork and getting ready to eat when her cell phone rang. Han Shuer's roar broke through the air. "Han Yuner, how do you do your job? You're just a piece of trash. I thought you were so capable." "Ha, so that's all. Looks like I didn't underestimate you before. You're just trash who can't get anything done." Han Yuner's grip on her fork tightened, veins showing on the back of her hand. Her smile was a little grim, but the words that came out of her mouth were elegant and calm. "Why are you panicking? Don't be so scared. My sister." "Shut up. Who is your sister? I've told you in times, don't call me sister. You're not my sister because you were born to a mistress." Han Yuner's smile chilled a few points, but her tone remained the same. "You are so anxious to call, is not worried that this matter did not succeed, will be investigated to you? You can rest assured that this matter, I have already framed a certain person. Jie Xiao wanna find someone to settle the score, but also to find that unlucky person. It will not be to find you. Of course, it will not be me." Chapter 221, She's in the light. We're in the dark. Han Shuer froze, like she didn't expect it to turn out like this, and hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Han Yuner smirked and said, "One of the people you hate too, Bai Mei Jiao. How could it be her? How did you frame her?" Han Yuner think this is in the netherworld has its own arrangements. Very proudly said, "Blame her own. She is also stupid to death. This time suddenly wanna harm Mu Xiao Xiao." In the morning, she gave Mu Xiao Xiao a gift box hidden in the drawer, which is loaded with itching powder. Who knows the self-eating bad results? The last itching powder all sprinkled on her face. Mu Xiao, that luck is really good. Toward the end, Han Yuner gritted her teeth a bit hatefully. In her heart, she thought very maliciously, how the itching powder is not sprinkled on Mu Xiao Xiao's face. It is better to put poisonous powder, so that she will be disfigured the best. Unfortunately, that Bai Mei Jiao person is just too stupid to do this little thing right. Han Shuer probably thought similarly to her, sounding a bit annoyed, then asked, "How come you're so well informed? You wouldn't have planted an ear in Class S, would you?" It wasn't impossible to think that way. While most of Class S was made up of the richest students in the school, there were a few who got in on merit, and these were commoners, so it would be easy to spend a little bit of money to get them to report back on the news. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you'll win 100 battles, Han Yuner said with a somewhat haughty tone. Han Shuer coldly snorted and skimmed her mouth, feeling disgusted at her tone. What right did this little thirdborn have to act arrogant? But instead of showing it, she asked, "So how did you frame her?" Han Yuner said proudly, "Isn't it simple? Jie Xiao is investigating the murderer everywhere. I let that person go to Bai Mei Jiao on purpose. Once he contacted Bai Mei Jiao, he will definitely be investigated by Jie Xiao. Plus, didn't Bai Mei Jiao try to harm Mu Xiao Xiao in the morning? With these two events added together, she can't even jump into the Yellow River to get cleaned up. Oh, she'll just have to somehow help us take the blame for this." After hearing this, Han Shuer was also stunned by her perfect plan and huffed backwards, saying, "Han Yuner, you're really scary." But this way, she could also rest assured that she didn't have to worry about the plan failing and getting herself involved. But, Han Yuner suddenly switched her tone and said with a deliberate sigh, "This thing has failed and the money is spent. Should we just stop like this?" "Of course not," Han Shuer droned. "But, there's no money left to find someone to do the job. Isn't it just money? This small amount of money, I haven't put it in my eyes. I can give you another $200,000. However, you must succeed next time. I want to see Mu Xiao Xiao disfigured." "Got it. Disfigurement, huh? Simple," Han Yuner said with a confident look. Han Shuer sneered. "Simple? Mu Xiao Xiao that now has Jie Xiao covering her. How do you start? You don't have to worry about that. Don't forget, she's in the light. We're in the dark. She can't be on guard all the time, and Jie Xiao can't be guarding her all the time, right? There will always be a time of carelessness. That's a good time for us to strike." Han Yuner's voice, like a viper, was sinister and chilling to the ear. Han Shuer was moved by her words, and she said mockingly, Han Yuner, you're really worthy of your mother's birth. Your methods are so poisonous." Chapter 222, The Delighted Han Yuner. "Oh, thanks for the compliment, oh sister." Han Yuner did not show her anger and said coolly, "Shut up, I said don't call me sister." Han Shuer hung up her cell phone after she finished angrily. Han Yuner looked at the cell phone screen with cold eyes. "You're the only one who can throw a tantrum? You're the only one who's $1,000? Suddenly, with a lingering fling, she slammed the phone out. The phone fell with a thud onto the carpet by the door. Oh, it's just a cell phone. Anyway, that idiot Han Cher gave her $200,000, so she took her money to buy a new cell phone. Han Yuner was soothed, so she rang the service bell and asked the waiter to come in. The waiter from just now pushed the door in with a warm smile. Honorable guest, do you have any orders? He was walking in when he saw the cell phone on the carpet at his feet and froze. Han Yuner thought about what Han Cheryl had done. With her chin held high, she said haughtily, "Pick it up for me." The waitress, of course, dutifully picked it up and held it up to her hand. Han Yuner smiled slightly, nodding her head in satisfaction, and said to him, "I'm going to order some dessert." The waiter was good at reading eyes, and without waiting for her to pick up the menu herself, he doggedly picked it up, flipped to the dessert page, and held it out in front of her. "Miss, let's see what you need to order." Han Yuner was satisfied with this currying of his favor, and after casually sweeping a glance, she said bashfully, "This page, and this page, all of them, give me a copy." The waiter froze. All, so many? Han Yuner hooked up the corners of her mouth and said proudly with the demeanor of a $1,000 lady, "Yes, all of them, yes." The waiter responded. Han Yuner drew a few large bills from her wallet and handed them to him as if they were a favor. The waiter immediately smiled with an open brow. Thank you, miss." Han Yuner had enjoyed enough of being flattered and waved her hand, saying, "You go out." When the attendant went out, she picked up her cell phone and pressed it to turn it on, realizing that it wasn't broken. A malicious smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of her mouth, then dialed the man over. "Help me to do one more thing. You go to the hospital again at night to find Bai Meijiao, and then, by through the doctor, put something in her medicine." "Oh, yes, it's that kind of thing, and I'll give you another copy of the money. Remember, don't make a mistake." Hanging up the phone, she tapped into her Twitter feed again and sent a voice message to someone. "In these 2 days, you help me spread a message. Well, just say that it is Mu Xiaoxiao who did it. No need to be too deliberate. Just talk to 1 or 2 people. That done." She casually tossed her cell phone onto the table. At this moment, Han Yuner was in a very good mood. She had the feeling that everything was under her control, as if she was the queen. Bai Meijio's fate, Mu Xiao's fate, is controlled by her. Ha 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 ha. After 2 days, the entrance to Chanticleer College, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly wanted to eat breakfast outside the school today. Yin Xiaojia couldn't argue with her, so he had to accompany her. The two found a corner and sat down. Yin Xiaojia glanced around, glancing down at the corners of his mouth, looking askance at her and saying, "Earlier, when you went behind my back, you ate breakfast here with surname Liu, didn't you?" He still remembered that he hadn't taken the car away because he thought she was weird, and he hadn't expected to see the scene where she was with Louis Chen. At that time it was really angry that he wanted to carry her and spank her. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled sarcastically. "Is this the place? I don't remember." Chapter 223, How did you get disfigured? Of course she remembered it was here. That's why she thought of coming here to eat today. But she knew she couldn't answer yes or the guy would get mad again. "Right, what do you want to eat? The breakfast here is quite good." Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly changed the topic. She'd already ordered wontons, xiaolong bao and soy milk herself, and wondered what he'd like to eat. This breakfast place had quite a variety. Although it was a very plebeian breakfast place, opening in front of an aristocratic school like Shand, it was naturally decorated and clean, and it didn't look cheap, and there are quite a few students who come here for breakfast, too. Yin Xiaojia didn't bother to look at the menu and just said coolly, "You order for me." "Oh, so what do you want to eat?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked. "Eat meat." Yin Xiaojia spat out 2 words. "Mu tiny, meat in the morning? Wouldn't it be too greasy?" Glancing at the menu, he picked 2 from it that had meat in them and gave them to him with a cup of soy milk. Yin Xiaojia frowned slightly. "I don't want soy milk. Already ordered. Love to eat or not?" "Humph," Mu Xiaoxiao said deliberately. At that moment, 2 girls walked in and sat not far from them, but didn't notice either of them. Mu Xiaoxiao overheard their conversation and gossiped, perking up her ears. 2 days ago, didn't Bai Meijiao from the senior class get an itching powder all over her face? I heard that it's even worse now, as if it's going to be disfigured. It can't be, can it? That's just itching powder. How could it disfigure your face? It's called getting what you deserve. Who told her to try to harm others? Maybe she put other poisons in it herself. Otherwise how could it have gotten worse? I remember when she just entered Shangda. That pretty face protein tender. Now, really want to see disfigured into what kind? When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this, her dark eyes unconsciously looked at Yin Xiaojia by her side. Doesn't Yin Xiaojia understand her? One look from her and he knew what she meant. He dangled his nice thin lips and said, "Not me." Mu Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, afraid of being heard by others. deliberately lowered her voice and said, you didn't do it? Because she said she didn't want to know. She didn't ask him later what he planned to do with Bai Mei Jiao. So when I heard people discussing it like that, I subconsciously assumed that it was him who had made the move. But he said no. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly shuddered, thought of the words he had just heard, looked at him in dismay and said, could it be that, at that time, in that itching powder, it really put something poisonous? If that was the case, it showed that Bai Mei Jiao's purpose was to disfigure her. Yin Xiaojie said with a cold snort, she's hired a murderer to kill you. What else can't she do? Mu Xiaoxiao only felt cold in her heart and sighed helplessly. Well, don't mention her. It's appetizing. Said I'll take care of her. Yin Xiaojie said as he looked at her. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Got it. After that day, Bai Mei Jiao never showed up at Shangda, and the school expelled her on the grounds of her poor character. Their breakfast was brought up. Yin Xiaojie gave a disgusted look. Because of his noble status as the eldest young master, he almost never ate breakfast in such a place. Who knew that at that moment, the two girls at that table suddenly screamed, look, some people say that Bai Mei Jiao's disfigurement was actually poisoned by Mu Xiaoxiao, and that the itching powder at the time wasn't mixed with anything at all. Chapter 224, not a bad idea. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock and she looked at Yin Xiaojie with a confused face. What's going on here? How did it get to her? Yin Xiaojie also frowned and looked at the two girls who were talking. Is this news true or false? Look, it says on this post that there were other people in senior class S who were covered in itching powder at the time, but after washing them with water, they were fine. So why is it only Bai Mei Jiao that's so serious? That means that it was poisoned later. In that case, it seems to be right. I didn't expect that person Mu Xiaoxiao to be so vicious. Before the words were finished, a loud pop was suddenly heard as an arm slapped down on their table. The two girls were shocked and their eye holes dilated. When they saw Yin Xiaojie's handsome and peerless face close at hand, they were stunned for a moment before jumping up in surprise. Jia Xiao, how come it's you? The two girls hugged each other in excitement and stomped their feet on the ground. Oh my god, am I dreaming? It's actually Jia Xiao. Jia Xiao is standing right in front of me. I can't, it's so handsome, even more handsome this close up. I'm going to faint. I'm going to faint with happiness. These two nymphomaniac girls, so focused on their excitement, didn't even notice Yin Xiaojie's cold and stern look. Mu Xiaoxiao was worried about them. Who knew it would turn into such a flowery scene, making her cry and laugh. She steps forward and pulls Yin Xiaojie's hand, tugging him back. Well, it's just boring speculation. Let them talk. It's not possible to gag everyone, is it? She's kind of looking on the bright side. After all, their mouths are on other people's faces, and they can't control what other people say, right? However, when Yin Xiaojie heard this, his sexy thin lips hooked up and he pinched her cheeks as if in appreciation and said, that's a good idea. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. What's the idea? Did she just come up with any ideas? Yin Xiaojie turned back to the two girls, his slender fingers pointing at them, tugging. I'm warning you, if you dare to say those words about false accusation Xiaoxiao, I'll let you know what it means to have consequences. The two nymphomaniacs shuddered at the terrifying glare in his eyes. Do you hear me? He asked. The two nymphomaniacs nodded their heads vigorously. Listen carefully. The next moment he wanted to run away from the place, but his feet were weak and he could only sit frozen in place. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled Yin Xiaojie back to his position. Alright, eat breakfast or it will get cold. Eat later, Yin Xiaojie said, taking out his cell phone and calling someone. Mu Xiaoxiao was really too hungry, and the wontons and xiaolongbao placed in front of her were so fragrant that she couldn't even care to listen to what he said, and picked up her chopsticks and started eating. By the time he was full, he was done with his phone calls. On that handsome face, the usual untamed smile returned. With a puzzled look on her face, Mu Xiaoxiao then asked curiously, who did you just call? She suddenly realized that this phone call he made would have something to do with what he had just called her idea, right? Yin Xiaojie hung a mysterious smile and said, you'll know in a moment. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao purposely pretended to look disinterested. You hurry up and eat. I've already finished. As soon as Yin Xiaojie put down her cell phone and picked up her chopsticks, she swished and snatched it. A look at the latest call logs. It's the principal? You called the principal? She was surprised. Chapter 225, warning to all. Yin Xiaojie didn't stop her either, and lowered his head to eat. The bowl of noodles was quickly finished by him. You're done eating, aren't you? He asked her with a twist of his head. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. After eating, you haven't said anything yet. What are you calling the principal for? Won't you know later? Yin Xiaojie smiled a handsome and charming smile, along with a seductive evil charm, and after paying, he pulled her out of the breakfast restaurant. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that it was weird for the two of them to hold hands like this, so she broke away. Yin Xiaojie gave her a sidelong glance, as if she was a little disgruntled, but she didn't immediately snap. How long did you say wait? Mu Xiaoxiao was so curious that she didn't even have much patience left and immediately asked. In Xiaojie led her into the campus and suddenly stood still under a tree. He hooked his lips and faced her and said, "Almost there." "What almost?" Mu Xiaoxiao had a dumbfounded look on her face. Then the radio was heard blaring. "Notice, the post on the school forum about student Mu Xiaoxiao has been identified as an act of false accusation. From today onwards, the whole school teachers and students are not allowed to discuss this matter in private. If there are offenders, they will be remembered as a big fault. Welcome to report." The announcement was also repeated 3 times. Mu Xiaoxiao just like this with a dumbfounded expression. Listened to the whole thing 3 times before turning to Yin Xiaojie, her little mouth all wide open. "Yin Xiaojie, this is what you did. So that's what he just called the principal for." Yin Xiaojie dangles his arm over her shoulder and smiles smugly. "How's that? Use this method to gag everyone." It was impossible to completely eliminate it, but at least, it would keep all those people from talking nonsense in front of her, so that she would hear less of this awful gossip. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. "You really?" She knew, though, that he had used such power for her sake as well. Yin Xiaojie looks at her askance as if she's dissatisfied. "Can you at least say, 'Well done'? Don't even think about who I did it for." Even though his absolute power in the school was something that everyone knew by heart already, it was the first time that he had, like this, directly used his privilege to warn everyone against smearing her behind her back. Mu Xiaoxiao cooperated and gave him a thumbs up, nodding her head in praise. "Well done, but it doesn't seem good to use privilege like that, does it?" she said as she lifted her little head and looked at him with some concern. Yin Xiaojie smiled disbelievingly. Because of his height, he was looking down at her in his arms. "You know, what's a privilege?" Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. Of course she knew what privilege meant, but when she was asked to say it, she didn't know how to organize her words. "Can I check Baidu?" she asked. Yin Xiaojie hooked a very tugging smile and said directly, "I am the privilege." Mu Tiny, her little mind had been thinking about how to illustrate the colloquial interpretation of the word privilege, not at all expecting to hear such an answer, but coming from him, this answer is impossible to refute. Yin Xiaojie's eyes rippled with openness and dominance. "Since I'm the privileged one, that means I can do whatever I want. No one else can have any objections. Do you understand?" Mu Tiny, she looked at him askance, thinking to herself that if this guy had been born in ancient times, he would have definitely been a bully. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say with amusement, "I really want to know, Mama Yin, Papa Yin and the others, do they know that you are this lawless at school?" Chapter 226, Can't Be Absent. "I call this lawlessness?" Yin Xiaojie clearly disagreed with her on this one, and even smoothly pulled her a few points closer into his arms. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that the two of them were too close and hurriedly broke away from him. Because of the announcement just now, the other students were startled and stood in place one by one. Noticing to the presence of the two of them, their sights were even more attention than before. Yin Xiaojie smiled arrogantly and said, "So what if I'm lawless? Life in this world is just a few decades. Since I can do whatever I want, why should I restrain myself? Of course I can do whatever I want. It's only painful to live this way." Mu Tiny, he said it so matter-of-factly that it left her speechless. Just then, I suddenly heard the person next to me exclaim, "Isn't that Senior Louis Chen? Isn't he injured and hospitalized? Why did he come to school?" "Louis Chen?" Mu Xiaoxiao turned her head in surprise, and according to the direction the girl pointed, she saw Louis Chen walking in from the school entrance. Yin Xiaojie also saw it, his handsome brows wrinkled. "What the hell is this Lu doing? I'll go over and ask." "You wait here for me." Mu Xiaoxiao dropped a sentence, then shook off his hand on her shoulder and ran over to Louis Chen's side. "Hey!" Yin Xiaojie yelled at her back, but it didn't stop the girl. "Tell him to wait here for her? Who wants to listen to you?" Yin Xiaojie's long legs caught up with her in 2 or 3 steps. Mu Xiaoxiao warned him with her eyes, meaning that she told him to be more peaceful and not to lose his temper or talk nonsense later. Yin Xiaojie pretended to look unintelligible. Soon, they arrived in front of Louis Chen. Louis Chen also saw them and stood still greeting them with a light smile. "Good morning." Mu Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at his right hand. Although it was not bandaged anymore, it was still taped. Puzzled, she asked, "What brings you to school?" Louis Chen's eyes were soft as he looked at her and explained, "There's a monthly exam today." Mu Xiaoxiao froze. "Right, oh. I think he said before that he had an important exam this week. The senior's monthly exam. So it's today? But, your hand is injured how to test She is very worried about this, deeply afraid that he will get hurt too, and then leave a hidden disease can do. Louis Chen laughed softly and raised his left hand. "I still have this hand, so you don't have to worry about me. I won't move my right hand." It was rare for Mu Xiaoxiao to hear him speak in such a light tone, but didn't care about that. His eyes stayed locked on his injured right hand. "The heart always feels uneasy," she said. "It's just a test. It's not a college entrance exam, so even if you miss it once, it's okay, right?" Louis Chen shook his head. No, the monthly exam is very important. I have to attend. I can't be absent. You really don't have to worry. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yin Xiaojie with a cold snort. Yin Xiaojie looked at him with unhappy eyes and said, "Aren't you just worried about the scholarship? It's not that simple. You don't have to take the test. I'll have the school send it to you as usual, so that's always fine, right?" The school had a rule that those like them who received high scholarships had to get high scores on every exam, and he, Louis Chen, in particular, had to make sure that he came in first place every time. Louis Chen's eyes became slightly cold as he looked straight at him and refused. "No thanks." Chapter 227, Don't Fight. Yin Xiaojie looked at him askance, as if there was a cluster of anger burning up underneath his dark eyes. He snorted coldly, "You refuse? You don't think I want to help you that much? If it wasn't for Xiao Xiao, I wouldn't even bother to look at you with my right eye. I don't care if you live or die. Think it over. Is your ridiculous dignity or your scholarship important?" Louis Chen met his eyes without fear. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly and said with light sarcasm, "For you, Jia Xiao, other people's dignity, of course, is worthless. This Lu really doesn't know what's good for him." Seeing that the atmosphere of these two people are at cross swords, as if they may fight at any time, Mu Xiaoxiao was a little alarmed and hurriedly hugged Yin Xiaojie's arm. "Ouch! Don't fight. Can't you just talk it out?" Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Yin Xiaojie, trying hard to signal him with her eyes to stay still and calm down. Pulling Yin Xiaojie back a step, it made the distance between these two a little safer. Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao look at Louis Chen and asked seriously, "Have you really decided that you must go to the exam?" Yes. Louis Chen looked at her, his attitude lightening up. Mu Xiaoxiao was a bit helpless, but still nodded and said, "All right, then you go take the test. Cheer up." She gave him a big smile and cheered him on. Louis Chen looked at her ebony eyes with glittering eyes, very bright, with trust in him, as if she would believe in herself as long as he said with certainty that he could do it. It sent a wave of warmth through his just slightly chilled heart. "Thanks, I will." His tone softened a bit, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Louis Chen had noticed Yin Xiaojie's eyes, as if with a knife blade, very unkind and unpleasant, which on the contrary, made his mood a few points more pleasant. "Then I'll go to class and prepare for the test." "Aha!" Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought and asked him, "Then when school is over, is it okay if I go find you?" "Yes," Louis Chen answered and looked at the time, so he didn't say any more to her, said goodbye and then walked towards the senior teaching building. Behind him, Mu Xiaoxiao was still cheering him on. "Louis Chen, you have to cheer up. Fighting. Still fighting?" Yin Xiaojie, who was standing behind her, had hidden veins rippling on his forehead. Suddenly, Mu Xiao's small face was cupped in one hand and was forcefully twisted towards Yin Xiaojie's face. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao's little face was twisted out of shape and her speech was a little slurred. Yin Xiaojie stares at her with dissatisfaction and annoyance. "Mu Xiaoxiao, don't you dare look at that guy with those eyes." Mu Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion. What a look! Did she just give Louis Chen any strange looks? No. She frowned and twisted her head uncomfortably. "Let go of me. My face. It's going to be squashed by you." Finally fought to push his clutches away. Yin Xiaojie thought about that look she had just given Louis Chen, and the fire in his heart rubbed hotter. "Do you hear me clearly? It's not just Lou, it's for other men too." Mu Xiaoxiao simply couldn't get his point, couldn't figure out what he was angry about, and just to coax him, said perfunctorily, Got it. Yin Xiaojie's anger slowly subsided as he saw her agree. Chapter 228, The wind is too strong for me to hear. Remember, you promised. He strangled her and held her in his arms as if declaring his sovereignty. "Can't you let go of me? You're so heavy. Do you know that?" Mu Xiaoxiao had just had her face squeezed by him, and her little cheeks were feeling a little sore still. "No way. I'm not crushing you. Where's the weight?" Although it was such a rebuttal, Yin Xiaojie looked at her small face wrinkled, looking like she was in some distress, and relaxed his hand slightly. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him disgruntledly, soothingly yanking his hand down and then hugging it with her own. "That's okay, right? Let's go. It's time for class. By the way, what did you just say? You're going to find that Lou guy after school? Don't go. What did you say? It's too windy. I can't hear you. You stinking girl." By the end of the afternoon school, Mu Xiaoxiao was pinpointing the time to arrive at the senior S class, and sure enough, I saw that the test had just been finished. The other students were walking out, and the teacher was still on the podium organizing the test papers. But when she walked in, Louis Chen was nowhere to be seen. Puzzled, she grabbed one and asked, "Where's Louis Chen? He turned in his papers and left a long time ago." Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Turned in the paper a long time ago and left? But his hand. Right, did you see? When he took the exam, which hand he used to hold the pen? The student, as if he remembered it well, answered directly, "Left-handed." "Are you sure?" Mu Xiaoxiao pursued. Sure, he took the test with his left hand the whole day. Everyone noticed it, how could he remember it wrong? After asking, Mu Xiaoxiao let him go. The teacher who collected the test papers walked past her, suddenly startled. Jia Xiao good. Well, teacher, wait a minute. Hearing Yin Xiaojie's magnetic voice coming from behind, Mu Xiaoxiao looked back and saw him inexplicably stopping the teacher. Curious, she walked over. Jay, what are you doing? At Yin Xiaojie's eye gesture, the teacher walked back to the podium. Sit down. One command from Yin Xiaojie, one movement from the teacher. Sit down obediently. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed a little at this picture. Which student commanded the teacher like this? She had to feel sympathy for the teacher. The teacher smiled a little nervously and asked, Jia Xiao, may I ask what's up? Mu Xiaoxiao also looked at Yin Xiaojie curiously, wondering what he was up to. Yin Xiaojie glanced at the test papers in the teacher's hands and said, You find Lu Yichen's test papers and correct them right here. The teacher didn't dare to have any objections, flipped through and found Lu Yichen's test paper, took out a red pen, and with his head down, he began to correct it, probably because he was afraid that Jia Xiao would wait too long, so he corrected it quickly. Within a few minutes, the grading was done and the test papers were held up and handed up to Yin Xiaojie. Jia Xiao, it's already been criticized. Mu Xiaoxiao anxiously crowded up to probe to see. A look at the score above. Suddenly Jaws' round eyes, unbelieving look. Full marks? She looked at the teacher in shock. Teacher, didn't Lu Yichen take the test with his left hand? Yeah. The teacher looked at him in a friendly manner and was less nervous. Then he, Mu Xiaoxiao took another look at the math paper, and found that the words on it were indeed a little crooked, not very sharp, and the place where the big question to draw the diagram behind was also. The lines of the circle were a little shaky, as if he knew what she was thinking. The teacher explained, his handwriting is pretty good, but it's rare for a left-handed person to be able to write like that without it affecting his play. Chapter 229, like you. Walking out of the senior school building, Mu Xiaoxiao's entire mood relaxed. Knowing that Lu Yichen's exams were fine, she didn't have to worry that she had caused him to lose his scholarship because of herself. Get into Yin Xiaojie's car. Mu Xiaoxiao twisted her head to look at him in a good mood and asked with a smile. Jia, in fact, you're still quite concerned about Lu Yichen, right? She hadn't even expected him to follow her. And, if he hadn't thought to just let the teacher correct the papers, she might have had to hang around until the day the grades came out. Hearing this, Yin Xiaojie furrowed his brows as if she had told some ridiculous joke and grunted. Never. He's here for her, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao heatedly laughed with a smug expression of having seen through him, pointing at him and saying, You're just cool on the outside, but you're actually still soft on the inside. Try saying that again. Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance. Mu Xiaoxiao is not afraid of his intimidation. One hand propped up his chin. His small face came over, smiling and flirting. Give you a multiple choice question. 1. You're actually still very kind. 2. Is that you like Lu Yichen? That's why you care about him? In fact, she is deliberately forcing him to admit that she still has a kind heart. Although on the surface she hates Lu Yichen, but seeing that Lu Yichen was injured for her and still insisted on taking the exams like that, he is not really cold and heartless enough to ignore it. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes at her. This girl is getting more and more bold. I'll dare to joke about him like this. Suddenly, Yin Xiaojie hooked up an evil and charming smile and moved his upper body over towards her, then grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the passenger seat. Like to play that kind of thing, don't you? Sure, then I'll give you a question too. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. The ambiguous position of the two of them caused her cheeks to be colored with a slight blush. What does he want? When he was puzzled, Yin Xiaojie's handsome face pressed down, leaning closer and closer, his warm breath puffing on her face. Hot. His magnetic voice deliberately lowered to a sexy level and said, If I kissed you right now, you say, what am I doing it because I won, like the one surnamed Lu, and 2, like the, you. While speaking darkly, he got closer and closer, their lips, less than 2 centimeters apart, as if they were going to kiss in the next second. Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her heart beating like thunder and her cheeks flushed. She stayed frozen, as if she'd forgotten to push him away. Just when their lips were just a little bit short of touching, suddenly there was the sound of a bell ringing outside. The sound woke up Mu Xiaoxiao before she opened her head sideways, her small hand against his chest as she pushed him away. Hey, you don't joke about this, okay? It's really excessive, she admonished him in exasperation. But those pink cheeks were burning red. Yin Xiaojie looked at her the shy look and felt that it was rare, so his mood became very pleasant. It probably wouldn't have occurred to this girl that he had actually tried to kiss her just now. If he hadn't been interrupted by the sound of voices outside, he might have actually kissed righteously. Looking out the window of the car, it turned out that a group of girls had passed on their bikes and were just jostling to ring their bells. He hooked his lips and said, You obviously joked first. Mu Tiny, isn't that called moving a rock and hitting your own foot? Chapter 230, Wanting a World for Two. In Xiaojie started the sports car, whistling even in a good mood, then turned his head to her and said, "It's the weekend, let's go out, okay? Where to play?" Mu Xiao, who was usually the most fun-loving, actually didn't look very interested. In Xiaojie thought for a moment and said, "You've rarely been in the country these past few years. There's a new hot spring resort that opened in recent years. You shouldn't have been there yet, right? A hot spring resort? It's just a hot spring." Still looking disinterested, she looked out the car window, wondering what she was thinking. In Xiaojie continued, "Of course it's not just that. There are also a lot of roses and stuff that you can personally pick and put into the hot springs to soak in. I heard it's very popular with the girls, and a lot of good food like strawberries and such that you can pick yourself to eat, and other fun things. Anyway, this hot springs lodge is very popular." He glanced at her and said deliberately, "Well, if you don't want to go, then forget it." Mu Xiao was a little interested when she heard about the roses, and as soon as she heard that there were strawberries, those eyes instantly lit up. When she heard him say he wasn't going, she hurriedly said, Go. I didn't say I'm not going. Since it's the weekend, of course we should go out and have some fun. Yeah, go, okay?" It all ended up in a sappy tone. If she hadn't been mindful of the fact that he was driving, she would have jumped up and wrapped her arms around him, rocking like a cat and pouting at him. Having achieved his goal, In Xiaojie secretly hooked the corners of his mouth before saying, "If you want to go so badly, then go. Soaking in a hot spring is quite good for the body anyway." Mu Xiao suddenly thought of it. How about calling Qi Qing and the others? If there are more people there, it will be more lively. In Xiaojie frowned slightly, like he wasn't too happy about it, but instead of saying no outright, he said, "Then ask them, if they want to come, they can come, and if they don't want to come, forget it. Oh, and if certain people don't know better, just wait and see what he does to clean it up." To an intersection, Mu Xiao suddenly pointed to the other side and shouted, that side, go that way." In Xiaojie was unsure, but drove past as she said, asking in confusion, "This isn't our way home, is it? Where else do you want to go?" Mu Xiao slightly lowered her head and said sardonically, "I want to say that Lu Yichen left so early, maybe he went back to the hospital." In Xiaojie glanced at her, his handsome face clouding down a bit. "He's fine for his exams. What are you worried about him for? The doctor just said that he should just keep his hand still. It's not like he's hurt that badly." She touched her nose. "How to say? He was also injured in order to save me. Before he is not completely well. Of course I have to be concerned from time to time. I'm so-called conscientious, okay?" In Xiaojie said he didn't want to talk to her anymore. Come to think of it, that's the kind of personality this girl has, too kind to be afraid of owing someone. When she was a kid too, she accidentally pushed him into the pool once, causing him to catch a cold for a few days, and she stayed by his side for those days, shushing him and waiting on him like a little maid. Although, he thought that was cute about her, but if this cuteness was used on someone else, then of course he would be offended, especially still to the one named Lu. Despite the dissatisfaction, the car drove to the hospital. Parking the car, In Xiaojie walks her in. Chapter 231. Mu Xiao is angry. What I didn't expect was that Lu Yichen didn't go back to the hospital. Mu Xiao slapped her head and said in chagrin, "I should have called him first." In Xiaojie reveals that he has no idea what to do with her, so he says, "I'm going to ask the doctor about him, so you just wait here for me and don't run around. You hear me? Got it. Go quickly." Mu Xiao responded. However, instead of her running amok, someone running amok stumbled upon her. Mu Xiao. Bai Meijiao's eyes glowed red as soon as she saw her and she pounced on her. Mu Xiao froze. How could she not expect her to suddenly appear? And took a few steps back in shock. "Bai Meijiao? Why are you here?" Seeing Bai Meijiao's face that was so taped up that she could barely recognize her features, it dawned on her that, by the way, Bai Meijiao was in the hospital for treatment because her face was disfigured. "I just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that it happened to be the hospital where Lu Yichen was." But it wasn't a coincidence when you thought about it. This was the closest big hospital to Shand, and it was also famous in the whole of the city. Bai Meijiao's face was hideous, almost like a madman, pointing at Mu Xiao and roaring angrily, "It's all you, Mu Xiao. It's all because of you that my face turned out like this. You made me disfigured, and I want you to die too." She put up her nails and lunged towards Mu Xiao like a stern ghost, and was about to scratch hard at her face. Mu Xiao hurriedly avoided her, momentarily startled by her scary look. Bai Meijiao usually liked to do nail art, so her nails were rather long, and it looked really creepy to have her 5 fingers bowed up like this and use them to attack people. Mu Xiao was so upset by her accusation. She's the victim, okay? For no reason at all, being victimized over and over again. If Bai Meijiao herself hadn't been malicious, how could she have caused the current outcome? To put it bluntly, she's also to blame. Mu Xiao looked at her askance and retorted, By Mei Jiao. Don't forget that you caused this yourself. The itching powder was put there by you to harm me, and now it's just you eating your own fruit. How can you blame me? Bai Meijio already hated her to death, and hearing her lecture herself like this, she hated her even more with scarlet eyes. I don't care. It's your fault anyway. If you hadn't snatched Jie Xiao, how could I have tried to harm you? Jie Xiao clearly likes me. Mu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. Why would she talk to an idiot? It doesn't make any sense. Bai Meijiao made a move to pounce over and scratch Mu Xiao's face again. Mu Xiao Xiao was pushed again and again by her like this, and finally she was so angry that she couldn't hold back. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully if I don't show my power? Mu Xiaoxiao's diamond-shaped mouth flicked out, and when Bai Meijiao pounced on her without any rules, she made a sensitive body sideways, then reached out and yanked Bai Meijiao's hair. Ah! Bai Meijiao let out a piercing scream. Those passers-by, who originally saw Mu Xiaoxiao being entangled by a crazy woman, still wanted to rush up to rescue her as a little girl. I didn't expect the situation to turn around in a heartbeat. So, the crowd was dumbfounded. Underscore? Mu Xiaoxiao pulled her hair nonchalantly and grunted. Bai Meijiao, don't go too far. Before you were so arrogant. I put up with you. Jia asked me to transfer you to Class F. I saw that you were quite pathetic, so I let it go and let you stay in Class S. As long as you don't piss me off again, it's fine. But this time you did it to yourself. So who are you to blame me for it? Did I let you victimize me? Chapter 232, you don't deserve to know. Don't be a bully. She's human. She has a temper. Okay? Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't been this angry in a long time. Now, he only felt anger burning in his heart, and he no longer had any semblance of sympathy for Bai Meijia. There's a saying that goes, if you're kind to your enemies, you're cruel to yourself. Ah, Mu Xiaoxiao, you let go of me. You have caused me to be like this. You shall not die. Bai Meijiao's previously delicate and lovely face was only hideous at this time. She was still unrepentant and had a look on her face that she wanted to kill Mu Xiao. I have to say, the most common and effective move in a fight between girls is really hair pulling. Bai Meijiao's scalp was numb from the tugging pain, and she really didn't have the ability to fight back at all. What's more, she was usually delicate. How could she possibly beat the usually lively and active Mu Xiaoxiao? All that was left at the end was a whimpering cry. Mu Xiaoxiao let go of her hand and let her fall to sit on the ground, not even bothering to look at her anymore. Pop! Suddenly rang out a round of applause. Mu Xiaoxiao looked over and saw that it was Yin Xiaojie, who was wearing a rewarding smile and clapping his hands while walking towards her. It made her cry. What the hell is he doing? Good job, he quipped, wrapping his long arm around her shoulders. Mu Xiaoxiao herself was very uninterested in fighting, and instantly felt that it was no fun, looking at him speechlessly. It was as if Yin Xiaojie couldn't see Bai Meijiao sitting on the floor, sobbing. He smiled at Mu Xiao said, how nice it would have been for you to take out this aura when you were surrounded by those girls last time. He still had some anger in him when he thought about her being bullied earlier. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Please, there were a dozen girls surrounding me that time. How could I resist? The time she got hit in the head with a volleyball as well. She was facing several girls by herself, and she was in a bad mood from fighting with him at the time, and she was stoned out of her mind, so her whole reflexes were slowed down. Bai Meijiao suddenly cried loudly. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned and pulled Yin Xiaojie and said, let's go. She didn't want to see this woman. It was distracting to look at. Yin Xiaojie, however, didn't go, signaling her to wait, then squatted in front of Bai Meijiao. Bai Meijiao froze, fixed her eyes to see that it was him, thinking that he was concerned about himself. A burst of joy in her heart. Jia Xiao, who knows? Yin Xiaojie just coldly skimmed the corners of his mouth and looked at her in a mocking manner. Bai Meijiao, your mistake is that you take yourself too seriously. Who do you think you are? Dare to harm my Xiao Xiao like this? My little one? Bai Meijiao was stunned and attempted to argue. She's just an ordinary civilian. What qualifications does she have to be with you? The one who can be worthy of him, Jia Xiao. Of course, must be a golden girl with enough status. Like which of the girlfriends he's dated hasn't been in a relationship? Why should Mu Xiaoxiao, who was just an ordinary civilian, get his special favor? That's not fair. Civilian? Yin Xiaojie looked like he had heard some kind of joke. Who told you that my Xiao Xiao is a civilian? Let me tell you, with your status, you're not even worthy of lifting her shoes. Bai Meijiao was shocked. Then she is. Could it be that Mu Xiaoxiao is also a young lady from some family? But when she thought about it, she couldn't think of how could Bai Meijiao know that Mu Xiao's true identity was something she would never have thought of anyway? You don't deserve to know. Yin Xiaojie sneers coldly, skimming off these words before getting up and leaving the hospital with Mu Xiaoxiao in his arms. In a luxury apartment, Mu Xiaoxiao has already finished her bath and comes out, replacing Yin Xiaojie to go in and take a bath. She nestled in the sofa, habitually hugging a pillow. Holding her cell phone was chatting with Louis Chen on WeChat, asking him how come he didn't come back to the hospital after today's exam. Louis Chen wasn't comfortable typing, so it was a rare occasion for him to send her a voice message. Actually, my hand is pretty much healed. I don't need to stay in the hospital every day. I just need to pay attention to my right hand. And the doctor said I should just go in for a checkup every few days. Mu Xiaoxiao put her cell phone to her ear and listened to his voice. Then you have to take care of yourself. Oh, if anything happens, remember to tell me first. The two chatted for 10 minutes or so. It was clear that Louis Chen, a person who usually looked very reticent, was actually able to cooperate with her in chatting about various topics, but most of the time, it was Mu Xiaoxiao who was talking. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, she saw Yin Xiaojie rubbing his hair and walking out, and hurriedly lowered her voice into her cell phone and said, "I'm not chatting with you anymore. Going to bed. Good night." Only a few seconds after sending it, he received a voice back from Louis Chen. Only 2 seconds of good night. That voice, so good that you want to put it in your ear and just fall asleep listening to it. But Mu Xiaoxiao didn't have the heart to pay attention, didn't want Yin Xiaojie to see her chatting with Louis Chen on WeChat, and hurriedly clicked on Qi Qing's name and pretended to be chatting with her, typing many words over. Yin Xiaojie wiped his hair with a towel and sat down next to her, his handsome face coming closer. Talking about what? Mu Xiao said. I was talking to Seven Clear about going to the Hot Springs Villa tomorrow, chatting a lot. Hey, don't lean so close, okay? What does it matter if you're a little closer? Yin Xiaojie looked hangdog, his long arm resting on the backrest of the sofa behind her. Mu Xiao expressed her dissatisfaction by looking at him askance. It's rude to peek at other people's chats, okay? I don't care to watch you girls talk. You, go get the hair dryer. He nudged her with his hand and leaned back lazily. Muchi asked, why did you go get the hair dryer? Yin Xiaojie shook off the towel and pointed to his head. Blow drying my hair. What else? Go get it. You boys have such short hair. Don't you just wipe it with a towel and blow dry it in a while? Mu Xiaoxiao turned off WeChat and put her cell phone in her pocket. Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance and said domineeringly, are you taking it or not? Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to be very ambitious and say no to taking it, but looking at his eyes, he had to compromise. She said, can't I just take it? And you say I'm lazy, you're the big lazy pig yourself, he said, getting up from the couch and placing his phone on the TV stand to charge before going to get the hairdryer over. Yin Xiaojie ordered with a lordly air, blow for me. Chapter 234, Mu Xiaoxiao casually ruffled his hair, and suddenly realized that this guy's hair is quite soft, grinning like he'd discovered something new. Don't they say that people with soft hair have soft ears? She didn't know how this came to her mind. Her dark eyes rolled, her eyes fell on his ear, and ghostly, her hand touched it. Hey, touching the earlobe again, he gave it a few good, playful pinches and had fun with it. Yin Xiaojie, who was being played with, raised his black eyes and looked at her from the bottom up. A certain girl's expression was focused, as if she had found some fun toy. Have you had enough? He finally pressed out. There was no displeasure in his tone, but rather a bit of laughter. Mu Xiaoxiao froze before realizing what she had just done. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he laughed dryly. Has blown it. Was trying to act like nothing happened. Who knows? Yin Xiaojie, this guy has a demonic factor. How could he let her go? Suddenly a ring around her waist, snatched the hair dryer in her hand, put it on the coffee table, and then pressed her down to the sofa. You played me and had so much fun. Now isn't it my turn? The demon grinned wickedly, his claws reaching toward her. Mu Xiaoxiao secretly shouted bad news, hurried to escape, but how can escape from the devil's hand? Hey, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. This asshole. I can't believe I'm tickling her. Mu Xiaoxiao was the most afraid of this. She had tickling flesh almost everywhere, and just by him tickling the side of her waist, she already couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. I can't. Spare me. Ha 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 ha. My stomach hurts. Ha 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 ha. Help. She couldn't take it and rolled around on the couch, almost falling off. Yin Xiaojie's long arm fished her out and rescued her. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed out loud and knelt on the couch, plopping down on the backrest with her arms spread wide. Ha ha ha. I can't. I really can't. I'm so tired of laughing. Stop tickling me. It was almost like she was going to break down laughing if she kept it up. Only then did Yin Xiaojie let her go. His dark, ink-like eyes gazed at her, and when he saw her lying on her back, he smoothly pressed himself against her back, his long arms encircling her thin waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. Mu Xiaoxiao finally stopped laughing, but my stomach was so sore from laughing that my whole body was weak. Get up. Don't crush me, she protested in a soft voice, as if she didn't even have the strength to glare back at him. I'm sorry, this is comfortable. He played the rascal, almost like a child, sticking to her back and sticking to her back, killing his stance of not getting up. Mu Xiaoxiao had just laughed so tiredly that she didn't even have the strength to push him away. Helplessly, it could only remain in that position. In fact, Yin Xiaojie knew the right amount of weight and didn't put all of it on her. otherwise her little body would be too weak. But the force he used was subtle enough to keep her from feeling uncomfortable, but she couldn't break away from him. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of Mu Xiaoxiao exhaling. When her breathing slowly calmed down, that's when she heard it, the thumping of her heart. It came from his chest pressed against her back. Strong heartbeat. Thus, Yin Xiaojie saw from behind, the tips of a certain girl's ears slowly coloring red. Chapter 235. He just watched the whole process of the ears reddening, like magic, and couldn't help but curl his lips, a smile in the bottom of his eyes. Yin Xiaojie, can you get out of the way? Mu Xiaoxiao said with a blushing voice. Yin Xiaojie chuckled softly. No. And then it was nasty enough to come up and blow into the tip of her reddish ear. Yin Xiaojie, you dodge. Mu Xiaoxiao shouted at him as a warning. I am a certain demon, replied in a bad voice as he pressed his thin lips behind her ear. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoxiao's elbow struck back as she finally got some strength from resting for a while. Yin Xiaojie was struck in the chest and grunted, which released her. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly rolled over, her small face almost red, her dark eyes watery as she glared at him. You're annoying, deliberately teasing me. Yin Xiaojie, however, smiles danglingly and says, how did I tease you? Is it a crime for me to hug my own wife? You ignore you. Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks burned at his amusement, and she fled and rushed back to the bedroom. Yin Xiaojie leaned back on the sofa and smiled pleasantly. So, this night, the consequence of someone having molested his wife was to sleep on the couch. The next day, the person on the bed looked like she was having some kind of beautiful dream. Her cherry-like mouth pursed in a smile, and she could still see the hidden dimples on her face. Mu Xiaoxiao was dreaming of a big handsome man who wrapped his arms around himself in a very romantic position, and then his handsome and unearthly face slowly approached. Just then, there was a sudden bam 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 knock on the door, waking her up. Opening his bleary eyes, the sleeping figure seemed to have not dissipated. By the way, the big handsome guy in her dream. Too bad. I don't think I saw a face. Yin Xiaojie's magnetic voice came from outside. Little lazy pig, get up. The sun is going to shine on your butt. Suddenly, the handsome man that Mu Xiaoxiao was floating in her mind at that moment, his face all of a sudden turned into Yin Xiaojie's face. Mu Xiaoxiao snapped out of it. Touch the cheeks, then the forehead, then the eyes. Hey, why is it so hot? Mu Xiaoxiao groaned and rolled around on the bed, complaining, bastard Yin Xiaojie, ruining my beautiful dream. Originally, he had dreamed of a stunningly beautiful man and was happy to see the handsome man's face clearly. Who knew that just because of Yin Xiaojie's voice, the beautiful man's face would turn into his face? Tiny, are you awake yet? It's 9 o'clock, you know? Yin Xiaojie's voice came again. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at the past, lazily stretched her waist, got out of bed, shuffled over with her slippers, and swished the door open. Wake up, you're so annoying you. She took her grievances out on him. Yin Xiaojie, however, didn't care and looked askance at her drowsy look, leaning handsomely against the doorframe, looking at her with a smile and saying, why are you waking up so much? Didn't sleep well last night? Was it the teasing last night that kept her thinking about him so she couldn't sleep? Thinking about one point, Yin Xiaojie's mood became even more pleasant, as Mu Xiaoxiao watched the smile on his handsome face deepen. Contrasting with her depressed mood, she felt that he was so annoying that she raised her small hand to slap him over. Yin Xiaojie held her wrist and pulled her inside. If you didn't get enough sleep, then you can go back to sleep, he said, leading her over to the bed and gesturing for her to go ahead and lay back down. Chapter 236, You're acting strange today. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, no sleep, said that I went to play today. I went to brush my teeth and wash my face, and the things have not been packed yet. They were planning to go to a hot spring lodge for the night, so they had to prepare a change of clothes. With a big yawn, Mu Xiaoxiao lazily slipped on her slippers and walked out of the room. By the time she had finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom, she could smell breakfast, and it was at this time that her stomach grumbled. I'm so hungry. There was a lot of breakfast on the table, and as she ate, she looked at Yin Xiaojie suspiciously and said in a slurred voice, you're a bit strange today. I can't believe he would be so forthcoming in helping her prepare breakfast and be in such a good mood so early in the morning. Didn't he sleep on the couch last night? How the spirits are better than hers. Yin Xiaojie didn't eat breakfast first by himself, but only now ate with her, casting a glance at her in dismay. You're the one who's weird. Hurry up and eat. The others are just waiting for the two of us. Mu Xiaoxiao thought that she had an appointment with Qi Qing and the others at 9:30, and now it was almost time, so she accelerated her speed. Eat and clap your hands. I'll go pack. She went back to the room to pack things, because they just go to spend the night one night, so do not need to bring too many things, but girls, and always feel that something is missing. Dawdling, 10 minutes and passed. After packing up, she looked up to see Yin Xiaojie standing in the doorway and asked, what's yours? Yin Xiaojie gestured to a backpack placed by the door and said, I don't have many things, so put yours in with me, so as not to have to carry so many bags. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao then walked over and brought his backpack over. At that moment Yin Xiaojie's cell phone rings and he walks out to answer it. Mu Xiaoxiao put her things in a bag before stuffing it into his backpack. Once everything was done, she sat down on the floor and looked at the backpack in front of her. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered the strawberry-flavored condom that Yin Xiaojie secretly hid that night at Yin's house. Her eyes rolled back and a question popped into her mind. Could he have put that in there too? Thinking so, his cheeks reddened slightly as well. Eyes fixed on the backpack. Two little people in a tug-of-war in his head. Should we look through it? It just so happens that he walked out to take a call and shouldn't be back so soon. The backpack was in her hands again. It really is the right time and place. It felt like the heavens were helping her. Deliberately sidetracking Yin Xiaojie with a phone call just so she could go through this backpack. Mu's tiny little hand slowly reached toward the backpack. While she was in the middle of a heavenly battle, Yin Xiaojie's voice accompanied by footsteps interrupted her struggle. Is it okay yet? Sei Jun and the others are downstairs. Mu Xiaoxiao's hand froze, and in a quick reaction, she slapped it on her backpack in a flash, turned her head and smiled at him. It's ready, let's go. She picked up her backpack and made to carry it herself. Yin Xiaojie looked askance at her small frame and smiled, his long arm reaching out to take the backpack and carry it on his broad shoulders. Then the big hand held her small hand, and there was a pleasant smile in the bottom of the dark ink-like eyes. Let's get going then. Big hands led little hands out the door. Mu Xiaoxiao's mind, however, was all over that just now, and it was only at this time that she regretted it. Had she known that she should have not hesitated and made her move right away. Chapter 237, Testing 1, Hot Springs Lodge. Although it wasn't too far from the city to the Hot Springs Villa, because Mu Xiaoxiao was delayed in the morning, it was already past noon when their group arrived. After lunch, the two girls clamored to see the flowers. When we arrived at the rose estate, from a distance, we could see a large area of pink roses, and another side with other colors of roses that were too good to look at. Nanaharu, look at that, isn't that lavender? Mu Xiaoxiao excitedly pointed at a purple flower garden in the distance. Han Qiqing nodded with a smile. Yes, that lavender was transplanted from Provence in France. It's the most authentic lavender, and there's lavender essential oil made from this here. Don't you like aromatherapy? At that time you can buy some. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want to buy it. Turning her head, she then barked at Yin Xiaojie, who was following behind her. You remember to remind me to buy it, oh. Don't forget. Yin Xiaojie handsomely stuck one hand in his pants pocket with a dangling posture, and once he heard her say that, he frowned slightly and said, what are you buying that kind of stuff for? You're not allowed to order it at home. It was only then that Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that this guy, was very sensitive to these scents and didn't like to light aromatherapy at home, so even if she bought it, there was no way to use it at home. At once, the little girl's shoulders shrugged down, her expression sullen. But I want it so bad. It's not just roses, it's daisies and violets and so on. So many kinds of flowers, and if you can make essential oils for each of them, that's a lot of variety. Unfortunately, she couldn't buy it if he didn't like it. Yin Xiaojie looked at her lost expression, pursed his thin lips, and spoke out. You can buy it if you like, but no ordering it at home. You go over to 7 Harvest and order it. Han Qiqing pointed at herself and asked in dismay, why did you come to my house to light the aroma? Yin Xiaojie glances at her and says, didn't you encourage her to buy it? Then you're responsible. Han Qiqing, does that make sense? But to this young Master Yun, his words were reason. Mu Xiaoxiao hugged Han Qiqing's arm, blinking her dark, beautiful eyes at her and shaking her in a petulant manner. Qiqing. Han Qiqing could only agree helplessly. Okay, then you can find time to come over to my house later, and we'll light the aroma together and call for a spa? This is good. Mu Xiaoxiao clapped her hands. So, the group strolled around the flower garden of the mountain village, and Mu Xiaoxiao happily bought all kinds of essential oils, as if she was afraid of missing out, and bought one of each. Last but certainly not least was a visit to Mu Tiny's favorite strawberry shed. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao went in, she was like a little pet let off the leash, so excited that she couldn't stop picking a lot of strawberries. By the time they finished their stroll, it was dark. Song Se Jun cried and laughed, just like this for a day. It feels like nothing's been done. Just accompany these two girls to see the flowers and pick strawberries, not realizing that the day is gone. Dinner in the box. Drinking the mountain village's homebrewed wine, Song Shijun smiled and suggested, it's rare for a few of us to come out to play, or how about playing a game? Yeah, what game? Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing both asked at the same time, and it was obvious that they were both very interested. Yin Xiaojie was holding a highball glass, his posture elegant like royalty, his thin lips sensuously hooked slightly. I have no objections. Chapter 238, Trial 2. So the game said play. Let's just play. Truth or dare. Song Shijun smiled a bit wickedly, as if there was some kind of conspiracy. While it's true that this game is really cheesy and played badly, It can't help that it's really fun. Han Qiqing's eyes rolled and met Song Shijun's eyes as if she realized what was going on, and she smiled darkly, nodding her head in agreement. This is good. That's what I like to play with. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at them talking quite interestingly, didn't notice anything fishy, and smiled brightly as she raised her hand. I also agree. Let's play this. Yin Xiaojie just said he had no objections. So, it was time to play Truth or Dare. This was a vacation resort, and all the fun stuff was available, and a waiter quickly brought up the game wheel. The way to play is simple. The place is divided into 4 areas, and whoever you turn to, that person has to choose Truth or Dare. You can't abstain from choosing. After saying the rules, the first round began immediately. The atmosphere was tense, and Mu Xiaoxiao's black grape-like eyes stared tightly at the pointer on the roulette wheel. It keeps spinning and spinning. Finally, it stopped. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, and with the direction of the pointer, she looked at Yin Xiaojie beside her. It's you! She laughed out loud, gloating and pointing at him. Guess that's an opening no one expected. After all, this guy Yin Xiaojie's aura was so powerful that he should be lucky. So who would have thought that he would be the first to lose? Song Se-jun poofed, then covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Han Qiqing also smiled and bent over, but didn't dare to be too indulgent for fear of upsetting young Master Yin. Only Mu Xiaoxiao is the only one who smiles brightly, with her dark eyes still glowing, and says with a sneaky smile, willing to gamble is willing to lose. Hurry up and choose. Truth or Dare? Yin Xiaojie smiled disbelievingly and looked at her askingly. What do you want me to choose? Song Shijun hurriedly made mouths at Mu Xiaoxiao. Genuinely. Mu Xiaoxiao instantly understood. Truthfully. Fine. You guys ask. Young Master Yin showed that he was generous, his posture dashingly resting one hand on the back of his chair as he looked around at the 3 of them. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little confused for a moment. What should I ask? However, Han Qiqing had already jumped the gun. Young Master Yin, may I ask how many girlfriends you've dated in total? At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly turned her head to look at Yin Xiaojie, waiting for his answer. Yin Xiaojie frowned slightly and replied bluntly, I don't remember. Han Qiqing expressed her disappointment. Cut. Song Shijun laughed. He's dated so much, how could he possibly remember? It's me who can't remember either. Mu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Not 100, but 80, right? Song Shijun shook his finger and smiled ambiguously. Of course it's more than that. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened abruptly and exclaimed. More than that? So much? Yin Xiaojie didn't want to continue this topic, so he was willing to gamble and drank a large glass of wine as if he had failed. And so the second round begins. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the roulette wheel with great interest, but she didn't expect that the pointer was actually pointing at her. How could it be me? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't believe this fact and cried her little face. She also picked Truth or Dare because she thought truth should be easier than dare. He. Song Shijun smiled thievishly and was about to ask a question. Who knew that this time he was cut off by Yin Xiaojie? Yin Xiaojie stared at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, how many boyfriends did you date when you were in America? Chapter 239, Trial 3. Mu Xiaoxiao looked like she didn't react and froze for a while. In fact, her little head was spinning like crazy. It just didn't show on the surface. No comparison. No harm. She had just said that Yin Xiaojie had dated hundreds of girlfriends, so if she said she hadn't, wouldn't she be ridiculed by him for her lack of charisma? No, absolutely not. This is so humiliating. So would it be better to say 2 or 3, or 7 or 8? Would 7 or 8 be too many? But 2 or 3, is that too few? Otherwise, says 3 or 4, Mu Xiaoxiao's head was about to get tangled up into a twisted ball, feeling that how to answer was not reliable. Yin Xiaojie, however, as if he had read her little mind, stared at her seriously and said, be honest, no lying. Mu Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, staring at him in a daze. When? Of course, it's the truth. The truth is the truth. This I know. No need for you to say. Then answer it quickly. Is this question so difficult? Yin Xiaojie propped his chin on one hand and looked at her with a dissatisfied glance. Is it necessary to think about this question for so long? Or has she actually dated a few boyfriends and can't think straight for a while, so she's counting them in her head? Thinking of this possibility, Yin Xiaojie's face clouded slightly. Mu Xiaoxiao yelled at him. It would kill you to let me think about it. Song Shijun used his chopsticks to clip something to eat, then looked at her and teased. Xiao, don't tell us that you don't remember either. Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao's little face reddened in embarrassment. Of course not. Han Qiqing is also curious, gazing at her with an expectant face as she asks, Xiao, you should have had a boyfriend in America, right? There are so many handsome guys over there, and you're so cute, how could there be no one chasing after you? As soon as she heard the last sentence, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly angled her little face and retorted, of course I did. Of course there were people chasing her. There were quite a few, but she wasn't that casual. Come on. Then, how many in the end? Yin Xiaojie's impatience rose. His handsome sword brows furrowed so much that they could almost pinch a fly. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed and whispered, as much as she wanted to say 3 or 4 of them, that would violate the principle of sincerity. So she thought about it, and that was the only answer she could give. It's not a lie if you say one. The guy she used to date wasn't really a formal relationship, I guess, but was just forced together by the coaxing of her friends, and it didn't take long for them to break up. So, counts as one? Whatever, even one. She wasn't going to be laughed at by this asshole Yin Xiaojie. However, her answer obviously did not satisfy Yin Xiaojie, only to see his face become even more ugly. One? You mean it? He thought there was none. Who knew hell there was one? And that one answer is more concerning than many, okay? Because that would mean that this one person has a special significance in her mind alone. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her little head and didn't answer his words. She thought he was mocking her. Yes, he must have taken the opportunity to mock her. What's wrong with just one? It means she's not casual about her feelings. It means she's dedicated. Whereas like him, he changes girlfriends in a few days and a few truckloads of them in a semester. The big carrot of philandering. Song Shijun, who was sitting in front of them, smiled and said, just one. Ha, I didn't realize that our Xiao Xiao turned out to be so devoted. Chapter 240, Testing 4. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was a little embarrassed while Yin Xiaojie's face darkened even more. Han Qiqing glanced at Yin Xiaojie's face, smiled and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao, and deliberately asked, wow, if he can be your boyfriend, that boy must be super handsome, right? He should be very good in all aspects, right? Xiao Xiao, tell me about it. In fact, she was also really curious. The boy who could make Mu Xiao look at him, that must be very outstanding, right? Mu Xiaoxiao tilted her head to think about it, and said with some embarrassment, handsome, is quite handsome, and his character is also very good, and other aspects are also. The more I talk about it, the more it looks like it's happening. Han Qiqing quietly glanced at Yin Xiaojie, feeling that young Master Yin's handsome face had become cold as ice, rubbed his arms. The box got so cold all of a sudden. The one who knows how to read the situation the best is of course Song Shijun, who is the mayor's son, and as soon as he saw that Yin Xiaojie's face was already out of sorts, he knew that he had overplayed his hand, and hurriedly interrupted Mu Xiao's words. Well, that's the end of the game. It's getting late, so let's go back to the hot springs and it's almost time for bed. Han Qiqing also hurriedly agreed. Right. I was just thinking about going to a hot spring. Xiao Xiao, how about we go to a cherry blossom hot spring? Sakura Spa? What is it? Sure enough, that piqued Mu Xiao's interest. Sakura Onsen is a hot spring with a lot of cherry blossoms. This is the specialty of this place, and it's most popular with the girls. Yeah, the four walked out of the box. Yin Xiaojie's face was still a bit unsightly, his deep dark eyes gazing at Mu Xiaoxiao's body as if he was scrutinizing something. Song Shijun didn't dare to move over, so he had to walk beside Han Qiqing. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoxiao saw who it was and naturally pulled Yin Xiaojie's sleeve and asked, Ha, Jie, look, isn't that Uncle Gu? Yin Xiaojie looked over and there was a man over there around 40 years old. It was indeed Gu Pingyuan. The Gu family was also one of the 4 great families, and Gu Pingyuan was the current head of the Gu family. Mu Xiaoxiao had also seen Gu Pingyuan a few times in her childhood, so she hadn't seen him for a long time and was thinking about seeing her elders and whether she should go and say hello. It's him, you want to go over to say hello? Yin Xiaojie seems to know what she's thinking. Glancing over there, his thin lips lifted slightly and said, I think it's better if you don't go. He shouldn't be convenient. Mu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Why is it inconvenient? Feeling puzzled, she looked over to Gu Pingyuan's side and saw that he was with a young woman, who looked to be just about 20 years old. Very young and dressed in a fashionable and beautiful manner. This woman doesn't seem to be Uncle Gu's daughter, does she? Is she a relative? Compared to Mu Xiao's lack of color, Han Qiqing understood at a glance. A disgusted expression on her face, her tone contemptuous as she hummed, another change. What another change? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Han Qiqing gave her a stupid look. Can't you see? That woman, she's his junior. No, it should be little 5 and little 6, right? In short, it's his adopted mistress. Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Mistress? How did you know? Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his brows and slanted a glance at Han Qiqing, interrupting her as if he didn't really want her to go on. Well, that's someone else's business. No need to talk so much to the little one. Chapter 241 Yin Xiaojie's Secret 1. But Han Qiqing couldn't help it. Not letting her gossip was more painful than killing her. She hugged Mu Xiaoxiao's arm and whispered in her ear. It is not the first time I have met Uncle Gu. The last time that, or a small starlet. This looks a little familiar. Right, I remembered. This woman seems to be the school flower of T University. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. You even know the university's school beauty? Yin Xiaojie yanked Mu Xiaoxiao over and told her to stay away from Han Qiqing, the gossip girl. Didn't we say we were going to the hot springs? Let's go. Han Shiqing shrugged indifferently. Anyway, she'd be soaking in the same hot spring as Xiao Xiao later, so it was just as well to talk later. Mu Xiao Xiao was still quite surprised at this news. From time to look back at the direction of Gu Pingyuan, just happened to see, he and that woman love each other. A glance can see that they are the kind of physical relationship. Yin Xiaojia noticed her gaze and reached out to twist her face back. Don't look. What's there to see? Mu Xiao Xiao laughed and looked at him and couldn't help but say teasingly, I always feel as if I've seen what you'll look like when you're old. Yin Xiaojia, you're such a womanizer. Will you be like Uncle Gu in the future? Flirting with women everywhere. Though she said it with a smile, gradually there was a slight astringent feeling in her heart. She doesn't like what Yin Xiaojia has become. Yin Xiaojia gave a start. His black eyes had a stunned look in them. Then his anger rubbed off at once. Of course I'm not. Damn it. She actually compared him to that Gu Pingyuan? Yin Xiaojia was so angry that he wanted to spank her little ass. Song Shijun couldn't stand to watch and spoke out in time. Xiao Xiao, you're misunderstanding him. Our young masterine isn't that much of a womanizer. The reason he has so many girlfriends is because he's looking for his soulmate. Mu Xiao Xiao froze. A soulmate? It also means soulmate. Song Se-jun laughed. In layman's terms, it means the girl he's destined to be with. Han Shiqing is also hearing about this for the first time, and looks at Yin Xiaojia in shock, her face full of disbelief. You're fooling us, aren't you? What kind of person uses such a method to find the girl of his destiny? Does he have to date every girl to know which one he has feelings for? This is an excuse for philandering from a girl's standpoint. Song Shijun was still about to say more when Yin Xiaojia's stern eyes glared at him and pounced on him to cover his mouth. Who told you to say that? Shut the hell up, Yin Xiaojia said angrily, as if he had been exposed to some unspeakable secret. This drew Mu Xiao Xiao and Han Shiqing to be even more interested in knowing. Could this be true? You want to die here? You keep talking. A certain demon threatened. Song Shijun raised his hands in surrender. Okay, no more. I was just talking nonsense. I'm drunk. Yes, I'm really drunk. Ouch. I'm so dizzy. Then he pretended to soften and lay on Han Shiqing's shoulder. You get up. What's the point of pressing down on me? Han Shiqing looked down at him in disgust and shook her shoulders, trying to shake him off. As he watched the two of them fight, he was almost at the spa box they had booked. At that moment, Yin Xiaojia's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it, then said, I'm going to take a call, so why don't you guys go in first? Chapter 242 Yin Xiaojia's Secret 2. As soon as he walked away, Song Se-jun was about to walk to their boys' spa room. Suddenly, she was yanked by Han Shiqing's hand and dragged into their girls' spa room. Han Shiqing walloped him against the wall, her smiling face coming closer. Just now, continue with the topic of. Song Shijun laughed twice and shook his head. No, as you can see, he won't let me talk. Young Master Ian had threatened him. If he still said it, wouldn't he be looking for death? Don't look at him as a mayor's son. It seems like he's very powerful to other people, but compared to their 4 big families, it's not even close. He turned to leave. Who knew that Mu Xiao Xiao reached out and stopped him? The two girls glanced at each other, and Mu Xiao Xiao understood and said with a wicked smile, if you don't say it, I'll go tell Yin Xiaojia later that you molested me. While saying that, he also tried to rip off his clothes. Song Shijun panicked and stopped her. Don't, my Miss Mu. Auntie, I'm really scared of you. He wasn't afraid that Yin Xiaojia would believe her words, but if she ripped her shoulders open in front of him, revealing a tiny bit of springtime, he had a feeling that Yin Xiaojia would beat him to death because of it. Mu Xiao Xiao succeeded in her cunning plan and smiled as she came up. Don't worry, you secretly told both of us. I won't let Yin Xiaojia know that we already know, right? Right. Han Shiqing nodded in agreement. Song Shijun didn't dare to delay too much for fear that Yin Xiaojia had already finished talking on the phone, so he hurriedly said what he hadn't finished just now. In one breath, the thing is like this, Yin Xiaojia, he's been looking for a girl who makes him feel something, because he said he doesn't feel anything for other girls, so he dated so many girlfriends in the past couple of years just to try and see if there's anyone in there that makes him feel something, but it seems like he hasn't been able to find any. Han Shiqing interrupted him, grasping the point and asking, you said he's been looking for a girl, so is this girl someone he's met before, or is it just an image? How do I know? This is not the point, is it? Song Shijun said anxiously, his eyes nervously looking at the door panel, afraid that Yin Xiaojia outside had already realized he was here. Mu Xiao Xiao stroked her chin and looked at him in disbelief as she asked, then how does he know if he has feelings for those girls? Song Se-jun said, what else do you need to know? He doesn't even want to kiss those girls, so of course he just doesn't feel it. Han Shiqing's eyes widened as soon as she snapped her fingers and summarized. So that means that if there's a girl that gives him the desire to kiss, then that means that this girl is his soulmate? Song Shijun nodded. You could say that. Han Shiqing let go of him. cupped her hands around her face, let out a long sigh, and said with emotion, "So romantic. I didn't realize that Yin Xiaojie turned out to be such an infatuated person." All of a sudden, the impression of Yin Xiaojie as a womanizer was reversed. Mu Xiaoxiao was a bit stunned, not expecting that behind that guy Yin Xiaojie's philandering, there was actually such a story. "It's true? You didn't lie to us?" Song Shijun raised 3 fingers and said earnestly, "I swear, if I lie, I'll be struck by heavenly lightning and won't be able to pick up a girl for the rest of my life." That's when they both believed it. Mu Xiao's expression was still a bit dumbfounded. Knowing such a powerful inside story, she needed a little time to digest it. Chapter 243, How do you feel about her? Can I go then? Song Sejun asked as he looked at the girls. Han Qiqing shrugged it off. Let's go, let's go. Song Sejun opens the door and after checking that Yin Xiaojie isn't there, he hurriedly slips out. Mu Xiaoxiao was out of her mind thinking about what had just happened. So that guy Yin Xiaojie isn't really a womanizer? For the first time in her life, she felt less annoyed about the fact that he had dated so many girlfriends. Han Qiqing looked at her dazed appearance as if she knew who she was thinking about right now and revealed some ambiguous eyes. She reached out and wrapped her hand around Mu Xiaoxiao's neck and said with a smile, "Well, it's time for the hot spring. Xiao Xiao, I have so many things I want to talk to you about. For example, what exactly are this girl's feelings for Yin Xiaojie?" After Tiny returned home this time, there was always a feeling that between these two, some subtle changes had occurred. The hot tub was steamy and hazy, and both girls were sitting in it with a towel around them. The pool has a cobblestone rim that is comfortable to lean against and the water is just the right temperature. On the surface of the water, 2 wooden trays floated, one topped with cut fruit, stuck with toothpicks for easy consumption. The other one held a translucent bottle with a very fresh pattern of a strawberry, which was especially miniature and cute. Mu Xiaoxiao picked up the bottle with great interest. "What is this? Juice?" Han Qiqing shook her finger. "This is wine. Strawberry wine. Never heard of it, right? Actually, all fruits can be made into wine. All those things we just saw are used to make wine in the mountain village. Don't you like strawberries? I'll let you try this strawberry wine she said, her eyes curving up with a small glint of calculation underneath them. "If we get this girl drunk, won't we be able to ask everything?" Sure enough, as soon as Mu Xiaoxiao heard it was strawberry, she became interested. "Strawberry wine. Ha, then I want to try it." Han Qiqing poured her a cup. Matching cups are also translucent, small, very chic and very fresh. The average girl cannot resist this lovely. Mu Xiaoxiao was certainly no exception, holding the small cup and watching the whole time, and it was only after Han Qiqing's urging that she finally shed her eyes to taste the flavor of the strawberry wine. It's sweet, and it really does have a strawberry flavor to it. The alcohol flavor isn't too strong either. It's good. I like it. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled happily. She usually didn't like alcohol, hated the taste of it, but this one made her like it. There's also rose wine. We're so happy today. Let's have a drink. This wine is for girls. The degree shouldn't be too high, so don't worry about getting drunk. Han Qiqing was talking nonsense with her eyes open. The degree won't be too high? Homebrews are usually not too low in degrees to be right. But how can we let down Mu Xiao's guard so we can get her drunk if we don't lie to her? Han Qiqing smiled thievishly. Mu Xiaoxiao took the bottle she held out, and from the translucent bottle, one could see that the color of this wine was brilliant, like a sultry rose, with a nice color. Her eyes were glowing. That's a nice color. I'm going to try this. Girls really rarely have the ability to resist when faced with something that looks good, like Mu Xiaoxiao even less so. So the two girls were drinking without realizing it. Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks were flushed and she looked slightly drunk. Han Qiqing went over and stared at her small face, taking the opportunity to ask, "Little what do you feel about Yin Xiaojie right now?" Chapter 244, How do you feel about him? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were as if they were covered in a layer of watery mist, confused, clearly looking at Han Qiqing, but as if they were out of focus. Han Qiqing came a little closer, with a voice only 2 people can hear, asked in her ear, "It's you and Yin Xiaojie, that guy, You are not engaged? And he's treating you so well now. And when he heard you say you had a boyfriend before, he was so jealous. So what's going on with you two now? You should like him too, right? Like him?" Mu Xiaoxiao repeated her words in a daze, her eyelids closing as if she was thinking seriously about the question. Does she like Yin Xiaojie? It's like, right? Of course I like it. So, she nodded and said in a slurred voice to Han Qiqing's expectant gaze, like how could she not like it? Although she and Yin Xiaojie would fight with each other, sometimes having small quarrels and gambling, but none of them would hurt their feelings. She remembers when she was a little girl, her parents would tease her and ask, who was Tiny's favorite person? At that time, she hugged Yin Xiaojie's neck with a sweet smile and replied, my favorite person is Jie. Han Qiqing revealed an expression of as expected, but suddenly thought of another point and hurriedly asked Mu Xiao, when I say like, it's the male-female kind of love. Do you hear me clearly? It's the like between a man and a woman. The love of love. Male and female. Love? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were dumbfounded, blinking a few times as if she couldn't understand what she meant by this. Han Qiqing cried and laughed, afraid that she hadn't overfilled her and gotten her too drunk. Actually, they both didn't drink a lot. That little glass was so small that one glass was only enough for one sip, and they only had 2 bottles of strawberry and rose, which really didn't count for much. But looking at Mu Xiao, she seemed to be in a drunken daze. The love between a man and a woman is, for example, you will blush when you are against him, and you will want to have more intimate contact with him, such as kissing on the mouth and so on. By the way, have you kissed on the mouth yet? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her with a dazed gaze, unable to tell if she was thinking at all. Just as Han Qiqing secretly cried out that something was wrong, and that she wasn't drunk out of her mind, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. There is kissing mouth. There is she remembered. Before, in her dream, she had kissed Yin Xiaojie. Also, Nanaharo said blushing. When she was with Yin Xiaojie recently, it seemed like her heart would become strange. It would beat very fast and quickly, and her cheeks would become very hot and scalded. This would be the blushing heartbeat, right? So, what she feels for Yin Xiaojie right now is male and female love? Mu Xiaoxiao thought about the result in a daze, but didn't seem to have reacted to what it meant. When Han Qiqing heard her answer, she was instantly agitated. You guys really kissed? Ha? Well, Mu Xiaoxiao nodded dully. Kissed in a dream. It counts, right? Han Qiqing's eyes suddenly glowed and she lunged up to hug her shoulders, screaming, remember what Sijuan just said? So, you're Yin Xiaojie's soulmate. His destiny. Listening to what Nanakaro said, Mu Xiao's expression was slightly stunned, her heart thumping. Is she his destiny? Chapter 245, Little's in Trouble. As Mu Xiaoxiao thought about this word, her dark eyes filled with water mist, and the corners of her pink lips sweetly raised in an arc. She loves that word. She likes that she is Yin Xiaojie's destiny. Ha, Tiny? What's wrong with you? You're not going to sleep, are you? Don't sleep. Han Qiqing is startled to see her eyes slowly close and her little head tilted in a drowsy manner, so she hurriedly holds her up and pats her little face with her hand, trying to wake her up. Tiny, don't sleep. Wake up. Han Qiqing called out to her, but there was no response whatsoever. This girl went straight to sleep as soon as she skimmed her head, and because he was drunk, he couldn't wake up no matter how much he screamed, and he slept exceptionally well. Han Qiqing's heart hangs in the air, and falling asleep inside a hot spring can be very unsafe. She looked anxiously to the left and right, fretting, what's the best thing to do? She tried to get up from the spa to go out and get help, but as soon as she let go of Mu Xiaoxiao, Mu Xiaoxiao's body lurched towards the hot spring, scaring her so much that she hurriedly hugged her. Han Qiqing stared at her reddened little face, wondering if it was caused by the hot springs or the drinking. The heart really repents. Why did you get Tiny drunk? However, she didn't know that the girl's drinking capacity was so bad. Tiny, wake up. You can't sleep here. You hear me? Wake up. Shook her again. Still no response. Mu Xiaoxiao also pursed her lips and looked like she was sleeping soundly. Han Qiqing, however, was going crazy with anxiety. She hugged Mu Xiao's shoulder and shouted at the top of her voice to the outside. Hey, is there anyone out there? There's someone here who needs help. Do you hear me? After waiting a few seconds, no one responded. Han Qiqing, who was already an anxious person, was worried that if she continued to soak like this, something would happen to Mu Xiaoxiao. After contemplating the next approach, he turned Mu Tiny around so that she was lying on her back on the edge of the pool. Han Qiqing patted her shoulder and told her, Xiao, don't move. Just stay like this and wait for me obediently. I'll go out and find someone. Then he hurriedly got up from the hot spring, but was still worried that Mu Xiaoxiao would slip into the water, taking one step and turning back once before he finally made it to the door. She opened the door and yelled outside. Anyone? Something's happened here. Just after shouting, Song Shijun and Yin Xiaojie came out from the next room. What happened? Where's Xiao? Yin Xiaojie asked. Frowning, Han Qiqing hurriedly said, little she seems to have passed out in the hot springs. She was too weak in the moment to say that she had gotten Tiny drunk. As soon as he heard that something had happened to Xiao, Yin Xiaojie dashed into the room. Song Se-jun was also worried and was about to follow him in. Who knows? He saw Yin Xiaojie turn back and close the door. You wait outside. Song Shijun touched his nearly flattened nose and muttered with a sad face. Why don't you let me in? The next moment the brain circuits turned and it made sense. Mu Xiaoxiao had fainted while soaking in the hot spring, so wasn't that just like Han Qiqing just now, with her whole body just wrapped in a bath towel? Inside the room, Yin Xiaojie quickly rushed to the edge of the pool. He frowned tightly and patted Mu Xiaoxiao's small face with worry. Xiao, wake up. But seeing that she didn't react half-heartedly, and that little white and tender face, it was unusually red at the moment. He hastily reached down and picked her up. The bath towel around Mu Xiaoxiao's body came off smoothly and fell into the hot spring. Chapter 247. Hey, you wait. Seeing something wrong, Han Shicheng grabbed the bathrobe that was sitting on the chair and pounced on it. There was a mist by the hot springs, but not so much that you couldn't see clearly. Before Yin Xiaojie could fix his eyes on it, he only felt a flash of a figure swaying in front of him. Then it was Han Shicheng who pounced over and wrapped Mu Xiao in her bathrobe. Yin Xiaojie froze in place, but at Han Shicheng's shouts, he could only loosen up in love and let her put on Xiao Zhao's bathrobe. Yin Xiaojie felt his nose itch and hurriedly pinched it, some suspicious redness appearing on his handsome face. Yin Xiaojie, don't just stand there, quickly catch Xiao Xiao. Han Shicheng's voice yelling out pulled his attention back. Yin Xiaojie's long arms reached out and directly picked Mu Xiao Xiao up by the waist. He hurriedly carried Mu Xiao Xiao out of the spa room. Han Shicheng was about to follow her there before she remembered that she was still wearing a bath towel, so she turned around to change into a bathrobe. Anyway, with Yin Xiaojie around, Xiao Xiao will be fine. Outside the door, Song Shijun had been waiting and seeing Yin Xiaojie holding Xiao Xiao out. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "How is it? Is Xiao Xiao okay?" "Should be fine. I'll carry her to her room." Song Shijun followed him and took a few steps before realizing that Han Shicheng wasn't there, and was about to circle back to look for her when he saw her following him in her bathrobe. He was busy asking her, "What's going on here? How did Tiny pass out in there?" This was what Yin Xiaojie wanted to ask, only the situation had just become urgent, so he hadn't had time to ask Han Shicheng. Han Shicheng showed a look of remorse and said frankly, "We just drank some wine inside. Xiao Xiao should have been drunk, plus soaked in it, so it passed out." Fearing that Yin Xiaojie would scold her, she hastily explains again, "Before she fainted, we were still chatting properly, and as soon as I realized she wasn't okay, I immediately came out to look for someone, so she didn't faint for long." Yin Xiaojie didn't have any reproach and nodded lightly after hearing her explanation. "Got it. That shouldn't be anything, just sleeping through it." Yin Xiaojie looked down at Mu Xiaoxiao's face. Her cheeks were flushed and she was sleeping sweetly. She couldn't see what was wrong. Soon, it was time to arrive at the suite they had booked. Yin Xiaojie put Mu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, reached out and touched her cheeks. "Hot. This is a very normal situation after just soaking in the hot springs." He placed a cold towel on her forehead and let her cold compress it to dissipate her heat. The redness on Mu Xiaoxiao's face slowly came down. "She's fine. You guys go out. I'll just take care of her here," Yin Xiaojie said to the two of them. Yin Xiaojie was giving an expulsion order, so how could Han Shicheng and Song Shijun not hear it? However, Han Shicheng looked at Mu Xiaoxiao's face on the sofa and said, "It's better for me to take care of Xiao Xiao. I'm the one who got her like this anyways, and she wouldn't have gotten drunk if I hadn't called for alcohol. Besides, they booked a total of 2 suites. Don't they just let them have one for the girls and one for the boys?" Song Shijun heard her say this and violently yanked her in the back. "Is this Nanahara stupid? How dare you go against Yin Xiaojie's wishes? I don't usually see her so blind." Song Shijun tugged on her hand again and said with a smile, "Well, it's quite late now, so let's not disturb Xiao Zhao's rest. Let's go, let's go, let's go to the other room." But, under his hard pull, Han Shicheng was taken out of the room. Only after closing the door did Song Shijun look at her and ask strangely, "Why are you suddenly grabbing to take care of Xiao Xiao? With Xiao Jia around, Xiao Xiao will only be taken care of better." "Of course I know only." Han Shicheng blushed, her eyes looking at the door of the room again with a somewhat worried look. Song Shijun smiled ambiguously and said, "Only what? Aren't the two of them engaged? It's nothing to sleep together." Han Shicheng glared at him, "You boys really do think about all this?" Song Shijun had an innocent look on his face, but still had a smiling expression. "What's it got to do with me? You're not worried that Xiao Xiao will suffer, are you? Don't worry, if she doesn't want to, Xiao Jia won't force her, so why are you worrying? To say that in this world, the person Yin Xiaojie is most unwilling to hurt is Mu Xiaoxiao." He didn't even understand what Han Shicheng was worried about. Han Shicheng looked down and thought. Song Shijun looked like he had seen something amazing and flirted. "Yo yo yo, I'm not mistaken. 7 Harvest, you can blush too?" Han Shicheng glanced at him and argued, "My face also has blood circulation, so why wouldn't I blush? Let's go, let's go. Don't stay here. It's weird to stand in the doorway and feel like you're trying to eavesdrop on a corner." Song Shijun put his hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, "Then go back to our room, and the two of us will make do and sleep together tonight." Han Shicheng elbowed him away and blanked him. "Who wants to share a room with you? Go, get another room." "Ouch. It's not a big deal to stay in one room. Why waste money? The suites here are pretty expensive too. This lady has money. I like to get wasted." "Okay, okay, 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 you boss, you call the shots." Inside the room, the person on the sofa, who was originally sleeping well, suddenly moved about, and his little mouth stammered, "Water, water." Yin Xiaojie had just gone to change the cold towel. Who knew that only when he came back, he would see Mu Xiaoxiao moving on the sofa? "What's wrong?" he asked as he walked quickly over to her and stroked her cheek. Her face was still a little flushed, and that last bit of heat couldn't seem to dissipate. But anyone experienced with drinking knows that it's because the alcohol hasn't worn off. Mousy said, I want a drink of water. Chapter 248, In Xiaojie said, okay, you stay good, I'll go get you some water. When he got up, he walked over to the refrigerator to pour water. The little girl lying on the couch behind her had squinted and peeked. Then all of a sudden her eyes opened, and they were clear, no longer looking like she was drunk. She hadn't actually drunk a lot. It was just that she was soaking in the hot springs that had accelerated the alcohol and she drifted off to sleep. But also because it's a hot spring, the alcohol just dissipates quickly. But, Mu Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue. She was afraid that In Xiaojie would be angry with her. He would definitely reprimand her for how she could drink in the hot springs. And also drunk. This is very dangerous and so on. She didn't care to listen to his lecture, so she simply continued to pretend when she woke up. Hey, it was still pretty cool to see him serve himself like that. Mu Xiaoxiao is very smart this time. Of course she knows that In Xiaojie's eyes have more than one eye. It's hard to fool him, so before he could turn back around, she hurriedly closed her eyes, relaxing herself and pretending she was still in a groggy state. In Xiaojie quickly brought over a cup of poured mineral water and squatted by the sofa, his magnetic voice saying to her, the water is here. Get up and drink. You feed me. Mu Xiaoxiao said in a slurred voice. In Xiaojie came so close that when she opened her mouth, he could smell the odor of alcohol emanating from her. He couldn't help but frown. How much had this girl had to drink? No wonder he's drunk like this. He looked like he had no idea what to do with her, but moved gently, lifting her head up and feeding her the water. Mu Xiaoxiao was really thirsty, so she gulped down half a cup. In Xiaojie put the cup on the coffee table next to her, his bony fingers pressed against her cheek, probing her temperature. Feeling better? With such a close distance, Mu Xiaoxiao felt as if her ears had soothed a little. Why did she only realize now that this guy In Xiaojie had such a nice voice? Mu's tiny little face reddened a few more points, and her heartbeat then sped up. Head and dizzy too. Ooh. To make it look like she was still lying on the couch, her little face scrunched up as if it was really hard. She wasn't actually pretending. She was really feeling dizzy. After a while, he whispered in her ear, Tiny. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was beating wildly. Her heart felt like it didn't belong to her anymore. Originally she wondered if she was dreaming, but in this moment, she was wide awake and knew that this was no dream. It's all true. In Xiaojie really kissed her. He actually stole a kiss from her while she was drunk. Mu Xiaoxiao's face was almost red. Suddenly she thought of the dream she had had before. She had dreamed for a while that In Xiaojie had kissed her. Could it be that he had really done something like that before? And it was without her knowledge that he stole a kiss from her. And that's why it surfaced in her dreams? She had always felt that dreams were a reflection of reality. So for a while there she wondered why she dreamed that In Xiaojie kissed her. Now it finally makes sense. It turned out that he really kissed her, or stole a kiss, so she had that dream. In Xiaojie got up and got off the couch, then picked her up and headed for the bedroom. Mu Xiaoxiao seemed to be asleep, not as rowdy as just now, and obediently nestled in his arms. In Xiaojie put her on the bed and carefully covered her with the quilt. His obsidian-like eyes gazed at her sleeping face. He let out a sudden sigh, his dark eyes holding unspeakable emotion. After making sure she was sleeping peacefully, he left the bedroom and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the darkness, Mu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. Her expression tangled as she bit her lower lip, her heart's frantic beating not slowing down a bit. Chapter 251, Is he weak? The next day, crisp sunlight shone in through the window and spilled onto the goosedown carpet. The person on the bed rubbed against the bed. Mu Xiaoxiao turned around leisurely in the bed, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and habitually snuggled over to the side. Who knew it would actually pounce? She opened her bleary eyes and looked at the spot beside her. No one was there. His mind cleared a few moments, and he glanced around the entire king-sized bed, realizing that he was alone, with no sign of In Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at the time in confusion. It's still early. Is In Xiaojie up so soon? But, she looked down and carefully recalled, all without the impression of whether In Xiaojie had come in to sleep with her before she fell asleep, and the bed next to it was flat and didn't look at all like someone had been lying on it. Could it be that In Xiaojie didn't even come in to sleep with her? With this speculation, Mu Xiaoxiao got out of bed, stepped on her slippers and walked out of the bedroom, and as soon as she walked into the suite's living room, she saw the slender figure lying on the sofa. Her expression lurched. It turns out that In Xiaojie really didn't come into the bedroom to sleep together last night. He slept on the sofa by himself. Inexplicably, a sense of loss surged in Mu Xiaoxiao's heart. Obviously he hated sleeping on the couch when he was in the apartment, but last night he volunteered to sleep on the couch and didn't choose to come in and sleep with her. Why was that? Mu Xiaoxiao's little mouth pouted, her expression visibly unhappy. She still remembered clearly what happened last night, when this asshole stole a kiss from her while she was drunk. Obviously, I should be exasperated. But when I remembered the course of last night, I couldn't help but feel my face burning. This asshole. Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she walked over and fished out one of the pillows on the single sofa, tugged on the edges, and slammed it hard against Yin Xiaojie's body. Get up! Get up! She shouted. Yin Xiaojie, who was sleeping just right, was awakened by her, and his large hand grabbed the pillow and pulled it over in one smooth motion. Caught off guard, Mu Xiaoxiao was pulled over and fell onto his chest. Beneath his palm was his firm chest, carrying the temperature of a human body, and the sound of a strong heartbeat. Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, his long curly eyelashes lifting, his dark eyes lowered as he looked at her, his voice carrying the huskiness of a freshly awakened sleep. What are you up to? That bass voice is sexy as hell. Mu Xiao's heart was soothed and her heartbeat sped up for a moment. Blushing, she snatched back the pillow and hugged it to her chest, as if that would ward off the sound of her heartbeat from being heard by him. Why didn't you go into your room and sleep last night? Why did you sleep on the couch? Mu Xiaoxiao beamed and asked, with a bit of an aggrieved look in her tone. She really didn't understand why he would sleep on the couch. Obviously the bed in the room was so big, it was totally more than enough to sleep two people. Or is it because he stole a kiss from her last night and is too self-conscious to face her? Heck, it must be. Thinking so, Mu Xiao's mood became clear. Yin Xiaojie sat up from the sofa, his slender fingers casually ran through the slightly messy broken hair. His posture clearly looked lazy and gangly, but he couldn't hide his handsomeness. He didn't seem to have slept too well, his brow furrowed in a bit of a wake-up call. You think I want to sleep on the couch? I hate sleeping on the couch. I can't even turn over. Chapter 252, Cold Baths. Mu Xiaoxiao heard that his tone was bad. It seems that he really didn't sleep well. That usually evil and flying handsome face was stinking, she said in disbelief. Then why don't you go into your room and sleep? The bed is so big and I can't sleep alone. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes looked at her askance, but did not answer the question. Mu Xiaoxiao always thought he was weird, or was it really her guess? Is he too weak to face her because he stole a kiss? Mu Xiaoxiao snickered in her heart. Did not expect Yin Xiaojie still have such a cowardly time. Really a miracle, a miracle. Yin Xiaojie wrinkles his eyebrows and stares at the corners of her mouth that are clearly curved up, expressing his dissatisfaction. What are you smiling about? You're happy that I slept so poorly, aren't you? No, Mu Xiaoxiao replied, but those ebony eyes were filled with a full smile. Yin Xiaojie, doesn't this girl realize that her emotions are written all over her face? Yin Xiaojie's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of something and violently reached out with his long arms, yanking her into his arms, locking her in an arm and pressing her against his chest, staring at her threateningly as he questioned, did you do some kind of prank on me? Tell me. No, really nothing, Mu Xiaoxiao said, indicating that she was innocent. Yin Xiaojie said, I don't believe you. Did you draw a ghost face on my face? Otherwise why are you staring at me and smiling so happily? Where am I laughing my ass off? Mu Xiaoxiao denied it while trying hard to put away the curved corners of her mouth and seriously floor her small face. Yet no amount of pretending could hide her eyes, which were glowing with happiness. The more Yin Xiaojie looked at her like this, the more suspicious he felt. How could this girl get up so early in the morning and smile so happily if there was nothing wrong with her? No weirdness? The hell with it. Yin Xiaojie glanced at the cell phone on the coffee table, which he couldn't reach because of the distance, unless he let go of her. But then he didn't want to let go of her, so he gestured with his chin in the direction of his cell phone and commanded her, bring me the phone. Mu Xiaoxiao expressed her innocence and helplessness, and obediently reached for her cell phone and handed it to him. Yin Xiaojie turned on the front camera and looked at her face, realizing that she really hadn't been painted with a ghost face, and then let go of her. Are you still not sober from your drunkenness? Why is your face so red? He asked suspiciously. Is my face red? No. Mu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and cupped her cheeks, which were really a little hot. Blame it on him. Why did you just hold her so tight? She smelled his masculine scent and it reminded her of that passionate kiss last night, and it was hard not to blush. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and probed over to look at her askance. You're really a bit kooky today, Mu Xiaoxiao retorted. You're the one. You're the one who's weird, okay? Why don't you sleep on the sofa when you have a bed to sleep on? Obviously at home, you don't sleep on the sofa. As soon as this topic was mentioned, Yin Xiaojie seemed to be annoyed again. He bristled and muttered, if I don't sleep on the couch, I'll have to take another cold shower, so I'd rather sleep on the couch. Mu Xiaoxiao had a question mark on her face. What did you say? A cold shower? It's nothing. I'm going to go wash my face, so you can see what you want for breakfast, Yin Xiaojie said, getting up from the couch and walking quickly to the bathroom like he was running away from something. Chapter 253, Not Like a Good Man. Mu Xiaoxiao was still thinking about what he had just muttered, but as soon as she heard the word breakfast, her stomach growled and her attention was diverted in an instant. I'm so hungry. Let's have breakfast first. The breakfast at Hot Spring Lodge is still very rich. Not only Chinese breakfast, but also other countries. After washing up and changing out of her clothes, Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that she had to go find Han Xiqing. I didn't expect to see Han Xiqing put her ear to the door as soon as she opened it, and because she opened it, Han Xiqing lunged forward with momentum and almost fell. Luckily, Song Shijun held her waist in time from behind. Nanaharu, are you okay? Why are you sticking your face on the door? What were you guys just doing outside? Mu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Han Xiqing smiles and says, didn't do anything, I came to find you to have breakfast with me. Thought you weren't awake. Mu Xiaoxiao stretched. Woke up long ago. In order to wait for Yin Xiaojie, she had just been looking at the breakfast menu in her room for a while. Behind her, Yin Xiaojie also walked out and looked at the three of them. What's the point of crowding at the door? Mu Xiaoxiao looked back at him and asked, I'm so hungry. What are we having for breakfast? What do you want to eat? I see that there is a Cantonese morning tea here. Let's go eat that. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and said with a leap of faith. So, no one had any objections, and they went for a Cantonese breakfast. I didn't realize that the Cantonese morning tea here was very popular and it was full early. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed. Then let's go eat something else. Despite what she said, her eyes still looked inside, unable to move away, especially when she saw the carts of refreshments being pushed around and the scent coming from them, making her swallow. Yin Xiaojie glanced at her and said, wait here, I'll be back soon. So he walked away. Han Xiqing took the opportunity to pull Mu Xiaoxiao aside, attaching herself to her ear and asking in a whisper, how did you guys do last night? Why does Yin Xiaojie seem to look a little bad today? Mu Xiaoxiao replied, he slept on the sofa last night. I don't know what happened to him. He suddenly thought of sleeping on the sofa. He slept poorly. Of course his face is not good. Sleeping on the couch? Han Xiqing froze. Why would he sleep on the sofa? Don't you want him to sleep in his room? I didn't. I was. Last night, Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that last night she found out that he stole a kiss from herself. Her small face floated out a faint blush again. I fell asleep a long time ago last night. The door was also open. He himself didn't come in to sleep. Can you blame me? That would be quite strange. Han Xiqing touched her chin, her eyes suddenly becoming ambiguous as she looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, last night, did you and Yin Xiaojie really not have anything happen? Although Xiaoxiao is said to be drunk, but Yin Xiaojie doesn't look like a decent person in any way. Being asked by her, Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened a few more points. She's embarrassed to say that Yin Xiaojie stole a kiss from her. Mu Xiaoxiao blushed and covered up. No, nothing happened. Really? Han Xiqing asked suspiciously, looking at Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate little face. It was all flushed with a suspicious blush. It didn't look like anything hadn't happened in any way. Said no. By the way, I heard him muttering something about not going back to his room to sleep because he didn't want to take a cold shower. What do you think that means? Mu Xiaoxiao was afraid that she would ask further questions, so she changed the topic back. Chapter 254. Han Xiqing froze when she heard this, and a strange smile rippled across her face. You said, he took a cold shower? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and asked her with a perplexed face. You said, going back to your room to sleep, and taking a cold shower. What's the connection between the two? Not at all. Han Xiqing covered her mouth and laughed. Of course it's related. What correlation? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her in surprise. Stupid you, Xiaoxiao. I'm really skeptical. Have you really spent 4 years in America? The culture over there, that's so open. You don't even know this? Han Xiqing shook her head, lamenting at her innocence. What the heck? Tell me first, what exactly is the connection between these two things? Mu Xiaoxiao expressed her strong dissatisfaction at her calling herself stupid. Han Xiqing glanced at Song Shijun next to her, afraid that he might have heard her, and hugged Mu Xiao's hand again, ducking into a corner. Then his hand circled Mu Xiaoxiao's ears, said in a small voice, taking a cold shower is him reacting to you. That's why he doesn't want to sleep with you, afraid that he can't hold it. So you understand? Mu Xiaoxiao froze stiffly. Yin Xiaojie reacted to her? That's why you need cold showers. With a swish of understanding, a certain girl's face instantly burned red. Mu Xiaoxiao was so shy that she didn't know what to answer. Thinking back to what happened last night, it seemed to fit right in with what Han Xiqing had analyzed. For example, why did Yin Xiaojie have to take another bath last night when he had clearly soaked in the hot springs? Turns out, he went for a cold shower. The more Mu Xiaoxiao thought, the more shy her little face reddened, and her heartbeat was like a deer in the headlights. That explained exactly why he'd preferred to sleep on the couch last night rather than go into his room and sleep with her. Just then, Yin Xiaojie returned. He looked toward Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Xiqing, who were standing in the corner, and asked out loud, what are you guys hiding over there for? Mu Xiaoxiao was thinking about those things, and as soon as she heard his voice, she was startled, suddenly pulling Han Xiqing by her side and blocking her front. She was blushing now and didn't want him to see it. Yin Xiaojie frowned when he saw her strange behavior. What are you guys up to? Didn't you say you wanted to have breakfast? There's a spot. Let's go in. It was obvious that she really wanted this breakfast, so he just went to the manager here. As soon as the other party saw it was him, they immediately gave him the best seat. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly made an excuse, and didn't forget to tug on Han Qicheng, asking her to accompany her. When they walked away, Yin Xiaojie walked over to Song Shijun's side and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Song Shijun smiled ambiguously and said on his shoulder, "I just heard the first half of it. How about Seven Harvest asking Xiao Xiao if anything happened to you guys last night?" Seeing Xiao Xiao blushing, "You guys must have had something happen, right?" Yin Xiaojie skimmed off his hand. His dark eyes narrowed. "They are talking about this?" Little she blushed. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. How can you go wrong with a blush? Didn't you just see? Xiao Xiao's face is as red as a monkey's ass. Isn't it obvious enough?" "Hey brother, tell me, what did you do to Xiao Xiao last night while she was drunk?" "Hey, what did you do to her?" Song Shijun was also curious and raised his eyebrows ambiguously at him. Chapter 255, Their First Kiss 1. As soon as Yin Xiaojie heard his adjective, he frowned in dissatisfaction. "You're the monkey's ass. You're uneducated. Don't you know how to use more elegant words?" Then skillfully avoided the topic he didn't want to answer. That's what happened between him and Tiny. Why would he tell anyone? Only, Song Shijun's passage also caused him to have doubts. Why did Xiao Xiao that girl blush? Does it mean that she remembers? What happened last night? Song Shijun was scolded and rubbed his nose with a bit of a wronged expression on his face. Don't books describe blushing like a monkey's ass? How is he uneducated? Apparently he, young Master Yin, was too protective of Mu Xiaoxiao in his heart and wouldn't let anyone use even this adjective on her. Should we be so bossy? Yin Xiaojie looked at him askance. Is that all you heard? Is there anything else? Song Sejun shrugged and said, "Nope, just heard this," and then they went to hide in the corner and whisper. "So what? You talked to Xiao Xiao last night?" He didn't dare to ask anymore. It was really because young Master Yin's eyes were a bit stern. After waiting a while, the two girls finally came out. The four of them successfully ate a delicious and hearty Cantonese morning tea. After eating and drinking, Mu Xiaoxiao looked around to see what other pleasures were available in the Hot Springs Lodge, and finally chose to take the tour bus over to the Stream Valley to have a look. The Hot Springs Lodge is beautifully landscaped, with flowers, grass, trees and greenery all around. The air here is also exceptionally fresh. When we finally reached the valley of the stream, the clear water was next to dark, smooth rocks and the wind was refreshing on my face. Mu Xiaoxiao saw a few tents not far away, and she excitedly pulled Yin Xiaojie and said, "Are they camping? It seems like a lot of fun." Yin Xiaojie nodded. "I guess so. He doesn't come here often, so he doesn't know much about the place." Song Shijun, who was on the side, laughed. "They are just camping, and the camping equipment can also be borrowed from the side of the mountain village, and it is also one of the projects of the mountain village tour. Xiao Xiao, if you like it, wait for the next weekend. A few of us will come to camp. How about it?" Yeah. Mu Xiaoxiao clearly looked like she really liked it. Han Qicheng also says with a leap of faith, "Then it's a deal. I saw it when I was here before, and I've been wanting to go camping for a long time. Playing in the water inside the stream valley during the day, getting a campfire next to it at night, and then barbecuing and eating while playing some games, telling a ghost story or something. It's fun to think about." Mu Xiaoxiao took off her shoes and stepped barefoot inside the stream. The stream was a little cool, and the pebbles were soothing to the feet. Yin Xiaojie frowned when he saw that she was still going to go deeper and walked over to grab her arm. "Don't you walk in. It's a bit deep inside as well." He hadn't forgotten that the girl was a dry duck and couldn't swim at all. "Don't look at this stream. It's so clear that you can see to the bottom at a glance, as if it's not deep. But that's what makes it harder to estimate just how deep the center is. Or at least what the eye sees isn't always accurate." Mu Xiaoxiao stood in the stream and twisted her head back to look at him, smiling and bending her eyes to ask him, "Jie, do you still remember? 1 year before, our two families went to a lakeside resort together to play." It was as if she had recalled some happy past, her eyes glittering with a surfeit of laughter. She remembered. "Oh, that time, it should be considered their first kiss, right?" Chapter 256, Their First Kiss 2. It was 7 years ago, I think, and it was a summer solstice like this one, and it was still a little hot, and their two families met to go to that lakeside resort. On the very last day, the two of them had so much fun here that the kids just couldn't leave. Then that day the sun was about to set in the west. They were playing at the lake, playing and fooling around. They went into the lake to splash. Who knows, accidentally walked into too deep. Yin Xiaojie do not know what stepped on, fell into the lake. It's alarming to think about. They were still 9 and 10 years old at that time, and an accident could easily happen if they were not careful. Next to no adults, Mu Xiaoxiao was really scared, and fished out a wooden stick in the chaos, reaching out to him to grab. It took almost all of Yin Xiaojie's strength to pull on the wooden stick before he finally made it to shore. Then he fainted. When Mu Xiaoxiao panicked, She thought of the artificial respiration she saw on TV, so she hurriedly lowered her head and blew air to him mouth to mouth. Only when she saw him turn somewhat awake did she rush off to call the adults. It was just artificial respiration, but it was mouth to mouth, so it was a first kiss, right? Yin Xiaojie nodded. Remember. His dark, ink-like eyes looked at the stream at his feet, as if he was also caught up in memories. At that time, Mu Xiaoxiao was about to say something, suddenly interrupted by a scream. A bee. There are bees. At first, I thought it was Han Qiqing, but who knew that when I fixed my eyes on it? It was actually Song Shijun. Song Shijun pulled Han Qiqing and hid behind her. Han Qiqing, after getting a good look at the bee, is also startled and wants to twist away from his hand. What are you grabbing me for? Don't you know how to run? So the two of them hurriedly ran over to Mu Xiaoxiao's side. Without the threat of bees, Han Qiqing gave Song Shijun a blank stare before spitting. A bee scares you like this? Are you still a man? Song Shijun's face went a little white as he said, try getting stung by a bee when you were a kid and see if you're scared now. Han Qiqing then stopped talking. The saying that once bitten, twice shy is not without reason. Song Shijun looked at them and said in panic, let's not stay here, right? Go. Go back over to the mountain villa. Mu Xiaoxiao kinda sympathized with him. Being scared like this by a little bee, he must have a deep shadow. Although she kinda wanted to play in the stream, she let it go. Come on, there are other things to play in the lodge, right? Yes. Lots and lots. Song Shijun nodded his head busily. They left the lodge in the afternoon because they had classes tomorrow. Back in the apartment, Mu Tiny threw herself onto the couch. I'm so tired. Why are my shoulders so sore? It would be nice if someone could massage them for me at this time. She lay across the couch and spoke suggestively while glancing at Yin Xiaojie with her afterglow. Yin Xiaojie walked back into the room with his backpack. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her mouth in dissatisfaction. Is this guy pretending to be deaf on purpose? She's obviously made it so obvious. After waiting for a while and not seeing him walk out, Mu Xiaoxiao's dissatisfaction slowly accumulated and she couldn't help but shout. Yin Xiaojie. A certain demon's voice came out slowly. Did you hear what I said? I'm so tired. My shoulders are sore. Mu Xiaoxiao's tone was a little resentful. She flopped down on the sofa, like a lazy worm. Chapter 257. Only then did Yin Xiaojie slowly pace out, leaning against the wall and looking at her askance. At this time the sun was setting. The orange light of the afterglow spread in from the window, falling on his deep features, like a knife and axe-like handsome face, looking a few points more evil than usual. Is that a pout? His magnetic voice asked with a bit of light laughter. Luckily the room wasn't lit, so he shouldn't be able to see the embarrassment on her face, right? Who is pampered? Come over here quickly. Help me press my shoulder. It's really sore, okay? She said in a fake calm manner. She twisted her face away from looking his way for fear of being caught uncomfortable, but footsteps were heard and slowly made their way to the side of the couch. She knew he was coming over. Where is it sour? Yin Xiaojie's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled, and her heart tingled along with it. He talked just to talk. Why so close? Close to her ear to say just the shoulder she said in a small voice, not as loud and spontaneous as she had just been. Yin Xiaojie looked at her as if she was embarrassed and buried her face in the pillow, her thin lips slightly hooked. Shoulders? Then I'll rub them for you while you lie down. Mu Xiaoxiao sensed that something was wrong and twisted her waist. Where are you pressing I just said my shoulders are sore. I didn't say. Ha. You don't move my waist. She was so tickled that she just couldn't help but laugh. You can just press my shoulders. You don't have to press my back. Who knows? But I heard him say, no, the press has to be a full set, and this is what I serve. What a hell of a service mission. Mu Xiaoxiao was amused by him. Ha. Really can't Don't press there, okay? Ha. Yin Xiaojie, you stop it. Mu Xiaoxiao had already sensed that this guy was doing it on purpose. It was so itchy that she moved a few times, but she couldn't avoid his attack and finally rolled over when she couldn't take it anymore. Yin Xiaojie, he was about to reprimand him, however, only to roll over and come face to face with him. She said, you get up. I don't need you. Is that okay? Yin Xiaojie's obsidian-like eyes narrowed, gazing at her somewhat flustered little face. He just happened to want to verify it, to see if she already knew about his stealing a kiss from her. So, he laughed. What would you do if I said that I would love to kiss you right now? Mu Xiaoxiao was shocked. What? Her eyes widened and she looked even more flustered. What did he say? Hello? Has this asshole gone too far? Stealing is fine, but now you want to come openly? No way. Of course not. Mu Xiaoxiao thought while her face turned red with shame. She refused. Do you want it, and I'll give it to you? No, absolutely not. What if I favor it? You, stop it. Hands off. I want to get up. Well, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly came back to her senses and violently pushed him away, pulling her legs up and running into the bedroom, slamming the door with a snap. "Hey, Mu Xiaoxiao," he called out to her from behind, his heart inexplicably feeling empty from lack of fulfillment. Yin Xiaojie cursed and pounded the couch. "I should have known better than to tease her. I didn't realize it would turn out like this." His dark eyes looked in the direction she had fled, and he finally got up from the couch and walked over. Yin Xiaojie stood at the bedroom door and knocked. Before he could say anything, Mu Xiao's voice came out from inside. "Yin Xiaojie, you bastard. Go away. I don't want to see you right now." Yin Xiaojie's expression sank a little. Is she angry? It's not like he did it on purpose. "You caused that accident just now, okay? If you hadn't pushed my hand away, he wouldn't have fallen right down. Don't you say a word aaoa." Inside the room, Mu Xiaoxiao covered her ears and screamed, pressing her back against the door panel as if she was afraid he would break in. Her heart was beating wildly. It had never beat so fast. She realized that she seemed to be interested in him. Chapter 259. Inside and outside the door, the two men had their own thoughts. Seeing that she really refused to open the door, Yin Xiaojie somewhat helplessly tapped on the door panel and said, "So when will your anger die down? I don't want to sleep on the sofa again tonight." He already slept hard enough on the couch last night. The suite at the spa lodge was nice, but the couch wasn't anywhere near as nice as your own home, and he really hates sleeping on the couch. He wanted to get a good night's sleep now. He didn't want to sleep on the couch anymore. However, it was fine if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Mu Xiaoxiao in the room yelled, "You don't want to enter the room. You'll just sleep on the sofa. Otherwise, or you'll go out and sleep outside." As soon as she said the last sentence, Mu Xiaoxiao immediately regretted it. What if Yin Xiaojie really goes out and stays in a hotel? But words spoken are like water thrown out. How can they be taken back? Mu Xiaoxiao was chagrined and embarrassed to change her words. She turned and pressed her face against the door panel, listening to the sounds outside. The little heart hangs in the air, fearing that he might actually hear Yin Xiaojie go out. Fortunately, Yin Xiaojie outside the door muttered, "There's really nothing I can do about you." Then he stopped tapping on the door, walked back over to the couch, sat down, and lay down. He took out the pillow pressed under his waist and realized that she had just used it, and brought it up to the end of his nose to smell it. It seemed to still have her sweet scent on it. Yin Xiaojie took the pillow in his arms and thought to himself, "Let's just take this as her for now." Since the two of them had been living together, he had grown accustomed to sleeping with her, to waking up every day to see a furry head in his arms. Now that he was sleeping by himself, his arms were empty, but he was not used to it. Yin Xiaojie glanced at the bedroom door again, his dark eyes holding an unspeakable sentiment. He rested his arm inside the room. Mu Xiaoxiao stuck to the door panel, waited for a long time, did not hear the sound of going out, which put down a big stone in his heart. She sat down on the floor and realized that it was all dark and the room was pitch black. Getting up quickly, he turned on the lights in the room. Looking around the large room, she was the only one in it. It seemed so big and empty. It's obvious that you didn't feel this way before, is it? Just because Yin Xiaojie is not in the room? Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. It was still early for bedtime. By the way, how is she going to get out of the shower later? It's a really nagging question. Time flies. All at once it was 11 o'clock at night. Mu Xiaoxiao quietly opened the door, first poking out a pair of eyes, then her little head. The living room is empty. Take another look at the den next to it. Well, the light is on. Yin Xiaojie should be in the study. So she hurriedly snuck out and ran into the bathroom to take a shower. But she didn't dare to wash herself for too long, fearing that Yin Xiaojie would play a trick and run into the room to sleep while she opened the door. When she finished her shower, she ran back into the bedroom and snapped the door shut. It was as if nothing had happened, and everything was business as usual in the living room. Only the door to the study opened. Yin Xiaojie walked out with his iPad and glanced at the bedroom door, his mouth smiling as he shook his head. Then he walked over to the couch and laid down. Outside the window, a few sudden flashes of lightning streaked through the dark night, and then slowly, it rained. Inside the room, wearing pajamas, Mu Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on the bed, staring blankly at the rain outside. Slowly from a drizzle, turned into a downpour. The dense rain seemed to be washing away the world. Chapter 260, She Lies. Occasionally there was a rumble of thunder, accompanied by pattering rain, interwoven into a rainy blues tune. In fact, Mu Xiaoxiao likes to listen to the sound of rain. It will make her feel calm in her heart. But now, she was anything but calm and irritable. She eyed the closed door panel with some resentment. Although when she just sneaked out to take a bath, she was thinking, that guy Yin Xiaojie can't be a scoundrel and run back to her room while she was out to take a bath, and die to sleep on the bed. But when he really wasn't being a scoundrel, she felt a little weird inside again. Isn't he too perverse? With his usual domineering and roguish personality, how could he possibly let go of this opportunity to exploit a loophole? It had obviously been 10 minutes since she'd gone out to take a shower, so he could have snuck back to his room, but he didn't. So annoying. Mu Xiaoxiao simply turned off the light and lay down, covering the quilt and preparing to sleep. And yet, it's tossing and turning. I don't know how many times she rolled over, but she suddenly sat up with a start and picked up her cell phone on the nightstand to see that the time had somehow reached 0. Outside, the rain was still pouring down, and occasionally a bolt of lightning cut through the dark night sky. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed, and her gaze couldn't help but look at the door again. In Xiaojia he sleeps on the sofa will not sleep well again? Thinking about the look on his face this morning, he didn't even sleep well last night, and if he doesn't sleep well tonight, won't he be hurting more than he's hurting? Mu Xiaoxiao felt even more overwhelmed in her heart and couldn't help but worry about him. She had tasted bad sleep before. It was especially hard and made one's spirits bad for the day. School is tomorrow, Monday. The thought that he would be in bad spirits all day worried her. Mu Xiaoxiao cupped her cheeks and said to herself, Mu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Before you can be cruel to him not just sleep on a sofa. How big why are you now? I don't know when. But her heart seems to have changed. Another bolt of lightning streaked through the blackness outside the window. The living room. A petite figure twirled out of the room and walked over to the couch. In Xiaojie, who was lying on the sofa, opened his eyes violently as if he had sensed something. Through the faint light outside, he saw that in the darkness, Mu Xiaoxiao was holding a pillow and looking at himself with a strange expression. A little surprised, he sat up and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly came out in the middle of the night and stood next to the couch. Was she trying to scare him by pretending to be a ghost? Mu Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks, having just been startled by his sudden opening of his eyes. She stammered out with her head down, I'm afraid. What did you say?" Her words were too vague, and with the rain outside mixed in, Xiaojie didn't hear what she said clearly. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him as if she was dissatisfied before increasing her volume and saying, "I am afraid of thunder. Can you come in and sleep with me?" Xiaojie was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. "You say, you're afraid of thunder? This girl, she's talking nonsense with her eyes open, isn't she?" He had grown up with her and often slept together when they were children. Was it not clear to him that she was afraid of thunder? Fortunately, the darkness helped her hide the embarrassment on her face, and Mu Xiaoxiao huffed, "I'm just afraid of thunder, can't I? Okay, of course, whatever your wife says is right." Xiaojie laughed. Chapter 261. As soon as she heard him call out to his wife's honor, Mu Xiao's ears reddened again. She turned to leave when her foot kicked the coffee table abruptly, making a noise in the darkness. "Be careful." Xiaojie's nice voice sounded behind him as he got up from the couch and walked behind her, catching her off guard with a single reach and picking her up. What are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao was startled. "Clumsy, I'm afraid you'll crash again. Hold on to my neck," he ordered, his strong arms holding her close as he headed for the bedroom. Although Mu Xiaoxiao was a little shy, she still reached out and hooked her hand around his neck, lest she fall. Xiaojie looked down at her and suddenly smiled as if he thought of something. She wondered, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaojie said, "Is this like sending the bride into the cave?" Hearing this, Mu Xiao's heart beat a few points faster. "Will you stop being so unclean in your thoughts?" she said, expressing her displeasure. "This is called unclean?" Xiaojie laughed evilly twice and said in a somewhat bad tone, "Is this even a good paragraph? Do you want to know?" Mu Xiaoxiao immediately stopped him from saying anything else and immediately shouted, "No, road, you're not allowed to say it, you hear me?" Xiaojie had a regretful expression. "You really don't want to know?" Don't want to. With Mu Xiaoxiao's voice, the two of them arrived right at the bedroom. Xiaojie puts her on the bed, and as soon as Mu Xiaoxiao touches the bed, as if she's afraid he'll do it to himself, she jumps to a corner of the bed and lifts the quilt to cover herself. "It's late. Go to bed quickly. We have school tomorrow," Mu Xiaoxiao cried out, pulling the covers over her head, her petite body wrapped in them. As soon as Xiaojie lay down on the bed, he let out a sigh of relief. "I'm sure it's still a comfortable bed. Sleeping on the couch and all that is so aggravating, or at least very aggravating for him." It was indeed very late, and Xiaojie didn't intend to continue molesting her, but looking at her covering herself up like this, he was afraid that she would be smothered. So he tugged at the covers and said, "How are you going to sleep like that? Get out of there." Mu Xiaoxiao did get a little stuffy in there, so she automatically lifted the covers. Without waiting for her to say anything, Xiaojie patted the covers and said, "Go to sleep. Good night." He closed his eyes and turned on his side, habitually turning his face her way. Mu Xiaoxiao moved to a comfortable position and faced him as well. Outside, the rain pattered as if it was coming down a little less, and there was no more booming thunder. Her eyes looked straight at his handsome face, unconsciously looking away, and subconsciously moved a little closer. Xiaojie's eyes were closed, but as if he knew that she had been looking at him, he said softly, aren't you going to sleep yet? He was about to open his eyes when Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, no eyes open. Yin Xiaojie rarely obeyed and didn't open his eyes, yet the corner of his mouth hooked in a smile and said, you're so bossy. Not at all. You call that a no? You had the nerve to call me bossy before. What about yourself? Mu Xiaoxiao hummed. So yeah, I'm just infected by you. With this retort, Yin Xiaojie was speechless. He said, go to bed now. It's really late so you won't be out of it tomorrow. Aha. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded, her little head rubbing against the pillow, finally closing her eyes. In the darkness, the two fell asleep almost head to head. Chapter 262. A few days later, Chanticleer College. After the results of the monthly exams for the senior year of high school came out, Louis Chen's results once again stunned the entire school, making everyone understand what it means to be a real school bully. There was supposed to be a math competition next and the school was worried that he wouldn't be able to go, but luckily his hand is healing nicely and is pretty much fine. Today is the day to go to City B for the math competition. Learning that Louis Chen was going to the competition, those girls who liked him spontaneously gathered at the school entrance to see him off. Senior Icon, cheers for the competition. Please make sure to take care of your body, and don't hold on if your hands hurt. Go for it, Senior Icon. We all want to believe that you can take first place. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return at school. There was a lot of cheering. Mu Xiaoxiao was tugged by Han Qicheng, and only with great difficulty did she squeeze her way through the crowd to the front. Louis Chen. Han Qicheng shouted anxiously when she saw him about to get into the car. Louis Chen already had one foot on the car, and as soon as he heard the sound, he turned around and got out of the car. When he first saw Mu Xiaoxiao, he walked up to her and smiled softly. What brings you here? Because of this light smile of his, the girl next to him squealed at once. Oh my god. Senior Icon smiled. He smiled. So handsome. Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose and glanced at Han Qicheng by her side, so she couldn't say that she was dragged here by Han Qicheng. She looked at Louis Chen and smiled. I heard that you're going to the competition, so I came to cheer you up. In fact, she did not feel the need to cheer him up in her heart. With his degree of schoolmaster, this point of math competition, she felt that taking the first place is almost no suspense. She believed he could and had no doubts. As soon as Han Qicheng, who was on the side, waited for Mu Xiaoxiao to finish, she hurriedly extended the bag in her hand to Louis Chen's face and said with a smile, this is something I made with Xiaoxiao. You take it in the car and eat it. We made a lot of it so you can share it with the other students and teachers. Louis Chen looked at Mu Xiaoxiao. Did you really do it? Mu Xiaoxiao was not in a good position to tear down 7 Harvest, so she nodded her head and said, yes, thanks, Louis Chen said, before taking the bag from Han Qicheng. Although Han Qicheng knew that he'd accepted it because of the small relationship, she was satisfied to see him carrying the food she'd made, thinking that he'd eat it in the car. Then we won't delay your departure. Cheers to the competition. Han Qicheng finished speaking and pulled Mu Xiao back into the crowd. Louis Chen waved at them and turned to get into the car. The girl next to him squealed again, as if he were waving at him, and rushed to wave at him in response. Senior Icon, cheer up and cheer up. We're waiting for you to come back. So, the car left Shanti Academy. Han Qicheng looked at the tail of the car for a long time, unable to take her eyes back. Mu Xiaoxiao reached out and waved her hand in front of her, smiling and teasing. Do you want to be so demented? Han Qicheng finally turned her head and looked askance at her. You and Yin Xiaojie are all over each other, showing love all day long, and I didn't even say anything about you. Where are we? Mu Xiao said, still saying no? Han Qicheng hugs her arm, ambiguously raising her eyebrows and asking in a low voice, by the way, how did Yin Xiaojie confess to you? I'm dying of curiosity. For a guy as cool and handsome as he is, isn't it true that when he confesses, he's also very overbearing? Chapter 263, he likes her, right? Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was a bit snappy. He didn't confess to me. The mood dipped slightly at the thought. The guy had obviously stolen a kiss from her, but he hadn't explicitly told her that he liked it. Recently, he had even teased her a few times from time to time, and the atmosphere between them was very ambiguous, but neither of them had poked through the divide. Han Qicheng is surprised. No confession? Is it because you're already engaged? So he thought that he could skip these steps? How can that be? No. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little annoyed, not knowing how to explain the delicate relationship between her and Yin Xiaojie. Anyway, between me and him, it's not what you think. We're still extraordinarily close friends like we used to be. A special childhood friend, not a relationship of lovers. When Mu Xiaoxiao thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful as well. She really didn't know what that guy Yin Xiaojie was thinking. He stole a kiss from her, so he likes her, right? But why is he? When Han Qicheng heard her say this, her eyes widened in shock and she violently pulled her back, asking, aren't you in love? Anyone with eyes can see that you guys are in love. Okay, there really isn't. Mu Xiaoxiao said with some aggravation. Han Qicheng stroked her chin, thinking, originally, I thought it was because you weren't enlightened, but before, at the Hot Springs Villa, you told me face to face that you were fond of him, so that means you're not that slow with your feelings. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. I told you I like him? When did that happen? Han Qiqing felt strange and said, didn't I say so? It was at the Hot Springs Lodge before. Didn't we soak in the hot springs together? I asked you, and you said yourself that you liked him. Don't you remember? That can't be right, can it? It was only last weekend too. How could I not remember? Han Qiqing clapped her hands together and said indistinctly, I see. Weren't you drunk that day? It's possible that when you woke up, you were disconnected, and that's why you don't remember. Maybe, but I shouldn't have to say that I like him for that. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little puzzled. She clearly only realized that her feelings for Yin Xiaojie had changed after that day. Before she got drunk in the hot springs, she didn't know that Yin Xiaojie had stolen a kiss from her. At that time, she was still ignorant of her feelings. How could she say she liked Yin Xiaojie? I know. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. I probably did say that, but not in the way you meant. Han Qiqing was confused by her and asked, so what are you like now? Do you like Yin Xiaojie or not? Mu Xiaoxiao blushed. Let her suddenly admit that she likes Yin Xiaojie. Always feel we're strange. Come on, you say it. It's really urgent. Han Qiqing shook her hand anxiously. Mu Xiaoxiao blushed and said, I'm interested in him. At that moment, suddenly a few girls stopped in front of them. Mu Xiaoxiao, we have something to tell you. Mu Xiaoxiao thought that they were here to find her trouble, but once she looked at these girls, it was not that kind of overbearing attitude. Instead, they were somewhat timid towards her. Even the girl who had just opened her mouth looked like she had worked hard to build up her courage before she dared to speak. Can I help you? She asked, looking over at them in disbelief. Chapter 264. A few girls didn't expect her to have such a good attitude and were stunned before someone spoke up. Mu Xiaoxiao, please stop seducing Senior Yichen, okay? At those words, Mu Xiaoxiao pointed to herself a little confused and said, you say I seduced him? What a mess. Hearing this, Han Qiqing, who was on the side, also furrowed her brows and barked at the girls who looked like they were upperclassmen. What nonsense are you talking about? Those girls flinched in fear. 7. Miss 7 Harvest. Mu Xiaoxiao knew that they were misunderstanding, but also wanted to figure out what was going on, so she stopped Han Qiqing and asked them, why do you guys think that I seduced Lu Yichen? Originally, now the whole school knows that Mu Xiaoxiao is Jiexiao cover, and favored very much. They, the girls, didn't dare to provoke Mu Xiaoxiao either, but they really couldn't stand to watch, so they mustered up the courage. Hearing Mu Xiaoxiao's questioning, a few girls looked at each other in disbelief. Then someone spoke up and said, Mu Xiaoxiao, don't you already have Jiexiao? Just let go of Senior Yichen, okay? He's not someone you can toy with. Mu Tiny, what an oxymoron. Can't you just answer her positively for what she just said? Mu Xiaoxiao got a little slightly angry and pointed at them. I'll ask again. What the hell is it that made you guys misunderstand that I seduced him like this? When did she seduce Lu Yichen? A girl plucked up the courage to say, last time, didn't Senior Yichen hurt his hand just to save you? There's also the special way Senior Ezra treats Mu Xiao. If she hadn't seduced Senior Yichen, then how could Senior Yichen, who had always been cold and indifferent, have smiled at her so gently? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Just because of this? What kind of bull excuse is that? A girl, with tears in her eyes, pleaded with Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao, we know we can't fight you, but please, okay? Don't seduce Senior Yichen anymore. Please let him go. Mu Tiny, what's this all about? Hello? Isn't it too much to press charges like this? But looking at the cowering girls in front of her, it seemed as if they were strong enough to muster up the courage to come and negotiate with her for the sake of someone they liked. Mu Xiaoxiao then felt that she didn't even have the anger to want to curse. She looked at them with tears and laughter and said, just because I'm hanging out with him, that makes me seducing him in your eyes? Can't girls be friends with boys? Can you guys not be so narrow-minded? She has a lot of male friends in America too. Did she seduce them all? This theory is simply breathless. Han Qiqing, who couldn't stand it anymore, looked at the girls and said, Lu Yichen saved Xiaoxiao last time because he treats Xiaoxiao as a friend. Besides, in such a dangerous moment, he stepped forward as a boy. What's wrong with that? Or do you want him to ignore Xiaoxiao and watch the girls around him in danger? If he's like that, would you still like him? The words of the two of them caused several girls to freeze, as if in thought. After a while, a girl looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and warily retorted, how can there be pure friendship between girls and boys? Chapter 265, Fear of Misunderstanding. Mu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly at the girls and said, why is there no pure friendship between girls and boys? Could it be that beside you, there isn't a boy who has a better relationship? Even if you really don't have one, then what gives you the right to knock over a boat with one rod? That's not how it's said. The girl panicked a little. Mu Xiaoxiao laughs. She points to Han Qiqing by her side and says, "What's that about? Like Qiqing and Yin Xiaojie and Song Shijun all hang out a lot. Could it be that she's having an affair with all of them?" Han Qiqing said with a look of disgust. "I don't want it." Mu Xiaoxiao added, "Like some girls, there are more male friends around. Does she have an affair with every boy? Isn't this tiring?" The girl was so refuted by her that she couldn't reply. Her face went a little white. Then she panicked and said, "What about you and Jie Xiao? It wouldn't be innocent between you two, would it?" Mu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. She kind of regretted it. Why did she have to explain so much to these girls? Even if it wasn't innocent between her and Yin Xiaojie, so what? Can you prove that there is no innocent friendship between girls and boys based on her case alone? Mu Xiaoxiao was suddenly too lazy to talk to her. However, when that girl saw that she didn't answer, she became complacent and continued. "You say your relationship with Jie Xiao is not pure, right? Your relationship is. We are as close as family." Mu Xiaoxiao snapped back at her. She doesn't want to tell other people about her feelings with Yin Xiaojie. Besides, she wasn't wrong. Her relationship with Yin Xiaojie was supposed to be as close as family. However, her words, in the ears of others, meant something else. "What are you guys doing here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing froze together and looked back. Because those girls were facing behind them, they saw who the speaker was faster than them and were startled. Jie Xiao, it's so true that you can't talk about people behind their backs, and when you do, they immediately show up. Those girls had long heard about Jie Xiao's temper, so they were now trembling in fear, afraid that if Jie Xiao was unhappy, he would give them a lesson of a lifetime. However, Yin Xiaojie didn't even look at those girls, as if they were non-existent air. He walked over to Mu Xiaoxiao and saw her eyes glazing over as she looked at him with a strange expression. So he asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you been acupointed?" Mu Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, her tone stuttering a bit. You, did he hear the last thing she said? For some reason, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was inexplicably panicked. She was afraid that if Yin Xiaojie heard her last words, he would misunderstand that she only had feelings for him like a family member and wouldn't have any male or female feelings. Mu Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain. But when she looks at Yin Xiaojie's expression, it doesn't look like he's angry. So what is he thinking about now? Han Qiqing, who was on the side, asked, "Yin Xiaojie, shouldn't you be over at the student council for a meeting? Why are you here?" Yin Xiaojie said, "The meeting is already over. I have some things to go out for a while." Upon hearing that he was going out, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Then, at noon, "You won't eat with me, guys?" Chapter 266, A Little Scheme for Two People. "Aha!" Yin Xiaojie replied in a faint voice, before he swept his gaze sternly at the girls. "These girls? What are they doing surrounding you?" Mu Xiaoxiao pulled his hand, not wanting to bother with these girls anymore. She said, "It's nothing." "Really no?" Yin Xiaojie asked, looking at her askance, as if checking if she was being bullied again, as if she could see what his eyes meant. Mu Xiaoxiao said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, don't underestimate me, okay? Am I that weak? Being bullied all day long and waiting for you to come and save me? The previous 2 times were special circumstances, okay? Besides, these girls now, they look so soft and weak, how can they be bullied by them?" Joke. Yin Xiaojie reached out and rubbed her hair, his sexy thin lips hooked up in a grounded smile. "It's good that there isn't any. How dare I underestimate you? Well, I really have to go." "Where the hell are you going?" Mu Xiaoxiao still couldn't help but ask. In fact, she used to not even ask him where he was going or what he was going to do, but since realizing that she felt differently about him, it seemed like she was caring about everything he did. Yin Xiaojie smiled mysteriously, and deliberately put a finger up on his lips and said, "Secret, not telling you." "Hey," Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. The more he refused to say, the more he made her care. This asshole, why don't you say something?" Yin Xiaojie looked at the time and pulled down her tugging hand, saying, "Well, I'm really in a hurry, so I'll go first, bye." With a handsome wave to her, he literally walked away. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his departing back, thinking that he had something to hide from himself. She couldn't help but feel a slight loss in her heart. Han Qiqing looked at her more than obvious expression and walked over to put her arm around her shoulders. "Honey, I already know the answer to the previous question. Obviously, this girl loves Yin Xiaojie and has fallen deeply into it. But regarding Yin Xiaojie's attitude, Han Qiqing found it somewhat elusive. Although Yin Xiaojie usually favors and accommodates Xiaoxiao, and it's obvious that he really cares about Xiaoxiao, does he see his heart clearly? The answer to this, perhaps only Yin Xiaojie himself knows. Mu Xiaoxiao was still worried about whether or not the words she just said would cause Yin Xiaojie to have a misunderstanding when she heard them, so she asked Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing thought for a moment and said, "This one may or may not be misunderstood. It just depends on what he thinks." As soon as she heard that there was a possibility of misunderstanding, Mu Xiao's little face collapsed. Han Qiqing rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Right, someone we know is having a birthday party at a bar tonight, so come along, and then we'll think of a way to get Xiaojie drunk and find out what he's thinking. Hey, this trick can be tried and true. At that time, they can also find out Xiaojie's feelings and see what kind of feelings he holds for Xiao Xiao. Get him drunk? When Mu Xiao thought of this, she remembered that he had stolen a kiss from her, and if he was drunk by then, would his nature be revealed and he would be on her again? A certain girl's little face reddened slightly, but he seems to have a good capacity for alcohol. How are we going to get him drunk? Mu Xiao asked. Han Qiqing heatedly smiled. This isn't difficult. See what I can arrange when the time comes. Can they really get Xiaojie drunk? Mu Xiao expressed her concern. However, looking at Han Qiqing's expression with such a thieving smile also evoked the little devil in Mu Xiao's heart. She hasn't seen Xiaojie drunk yet. Chapter 267. Why don't you reveal your identity? Evening. Royal Jazz Bar. The person whose birthday is tonight is the young master of a certain famous family, and he usually has some dealings with Xiaojie and the others. So of course he wants to pull in Xiaojie and the others while it's his birthday. Those people didn't recognize Mu Xiao, and naturally they didn't know that she was the legendary Mu family's daughter. It's only because Mu Xiao came with Xiaojie, so these rich kids took her for granted, treating her as Xiaojie's new girlfriend. But some people also noticed that Han Qiqing, the daughter of the Han family, was actually very close to this Mu Xiao. Tonight, the young master whose birthday it was had chartered the entire hall in order to show off. Mu Xiao thinks the stereo is too loud, so she pulls Han Qiqing to a corner seat. She looks at Han Qiqing with a frown and asks, "Are bars all like this? I'm going deaf. Can't you turn the volume down a bit?" Han Qiqing's body was still swinging to the rhythm of the music, and her ears almost had to come up to Mu Xiao's mouth to hear what she was saying. Just take your time to get used to it. It's not really that noisy. My god, this is still called not very loud? Mu Xiao rolled her eyes and pulled out her poor ears. She felt like her brain was buzzing from the dynamic and frenzied music. Even if the music was loud, there were so many eyes betting on her, with all sorts of implications, that it made her a little uncomfortable. At this time, Song Shijun walked over with a wineglass in his hand and sat on Mu Xiao's left side with one butt. He said with a smile, "Miss Mu, do you know how much attention your appearance has attracted? People's birthday girl's limelight is going to be stolen by you. What do you think would happen if I told them your true identity?" That's a proposal that makes your blood boil just thinking about it. Although those people guessed that Mu Xiao was Xiaojie's new girlfriend, they couldn't help but be surprised to see how close several of them were to Mu Xiao. After all, the three names of Xiaojie, Han Qiqing, and Song Shijun added together, they were the top people in the circle of luxury families, all of whom others were vying to curry favor with. The mansion circle is, to put it bluntly, a small circle of people, and Xiaojie's little circle is the one that everyone takes great pains to get into. Everyone knew that Xiaojie had a lot of girlfriends, and it was common for them to change for a few days, but no one had ever seen that Xiaojie's girlfriend could be so close to Han Qiqing and the others. So this Mu Xiao, who the hell is she? So, it was no wonder that Song Shijun would flirt like this. The truth was also true. Although these people did not know Mu Xiao, they had more or less heard of that legendary Mu family. If they were told that Mu Xiao was that Mu family's young lady, the scene would be interesting. Of course, Mu Xiao knew that Song Shijun was just saying this in a funny way and wouldn't really tell her identity, so she didn't take this from him. Her brain was starting to hurt now, as if a million bees were buzzing in her ears. Han Qiqing puts one hand on Mu Xiao's shoulder and says in disbelief, "That's right, Xiao, why don't you reveal your identity? Like in school, if everyone knew your identity, then no one would dare to mess with you. Just like when she was in school, when the other girls met her, they all had to call her Miss Nanaharu. How dare they give her a face?" Chapter 268. What if there's no one to guard her? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao gave her a blank look and said, "So what? Should I hang a sign on myself stating my identity and then circle the field at school?" Han Qiqing smiled sardonically. "Rather, there's no need for this. I don't like that." Mu Xiao sighed, not knowing how to explain herself to Nanaharu. Everyone has their own favorite way of life, and she feels that this is just fine, simple and happy, and what people around her see is not who she is, but who she, Mu Xiao, is as a person. Just like Yu Zhe, if he had known her identity from the beginning, he wouldn't have treated her as a friend like this, right? Perhaps, he wouldn't have dared to even get close to her. Song Shijun chimed in, "I think it's fine for Xiao to be like this. There's no need to specifically make his identity known. There are benefits to being low-key." Han Qiqing glared at him, horseback. Mu Xiao rubbed her brow and stood up from the sofa. "I can't, my head hurts. I'll go out for a while. Xiao, I'll accompany you out," Han Qiqing said. Mu Xiao shook her head. "No need, I'll be right in front of the bar. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be fine. Should we tell In Xiaojie then? By the way, why didn't he come out after entering the box? Han Qiqing was still uneasy about her and wanted to accompany her, but Mu Tiny was very insistent that she wanted to be left alone. Then Nanaharo thought about it. The backstage of this bar was very powerful. No one ever dared to make trouble here, so Xiao Xiao would be safe at the entrance. Before agreeing, a few minutes later, not long after Mu Xiao Xiao left, In Xiaojie came out of the box. With a glance to where Mu Xiao Xiao had just been sitting but couldn't see her, she looked to Han Qiqing next to her and asked, "Where is she?" Han Qiqing was about to get up and go play when he yanked her back. She pointed to the door and said, "Tiny thought it was too noisy here and said to go out for some air." In Xiaojie frowned and questioned, "You let her go out by herself?" Han Qiqing sensed that young Masterine seemed to be angry, and weakly explained, "She said she wanted to be alone for a while and it was only in front of the bar. It will be fine." In Xiaojie's expression is a bit cloudy, almost yelling, "She said she wanted to be alone, so you let her be alone? In this world, is there an absolutely safe place?" Ever since Mu Xiao Xiao was almost stabbed earlier, he had placed a high value on her safety. He even went so far as to accompany her to her senior S class, just in case the person behind it at the time would do it to her again. Although that matter had been resolved and he had bankrupted the Bai family and driven Bai Meijiao out of the city, but he was still always a little uneasy in his heart, afraid that Mu Xiao Xiao would have another accident. Last time, she was lucky to have Lu to protect her. What if one day she has no one with her? No one to guard her? In Xiaojie couldn't stay calm just thinking about it and walked out quickly. Mu Xiao Xiao walked out of the bar, and the noisy music was instantly cut off behind her. She felt much more comfortable in her brain where she had just had a bout of headache, and the bar was pandemonium. A lot of people were drinking and some were smoking. The air was terrible. Now that I'm out, I feel like the air outside is so much better. Just walked 2 steps, was almost knocked down by the sudden rushing figure, but fortunately Mu Xiao Xiao stood steadily. The girl bowed her head sharply and apologized. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished, he panicked and left as if there was a ghost behind him. Chapter 269, I don't want to get involved. The next second, however, an arm suddenly appeared and tugged at her arm. The girl let out a scream. Help! Mu Xiao Xiao was startled by the sudden situation and took a few steps back. It was only then that I could see that it was a middle-aged man rudely tugging at the girl. The man cursed with his mouth. Damn girl, don't you dare run away again. Just let you accompany a drink. It's not like I'm asking you to sell your body. So what are you running for? You're a disgrace to me. While saying that, he also slapped the girl's head with his hand. Mu Xiao Xiao frowned. The image made her feel uncomfortable. The girl cried, "No, I don't want to go to. Help! Somebody help me." I could tell the girl was really extremely scared and propped herself up on the ground with her feet, not wanting to be taken away. The man was so angry that he slapped her with a flick of his hand. Just letting you do something small is all. It's not like I'm asking you to die. You'd better be good, or you'll be in for it when you get home. The man's force was not small, and he did not show any mercy, flinging the girl's face askew and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Still, she gritted her teeth in death to keep him from dragging herself away, and asked for help from the people next to her. You guys save me, please, help me. The man glared menacingly at the people next to him and droned. She's my daughter. This is our family matter. If any of you dare to intervene, try. As the people on the side watched this scene, no one dared to intervene even more, and murmured in whispers, it couldn't be a human trafficker, could it? Aren't there a lot of such cases on the internet lately? Lying about being the girl's family so that no one dares to save her, and then they take her away. Yeah, that's a possibility. But what if it's really a family matter? Look at the girl. She didn't even say she didn't know the man, so maybe it's really father and daughter. If that's true, this father is too bad. It looks like he wants his daughter to serve someone. Although the girl's appearance was in a sorry state, and the light in the place was not too adequate, it was still vaguely visible that the girl's looks were very white and clean. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart couldn't help but lift as she listened to what these people were saying. Could it really be a human trafficker? But even if it wasn't the traffickers, a girl facing such a helpless situation, how could Mu Xiaoxiao not see it anymore? Mu Xiaoxiao gathered her courage and was about to go forward. Just as she took a step, her hand was yanked by someone. What do you want? In Xiaojie's voice reached her ears. How did you get out? She asked in surprise. In Xiaojie took her hand and said, come on, let's go back to the bar. Mu Xiaoxiao did not move. Sympathetic eyes looked over there, just in time to see that girl was forcefully dragged away by the man, crying and shouting, but screaming. No one dared to intervene to care. She felt so sorry for the girl. Jie. She turned her head to look at In Xiaojie, the word please clearly written in those ebony eyes. In Xiaojie didn't need to look over there. He knew what had happened just by hearing the miserable sounds. This sort of thing is nothing new for a place like this. His dark eyes stared at Mu Xiaoxiao as he said domineeringly, I don't want to get involved in this kind of family business, and you'd better not either, because once this kind of thing is meddled with, it's not something that can be solved easily, and it will only lead to a lot of trouble. However, when Yin Xiaojie raised his head to casually look over there, he happened to see the girl's face. His heart suddenly shook, and he abruptly let go of Mu Xiao's hand, walking quickly towards the girl. Chapter 270, I'll kill you. Mu Xiao looked at Yin Xiaojie's behavior in surprise. Didn't he just say he didn't want to get involved? Why the sudden change of heart? Mu Xiao thought he was moved by his words and hurriedly chased after him with her short legs. Then he saw that Yin Xiaojie walked over quickly, clutched the man's hand that was about to slap down, and flung it aside indignantly. Yin Xiaojie's hands were specially trained since he was a child, so his hands were strong, plus he didn't show any mercy, so the big man just got thrown to the ground by one of his teenagers. Kid, you want to mind your own business, don't you? The man cursed angrily as he was thrown to sit on the ground. Yin Xiaojie, however, didn't even look at him, but crouched down, his dark, deep eyes gazing at the girl being dragged on the ground. She was already desperate, but she didn't expect that someone would step in to save her, so she looked at the handsome young man in front of her with surprise. He was so handsome, like the embodiment of the towering Apollo sky god. His eyes were as black as ink, as bright as the stars, so that when one looked at them in this way, it was as if one was about to fall into the depths of his eyes. You, she tried to speak in a daze. Yin Xiaojie's eyes were a bit complicated as he looked at her and asked, is your name Xin? And Jixin froze, surprised. How did you know? You know me? I don't think she's ever met him, has she? A boy as handsome and noble as him would not be unimpressed if she had seen him. As if Yin Xiaojie had been certified. The corners of his sexy mouth lifted into a smirk. So what's your full name? And Jixin was braked by this smile of his. She had never seen such a good-looking boy. She replied frostily, my name is Jixin. Yin Xiaojie smiled and said, so your name is Jixin. My name is Yin Xiaojie. Don't worry, I want to help you. Do you trust me? Although Jixin felt that she didn't know him and didn't know why he would step in to help herself. After all, no one dared to step in with so many adults gathered around. But he did. But looking into his deep, confident eyes made her nod her head. I trust you. By this time, the man had already stood up, rubbing his hand that hurt from the fall, and angrily screamed at Yin Xiaojie, kid, you hurt my hand. Pay me back. Yin Xiaojie once again ignored the man and instead frowned and asked Jixin, is he really your father? And Jixin lowered her head slightly, as if feeling ashamed, and answered in a small voice, yes. Hearing this answer, Yin Xiaojie's brows furrowed. The man was already furious when he saw how arrogant his attitude was, and he directly rushed over, wanting to beat up Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie's eyes slanted, just glancing at him with his afterglow, then stood up and kicked the man right out of the way as he came at him. Yin Xiaojie patted his clothes and snorted, rubbish, is there a father like you, pushing your own daughter into the fire? In a place of sound and color like a bar, it's hard for a girl to come out clean once she's forced to go in. The man climbed up and covered his chest in pain, but he still didn't know how to die and choked. It's none of your business. She is my daughter. I gave birth to her and raised her. Of course she should be filial to me. Kid, mind your own business, or I'll kill you. Get me killed? Yin Xiaojie's mouth hung up in a tugging smile. Then I want to see how you're going to get me killed. Chapter 271. Are you interested in her? The man looked at Yin Xiaojie's so arrogant attitude. His face changed slightly. He looked at the surrounding crowd. He was thinking of yelling and letting everyone comment, but when he looked, he realized that the onlookers were looking at him with a look of a good show. And Foreign has been around this part of the bar for a long time, and knows what kind of mentality these people have. So he knows he can't get any good, and his heart is anxious. He's desperate for money, so he can't afford to jeopardize tonight's deal. Just then, the security guard of the Royal Jazz Bar rushed over after learning that Jie Xiao was in trouble. The head of security stood in front of Yin Xiaojie and cried out respectfully, Xiao Jie, is there anything we can help you with? And Foreign's expression froze when he saw the situation. In his heart, he thought with trepidation, could it be that this teenager is the young master of some rich family? When he took a look at Yin Xiaojie, he really had an extraordinary demeanor. There was also the watch that Yin Xiaojie wore on his wrist. The cheapest of this brand would cost millions. Looking at it like that, it might not be an ordinary rich young master. It might be the young master of some super famous family. And Fu Ren's eyes rolled, and a calculation was made in his heart. His attitude changed all of a sudden. No more just the violent kind, but a smiling look. Looked at his daughter, then looked at Yin Xiaojie, rubbing his hands and said, this, Jia Young right, sorry, is my eyes do not recognize the mountain. Please do not bother with our kind of small people, okay? The corner of Yin Xiaojie's mouth turned up in contempt. He really had seen more than enough of people like in Foreign. Still, knowing how to recognize the times is a plus, isn't it? Seeing that Yin Xiaojie didn't say anything, and Fu Ren was worried if he had angered him, but then he thought that big young masters like this one have big tempers, so he put up a pleasing smile again and said to Yin Xiaojie, "That. I wonder if Xiaojie is interested in my family's xin. If so, for the sake of Ji Xiao, I certainly know what to do." Mu Xiao, who had been silent next to her, heard this and frowned uncomfortably. She looked to Yin Xiaojie, although she also felt puzzled and thought that Yin Xiaojie would step in to help because he was moved by her words. It turned out that he knew this girl. Moreover, Mu Xiao had just noticed that Yin Xiaojie's attitude towards Yin Xin was quite affable, unlike how he usually treated other girls. This also makes Mu Xiao curious. Yin Xiaojie and this Yin Jixin. In the end, what is the relationship? Plus, looking at Yin Jixin's family history, normally there should be no interactions with Yin Xiaojie, so how did they know each other? A cloud of questions haunted Mu's tiny little head. As soon as Yin Xiaojie heard him, he understood that he meant to imply money, so he sneered and asked, "How much do you want?" And Furen was waiting for this. Rubbing his hands together, he said more excitedly, "Not much, not much, our heart is still the first time, so just 50,000. And Jixin, who slowly stood up, sniffed and her face swished white. She looked at Furen fearfully and said sadly, "Dad, you tricked me over. You really want to sell me to make money, right?" And Furen glared at her and said indignantly, "What do you mean by that? The family is like this now, relying on you to make money. Do you want to see Dad die? Dad?" And Jixin's voice choked and Hyun looked at her father. Chapter 272, You're with me. Yin Xiaojie glanced at Jixin and spoke with a cold face. 50,000 is out of the question. $10,000 it is. Take it or leave it. Although he was rich, and $50,000 wasn't even change to him, he wasn't a kaiju to just get ripped off. Once Furen heard that he agreed, his heart was secretly happy, but his face still pretended to be dissatisfied. This, $10,000 is too little. How to say that my heart is also a beauty? How this price? Yin Xiaojie didn't want to listen to him any longer, so he was ready to turn around and walk away. And Furen was instantly anxious and hurriedly nodded his head. Fine. 10,000 is 10,000. Originally, he let Jixin go to accompany someone, and what he could get his hands on was only $2,000 or $3,000, but now there were 10,000 so much, how could he not agree? As if afraid that Yin Xiaojie would back out, and Furen said sharply, "I only want cash, can you give it to me now?" During the bargaining process, he didn't even look at Jixin, and Jixin just stood there and watched, her own father bargaining with someone to sell himself, her expression full of misery. Mu Xiao looked past her and couldn't help but sympathize with her a little. Yin Xiaojie didn't have that much cash on him, so he asked the bar's security guard to go ahead and fetch it for him, and a wad of banknotes was thrown onto Furen's body, and Furen picked it up and held it in his arms like a treasure, and said to Jixin with a smile, "Xin, remember to serve young Master Jie well, and tomorrow Dad will buy you something delicious." When he finished, he hurried away as if he had something urgent to do. The security guard at the bar said to Yin Xiaojie, "This man is a drug user and should be rushing to buy drugs." Aha! Yin Xiaojie nodded his head to indicate that he knew. He looked Jixin up and down and realized that she had some abrasions on her body, so he said, "Why don't I take you to the hospital?" And Jixin clutched her hand somewhat restrainedly and shook her head. No need. I'm fine." As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed languidly and she fainted as her eyes went black. In a moment of desperation, Yin Xiaojie reached out and caught her. Mu Xiao hurried over. "Is she alright?" She looked at the other girls leaning into Yin Xiaojie's arms, and something slightly unfavorable was going on in her heart. Yin Xiaojie looked at Mu Xiao's eyes and suddenly turned his head to the head of security and said, "Come here." Then he handed Jixin over to the head of security. He said, "Take her to the hospital now." Being able to have the opportunity to help Jie Xiao do his job, and perhaps be rewarded. The head of the security guards of course hurriedly nodded his head. Got it, Jie Xiao. Mu Xiao thought that was the end of the matter. Who knew that Yin Xiaojie suddenly held her hand and pulled her to follow? "You stay with me." Mu Xiao was puzzled. Just have the security guards send her there? Yin Xiaojie paused and said, "I have something I want to talk to her about." Mu Xiao looked at him and took the opportunity to ask, "Do you know her?" Count on it. I'll explain it to you when I get home, okay? Yin Xiaojie said as he looked back into her eyes. Speaking calmly, his tone was rare and soft, without his usual dominance. Mu Xiao saw that his attitude was not evasive, but his heart was much more comfortable. Doesn't this at least show that he and that Jixin are not in any kind of ambiguous relationship? Though she was curious to know how he and Jixin met and what their relationship was. But since he'd said he'd go home and explain again, she certainly wasn't in a position to press the issue at this point. Chapter 273, I'm afraid someone will be jealous. The bar's people drove Yin Xiaojie's car over, and Yin Xiaojie brought Mu Xiao into the car, while the front escorted Jixin in the bar's car. Yin Xiaojie followed behind in his car. Mu Xiao was rare and quiet. sitting obediently like a schoolboy. In Xiaojie looked at her like this and laughed, then coughed. His handsome face slumped and said to her with a serious look, "Why did you come outside by yourself, and didn't say anything to me?" Mu Xiaoxiao said, "I told 7 Harvest." In Xiaojie glanced at her and grunted, "It only counts if you say it to me in person. What's the point of saying it to her?" So to her, he's on the same level as Nanaharu. Why did this upset him so much? Anyway, he emphasized, "You don't wander off in a place like a bar. You have to let me know where you are. You hear me?" "I heard you," Mu Xiaoxiao replies dangling, then says in amusement, "In Xiaojie, why have you suddenly become so nagging? You're even more nagging than my dad." The front happens to stop at a red light. In Xiaojie puts one hand on the steering wheel, turns to look at her askance, and says in a threatening tone, "Try saying that again." He's worried about her, and she has the nerve to call him a nag? This girl is so insensitive. Mu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. How could she really repeat herself once? As In Xiaojie looked at her feigned innocent smile, he couldn't help but reach over and pinch her face, saying once again, "In the future, no matter where you go, you have to let me know. Do you hear me clearly?" "Got it." Mu Xiaoxiao slapped his hand away. The light is green. In Xiaojie sits upright and continues to drive. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at the car carrying An Jixin in front of her, glanced at In Xiaojie with her afterglow, and asked, pretending to be careless, "Why didn't you just carry her to the hospital yourself?" In Xiaojie glanced her way. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he flirted if he meant it. "I'm afraid that someone might get jealous." "I won't be jealous," Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly retorted. In Xiaojie turned his head slightly sideways, looking at her while distractedly paying attention to the vehicle in front of him, the arc of his thin lips growing even larger. "Did I say it was you? Why are you so proactive about being right?" Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Just now she was still a little blushing, now she became embarrassed. In Xiaojie's dark eyes were filled with laughter. "What's wrong? Are you really jealous?" "I said I didn't." Mu Xiaoxiao's face was red. Fortunately there were no lights on in the car, otherwise she would have to die of embarrassment. Afraid that he would continue to flirt with her, she sharply showed her dissatisfaction and said, "Hey, why don't you focus on driving? Do you know that this is very dangerous? Don't look over here anymore." In Xiaojie did as she wished and didn't look over again. But nonetheless, it was as if he could imagine how cute she must look now that she was shy. It made the smile in his eyes deepen. The car was quiet for a while, and we hadn't gotten to the hospital yet. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still again and took the initiative to ask, "Why did she suddenly faint? Will she be alright?" In Xiaojie drove seriously this time and said, "It should be fine." As for why he fainted, there are different possibilities. Like what? Like, her bad father, for example, had given her something drugged before? Or, maybe, her mood swings were so great that she passed out when she got loose. Chapter 274, How did they meet? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't understand this, but hearing him analyze it like this, she also felt it was quite reasonable. Thinking of the first possibility, she sighed and said with emotion, "How in the world can you have a father like that?" If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there were actually dads who made their daughters sell their flesh for a little money. In Xiaojie just said, "It's not surprising that there aren't many of anything in this world. This girl has been raised in the heart of her hands since she was a child. Everyone loves her and spoils her, so how could she have ever seen anything bad? In this world, dirty and vile things are never just that." But he hoped that the girl would never know this. Things like selling women as prostitutes in a place of sound and color like a bar are really nothing new at all. And even more outrageous and horrific ones are out there. In Xiaojie looked ahead, but pondered that he would have to try to keep her out of places like bars in the future. A few minutes later, we finally arrived at the hospital. After the doctor examined An Jixin, he determined that she had only fainted due to her excessive emotions, coupled with her recent nutritional deficiencies. Undernourished? Mu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. The doctor nodded and ordered it to the nurse before leaving. The nurse gave An Jixin a nutritional bottle, and it didn't take long for An Jixin to slowly wake up. Her eyes were still a little misty when she opened them and saw where she was. "How are you feeling?" A magnetic male voice reached her ears. An Jixin dully turned her head to look over and saw the handsome and extraordinary In Xiaojie. She froze and muttered, "So I wasn't dreaming." An Jixin excitedly wanted to get up. Mu Xiaoxiao rushed forward to stop her, holding down her hand and said, "Don't get up yet. Lie down for a while longer. You're still in water suspension." Mu Xiaoxiao pointed to the hanging bottle. Only then did An Jixin obediently lie back down. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at In Xiaojie, thinking about what he had said before he came, that he came to the hospital because he had something to say to An Jixin, so should he avoid it? Just then, In Xiaojie pulled over 2 chairs and made her sit beside him. When Mu Xiaoxiao saw this, of course she didn't hold back. He's the one who gave her the chair to sit on, not that she's being insensitive. Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao sat down happily, and Jixin looked at the two of them with a questioning face. her gaze finally landing on In Xiaojie's face, because she had never seen a boy with such a handsome and peerless look, and with such a noble and extraordinary temperament, just like a high king. She looked at him a few more times and was unconsciously dumbfounded. When she came back to her senses, there was a slightly embarrassed blush on her face. She asked carefully, "I don't think I know you, do I?" Instead of answering, In Xiaojie looked at her and asked, "7 years ago, did you ever go to the Peach City Lakeside Resort?" And Jixin froze, as if recalling, "Lakeside Vacation House? I have been there." With a violent surprise, she almost tried to sit up again, looking at In Xiaojie and exclaiming, "Are you the little boy who fainted by the lake?" Mu Xiaoxiao froze along with her when she heard her words and suddenly remembered. "I remember at that time." She looked at In Xiaojie like he was about to wake up, so she rushed back to call the adults, and when she rushed over with the adults, she saw a little girl accompanying In Xiaojie from afar. Chapter 275, She's like an outsider. By the time their group walked over, the little girl had left just in time. Could it be that the little girl at that time was in Jixin? Because it happened 7 years ago, so a lot of details Mu Xiaoxiao also do not quite remember. Just vaguely remember a little girl once appeared, but she did not think too much. Thought the little girl just happened to pass by, but he didn't expect that In Xiaojie would still remember this little girl after so many years. Does it mean that he's been looking for little girls? For some reason, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart bubbled up with little bumps and some stuffy feelings. She suddenly wondered what had happened between In Xiaojie and that little girl during the time she had left to go to the adults. Something must have happened. Otherwise, it's unlikely that In Xiaojie would have kept remembering that little girl. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes looked at In Jixin with some complexity, looking at her face of joy, contrasting sharply with Mu Xiaoxiao's mood at this time. In Xiaojie didn't notice Mu Xiaoxiao's slightly changed expression as he was waiting for In Jixin to think of something. When he heard her say it, he knew she remembered, so he smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm that little boy." And Jixin looked excited and jubilant, and it was clear that she had always remembered the little boy as well. It was just too much of a surprise to her how she didn't expect them to be reunited in such a way after 7 years. At this moment, she let go of all her defenses against In Xiaojie, and treated it like a friend she hadn't seen in years, with an affable attitude. And Jixin felt incredulous and asked, "How did you recognize me? After so many years, you can actually recognize me?" Like her, she didn't even recognize him when she first saw him. In Xiaojie said, "Actually, you haven't changed that much. You can still see the outline of your childhood, but I can't even recognize you." And Jixin spat out her tongue and smiled embarrassedly. Watching them chatting so happily, Mu Xiaoxiao was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. Obviously she was there for the accident 7 years ago, but she couldn't get into the conversation between them. She felt like an outsider. At this time, the nurse came over to pull out In Jixin's needle, temporarily cutting off their conversation. Only then did In Xiaojie look at Mu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting frozen to the side, and realized that her little face was sullen. He suddenly stood up and said to In Jixin, "It's quite late, so you can rest in the hospital. Don't worry about the expenses and all that. I've already paid for them. We'll leave first. We'll come back to see you tomorrow." After the words were said, he took Mu Zhao's hand as soon as he could, and Jixin's expression paused, unconsciously looking at the hands they held. She smiled and nodded. "Well, I know. Thanks for tonight. By the way." Her eyes darkened a bit at the mention of tonight's events. "Don't worry about anything. I'll help you," In Xiaojie said as if he knew what she was thinking. And Jixin was a little surprised, her eyes moving as she looked at him. His demeanor was calm and confident, as if nothing was a problem for him. In Xiaojie left with Mu Xiaoxiao. After getting into the car, he suddenly reached out and pinched Mu Zhao's cheek. Mu Xiaoxiao, however, did not react much, only turning her head to look at him, her expression still somewhat sullen. "Silly girl, what's wrong? Smile," he said. Mu Xiaoxiao slapped his hand away and pursed her lips. "Don't want to laugh." Chapter 276, Don't Go Too Far. In Xiaojie looked at her puffed up cheeks and couldn't help but reach out again, poking her cheeks with his slender fingers. "Why don't you want to laugh? Smile." Mu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at him and hummed, "If you don't want to laugh, you don't want to laugh. There's always a reason for not wanting to laugh, right?" "No." Mu Xiaoxiao turned her face back. She didn't want to talk about it anymore and said, "Hurry up and drive." However, the car didn't move, and there was no sound from In Xiaojie's side. She was feeling puzzled and trying to look over when he touched her shoulder. "How about this?" "What?" Mu Xiaoxiao turned her head impatiently. Then, she saw In Xiaojie give her a ghost face. Mu Xiaoxiao was caught off guard, poofed and almost laughed out loud, but she couldn't help herself, then said with deliberate contempt, "Childish, it's not funny." "That's not funny? How about this? Young Master Yoon has sort of sacrificed himself today, actually holding his finger to his nose and pretending to be a little piggy this time, and the look is really amusing." Mu Xiaoxiao died and held back so that she didn't burst out laughing. She shook her head. Not funny, not funny. With a frustrated look on his face, young Masterine lowered his hand and said helplessly, it seems that the only way is to use the last method. What method? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him curiously, wanting to see what other tricks he would pull. Seriously, it was also the first time she saw that the cool-loving Yin Xiaojie put his body down like this to make her happy. Was he doing it on a whim? Or was he doing it specifically for her? Seeing as how he was having so much fun himself, it was probably just a spur-of-the-moment thing. As Mu Xiaoxiao was thinking about this, she suddenly saw Yin Xiaojie bring his handsome face over, and also narrowed his eyes with a dangerous implication. What are you going to do? She raised her eyes at him. Pay attention, he said. What don't Suddenly a certain demon's claws came towards her waist, and Mu Xiaoxiao instantly screamed. She finally realized what he was trying to do. Ha 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 ha, don't I laugh still can't? Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing. Stop it. Mu Xiao's Achilles heel is her itchy flesh. Yin Xiaojie's hand speed is not known how he practiced. No matter how much she dodges, she can't seem to avoid his hand. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed so hard her stomach hurt and begged. No, please let me go. Say husband I love you and I'll let you go. Yin Xiaojie hangs an evil smile and takes the opportunity to make demands. Mu Xiaoxiao fast cannot stand, which still have a gap to think simply did not react to the meaning of his sentence. To follow, husband, I, break immediately. The last two words were left unsaid. Yin Xiaojie was waiting for her confession with a hooked smile. Who knew she stopped? He looked at her with a disgruntled glance. You don't count your words. Oh, come on, say the whole thing. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him with a red face. Don't go too far. Just excessive. You bite me? Yin Xiaojie deliberately smiled badly. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him askance and suddenly grabbed his arm and took a bite. Yin Xiaojie gritted his teeth and bared them, hurrying to save his arm. Whoa, you're really biting. Mu Xiaoxiao, when did you become a dog? Mu Xiaoxiao laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, you told me to bite it yourself. Yin Xiaojie looked at her recovering smile and reached out to rub her hair. It's right to smile like this. Mu Xiaoxiao paused and looked at him fixedly. The two of them looked at each other, and Yin Xiaojie's face slowly came closer. Chapter 277, My Life is Yours. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted with traces of shyness on her face, shrinking back and asking him, what do you want? The atmosphere is just right at this time. He will not want to kiss her, right? Mu Xiaoxiao's heart pounded as she thought. However, Yin Xiaojie's long arm crossed over her and pulled down the seatbelt, saying flirtatiously, I'm just trying to help you buckle up. What did you expect? Mu Xiaoxiao slapped him in the face and huffed. You go away. I can do it myself. Yin Xiaojie retreated back to the driver's seat, smiling and laughing at her small face as she regained her anger. He watched her buckle up before he started the car. By the time I got back to the apartment, it was pretty late. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao walked into the living room, she threw herself onto the couch in a habitual motion. I'm hungry. Yin Xiaojie put his keys on the counter and was talking to someone on the phone, his dark eyes glancing at her casually. The findings are due to me tomorrow. The sooner the better. Hearing his last words, Mu Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the couch, rolled over and sat up to look at him. Yin Xiaojie hangs up the phone, looks over at her and asks, what do you want to eat if you're hungry? There aren't many takeaways at this time of the day. But Mu Xiaoxiao asked, are you checking on Jixin's father? Was it because he had just said in the hospital that he would help Jixin, so it wasn't just a simple one-time favor for her, but even a follow-up? Aha! Yin Xiaojie nodded. You've seen her current family circumstances. This is not the way to go on. Mu Xiaoxiao was speechless, pulling over a cushion and hugging it in her arms, looking down without knowing what she was thinking. Yin Xiaojie sat down next to her and reached out to rub her little head. And what are you thinking in that little head of yours? Mu Xiaoxiao shook off his hand with some annoyance. Don't you mess up my hair. Go away. Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance for a moment and said in a more serious tone, did you think that I misunderstood that she saved me 7 years ago? That's why you helped her so much? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him and didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Though she has speculated so, the situation was so critical, and he fainted as soon as he came up, and the first person he saw when he woke up was Jixin instead of her. Even if he really remembered wrongly and thought that it was Jixin who saved him, it was still possible. Yin Xiaojie sighed, his thin lips pursing out a sexy arc as he said to her, foolish you. Of course I remember. It was you who saved me. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard him say this, the hint of unpleasant speculation in her heart dissipated. Fortunately, he didn't misunderstand that it was Jixin who saved him. She'd be depressed if it was that dog-eared. As Mu Xiaoxiao relaxed in her heart, she said, I didn't think that way. How can I remember it wrong? At that time, you were in the water. You were still awake. I picked up a stick, stretching it to you, and pulled you up. If you even remembered this wrong, I would really doubt your intelligence. But she had another curiosity. During the time she had gone to the adults, and Jixin had appeared, And what had happened with him? Why does he keep remembering in Jishin after 7 years? Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart, which had just relaxed, was slightly blocked again. At that moment, Yin Xiaojie's long arm reached out and pulled her into his arms, and he lowered his eyes, his deep eyes looking at her and said, "So yeah, my life is yours." Chapter 279, What a Scoundrel, My Life is Yours. Because of that, the blockage of boredom that had just germinated in her heart was uprooted in a flash. Mu Xiaoxiao turned to him and looked earnestly into his eyes and asked, "Really? Your life is mine, so I'm the only one who can sway it, right? No one else can, right? Well, really?" Yin Xiaojie nods his head kinda seriously. Then the corner of his mouth hooks up in an evil smile and suddenly brings his handsome face in front of her, those dark eyes seeming to be able to see through her as if he's asking, "Then what do you want to do to me?" "Anything." Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao pushed him away a bit. "Who's going to do anything to you?" However, the demon came closer again without dying. "Really?" Mu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she pushed him away, and her small fist slammed into him without any politeness at all. She was getting confused. Did this asshole even like her? If not, why did it take disturbing her over and over again to do so? If so, why won't you confess your feelings to her? The more Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more depressed she became, whirling up the cushion on the side and angrily continuing to smash it at him. "Yin Xiaojie, you bastard. You won't even be able to sleep in your room from now on. Sleep on the sofa for the rest of your life, you." "Humph." Mu Xiaoxiao exasperatedly got off the couch, smashed the cushion to him again, and then ran back to her room. Boom! The poor door panel wailed as it hit the ground. The couch. Yin Xiaojie watched as Mu Xiaoxiao's angry figure disappeared through the door of the room. He didn't immediately chase after her, but just sat quietly. It took a moment before he gritted his teeth and angled his head, his dark eyes seeming to hold remorse as his clenched fist slammed down hard on the couch. The next day, early morning, Mu Xiaoxiao was woken up by hunger. She had said she was hungry before she came back last night, but because she was so pissed off by Yin Xiaojie, she ended up falling asleep straight away without eating anything. There was still sleepiness, and she didn't want to wake up, but her stomach was getting really hungry, making her open her eyes. "So hungry," muttered a voice. She looked up out of habit, searching for someone's face. Sure enough, close at hand was Yin Xiaojie's handsome face. He was still asleep. His eyes were closed. His eyelashes were longer and more arched than a girl's, and his deep features were no longer the usual unruly, but instead they were much softer, like the handsome and elegant princely prince in a fairy tale. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his face with a sudden lurch. Last night, didn't she let him sleep on the couch? How he got in? Mu Xiaoxiao some anger. This bastard is not good faith. Let him sleep on the sofa. He actually sneaked into the room to come? Is simply a scoundrel. She raised her hand and tried to hit him, but looking at his handsome face as he slept so soundly, he couldn't bring himself to smack his little hand down. This asshole. Mu Xiao found herself in his arms again and quickly escaped out. Unable to hit him, he ended up glaring at him with his eyes. At that moment, Yin Xiaojie's brows furrowed slightly as if there was something uncomfortable, and his long arm reached out, tugging her back into his arms. Mu Xiaoxiao thought he was ready to wake up, so she raised her small hand and waited. As soon as he woke up, she would just slap him so she could vent her anger. However, young Master Yin seemed to be sleeping soundly and had no intention of waking up. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at his handsome face for a long time, not waiting for the expected result, but unconsciously examining his features. Although this guy was very roguish and shameless, it had to be said that he was really favored by the heavens and had a handsome face that charmed the world. Mu Xiaoxiao stared and stared, her small face slightly reddened. It was the first time she had kissed him, not in a stolen way, but openly. Thought he was trying to confess his feelings to her now, but who knew it wasn't? Mu Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. Yin Xiaojie, what the hell were you thinking, you bastard? Are you for me or not? It was also the first time that Mu Xiaoxiao treated this kind of emotional affair, so she was confused and didn't know how to solve this puzzle. It clearly feels like he likes him, but sometimes he hesitates and wonders if he's thinking wrong. But let her say it first. She was also terrified and a little uneasy, afraid that if she changed the status quo and something wasn't the result she expected, wouldn't she be able to go back to the status quo? And then one can't help but take a step back and think that it's actually kind of nice for the two of them to get along the way they are right now. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled. Then let nature take its course. She nudged her nose at Yin Xiaojie's face before getting up and getting out of bed. Chapter 280. It's not like we haven't kissed before. Mu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed, her mood becoming pleasant. He used to steal her kisses, but now she's stealing his, so we're even? In fact, she had just wanted to kiss his face only, but ghostly, she kissed him on the lips. But that's okay. It's not like we haven't kissed before. Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to be calm, but after getting out of bed, she didn't dare to look back at Yin Xiaojie and fled out of the bedroom with hurried footsteps. The next second when the door closes, Yin Xiaojie, who was lying on the bed and was supposed to be asleep, opened his eyes, and his obsidian-like eyes were filled with a deep smile. When Yin Xiaojie walked out of the bedroom, he saw Mu Xiaoxiao in the kitchen. Not knowing what she was up to, he laughed softly. This girl couldn't be preparing breakfast for him, could she? So virtuous. Yin Xiaojie quietly walked behind her, his arms stretched out, and he encircled her thin waist, his low, sexy voice overlaying her ear and shouting, "Wife, what are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao was startled, the tips of her ears slightly red, and elbowed him away. "Get out of here, leave me alone, you shouldn't be making breakfast." Yin Xiaojie dodged her attack and his handsome face peeked over to see what this girl was making for breakfast. It's really rare that she, Mu Xiaoxiao, can actually cook? That's something that's never been done before. However, when Yin Xiaojie saw the instant noodles on the cooking table, his smile froze. "You just made this?" Seeing that she just messed around in the kitchen for half a day, I thought she was making some kind of big meal, but it's actually just instant noodles? And it's just cup noodles. You just need to heat the water in. Yeah, what did you expect? There's nothing for you. Go away. Mu Xiaoxiao picked up the bubbly noodles and pushed him away with her elbow. Heading over to the couch, Yin Xiaojie frowned and followed him over, grabbing the instant noodles and saying, "Don't eat this. What kind of instant noodles are you eating? It's not nutritious, but I'm so hungry. I can't wait for takeout. I need to eat now. Give it back." Of course she didn't want to eat instant noodles, but what could she do? She was so hungry right now that she couldn't stand it, and there was nothing in the fridge that was ready to eat, so all she had was instant noodles. "No eating this." Yin Xiaojie resumed his domineering ways. "I'm really starving, you know. You let me have a bite. Have a bite first, okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him miserably. Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance and said, "Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll warm up a glass of milk for you and let you top it off first. Is that okay? In short, just don't allow her to eat something like instant noodles early in the morning." Mu Xiaoxiao was about to speak when Yin Xiaojie added, "Then I'll fry you a poached egg, and fried sausage, and there's beef in the fridge, so I'll make you a beef sandwich, okay?" When Mu Xiaoxiao heard so many delicious food, her eyes glowed and she nodded her head vigorously. Okay, and to add to her surprise, he, young Master Yun, was going to cook himself? It's too rare. Yin Xiaojie had taken the instant noodles away and was about to walk to open the refrigerator when his cell phone rang. I thought it was the results of the investigation into an foreign that came out, but who knew that it was actually the hospital that called, and it was still a very urgent situation. Yin Xiaojie frowned and replied, "Fine, I'll be right over. Where are you going?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion. Didn't he say he was going to make her food? Yin Xiaojie's face looks a bit bad. Something happened over at Njixin's side. It's very serious. I have to rush over now. Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, the smile on her face instantly gone. Chapter 281, his clumsiness is only for her. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to act petty either, but she just couldn't smile. Obviously Yin Xiaojie had just said that he would make her breakfast for her, and now he was going to leave her hungry for the sake of another girl? How did that make her laugh? Trying to hide her displeasure, she asked, "Did something happen?" "It's that dad of hers. Somehow he knew she was in the hospital and came running, and made a lot of noise inside the hospital, and the doctor had no choice but to call me, and it sounded like the situation was urgent. So," Yin Xiaojie looked at Mu Xiaoxiao very hesitantly, and how could he not notice her little expression change? Mu Xiaoxiao pulled out a smile and made herself appear generous as she said, "Go on then." Although he didn't know what the exact situation was over there, but when he thought of Njixin's father, there was no telling what that kind of person would do. It must be that the situation is really urgent for the doctor to just call Yin Xiaojie, and the fact that there's no way to make it clear over the phone means that the situation at the scene is complicated and hard to explain. After Mu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she covered the location of her stomach with her hand. She was really hungry and her stomach was going to hurt if she didn't eat something. "You go." Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at him with a tone that still smelled a little bit like she was driving people away. Then she picked up her own instant noodles and headed for the table. Yin Xiaojie looked at her small face. This girl has always had emotions hanging over her face, and she still does. He turned abruptly and headed for the refrigerator. Mu Xiaoxiao heard his footsteps but didn't look up at him. Instead, she lowered her head and stirred the instant noodles with her fork without taking a bite. It was obvious that I was really hungry, but I suddenly lost my appetite. Heard the refrigerator open, heard it close, and then footsteps seemed to arrive in the kitchen. Mu Xiaoxiao was wondering what he was up to when she heard him talking to someone on the phone. "You get to the hospital now. Stabilize the situation first. I'll be there soon. And don't do anything." When he hung up the phone, he heard some ticking sound, like he was starting some kind of machine. Mu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help herself and raised her head. Because the position she was sitting in happened to be facing the kitchen, her gaze directly hit Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes, and it was as if he had been watching her, just waiting for her to raise her head. Yin Xiaojie said in a doting tone, there's really nothing I can do about you. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart moved slightly and she just stared at him in a daze. You put your hand down. All told you not to eat that kind of nutrient-less stuff. Soon there will be food, Yin Xiaojie said. The movement of his hand did not stop. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his movements a little dazed, not very skillful, as if it was the first time he had done this kind of thing. There was even some clumsiness. For example, when he was cracking eggs, the broken shells still fell in, making him wrinkle his nose in displeasure, and he couldn't get them out with his fingers, and finally used chopsticks before finally getting them out. In less than 10 minutes, he placed the finished breakfast in front of her, a cup of warmed milk, 2 fried eggs, and a fried sausage. Just eat these first, I'll be right back after I take care of things, Yin Xiaojie said as he walked out the door. Boom! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Mu Xiaoxiao, who hadn't been reacting, snapped her head back and looked over at the door. However, Yin Xiaojie's figure was already gone. Chapter 282, The Picture I Don't Want to See. Mu Xiaoxiao held the milk cup. The warm temperature ironed the palm of the hand. Not too hot, very comfortable feeling. With a sudden slight appetite, she took a sip of the hot milk, and the warm liquid flowed inside her stomach, easing her empty stomach a bit. With her appetite coming back all of a sudden, Mu Xiaoxiao started to eat everything on her plate. I have to say, Yin Xiaojie's handiwork is a bit poor, but Mu Xiaoxiao ate contentedly. At least her stomach would be filled. When you're full, you can't help but miss him. I don't know if Yin Xiaojie has arrived at the hospital yet. I don't know what Jixin's father made a scene about, and I don't know if things have been resolved yet. Originally, Mu Xiaoxiao also quite sympathized with Jixin. With such a father, this is really quite miserable. But, thinking of Jixin looking at Yin Xiaojie's eyes, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart is a little bit not taste. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I get. Mu Xiaoxiao stood up violently, feeling that there was no way for her to stay, so she hurried back to her room to change her clothes, hurried out the door, and rushed towards the hospital. Without Yin Xiaojie as her exclusive driver, she had to take a taxi. Sitting in the car, I couldn't help but start rambling again. 7 years ago, what kind of story happened between Yin Xiaojie and Jixin? Why is he so nervous about Jixin? The question made her feel sick to her stomach just thinking about it. It couldn't be that Yin Xiaojie fell in love with Jixin at first sight, could it? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something uneasily. It's what Song Shijun said last time at the Hot Springs Villa, that Yin Xiaojie has been looking for a girl. Could the person he is looking for actually be Jixin? Mu Xiaoxiao's face slowly turned a little white. She was sullen, like a stone weighing her down, and she couldn't breathe. If there wasn't any story, how could Yin Xiaojie somehow be looking for some fated girl? Mu Xiaoxiao was not stupid, and her mind was flexible, stringing these things together as if she had found the answer. This answer, however, was something that Mu Xiaoxiao did not dare to explore. Just think that Yin Xiaojie once liked another girl, and still remembered for 7 years. Little girl, are you alright? Your face is so white. Are you sick? The driver suddenly turned his head to look at her and asked worriedly. Mu Xiaoxiao covered her heart that was gripping pain, and her eyes were a little red. When she had slowed down, she flashed the driver a smile and said, I'm fine, can you drive faster? I'm in a hurry. She just wanted to hurry to the hospital now, not wanting to leave Yin Xiaojie alone with that Jixin. Still worried about her, the driver thought she was going to the hospital to see a doctor, so he hurriedly sped up the car and took a shortcut. 10 minutes later, we finally arrived at the hospital, collected the money. The driver kindly said, little girl, the next time to see the doctor do not come by yourself. Let your family accompany you to come, or call a friend, so that there is a companion, and not so lonely or afraid. Thank you. Mu Xiaoxiao felt warmth and gave him a genuine smile. The driver waved his hand and said, well, hurry up and get in then, and good luck with your recovery. Then the car drove off. Mu Xiaoxiao turned around and walked into the hospital building, and based on her memory of that day, she found the ward wherein Jixin was staying. Yet standing at the door of the hospital room, she suddenly lost the courage to push it open. What if she pushed open the door and saw an intimate image of Yin Xiaojie and Jixin? Just as she hesitantly looked at the doorknob, someone suddenly yanked the door open from the inside. Chapter 283, making her feel envious. And Fu Ren walked out holding his anger and almost bumped into Mu Xiaoxiao. Get out of here, he shouted angrily. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted half a beat slower, and Fu Ren reached out to push her away. In the next second, a black shadow scurried over like lightning and clasped in Fu Ren's hand. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Yin Xiaojie, who was near her eyes, in a somewhat dazed manner. Isn't he in his room? How come he's so fast? Yin Xiaojie glared coldly at Fu Ren. His dark as ink eyes had a thick anger. Who told you to yell at her? How could Fu Ren not expect that he would be shocked by a less than 18-year-old teenager to the point that his whole body was shaking? He had just eaten the closed door. His heart was full of anger and nowhere to vent it. So as soon as he opened the door and saw Mu Xiaoxiao, he looked at this little girl as just good at bullying. and that's why he scolded out. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong." And Foreign's hand was squeezed almost as if it was going to break, and the pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. In Xiaojia shook him off. "Get lost, don't let me see you again." And Foreign fell to the ground in a state of disarray and was so frightened that he hurriedly got up and ran away with a roll. "Xiao, are you alright?" Only then did In Xiaojia look worriedly at Mu Xiao. The terrifying hostile aura that she had just had all of a sudden collected, and when he faced her, he changed back to the In Xiaojia that she was familiar with. Mu Xiao shook her head. "I'm fine." She walked in and asked him, "What just happened? Has it been resolved?" And Jixin stood by the side of the hospital bed and looked at her, some unknown emotions under her eyes. She had seen the scene where In Xiaojia just defended Mu Xiao, making her feel envious. Noticing Mu Xiao's eyes looking at herself, and Jixin smiled at her, but there was some bitterness in her smile, and said, "My dad he owes a lot of money to other people, and those people came looking for him last night, forcing him to pay back the money, so he came looking for me, wanting me to help him make money again." As for the way to make money, she couldn't tell you. It was nothing more than the same scenario as last night. Mu Xiao was surprised to see the messy hospital room. A lot of things had been smashed. She simply couldn't imagine how In Jixin's father had just made a scene here. No wonder the doctor was so eager to inform In Xiaojia. "Well, are you alright then?" Mu Xiao still politely greeted In Jixin. "Thank you, I'm fine." Fortunately Xiaojia came in time, and Jixin shook her head and said, her gaze falling on In Xiaojia's body. Mu Xiao's heart lurched. Xiaojia. She actually called In Xiaojia's name like that. Hearing In Jixin call In Xiaojia's name so intimately, Mu Xiao's heart immediately became uncomfortable. In Xiaojia stood behind Mu Xiao, so he didn't see her eyes at this moment. He looked at In Jixin and said, "Then discharge yourself now." And Jixin looked embarrassed and said hesitantly, "Actually, you've already helped me a lot. There's no need to help me like this. I'll take care of the rest on my own." It's a good thing In Xiaojia didn't accept her father's blackmail just now, or she would have been left with no place to go. Trying to put on an affable smile, Mu Xiao asked them, "Can you guys tell me what you're talking about?" She didn't like being an outsider anymore. And Jixin looked at Mu Xiao, as if it was a little difficult to speak. This rather made Mu Xiao mind even more. "So, what exactly is In Xiaojia planning to do with this matter of In Jixin?" She looked to In Xiaojia and waited for his answer. Chapter 284, In Xiaojia didn't look vain, and said with a calm demeanor, "I'll arrange a place for her to stay for the time being. It's not appropriate for her to go home right now." Mu Xiao had some bad vibes and asked, "Where?" "Don't be what she thinks." After settling in Jixin, Mu Xiao and In Xiaojia walked back and forth into the apartment. In Xiaojia sees her walking so fast and reaches out to grab her arm. "Honey, you're not mad, are you?" he intoned with a hint of coaxing. Mu Xiao glared back at him and said oddly, "Why don't you just let her come and stay here and forget about it? I can move down. Just gives you guys a chance to catch up." In Xiaojia has other properties in this luxury apartment, so he lends them to In Jixin for the time being. Luckily, he didn't arrange for someone to come to the house. Otherwise Mu Xiao would never have just such an attitude now. But it couldn't be. They only had one bedroom here. There was no room for it. At this time, Mu Xiao was suddenly very grateful to Yin's mother. Mu Xiao was waiting for In Xiaojia to continue to coax herself, because it was his fault in the first place. Who knows? With a thoughtful look, he nodded his head and said, "Well, that's okay." "What did you say?" Mu Xiao couldn't believe his answer and turned around, pushing him away angrily and glaring at him hard. "Say that again." "Of course I'm joking." In Xiaojia hung a teasing smile. Mu Xiao angrily dodged his hand, but In Xiaojia's movements were like a ghost's, and after circling around twice, she was caught by him again. "This is our home. How could I possibly let anyone else live here? And who told you to say what you just did? I don't feel comfortable hearing it either." Mu Xiao listened to his explanation like this, like she was somewhat satisfied, before she didn't continue to break away from him. "In Xiaojia, how long are you going to help her?" she asked in a muffled voice. At first, it was thought that he was just helping In Jixin out of her predicament for once, but looking at what's going on now, it's not just that simple anymore, and Jixin has too many problems of her own to be solved in a day or two. However, as soon as Mu Xiao said these words, she regretted it. Does that make her seem too careful? In Xiaojia looked down at her eyes, some thought in his dark eyes. "If you don't want me to help her." Mu Xiao hurriedly shook her head. "No, she's still quite miserable, with such a hateful father. You'd better help her. He's already helped the beginning. He can't just leave it behind, can he?" And she only had to think that no one would help In Jixin, and if In Jixin was going to be forced by her father, her life would be completely ruined in the future. It couldn't be because of a little unpleasantness on her part that In Jixin was heading for a life of perdition, could it? Then she'll feel guilty. Moreover, so far, In Jixin didn't have anything wrong with her. she still looked quite knowledgeable and didn't seem like an insatiable person. In Xiaojia looked at Mu Xiaoxiao's little face and thought that she was really beautiful at this moment. He couldn't help but move up and boop her. Honey, you're so kind. Get out. Mu Xiaoxiao was still a little angry with him and pushed him. In Xiaojia smiled and said, okay, Your Honor, we're on our way. Mu Xiao said, you put me down. Shame on you. Nah, the guy was too tall. So imagine how much it would hurt if you fell out of his arms. Otherwise she would have already bitten him to get him to let go of her. The asshole just expected her to not dare and knew she was afraid of pain. So he dared to do it. Just don't let go. In Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao called out to him blushing. In Xiaojie smiled evilly and responded, my husband is here. Who wants to follow you? Go away. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her hand to hit him. In Xiaojie clutched her wrist as his dark eyes narrowed in feigned menace. Then who do you want to be with? Mu Xiaoxiao purposely gasped at him. What do you care about me? It's not you anyway. Why can't it be me? I'm your husband in name only. If you don't follow me, you want to follow someone else? Mu Xiaoxiao, try saying that again. That last sentence sounds like real anger. Mu Xiaoxiao shrunk her neck. I didn't say I was going to talk to someone else. Not even if you want to. In Xiaojie's dark eyes flashed with a domineering light. Well, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes rounded. I thought the two were just playing around like they usually did. But who knew he would go more and more over the top? In Xiaojie isn't as nice this time as he was last time. Chapter 286. Aren't you afraid he'll be snatched away? Their eyes met, and the ambiguity was so thick it was almost too much to bear. Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth opened and she was about to say something. He saw In Xiaojie abruptly get up, then quickly leave the room. Mu Xiaoxiao heard the banging sound of the door closing outside, not the sound of the front door. It should be the bathroom door. It reminded her of the last time he took a cold shower at the Hot Springs Lodge. So, is he going to take a cold shower again now? Mu Xiaoxiao's little face burned, violently yanking up the quilt and covering herself in a ball, then curling up her whole body as if she were a kitten trying to hide. It's the weekend. Didn't she buy a lot of aromatherapy at the hot springs? Han Qiqing then called and asked Mu Xiaoxiao to go to her house to try out these aromatherapy scents, and in the meantime, the two sisters chatted about what was on their minds. Who knows? She then learned about Jixin's matter on the phone, but Mu Xiaoxiao also only said a generalization, did not say too much detail. So Han Qiqing urged, then come over to my house quickly, tell me clearly, what's going on here? Mu Xiaoxiao was organizing the things in her bag and said, it's soon, I'll pack up and go out. Right, in this situation now, you remember to ask In Xiaojie to drive you over, lest you give him the chance to spend time with that woman. Han Qiqing hurriedly barks at her. Mu Xiaoxiao was suddenly silent. As soon as Han Qiqing heard that she was silent, she speculated badly. It couldn't be that In Xiaojie isn't home right now, could it? He's gone to accompany that woman? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. I don't know but he went out early today. As for whether or not she went downstairs to In Jixin's side, she didn't know. She hadn't thought about it at first, thinking that In Xiaojie had just gone out, but listening to Han Qiqing say so, this let Mu Xiaoxiao heart lifted up. Heart also followed the suspicion. In Xiaojie should not really go to find In Jixin, right? Han Qiqing said anxiously. Then hurry and take a look. What are you waiting for? Aren't you afraid In Xiaojie will be snatched away? Girls nowadays, they're all very skillful. Xiao, be careful. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression depresses and she says sullenly, Shi Cheng, don't scare me, okay? Because she doesn't know what kind of story happened between In Xiaojie and In Jixin 7 years ago. She already has a small care for In Jixin. But Mu Xiaoxiao also kept consoling herself that In Jixin didn't look like the kind of girl who was very bad. Now that nothing had happened, she couldn't just say that In Jixin was her love rival, could she? Han Qiqing, however, said seriously, honey, I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just kindly reminding you you haven't been in the country much in the past few years, so you don't know how powerful girls are nowadays. They'll use any tactic to snatch up the boy they like. Right, just like by Meijia you've experienced it yourself. Hearing her words, Mu Xiaoxiao fell into silence again. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Mu Xiaoxiao said to Han Qiqing, someone's ringing the doorbell, so I'll go open the door first and talk to you later. She also needed to think about it in light of Han Qiqing's words. Hanging up the phone to open the door. I did not expect. Standing in the doorway is actually In Jixin. And Jixin hung an affable smile and nodded at Mu Xiaoxiao, saying, hello, I was just talking about this Chow Chow, and Chow Chow is here. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was a bit uncomfortable, but she still nodded politely in response and asked, hello, what can I do for you? Chapter 287, he bought it for me. And Jixin held up the plate in her hand and said, this is the cake I made, and I wanted to say that I brought it over for you to try, so you can see if you like it. By the way, what flavor do you like to eat? If I make it next time, I can make the kind of flavor you like. Mu Xiaoxiao saw how enthusiastic she was and was embarrassed not to take it. As soon as the plate was picked up, It smelled very creamy, and also so coincidentally, the cake was still strawberry flavored. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression paused slightly. How did she know she liked strawberries? It's coincidence. Or did Yin Xiaojie tell her? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. What's wrong with myself? How I'm always wondering wildly. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded to Jixin and said, thank you, I like this one. I didn't expect you to do this. And Jixin embarrassedly touched her nose and said, I like to eat sweets, but the ones sold outside are too expensive, so I like to buy my own ingredients to make them, so I can save a lot of money and she can use it to sell to her classmates, kind of earn a little pocket money. For this, she would be too embarrassed to tell Mu Xiaoxiao, always feeling that it was a shameful thing. Mu Xiaoxiao gestured for her to come in and sit down and walked over to the refrigerator with her plate. Then your cooking skills should be good as well, right? Mu Xiaoxiao asked casually. It's okay, I'm the one who cooks all the time at home, so I'm slowly getting the hang of it. By the way, how about next time, I'll cook for you guys? And Jixin suddenly said, a bright smile on her face, as if she had found something to repay them. Mu Xiaoxiao gave a start. She had the feeling of moving a stone to hit her own feet, but at this point, one can't say no, right? Mu Xiaoxiao put the cake in the refrigerator and turned around, thinking about how to refuse, when her eyes fell on Jixin's clothes. Why does this dress look a little familiar? I hadn't noticed it just now at the door, but this time I realized it. And Jixin was wearing a black dress, with some black lace embellishing the sleeves and neckline. The style was very chic, and the fabric looked like it should be a brand name item. Mu Xiaoxiao thought, with Xian's family background, she shouldn't be able to afford this kind of clothes, right? She remembered that the day she met Jixin, what Jixin was wearing was also a ground floor product, the kind with very poor fabric. Without waiting for Mu Xiaoxiao to open her mouth to ask, Jixin noticed her line of sight, looked down at her own clothes, and smiled a little embarrassedly and said, this is what Xiao Jie bought me, and I don't have any clothes to change into. Her words were right in the middle of Mu Xiao's speculation, which caused Mu Xiao's expression to turn a little white. If it was the clothes that Xiao Jie bought for Jixin, forget it. But why? This dress? It looked very much like one of the black lace dresses inside the pile of black lace dresses that Xiao Jie had bought for himself earlier. Even though Mu Xiaoxiao had already said that she didn't like those black lace dresses he chose, Xiao Jie, this asshole, still bought them all and had them delivered. Of course Mu Xiaoxiao didn't give a damn about him, so she put the clothes in the checkroom and never touched them again. However, he did not expect to see this familiar dress on Jixin's body today. After sending Jixin away, Mu Xiaoxiao then went into the checkroom and pulled open the door of the closet at the very back, which is where she discarded those black lace dresses. Chapter 288, what does he mean by that? However, the clothes that were originally piled up all over the place had become empty, not a single one, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao only felt that the blood was flowing backwards in her body. Her heart clenched hard. Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filling with tears. Even if she said she didn't like these clothes he chose, he didn't have to take them to Jixin, right? This asshole. What does he mean by that? Mu Xiaoxiao was really pissed off and couldn't stop her tears from dripping down. She snapped the closet door shut, not wanting to see the place that broke her heart again. Then he grabbed his bag and stormed out of the house. The Han family. After Han Qiqing learned the ins and outs from Mu Xiao's mouth, she was so angry that she slammed the table. What does this Xiaojie mean? He's just hiding a girl in a golden nest. I say Xiao, how can you allow him to do this? Are you stupid? Mu Xiaoxiao's emotions had calmed down, except for some redness in her eyes. She couldn't see any traces that she had cried. Hearing Han Qiqing's words, she sighed and said helplessly, what can I do then? Tell him not to allow him to help Jixin? For one thing, I don't know if Xiaojie will listen to her. And for another, if he really listens to her, wouldn't it be her fault if something happens to Jixin? Han Qiqing thought about it and nodded. That's right. In that case, wouldn't you be a bad woman? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't pick up her words and looked ahead with a somewhat complicated mood, not knowing what she was looking at. The room was lit with lavender incense, which smelled good, but didn't calm her. Through the passage of time, her heart was getting harder and harder. Suddenly, a pleasant bell rang in the quiet atmosphere. Han Qiqing nudged her, raising an eyebrow and saying, your cell phone rang. It couldn't be that guy Xiaojie, right? I don't know. Mu Xiaoxiao sat up from the chair. Her feet didn't move because the two of them were in the middle of a spa session, and they were doing it by massaging the acupressure points on their feet. The maid held the phone up. Mu Xiaoxiao took a look at the caller ID. It was really Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed, but didn't want to pick it up. Han Qiqing urged, you answer it. See how that asshole explains himself to you. And don't worry, I'll help you deal with him. Only then did Mu Xiaoxiao answer the phone. As soon as the phone was put to his ear, Xiaojie's overbearing voice came. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to tell me when you went out? Where are you now? Mu Xiaoxiao was angry at him when she remembered the clothes thing, and now that she heard his voice, she was even more angry and didn't want to talk to him at all. She also said directly and coldly, I don't want to talk to you. Why? Yin Xiaojie heard something wrong with her tone, and his domineering tone slowed down. If I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to talk to you. Yin Xiaojie suddenly smiled. Is it because I'm not home today and you miss me? So it's messing with me? Asterisk 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 off. Ghosts want you. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed. At this point, still hanging on to her, Han Qiqing, who was listening on the side, raised an eyebrow, then gave a gesture to Mu Xiaoxiao's masseuse. Yin Xiaojie said, where the hell are you? Tell me quickly. I'll go over to find you now. No. Mu Xiaoxiao had wanted to say no. Who knew that the masseuse suddenly pressed one of her acupoints, causing her to scream out. What's wrong? Xiao. Yin Xiaojie's anxious voice came from the cell phone. Han Qiqing grabbed the tiny cell phone and cut off the call. Chapter 289, this is not what she wants. Mu Xiaoxiao froze at her sudden movement and asked in confusion. 7 Harvest. What are you doing? Han Qiqing is afraid that Yin Xiaojie will call again, and even turns her cell phone off before she smiles thievishly and says to Mu Xiaojiao, you have to give him a little punishment. Like this. Let him worry a bit so he realizes how important you are to him. But, Mu Xiaoxiao is a little worried. She just hung up the phone after a scream. Yin Xiaojie's side doesn't know what he will think, and also cannot get through to her phone. Is not anxious to death? Han Qiqing said. But what? Xiao, you're just soft-hearted. If you don't take the initiative at this time, Yin Xiaojie is going to be snatched away by that woman. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and said, if it is that easy to be snatched away, I don't want it either. If a relationship is something that one has to keep a watchful eye on every moment of every day, wouldn't that be tiring? Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a little tired. A relationship like that was not what she wanted. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes dropped slightly. She wanted a unique relationship, the one that was not hers. If Yin Xiaojie wasn't indispensable to her, then she doesn't want it. Han Qiqing signaled the masseuse to quickly wash the two of them, then said to Mu Xiaoxiao, don't think about it so much. I'll take you to a place later, at least for today, to air out Yin Xiaojie and wait for him to come to you. Inside the apartment wherein Jixin lived, as soon as she saw Jixin return, her best friend Wang Xiyu rushed up. How was it? Did he eat your cake? And Jixin shook her head with a lost face and said, no, he's not at home, only Mu Xiaoxiao is at home. Wang Xiyu frowned, so you gave the cake to that Mu Xiaoxiao? Yeah, what else? Do you have to bring it back after you've brought it over? And Jixin sighed and said, walking over to the sofa side and sitting down, because not seeing Yin Xiaojie had put her entire being in a low mood. Doesn't Wang Xiyu understand by looking at her like that? She flirted with Jixin. Look at you. You miss people, don't you? Getting hung up on them, right? And Jixin said in some panic, what are you talking about? How could I? Still saying no? Wang Xiyu sat over to her side and tugged on the dress she was wearing and said, he just sent someone to deliver this dress, right? You couldn't wait to put it on, and smiled so sweetly when you just took the cake up. Now, you're depressed because you haven't seen him, aren't you? And Jixin didn't say anything. Wang Xiyu added, didn't I teach you? It said that to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. You're such a good cook, so you should make good use of that, and find excuses to cook for him first, so that he'll start appreciating you. Trust me, soon enough, you'll move up there and live with him. Toward the end, Wang Xiyu smiled ambiguously, and Jixin said with a somewhat tangled look, I just have mentioned this, but Mu Xiaoxiao did not respond. I see that she should be a bit wary of me. Ignore her, she's incapable herself, and she's blaming you for stealing her man? Wang Xiyu snickered, and I don't think the two of them are necessarily a couple. Maybe it's her wishful thinking that she likes Yin Xiaojie, and she insisted on relying on someone else's house. Her words sounded reasonable, and Jixin looked like she was moved by them. Chapter 290, Your Place in His Heart. When Wang Xiyu saw her expression loosen up, she knew that she had listened to what she had said, so she went over and hugged Jixin's arm and said, Jixin, there is such a good opportunity now, you must grasp it, and you absolutely cannot let go, even if it's a hard grab. You have to grab Yin Xiaojie over. And Jixin looked at her eyes, and her heart, which was still a little shaky, slowly firmed up. Yeah, she can't miss Yin Xiaojie, and she didn't want to miss it. Then what do you think? What should I do? And Jixin thought about Yin Xiaojie's defense of Mu Xiao. At that time she was really envious and even couldn't help but think about how good it would be if it was her instead. What girl doesn't want to be protected and pampered like that? And also like Yin Xiaojie, such a powerful handsome man. Not only handsome and extraordinary appearance, but also so noble temperament, completely is the girl's heart dream of male god. Wang Xiyu laughed at her and said, now you're finally willing to admit that you like him, right? And Jixin slightly lowered her head, revealing a shy look, and pushed her. Don't tease me, okay? Wang Xiyu said to her with a look of envy. You probably don't know how powerful this person in Xiaojie is, how popular he is among the girls. You should know about Han Yuner from our second middle school, right? The reason why Han Yuner is the school beauty of the second middle school is not because she was Yin Xiaojie's girlfriend. She flirtatiously nudged in Jixin and said, so if you can take down Yin Xiaojie, then the next school beauty of our second middle school could be you. Oh, you're kidding. Still the school flower. And Jixin shook her head and said, however, she couldn't help but think back to the time when Han Yuner became the school beauty of the second middle school. That's called scenery. At school, by how many boys to please flatter? By how many girls envy and jealous? Simply like a princess. Wang Xiyu shook her finger at her and said contemptuously, how pretty do you think Han Yuner is? She's not even dressed up. I say Jixin, you also look very pretty like now wearing this brand name clothes. The whole person's temperament came up. People who do not know will suspect that you are which family's golden girlet, so as long as you dress up, absolutely will not be worse than Han Yuner. Of course, it's not even worse than that Mu Xiaoxiao, added another. And Jixin originally still had some lack of confidence by her, so it felt as if it was true, but she still pretended to be embarrassed and said, you haven't seen what Mu Xiaoxiao looks like, so how do you know that I'm better than her? Wang Xiyu said, actually, who looks the most beautiful? This is not the most important thing. Do you know what the most important thing is? And Jixin shook her head in confusion and asked, what is the most important? Wang Xiyu smiled ambiguously and pointed at her. The most important thing is, of course, your position in Yin Xiaojie's heart. Think about it. You and he only had a one-sided relationship 7 years ago, yet he has always remembered you. What does that mean? This shows that you are a special being in his heart. Hearing this, and Jixin finally couldn't hold back the delight in her eyes. They say that the spectator is the one who knows. If even Xiyu said that, does it mean it's true? That she is a special being in Yin Xiaojie's heart? And she thought about this. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, and her eyes contained the heartbeat of a young girl. Chapter 291, The Sneaky Two. Wang Xiyu hugged her arm and rubbed it, saying affectionately, when you get together with Yin Xiaojie and fly up the branch to become a phoenix, don't you forget me as a good girlfriend. And Jixin said with shyness and amusement, now the 8 characters have not yet a skim. Maybe, he does not like me at all. How can I not like you? If you don't like you, you still let you live in such a luxurious apartment? Don't like you, and still send you so many designer clothes? Doesn't Wang Xiyu know her yet? The things that were said before, and Jixin could not have not thought about it, but just want to say it from other people's mouths. The heart to feel satisfied. People, all of them. Wang Xiyu snorted in her heart, but didn't show it on her face, still pulling in Jixin's hand still intimately and said, so after you get together with Yin Xiaojie in the future, and enter the circle of the mansion, remember to introduce me to a rich young master at that time. Oh, I also want one with a handsome body and a good figure. Hey, when the time comes, our 2 girlfriends will marry into the rich family together. You're thinking too far ahead, aren't you? And Jixin laughed, but her mood seemed very pleasant. It's not far, and anyway, we said we're the best of girlfriends, right? Of course, we're BFFs for life, forever and ever. Yes, it will always be the same. The other side. Mu Xiaoxiao thought Han Qiqing was going to take herself somewhere, but she didn't expect to come to a cafe. The environment here isn't bad, but it's not very special. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced around the entire store and looked at Han Qiqing in puzzlement. Han Qiqing scrunched her neck and pointed somewhere. Look there. Mu Xiaoxiao followed her finger and looked over. After seeing that handsome and cool figure, she exclaimed, Lu Yichen, keep your voice down. Han Qiqing slapped her anxiously. Mu Xiaoxiao instantly understood that this was the store where Lu Yichen worked on weekends. So Han Qiqing was bringing her here to peek at Lu Yichen? Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed at her. Do you want to not be like this? This behavior is very demented. Okay? Han Qiqing rests her chin on the desktop and pouts her little lips. What else can I do? It's the only place I'll see him on the weekends. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at her and asked skeptically. You can't run here and stare at him just for the whole day, can you? Han Qiqing blinked and didn't answer, but her expression already gave the answer. Mu Xiaoxiao helplessly held her forehead. Why does she have such a demented best friend? Only then did Han Qiqing whisper. Actually, it wasn't a whole day just half a day. He came home from work at 6 in the afternoon. Mu Tiny, so half a day is not enough for you, is it? How did I get a friend as nymphomaniacal as you? The two were whispering, not even noticing that the handsome figure was already coming their way. May I ask what you 2 ladies would like to drink? A cold and magnetic voice rang out. Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing gave a beat at the same time. Han Qiqing was so embarrassed that she pressed her face against the tablecloth on the desktop, not daring to raise her head. Mu Xiaoxiao could only turn her head awkwardly, raising her small hand and shaking it, feigning surprise as she said to Louis Chen. Hi, what a coincidence, so you're working here? Louis Chen smiled slightly. I thought, you came to see me specifically, didn't you? Chapter 292, Embarrassing. Mu Xiaoxiao was amused by him. When did you become a joker? Well, I've recently started learning. Louis Chen also answered in a rather serious manner. Han Qiqing finally couldn't help but raise her head, smiling brightly as she waved her hand at Louis Chen. Hello? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Louis Chen nodded in response, but there seemed to be some laughter in those dark brown eyes. Han Qiqing inexplicably had the illusion of being seen through. Couldn't he have seen him the few times he'd been here before? Then one is still saying it's a good coincidence now, isn't it? Han Qiqing felt embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to look Louis Chen in the eye. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly helped her friend change the topic and said to Louis Chen with a smile, what do you have to drink here? Give us some recommendations. Louis Chen handed her the menu while saying, well, you guys see what you want to drink. I'll treat you, just as a return gift for you guys cheering me up the last time I went to the competition. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed. I know you got the bonus, but if you treat us, we won't dare to come in the future. At this time, suddenly a boy wearing the same uniform as Louis Chen hurriedly came over and eagerly whispered in Louis Chen's ear. Your cell phone has been ringing. There might be something urgent, so go pick it up. Louis Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this and nodded. Thanks. He turned his head to look at Mu Xiaoxiao trying to speak. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at him and said, go answer the phone quickly. There's no need to entertain us. We're on our own anyway. Louis Chen nodded and left in a hurry. What's wrong? Only then did Han Qiqing raise her head and look at Mu Xiaoxiao as she asked. Mu Xiaoxiao flirted with her. Shy little snail. You're willing to stick your head out? What are you talking about? Han Qiqing slapped Mu Xiao in embarrassment and asked after him. What's going on? Why did he leave in such a hurry? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. Said his cell phone kept ringing. Han Qiqing propped her chin up with both hands, her eyes staring blankly in the direction Louis Chen left, and said in a daze, did you just see that? The way he wore that uniform, he was really super handsome. After saying that, he also let out a giggling sound of eating and eating, and his nymphomania was undeniably obvious. Mu Tiny, who is this nymphomaniac? She doesn't recognize her. Mu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes to one side, just in time to see Louis Chen rush out of the house with a panicked expression on his face. Something seems to have happened, she said, hurrying to her feet and following her out. You wait for me. When the two of them chased after him, they saw Louis Chen stopping a taxi on the side of the road. But it was a weekend and this area was a busy business district, so it was hard to stop a taxi. Mu Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at the pale Louis Chen and immediately knew that something big must have happened. She pulls Han Qiqing over and runs over to Louis Chen. Where are you going? We have a car and can take you there. At Mu Xiaoxiao's gesture, Han Qiqing hurriedly beckoned to her family's driver to hurry up and bring the car over. Louis Chen met Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes and said in a deep voice, thank you. Mu Xiaoxiao noticed that his eyes were a little deep red and his voice was a little suppressed. She didn't dare ask what had happened. Soon the car pulled up and the three men got in together. Without waiting for her to open her mouth to ask where to go, Louis Chen hurriedly said to the driver, to the city hospital. Chapter 293, Don't Go. To the hospital. Mu Xiaoxiao realized that the original is Louis Chen's mother had an accident. In the work suddenly fainted, and also had a time shock. The situation is somewhat dangerous. By the time Louis Chen arrived, Lou's mother had already been pushed out and sent to the ward. Is my mom okay? Louis Chen asked the nurse with a tight face. The nurse said, it's fine for the time being, but the specific body report is on the doctor's side. You are the patient's family member. You can go to the doctor's side later to ask for details. Now the patient is in a faint sleep. Try not to disturb her. It's best to let her wake up naturally. She is in great need of rest now. After Louis Chen thanked the nurse lady, he walked to the side of the hospital bed and looked down at his mother's face, noticing that she was pale, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing didn't get close, so they stood a bit farther away. However, this was a multi-occupancy ward, and the other beds were a bit noisy, and there was even a couple arguing, loud enough to be annoying, as well as another bed where a woman was holding a crying child who kept wailing. How can you rest properly in such an environment? Han Qiqing couldn't help but step forward and lower her voice to Louis Chen. Louis Chen, I'm very familiar with the director of this hospital, so I'll arrange a single room for you, okay? It'll allow Auntie to rest better. Louis Chen, however, shook his head without looking at her and said with some sense of detachment, no, thanks. Mu Xiaoxiao walked over with a stern face and tugged him to look at his eyes, then glared at him and said, look at the environment here. So noisy, how can Auntie rest? Just now the nurse lady have said, your mom is in great need of rest now. In the end, is your mom's body important, or is your persistence important? Louis Chen looked into her eyes and didn't answer. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him fixedly and asked, Do you still consider me a friend? If not, then I will leave now. She made a gesture to turn slightly sideways, and Louis Chen anxiously grabbed her arm as if he was truly afraid that she would walk out of his world from then on. He whispered, "Don't go." Mu Xiao turned back around and looked at him askance. "If we're friends, then accept our help, okay? Just like you would want to help me when I'm in need, right?" Louis Chen was finally moved by her and agreed to Han Xiqing's help. Quickly, in less than 10 minutes, Lu's mom was transferred to a luxurious single room. Louis Chen frowned slightly and said, "Just a single one is fine. No need to be so luxurious." Han Xiqing deliberately pretended to look helpless and said, "There's no way. All the other ones are full. There's only this one. It doesn't matter la. Uncle Dean is very familiar with me and said it's free for me to use." Louis Chen looked at her as if he could see through her lying. His low voice said, "Anyway, thank you." Although Han Xiqing was a bit embarrassed, the rare sight of him looking at her squarely in the eyes filled her with joy. She smiled and her eyes curved. "No need to thank you. This is just a hand up, and it makes me happy to help. My aunt." She was going to say that she was happy to be able to help you, but she was afraid of making it too obvious, so she hurriedly changed it. They all went out because they were afraid of disturbing Lu's mom. Louis Chen went to the doctor's side to get his mom's health report, while Han Xiqing was very active and went out to buy food and drinks for everyone. Chapter 294, What's Wrong With You? Mu Xiaoxiao was also in a bad mood today and walked downstairs. I didn't expect to see Louis Chen sitting on a bench with his head down, looking a bit disheveled. After walking around and coming back, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Was there a problem with Lu's mom's health report? Mu Xiaoxiao slowly walked over to him and didn't rush to speak, just sat down next to him. Louis Chen realized that someone was approaching and looked up, just in time to meet Mu Xiao's gaze. Mu Xiaoxiao saw the red in his eyes and froze in her heart. "He's crying? Is Auntie okay?" she asked worriedly. Louis Chen let out a deep sigh and said with a somewhat hoarse voice, "The doctor said that she was overworked some years ago and had accumulated hidden dangers, so she still needs another more detailed examination." But from the sound of the doctor's voice, his mom's condition isn't very promising. Louis Chen didn't say that last sentence. There are some heavy things that he can just carry by himself. Mu Xiaoxiao patted his shoulder. Her eyes looked at him very firmly and said, "Auntie will be fine, for sure." Louis Chen fixedly looked at her eyes, those eyes like black grapes, dark and bright, as if full of bright stars, so clear and so dazzling, so, giving a feeling of stability. He stared at her as if he couldn't take his eyes off her, and his magnetic voice said in a low tone, "Tiny, can I hold you for a second?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. "It's okay." As soon as the words left his mouth, Louis Chen's arms embraced her, wrapping her tightly in his arms, feeling her body heat, and the girlish scent of her body, made his wandering heart seem to slowly ease down. In the distance, Han Xiqing carried a shopping bag in both hands, her eyes slightly dark as she watched the scene. Suddenly, it was like a gust of wind swept past her. Han Xiqing was startled. "Yin Xiaojie?" Before she could finish shouting, Yin Xiaojie, whose face was blackened, had already rushed out and ripped Mu Xiaoxiao from Louis Chen's arms before swinging a fist at Louis Chen. "Hey!" Mu Xiaoxiao cried out in shock, hastily stopping his hand. "Let go!" These two words felt like they were squeezed out from between Yin Xiaojie's teeth. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him unhappily. "What are you mad about? I go crazy?" Yin Xiaojie sneered. "I watched my wife being held by another man. I wouldn't be a man if I didn't go crazy. You don't know anything. What are you talking about here?" Mu Xiaoxiao was already resentful of him, but now she was even more annoyed with him. Watching the two about to fight, Han Xiqing rushed over and said to Yin Xiaojie, "Can't you ask for clarification before hitting someone?" Mu Xiaoxiao held back her anger towards him and looked at Louis Chen, but her voice was gentle as she said, "You go up and take care of Auntie. I'll make it clear to him here." Louis Chen glanced at Yin Xiaojie and probably knew that the situation was a bit troublesome, so he listened to her and left first. As soon as she saw Louis Chen leave, Mu Xiaoxiao shook off Yin Xiaojie's hand. Yin Xiaojie frowned at her actions. What did this girl mean? He's the one who should be angry, right? Instead, she had a cold little face, as if he'd messed with her. "Now, explain to me why you and that Lu guy just hugged each other." Yin Xiaojie stares at her questioningly. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him in displeasure. "Did I say I wanted to explain to you? I'm too lazy to care about you." She turned and walked away. Chapter 295, It's Not Worth It. Mu Xiaoxiao became even more angry when she looked at him with this look of questioning herself. Why didn't he explain to her when he gave that Njixin the clothes she didn't want? Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, his upright figure quickly stepping forward and tugging on her wrist to prevent her from leaving. His long fingers cupped her chin and forcefully set her face straight. "Look at me, Mu Xiaoxiao. Are you messing with me?" Yin Xiaojie's pitch-black ink-like eyes stared into hers like cheetahs, as if he didn't miss a single trace of her expression. "I didn't." Mu Xiaoxiao deliberately followed his usual hangdog behavior. "This is still called no?" Yin Xiaojie said irritably. "I can't be angry when I see you hugging another man. Can I? Are you being reasonable? You're the one being unreasonable. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but yell at him, her eyes a little wet. He was clearly the one who upset her in the first place. Even if she had just hugged Lu Yichen, it was just her comforting her friend. Then what's the point of him giving her clothes to Jixin? Because she didn't want those clothes anymore. So he took them to relieve his friends? Even if she'd said no, it was still something he'd bought for her. It's hers now. What gives him the right to do that? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to talk to him, didn't want to see him, and twisted her hand that was held by him forcefully, wanting to get rid of him. Yin Xiaojie's frown deepened as he watched her movements. Don't you move, okay? You'll hurt yourself this way. Han Qiqing, who was watching from the side, was also anxious and hurriedly advised, Xiao, don't hurt yourself. For this guy, it's not worth it. Yin Xiaojie swept Han Qiqing a glance. Han Qiqing clutched the two bags and shrank back in fear. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly threw her hands in discouragement. Don't get it. So tired. Can't you just let go? I'm not going, okay? She was in a bad mood, and her whole body was also tired, and she didn't want to argue with him anymore. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him and changed the topic and asked, how did you know I was here? Yin Xiaojie saw that she looked like she had calmed down before she let go and said, I guessed that you might be at Han's house, so I called over to ask. Then after confirming that she had indeed been there and just happened to leave, he asked the housekeeper for the driver's number and learned that they had been to the cafe and then to the city hospital. He came straight over here and found her. Han Qiqing said, I'll take the food to Lu Yichen first, so you guys take your time chatting. Then she walked away, leaving these two behind. Yin Xiaojie always felt that there was something strange about Mu Xiaoxiao, so he kept staring at her little face. Mu Xiaoxiao met his gaze, spread her hands and said, you came to find me to confirm my safety. Now that you're done confirming, you can go, right? Oh, right, you have to explain, don't you? I just talked to Lu Yichen. Nothing, it's just that he was sad because of his mom's condition. I comforted him, that's it. I didn't have an ambiguity with him. Unlike someone who flirts with other girls and doesn't give her the slightest bit of explanation. Mu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly in her heart. Yin Xiaojie looked into her eyes and suddenly said, haven't you always wanted to know why I was so disgusted with him before? Mu Xiaoxiao gave a start, piqued by his curiosity, and asked, why? He wouldn't say anything before, but now he's finally willing to say it? Chapter 296, he'll use you. Yin Xiaojie signaled outside with his eyes and said, let's go talk in my car. It's not convenient to talk over here. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at him suspiciously. You're not just trying to trick me into getting in the car, are you? You don't trust me so much now? Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat displeased. Mu Xiaoxiao then grunted, not answering the question, but walking out of her own accord. Get in the car. She put her arms around her chest and said, come on, say it. Yin Xiaojie placed his hands on the steering wheel and glanced at her before saying in a faint voice, you should all know that like us, we all resent that kind of illegitimate child of a powerful family. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. What does this have to do with Lu Yichen? In the next second, her eyes widened in shock and she exclaimed, you mean he's the illegitimate son of some rich family? Who? That person you also recognize as Gu Pingyuan. Yin Xiaojie skimmed his mouth in disdain. Mu Xiaoxiao was completely in a state of shock and couldn't speak anymore. After a long time, she finally found her voice and looked at Yin Xiaojie with wide eyes as she asked after him, are you telling the truth? You didn't lie to me? How did you know? Even if this is true, it's still a private matter of the Gu family, so how did he know about it? Yin Xiaojie hummed, you think I want to know? I also bumped into it unintentionally. Lu Yichen, is Uncle Gu's illegitimate son? Mu Xiaoxiao was still muttering, not sure if this truth was too hard to digest or if she didn't quite believe it. Yin Xiaojie looked at her with a somewhat disgruntled expression, as if she still wanted to go to that Lu's surname for proof. She doesn't believe him, does she? He said, anyway, you try to stay away from him in the future. The Gu family's situation is complicated. Lu Yichen, he won't be a simple commodity. He might use you in the future in some way. If she is so gullible as this girl, she will probably be sold and count the money for others. He didn't want to see that. Mu Xiao's expression was silent, not sure if she had listened to his words. What was on her mind was Lu's mother. If Lu's mother was the woman Gu Pingyuan kept outside, then why did she work so hard and even overwork? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Besides, why was Lu Yichen's last name Lu and not Gu? Even if Lu's mom had ended her relationship with Gu Pingyuan, she should have taken a lot of money before, right? How can she not make her and her son's life so poor? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't feel right no matter how she thought about it, but she didn't bring this up to ask Yin Xiaojie, lest the two disagree and fight again. Well, go home, Yin Xiaojie said, starting the car. When Mu Xiaoxiao thought of that in Jixin, her heart became a little blocked again. Frowning, she said to Yin Xiaojie, no more going back to the apartment. Let's go back to the mansion. I kind of miss Yin Mom and the others. Yin Xiaojie didn't notice her difference, thinking that it had also been a while since he had taken her back to the Yin family mansion, and that his mother had often chanted for them to go back for dinner more often. He said, "Well, then we'll be back for dinner tonight." However, what Yin Xiaojie didn't expect was that after Mu Xiaoxiao returned to Yin's house, she pestered Yin's mother to kiss and make out, and then said, with a fond look, that she wanted to stay over here for a few days. Once Yin's mom heard Mu Xiaoxiao say this, she was overjoyed, so of course she couldn't possibly let Yin Xiaojie take Mu Xiaoxiao away. In the end, Yin Xiaojie had no choice but to stay. Chapter 297, Not Warming Up to Him. This day, Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing make a date to visit Lu Yichen's mom in the hospital. They were already out of the school gates before noon was officially over, and as soon as the doorman saw that it was the two of them, he let them through without even asking. The Han family car is waiting outside. When they get into the car and are almost at the hospital, Han Qiqing remembers something and turns to Mu Xiaoxiao and asks, "Aren't you going to tell Yin Xiaojie, lest his eldest young master can't find you and gets angry again?" "Oh," Mu Xiaoxiao faintly answered, took out her cell phone, and instead of calling, she sent a text message to Yin Xiaojie. "Okay," said. Mu Xiaoxiao daintily put away her cell phone. Han Qiqing was stunned. "That will do? Or what? Anyway, he just said that I have to let him know where I'm going, so that counts as informing him, right?" Mu Xiaoxiao said with an air of disinterest. Han Qiqing looked at her curiously askance. "Xiaoxiao, you've been this nonchalant towards Yin Xiaojie for the past 2 days. Are you still mad at him?" Mu Xiaoxiao grunted, too lazy to get angry with him. Han Qiqing, it's obviously just a mess. No wonder young Master Yin's temper has gone bad in the past 2 days. Apparently because Xiaoxiao is not warm and fuzzy to him. Finally got to the hospital. They had just made it to the door of the ward when they ran into the nurse lady. The nurse lady smiled kindly and reminded, "Lu isn't in there. Oh, he's gone to the doctor's office." Han Qiqing's footsteps lurched, revealing a smile with obvious meaning to Mu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, doesn't Mu Xiaoxiao know her mind?" She waved her hand and said, "You go find him. I'll just go in and see Aunt Lu. Then you can chat with Auntie first, and I'll come back for you with Lu Yichen later," Han Qiqing said, and bounced off to find Lu Yichen. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head, pushed open the door of the hospital room and walked in. On the hospital bed, Lu Qianlan was looking out of the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Mu Xiaoxiao's movements were stunned, and she was wondering if she shouldn't interrupt when Lu Qianlan turned her head and gave her a smile. "Hello, you're Yichen's friend, aren't you?" Mu Xiaoxiao didn't think she'd know about herself, probably because Lu Yichen had mentioned her and Han Qiqing to his mom in order to explain how he'd ended up in the VIP ward. She smiled and nodded. "Well, my name is Mu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, come and sit," Lu Qianlan greeted. Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and pulled out a chair to sit by the hospital bed. From Lu Qianlan's appearance, Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she had a generous demeanor and a gentle temperament. How to look at it does not seem like the kind of woman who would be adopted by a rich man. The two of them casually chatted about family matters afterward. Lu Qianlan, as if she could see Mu Xiao's hesitation, graciously said, "Is there something you want to ask me?" "It's okay, go ahead and ask." "About Yichen?" Mu Xiaoxiao blushed, but felt that the opportunity was rare, so she bravely said it. "Auntie, I'd like to ask you a question, and you don't have to answer it if you find it difficult and don't want to." "Well, you ask." Lu Qianlan's smile was very affable, making people want to get close to her. This is a polite and gentle woman. Mu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath before saying, "Auntie, do you know Gu Pingyuan?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Qianlan's expression froze and her face turned a little white. Chapter 298, The Truth. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little worried, afraid that she hadn't mentioned her sadness. Lu Qianlan finally came back to her senses and looked at Mu Xiao with more than a trace of caution in her eyes, asking, "You know Gu Pingyuan? What is your relationship with him?" Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, "I do know him, but he's just an elder who counts as an acquaintance, nothing more." Lu Qianlan's eyes were a little complicated. "Then you don't know anything?" Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it and nodded frankly. "Count on it, my friend told me that he is Yichen's father. Is it true?" When this truth was spoken, Lu Qianlan's expression was a bit forlorn, and he sighed heavily. "It's true," she responded, confirmed the answer that wanted to know. Mu Xiaoxiao's mood is a little heavy. "Then you and Uncle Gu are. Was it really true that Lu Yichen was Gu Pingyuan's illegitimate son, as Yin Xiaojie had said?" Afraid that Lu Qianlan would misunderstand that she was looking down on her, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, "I just think that, Auntie, you don't look like that kind of person. Is there something hidden?" "What kind of person?" Lu Qianlan asked in disbelief. "It's just," Mu Xiaoxiao is a little difficult to say, two hands tangled and moving, but do not know how to express. Lu Qianlan, however, suddenly understood. She snorted and laughed, as if she had heard something ridiculous, and asked, "Is that what the people of the Gu family say about me to the outside? Mu Xiaoxiao heard some anger in her tone and instantly guessed that maybe the truth wasn't like that. She nodded. That's what my friend said. They're really bullying people too much. Lu Qianlan suddenly snapped angrily, her eyes filling with tears in aggravation. But she didn't let it flow down and quickly wiped it away. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she had done something wrong, panicked and took out a tissue, handing it to her, hurriedly comforting, "Auntie, don't cry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Lu Qianlan shook her head. "It's not your fault, and I have to thank you for letting me know this, Aunt." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her worriedly, although she was very curious about what the truth was, but now in this situation, she did not dare to ask. Lu Qianlan calmed her emotions, looked at her and said, "Do you want to know what kind of relationship I have with Gu Pingyuan?" Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "Auntie, if you don't want to talk about it, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's something you can't say. The ones who really don't dare to let people know should be their Gu family." Lu Qianlan said, her eyes looking out of the window furtively. "I am the main wife of Gu Pingyuan. I should say, his first wife. He and that mistress should be officially married as well." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. So, Auntie, you're Uncle Gu's wife? Lu Qianlan was not a woman Gu Pingyuan kept outside, but was the main wife. After listening to Lu Qianlan's elaboration, Mu Xiaoxiao realized what was going on. It turned out that Lu Qianlan had long been married to Gu Pingyuan, but at that time, Gu Pingyuan was fighting with the rest of the Gu family for the power of the Gu family. Lu Qianlan did not help him in the fight for power. Then there was another woman who hooked up with Gu Pingyuan, and that woman was able to help him, and also made some trickery, and drove Lu Qianlan, who was pregnant at that time, out of the Gu family. Not only that, that woman was so vicious that she also brought down Lu Qianlan's mother's family, causing Lu Qianlan to be resented by her mother's family, and she has since severed her relationship with her. Chapter 299, Let her go back where she came from. After listening to the whole story, Mu Xiaoxiao huffed backwards, and in her heart, she held for Lu Qianlan. Isn't that abandoning a bad wife? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't have imagined that Uncle Gu, who used to be pretty good to her in her impression, turned out to be such a heartless man. Sure enough, the truth is always harsher than reality. After school in the afternoon, Mu Xiaoxiao asked Han Qiqing to accompany her back to her apartment. She needed to pick up something. Han Qiqing couldn't help but advise her. How long do you plan to sulk with Yin Xiaojie? Don't you think it's exhausting? Let's talk it out and make up sooner. Don't want to make up with him, Mu Xiaoxiao said, walking to the elevator. Han Qiqing sighed and said, Xiao, although I also think Yin Xiaojie went overboard this time. I don't want to see you unhappy all day like this. She thinks Xiao might as well make it clear to Yin Xiaojie, if he really likes that in Gxin, then Xiao will just die to him from now on. Love is very selfish and there is no room for a third person. Mu Xiaoxiao looked to her and explained, I'm not upset about him. She was in a bad mood because she had learned about Lu Yichen's real life. It turns out that the world of adults is so complicated and so frightening. The elevator arrived just in time, and the two stepped inside. Han Qiqing, however, doesn't believe her. If she's not doing it for Yin Xiaojie, who else could it be for? He's usually so accommodating to you, so the big deal is that you can just play with him. Say you don't like that in Jixin, and let her go back to wherever she came from. Just as this was said, the elevator reached the first floor of the apartment and the door opened. Two girls walked in, originally still talking and laughing, but stopped as soon as they saw Mu Xiaoxiao, and Jixin opened her mouth first and greeted Mu Xiaoxiao with a smile. Hello, did you guys just come back from school too? By the way, how come I haven't run into you in Xiaojie in the past 2 days? Xiaojie? Han Qiqing raised an eyebrow when she heard the title and felt it stinging to death. She immediately understood that the girl in front of her was in Jixin. Han Qiqing snorted coldly in her heart. A very disgusting white lotus flower indeed. Wang Shiyu's eyes looked up and down at Han Qiqing and Mu Xiaoxiao as if scanning, and a strong feeling of jealousy arose in her heart when she noticed that the two girls were wearing the most upscale designer goods, but she didn't show it, and with a false smile on her face, she pulled in Jixin's hand and said, Jixin, is this girl the new friend you said you met? And Jixin nodded her head and took the initiative to introduce them. This is Mu Xiaoxiao. This is Wang Shiyu, my best friend. Without waiting for Mu Xiaoxiao to open her mouth, Han Qiqing waved her hand in disgust and said with her arms wrapped around her chest, Xiao, don't introduce me. I don't want to get to know certain thick-skinned, unashamed people. Wang Shiyu became furious when she heard that. Who are you talking about? And Jixin's face was also a bit ugly. It's not like I'm talking about you. Han Qiqing smiled condescendingly, her gaze glancing at Jixin, saying, I'm talking about a certain person. If it wasn't for our Xiao helping her, she would have long been forced by her own father to sell her body. How could she still enjoy herself so much? Living in a mansion here and wearing designer labels? Wang Shiyu laughed coldly and yelled loudly, retorting, You guys are the ones with thick skin. It's ridiculous. It's not like she saved Jishin. It was Jie Xiao who saved Jishin. It's none of her business. Taking credit for herself. Really shameless. Chapter 300, Little is the only one. Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll know what it means to have no face. Oh no, you don't have a face at all, so it's useless to look at it anymore. Han Qiqing sneered back. You want to tear her apart? Come at me. Yu Wang Shiyu, having been blocked like this for the first time, was so angry that she wanted to rush up and hit Han Qiqing, and Jishin hurriedly held her arm and advised, Shiyu, we are all friends, don't be impulsive. Wang Shiyu stormed out, pointing at Han Qiqing. Can't you see? This woman, she doesn't even care to be friends with us. Right, we're poor, so she looks down on us. You think being rich is a big deal? You think being rich gives you the right to bully people from on high? Han Qiqing felt amused. Who bullied her? It was clearly her who was yelling there without any discipline. Han Qiqing snorted lightly. Being rich, it's not necessarily great. Being poor, it's not wrong, but some people, being poor and shameless, that's called a big mistake. Wang Shiyu's face was green and purple with anger at her words, and Jishin's face also looked bad. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled down Han Qiqing's hand and said, Okay, stop talking. Han Jishin is arranged by Yin Xiaojie to stay here, is also considered a guest, so it is better not to go too far. Of course, she wasn't afraid that Yin Xiaojie would be angry, she just felt that this was the polite thing to do. Han Qiqing nodded at her and said, I'll just say the last sentence. She looked at Wang Shiyu, who glared at her with a state of readiness. Han Qiqing smiled enchantingly, swept the two of them a glance and said, You just said that it's Yin Xiaojie who saved you, and that it's none of our Xiao Zhao's business? I'll tell you then, if it wasn't our Xiao Zhao's kind heart that night, seeing how miserable you were and kindly asking Yin Xiaojie to save you, do you think Yin Xiaojie would have shown up so promptly? The most important point is that as long as our little told him to leave you alone, guess what? Would you still be standing here right now? Hearing these words, and Jishin's face turned white, her lips trembling slightly as if she wanted to deny her words. Wang Shiyu yelled again and angrily rebuked. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to make Jie Xiao listen to you? Anyone who knows Jie Xiao knows that Jie Xiao can't possibly listen to anyone's orders. Although Wang Shiyu didn't know much about Yin Xiaojie, she had heard a lot of rumors about Yin Xiaojie in the second form and knew that Yin Xiaojie was an egotistical man, as if he were an emperor, with power that covered the sky, which is why he was overbearing and flamboyant, and never put anyone in his eyes, and there was never anyone who could sway him. So what makes Mu Xiaoxiao think that one word from her can make Yin Xiaojie change his mind? It's simply ridiculous. Ha! Han Qiqing hooked her lips and smiled, her hand on Mu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, and said dejectedly, I'm really sorry, but our Xiao Xiao is the only one who can make Yin Xiaojie listen to her commands. Do you guys want to try? Try it, then try it for me. Wang Shiyu looked like she wasn't afraid of her, holding her chin high as she confronted Han Qiqing. Just then the elevator arrived and the doors opened. The uniformed security guard had just finished patrolling this floor and was about to enter the elevator. Once he saw the people inside, he hurriedly greeted them with a big smile. Miss Mu, Miss Han. When Wang Shiyu saw the security guard treating them so respectfully, she couldn't help but freeze, and inexplicably panicked a bit in her heart. Chapter 301. Exasperated, she said to the security guard, We're people who live here too. Why don't you say hello to us? The security guard was a very observant person and understood what was going on as soon as he took a look at the atmosphere. He said to Wang Shiyu with a leathery smile, Oh, I remember. One of you is a guest invited by young Master Yin, right? That would also be Ms. Mu's guest. Sorry, I forgot to say hello because I wasn't very impressed. Wang Shiyu was so angry this time that her face went black. Shiyu, and Jishin called out to her warningly, holding her hand as she walked out. We're here, let's go. Then she hung a somewhat stiff smile and said to Mu Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, then we'll go back to the house first. As soon as the elevator doors close, Wang Shiyu then stormed out and shook off her hand, saying angrily, Jishin, why are you such a coward? Why did you stop me, not letting me teach these two a lesson? And Jishin sighed, I am not a coward. Wang Shiyu took her hand and said, Didn't you just hear that? What that security guard said was simply implying that Mu Xiaoxiao is the hostess and we are just guests. I think that Mu Xiaoxiao must have bribed the security guard to say that, and Jishin's expression sank slightly. She had certainly heard it just now. Wang Shiyu continued, I poo, who does she think she is? Just because she's living in Jie Xiao's house, does she really think she's the mistress of the house? If I were to say, the most qualified person should be you, Jishin. And Jishin was silent, her eyes looking deep into the elevator door, not knowing what she was thinking. Evening, Royal Jazz Bar. There were only two people in the large SVIP box, drinking in silence. Yin Xiaojie's side sat a cold and evil young man. He drank very boldly, a cup of drink, but the posture is still noble and elegant, exuding an aristocratic temperament. Night Scholar put down his empty wineglass and glanced at Yin Xiaojie. As soon as I came back, you dragged me out to drink mulled wine. Don't tell me that you've fallen out of love? Yin Xiaojie frowned and glared at him unhappily. You're the one who's fallen out of love. Then tell me, what are you really up to? The first time I saw you like this, it's not love lost. Could it be losing your body? The corner of Night Sir's mouth hooked up a teasing smile. Yin Xiaojie ignored his remark and leaned back on the sofa, drinking the wine in his glass with his head held high. Then he spoke quietly. Remember what I told you about me looking for a girl? Night Sai nodded. I remember. So you're finding it now? I don't know. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes have a somewhat confused look. His brows knit tightly, and he said, I feel like a lot of things. Like a mistake. Night Sir poured another glass of wine, shaking the burgundy liquid inside, and said curiously, the girl you said you were looking for is because her kiss 7 years ago made you feel something. That's why you've been hung up on it until now. So what are you referring to now when you say you've got it wrong? What to say? Yin Xiaojie was annoyed as he smoothed down the broken hair on his forehead. He hung his head in thought for a while, before he said to Night Sir with embarrassment, during the time you were away, Little came back, and I kissed her. Night Sire looked surprised. His pair of seductive blue eyes widened as he exclaimed, What? You kissed her? Chapter 302, Who was the one who kissed him then? It was no wonder that Lord Nightshade was so shocked. The Night family is also one of the 4 great families, and Night Sir and Han Qiqing met Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiao at about the same time, so they've seen the feelings between Yin Xiaojie and Mu Xiao since they were children. It's just that in these 4 years, Mu Xiao went to the United States and had less contact with them. So, Yin Xiaojie suddenly told him at this time that Mu Xiao had returned to China, and the two of them even kissed. How could Night Sai not be surprised? It's a shocker. Alright, Night Siju is now interested. Busy pursuing Yin Xiaojie. What the hell is going on? The two of you got together? Yin Xiaojie remembered what happened this while. His eyes said with deep humor, she inexplicably returned to China, and then my family inexplicably forced me to get engaged to her, and then she lived with me, and then, I don't know what kind of relationship I have with her now. More than friends? Less than lovers? You're engaged? Lord Nightshade asked. Yin Xiaojie responded. Aha. Lord Night's clear-minded the situation and said, so what's your problem now? You just said that you wondered if you were mistaken. You kissed Tiny, so it was because you had feelings for her? And now, that girl happened to show up again. But you didn't have feelings for her that you wanted to kiss, right? That's why you're wondering if you're mistaken. Yin Xiaojie nodded. Right. On that day 7 years ago, he fell into the water and was rescued by Xiao Xiao. Then he fainted, and when he was somewhat conscious, he felt a pair of soft lips pressing against his lips and blowing. Then he woke up a little and opened his eyes, and saw in Jixin's face. So his memories tied that kiss to this little girl. He was still young then, so he wouldn't have suspected the memories, much less wondered if he could have made a mistake in his memory because his mind was confused and unclear at the time. The older one gets, the more one remembers only the feelings of the most important moments of one's childhood and blurs the details. Night Sir leaned back on the sofa, smiled and summarized for him. So what you're suspecting now is that the person who gave you artificial respiration 7 years ago wasn't actually that girl, but Tiny, right? That said, you can't blame Yin Xiaojie. After all, who would? For no reason at all. Think of wondering if his memories are wrong? He'd always thought it was the little girl who kissed him, so he'd grown up keeping the same idea. When Yin Xiaojie now found that he kissed Mu Xiao as a feeling, but for that Jixin did not want to kiss the feeling. This is to suspect that he was not mistaken before. Yin Xiaojie nodded deeply again. Right. Once this suspicion arose, it grew like a root in his heart, and he was eager to get to the bottom of what happened back then. Lord Nightshade smiled a bit badly this time and said, I'll give you a suggestion. Yin Xiaojie looked at him. What advice? Lord Nightshade said, go kiss that girl and see how you feel about her, if it's the same as when you were a child. However, as soon as Yin Xiaojie heard this proposal, his brows furrowed and he looked repulsed. Night Sire understood something by looking at this expression of his and smiled more meaningfully. He deliberately said, what's wrong with that? It's just a kiss, so it's worth it to confirm your suspicions. Chapter 303, He Knows His Own Heart. Yin Xiaojie glanced at Night Scholar. How could he not know that he was deliberately provoking himself? To kiss Angela? Just the thought came to mind, and a strong sense of repulsion welled up in his heart. He didn't want to kiss in Jixin. The only person he wanted to kiss was Mu Xiao. At this moment, Yin Xiaojie couldn't be clearer about this matter. Although he couldn't completely confirm his suspicions, the balance in his heart was already tilted in favor of Mu Xiao's side. Yin Xiaojie glares at Night Scholar in displeasure and says, trying to come up with some bad ideas. Don't think of stimulating me to do it. I won't be so stupid that I don't even know who I have in mind. Isn't that enough? Night Sire spread his hands. His demonic blue eyes said with a smile, you know your own heart well, what's wrong with that? But I just care so much. In Xiaojie let out a deep sigh and angled his head in annoyance. After all, that was the kiss he remembered for 7 long years, but also the girl he remembered in his heart for 7 long years. How much he hoped that person was Mu Xiaoxiao? Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance that An Jixin had kissed him, then he would feel very sorry. Perhaps this is the cleanliness of feelings. He hoped that he thus to the end, the heart only ever a girl. That is, Mu Xiaoxiao. He didn't want another girl to have been involved, to have left a mark. Night Sir's blue eyes seemed like they had magic power, as if they could see through everything. He said wisely, even if 7 years ago, the person who kissed you was indeed that girl. So what? What's important is now who you have feelings for. That's what's important, isn't it? In Xiaojie certainly understands this. No matter what the past was like, the important thing is the present, and it is Mu Xiaoxiao who is in his heart now. But, In Xiaojie shook his head with a bitter smile. You wouldn't understand. It's not the girl from 7 years ago that he cares about now. He cared if the person kissing him was tiny, and he wanted to know the answer to that because he wanted the answer to be Mu Tiny. Nightsign shook his head and shrugged. It's true that I don't understand you guys who are deeply in love. By the way, why don't you just ask Tiny? In Xiaojie sniffed and looked askance at him. What if it's not her? Night Sire understood and laughed. You don't dare to ask her, right? Afraid that if it's not her, she'll care and be jealous if she knows, and from then on she'll have this lump in her heart. This one does pose a problem as well. Because you care more. And even such a simple question is treated with more caution. In Xiaojie said with deep eyes, I want to confirm whether it's her or not before I talk to her about this. If it's her, I'll talk to her. If it's not, then this matter, let's bury it forever. So the answer to this matter is important to him. Reaching out to pat him on the shoulder, Lord Nightshade said, Good luck, brother. I hope all the speculation is as good as you want it to be. The two of them continued to clink glasses and drink. And since Night Scholar was also a 1,000 drinker, the two of them drank a lot of wine without realizing it. And In Xiaojie had something to worry about, so he drank a bit more than Nightsign. It was late in the day before Nightsign called a driver to come and pick them up. However, Nightsign didn't know that In Xiaojie was now living in Yin's house, so he asked the driver to send him back over to the apartment. At this time, the uninformed Mu Xiaoxiao is lying on the Yin family's bed, glancing at the time from time to time. The heart dissatisfied muttered, Are so late, In Xiaojie, that guy why is not yet back? Chapter 304, She's not waiting for him. Mu Xiaoxiao rolled over in bed and then looked at the time. It was already 11:30. She sat up violently and punched the covers. In Xiaojie, you bastard wouldn't be out fooling around again, would you? Thinking about her first day back home, he just went out late and drank a lot, but that guy can drink so well. It's like he can't get drunk no matter how much he drinks. Obviously, he was still annoyed with In Xiaojie, and he had been salty to him lately, deliberately cold-shouldering him. But as soon as he wasn't by his side, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but start imagining things, thinking that he didn't know what he was doing at this time, and didn't know who he was with. The room was so quiet that Mu Xiaoxiao became more and more annoyed, so she lifted the covers and got out of bed, opened the door and walked out. It's already quite late, and it seems like Yoon's mom and dad have all gone back to their rooms to sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. Not long after, the butler appeared and asked with a smile on his face, Miss, you're still up this late. Are you waiting for young master? Mu Xiaoxiao beamed, hugged a cushion, and replied with a hard mouth, I'm not waiting for him. I'm just a little thirsty and came out for a walk. The butler thoughtfully didn't poke at her lie, just smiled and said, I'll get it for you then. What would you like to drink? Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand indifferently and said, All right, mineral water. The butler then went towards the refrigerator and quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water, placing it on the coffee table in front of her. Miss, it's so late. Are you hungry? Do you want me to ask the kitchen to make you some late-night snacks? Mu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. I didn't say I was hungry. Why are you asking? The housekeeper said with a gentle smile on his face. This was ordered by the young master, saying that you are easily hungry at night, so if I see you out at night, let me prepare you a night snack. Hearing these words, Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the housekeeper in surprise, and a warm current crossed her heart. The original anger towards In Xiaojie for staying out all night has slightly dissipated a lot. The butler asked again, Miss, are you sure you don't need to make something for a late-night snack? Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't really have an appetite right now, and she really isn't hungry, so she shook her head and said, No, you go back and rest. I'm just sitting here. I'll go back to bed soon. You don't have to stay here with me. The housekeeper knew that she wanted to wait alone for the young master's return, but thoughtfully nodded and said, Okay, then call me again if you have any orders. Then the butler left the parlor. Mu Xiaoxiao nestled in the sofa, unscrewed the mineral water to drink. Usually no flavor of mineral water. Today actually tasted a little sweet taste. She looked at the clock again. her eyes turned to the door, and she muttered, "If you're back by 12, you're forgiven." The other side. In Xiaojie was sent back over to the apartment by the Knight family's driver. The car had just stopped, and the driver turned his head to look at In Xiaojie and said, "Young Master In, we're here." He had thought that In Xiaojie was so drunk that he was just informing him ceremoniously, and that he would end up having to carry him upstairs himself. But without thinking, just as his voice fell, In Xiaojie sitting in the backseat opened his eyes, those dark as ink eyes, slowly going from slightly drunk to clear, as if he had been sober all along and not drunk. The driver was surprised a handful of times. This young Master Yin's ability to drink was also too powerful. It was almost as much of a monster as their young master. Chapter 305, It's not a coincidence. But he still asked respectfully, "Young Master In, do you need me to help you up?" In Xiaojie propped his forehead with his hand and shook his head slightly, his low voice saying, "No need." He pulled the door open and stepped out of the car. At this time, the weather had already started to fall, and the wind at night was a little cooler, blowing on his face, dispersing the heat from all that alcohol, but instead, it made him much more comfortable. The driver reconfirmed that he didn't need him before driving off. In Xiaojie slowly walks towards the bottom of the apartment building, and his footsteps suddenly stop, because he remembered, Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't here. She was at the In family mansion, and he was supposed to go back over there, not back to this side of the apartment. He looked sober, but he had always had a lot to drink, and his brain was still a little tipsy from the alcohol burn. It's just that he's used to not showing his weak side, to be seen as sober as usual, and now, the only thought he had was that he wanted to go home quickly and hug Mu Xiaoxiao to sleep. Just as he turned, ready to head out, a voice called to him, "Xiao Jie, why are you back so late?" And Jixin walked out of the apartment and ran over in a hurry, her face full of smiles. In Xiaojie frowned slightly. "It's so late, are you still up?" And Jixin thought that he was concerned about himself. His heart could not help but open flowers, smiled more sweetly. "Did not sleep so I want to come down to walk. I did not expect to meet you. It is really coincidental." Actually, she's not the one who happened to. Rather, the luxury condominium had a surveillance system that allowed each apartment to see security footage from the doorway and the lobby. He hadn't been back to the apartment for the past few days, and when she wanted to see him, she had to stare at the security camera at the door, hoping he'd come back. "I didn't realize that when I was about to go to bed tonight. I glanced at the security footage and found him at the door." So she hurried down, not even changing the pajamas she was wearing. In Xiaojie glanced at the pajamas she was wearing and didn't reveal her. He was thinking of leaving when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind that stopped him in his tracks. About the incident 7 years ago. Didn't she give herself artificial respiration? Wouldn't it be better to ask her? It just so happened that she was right in front of her, so why not ask? I don't dare to ask Little, because I am afraid that the result is not Little's words, and I am afraid that Little's heart will care, and there will be lumps. But if you ask in Jixin, you don't need to worry about that. Thus, In Xiaojie stood still, his deep black eyes looking at In Jixin as he opened his mouth and said, "There's something I want to ask you." And Jixin listened to his magnetic low voice, and on a night like this, she had the feeling that she was going to get drunk. Why in the world would anyone have such a sexy, beautiful voice? And this person, who was also exceptionally kind to himself, remembered him for 7 years. Thinking of this, and Jixin's heartbeat accelerated, and she thought sweetly in her heart, he wouldn't be trying to confess to herself or something, right? A blush colored her cheeks, and she hung her head shyly, nodding her head and saying, "Well, that's okay. Whatever you ask me, I'll say yes." She thought with delight and shyness in her heart as she waited for him to speak. Silent night, you can hear the crickets chirping from the bushes next to you, and the orange street light next to you spills over In Xiaojie's handsome and extraordinary face, which adds a bit of charm to him. Chapter 306, An Opportunity Not to be Missed. In Xiaojie looked at her and asked bluntly, 7 years ago, when you saw me fainting by the lake, did you do artificial respiration on me? And Jixin froze, a little slow to react. Apparently it was the words that came out of his mouth, which were not at all what she had expected. That staggered her. Fortunately, and Jixin's brain wasn't too bad. She quickly reacted, and after her mind turned, she immediately understood. So that was it. He had misunderstood, thinking that she had given him artificial respiration back then, and that was why he had remembered her for 7 long years. At this moment, and Jixin also suddenly remembered. At that time 7 years ago, she had initially seen the figures of 2 children from a distance, and curious as to what they were doing at the lake, she had walked over to them. In retrospect, she seems to have seen that the little girl at the time seemed to have bent down and given artificial respiration to the little boy. She had read on TV that artificial respiration was meant to save lives. By the time she ran over, the little girl was nowhere to be found, so she crouched down beside the little boy to see if he was alright. not realizing that she had only just lowered her head over to him when he woke up and opened his eyes to look at himself in a daze. She asked him if he was okay, if he was hurt, but he didn't answer himself, he just kept looking at himself. Then her mom called her, and she had no choice but to do so, and just in time to see the little girl from before coming with an adult, so she was relieved to go. I didn't expect that because of such a one-sided relationship. After 7 years, I would meet him again and be saved by him. And the beautiful little boy who was there has now become such a handsome and peerless teenager that she can't forget a single look and easily invades her heart. After sorting out the situation, and Jishin clenched her palms somewhat nervously. Is she going to tell the truth? And Jishin timidly looked at In Xiaojie's eyes, and suddenly felt that his dark eyes looked like they could see through people's hearts, making her too frightened to look at him anymore. Two voices in his head argued. A voice was faint, telling her that she should be honest, that she shouldn't selfishly take credit for things that weren't her own. Another voice was loud, discouraging her from telling the truth and making sure to admit that she had given him artificial respiration. And Jishin, think about it. This must be a chance given to you by God. You can't miss it. If you admit it, he'll believe it, and maybe he'll stay with you because of it? Thinking of this, and Jishin looked at his imposing figure and only felt that the 5 words with him seemed like they had magical powers, making her heart flutter madly. All voices of justice were instantly blocked out, and Jishin nervously took a deep breath and tried to make herself behave calmly and replied, well, that time, I saw you fainted by the lake, thought you had an accident, thought to save you, so I helped you do artificial respiration. When In Xiaojie received this answer, his handsome brows furrowed and his obsidian-like eyes stared into hers. He pressed, really? Are you sure? And Jishin sensed his skepticism. Does he not trust himself? Or is the promise not what he wants? So he's rejecting it? And Jishin's nervous palms were sweating, but she hid it well, revealing a smile and saying, of course it's true, how could I remember it wrong? But if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter la. I just did a favor by the way, and it's not like I thought you'd repay me. Chapter 307 Little will hate him. She acted indifferent, as if she didn't care about it. More than that, he acted as if he had done a good deed and didn't need to be repaid by him. That should make him take his word for it, right? And generally speaking, when the other person tells you that you don't have to repay them, the person concerned will care more and want to repay them instead, right? And Jishin clenched her hands uneasily, waiting for his reply. In Xiaojie looked at her with deep and uncertain eyes, but did not answer whether he believed her words or not. He just said in a faint voice, well, I see, thanks for the answer. And Jishin froze and looked up at him, her eyes looking like they were saying, then what? In Xiaojie didn't show any enthusiasm for her because of her answer. His expression remained the same as usual. It's late, go back to bed. I'm leaving too, bye. Wait, you. And Jishin hurriedly caught up with him and looked at him anxiously. Where are you going? Aren't you staying here? In fact, she'd been dying to ask for the past few days why she couldn't even see him. Where had he been? And that Mu Xiao is missing too. So are they together? Lots and lots of questions, and lots of missing. And Jishin finally met him and didn't want him to leave so soon. In Xiaojie avoided her outstretched hand, his handsome face looking a little cold in the slightly cool night. Bye. With only 2 words, he raised his steps and was about to leave, but suddenly paused, as if remembering something, and with a turn of his long legs, he headed for the apartment. And Jishin's heart was overjoyed, thinking that he had listened to what he had said, so he wouldn't leave. She hurriedly followed, yet all the way up the elevator. In Xiaojie didn't say a word to her. Her floor arrived, and he didn't say goodbye to her, or good night, or anything like that. And Jishin exited the elevator and watched as the elevator door closed and In Xiaojie's handsome figure disappeared into the doorway. Her eyes were full of fondness, but for such an inscrutable In Xiaojie, she felt even more heartfelt and infatuated. Inside the elevator, In Xiaojie had been so absorbed in thinking about something that he hadn't noticed that In Gxin had already left. When he got to the top floor, he got out of the elevator and into the apartment and headed straight for the bedroom, then into the check room. He smelled himself, very strong odor of alcohol. If he went back like this, Xiao would surely dislike him. So he grabbed a set of clothes and went in to take a shower. Coming out of the shower fresh and clean, he once again entered the check room. The check room has 2 rows of closets, one for his use and one for Tiny's. In Xiaojie walked to the back of the row of closets he was using and opened the last double cabinet doors, only to see that the closet that should have belonged to him was full of girls' clothes, all kinds of black lace ones, and it was clearly those clothes that he had forcefully bought for Xiao before. One and all, if Mu Xiao was there at this time, she would be puzzled why these clothes, which she thought he had given to Jishin, were in his closet. In Xiaojie turned around, walked over to the opposite side, and opened the closet belonging to Tiny's side. The closet is empty. Nothing, just the same as the last time Xiao opened it. Only Xiao Xiao didn't know that the clothes that were originally here were transferred to Yin Xiaojie's closet by Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie looked at the empty closet, and his thin, sexy lips curled into a mysterious smile, as if he was planning some interesting surprise. Chapter 308, a surprise for her. If he knew the look on Tiny's face when he saw this empty closet earlier, I guess he couldn't stop laughing. However, Yin Xiaojie doesn't realize that Mu Xiaoxiao has already discovered that this closet is empty. Yin Xiaojie pulled out his cell phone and dialed his assistant. Although the time was already very late, the call assistant side still picked up the phone the first time, and before Yin Xiaojie could open his mouth, he reported to himself, Jia Xiao, the clothes you instructed me to buy for that Mizzen before, I sent them over, and she said she liked them. Yin Xiaojie didn't want to hear a report on this matter. He had previously asked his assistant to buy clothes for Jixin, only because he saw that Jixin's clothes were all tattered and torn, and he had arranged this matter based on politeness. So he didn't care what kind of clothes the assistant bought for Jixin or how many clothes she bought. Yin Xiaojie interrupted his assistant's voice and said, the batch of clothes that were customized in Italy, help me rush them. I need them delivered as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Understood. I'll call over immediately to rush. Xiaojie, is there anything else you want to order? The assistant had the good sense not to say anything more about Jixin. It was thought that Jixin was Jia Xiao's new girlfriend. That's why he just talked more. But from Jia Xiao's tone just now, it sounds like he doesn't care about Jixin as a person half the time, and buying clothes for her is probably just a form of etiquette. Come to think of it, if Jia Xiao really cared about her, he would have taken her directly to buy it. There was no need to instruct his assistant to do this. The assistant had followed Jia Xiao for so many years. Of course he understood what Jia Xiao's every word represented. Calling over specifically to ask him to rush this batch of clothes at this late hour. It was obvious that the person this batch of clothes was going to be sent to was very important to Jia Xiao. Yin Xiaojie said, push them a few more times to send it over as fast as possible. After hanging up the phone, Yin Xiaojie took another look at the empty closet, his dark eyes rippling with a touch of light, as if he was imagining what kind of surprise she would be when all those clothes filled the place for Xiao Xiao to see. Click! The sound of the door opening. It was already after 12 o'clock when Yin Xiaojie returned to the Yin family mansion. He was just thinking that he didn't know if Mu Xiaoxiao had slept yet, when he saw the butler approaching in a mysterious manner, making a should gesture to him, and then pointing to the sofa in the living room. The butler whispered, Miss has been waiting for you and fell asleep in the parlor while waiting. Yin Xiaojie gave a beat, his thin lips raised in a pleasant smile. She's waiting for me? The housekeeper nodded and dutifully reported. Miss even ran to the door a couple of times, thinking you were coming back, and once she saw that you hadn't returned, she had a look of loss on her face. Yin Xiaojie's smile deepened as he said to the housekeeper, I know, you go back and rest. The butler had the good sense to leave. Yin Xiaojie's fingers turned the car keys and slowly walked to the edge of the sofa, then squatted down and stared at Mu Xiao's sleeping face. The girl slept as if it was unpleasant, her brows still slightly furrowed. Yin Xiaojie stretched out his slender fingers and tried to smooth her eyebrows, but was snapped off by a wave of Mu Xiao's hand. He smiled helplessly, and saw her small mouth move as if she was muttering something. With her ear close, she heard her say vaguely, Yin Xiaojie, you bastard. He laughed bitterly. Was he angry at him even in his dreams? Yin Xiaojie's handsome face came close and gave her a peck on the lips, whispering, I'm back. I've kept you waiting. Mu Xiaoxiao's little mouth pouted, as if complaining about how he came back so late. Yin Xiaojie laughed softly and reached over with his long arms, picking her up by the waist. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't wake up, quietly closed her eyes, her little head leaning against his shoulder, moved to a position and then nestled in his arms and continued to fall asleep. He carried her gently into the room. The room was dark with the lights off, and Yin Xiaojie didn't want to turn on the lights for fear of disturbing her, so he borrowed the faint light from the corridor and groped his way to the bed before gently placing her on it and letting her lie down, pulling the covers up over her stomach. He was about to get up when suddenly her little arms were around his neck, not letting him go. Yin Xiaojie still had the illusion that he heard her telling him not to go. He lowered his head, his handsome face came close to her, his voice softly coaxed her, I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to go change into my pajamas, and I'll be right back with you, okay? The magnetic voice seemed to have a soothing effect, and as if Mu Xiaoxiao understood, she really loosened her hand. Yin Xiaojie smiled. If he didn't know that she was indeed asleep, he would have thought that she was awake and was simply pretending to be asleep. It didn't take him more than a few minutes to change into his pajamas and return to the bed. Long, sturdy arms reached out and took her into their arms. Mu Xiaoxiao habitually found a comfortable position in front of his chest, so she put her little face on it and continued to sleep. But somehow she frowned again, angling her little face as if she was dissatisfied. The two of them were already close together, and with this move, she was practically bringing her little mouth to his. Yin Xiaojie's eyes deepened. If you don't eat the dessert you brought to your door, wouldn't you be too sorry? Chapter 310, she can only have him in her eyes. Under such an attack, Mu Xiaoxiao was finally woken up. Her long, luscious eyelashes fanned out and she opened her dazed eyes to look at him near her. Yin Xiaojie? How did he? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't know if she was sleepy and not awake enough, or if she was confused by him and didn't know the situation. Her eyes were open and confused, but otherwise unresponsive. Yin Xiaojie looked at her like this and only felt cute as hell, practically asking for his life. He would give it with both hands, and it was as if he could see himself in her eyes in such close proximity, which satisfied his domineering heart. She could only have him in her eyes. Yin Xiaojie stepped back a little. Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaoxiao's little frown seemed to be dissatisfied instead, and her little hand pulled him towards herself. Yin Xiaojie was aghast. He had thought that when she was woken up, she would have been angry or would have hit him. After all, this girl is very sleepy and can be a little grumpy when she's woken up. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lifted and she muttered in a small voice, Yin Xiaojie, if you don't come home before 12, I'll. On what? Yin Xiaojie asked. Dare this girl still think she's dreaming? Just ignore you from now on. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed. Aha, so how are you going to ignore me? In the darkness, a certain demon's interest was piqued. This girl is so cute when she's confused. Usually when she was sober, she was mean to him, with no little womanly gestures at all. It's rare to see her this cute. Yin Xiaojie really doesn't want to wake her up. He's not in a dream now. He's already home. Back to her side. Mu Xiaoxiao muttered in reply. Ignore you and don't talk to you from now on. That's it? Yin Xiaojie smiled, his chest vibrating slightly. When Mu Xiaoxiao met his eyes, those obsidian-like eyes looked like they were filled with a piece of stars, capable of mesmerizing people and sinking them. I won't let you. Later, she added with a beak. This time, Yin Xiaojie's smile deepened. She was the one who didn't have no feelings for him, much less just a childhood crush, but had the most special affection for each other, just as he did. Really not allowed? He asked deliberately, his low, husky voice so good it was heartwarming. Mu Xiaoxiao was originally a voice control. Listening to such a nice voice of his, only felt that his heartbeat followed much faster. Strange, wasn't she dreaming? Why does the heartbeat feel so real? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned, which is only in a trance to realize. It cannot be. She is not dreaming? She pushed him away violently and moseyed over to the bedside lamp, snapping it on as bright as it would go. The originally dimly lit space was instantly filled with bright light. Mu Xiaoxiao could only close her eyes when she was stung, and when she slowly adapted and tried to open her eyes, just as suddenly a voice was heard close at hand, even with a smirk. Honey, you're not dreaming. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise, and because she had already adapted to the light, she could see Yin Xiaojie's enlarged handsome face at once. Really? Are not dreaming? She suddenly reached out, pinched his face, and pulled it to the side, exasperatedly saying, Are you impersonating Yin Xiaojie? Why are you saying such sweet things to me? Yin Xiaojie said against her ear. What's wrong with me saying sweet things to my wife? Mu Xiaoxiao elbowed him. Who's your wife now? Get lost. Aren't you out fooling around? Why did you come back? Go away. Go away. You don't want to sleep here tonight. Go sleep on the sofa. Yin Xiaojie cried and laughed, punishing him for sleeping on the sofa at the drop of a hat. He hurriedly hugged him tighter. He didn't want to sleep on the couch, so he hurriedly explained. I didn't go out to fool around. It was Sir C who came back, and I was dragged out for a drink by him. If you want to blame him. He forced me. At this point, of course, it's time to throw the pot on someone else's back. Mu Xiaoxiao stopped moving as soon as she heard it, looked back at him and asked, That guy Knight, sir? He's back? Yin Xiaojie nodded. Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can call and ask him. You don't have his phone number, right? Then I'll call you from my cell phone, or else you can call the Knight family and ask. He only got off the plane after 7 in the evening. As soon as we got off the plane, he dragged us out for a drink. Mu Xiaoxiao sort of believed in his words. If he wanted to lie to her, he didn't need to tell this kind of lie. This position was really not suitable for chatting, so Mu Xiaoxiao pushed him to let go of herself. You're not allowed to run, and you're not allowed to punish me for sleeping on the couch. Yin Xiaojie took the opportunity to make conditions. Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a blank look and nodded. Only then did Yin Xiaojie smile and let go of her, and the two of them sat face to face. Okay, bedtime. She turned around and went to turn off the bedside lamp, lifting the covers and getting in. Yin Xiaojie also hurriedly dug in and wrapped his long arms around him. Hey, what are you trying to do again? Let go. Mu Xiaoxiao slapped his thieving hand. Yin Xiaojie said roguishly, What's wrong with me hugging my wife to sleep? Mu Xiaoxiao had never come to feel that this guy was so demonic. Her heart was more than a deer in the headlights. It was like it was about to burst. Yin Xiaojie doesn't care. He just wants to hold her and sleep. He just won't let go. Although it is said that before the two are also cuddling to sleep. But that is all the posture after waking up. At the beginning of the sleep. Are each sleep each? Mu Xiaoxiao sleep confused, only to drill into his arms. After waking up, the two will become cuddling to sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao said somewhat strangely, "Yin Xiaojia, did you eat hyunmai today? Or did you have chicken blood?" It always felt like he was particularly clingy and demonic tonight. Is he just drinking? Why does it feel like I ate something weird to get like this? In her heart, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but start cursing Night Sir. It's all his fault. He insisted on pulling Yin Xiaojia to drink. Otherwise Yin Xiaojia wouldn't have become so rogue and demonic. Chapter 313, Becoming the Loyal Dog. At this time, the Knight family, Lord Knights, who was walking out of the shower, sneezed violently. The maid standing by the side hurriedly said with concern, "Young master, are you alright? Did you catch a cold?" The corners of Night Sir's evil mouth lifted, as if he had a premonition, muttering, "Could it be that someone is scolding me?" The other side. Yin Xiaojia smiled after hearing Mu Xiao's words, and instead of letting go, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. He rested his chin against her neck and his magnetic voice said, "It's late, go to bed. I'm sleepy too." When he finished, he tucked his arms in again and closed his eyes. In the end, Mu Xiaoxiao could not do anything about him, and could only be held by him like this, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Han Qiqing meets Mu Xiaoxiao in the school parking lot. As soon as she sees that Xiaoxiao came in Yin Xiaojia's car instead of her own in the Yin family's car, she moves up to hug Xiaoxiao's arm and says ambiguously, "You guys made up?" Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at Yin Xiaojia with her afterglow and snorted arrogantly. Who made up with him? She wouldn't forgive him for the clothes if he didn't take it upon himself to come clean with her, no matter how much more. He had bought those clothes for her. She was the owner of those clothes, and he shouldn't have given those clothes to someone else without her consent in any way, especially if it was given to Yin Jixin. It was the last point that Mu Xiaoxiao actually cared about the most. Han Qiqing glanced at Yin Xiaojia just in time to see him getting ready to get out of the car, so she hurriedly pulled Mu Xiaoxiao aside to whisper, "Tiny, can you accompany me to the hospital again today at noon?" Mu Xiaoxiao knew that she was there to see Lu Yichen again, and recently Lu Yichen hadn't even come to school because of his mother's hospitalization, and had been on leave of absence. Knowing that Seven Harvest was worried that Lu Yichen would not see her if she went alone, she pulled herself along. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Of course. Han Qiqing smiled reassuringly, wrapping her arms around her and saying affectionately, "Xiaoxiao, you're the best." Yin Xiaojia walked over with his car keys and looked at the two of them curiously and asked, "What are you talking about?" Han Qiqing didn't say anything, playing dumb. Instead, it was Mu Xiaoxiao who graciously said, "We're going to visit Lu Yichen's mom in the hospital at noon." Han Qiqing looks at her in surprise. Didn't she never dare to let Yin Xiaojia know every time? Why is she so bold today? I thought Yin Xiaojia would be angry if he followed and bully Xiaoxiao from going. Who knows? Although Yin Xiaojia was frowning slightly, he didn't get angry and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Okay, you can go if you want to. Let me send you there. It's always okay, right? I'll think about it and let you know when the time comes." Mu Xiaoxiao holds her chin high and walks toward the school road with Han Qiqing on her arm like a haughty princess. Han Qiqing looked at Mu Xiaoxiao with disbelief. Did Yin Xiaojia hit his brain? Or did you give him some kind of medicine? Why is he so nice today? It's like a bully turned loyal dog. I don't know. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. The clock ticked down to noon. Before it was time for school to end, Mu Xiaoxiao and Han Qiqing were already holding hands and walking out of the school entrance. It was only when she got in the car that Han Qiqing asked in confusion, "Didn't Yin Xiaojia say he'd send us there?" Mu Xiaoxiao smiled innocently, spread her hands and said, "I just said I would consider it. I didn't say I would definitely let him send it." Chapter 314, Don't want him to beg for that person. Han Qiqing didn't expect her to use this trick, and she couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Yin Xiaojia in her heart. "Aren't you afraid he'll get mad if you do?" "Oh right." As if she thought of something, Mu Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Yin Xiaojia. Han Qiqing curiously poked her head over to see what she had sent, and when she read the contents, she was stunned. She cried, "Even if you won't let him deliver it, you're informing him that he's not being considered? Because I said before, I'll think about it and inform him when the time comes, so I'm informing him now." Mu Xiaoxiao said rightfully, but her smile wilted. Finally got to the hospital. Only when they walked to the entrance of the ward, they were once again told by the nurse lady that Lu Yichen was not there. Then did he go to the doctor's side again? Han Qiqing was busy pursuing the question. The nurse lady shook her head. "No, I don't know where he went, and when did he go out? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that one either." When the nurse lady left, Han Qiqing looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Where do you think he'll go?" Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. Could he have gone out shopping? Or go home? "Then I'll go out and look for it," Han Qiqing said, and headed out. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at the door of the hospital room and said to her, "Go find it yourself. I'll go in and check on Auntie Lu." Aha! Han Qiqing couldn't even respond in time and hurried downstairs. Mu Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and walked into the hospital room. Lu Qianlan had just finished lunch and was about to take a break when she saw the door open and subconsciously looked over. And once she saw that it was Mu Xiaoxiao, a smile hung at the corner of her mouth. "You came to see me again?" she said with a warm smile. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and walked over to her side, asking affectionately, "Auntie, are you feeling better now?" Who knows? When Lu Qianlan heard this, the smile on her face slowly let go. "Auntie's health is not very good." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her in dismay. 20 minutes later, Mu Xiaoxiao looked sad as she walked out from inside the hospital room and gently closed the door. She glanced back at the hospital room, her eyes filling with tears. In her mind, the words that Lu Qianlan had just said to her echoed. "Although I don't know how long I can take it, but I don't want Yichen to go and beg that person for money. Yichen, he's a child with a proud heart, and he hates that person. He kills himself not wanting to go and ask for money from that person. But for my sake, he'll probably go. I don't want him to put down his pride to beg that person. I would rather die myself. I don't want him to go." Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her heart gripping uncomfortably, like there was a huge stone pressing down. Originally came over to visit Auntie Lu happily, but did not expect to learn such a cruel truth. That's when her cell phone rang. It's Han Qiqing calling. "Tiny, I couldn't find him outside. Could he have gone back to the ward already? Are you still up there now?" "I am not here anymore. I am coming down." Mu Xiaoxiao was afraid that she couldn't hide her expression and would let Han Qiqing see it, and just now Aunt Lu had already instructed her not to tell anyone about this. So Mu Xiaoxiao lied and told Han Qiqing that she had already left. Fearing that she might bump into Nanaharu, she hurriedly descended the back stairs and walked out of the ward building. Who would have thought that just as he walked to the front of a lawn, he saw Lu Yichen. Chapter 315 Young Master Yin's Orders. Lu Yichen was helping a grandmother walk. The two of them didn't know what they were talking about, and he had a gentle smile on his face. At this time, an old grandfather came over and took over the grandmother from Lu Yichen's hands, as if he even nodded to him to thank him. Then the old grandfather helped the grandmother and slowly walked forward. Seeing Lu Yichen sitting on the bench, Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and sat beside him. Lu Yichen looked at her in slight surprise, and Mu Xiaoxiao smiled back at him. She asked, "Do you know that grandmother you just saw?" Lu Yichen shook his head and said in a faint voice, "I don't recognize it." It turned out that the grandmother had been hospitalized because of her bad legs, and she had to walk downstairs every day after eating, with her old companion helping her to walk a few laps as a rehab. When Lu Yichen came down for a walk with a heavy heart, he encountered two old people, and then he stopped by to help support the grandmother so that the old grandfather could go shopping. Lu Yichen laughed. Granny was very greedy and had to eat something like that, and old grandpa had no choice but to go and buy it for her. Mu Xiaoxiao followed his line of sight to look at those two old people's figures. They were really in love and envious of others. She had noticed a deep emotion in his eyes and wondered if it was reminiscent of his mom and Gu Pingyuan. Earlier she had wondered how Auntie Lu needed to be hospitalized for so many days if she was just overworked. It is only now that I realize that Auntie Lu's condition is not that simple. Mu Xiaoxiao was hesitant, not knowing whether to open her mouth to talk to Lu Yichen about this matter. Perhaps he didn't want others to interfere at all. In the end, she didn't ask anything. Evening, Royal Jazz Bar. Because of the return of Night Sign, Song Shijun asked everyone out, saying that it was as a way to pick up the dust for Night Sign, but in fact, it was just a random excuse to get everyone together to play. Of course Mu Xiaoxiao came with Yin Xiaojie. Originally, when she heard that she was coming to the bar to hang out, she was a little reluctant to come. The deafening sound of the music just didn't appeal to her. Who knows? This time, after walking into the bar, but instead of the loud and wailing heavy metal music, it was a relaxing and lyrical blues tune. Mu Xiaoxiao still wondered if she had entered the wrong bar. Han Qiqing, who was sitting on the sofa, pounced over as soon as she arrived and hugged her hand. "Xiao, you're finally here." Mu Tiny was still looking at the stereo, wondering what was going on. Han Qiqing looks like she knows what she's curious about and smiles as she whispers in her ear. "Are you wondering why today's music has turned out to be so, not as loud as before? Actually, it's all because your family, Jia Xiao, ordered it. What was once a wild bar with lots of lights has become an elegant and lyrical bar. It was all thanks to young Master Yin's strong orders. In fact, like Song Shijun, they were used to the kind of deafening music in the bar, and suddenly turned into such a lyrical and slow blues tune. They were really a bit unaccustomed to it. But what could they do? This was what young Master Yin had asked for, and they had no choice but to listen. Otherwise, if Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't come, and Yin Xiaojie doesn't come, then what's the point of tonight's party? When Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and sat down, she glanced at Night Scholar, who was sitting on the other side of the table. Night Sir felt her unkind eyes and was a little confused. He didn't seem to have provoked her, did he? Mu Xiaoxiao ordered a cup of juice, then carrying it, she sat down next to Night Sir. Chapter 316, you seem to have a problem with me. A wicked smile hung on Night Sign's handsome face. I say, Miss Mu, What are you trying to do? Why do I feel as if you have a problem with me? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled, an innocent smile rippling across her delicate little face, and said, no, think about how long it's been since we've seen each other too, right? Lord Nightshade nodded. 4 years. Originally, his friendship with her wasn't as deep as her friendship with Yin Xiaojie or Han Qicheng, so even though she'd occasionally returned to China during these 4 years, they'd barely seen each other. Yin Xiaojie sits next to Mu Xiaoxiao and is also suspicious of what she wants to do to Lord Nightshade. These two didn't used to get along so well, did they? Mu Xiaoxiao put down the juice and laughed. 4 years is also quite a long time. So long no see. It's rare for everyone to get together once. Come and drink a few cups, right? Doesn't this girl like to drink? Then she'll let him drink more. Let's see if he dares to drag Yin Xiaojie out for a drink next time. Night Sir raised his eyebrows and cast a sidelong glance at Yin Xiaojie behind her, as if inquiring with his eyes. I shouldn't have messed with this big lady, right? Yin Xiaojie then realized and understood that Mu Xiaoxiao was doing it for herself because he said last night that he was dragged out for a drink by Night Scholar. So Mu Xiao was getting back at Night Scholar. So he smiled and gave Lord Nightshade a look of self-seeking. Night Sign frowned. What was the meaning of this? Mu Xiaoxiao turned her head and let Han Qicheng pass her a bottle of wine. Well, it was still a high-strength whiskey. Lord Nightshade narrowed his eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled in a bad way and took the initiative to fill his cup, saying, come on, let's have a drink. I'm not good at drinking so I'll just use juice instead. You have to cheers. Oh, cheers means, of course, a glass to be drunk. Under Miss Mu's urging, Night Sir could only pick up the wine glass and drink it down. However, as a cup of strong wine went down, Night Scholar's brows didn't even frown, appearing to be very bland, as if what he was drinking wasn't wine, but just flavorless water. Mu Xiaoxiao was staggered in her heart. This guy's drinking capacity is too perverted, isn't it? Undeterred, she resumed pouring him another drink. Night Sire smiled, accepting the service given to him by Miss Mu, drinking each glass in one bold swig. After all, the chance to have Miss Mu pour a drink for someone is still hard to find in 1,000 pieces of gold. Lord Nightshade didn't know how many cups he'd had, and he used the mouth of his cup to go down, signaling that he'd drank it all. Tiny, does it look like you've left your juice untouched? He laughed. He had almost finished taking the bottle of whiskey, but her glass of juice looked as if it hadn't been touched. Mu Xiaoxiao said cheekily, I've just had dinner and I'm very full now, so I can't drink it. You shouldn't mind this with me, right? Don't mind. Night Sir smiled, looked askance at Yin Xiaojie, and said, how boring for me to drink alone. Xiaojie, come drink with me. It suddenly occurred to him that if he got Yin Xiaojie drunk, these two didn't know what would happen tonight. It's fun to think about. Although Yin Xiaojie's drinking capacity is also impressive, almost as good as he is at not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, there's always a way to get him drunk. Looking at that smile of Lord Knight's, how could Yin Xiaojie not know what he was calculating? Mu Xiaoxiao, however, didn't pay attention and even asked Han Qicheng for wine, wanting to continue to fill up Night Sign. Not whiskey this time, but vodka. Chapter 317, You Can't Tell Nanaharu. Mu Xiaoxiao carried the bottle of wine and laughed happily. The wine is to mix and drink. It will be easier to get drunk. She hurriedly poured a glass for Lord Knights and yelled, come on, let's keep drinking. This time I'll drink too. No stealing cats. Of course, she was still drinking juice, not wine. Night Sir's long and slender fingers picked up the wine glass and shook it. His smile was demonic as hell. It's not much fun to just drink like this. Why don't we play something more interesting? Drinking while playing some exciting games. How about it? Han Qicheng, who was originally talking to someone, immediately became interested once she heard about an exciting game and hurriedly responded, yes, playing games is good. There's no more dynamic music. What's the fun in just drinking? The others flocked to the game as soon as they heard there was a game to be played. Looking at this, it would be hard for Mu Xiaoxiao to refuse even if she wanted to. Yeah, let's play. What do you want to play? Not Truth or Dare again? Han Qicheng said with a wicked smile. I think Truth or Dare is not bad. It's fun. Or we'll play this. Don't. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately protested. The few times she had played before had made her a bit of a shadow. It felt like she was the one who got caught every time. Han Qicheng pointed a finger at her and asked heatedly, Xiao, could it be that you're hiding some secret from us? That's why you don't dare play this, right? Which is not. Mu Xiaojiu said and got a little vain. It would be fine if it was to someone else, but it was to Han Qicheng, and she did feel a little weak because she now knew secrets about Lui Chen, but she couldn't tell Qicheng these secrets when she knew that Qicheng liked Lui Chen. Hearing what Qicheng said, Yin Xiaojie also narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao, always feeling as if her expression did seem to be a bit weak. He looked askance at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, really no? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly diverted her attention. Didn't you say you were playing a game? Why did you turn it into an interrogation of me? I'm not a criminal. Are you still playing? If not, I'll play something else. Han Qiqing was afraid she'd really stop playing, so she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Play. Of course I'll play. Sir C, what do you say to play?" Night Sire stared at Mu Zhao's face and narrowed his eyes, suddenly changing his mind and saying, "How about playing the Game of Kings? Then, this is good." Han Qiqing clapped her hands. The Game of Kings, also known as the Game of Kings and Slaves, had been played by Mu Xiaoxiao once before. This game is a little bit similar to Truth or Dare, in that the person who draws to be king gets to order the slaves to do whatever they want, whether it's to say truth or dare. Lord Nightshade continued to chuckle, changing the rules a bit this time. If the person doesn't follow orders, they have to drink. And what about this drink? It's not 1 cup, but incremental, from 1 cup, to 2 cups, to 4 cups, doubling it up that way. The others next to me wowed. That's a lot of drinking when you double it like that. Han Qiqing hurriedly made a look with Song Shijun. They were all playing in sync. Of course they had to work together at this time, to protect themselves and count on others. With everyone yelling, Mu Xiaoxiao was forced to participate in the game without even a chance to protest. The special cards for the Game of Kings were brought in and the game began. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little nervous, remembering the last time she played the Game of King and Slave. She always felt that her luck sucked. She wouldn't be the first one to draw a slave, would she? Chapter 318, he's counted. She looked around at the others. There were a dozen or so people playing. With so many people playing together, it would really be impossible to say how bad luck would be if you really drew. The first round begins. Yin Xiaojie put one hand on Mu Zhao's shoulder and also dangled a draw, only glancing at it before putting it down, a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to look at her own cards, topped him and asked in a whisper, "What did you draw?" Yin Xiaojie's thin lips came up to her ear and his low voice whispered, "King." That magnetic subwoofer resounded in the cochlea, and Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her heartbeat vibrate. She beamed. "I'm afraid to look. I always think I'll be the one to draw the slave." Yin Xiaojie looked at her small face and after sweeping the others with his afterglow, he took the cards from her table and put them together with his. Han Qiqing noticed his move with sharp eyes and hurriedly warned, "No switching cards." Oh. Yin Xiaojie smiled tuggingly and said, "I'm putting my cards with my wife's. You have a problem with that? Han Qiqing, is it really okay to show love like this openly and shamelessly?" Mu Xiaoxiao blushed and elbowed Yin Xiaojie away. "Can you be more serious?" As she spoke, she gathered the 2 cards on the table into her hand, then took the top one, hers, and gave it to him, stealing his one for herself. Night Sire took in all her movements. His blue eyes had an inscrutable smile. He said, "Well, open the cards." So, everyone opened their cards together. Mu Xiaoxiao heatedly laughed and flipped her card over, and was about to be happy when she realized it was a slave card. Yin Xiaojie pursed his lips and smiled, glancing around at everyone and realizing that there was actually no king. So he flipped over the cards at his table. "King." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the card, which was originally hers, in dismay. "I can't believe it's the king." By this time, she was literally green with remorse. "I should have known better than to change my license plate." Mu Xiaoxiao glared angrily at Yin Xiaojie. Her small hand swung over and slapped him hard, grudgingly saying, "You lied to me." Yin Xiaojie laughed but badly. "Who made you so gullible?" Mu Xiaoxiao was really so angry that she was about to smoke. She doesn't trust just anyone, okay? She believes it because it's him. Who knew that he had actually been counted on? Mu Xiao was so angry that she hit him again, snapping, "Alright, little you have to be willing to bet," Han Qiqing said from the sidelines. Seeing this good show made her laugh. Others yelled, "Give the order! Give the order!" Mu Xiaoxiao had a depressed look on her face as she waited for an order from Yin Xiaojie. "The king." Yin Xiaojie pretentiously stroked his chin, a pair of dark eyes staring at her small face, as if pondering what kind of order would be more fun to give. Mu Xiaoxiao saw the interest in his dark eyes and knew he was up to no good. "Hurry up and say yes or no," she said impatiently. Telescoping was a slash anyway. A quickie. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Yin Xiaojie's sexy thin lips said, "This Majesty commands you to give me a kiss." As soon as they heard this, the others yelled ambiguously, and some whistled. Mu Xiaoxiao's cheeks went red and she glared at him. However, with a willingness to bet, her little face quickly came over and booped his face. "That won't work. It has to be a kiss. Kissing. Kiss mouth. Kiss." Chapter 319. What kind of kiss is a kiss on the face? It must be a kiss on the mouth. Quick, quick, kiss the mouth and kiss the mouth. The yelling got worse and worse, and there were shouts of tongue kissing. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately realized that the person shouting tongue kiss was Song Shijun and glared over. Yin Xiaojie smiled cynically, while looking like a grandpa waiting for her to kiss him. Under such yelling, Mu Xiaoxiao stared at his handsome face. Her delicate little face hesitated and hesitated, coming over a little bit, and then stepping back a little bit. Everyone else looked down. "Hurry up and kiss. Don't dawdle. Hurry up." Even Han Qiqing yelled, "Xiao Xiao." Horizontal is still deaf. Vertical is still death. Don't be afraid. Bravely kiss on, he said, and made a fist at her to give a pep talk. Moo Tiny, come on, if you dare. It's not that she doesn't dare to kiss, okay? It's not that she hasn't kissed before. It's that. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at so many people and her little mouth pouted. How can I kiss you when so many people are watching? It was one thing to have kissed when the two of them were alone, but she really felt awkward with so many people watching. Kissing is supposed to be something intimate between two people, but with all these people up in arms, it's made to look like a joke. She doesn't like it. Yin Xiaojie waited with some impatience. His handsome face abruptly came closer to her. His magnetic voice said, if you don't kiss me, then it's the same if I come and kiss you. Ha! With that, his long fingers cupped her chin. Don't! Mu Xiaoxiao arrogantly slapped his hand off and grunted at him, then directly reached out, picked up a glass of wine from the center of the table and drank it with her head held high. She wasn't much of a drinker though, so this one glass was really enough for her. Only got a third of the way through and didn't want to drink anymore. The others made noises of regret, expecting to see a good show. Han Qiqing is more conscientious and looks at her worriedly, saying, Xiao Xiao, can you finish drinking? Why don't I help you drink some? As soon as she said it, Yin Xiaojie had already reached out, snatched the cup from Mu Xiao's hand, and drank the rest of the wine in one go. Mu Xiaoxiao maintained the posture of holding the cup and twisted her head to look at him. There was an ambiguous yell from the crowd. Well, go on, Yin Xiaojie said as he snapped his cup on the tabletop. In fact, we all know that the first person to be penalized for drinking is better off with just one drink. The game continues. The crowd looked at each other for a moment. They all played together a lot so they knew what it meant when they exchanged glances. So with the willful cooperation of the crowd, the second round of slaves was again drawn by Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao stunk up her little face and threw her cards onto the table. Whiny again, she said so depressed. However, this time the king is not Yin Xiaojie, but another rich kid. The man heatedly laughed thievishly and directly ordered Mu Xiaoxiao, slave to kiss Jia Xiao, and if it's a tongue kiss At these words, all the people yelled and began to shout again in an uproar. Tongue kiss, tongue. Although Yin Xiaojie was happy to see it happen, he wasn't happy watching Xiao Xiao being bullied and swept the man a glance, raising an eyebrow. Hey, don't go too far you guys. They and their gang are usually used to playing, so it's okay to play a little bit crazy, but Xiao Xiao is not used to playing this. She will be scared by them, okay? Chapter 320, I've never been afraid of this lady. Plus, Yin Xiaojie couldn't be more clear about how thin-skinned this girl was. Mu Xiaoxiao also only dared to put on a show in front of him, but to others, she wasn't that brazen. Song Shijun teased. Yo, our Jia Xiao is heartbroken. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes, his ghost-like eyes looking askance at Song Shijun, his dark eyes inscrutable. Song Shijun inexplicably felt as if there was a slight chill behind his back, which led him to say sardonically, alright, you guys don't scare Xiao Xiao, just stop at the right time. No need. At this time, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly said, standing up with her waist crossed and looking askance at the crowd. You have to play to have fun. Isn't it just a matter of being willing to lose? I've never been afraid of that. The crowd's eyes lit up. So, is she going to follow orders and tongue kiss Yin Xiaojie? The crowd's eyes were glittering with there's a good show to be seen. However, it was then that Mu Xiaoxiao sat down, brought 2 glasses of wine from the center of the table, and snapped, setting them in front of Yin Xiaojie. I don't know how to drink. You help me drink. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled innocently at him and winked her eyes as if she was just saying it's a nice day-to-day expression. The others panted, regretting another handful of her. Someone shouted, Jia Xiao, don't help her drink, let her kiss you. Someone else chimed in, right, Jia Xiao, don't help her drink, let her drink by herself. Get her drunk and you can do whatever you want. Han Qiqing glanced at the speaker with a good laugh and said, that's only if he's willing to give it up. Yin Xiaojie knows that Xiao Xiao can't drink well. How can he let her drink? Or to fill 2 cups so much? So, is young Master Yun really willing to give it up? Mu Xiaoxiao hugged a cushion and looked askance at Yin Xiaojie face to face. Are you helping or not? The corners of Yin Xiaojie's sexy mouth hooked as he nodded. Help, of course. Then, ignoring the booing of the others, he picked up his glass and took a glass with one angled head, and another, just as if he were drinking water, his face unchanged. Originally, Mu Xiaoxiao was counted by him before, and was still a little angry with him, intending to stop trusting him, but seeing as he's willing to help himself to a drink, let's consider it a credit to be given. When Yin Xiaojie finished drinking, Mu Xiaoxiao moved her butt and came up to him, whispering in his ear. Then both of their gazes looked at Song Sejun together. Song Shijun sweated, inexplicably having the illusion that he was being targeted as prey, and as it turned out, his instincts weren't wrong. In the third hand, Song Shijun was counted out and drew the slave card, and the king is Yin Xiaojie. Song Shijun's heart is a bit weak. Looking at Yin Xiaojie curtly, he said, Jia Xiao, We are brothers, right? In Xiaojie's dark eyes curved slightly, his thin lips holding a belly laugh. Oh yeah? Song Shijun glanced at the wine glass in the middle of the table. If he conceded, he would have to drink 4 glasses. In Xiaojie said with a smirk, This Majesty commands you to. Before the words even left his mouth, Song Shijun was startled and hurriedly reached for the wine. I admit defeat. It's okay for me to admit defeat, right? Luckily 4 cups he could still hold his own. Said he had already poured one. In Xiaojie's handsome face hangs a bad smile and teases. Why are you so scared? I just want you to play a dare. For example, let you go out to find a beautiful woman to ask for a phone number or something. This is not difficult for you, right? Say Junsong. So he's not admitting defeat for nothing? However, who knew if he, young Master Yin, was deliberately teasing him? Chapter 321 How many girls has he kissed? Song Se-jun thought that maybe when the time came, he was going to be asked to ask for his phone number in some embarrassing way. Thinking about it that way, it seems like it's safer to admit defeat. Song Shijun was willing to gamble and belched as he downed 4 glasses of wine. Come on, go on, Nima. He has to count others too. After a few rounds of the game, some people chose to take the penalty drink because of the crazy orders that everyone was proposing. And gradually the number of penalty drinks went up to 32. The guy who just got fined 16 cups has run to the restroom and gone on a vomiting binge. In this round, Song Shijun and Nightsign exchanged glances, while Mu Xiaoxiao, who didn't know when, had united with Han Qiqing. So predictably, In Xiaojia was counted and he got the slave card. The one who got the king's card was Lord Nightshade. Night Scholar smiled somewhat meaningfully, glanced at Mu Xiaoxiao, and said, I'll go with sincerity. Ask, In Xiaojie said graciously. Night Scholar looked at In Xiaojie, hooked his lips and smiled, and asked, How many girls have you kissed in total? In Xiaojie's eyelids lifted to look at him. The other uninformed eaters, yelling excitedly, all thought that young Master Yin had dated so many girlfriends that he must have lost count. So if he couldn't answer, he would have to be punished with a drink. Now that's 32 drinks. They all thought that Lord Nightshade was deliberately making a ploy to get In Xiaojie drunk. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this question, her heart gave a start. Her eyes glanced at In Xiaojie, who knew that she had collided with his gaze, and hurriedly pretended to be unconcerned and averted her eyes. After In Xiaojie met her eyes, a smirk colored his dark eyes and he answered without any hesitation. 1. The crowd froze, wondering if they had heard wrong. Jia Xiao, you're wrong, aren't you? 1. Are you sure it's not 100, or 1,000? Eaters are saying they don't believe the answer. Only Mu Xiaoxiao, after hearing this answer, froze, then lowered her small head, blushing and her heartbeat accelerated. Is he telling the truth? He's only kissed one person? Isn't that her? Someone yelled. Jia Xiao, you're lying, right? How can there be only one of them? There were more than one when you were a kid, right? Being a kid doesn't count, does it? The others said. Even if you don't count childhood, that's more than one. However, In Xiaojia looked at them with an air of calmness and said with a smile on his face, Since I was a child, there's only one. The answer surprised the crowd again. On the side, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up in order to hide her blush and said, I'll go to the restroom. Then he left his seat. Behind them, the men were still mingling. Do you guess if Jia Xiao is telling the truth, or not? Silly you. Think about it, can't be true Jia Xiao around how many women how can only kissed a person? It's hard to say, and the answer is only known by Jia Xiao alone. So even if he says one, no one can conclude if it's true. So yeah, I think Jia Xiao is saying this on purpose to muddle through. Mu Xiaoxiao walked a bit hastily and accidentally bumped into someone at the restroom door. Excuse me. She didn't look at the people either, bowed her head in apology, and went into the bathroom. However, what she didn't realize was that the person she bumped into was actually Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu was furious at being bumped into and subconsciously wanted to curse, but she suddenly paused when she recognized Mu Xiaoxiao with a glance. Chapter 322 By any means necessary. Isn't this that Mu Xiaoxiao? The girl who lived with Jia Xiao, whom she had met once before in the luxury apartment where Xin lived. Wang Xiyu thought of something and hurriedly ran to the hall, hiding in the corner and looking around. Sure enough, I saw In Xiaojie, she exclaimed in her heart. So the person who had bagged the entire bar hall was Jia Xiao. Under the colorful spotlights in the bar, In Xiaojie's handsome and peerless face, as well as his innate aristocratic temperament, made his charm even more dazzling, and Wang Xiyu couldn't help but be mesmerized. Suddenly, her eyes noticed a handsome man beside In Xiaojie, cold and evil, not at all similar to In Xiaojie, although Wang Xiyu didn't know who Night Sir was, but looking at this boy's temperament, he must be a rich young master as well. Moreover, looking at the way In Xiaojie was talking to him, the two of them had the feeling that they were very familiar with each other, so the family lineage shouldn't be too different. It suddenly occurred to Wang Xiyu that if Jixin could be with Jia Xiao, Wouldn't she have the hope of getting to know this handsome man? She narrowed her eyes, something tricky twirling in them. She sneaked aside and called in Jishin. Jishin, come over to this side of the bar quickly. Yes, it's the bar where I work part-time. Hurry up. The call had just finished when someone behind her suddenly tapped her on the shoulder, causing Wang Xiyu to be startled. She thought that Mu Xiaoxiao had recognized her and walked back. Looking back, it was her foreman. The man stared at her unhappily and lectured. Xiao Yu, are you slacking off here? I couldn't find you before. Do you still want to work or not? Wang Xiyu skimmed her expression and said, Brother Chang, I just had diarrhea inside the toilet. I can't help it. The man sneered. Ha, still think I don't know? Hiding in the women's restroom to stay lazy, waiting for the end of the day, is not it? If you keep this up, I'll fire you. I'm telling you, this part-time job is highly sought after. I know. Can't I go to work now? Hurry up and take the wine to box 17. If I see you slacking off again, deduct your pay. Wang Xiyu didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and walked away with a quickened pace. After walking some distance, she turned her head and glanced at him, grunting under her breath. Who cares about your job? Wait and see. When I get to know the rich young master, I'll quit myself, thinking that he would bring people here to spend money, and he would have to serve himself nicely. Wang Xiyu was dejected in her heart. It also reinforced the idea in her mind. No matter what means are used, she must make In Jishin become Jie Xiao's girlfriend. In the restroom, Mu Xiaoxiao looked into the mirror, her watery eyes looking at her own flushed face inside the mirror. Remembering Yin Xiaojie's answer just now, her heartbeat became even more furious. Is he telling the truth? You've kissed one person since you were a kid? It was obvious that she thought it was impossible, that the guy must have said that on purpose, but she couldn't control her heartbeat and elation. So happy. It seems like I've never been happier. The mood was like a myriad of flowers blooming in this moment. The corners of Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help but raise in an arc. In the mirror, her little face was tender and red, and her ebony eyes flashed with a girlish heartbeat. Since she was a child, Mu Xiaoxiao had this feeling for the first time, so happy that her whole body was floating, as if her heart was going to float up happily. Chapter 323, Confirming His Heart. 1. In the bar lobby. After Mu Xiaoxiao's absence, Yin Xiaojie wasn't interested in playing, so he withdrew from the next round of the game, ready to wait for Mu Xiaoxiao to come back and then play together. However, after waiting for 10 minutes or so, he still didn't see Mu Xiaoxiao come out, so he frowned and beckoned to Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing moved over and asked him what was up. Yin Xiaojie said to her, go to the restroom and see what's wrong with Xiaoxiao. She hasn't come out for so long. Han Qiqing had wanted to say that he was making a fuss. It's normal for girls to take longer to go to the restroom, but under the compulsion of young Master Yin's eyes, she could only go in a sarcastic manner. Yin Xiaojie was thinking about whether or not to follow him there when his cell phone rang. He frowned in disbelief when he saw the caller. It was In Jishin, but he answered it anyway. Not knowing what In Jishin had said to him, he answered and hung up, then glanced in the direction of the restroom again, his gaze turning to Nightsign, as if he knew what his eyes meant. Nightsign said to him with a smile, got it. I'll help you watch if they come out yet. With a nod of thanks, Yin Xiaojie said to everyone, I'm going out for a bit. Then it was out of the bar. Not long after Yin Xiaojie had left, Han Qiqing and Mu Xiaoxiao both returned to the hall. This young Master Yin of your family, you've been missing for just a few minutes and he's compelled me to go look for you. I think he hates to tie you to his side so that you don't leave him for a second. Han Qiqing spoke flirtatiously in Mu Xiao's ear. The two were just about to sit down when Mu Xiaoxiao realized that Yin Xiaojie had disappeared and looked around, searching for him. Han Qiqing directly poked Song Shijun next to her and asked, where is Yin Xiaojie? Where did he go? Mu Xiaoxiao also looked at Song Shijun. Song Shijun was playing dice with someone, playing high, and didn't notice anything else at all, so he said vaguely, seems to have just answered a phone call and went out. As soon as the rich young master on the side saw Mu Xiao's expression, he deliberately said, it seems like a girl called him. Oh, Mu Xiao, aren't you worried that our Jie Xiao will be abducted by another woman? Han Qiqing asked, really? Was it really a girl who called? She pushed Song Shijun hard to get him to stop playing and forced him to ask, Song Shijun, is it or isn't it? You hurry up and tell the truth. Song Shijun, how do you know? A face of confusion, then remembered something, pointed to the knight Sijuan side and said, Xiao Jia before he left. It seems that he said something to Sijuan. He should know. You guys ask him. Knight Sir hung a teasing smile and looked askance at Mu Xiaojiao. Whether it's a girl or not I don't know, but as soon as he got the call, he went out. Han Qiqing suddenly slapped her hand and pointed at the rich young master who had just spoken. That's not right. How could you guys possibly hear if it was a boy or a girl calling? So you guys must be lying, right? The man laughed without saying a word and spread his hands. At this time, Mu Xiaojiao's cell phone vibrated. She pulled out her phone and was stunned when she saw the call. Lu Yichen? She hurriedly covered the screen and said to Han Qiqing, I'm going out to take a call. Han Qiqing thought she was excusing herself to go out and look for Yin Xiaojie, so she said, these people love to talk nonsense, don't believe them, or else, I'll accompany you to look for him. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed, I didn't believe them, I'm not going out to find Yin Xiaojie, you don't need to accompany me. Chapter 324, Confirming His Heart, 2. Han Qiqing was worried that like last time, she would be scolded by Yin Xiaojie for not looking out for Xiao Xiao, but thinking that Yin Xiaojie was also outside, Xiao Xiao must have gone out to find him, so she didn't follow him out. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly walked out, still worried that Lu Yichen had already hung up, but did not. She picked up the phone and said with a little gasp, Hey, Lu Yichen, what's up? Is it convenient for you to talk now? Lu Yichen probably heard that she was outside, so he asked this way. His voice line was a bit low and his emotions could not be heard. Mu Xiaoxiao knew he wouldn't have called her if he was fine. She said, it's convenient for me, go ahead. To make it easier to talk, she headed off to the side where there were fewer people, avoiding the noise zone. Lu Yichen's side was silent for a while before he spoke. You know what? My mom told me. Mu Xiaoxiao gave a beat. Which thing do you mean? Is it referring to his life or Auntie Lu's condition? Lu Yichen, however, understood what she meant and said, both. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your personal affairs. Lu Yichen interrupted her and said, I know, my mom took the initiative to tell you, so it's none of your business. At this time in the hospital, Lu Yichen was standing in a dark corner, leaning against the wall, and the toughness that he had been holding on to during the day seemed to have been unloaded all of a sudden, revealing an expression of exhaustion. He pinched his brow with a finger. Tiny, I'm actually quite happy. In the darkness, it looked like there were some faint smiles on his handsome features. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao was confused, thought he'd blame her for being nosy or be angry with her, but didn't think he'd react like this. His low voice said, didn't you say that we were friends? That's why I've also been worrying about what would happen to you if you found out about my life. After all, that father of his knew her, so even if his mom didn't say anything, she'd still find out someday, right? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, I didn't feel anything. To me, you are still you. Lu Yichen's tired expression looked like it had soothed a bit because of these words. His brow was vaguely more tender in the darkness. And, my mom's condition. Don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Mentioning this, Mu Xiaoxiao only felt her mood slightly heavier again, because before leaving the hospital at noon, she specifically asked the doctor for specifics and learned that Lu Qianlan was having kidney problems, and if it was serious, she would need a transplant, which was very expensive. Even if Lu Yichen had a high scholarship, it was simply not enough. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to say, let me help you. Money was absolutely nothing to her family, but such words were suddenly beyond her. Everyone has their own pride and self-respect. Lu Yichen is also. He said he can handle it himself. If she intervenes without authorization, it will be disrespectful to him. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and responded, well, I know, but if you really can't do anything else, you must tell me, okay? Aha, Lu Yichen answered softly. The other side. After Yin Xiaojie walked out of the bar, he headed to a side road where there was a parking lot with a shade tree in front of it and few people coming and going. In the shade of the tree stood a petite figure. Chapter 325, Confirming His Heart, 3. As soon as she saw him coming, and Jixin smiled and waved to him. Yin Xiaojie's expression, however, was indifferent as he walked up to her and said, what do you have to tell me? And Jixin's smile slowly let go when she saw how cold he was. She crossed her arms and clenched them very nervously. I have something to confess to you. She spoke with difficulty, looking up at him. Under the moonlight, his knife-like handsome features were even more charming, and the kingly aura emanating from his body made people can't help but submit for him. And Jixin's heart was beating very fast, not sure if it was because of the heartbeat she felt when facing him or the nervousness she felt over what she was about to confess. Yin Xiaojie didn't say anything, waiting for her to speak, and Jixin looked at his eyes, took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, I lied. You asked me last night if I gave you artificial respiration that day 7 years ago, but it wasn't actually me. I know, he said before she could finish, his eyes dark and deep, and Jixin froze and looked at him with an ugly face, but she didn't dare to look at his eyes. Suddenly she felt that his eyes were so sharp, as if they had seen through her. Turns out, he didn't believe her answer last night. That was why, after she had lied last night, she had been panicked and terrified, the feeling of unease gripping her so strongly that she had chosen to come clean tonight, because she was scared. What if he found out she lied? Would he stop helping her? Kick her out of that apartment and send her back to her old raggedy house? She doesn't want to live like she used to. And Jixin's cheeks were getting paler and paler, looking more and more obvious in this dark night. At this time, she felt like a clown, ugly and embarrassed. But, thinking about the plan that Wang Xiyu had told her, and Jixin gritted her teeth, endured her embarrassment, and organized herself. Her hands clenched deathly tight, her eyes gradually filling with tears. With a sobbing voice, she said, "I'm sorry, I know it's bad that I lied like that. I just thought that this would give me a chance to be with you, and I just got carried away by that desire." But is he going to forgive her now that she has chosen to come clean? However, Yin Xiaojie's expression was inscrutable, making it impossible to see what he was thinking, and Jixin looked at his handsome face with half a smile, even a little cold and solemn, which made her even more panicked. "Xiaojie, I'm sorry, just forgive me, okay?" She approached his side anxiously, trying to grab his hand, but Yin Xiaojie frowned and avoided her, and Jixin's face was hurt, her heart clenched, and tears began to fall. Is he angry? Are you ignoring her from now on? No way. She doesn't want this. She looked around with her afterglow, anxiously expecting the person Wang Xiyu had arranged to appear soon. Just then, several dark shadows sprang out from behind the dark trees, several men, with knives and clubs in their hands, all looking like hooligans. The man standing in front of him spat and raised the knife in his hand at Yin Xiaojie. "You're Yin Xiaojie, aren't you? Teach him a lesson." There was no other nonsense at all, and a few of the men pounced straight away. "Ah, Xiaojie, be careful," and Jixin yelled out, pouncing over to Yin Xiaojie's side in a flash. Chapter 326, Confirming His Heart. 4. Yin Xiaojie knew how strong these people were with just a slight sweep. He looked askance at the men with disdain, clearly not taking them into account at all, not even making any defensive gestures. He didn't care about Jixin when she pounced on him. In fact, Jixin's heart was both expectant and scared, because she had never experienced this kind of thing. Even though she knew that these bad guys were invited by Wang Xiyu to act out this scene, it's so that she can help Yin Xiaojie block a knife, so that whether or not she saved his life 7 years ago, those won't matter. As long as she saves his life once now, then he owes it to himself, and can't put himself down. The plan arranged by Wang Xiyu was that simple, except that it required Jixin to endure the pain of a knife wound. How could Jixin not be afraid? That's a knife, and you have to actively block it and let it cut you. And Jixin couldn't stop her whole body from shivering up and kept staring at the knives in those men's hands, her forehead breaking out in a cold sweat, worrying about how painful it would be while nervously judging when she should help Yin Xiaojie block a knife. Anyone who's ever cut their finger has experienced that, and that hurts enough, let alone having her block it with her body. How much will it hurt when the knife cuts into your body? It's scary to think about, but thinking about what Wang Xiyu said, as long as she had saved Yin Xiaojie once, she could make Yin Xiaojie owe her and would be with her in the future. So what was this little injury? And Jixin deliberately yelled out, "What do you want? Don't hurt him." Then as he watched them slash at Yin Xiaojie, he flung his arms and legs over to hug him, turning his back on the bad guys. She closed her eyes and waited for the pain to come. Yin Xiaojie frowned as he glanced down at her, his stern eyes sweeping over the men as a raised leg sent the first one flying, then a sideways kick sent the second one flying, and the third was sent flying a few meters away with a punch from him. "Who sent you?" he asked in a cold voice. The men looked at him in horror. No one expected a teenager to be so powerful. How could they dare to continue? They hurriedly climbed up and ran away, and Jixin froze and raised her head, a face of dismay. How? Is the situation different from what Xiyu arranged? Then what to do now? Just as he was thinking about it, Yin Xiaojie pushed her out of his arms, and Jixin staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Yin Xiaojie said indifferently, "Are you done talking? Then I'm leaving." Apparently, what she had said earlier hadn't even made him put it in his mind. "Wait." And Jixin grabbed his arm anxiously, her heart shrinking nervously. This was her only chance left. She couldn't miss it. She couldn't miss it. "Xiaojie, you really don't have any feelings for me at all? You actually still kind of like me, right?" "No," Yin Xiaojie said coldly. "There. You're lying." And Jixin said excitedly, "You were so good to me before. How could you not have? So is it possible that if she kisses him once, it's enough for him to confirm her heart?" The thought grew wildly in her mind. She said, "Have you remembered me for so long, for 7 years, just because of that kiss 7 years ago? Don't you want to make sure that if you kissed me, would your heart be moved? If it did, does it mean you actually have me in your heart?" And Jixin said while jumping up and hugging his neck. Then her lips came up. Chapter 327, Yin Xiaojie, I don't wanna like you. 1. On the other hand, Mu Xiaoxiao was talking to Lu Yichen on the phone, and as she walked, she subconsciously walked towards a quiet place, and happened to walk to the entrance of the parking lot. Suddenly, a couple of men ran through it like they were running for their lives, catching her off guard and causing her cell phone to fall to the floor. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly picked up the cell phone, wanting to see if it was broken, then glared angrily at the men, but just in time to see the knives and clubs they were holding. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart thumped. Could it be that these people were hacking away inside? She was worried that someone might have gotten hurt, so she cautiously headed over to the parking lot to find out. From a distance, she saw a handsome and long figure. Why did it look a bit like Yin Xiaojie? The heart was suddenly worried, fearing if he had been attacked. She rushed over to it, but to her surprise, she saw the scene. Under the shade of the tree in the darkness, and Jixin hugged Yin Xiaojie's neck, and the two of them were so close that it looked like they were kissing. Mu Xiaoxiao's footsteps froze. The whole person seemed to freeze. Her heart, as if the blood flowed backwards. Her hands and feet followed the cold. She took 2 steps forward, thinking that she would go up and ask Yin Xiaojie, but she suddenly saw that Yin Xiaojie grabbed in Jixin's shoulders, and then, his good-looking thin lips raised a smile that looked like tenderness. For a moment, Mu Xiaoxiao felt like her heart was being gripped with a hairy hand, causing her to gasp in pain. Subsequently, it was like having dense needles stuck in the heart. It hurt so much, as if it were being torn apart. Her feet felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, preventing her from taking another step forward. The blood had almost faded from her face, leaving only a pallor. Even one glance, Mu Xiaoxiao no longer wanted to look down. She was afraid to see images that would make her even more sad. As she turned away, tears slid down her cheeks in big drops. However, because Mu Xiaoxiao fell away, the truth she couldn't see was that Yin Xiaojie stopped in Gxin and didn't let her lips touch his. When Jixin lunged over, Yin Xiaojie grabbed her shoulders with both hands and stopped her movements. And Jixin was stunned, not expecting his reaction to be so quick. She looked at him very hurt and said with a choked voice, "Why won't you kiss me once? Just one. I want you to confirm your heart, okay?" The corners of Yin Xiaojie's mouth suddenly raised in an arc, and there was an obvious tenderness in his smile. He looked like he was thinking of someone, and his dark eyes were heavy with affection. "Because, as I've already confirmed, there's only one person I want to kiss, and that person is not you." And Jixin's entire body froze, staring at his handsome face in fascination. She was so jealous, so jealous. Who was that girl he wanted to kiss? Why could she have such deep love from him? Could be that Mu Xiaoxiao? On the basis of what? On the basis of what? Yin Xiaojie took 2 steps backward, putting a distance between her and him. He said in a faint voice, "And Jixin, don't think too well of me. In fact, I'm a very selfish person. To help you, it's not because I like you. I'm just trying to finish my own wish." With that, he turned away coldly, and Jixin was stunned in place, still gazing at his back in a daze. Obviously he said so decisive. Obviously he has said that he does not like her. But, why? Her heart but instead more his crazy? Chapter 328, Yin Xiaojie. I don't like you, too. The other side. Mu Xiaoxiao kept walking in a daze. She didn't know where she had gone, just without realizing it. He walked out of the noisy bar street and walked to the entrance of a small, quiet park. In the darkness, the tear tracks on her cheeks never dried, and the tears kept flowing before sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the floor. She walked inside the small park, found a corner, and abruptly crouched down. This time, it was finally let out without a care in the world. Whoa, there was no one else here. So she cried as if she were a discarded child, crying her heart out as if she had lost her whole world. In his mind, echoed just in the bar, Yin Xiaojie said the sentence from childhood to adulthood. There is only 1 inch. He said he'd only kissed one girl. Liar. Yin Xiaojie, you liar. Mu Xiaoxiao cried even harder in an instant, roaring in her heart, cursing angrily at him. He's a big liar. Is an asshole. How could he lie to her heart like that? Is that funny? Watching her move on for him, and then he turns around and is with another girl. So what is she really in his heart? A random object of juggling? Mu Xiaoxiao pressed her hand against her chest, trying to make the pain in her chest lessen, but it didn't. Instead it got more and more painful, as if someone was pulling at her heart, tearing it apart without mercy to make it hurt so much. She was in so much pain. It was killing her. Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress a loud cry, not caring whether it would be heard or not. All she wanted to do now was cry out all the pain. Just cry it out and you'll be fine, right? But she had been crying for so long that her eyes were swollen and her throat was dry. But she still felt so sad, that she couldn't stop the tears from falling in great streams. Mu Xiaoxiao squatted there, crying and coughing at the same time. The whole person was in a sorry state, but no one cares about her. No one has a heart for her. The one who spoiled her the most was now hugging another girl, or the one she hated the most, and Jixin. As long as Mu Xiaoxiao remembered the image just now, the heart that was thought to have been numb with pain was once again torn open with wounds that hurt to the bone. She was crying so hard she felt like she was dying from the pain. Growing up, she had never experienced such pain. She didn't know how to ease it, didn't know how to fill her empty, chilled heart. A thought arose in her head. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled out her cell phone just as it vibrated again, and on the lit-up screen, Lu Yichen's name was displayed. Obviously don't want to think about that bastard Yin Xiaojie anymore, but at a glance that it wasn't him calling, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was hard again. She didn't want to take anyone's calls right now. She tried to hang up, but her fingers were stained with tears and the screen wasn't responding accurately anymore. Finally sliding twice and somehow turning to answer. Tiny? What just happened? Are you okay? On the phone, Lu Yichen's low voice came, and there was obvious anxiety in his tone. Thinking that there are still people who care about themselves and worry about them, Mu Xiao's tears raged again, and her voice hoarse from crying called out, Lu Yichen, I'm in so much pain. My heart is aching. I'm dying of pain. Can you come and help me? But her voice choked and she couldn't cry out. Chapter 329 Yin Xiaojie, I don't wanna like you anymore. 3. Over there, Lu Yichen immediately heard the wrongness of her voice. He seized his heart and asked in a tight voice, Are you okay, little? Are you crying? Where are you now? I'll go over to you right away. Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't wanted anyone to see her in such a sorry state, but his eagerness made her feel warm. She looked around and cried helplessly. I don't know where I am, Lu Yichen said to her calmly. Okay, like this. You send me your location on WeChat, then stay right there. I'll go find you. I'll be right there, okay? Good, replied Mu Xiaoxiao, choking back a sob. Then she hung up the phone and used WeChat to send her location position to Lu Yichen. As soon as she was done posting, her phone vibrated just then. An uncontrollable wave of expectation surged in his heart, clearly not wanting to see Yin Xiaojie, but still wanting him to call him. However, she took a look and once again she was disappointed. Not him. It's Han Qiqing calling. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the name on top of the screen and tears dripped down on top of the screen. Her heart seized up again and she whimpered out. So, he was so focused on being with Jixin that he didn't even know she was upset right now, did he? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want Han Qiqing to know she was crying, so she cut the caller. She sent Nanaharu a tweet saying that she wasn't feeling well and that she was going to go home first so they could have fun. Nanaharu was still worried and asked her where she was uncomfortable and to remember to say something when she got home. Mu Xiaoxiao sent her a smiley face and replied with a and that was it. Looking at the smiley face inside the chat box, Mu Xiaoxiao only felt that it was being sarcastic, satirizing her pride and arrogance. Thinking that Yin Xiaojie is really only attracted to her, she easily believes his sweet words. What only kissed her? A man's word cannot be trusted at all. They're all liars. Big liars. Mu Xiaoxiao let her cheeks drip with tears, thinking about Yin Xiaojie teasing her heart while still being with Jixin. She hated him. Suddenly the phone vibrated again. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart is already broken for Yin Xiaojie and no longer wants to receive a call from him. She flipped up the screen and was about to cut the call when she saw the caller ID was her dad. A pang of misery ran through Mu Xiao's heart. How ridiculous of her to think it was Yin Xiaojie calling. He was busy making love to Jixin right now. How could he still have time to pay attention to her? Tears, for a moment, came rushing back. She answered the phone and called out in a hoarse and helpless voice. Daddy! Papa Mu was shocked. What's wrong? Baby, are you crying? What happened? Daddy, I want to go back to America. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go back to America. Okay? Dad, you let me go back to the United States. Okay? Mu Xiaoxiao tore his heart and lungs crying and begging. The whole person seems to be abandoned kitten, sad and helpless. Papa Mu was simply terrified and asked in a panic. Baby, what's wrong? You tell daddy, okay? As soon as the reason was mentioned, Mu Xiaoxiao cried even harder, but in front of her only family. She cried unreservedly, as if she finally had a window of release. She cried and choked. Dad, I don't want to be engaged to Yin Xiaojie anymore. I just want to go back to the United States now. You let me go back, okay? Dad, I miss you so much. I want to go back to you. Chapter 330, Yin Xiaojie, I don't want to like you. 4. The only person in the world who truly loved her, the only person who wouldn't hurt her, was Daddy. Papa Mu had never seen her cry like this before, and his heart ached just listening to her cry. So how could he possibly say no? Okay, whatever you want. Daddy promises you. Come back. No engagement, whatever you want. Don't cry, baby. Daddy is heartbroken. Dad. Mu Xiaoxiao was touched and cried. It is true that in this world, the only people who tolerate themselves unconditionally and favor themselves are her family. All she wanted now was to get back to America quickly, to the people who truly loved her. Dad, you don't say anything to the Yin family side. Okay, Daddy won't say anything. Daddy won't ask anything until you get back to Daddy and you're willing to talk. Mu Xiaoxiao's broken heart was warmed a little by her father's loving kindness. Papa Mu said that he would arrange the fastest plane for her, a direct flight back to the US, so that she could pack up and someone would come to pick her up at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Mu Xiaoxiao hugged her cell phone and looked at the dark night sky with tears in her eyes, thinking about leaving a piece of sky, leaving this city. The heart cannot help but a little reluctance and sadness, but there's really no way she can stay here. Tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of my eyes again. She covered her tearing and agonizing heart and thought to herself, is this love? Is liking someone such a painful thing to die for? She'd never liked anyone before, and this was the first time, but she hadn't expected it to be so ingrained in her mind. For the first time, she liked someone, or someone who was so important to her, but it ended in such a crushing defeat. Mu Xiaoxiao simply sat down on the grass, curled up her legs, clasped her hands around her knees, and buried her head inside her knees. If liking someone is such a painful thing, then, Yin Xiaojie, I don't want to like you. With a voice hoarse from crying, she murmured, I don't want to like you anymore. I don't want to like you anymore. Bastard Yin Xiaojie, I don't want to like you anymore. I don't want to like you anymore. As if saying it over and over like that would ease the pain in my heart. It will be possible to reclaim your broken heart. When Lu Yichen found the small park, Mu Xiaoxiao had already washed her face and calmed down a bit. She sat on a park bench waiting for him to arrive. In fact, Lu Yichen came very quickly, not even 20 minutes. He got off the car and ran all the way here. When he finally reached her, he crouched down in front of her before he could catch his breath and asked anxiously, Tiny, did something happen? Even though the light was a little dim in here, he could clearly see her red, swollen eyes from crying. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled the corner of her mouth at him, and wanted to smile, but she could never do so. She looked tired and shook her head, looking downcast and saying nothing. Lu Yichen thoughtfully and softly said, It's okay, if you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it first. I'll stay here with you. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it with you, okay? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Lu Yichen then stood up and sat next to her. The two literally kept sitting there, not saying anything. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the night sky, and Lu Yichen accompanied her. I have to say, having someone to keep her company was really much better than when she was just on her own. Chapter 331, You Don't Deserve to Like Tiny. 1. After a long time, Mu Xiaoxiao slowly turned her head. The tear tracks on her small face finally dried up. She looked at him and asked, Lu Yichen, have you ever liked anyone? Lu Yichen frowned. Hearing her voice so hoarse, he could tell by thinking about it that she must have cried for a long time, and cried a lot. Yes, he replied in a hushed voice, his deep eyes gazing into her delicate little face. Even though her face was pale from crying, even though her eyes were swollen from crying, she was still so good-looking and cute that people couldn't take their eyes off of her when they looked at her. He suddenly remembered the time before, when she hid in the corner of the corridor outside the principal's office, and when he found her, she was also crying with red eyes, like a cute and pitiful little white rabbit. The images from that time seemed to be burned into his mind, profoundly lingering. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. But now, looking at her little face crying so miserably, he only felt his heart clench with pain and heartache. Hate it, and hold the world in front of her to make her happy. If he could just get her back to her old smile, then he would do anything. Listening to his answer, Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and said quietly, Liking someone is obviously so painful, so why do you still like them? Lu Yichen's eyes sank. Smart as he was, he probably understood what was going on with her. He said in a low voice, Liking someone isn't all pain, there's a lot of pleasure too. Happy? Murmured Mu Xiaoxiao, her mind unconsciously recalling images of being with Yin Xiaojie, of playing around, of sweetly embracing each other, of his indulgence of her, and much more. However, these joys, after overlapping with the image of Yin Xiaojie and Jixin embracing and kissing, turned into deeper wounds. She shook her head to keep her mind off it. It was because of all these good things that Yin Xiaojie had done to herself, the intimate things he had done to her, and the indulgence and pampering he had given her that she had fallen so deeply into it that she couldn't pull herself out of it. Lu Yichen looked at the tears slipping down her cheeks again, and couldn't help but get his hands full, so flustered that he didn't know what to do. Tiny, you don't cry. If he makes you sad then he doesn't deserve your love. Mu Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and with difficulty pulled out a smile and said, Yes, he's not worth it. So, I don't want to like him anymore. Lu Yichen's deep gaze was fixed on her. At that moment, Mu Xiaoxiao's cell phone rang. She answered it. Well, I'm just inside the small park. Okay, I'll go out now. You wait for me outside. She looked at Lu Yichen and said, The driver came to pick me up, and later, I'm going to take a plane back to the United States. Lu Yichen met her eyes, inexplicably had some bad feelings in his heart, and frowned as he asked, So when are you coming back? Perhaps the question should be asked, Will you be back? Mu Xiaoxiao's lips pursed. Maybe, won't he come back? It had become a place of sadness for her. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit sad, Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a smile and said, Let's go. I have something to give you. The two then walked out together. Lu Yichen's deep gaze was on her body, as if there were some things he wanted to say, but he didn't say them. Just as she respected him, he would respect her choices. Chapter 332, You Don't Deserve to Like Tiny. 2. The two walked to the entrance of the small park. They saw a black Bentley parked at the entrance, As soon as they saw Mu Xiaoxiao approaching, the man in the suit came face to face. His right hand was placed in front of his body and respectfully called out to her. Mississippi. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. What about the things I asked you to prepare? The man took a card out of his pocket and handed it to her. Mu Xiaoxiao took the card and waved him off for a moment. The man then walked back to the car. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled Lu Yichen to the side, shoved the card in his hand into his hand and said, "There are $2 million here. The password is, you first take it and use it. Treat your aunt well. If there is not enough, then talk to me." Lu Yichen's eyes were serious. His brow furrowed as he said, "I can't have it." Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him, her eyes still a little wet and glistening with tears. She threatened, I'm going to cry to you again, aren't you? Take it or not." Lu Yichen was silent. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly came up and hugged him. Lu Yichen's body lurched, his gaze tilted to look at the side of her face, so close that it seemed as if his lips could have kissed her face just a little bit closer. But he didn't move, only a deep and unknown emotion flowed in his eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao tightly hugged his neck, voice with reluctance and crying, "Lu Yichen, you are the first friend I met back in China. I don't know if I will have the chance to meet in the future, so you can just think of it as me being selfish and wanting to fulfill my own heart's desire, okay? I like Auntie Lu. I want her to be healthy and, we are friends, right?" She let go of her hand, looked him in the eye and said, "When you're rich later and I need help, you'll help me too, right?" Lu Yichen looked at her fixedly and asked, "How do you know that I will definitely be rich in the future?" Mu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile, her first genuine smile tonight. "Because I believe in you. You're so great. You'll definitely stand at the top of some field in the future." Lu Yichen's low voice was a bit hoarse. "You really think so?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head vigorously and said with firm eyes, "Well, you definitely will." Lu Yichen's fingers holding the card tightened, his deep brown eyes gazing into hers, as if 100 emotions were in his eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao saw that he no longer refused, so she knew that he accepted. She opened her arms and went up to give him another hug, sniffled, and whispered in his ear, "Lu Yichen, goodbye. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future." This time, Lu Yichen raised his arms and hugged her back, tightening his arms as if he didn't want her to leave. But in the end, Mu Xiaoxiao left. Lu Yichen looked at the black Bentley slowly driving away and could not retract his eyes for a long time. In front of the Royal Jazz Bar, Yin Xiaojie and his group walked out from inside. Everyone looked a little sardonic, while Yin Xiaojie's face was fuming as he looked down at his cell phone, dialing whoever he was calling. Han Qiqing said weakly from the sidelines, "Xiao should be fine. She might have actually gone home. Look, she did just tweet me that she's back home." Yin Xiaojie, however, doesn't even look at the screen of the cell phone she hands over, just focuses on making the call over and over again, but neither picked up. It was as if the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see his call at all. Yin Xiaojie looked annoyed and cursed in a low voice. Chapter 333, You Don't Deserve to Like Xiao. 3, Yin Xiaojie dialed again. Mu Xiaoxiao's side still didn't answer. He was so angry that he almost smashed the phone. He didn't know what was wrong with him. A strong uneasiness was clogging up his chest, making it especially hard. He only had one thought at the moment, and that was to see Tiny, to have that girl standing in front of him in one piece. Now there are several possibilities. Either Little deliberately did not pick up his phone, or her cell phone was stolen. The most let him not dare to think of maybe she had an accident. Just then, a long, dark figure came quickly toward them. As if Han Qiqing had sensed something, she raised her eyes to take a look, her eyes instantly lighting up in surprise, calling out happily, "Lu Yichen, how could you?" Before the words fell, the sullen Lu Yichen had already pounced over and swung a fist towards Yin Xiaojie. There was no way Yin Xiaojie couldn't have avoided it, but because his attention was on his cell phone, he didn't notice Lu Yichen's sudden appearance. That punch landed solidly on his handsome face. Yin Xiaojie's expression stared at Lu Yichen with his harsh eyes like an eagle's tortoise, and with a wave of his arm, he returned him with a punch. Lu Yichen was punched and staggered back a step, but he stood firm, his dark eyes glaring fiercely at Yin Xiaojie before he quickly pounced again. Yin Xiaojie had also wanted to beat him up for a long time, and this time it was the other party who started it, so Yin Xiaojie was not polite and fought him to a standstill. Han Qiqing on the side was stunned. "What's going on? Lu Yichen, what are you doing? Stop it." Song Shijun, who was standing at the back, also had a puzzled look on his face as he walked over to her and asked, "What's going on? Why are the two of them fighting?" The rest of the eating public was equally stunned. How dare someone beat up Jie Xiao? And Jie Xiao seems to hate each other's appearance. The two fight is completely fist to flesh, not at all ambiguous, and the body of the powerful Jie Xiao this time did not use skills, completely is the frame of physical combat. Both of their faces and bodies are hanging colors, but the one who is more seriously injured is Lu Yichen. After all, Yin Xiaojie is specially trained, and his fists are not generally hard. Han Qiqing was so distressed that she didn't care about anything else and hurriedly rushed up and hugged Lu Yichen. She reached out to Yin Xiaojie to block, urging, "Don't fight. You guys don't fight. Can't we talk about what's going on?" Yin Xiaojie wiped his thumb over the injured corner of his mouth and said coldly, "He hit me first." Han Qiqing was also feeling strange. How could Lu Yichen, who was usually so cold and calm, suddenly want to beat up Yin Xiaojie? What in the world happened? She looked at Lu Yichen and asked, "Lu Yichen, did something happen? Why did you hit someone?" Lu Yichen's icy cold side looked at Yin Xiaojie. His voice roared with suppressed anger. "Yin Xiaojie, you don't deserve to like Xiao Xiao." He only said this before pushing Han Qiqing away and turning to leave. The crowd was puzzled as to what it meant to suddenly run out and punch someone and then inexplicably say that. Could this man be Jie Xiao's love rival? Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, vaguely feeling a little uneasy, his dark eyes staring at Lu Yichen's back. With a sudden lurch, he took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Lu Yichen, do you know where Xiao Xiao is?" Lu Yichen's footsteps lurched, didn't turn around, just said in an emotionless voice, "Little she went back to the United States. She said she would never come back." Yin Xiaojie's body shook violently, his voice austere. "What did you say?" Chapter 334, She'll Never Come Back, 1. Lu Yichen didn't answer him and lifted his steps to leave. "Speak clearly," Yin Xiaojie shouted angrily, striding forward to try to catch up with him. Han Qiqing hurriedly stopped him, looking at him with a troubled face and asking, "Yin Xiaojie, what's going on? Why did Xiao Xiao suddenly go back to the US?" Yin Xiaojie almost exploded with annoyance and growled, "How should I know? He still wants to know what's going on. Is Tiny really back in the States? Why? Why so sudden? What the hell happened?" Han Qiqing looked at him suspiciously and said, "Before you answered a phone call and went out, then Little followed out to find you. Could it be that she didn't find you?" Yin Xiaojie's body stiffened, and he instantly understood something. Tiny came out looking for him? Could it be that she saw the picture of him and in Jixin together and misunderstood him and in Jixin? Yin Xiaojie's handsome face was only as cold as ice as he talked on the phone while driving the car into the parking lot of the apartment. "I don't care what methods you guys use. In short, I want you to search every corner of the entire city within tonight, and you must find her for me. Is that clear?" All the way back, he had lost count of the number of phone calls he'd made. At the beginning, he asked people to find out which flight Mu Xiao Xiao took to go back to the United States. There are not many direct flights to the United States every day in a city, so it should be very good to find out, and he mainly wanted to make sure that Mu Xiao Xiao really got on the plane, or she didn't leave at all, but just lied about it. Soon enough, word came back that there was only one direct flight to the United States tonight, but there was no Mu Xiao Xiao's name on the passenger list. Yin Xiaojie's subordinates are all very capable of doing their jobs, but also at the same time, the flights of the neighboring cities were also checked, and none of them found Mu Xiao's name. This means that she didn't take the airplane. So, she didn't come back to America, did she? Lu Yichen lied to him? Or maybe, she lied to Lu Yichen? Countless thoughts swept through Yin Xiaojie's mind, but all speculation was futile. What mattered now was finding her person. So, Yin Xiaojie put the word down, dispersed all his forces. Even if it turns over all the corners of the A city, must find Mu Xiao Xiao back. It was less than an hour before Mu Tiny disappeared. Unless she took a plane, there was no way any mode of transportation was good enough to get out of a city. So if she didn't get on a plane back to the States, then she's still in a city. Yin Xiaojie doesn't care that much anymore, and has also utilized all of his connections, contacting high-ranking people in the black and white worlds to get them to help and send out their hands to find Mu Xiao Xiao. At this point, Yin Xiaojie would rather believe that Xiao Xiao left his city. She just hid in which corner, gambling with him, waiting for him to find her. Yin Xiaojie took a deep breath in the car to ease his emotions that were about to explode before getting out of the car. Getting on the elevator and going up the stairs, he stood in the doorway of his apartment, slightly stunned. An expectant thought came to mind. Could it be that when he opened the door, the girl was at home and not going anywhere at all? He expected that to be the case, even though he had already labored. And this time his move to find someone must have alarmed a lot of people in high places. But it didn't matter to him, as long as he got to see her in one piece. It didn't matter even if he screwed up so badly. Chapter 335, She's Never Coming Back, 2. Yin Xiaojie entered the house, and when he saw that the house was lit up, the expectation in his heart lifted even higher. The lights are on. So she came back, did she? She's home, isn't she? He didn't even change his shoes before hurrying into the room, but the bedroom was empty. He searched every room as fast as he could like crazy, like he hated to search every corner, but he just couldn't see Mu Xiao's figure. Yin Xiaojie stood frozen in the living room, his handsome face a little disoriented. Why can't we find her? The living room light was on, which meant she was back, wasn't it? Or did she come back and then go away again? Shit. Yin Xiaojie cursed fiercely and kicked the coffee table hard. The coffee table clunked loudly into the couch. Where are you, Moxie? Stinky girl, where the hell are you? In Xiaojie covered his eyes with his hand, his chest rising and falling violently as if he was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he'd rather believe she'd flown back to the States, so at least he'd know her whereabouts, instead of being at his wit's end like he was now, not knowing where she was or if she was safe. Just the thought of her wandering around without her own protection this late at night, likely to be in danger, was driving him crazy. Just then, the cell phone rang. In Xiaojie thought he had news from Mu Xiaoxiao and hurriedly picked it up. However, it was his assistant who called him. Jia Xiao, the clothes ordered in Italy. I've just delivered them to your apartment. You can check them out. In Xiaojie gave a beat and asked with a deepened voice. You came up to the apartment? Because the clothes were a surprise for Mu Xiaoxiao. He temporarily changed the way the apartment was coded for absolute secrecy, so that the assistant could come in when they weren't there and get the surprise ready. He just didn't think that it would be such a coincidence that the assistant had come up just in time for tonight. So the lights are also on by the assistant? In Xiaojie was in a heavy mood and dropped into the sofa, asking his assistant, where are the lights? Did you turn off the lights when you left? The answer I got was no. In Xiaojie didn't want to say anything else and hung up the phone. He pinched his vaguely aching temples with his fingers and eased his emotions before he stood up and walked into the changing room, walked to the end and opened the double cabinet doors on Mu Xiaoxiao's side. The originally empty closet was completely changed at this time. It was filled to the brim with beautiful girls' clothes, colorful, all colors, and the assistant also arranged them according to his instructions, along the colors, so that people would look very comfortable. In Xiaojie looked at the clothes inside and suddenly slid to the ground. A careful observer would have noticed that these clothes are not labeled or marked with any other brand. If you turn over the inside of the shirt, only then do you realize that there is only one M on the logo. Mu Xiaoxiao probably couldn't have imagined that this batch of clothes was actually a new brand designed under her name. In Xiaojie had imagined how happy this girl's face would look when she saw the clothes and knew that it was a brand that belonged to her. However, at this moment, all those imaginary images shattered. In Xiaojie's mind echoed the last words Luichen said. She went back to the US. She's never coming back. His fists clenched and slammed hard against the wooden floor. But none of this gave vent to the hardness and uneasiness that smothered his heart. Chapter 336, She'll Never Come Back, 3. In Xiaojie covered his face with both hands and roared out in indignation. The unoccupied check room echoed with his lonely roar. Luichen returned to the downstairs of his house. He was afraid that his acquaintances would see the injury on his face, so he kept his head down as much as possible to avoid the sight of others. He was about to walk into the building when suddenly a petite figure sprang out and stopped him with open arms. How are you doing? A familiar voice sounded ahead. Luichen was only afraid of bumping into someone at first, so he stopped, but he didn't expect to hear a familiar voice, and when he lifted his head to look, he met Han Xiqing's concerned gaze. He frowned. Why are you here? Han Xiqing moved a little closer toward the front to see his injuries, which were a little dim because there were no lights in front of this building. One must know that the heir of a top mansion like In Xiaojie had gone through special training since he was a child, and his hands were not comparable to ordinary people. That's why Han Xiqing was really worried about Luichen's injuries, fearing that he might have suffered internal injuries from In Xiaojie. After seeing Luichen leave over at the bar, she separated from the others and had the driver quickly drive to Luichen's house. Luichen probably took the bus, so he came back slower, and she had been waiting for him downstairs for 10 minutes. Noticing Han Xiqing's approach, Luichen sank back a few steps. He said indifferently, I'm fine, how did you know my house? Han Xiqing didn't want him to be so wary of himself, and hurriedly explained, it was Xiao Xiao who brought me here. I'm not stalking you, and I haven't checked up on you. Oh. Luichen nodded his head to show that he understood, and said to her, it's late, you go home. I'm fine, this injury will be fine with a little rubbing of medicinal wine. He tries to go around her and walk home, but Han Xiqing takes another step to stop him. No way, look at the corner of your mouth, it's all broken, and your face, it's all red and swollen. You'll surely bruise tomorrow, even if you rub the medicated oil, it's useless. Your face will turn blue and purple. How can you go to the hospital to take care of Auntie tomorrow if you look like this? Aren't you afraid she'll be worried? The last sentence was like a point to Luichen's acupuncture point. Luichen set his feet and looked at her sideways. Han Xiqing looked at him with concern and said, I have a Chinese medicine uncle I know who's very good. Let him help you with it, and make sure that these bruises, in a day or two, will be almost gone. Luichen knew her identity, and if she really knew some senior Chinese medicine practitioners, it wouldn't be difficult. Nowadays, powerful Chinese medicine practitioners are not available to ordinary people, and basically only serve the powerful and influential anymore. Listening to her, I have to say, he was a little heartened, though he didn't fight often. Anyone who had hit a bruise at some point, that kind of bruise would take at least a few days to dissipate, not to mention his current injury, which was unlikely to heal in 3 or 4 days. Like she said, How dare he go to the hospital to take care of his mom when he's hung up like that? Besides, he's been so steady since he was a kid. He's never been in a fight, and his mom would be shocked to know that he's been in a fight, and is bound to ask him what's going on. Plus, mom loves Xiao Xiao so much. If she knew Xiao Xiao went back to America, she would be sad to see her go, right? Louis Chen thought about his mother's condition, and the doctor had advised that it was best to keep her in a happy mood so that she could better overcome the disease. Otherwise, if she was constantly worried, this would make her condition worse. Chapter 337, She'll Never Come Back, 4. Therefore, Louis Chen was indeed shaken by this proposal from Han Qiqing. Han Qiqing observed his expression, and seeing as he kept quiet, smart as she was, she probably understood what he meant. It's just that he's too embarrassed to say yes voluntarily, right? Thinking about his little pride, Han Qiqing smiled in her heart and directly clapped her hands together. Alright, it's decided. You and Xiao Xiao are friends, and Xiao Xiao and I are the best of sisters, so I'm also considered a friend to you, right? Friends helping friends, it's normal, right? Come on, let's go now. It's not too late. That Chinese medicine uncle should still be listening to the consultation, Han Qiqing said and reached out to tug on Louis Chen's arm, pulling him toward her car. Louis Chen saw the limousine parked in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked around, worried that his neighbors would see him getting into such a luxurious car. Luckily, the night was late, and the older women and men had gone home, and there wasn't even a strolling night cat next to them. Louis Chen then got into the car with peace of mind. He looked toward Han Qiqing and said in a faint voice, "Thank you." Han Qiqing had a sweet smile on her lips. "No need to thank me. I said I'm a friend. By the way, it's not good for you to go to the hospital tomorrow like this, or I'll help you take care of Auntie, okay?" Without giving him time to reply, she continued, "Anyway, Auntie has seen me before and knows that Xiao Xiao and I are your friends. Then I can tell her that you have an important exam at school, so you can't come to the hospital this day, and send me to help you stay with her. In my experience, after the treatment by Uncle Chinese medicine, if it's fast, you'll be able to slowly get rid of the bruises in 2 days, so you'll be able to go to the hospital on the 3rd day, and even if there's still some bruises, you shouldn't be able to see it too clearly, or else you'll be fine if you rub a little something to cover it up by then." One had to admit, her arrangement was reasonable and perfect, and Louis Chen couldn't even find a reason to refuse, though he wasn't very eager to take her up on that offer. But, thinking about his mom's condition, Louis Chen let go of his insistence in a rare moment and nodded his head and said to her, "Then I'll trouble you." Han Qiqing thought she'd have to use a lot more words to convince him, but she didn't expect him to suddenly agree. She was a little taken by surprise and startled. You promise? You really promise?" Looking at her like this, the corner of Louis Chen's mouth lifted. "Yes, your offer is very good. It seems like there's no way I can't agree to it. Anyway, thank you. I owe you one." At this moment, Louis Chen suddenly realized that accepting a friend's help didn't seem to be that difficult. He looked out the window of the car, the traffic on the street, the cars coming and going, the aisles bustling with people. He remembered Mu Xiao Xiao, who should be on an airplane at this time, on her way to the United States. The world is so big that he meets her and is subconsciously changed by her. Maybe all this, it was meant to be? Fate was something he didn't believe in before, but now, he somewhat believed in it. Han Qiqing was overjoyed. Her entire face seemed to glow, and she busily shook her head and said, "No need to say anything about owing or not owing. We're friends, we should help each other out, and this is just a lift for me." Even though that's what she said, Louis Chen wouldn't think that way. He wouldn't take someone's kindness to him for granted. Chapter 338, She'll Never Come Back, 5. "I will remember this favor in my heart. Thank you, Nana Haru," he said. Han Qiqing was stunned, her entire body frozen. He called her name? He's calling her name. If she wasn't sitting in the car, Han Qiqing would likely be about to jump for joy. No. She was a girl. She had to be reserved. Even if she was happy, she couldn't act that crazy, mentally calming her excitement. She couldn't help but keep the corners of her mouth from lifting high. If Louis Chen hadn't been in front of her, she would have covered her mouth and heatedly snickered out loud. That's great. She felt as if the distance between her and him had been brought a step closer. No longer like before. Even though she stood in front of him, it was as if she couldn't touch him. Out of reach. After taking Louis Chen to see the Chinese doctor, Han Qiqing even sent him back home before discussing what she should say tomorrow when she goes to the hospital to help him take care of Aunt Lu. Louis Chen also instructed her not to tell his mother about Little's return to the US. Just make up an excuse, saying Little went to visit relatives or that Little was busy with schoolwork and didn't have time to come. Han Qiqing nodded in agreement, looking like a third-rate student in class, as if she'd memorized his words by heart. He said to her, "Well, good night then. You go home. Goodbye." Han Qiqing smiles and says, "Good night. You should go home soon too." Louis Chen gave her a slight nod. then turned and walked into the building. Han Shicheng watched his back disappear before she retracted her gaze fondly, but she was in such a happy mood that she walked back to the car with almost a bounce in her step. The driver asked, "Going home now, miss?" "Well, go home," Han Shicheng said, taking out her cell phone and dialing Mu Xiaoxiao after thinking about it, but it prompted her to turn off her phone. Turned off the airplane? Could it be that Xiaoxiao was really on a plane, ready to go back to the US? Han Shicheng thought of this possibility with some surprise. For the matter of Luichen hitting Yin Xiaojie, she just mentioned absolutely nothing when she was with Luichen, and she didn't dare to ask him if he had just seen Xiaoxiao. There were some things she thought she'd be better off not knowing so well. She liked Luichen, wanted to be close to him, wanted to be good to him, and she allowed herself to just think about that, although she always thought that Luichen might like Xiaoxiao. Otherwise he wouldn't have fought with Yin Xiaojie for Xiaoxiao, right? But now it's obvious that Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie have special feelings for each other, and Xiaoxiao has also said that she's just a friend to Luichen. Han Shicheng did believe Xiaoxiao, so what if Luichen really liked Xiaoxiao? If they didn't have a possibility, then there was still hope for herself. As long as there was hope, she wanted to grasp it, because she doesn't want to miss out on her favorite people. Mu Xiaoxiao's phone couldn't be reached, and Han Shicheng didn't dare to call Yin Xiaojie's, so she had to call Song Shijun. "Hello." Song Shijun answered the phone with a slightly anxious voice, as if he was busy with something. Han Shicheng hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did Xiaoxiao go back to the apartment? Did you find her?" Song Shijun sighed. "No, Xiaoxiao wasn't in the apartment. There's no way to know where she went. Xiaojie now called my dad to help. That situation, it's almost like he's going to turn the whole of a city over to look for it. That's why he's also busy trying to find Mu Xiaoxiao by all means right now." Chapter 339, She wants to cancel the engagement. 1. Han Shicheng was also worried now and said, "Didn't Luichen say she was going back to the US? Check the flights. Do you take us for fools? This doesn't even know to check. It's been checked, but it's not there. Even the flights from neighboring cities don't have a tiny list. So the judgment right now is that she didn't take a plane back to the US, and is probably still in City A." Song Shijun's tone seemed annoyed, and it was obvious that he was also worried about Xiaoxiao. Han Shicheng asked again, "Then is it possible that she didn't go back to the US first, but took another flight?" Song Shijun said, "Other flights have been checked and all of them don't have tiny lists." Han Shicheng touched her chin and thought for a while, murmured, "I still believe in what Luichen said. I think Little should not be in a city. Otherwise you guys like this turned over the sky to look for. It's impossible that there is no clue at all unless she was kidnapped?" Crow's mouth. Song Shijun spat at her and kindly reminded, "It's fine for you to say this in front of me. Don't say it in front of Xiaojie. He's in a hurry right now. His whole body is about to explode." Han Shicheng sighed and asked suspiciously, "What exactly happened? Why would Xiaoxiao suddenly want to go back to the US? Did she have a fight with Yin Xiaojie when she went looking for him? In a fit of anger, she went back to the US? However, looking at Yin Xiaojie's appearance, Xiaoxiao should not have found him before. So what the hell is going on?" Han Shicheng couldn't even think of a solution when she thought about it so hard that her brain was about to break. Song Shijun eeped and said, "It couldn't be that phone call, could it? Didn't Xiaojie answer a phone call? The others even said it was from a girl. So it's not possible that he really went out to meet some girl and then Xiaoxiao bumped into him, right? This is possible," Han Shicheng said with a nod. "Hey, now this is not the focus. The focus is still the first to find a Smollett. Otherwise continue like this. Lest he rummage through the A city, may go to rummage through the neighboring city again." So laboring, Han Shicheng suddenly thought of something and slammed the seat, exclaiming, "Right, did you guys check the Mu family's private jet? Maybe Tiny went back to the US on her family's private jet. That's why the flight couldn't be checked. Does her family have a private jet?" Song Sejun asked. "Nonsense. Of course there is I've flown with her once before, and I've heard that the Mu family has exclusive flight paths, so it's even faster than flying on an airline," Han Shicheng explained. Song Shijun sighed. "There are also exclusive airways. Really don't understand you super mansions. What is there that you guys don't have? Like the 4 great families all have private jets. This is normal. But something like an exclusive airway is not something that anyone can have." Although Song Shijun also knew that the Mu family wasn't inferior to the 4 great families, but he hadn't thought that the hidden power of the Mu family was that amazing. Could it be that the Mu family was even more powerful than the 4 great families? Song Shijun pondered for a while. Think about it is not impossible. For the Mu family's power in the end how strong, even the 4 big families cannot touch. No one knows the real strength of the Mu family. Han Shicheng said anxiously, "Don't you worry about that. You quickly go talk to Yin Xiaojie and ask him to look into it from this direction." Got it. I'll be right there." Chapter 340, She wants to cancel the engagement. 2. Got it. I'll be right there. After Song Shijun finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up and turned around to dial Yin Xiaojie's number. Yin Xiaojie also reacted immediately after getting this clue, because he was too anxious to find Mu Xiaoxiao before. He subconsciously thought that she was still in a city, so that he could find her the fastest. Yin Xiaojie of course also knows that the Mu family has a private jet. Just his heart is too anxious and too irritated. The usual calmness and wisdom completely disappeared. Even this most basic speculation could not be thought of. After Yin Xiaojie hung up Song Shijun's phone, he hurriedly asked someone to look into the Mu family's private jet. Sure enough, he soon got the news that the Mu family did have a private airplane that took off at 8 o'clock or so, and looking at the flight path, it should be heading to the United States. Although Yin Xiaojie was already sure that Mu Xiaoxiao was the one who took this plane, he still wanted to be 100% sure. At this time, he needed to find out the security camera footage of that airplane's entranceway, but this belonged to the airport's confidentiality. It wasn't difficult if he asked the person in charge of the airport for it, but arranging it down through the layers would take quite a bit of time. But he had no patience to wait any longer now. So, Yin Xiaojie went into the study and turned on his computer, his bony fingers moving quickly across the keyboard. It didn't take him more than a few minutes to hack into the airport's surveillance system, but the surveillance, like the VIP access to these, was encrypted, so it took him another short while to easily crack the code and get into the encrypted video files. There were many VIP channel monitors, and he didn't know from which channel the Mu family's private jet took off, so he pulled up all the videos, opened them all up to fill the entire screen, found the 8 o'clock hour, and set it to fast forward 8 times. His dark, sharp eyes stared unblinkingly at these video windows, searching almost at a glance for the familiar figure. Finally, after watching for 10 minutes or so, his eyes glazed over and he pressed stop on a video. Zooming in on this video, Mu Xiao's small figure appeared on it. Yin Xiaojie's heart, which had been tense, relaxed a bit. He let the video continue to play and just watched as Mu's small figure walked down the aisle and turned into the takeoff opening. After confirming that she had really gotten on the plane, Yin Xiaojie's hanging heart dropped and his entire body fell into the chair. His dark gaze, however, remained on the petite figure in the video, unable to move away for a moment. It had obviously only been a few hours since she had disappeared, but he felt like he was going crazy thinking about her. He sat up straight and dragged the video to the front, playing it from the moment she appeared. Dark eyes were locked on the person in the video, unwilling to let go even for a second. The video is still pretty clear and you can see her little face. Yin Xiaojie noticed it. This girl's eyes were red and swollen as if she had been crying, and as she walked, she also wiped away her tears with her fingers. Her little mouth pursed tightly, and her whole body looked so sad. He just felt like his heart had been punched hard with his fist. How long has this girl been crying? He couldn't imagine what kind of heartbreak and sadness she had endured to cry in this sorry state. Yin Xiaojie suddenly hated himself. If he had known, he should have stayed far away from Anjixin, and he shouldn't have come out to meet her even when she called him. He hurt the girl he held in his heart and didn't want her to suffer even the slightest harm because of someone who didn't matter. Chapter 341, She Wants to Cancel the Engagement. 3. What the hell has he done? Yin Xiaojie punched himself in exasperation, but this was no longer helpful. The little heart had been broken, and he must get over to her as quickly as possible and explain things to her. This time, he wouldn't be afraid. He would make that stupid girl understand his heart. Whether she pushed him away or chose him was fine. He didn't care anymore. Anyway, he had already decided that whether she said yes or no, he had already decided on this girl and would not let go of her. Mu Xiaoxiao can only belong to him. Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie's eyes were deep and determined as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Get me a private jet to the US. I want it as fast as possible. United States. Jet lag plus flying for 10 hours. By the time Mu Xiaoxiao arrived in the United States, it was more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Because she was on a private jet, it was a little faster than a regular flight. Otherwise she probably would have been 2 or 3 hours late, and it would have been nearly 12 p.m. Although Mu Xiaoxiao had cried for a long time before, she should have been very tired, but she couldn't sleep on the airplane. Her mind kept thinking about a lot of things, lingering. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed. The more she thought about it, the more her heart was blocked. In the end, she took a sleeping pill soothingly, which made her fall asleep, and it was a 10-hour sleep, just in time to wake up in the United States, riding in the car sent by her father. Mu Xiaoxiao rested her head against the window and looked out at the scene. Obviously it was a place she'd been for 4 years, but it was only a month or so since she'd left, and yet it seemed a little strange. But all the way through looking like this, it gradually felt like home. The stretched Lincoln sedan drove into the large garden and stopped. Servants in uniform maids' outfits stepped forward and opened the door for her, bending respectfully. Miss, welcome back. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were swollen and it would still hurt a little when she pulled the skin on her face when she smiled, but she still smiled at the maid. Lisa, it's been a long time. Embraced by the crowd, Mu Xiaoxiao crossed the garden, walked to the front of the white villa, and entered the house. Mrs. Back, someone shouted. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around the familiar home, her eyes slightly wet, and with that, came the familiar sound of Daddy's voice coming through. Baby! Mu Xiaoxiao looked over with the voice and saw Mu Zhangbai. Tears instantly fell. She pounced over and called out with a sobbing voice, Dad! Mu Zhangbai painfully took her in his arms and patted her back, his eyes filled with heartache. Baby, it's okay, go home. Mu Xiaoxiao curled the corners of her mouth in aggravation and nodded, pressing her face even further into her father's arms. Well, Daddy, I'll never leave you again. Mu Zhangbai laughed and tenderly stroked her hair. Well, Daddy can't bear to see you leave either. The two hugged for a long time before Mu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed and let go, wiping away her tears. Mu Zhangbai signaled, and the servants brought hot towels. He picked up the hot towel first and tested the temperature before shoving it into his daughter's hands. Wipe your face, baby. Why are your eyes swollen like this? How long have you been crying? Did that guy Xiao Jie bully you? Just by mentioning Yin Xiao Jie's name, Mu Xiaoxiao felt her heart tingle again. She didn't say anything, shaking her head, then pressed a hot towel to her swollen sore eye and applied it to both sides before unfolding it and wiping her face. Chapter 342. She wants to cancel the engagement. 4. Mu Zhangbai didn't rush her, and gestured to the maid as she wiped her face, then said to her, I heard that you slept as soon as you got on the plane, and slept all the way until you got off the plane, and didn't eat, so you must be very hungry, right? Dad had someone make your favorite food. Is there anything in particular you want to eat? Mu Zhao's hand paused. About the words that she had taken sleeping pills to sleep, she had already instructed that she could not tell her father. The crew should not have said anything, right? Dad probably just learned about her sleeping all the way on the plane. Mu Xiaoxiao was slightly relieved. Her small face was revealed from the hot towel. Her ebony eyes rolled as if she was thinking. It was true that she hadn't eaten in over 10 hours, and her stomach was really kind of hungry, but she had absolutely no appetite for food. Just, looking at her dad's worried gaze, she still pulled out a smile and said, Kanji, I want to drink kanji. What kind of porridge would baby like? Whatever, not seafood kanji is fine. Just a simple skinny egg kanji, Mu Xiaoxiao said in a faint voice. She didn't have an appetite right now, she just needed to fill her stomach. Mu Zhangbai quickly ordered it down. The kitchen did it quickly. It should have been prepared a long time ago, so Mu Xiaoxiao quickly drank the porridge. The empty stomach was filled, but the heart is still empty. Mu Zhangbai just sat next to his daughter and didn't ask her why she was sad. He just looked at her with a loving gaze. Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't very appetizing, and after eating half a bowl, she felt that she wasn't hungry anymore, so she didn't want to eat. She put the spoon down and said, I'm full. Mu Zhangbai nodded. It's also very late. Just eat a little. No need to eat too much. Mu Xiaoxiao snuggled over and hugged his arm, like a pampered little pet. Dad, is it okay if I don't go back to China? I want to stay in America from now on. Although China is her homeland, it is now also her heartbreak. Mu Zhangbai's eyes lowered as he gazed at his daughter's face, sighed, and asked, Can you tell Daddy if it was Xiao Jie who broke your heart? Mu Xiaoxiao's lips pursed and she nodded. Then she choked her voice and said, Dad, I don't want to hear his name anymore. Don't mention him in the future, okay? And my marriage with him, you help me cancel it, okay? I don't even want to see him in the future. Mu Zhangbai didn't answer immediately, although he did spoil Xiaoxiao, even to the extent of spoiling her, hating to give her everything good, only wanting her to be happy and carefree for the rest of her life. However, one cannot be an ostrich and avoid problems altogether. He thought for a moment and said, There might be some misunderstanding between you two, right? I picked Xiao Jie because I also believe that he can guard you, and if he really can't do that, then of course the marriage is unnecessary. However, I think that to be fair, I still need to find out, otherwise Xiao Jie is also very innocent. Don't you think so? Mu Xiaoxiao pouted unhappily. What, he's innocent? She's the one who's sad and upset right now. He was the one who broke her heart, but for this reasoning from her father, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't refute it, so she could only nod her head. But it's your business if you want to find out. I don't care. I don't want to see him now anyway. If he comes, you're not allowed to let him in. Mu Zhangbai laughed and nodded his head. Well, of course we can't let him in the door, no matter if there's a misunderstanding or not, whether he's wrong or not, but he broke my baby's heart. This is the biggest mistake. Chapter 343. She wants to cancel the engagement. 5. Satisfied, Mu Xiaoxiao lifted her little head out of his arms. In fact, she had some bitterness in her heart. Maybe Yin Xiaojie was being sweet with Jixin and wouldn't even fly to America to find her. Mu Zhangbai looked at her wretched little face, and there was some severity in his eyes. That boy Yin Xiaojie dared to make his family's baby so sad. When he came, he must teach him a hard lesson. He said, Well, go take a shower and rest. Don't think about it so much. You've got Daddy. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently and responded, Got it. In fact, she'd slept for 10 hours on the plane, and now she couldn't sleep at all. However, so that her dad wouldn't worry, she kept it to herself. 4 hours later, just after 1 in the morning, Yin Xiaojie's private jet landed in the airport. He stepped out into the late-night chill and a car was already waiting at the door. "Young master," the driver shouted respectfully, bending down to open the door for him. Yin Xiaojie got into the car, turned on the machine, and the first thing he did was to send a WeChat to Mu Xiaoxiao. "Tiny, I'm in America. I'm coming to you now." He sent a lot of them, explaining that he had nothing with Jixin, that what she saw was a misunderstanding, and that if she didn't believe him, he could explain it to her slowly. WeChat, full of messages from him, almost hundreds, but not a single reply. Yin Xiaojie sent a dozen more before putting away his cell phone, letting out a deep sigh and casting his gaze out the window, looking at the unfamiliar and exotic streets. All he could think of was that Tiny had just gotten off the plane and saw the same scenery, right? How would she feel? Would her sadness be lessened by being back in her familiar place? Thinking about it made me miss her more and more. Originally, if this hadn't happened, they might have embraced each other late at night like this. Recalling the sweetness of the previous bits and pieces, Yin Xiaojie's heart also throbbed with pain, although he knew it was a misunderstanding. He and Jixin half-ambiguous are not, but, not all misunderstandings, unraveled on the peace and quiet. A small heart is always hurt. That scar is already in the... What he has to do to make this scar heal to intact as in the beginning. For some reason, he was panicked and inexplicably scared. What if Xiao Xiao listens to his explanation but doesn't want to be with him because she has suffered a heartbreak? It is said that once bitten, twice shy. Yin Xiaojie is really messed up. He who has always been able to be calm and self-possessed in dealing with things has never been so upset. He hoped that Tiny's feelings for him were deep, so deep that he couldn't let go of him. But he couldn't help but be afraid. How deep Xiao Xiao's feelings for him were. How much it hurt when she was sad. What if it hurt too much and made her heart palpitate and she didn't want to like him anymore? Just the thought that she didn't like him anymore made him feel like the blood in his body was backing up and he was panicking. The black sedan drove through the night. The streetlights flickered by, and the streets were barely visible. Just as a red light stops in front of us. It happened to be a footbridge with a foreign man and woman pulling on it, and the woman's voice was shrill as she shouted, "I'm not going to believe you anymore. No matter how much more you explain. I don't want to hear it. Do you understand? I'm already scared. I don't want to love you anymore." Although the other party was speaking English, this was similar to a native language for Yin Xiaojie. Chapter 344 Fear of Losing Her. 1. The man's voice carried obvious panic. "Honey, don't leave me. Will you trust me one more time? Just once. You obviously love me so much. Why must you leave me?" The woman's voice cried more. "My heart hurts. Do you know how much it hurts me when I watch you with another woman? Why did you break my heart? Why?" When I heard this, the light went green and the limo restarted. Yin Xiaojie had only heard these few sentences, so it was not easy to judge what had happened to this pair, whether it was a misunderstanding or whether the man had really cheated on his wife. But from the woman's last mournful sound, he seemed to see Tiny's sad little face. "My heart hurts. Do you know how much it hurts?" Yin Xiaojie only felt his heart being torn, and he took a hard, deep breath and covered his eyes with his hand. When Yin Xiaojie arrived at the Mu family villa, the night was already very late. The entrance was dark, and all around was so silent that only the chirping of crickets could be heard. The driver parked the car in front of the door and looked back at Yin Xiaojie with some difficulty. "Young master." Yin Xiaojie's eager eyes glanced at the luxurious villa inside, imagining which room Mu Xiaoxiao should be staying in. However, across a large garden, even if his eyesight was good, he didn't look much clearer in such a poorly lit environment. Yin Xiaojie looked at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. It's so late. She should be asleep too. I don't know how she spent the 10 hours or so on the plane. At least for him, those 10 hours were very hard, the hardest time of his life. Before, he didn't understand what it meant to spend days like years, and the 10 hours or so he spent on the plane gave him a deep understanding of the idiom. Yin Xiaojie signaled the driver with his hand, so he opened the door and got out of the car. He stood beside the car, his upright, slender frame leaning against the door, his arms wrapped around his chest, his deep eyes quietly looking inside. Though he was desperate to see Tiny, he didn't dare do anything rash. Don't look at this place quiet. Not a single figure. But the Mu family's guards are not that simple. If he climbed over the wall and went in, someone would surely show up to stop him, and might disturb the people in the villa as a result. I don't know if Xiao Xiao had a good rest on the airplane. If not, she might have fallen asleep at this moment. He didn't want to wake her up, or at least let her sleep and catch up on her sleep. So, he suppressed the urge in his heart to see her, and just stood in this place closest to her, thinking that she was inside, slowly easing the uneasiness in his heart. As the minutes ticked by, the driver couldn't stay sleepy and dozed off inside the car. However, the figure outside the car remained in the same position. finally after a couple of hours. The sky was breaking and the sky turned fish belly white, slowly dispersing the darkness. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the villa's maid went out to buy groceries, and was startled to see the car at the door. Someone has gone to inform the housekeeper. The housekeeper rushed out to check and recognized Yin Xiaojie at a glance. Hurriedly opening the gate in a panic and walking over to Yin Xiaojie's front calling out, "Young Master Yin, why are you here?" Yin Xiaojie saw that someone had finally come out and rubbed his brows with his fingers. His face was calm and although his eyes were bloodshot, he couldn't see any semblance of fatigue. Chapter 345, Fear of Losing Her, 2. Uncle Chi, it's been a long time. He nodded slightly and greeted politely, not to his subordinates, but as a courtesy to his elders. Speaking of which, Chibo has also been a housekeeper in the Mu family for decades, so Chibo has also watched both Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie grow up. Chibo caught a glimpse of the sleeping driver in the car and couldn't help but furrow his brows, looking at Yin Xiaojie worriedly and asking, "Young Master Yin, what time did you come? Why didn't you make a phone call to inform, making you wait outside like this?" Yin Xiaojie smiled, "It's okay, this is what I should suffer. As long as I can see Mu Xiaoxiao, what's a few hours of late night waiting? As long as Xiaoxiao could forgive him and go back to his country with him, even if he had to stay up all night for a few days, he could do it." Chibo didn't understand what he meant, but after all, he was a person who had been there before, and when he associated it with the fact that the young lady suddenly went back to the United States and came back still crying with swollen eyes, he probably understood what was going on. "Young Master Yin, why don't you come in and sit down first? At this time of the day Miss should still be awake." Chibo made a gesture of invitation. Yin Xiaojie nodded. "Thank you Uncle Chi." He had initially envisioned the worst, that he would be turned away by the Mu family and make things difficult for him, not letting him in or something like that, so he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, allowing him to let go of the big stone in his heart. As long as he could see Tiny, he would pull out all the stops and make sure to coax her. Yin Xiaojie ignored the driver anymore, letting him just sleep in the car and following the butler and himself. It was getting white, and there were servants doing tidying up in the garden, watering and such. Yin Xiaojie followed into the house. Uncle Chi turned around and asked, "Young Master Yin, would you like to arrange a room for you to sleep in for a while first? Miss arrived home late last night and will probably be up later." Yin Xiaojie shook his head and said, "No, I'll just sit in the living room and wait for her." "Okay, so do I need to make you anything for breakfast? You should be hungry too, right?" Chibo asked delicately. Yin Xiaojie is indeed hungry. He also teared up on the plane. All he could think about was imagining how Xiaojiao's sad little face. He didn't have the stomach to eat at all. Add to that the fact that it was very late to arrive at the door of Mu's house, and it was hard not to be hungry when you were on guard outside without closing your eyes all night. But Yin Xiaojie thought about it and said, "Not yet, I'll wait for Xiaoxiao to eat together. Be my guest then." Zeb, as a butler, had a lot of things that needed to be done, so after settling him down, he left. If it was any other guest, of course they wouldn't just leave it alone or let the guest in without informing Mu Zhengbai. It's because it's Yin Xiaojie. Immediately after Yin Xiaojie sat down, a servant poured water over for him. Although it was still early, one after another, some maids began to clean up, but from time to time, there were maids hiding in the corners, stealing glances at Yin Xiaojie. There were both Oriental and Western faces among the maids, but regardless of whether they were Oriental or Western women, Yin Xiaojie's such handsome and extraordinary looks, paired with an aristocratic-like temperament, was definitely a top-notch handsome man that made people want to look at him more often, and it would be a shame to look at him less often. Not that these maids haven't seen handsome men, of course. After all, like the Mu family, such a famous noble family, often in and out of the luxury circle of people, handsome men and beautiful women really do not too much. It's just that the ones who are as handsome as Yin Xiaojie that people are so angry with him are really in the minority. Chapter 346, Fear of Losing Her, 3. In the corner, a few maids were huddled together, polishing a cabinet at the same time, polishing it once and stealing a glance at Yin Xiaojie with their after glances, and covering their mouths with a nymphomaniacal smile. At that moment, a figure came up behind them and suddenly tapped one of the maids grimly on the shoulder. "How dare you guys be slacking off?" A few maids were startled, but luckily the trained ones didn't let out screams, and one of them lowered her head in shame. "Lisa, why are you scaring people?" One of the maids was better friends with Lisa, so she complained. Lisa smiled. "Who are you guys spying on?" The maid nudged the sofa side with her chin. "There's a guest that came in, as if he has a very special status." Butler Chi didn't say a word to the old master before he directly let him in, yet when he talked to him, he still had a gracious face. You know, to them underlings, Butler Chi was usually very majestic. Where was the cordiality? One of the maids said excitedly, "So handsome. This is the most handsome Oriental man I've ever seen. Simply handsome." Another chimed in, Yeah, I used to be uncomfortable with Oriental men, but this really charmed me." Lisa looked at them in amusement. You guys are exaggerating, aren't you? As far as being this handsome? It's not at all uncommon for people who work in such a luxurious home to literally see handsome men and women all day long. The maid nudged her. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. I guarantee you'll think it's handsome too. Lisa was in a higher position because she was Mrs. Exclusive Maid, and unlike the girls who still had to peek over their shoulders, Lisa was graciously walking over. When she walked to the front and saw In Xiaojia's front face, she froze in amazement. In Xiaojia noticed the line of sight next to him and squinted over. In that moment, Lisa met his obsidian-like eyes as if she had fallen into a field of deep stars and had a moment of disorientation. In Xiaojia's face was expressionless, clearly oblivious to this kind of gaze. He asked, "Something wrong?" Lisa reacted quickly and came back to her senses. Cursing her own rudeness in her heart, she hurriedly resumed her proper attitude and walked over with a smiling face to ask, "This young master, is it possible that this glass of water is not to your liking? Do I need to change it for you?" In Xiaojia withdrew his eyes. "No need. I'll leave you to it then," Lisa said politely and stepped back. Walking back to the maids, he was pulled back. "Lisa, isn't it handsome? Isn't it handsome?" Lisa coughed a little uncomfortably. "It is quite handsome." "Well, you guys do your work well. Don't be lazy, or else when She Butler comes over later, he will have to lecture you." "We're not lazy. It's still early. We usually do it slowly. This handsome guy seems to be here to look for Miss. You guys, he can't be Mrs. Boyfriend, right?" Regarding Mu Xiaoxiao and In Xiaojia's engagement, other than Mu Zhangbai and the housekeeper, no one else in the Mu family knew anything about it. Most likely it feels like he's a good match for the lady. He was just so cool. He was really handsome. Did you guys notice that? Looking at his face, he should be someone with a domineering personality. Domineering president or something. I like it the most. Lisa waved a hand in front of them, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 347, Fear of Losing Her, 4. Okay you guys, stop being nymphomaniacs. Be careful if housekeeper Cheese sees you. You'll be in deep. Hurry up and do something. With that, Lisa headed for the spiral staircase. At this point in the room, Mu Xiaoxiao hugged a pillow with her legs clamped together, her little face pressed against the pillow, sleeping so soundly. Originally, she couldn't sleep last night, so she was bored playing with her cell phone, because she had already decided not to go back to China. So the domestic cell phone card she lost right after she got off the plane, and replaced it with the one on the American side, WeChat or whatever. She just deleted it too. However, thinking about whether Han Qiqing would be worried about her, Mu Xiaoxiao decided that she should still give Qiqing a peace report. After all, Qiqing had really taken care of her a lot when she was in China. But Mu Xiaoxiao was quite afraid that Nanakara would annoy her and pester her about what happened. So after thinking about it, she logged on to Weibo and sent a private message to Seven Harvest, telling Seven Harvest that she had returned to the United States and that everything was safe, and asking Seven Harvest not to miss her or ask her what happened, and not to tell In Xiaojia about her news. Then Mu Xiaoxiao logged out of her account, intending not to log into this number for a while, lest she be pursued by Seven Harvest. But she was afraid of getting bored, so she registered another vest for all that gossip on Twitter, because it's a new vest. Without adding any friends, Mu Xiaoxiao sent out many tweets on a whim, all of them scolding In Xiaojia. After cursing coolly, Mu Xiaoxiao lay on the bed with her face angled up, staring blankly at the ceiling. Inexplicably, the irritation in her heart seemed to calm down, and she felt an indescribable sense of stability. Sleepiness ensued, and he slowly fell asleep, and the time on the clock on the wall read it was 2:05 in the morning. This sleep allowed Mu Xiaoxiao to sleep peacefully, unlike the time on the airplane when she had been frowning and sleeping soundly but not comfortably, despite having taken sleeping pills to get to sleep. But, after all, it was a dozen hours of sleep on an airplane, so she woke up naturally after a little over 4 hours of sleep. Hearing the footsteps outside, Mu Xiaoxiao's face on the pillow moved her eyelashes, then her eyes slowly opened. Floor-to-ceiling window side, white curtains swaying with the wind, light golden sunlight shines in, bright and clear. Mu Xiaoxiao felt her stomach grumble as she stretched. Then out of habit, he called out, "In Xiaojie, I'm so hungry." She paused before the last word could be uttered. The sad scene came back to her once more, making her heart pump violently. Mu Xiaoxiao covered her heart and breathed slowly before soothing the stabbing pain. She struggled to get all those bad memories out of her head, to put them behind her and not remember them. That guy, In Xiaojie, is a scumbag. Mu Xiaoxiao, you've already said you don't like him anymore. Then you have to do what you said. Mu Xiaoxiao rolled over and sat up violently, clenching her fists and nodding to herself. I'm hungry, so I'll eat first, then I'll go out shopping, go to my friends, have fun, and have a quickie. In Xiaojie something or other. What is it? Can't remember. Mu Xiaoxiao scooted her butt over to the nightstand, picked up the landline, and made an intercom call for her subordinate to prepare breakfast for her. Lisa waited at the door, and when she heard voices inside, she knew that the young lady was awake, so she knocked on the door. "Come in," Mu Xiaoxiao said. Chapter 348, Fear of Losing Her, 5. Lisa pushed her way in and greeted with a smile on her face. "Good morning, Mississippi." "Lisa, good morning." Mu Xiaoxiao's mood was obviously much better than last night, and her whole body seemed energized. Lisa also expressed her happiness at seeing the young lady recovered. She went up to help pick out the clothes, and while Mu Xiaoxiao was changing, she said, "There's a young master downstairs. It seems like he's looking for Miss. He came very early. Would Miss like to go down earlier to meet him?" Mu Xiaoxiao's movements paused, and her originally smiling little face slowly let go. She suddenly had a strong premonition that the person downstairs should be Yin Xiaojie. He came after the United States so quickly? Obviously said he was going to leave him behind and not recognize the man anymore. Was heartbroken about him and didn't want to see him again, but the thought of him coming after me so quickly still sent some ripples through his heart unavoidably. "Miss?" Lisa looked at the dazed Mu Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Mu Xiaoxiao came back to his senses. "Who is he? What's the name?" Lisa shook her head and said, "I don't know. It was Butler Chi who brought him in directly, without even informing the master. It looks like Butler Chi is very familiar with him. He should be an acquaintance of Miss, right?" Just by hearing this information, Mu Xiaoxiao understood that it must be Yin Xiaojie. If it was any other guest coming to the house, there was no way they wouldn't inform her father, and it was even less likely to be an ordinary guest if they could make Chibo very familiar. "It's 100% Yin Xiaojie." Mu Xiaoxiao already had a certainty in her heart, and she didn't even need to go downstairs to confirm it. She's not going down there to meet that asshole. Right. She clearly told Dad yesterday that she wouldn't let Yin Xiaojie come in. Dad also promised. How come she didn't tell the housekeeper in advance? It was actually none of them who had expected that Yin Xiaojie would come after them so quickly. After Mu Xiaoxiao changed her clothes, she hurriedly walked out of the room and headed towards Mu Zhengbai's room. Lisa followed behind and asked, "Miss, do you need me to go down and tell that young master that you'll be down soon?" "No." Mu Xiaoxiao snapped back to stop her. Lisa was startled by her loudness. Mu Xiaoxiao also nervously looked towards the end of the corridor. Afraid that her voice would not reach the living room downstairs and be heard by Yin Xiaojie, she said to Lisa, "This man is a guest I don't welcome, so you don't have to entertain him. You wait here, you don't have to go down." "Understood, miss." Although Lisa was puzzled, she didn't dare to ask more questions and obediently stood to the side and waited. Mu Xiaoxiao went up and tapped on the door. "Dad." Just as her voice mentioned it, she remembered that Yin Xiaojie was down there, so she lowered her voice and called out, "Dad." Not a moment later, Mu Zhengbai came to open the door, although it was woken up by her, but the face does not show weariness, as if it has long been awake. Eyes clear. "Tiny, you're up so early, don't you want to get some more sleep?" Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her little mouth and stomped into his room, glaring at him with an exasperated look and saying, "Daddy, you don't keep your word." Mu Zhengbai was puzzled. "What's wrong? How did I not keep my word?" Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and pointed downwards. "Yin Xiaojie is here. He's right down there. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't let him in? You quickly go and drive him away." "Xiaojie is here? So soon?" Mu Zhengbai was slightly surprised. He didn't order this matter to the housekeeper last night because he thought that Yin Xiaojie wouldn't be able to come to the US until at least today. Chapter 349, Jie Xiao and Luck, 1. I didn't expect him to come so fast. Mu Zhengbai is a person who has been there before, so he understands in his heart. It seems that Yin Xiaojie attaches great importance to Small. This also made him even more certain that between these two little guys, there must be some kind of misunderstanding that caused the current situation. Although Mu Zhengbai favors Xiao Xiao and can let her do whatever she wants, his biggest wish is still for her to be happy. And if the misunderstanding is not cleared up, then it is impossible for her to be happy. But, the corner of Mu Zhengbai's mouth pulled down. Someone caused his baby girl to break her heart, and the punishment still needs to be there. Mu Xiaoxiao exasperatedly sat down on the sofa, yanked up the cushion and hugged it in her arms, and continued to urge, "Daddy, hurry up and kick him out. Kick him out. I don't want to see him." "Fine, fine. Kick him out. How do you want to do it?" Mu Zhengbai had a posture of indulgence towards her. Mu Xiaoxiao is so annoyed right now that she's just thinking about venting her grievances on Yin Xiaojie, so she can't figure out what she should do. Mu Zhengbai sat down beside her, held her small hand, patted it and said, "Otherwise, how about this? I'll have the maid drive him out with a broom? This is okay, right?" "Aha!" Mu Xiaoxiao agreed, nodding her head. And so, Butler Chi was called upstairs, and when he came down again, he summoned all the servants. A few minutes later, the servants, one by one, stood in front of Yin Xiaojie in unison with brooms, or other tools, in hand. Yin Xiaojie frowned slightly as he looked at the situation. Butler Chi also looked at him somewhat helplessly, turning to say in a dignified tone, "Master has ordered that you are not welcome in the Mu family, so please leave." The servants behind them said together, "Please leave." Being kicked out like this was a humiliating thing for anyone, especially someone with status like In Xiaojie, and a bad treatment he had never encountered before. But In Xiaojie appeared calm, his dark eyes sullen, as if he had expected this to be the case. How much Mu Zhenbai loves Xiao Xiao, he is more than clear, especially after the death of Mu Auntie. Mu Zhenbai's doting on Xiao Xiao has doubled. In Xiaojie stood up, his deep gaze glancing upstairs. Fine, I'll leave. At least he knew one thing, Tiny should be awake and aware of his arrival. In Xiaojie took 2 steps and turned back to the housekeeper. Uncle Chi, you talk to Xiao Xiao. I'll wait for her at the door, all the way until she's willing to see me. Butler Chi, however, didn't respond in any way, just looked at him and reached out his hand to signal him to leave. In Xiaojie walked to the door and just descended the steps. Suddenly, with a crash, a large bucket of ice water fell from the sky, directly raining down from the top of his head, and in an instant, In Xiaojie's entire body was drenched, and his hair was peeled and stuck to his forehead. Anyone who was in such a state must have been quite a mess. However, In Xiaojie reached up and ran his hand through his hair upwards. His drenched black hair was messy, yet there was something indescribably sexy and seductive about it. The maids watching the scene were awestruck, their eyes staring straight into his handsome face, and then the eyes can't help but go down. The black t-shirt that In Xiaojie wore was already too wet to be true, and it clung to his body, outlining his perfect figure like a male model's. The firm chest, the 8-pack abs, which could simply make a woman fall head over heels for him. The maid looked at him almost as if she wanted to pounce. Chapter 350 Jie and Luck 2. In Xiaojie shook the water out of his hair and continued to walk out without saying anything. The maid was attracted and couldn't help but follow him, chasing after his figure. Looking at his tall and straight figure, her eyes were guilty of nymphomania. Housekeeper Chi glanced at them and coughed forcefully. Just let him go out on his own. There's no need to follow him there. The maid's soul, which had been hooked away, returned, regretfully bowing her head. But no one dared to go any further. They were all afraid of Butler Chi's majesty. Well, don't mind him. Everyone go back to your posts and get back to work. At Butler Chi's order, the maids dispersed, and even though there were still some maids who looked back at In Xiaojie step by step, they all obediently went back to their work. At this time, everyone envied the servants who were cleaning in the garden because In Xiaojie stood at the door after he walked out, so his handsome figure could be seen from the garden. It was already autumn at this time, so the temperature had dropped a lot, and standing outside like In Xiaojie, who was soaked to the bone and didn't have a lot of clothes on, would definitely freeze. The maids couldn't help but feel heartbroken as they peeked at the long figure outside. Room. Mu Xiaoxiao's bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and she fidgeted in her room, resisting the urge to visit the balcony to keep her mind off that asshole. It's just a little ice water? How cold can it get? Besides, he had a car, and once he got in it, it was warm and air-conditioned, so he wouldn't freeze at all. Of course, it's none of her business if he's too stupid to know to hide in the car. Mu Xiao has been hypnotizing herself to be a bit more hard-hearted. Even if she freezes a bit, what's the big deal? At most, it's just a cold. It won't kill her. Thinking that In Xiaojie's body is so strong, catching a cold won't hurt him, right? Knock knock. A knock on the door. Come in. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed out and said. Lisa opened the door and walked in, carrying in her hand what Mu Xiaoxiao had ordered the kitchen to do for breakfast earlier. Your breakfast, miss. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Well, put it here. Lisa then placed the plates of breakfast, one by one, on the coffee table in front of her. Noticing Mu Xiao's gaze glancing at the balcony every now and then, Lisa had been her personal maid for a few years now, so how could she not know what was on her mind? Lisa deliberately said, Miss, that young master doesn't know if he's stupid. He actually keeps standing at the door and doesn't leave, and doesn't hide inside the car. He's all wet, and it's quite cold outside. Everyone knows that he'll get sick. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to eat breakfast, pretending not to hear. Lisa was a little helpless, but it was hard to say more. Usually, the young lady's heart is the softest and the kindest. Even if she sees that the maid is sick, she will still care a few words and take the initiative to give the maid a vacation. Lisa couldn't help but wonder what that handsome young master had done to make the young lady so angry. In all the years she had been in the Mu family as a maid, she had never seen Miss be so cruel to anyone. Mu Xiaoxiao ate slowly, looking like she didn't have a great appetite. Lisa asked with some concern, Miss, is breakfast not to your liking? Should I ask the kitchen to make something else for you to eat? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, No, I'm not very hungry, just eat a little to pad my stomach. I have to go out later, and when I go out, I'll look for what I want to eat. After saying this, his eyes looked out again as if uncontrollably. Chapter 351 Jie and Luck 3. Lisa thought for a moment and said, pretending to make casual conversation, Miss, I heard the weather forecast say that it's going to cool down a lot today, so if you go out, you'd better put on a jacket and go out. she just finished speaking, and as if she suddenly thought of something, right, it seems like the weather forecast also said that it might rain. I don't know if it's raining right now, miss, if you look at the sky outside, it seems to be a bit dark as well, so it might just be raining soon. Hearing what she said, Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. After barely eating a little bit of breakfast, Mu Xiaoxiao cleaned her hands with a wet towel and stood up, her feet subconsciously going over to the balcony. Stop! She hurriedly drank herself in, her hands clenched. Mu Xiaoxiao, you can't be soft. She took a deep breath and tried to empty her mind, not to associate it with what Yin Xiaojia would do outside. Whatever he did was none of her business anymore. Mu Xiaoxiao walked towards the changing room, not long after carrying a small satchel out. After carrying it on her shoulder, she said to Lisa, arrange a car for me, go through the back door. She can't stay here any longer. Although she controlled herself from looking at Yin Xiaojia from the balcony, she found that her mind was centered around him. Besides, staying at home is too comfortable. There's nothing to fill her head. Plus that guy Yin Xiaojia is right outside. She'll be invaded by him again even if she leaves him behind like she's leaving him behind. So it's better to be out of sight, out of mind. She went out so that even if he did get caught in the rain or catch a cold, she wouldn't know about it and wouldn't have to keep thinking about him and being affected by him. Okay, I'll set it up right away. Lisa responded and left the room. After checking the contents of her bag, Mu Xiaoxiao walked out with her bag on her shoulder. She walked across the hallway, down a back staircase, and then headed further back. The servants of the Mu family had professional training, so their efficiency was very fast, and the car was ready by the time she walked to the back door. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by. Mu Xiaoxiao felt a slight chill, and the movement of drilling into the car could not help but pause. Lisa helped her cover the top of her head and, seeing her froze, called out in confusion. Miss? Mu Xiaoxiao looked back and got in the car. Lisa was about to close the door when Mu Xiao suddenly called out to her. Lisa, what is the order? Miss? Lisa asked respectfully as she put her hands over her belly. Mu Xiaoxiao's fingers moved and said, go get him a clean change of clothes. After all, the visitor is a guest. The latter explanation is obviously superfluous. If the visitors were really guests, they wouldn't have just swept them out of the door in such a disrespectful manner. Lisa smiled and nodded. Understood, miss. Aha. After Mu Xiaoxiao instructed, she felt her heart relax a bit, no longer hung up on it, and let the driver drive. The main entrance to the villa. Lisa walked quickly through the garden, carrying a set of men's casual clothes, and walked over to Yin Xiaojie. She said with great etiquette, this young master, your clothes are wet. Change into a clean one, lest you catch a cold. Yin Xiaojie didn't even look at her and said indifferently, no need. Lisa paused and had to change her story. The lady asked me to bring it here. Yin Xiaojie still didn't move and didn't answer. Lisa wondered if he didn't believe what he was saying and got a little anxious. Chapter 352 Jiexiao in Luck 4. She couldn't help but say, you don't wait here for Miss just, already went out from the back. So, you should hurry up and change into clean clothes. Otherwise if you continue to wait, you will really get sick. Yin Xiaojie heard the tiny whereabouts and his gaze then turned to her. She went out? Aha. Lisa nodded, thinking he was finally willing to take the clothes, so she handed him the clothes in her hand. Yin Xiaojie, however, didn't pick it up, but turned to open the door and got into the car. Lisa froze in place inside as she looked down at the dress in her hands. I can see that this young master cares a lot about Miss. Obviously she has said that it is Miss who ordered to bring the clothes. Then why he just refuses to take it? Lisa couldn't figure this out for the life of her and watched the limo in front of her leave the gate. Car. The driver worriedly looks at Yin Xiaojie in the rearview mirror and asks, young master, do you want me to take off my jacket for you to wear? No need. You drive slower, Yin Xiaojie said. And in a hidden compartment behind him, he took out a very thin laptop. His long legs were folded and he rested the computer on his knee, his long fingers flying over the keyboard. Soon, he hacked into the area's surveillance system. This was a wealthy neighborhood, populated by some of the most powerful people in the United States, so security was at its tightest, and cameras everywhere were unavoidable. If it were usual, it would take Yin Xiaojie a little while to hack into this very tight surveillance system, but today, he did it in just a few minutes because he was in a hurry. Though he wasn't familiar with the area and didn't know where the back door was that the maid had mentioned, but he then hacked into a US satellite and found a satellite map of the area, then deduced which back door Tiny had left through based on the distribution of roads. He pulled up the surveillance video of that road from the back end of the surveillance system, and the video time was moved forward a little, and he saw the image of Tiny getting into the car, just before reaching an intersection. Yin Xiaojie said to the driver in a deep voice, drive to the right. The driver reacted in a hurry, took the wheel and yanked into the right lane just in time. Yin Xiaojie's dark, ink-like eyes stared at the map on the computer, his wise mind deducing the Tiny whereabouts. Where would she go? but no matter where she goes, the great thing about this side of America is that there are surveillance cameras everywhere, so she won't be able to get away. Yin Xiaojie's eyes were deep and insistent. Silly girl, don't you dare leave my sight. The gray Bentley was driving down the driveway. Mu Xiaoxiao boredly looking at the traffic outside, hesitating where to go, then saw a big shopping mall in front of them. A lot of big balloons floating above the mall. It looks as if it's newly opened. By the way, she remembered, this mall was indeed new, and it hadn't even been finished before she went back to China. So it just recently opened? To be able to open in the neighborhood of rich people, it can be imagined that this mall is high-end atmosphere, targeting the high-end consumption of people. As you can tell from the advertising space on the outside walls, it's filled with counters for major brands. When Mu Xiaoxiao saw a few of her favorite brands, she became interested and ordered the driver to drive the car over. When a girl is unhappy, shopping is the best way to vent. In the past, she didn't understand, so every time she was dragged out by her friends to shop and buy, so crazy, she felt puzzled. Chapter 353, Jiexiao in Luck, 5. Is shopping that much fun? But today, she seemed to understand a little bit more. When you're in a bad mood, it's tempting to change your mood, and buying yourself something new seems like a great way to do that. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the clothes she was wearing. They weren't old, but it seemed like she bought them half a year ago. Unlike her girlfriends around her, she would never wear her clothes out of season. She must buy seasonal clothes only. Although Mu Xiaoxiao is in the super mansion, but she is not so demanding for material, for the brand is even less conscious. Just feel like it's good. Brand and so on, is not the most important. So sometimes, her friends around her think she's a freak. Mu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and planned to go on a shopping spree today, buying herself new clothes and all sorts of new things. That's right, just change out of this outfit you're wearing. She took the elevator up to the 3rd floor and found the area for teenage fashions, then looked all the way into a store, probably because it had just opened recently. The traffic here was a bit low and only a few people could be seen sporadically. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that this was quite good. With fewer people she could look a little more comfortable. She is now shopping for a brand called CG, which is a teenage fashion brand under a big international brand, and it is very expensive. A skirt will cost tens of thousands of dollars, which can really be described as expensive. As Mu Xiaoxiao walked, she slid her fingers over the clothes on the hangers, trying to see if there was anything she liked. The receptionists at such big brand counters were professionally trained, so they were especially enthusiastic and kept giving her big smiles. Mu Xiaoxiao walked in a half circle. When her head lifted up, she saw a skirt hanging in the center. Champagne-colored chiffon skirt. Simple but not too expensive. It looked very smooth to her eyes. I want to see this one. I want to see this one. Two voices said in unison. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and looked at the girl standing opposite herself. This girl was wearing a brand, but not such a high-end brand like CG. Her hair and makeup were carefully dressed, and she looked like she should be a rich lady with a good family. Her expression was haughty as she looked askance at Mu Xiaoxiao. Her eyes swept up and down, and when she saw that Mu Xiao was wearing clothes from half a year ago, the corners of her mouth tugged in contempt. Who are you? Dare to grab clothes from me? The girl said condescendingly with her arms around her chest. Mu Xiaoxiao kind of hated her attitude, hadn't wanted to compete for this dress, by the other party so provoked. Her fire also started. A man who can be taken from her, she can do without, because it's not rare anymore. But clothes were dead weight, and whoever grabbed them was the one who got them. So then she didn't want to back down. Why should she back down? She was already harboring a lot of anger in her heart and didn't want to be robbed of what was hers again. Mu Xiaoxiao proudly skimmed her lips, her temperament not losing at all as she looked askance at the other party. This dress is what I fancy. It should be what I have to say. You don't want to snatch the dress from me. She wasn't a kitten to be bullied by just anyone. The girl didn't expect her to be such a tugger, and had looked at her petite form and assumed she was a good bully. I saw it first. On the side, the receptionist looked at the two with difficulty and said, "Two young ladies, I am sorry. This dress is a limited model. Only this one, although other branches also have it, but it is not on the shelves for the time being. Only our branch has it. So two young ladies, which one of you wants it?" Chapter 354, I'm being bullied, 1. Of course it's me. The girl held her chin high and addressed the receptionist directly. Mu Xiaoxiao's posture was much more noble, looking at the receptionist and saying, "I'll take this one. Take it down. I'll buy it if I change it directly." You dash. The female was furious, and just then her cell phone rang. She hurriedly picked up and said in a whiny voice, "Honey, come over quickly. I'm being bullied. Didn't you say that you'd let me just pick out a dress and you'd buy it for me as a birthday present? Who knew that there is a... Who actually dares to snatch it from me?" Mu Xiaoxiao heard this conversation and smiled contemptuously. Obviously this girl couldn't afford the clothes in this store and had to beg the man to buy them for her. Mu Xiaoxiao took out her wallet from her bag, opened it, and wanted to take out her card from it to pay the bill directly, but her hand stopped. There was only one card in the wallet, the subsidiary card that Yin Xiaojia had given her. Her other cards are in a drawer at home and she hasn't taken them out to put them in her purse yet. Mu Xiaoxiao was angry with herself. How could she have made such a cheap mistake? What now? She didn't have her card with her and there were very few dollars in her wallet. Not enough to buy the dress. Was she, once again, going to watch another woman take what she wanted? Mu Xiaoxiao's heart couldn't help but tingle and clog up. She's not happy about it. She's not happy about it. In fact, she could have called her dad and asked him to get someone to send the card over. But if you call again at this time, you will definitely be ridiculed by the other party. So Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't really want to do that. Whatever, let's grab this dress first. Mu Xiaoxiao knew that the girls didn't have enough money, so she said to the receptionist in a domineering manner, "I'll pay double the price." The girl froze, became anxious, and scolded. "How could you use such dirty tactics?" Mu Xiaoxiao smiled at her and said, "Then you can offer 3 times the price. Dare you?" The female was so angry that the top of her head was smoking, and she glared at Mu Xiaoxiao with a deadly glare. She couldn't afford the original price, let alone pay it back triple. Although her boyfriend did promise to give her a dress for her birthday, triple would be too expensive and her boyfriend would definitely not be willing to do that. Just then, the girl suddenly saw a figure outside and froze. Then a vicious thought flashed through her mind, and the corner of her mouth raised in a calculating arc. The girl looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and suddenly said in a nice voice, "We are all big girls. How ugly it is to fight and grab. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you win me, I'll let you have the clothes. How about it?" Mu Xiaoxiao didn't understand why her attitude changed so quickly. She followed the girl's line of sight and looked outside, and saw a handsome, tall figure, a handsome foreign man with brown hair. When she saw the other party's familiar side face, Mu Xiaoxiao froze and the corner of her mouth lifted up in a smile. What a savior she is! Just then, the girl smiled a little sinisterly and said, "See that handsome guy outside? I've seen him before and am interested in him. If you can help me get his cell phone number, then I'll take that as a win for you. How about it?" When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this from her, she pursed her lips tightly so that she didn't let herself laugh out loud. The girl saw her shoulders shaking and thought she was afraid, and smiled even more triumphantly. "What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, you can just admit defeat. If you lose, you have to pay for me. And this skirt belongs to me too." Chapter 355, I'm being bullied, too. Mu Xiaoxiao pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why would you suddenly make such a suggestion? It's a bit strange." The girl panicked a little, afraid that she had seen through her ruse, and hurriedly said, "I just want to settle this matter peacefully, and even if I lose, I can still get that handsome guy's phone number. There's no loss." After saying that, she hooked the corner of her mouth grimly. "But it also depends on whether you have the life to ask for the number from that person's hands. The handsome guy outside is called William. Girls know him because he is the man of the hour in the first noble school, but his personality is weird and elusive. I heard that many girls who tried to seduce him got a terrible lesson, and some were disfigured. Anyway, everyone rumored that he was vicious in his methods, and the girls gradually dared not approach him." The girl asked Mu Xiaoxiao to ask William for his cell phone number, playing this kind of calculation, wanting to see Mu Xiaoxiao suffer. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the comical way she was explaining herself and just felt funny. Mu Xiaoxiao confidently hooked up the corner of her mouth. "Alright, a bet is a bet, but I think I'm a bit of a loser. Why should I pay for you if I lose? While you only need to let me have the dress if you lose? Then if I lose, I'll pay for you too. So that's okay too." The girl didn't believe she would lose. Any girl who dared to approach William would suffer terrible consequences. Even if Mu Xiaoxiao could be safe and sound, it's impossible to ask for a cell phone number. Thinking that she won and didn't have to spend any money to buy this brand of dresses, and when she wore it to class, it would definitely attract countless envious gazes, the girl's heart was dejectedly smiling. Mu Xiaoxiao snapped her fingers. "Then it's a deal. Then hurry over there or he'll be gone." The girl had her arms wrapped around her chest, waiting to see what would happen to her. Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and forced a smile. How much did she want to just tell the girls that she had his cell phone number in her cell phone and didn't even need to ask for it? But it's always a good idea to pretend. Mu Xiaoxiao took a catwalk towards William, this handsome guy in front. "I want to ask you for a cell phone number. I wonder if it's possible," she deliberately said in a whiny voice. William was leaning against the railing as if he were waiting for someone with a slightly impatient expression. Hearing a voice behind him, he frowned and turned back just as he was about to ferret the nymphomaniac away. Who knew that when he turned around and met Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes, a smile instantly appeared on his handsome face. "When did you come back?" His eyes contained a smile as he stepped forward, and his long arm wrapped around Mu Xiao's shoulders. Mu Xiaoxiao poked his chest. "It's in the middle of a play. Cooperate. Acting out?" William narrowed his pretty green eyes, his eyes glancing behind her to see a girl, nervously focusing on this side. "What are you up to, you girl?" Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her little mouth, her eyebrows downward, and made a pitiful look and said, "I'm being bullied." William looked like he heard some kind of joke. "Our Miss Mu, can she still be bullied?" Mu Xiaoxiao also seriously nodded his head, as if with aggrieved eyes, said, "It is that girl with me to grab clothes, robbed me, then proposed to bet with me. I only need to ask you to the cell phone number even if you win." William immediately understood. The corners of his mouth chilled. She's quite the calculator then. Chapter 356, I'm being bullied. 3. William was also slightly aware of his notoriety at other schools, and while he hadn't done certain things, he didn't bother to explain anything, and it just happened to be less of a hassle for him, which was fine by him. William clenched his fists and was about to walk over there, looking like he wanted to teach the girl a lesson. That girl was startled to see him in this situation, and thought that Mu Xiaoxiao had given herself up, causing the two to suffer together, so she turned around and had to run. Mu Xiao didn't want William to hit a girl, but before she could stop him, she saw the girl trying to run away. "No way, how can we let her get away?" So Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly yelled to William, "Quickly chase after her, don't let her get away." "Yes, sir." William wickedly hooked the corner of his mouth, and his long legs ran out in a mischievous manner, like an arrow off the string, with incredible speed. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled her leg to follow up as well, lest he grabbed someone and directly punched them. This dude doesn't know what it means to be a gentleman. Women get beat up. The girl didn't run 2 steps before she saw her boyfriend and the two almost collided. "Honey, what happened to you? Didn't you say you were going to buy a dress?" the boy asked in disbelief. "What are you still buying? You're going to die. Run." It was then that the boys felt a powerful aura coming their way and turned their heads to see William running their way. At this time, it was impossible to run. William stopped in front of them with an arrow step, skimming his lips and coldly grunting, "Want to run? No one has run in front of me yet." The girl was shaking with fear and hid behind her boyfriend, tugging nervously at his shirt. "Young Master William, it's none of my business. Don't believe what that girl said. She was the one who wanted to hit on you. I don't even know her." The boys shivered as well, nodding in agreement. Yeah, young Master William, we really don't know her." William sneered at them. "Shut up you guys, you have no business knowing my baby." The girl was flabbergasted by this statement. What did it mean? She and her boyfriend looked at each other in disbelief. When Mu Xiaoxiao followed, William asked her with his arms wrapped around his chest in a domineering manner, "Baby, what do you want to do with the two of them?" The girl's eyes stared blankly at Mu Xiaoxiao, staggered. It turned out that she and young Master William knew each other? Mu Xiaoxiao slowly walked over to William's side, a smug smile on her delicate little face as she smirked at the girl and said, "You lost." The girl was speechless. "It's obvious that you and young Master William know each other." But then, remembering his earlier calculations, he was speechless. The girl said timidly, "So, what do you want?" Mu Xiaoxiao spread her hands, shrugged her shoulders and said, "Willingness to gamble and accept defeat. What else do you want?" Thinking of the terms of the bet, the girl's face swished white and cried, "I don't have that much money." The girl tugged at her boyfriend and whispered something in his ear. Anyway, her boyfriend had promised her to pick anyone for her birthday, so let's just pretend she picked this one. When my boyfriend heard the price, his eyes bulged out in shock. "So expensive." Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her finger. "You seem to have forgotten, right? I just said that I'll buy it for twice the price, so you'll have to pay twice the price." Chapter 357, I'm being bullied. 4. As soon as he heard that he had to pay so much, his boyfriend balked and yelled, "It's so expensive. It's a robbery. I swiped my dad's card too. I can't swipe this much. My dad will kill me." Mu Xiaoxiao smiled affectionately at him and said, "Don't worry. I didn't say I'd let you pay for it. It's not like you're the one who made the bet with me." At these words, the girl's face turned even whiter, tugging her boyfriend's clothes tightly, hiding behind a dead weight, and saying juggling, "I don't have any money, even if you beat me to death. I don't have that much money." William raised an eyebrow and wrapped his long arm around Mu Xiao's shoulders, a vile smile on his handsome face. "There's no money. There's money to be made by selling, and I've got all the access I need to sell my flesh, or my organs." The girl was so scared that her legs went weak and cried out, "Don't, young Master William. I didn't know you knew this young lady. I was just joking with her. I really can't take that much money." "Cut the crap." William droned with a bored expression. He was most annoyed with women yelling like that. The shrillness of their voices was hard on his ears. The girl tugged at her boyfriend with a death grip, while he pushed her away in disgust. "You've caused your own trouble. You'll have to bear it yourself. I just said I'd give you a birthday present. I didn't say I'd give you something so expensive." "Ooh, what then?" William didn't bother with the bull and just reached out to the girl and said, "Get your wallet out." With trembling hands, the girl pulled her wallet out of her purse and handed it to him. William rummaged through his wallet, ignoring the cash and instead pulling out a couple of credit cards inside. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. So many credit cards? At a glance, there are more than 5 of them. William smiled a wicked smile. Swipe it all to overdraft. I can't believe I don't have enough money. As soon as she heard this, the girl's entire body went limp with a lifeless look on her face. So, after a few minutes had passed and the card had been swiped, William let the couple go. He sat on the couch and waited with his legs crossed. Not long after, Mu Xiaoxiao came over after changing her clothes, her little face full of bright smiles, carrying her skirt in front of him and spinning around. How was it? Is it good? William gave her a thumbs up. Looking good. Baby, you really look good in everything. As Mu Xiaoxiao listened to him call himself this way, she wondered if it was because she had been back in China for a while, so she was a little out of sorts for a while, but now that she had returned to her old feelings, it made her feel as if she had never left. Well, just go. Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to want the clothes she changed out of and just threw them away. William held out his arm for her to take hold of and scan the rest of the store's clothes. Just this one? Don't you want to see the rest? Mu Xiaoxiao looked around. Actually, some of the styles are not bad. Then take another look. It's rare to accompany you, and I don't know when the next time will be, so take a look around more and buy what you like. He saw that the clothes in this store were still good. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and said mournfully, or forget it, I forgot to bring my card. William looked at her askance with a smile and said, am I not there? I'm so happy to see you back. Just pick out what you see. I'll pay for it. Really? Mu Xiaoxiao grinned. With William's level of wealth, this money spent was really nothing, so she wouldn't be polite with him. Oh, buy it, as long as you're happy. Chapter 358, I'm being bullied, 5. So William put his arm around her and browsed through which racks of clothes were available as if he were taking a walk. He let the shopper take out the ones that Mu Xiaoxiao looked at a few more times, and he let the shopper take out the ones that he thought were suitable for Mu Xiaoxiao. Before I knew it, there were a dozen or so dresses picked out. Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, so much? I don't even want to try. The thought of having to try them on piece by piece made her want to give up on therapy. William chuckled from the sidelines. What's the point of trying them on? Just have them sent to your house and try them on piece by piece when you're bored at home. Then he snapped his fingers and called the receptionist over. The smile on the shopper's face was almost ear to ear as she curtly called out, young Master William, what can I do for you? These are all wrapped up and sent to one place. Then, pulled out his card. The shopper took the card respectfully, rushed to the checkout, and then took down the address to which it was to be delivered. It was only when the two walked out that Mu Xiaoxiao remembered and asked, William, how did you end up here? He's obviously not a big fan of shopping, so how could he be at the mall? Mentioning this, William had a displeased look on his face and spat out. I was dragged out by those women at home to accompany them to go shopping. It really depressed me, so I took advantage of their lack of attention and hurriedly escaped. I didn't expect to meet her just in time. This time it was William who asked her, by the way, why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back? Ask everyone out. Celebrate. Everyone misses you. Mu Xiaoxiao's little face suddenly sank, remembering something sad. William, why don't you hold off on telling everyone about my return? Did something happen? William asked in a serious manner as he stopped and gazed at her expression. This girl's little face couldn't hide her emotions, so it was obvious at a glance that something was wrong with her. What should I say? That she fell out of love? That she had her heart broken by her childhood friend? In fact, in front of William, Mu Xiaoxiao didn't feel that there was anything unspeakable. William was one of her closest friends. The tacit understanding and friendship between the two of them was something that didn't need words to describe. On the other hand, Yin Xiaojie also arrived in this mall. He asked his driver to wait outside. He entered the mall himself and went to the men's clothing section first, changing himself into a clean outfit. Only then did he start looking for Tiny figures in this huge mall. As he walked, he had a strong intuition that Tiny was here, not far from him. In fact, Yin Xiaojie wasn't a person who believed in heart-to-heart, but at this moment, he couldn't help but believe it, going along with his instincts. In the distance, he saw a petite figure, a back that was all too familiar to him, but he paused in his footsteps as he saw that the woman was being held in the arms of a tall and straight teenager, the two of them in an intimate gesture that should have made them a couple. Then it can't be Tiny. However, Yin Xiaojie couldn't control his legs and took a step towards that side. His heart sank when he saw the side of Mu Xiao's face. It's really her. Like a lurking panther, Yin Xiaojie's eyes sharply locked onto them as his long legs quickly walked over. William, who was talking to Mu Xiaoxiao, suddenly felt a murderous aura, and pushed Mu Xiaoxiao away when the wind of the fist just swung over, holding the incoming fist with his palm. Chapter 359, He's my boyfriend. 1. Who are you? Who are you? Both of them shouted angrily at the same time, their eyes facing each other as if they could see fierce sparks in the air. Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Yin Xiaojie, how did you know I was here? Yin Xiaojie reached out and just grabbed her arm, his deep black eyes gazing into hers, forcing back his anger and saying to her in a domineering manner, come with me. No, Mu Xiaoxiao twisted her hand, trying to shake him off. Xiaoxiao, stop for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xiaoxiao was snatched away. William pulled Tiny to his side and shielded him, looking at Yin Xiaojie askance. Who are you? Yin Xiaojie looked at him very unfavorably and said sternly. And who are you? I'm talking to my woman. None of your business. The thought of this guy holding Tiny in his arms just now, and now, too, in a protective stance, how it looked like an eyesore, made a wave of anger well up in him. You woman? William grunted and looked sideways at Tiny and asked. Tell me, baby, is he telling the truth, that you're his woman? As soon as Yin Xiaojie heard him address Xiaoxiao, the veins at the corners of his forehead flared up. Baby? He hadn't even called Tiny that. What the hell is this guy's relationship with Tiny? A thought that flashed out from Yin Xiaojie's mind. It cannot be. That Xiaoxiao had said before. The only boyfriend she had dated, right? Yin Xiaojie looked at William with even more chilling eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at Yin Xiaojie with eyes like she was looking at a stranger as she deliberately wrapped her arms around William. Then shaking his head, he said, No, why is this man talking nonsense? I'm nothing to him. William's eyes swept up and looked at her, probably realizing what was going on. He smiled a sexy smile, wrapped his long arms around her, and deliberately asked, So tell him who I am to you? Yin Xiaojie looked at the two of them and couldn't help but hold his breath. His gaze, locked onto Mu Xiao's small face, waited for her answer. How could Mu Xiaoxiao not know what William meant? She looked at Yin Xiaojie and deliberately said, William, is my boyfriend. Did you hear me clearly? When she was done, she turned around and walked away, pulling William with her. Ignore him, let's go. Yin Xiaojie's entire body seemed to freeze in place, his gaze staying locked on her figure, unwilling to move away even a little bit. Is she telling the truth? At this moment, Yin Xiaojie felt the stabbing pain of his heart. He took a deep breath, as if to ease the sharp pain in his heart, and suddenly wondered if Xiaoxiao felt the same way he did at the moment when he was sad. No, it should hurt even more than he does now, because at that time, she must have misunderstood that he kissed in Jixin, or else she wouldn't have suddenly run back to the United States. Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but think how he would feel if what he had just seen was the image of Xiaoxiao kissing this boy. Just thinking about the image of that, Yin Xiaojie's eyes became scarlet and filled with killing intent. He'll kill any man who dares to kiss her. Mu Xiaoxiao followed William to his sports car. William turned his head to observe her expression and realized that on her small face, the smile had long since disappeared, and in those normally bright and clear eyes was what was left of pain and loss. Hey, you like him don't you? He asked bluntly. Chapter 360, he's my boyfriend, too. Mu Xiaoxiao's lips trembled and her eyes slowly got wet. She didn't say anything but nodded. William narrowed his eyes and speculated again. He broke your heart? That's why you came back, isn't it? Mu nodded as her small eyes turned to tears. William sighed as he watched her in this state, and with a dominating swoop of his long arm, he wrapped her around so that her head rested on his shoulder. Cry if you want to. Why hold back? Mu Xiaoxiao's voice choked and said, I have already cried a lot yesterday. I don't want to cry anymore. She said she doesn't want to cry for Yin Xiaojie anymore since she said she doesn't want to like him anymore. William let out a low curse and said in exasperation, No wonder when I saw you just now, I always felt as if your eyes were a little swollen, and there was so much blood in them. So I was right. So how much did this girl cry? Mu Xiaoxiao's voice muffled. Last night, with an ice pack for a long time, or more swollen. There is no way to see people. William rubbed her head. Want me to take it out on you? Get someone to beat him up? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. Besides, Yin Xiaojie's body is so powerful that he can't beat him up. Well, tell me again what you want to do. I'll do it all for you. Now what? What do you want to do? Do you want to go somewhere and cry? Or do we want to go somewhere and eat? Eat your favorite strawberry cake? William asked as he lifted her little face and pinched her tender cheeks. In the past, when she heard about strawberry cake, Mu Xiao's eyes would light up and all her worries would be swept away. However, she was unmoved now and just shook her head again and said, I don't want to eat. William let go of her, padded over to her side, strapped her in, and started the sports car. Then we'll just wander around and you can tell me where you want to go. Aha! William had been driving for a few minutes when his green eyes glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed the black sedan following closely behind him. He said to Mu Xiaoxiao, That guy, he's following us. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard what he said, she glanced behind her and saw the black sedan as well, only she wasn't sure if it was Yin Xiaojie. It doesn't have to be him. Just now she had noticed how hard Yin Xiaojie's face looked when she had said that William was her boyfriend. Maybe he was disappointed in her and had already left? Mu Xiaoxiao's mood inexplicably lost again. William ticked the corner of his mouth. Try it and see. Baby, you sit tight. He turned the car into a road with fewer cars, followed by 7 more turns, and if it had been an ordinary car, he would have lost it long ago. But as he drove into the main road, he did see the black sedan again. William had just made a point of memorizing the license plate, so there was no mistaking it. Looks like he's still pretty obsessed with you. William laughed. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't tell what she was feeling, so she didn't say anything. Her mind was a bit messed up. She couldn't help but wonder what Yin Xiaojie would say to herself if she gave him a chance to talk to her alone. That he's just playing around with Angela? Or was he just trying to test how much he liked Jixin? In fact, Mu Xiaoxiao is not unaware of how much Yin Xiaojie cares about her. But, her heart is very small. She does not want to be one of them. Chapter 361, He's My Boyfriend, 3. Thinking about Yin Xiaojie's strange behavior when he saw Ngxin that night, and how he took care of Ngxin, even giving her the clothes he gave her, and letting Ngxin live in an apartment under his name. All of these various things showed that Jixin had a special place in his heart. It didn't matter how much he liked Jixin, whether it was more or less than himself. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she didn't even want him anymore, because that's not the kind of love she wants. She wants something unique, something that's not her. She hated it, having to steal him from another woman. Even if Yin Xiaojie's heart and Jixin only accounted for 1 point of his liking, and he himself accounted for 99 points, but this is all incomplete. Mu Xiaoxiao knows that she is a bit paranoid, too cleansed about her feelings and pursues too much perfection, but since it wasn't what she wanted, she didn't want it, and that was her truest thought. Although, she still misses him very much in her heart, it was something she had no control over for the moment, and she didn't know what to do about it. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply and said to William, "Just dump him, I don't want to see him." After dissecting what she wanted from her relationship, it also made her spit on the hesitation she had just experienced. What if we give him a chance to explain? He finally confirmed that he liked her more. So what? She doesn't want it. If she didn't like it 100%, she didn't want it. William gave her a look and nodded. Yes, sir. However, he tried several times, using professional anti-tracking techniques, but was unsuccessful in getting rid of Yin Xiaojie. William felt a twinge of amusement and laughed. He's not bad. No wonder you like him. There aren't many cars in the world that he can't get rid of. Needless to say, although the guy broke a small heart, he gained a little appreciation for him. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at William. Are you praising him? At this time, you should be on my side and help me scold him. Fine, fine. Swear for you. How do you want to swear? I'm well versed in swearing in all languages. William laughed. Mu Xiaoxiao was amused by him. Forget it, just get rid of him. It's a bit annoying to keep following. That way if Yin Xiaojie followed her everywhere she went, then she would really be annoyed. But she was also incredulous. How on earth did Yin Xiaojie know she was in that mall? Did he have heavenly eyes or something? It was almost too much to think about. For the first time, she felt that she did not understand Yin Xiaojie. So it turns out that Yin Xiaojie also has such an inscrutable side. William took the wireless headset out of the drawer, put it on, and made a call. After speaking for a few minutes, he hung up. Mu Xiaoxiao was just immersed in her own thoughts and didn't notice what he just said on the phone. So she asked, "What now?" "Quickly done," William said with a confident smile. Mu Xiaoxiao was also quite curious about what method he would use to get rid of Yin Xiaojie. William pulled onto the highway and crossed the drawbridge. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around. "Where are you driving to? Out of the suburbs? Get rid of him soon, then take you somewhere for a bit of fun and make sure you're in a good mood." As soon as William's words were out of his mouth, he turned into a secluded road. Suddenly, a black car pulls out from the side and hits the crossbar in the middle of the road as their sports car passes. Chapter 362, He's My Boyfriend, 4. William snapped his fingers and said smugly, "Look at that." Mu Xiaoxiao curiously looked back, just in time to see Yin Xiaojie's car, almost brutally overbearing, directly crashing through the car blocking the middle of the road. She froze. Yin Xiaojie, this guy. This kind of thing is really something he can do. He's catching up again. William whistled appreciatively. Not bad. It's got personality. I like it. Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a blank look and said unhappily, "Why are you praising him again? He's our enemy now, okay? He's the enemy. Relax," laughed William. "That's what makes it fun. I haven't had such a great opponent in a long time. Can't you make me happy too?" Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed at him. "Then you quickly find a way to get rid of him. I have a plan B." William smiled mysteriously. When they reached another intersection, 4 cars suddenly appeared from behind, close behind Yin Xiaojie, slowly catching up, with one driving in front of Yin Xiaojie, 2 side by side, and one blocking Yin Xiaojie's back. The situation now was that Yin Xiaojie was caught in the middle like a sandwich. William glanced askance at the rearview mirror and hooked up his mouth and said, "That move is the best, and I'll count him as good if he still manages to avoid it." Mu Xiaoxiao looked behind her somewhat nervously and asked worriedly, "Nothing will happen, right?" "No, it'll be a car accident at most," William said teasingly. "That's a nice car he's got. He won't get hurt." It was only after that the 4 cars he had arranged for were on the move. The 2 on the left and right slammed hard into Yin Xiaojie's car. again and again, hard. The car in front of him is just blocking in Shaoji's path, forcing him to slow down, as if he had already seen the end. William whistled and reminded her, hold on tight, baby, here we go. Then he slammed on the gas and the sports car sped off. The streamlined sports car pulled up to the edge of the harbor. The car door opened and Mu Xiaoxiao got out of the car, reaching above her eyes because the sunlight was a bit harsh. What are we doing here? She was pulled along by William, toward the front. Just half an hour ago, they had successfully ditched in Shaoji's car, and then William turned the car around and drove it here to the harbor to drive. Did he want to take her sailing? In fact, these friends of theirs would drive a yacht out to sea for fun during the week. This kind of party is very popular on the American side. A line of people drive the yacht to the sea, party, sunbathe, play around, and fish, so that they can play for a day, and sometimes they will spend the night on the yacht. Mu Xiaoxiao knew that William had several yachts in this harbor, large and small, and could sail whichever he liked. William is a total hedonist. However, instead of a yacht, William takes her on a speedboat. Of course Mu Xiaoxiao wouldn't worry about him selling himself out, so she got on the speedboat with him without suspicion. Puzzled, she asked, just a ride on the ocean? Might as well take the yacht out then. At least there's a place to rest, William said mysteriously as he urged her to hold on. That said, take you somewhere fun. You're guaranteed to be surprised. Mu Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued by him. What exactly is it? Don't whet my appetite, okay? Chapter 363, He's My Boyfriend, 5. Soon. Sit tight. You'll see when we get there. William wore sunglasses and had a handsome pose as he piloted the speedboat as if he were flying over the sea. Ah, will you slow down? Mu Xiaoxiao screamed out, feeling as if she was being thrown up. It just wobbled and flew all the way. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly got tired and finally heard him say, almost there. Look ahead yourself. What's in front? Mu Xiaoxiao depressed. This side is all sea and there is no island. What can there be When she looked over and saw the behemoth in front of her, her entire body froze. Cruise ship? The speedboat made a handsome turn and brushed past the side of the cruise ship. Mu Xiaoxiao was so scared that she hurriedly grabbed hold of it, expecting to crash, and her heart shook a few times. You want to scare me to death, don't you? Just off the side of the cruise ship, she saw the name of the luxury cruise ship, Princess Anel. Anel? Isn't that his sister's name? Why is this cruise ship in Anel's name? She couldn't help but ask out loud. William looked over at her and smiled. This one is named after her. Ah, my family's property. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the luxury cruise ship in front of her with her head held high. It was almost like a small mountain. It was not even visually possible to see how high it was. William pulled the speedboat up to the entrance and was soon greeted by someone who lowered a ladder for them to go up. Young Master William. The others shouted respectfully. Aha. William nodded. Of course, Mu Xiaoxiao knows that his family is very rich, but not very clear to what extent is rich. To know, can have a cruise ship so luxurious? That really is not the general power and influence can do. Puzzled, she asked, what did you bring me here for? William explained to her that there was a mansion banquet started up here, almost gathering the entire United States of America's powerful and influential people, open for 3 days in a row. There will be a lot of interesting activities, so he thought to bring her to have some fun. Mu Xiaoxiao had heard her father mention this kind of mansion banquet before. It is only for the top mansions to attend, in order to draw close to each other, and can facilitate a lot of business here. Originally, Dad had wanted to bring her to them, but she had little interest in banquets or anything else, thinking they were too boring and she didn't know many people, so she refused to come every time. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed in her heart. If she let her father know that she had rejected him so many times but came with her friend, I guess her father would be jealous, right? William pulled her through the plywood and inside, explaining to her, as he did so, how big the cruise ship was. There are a total of 100 suites, 10 restaurants alone, which can serve cuisines from different countries, a movie theater, a library, a performance hall, and so on, and even a huge casino. And at the top of the building is a golf course, a tennis court, a swimming pool, and so on. All in all, it's just like a luxury neighborhood that's incredibly large. And for a cruise ship of this size, only a few hundred guests are invited at a time. So those who can be invited are those who have a significant position in the United States. William said, by the way, there's the auction house. There's an auction tonight. I don't think you've seen it before, right? I'll take you to have some fun. And if you fancy anything, just tell me and buy it for you. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile when she heard him being so grandiose and flirted. How expensive are they to buy for me? Yay for auctions, who knows how high they'll go. Chapter 364, You're the Best to Me, 1. And the ones who came were all the powerful nobles, so I thought I knew that the ones that would be put up for auction wouldn't be cheap things. Buy. Brother has money. William angled his handsome face and said very arrogantly. Mu Xiaoxiao shook his hand as if she was petulant. Brother, You're too rich. Do you still need a sister in your family? Why don't I become your sister? William laughed and pinched her nose. That's fine with me, but you're the apple of your father's eye in his hands. Do you think he'd want that? Besides, his family did have money, but her family wasn't bad either. Only this girl doesn't even seem to know how powerful her family is, right? Mu Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue, completely imagining that her father would be furious if he heard her say that. William took her to wash her face before taking her to eat in the dining room. Without realizing it, it was almost noontime. What do you want to eat? He asked. It's all right, Mu Xiao said, looking around the restaurant. It seemed to be a Chinese restaurant, and the aroma of the food she smelled was familiar to her. You went back to China before? Are you used to the food? Get used to we are at home. Also eat Chinese food more. How can not get used to? Right. I went back to have a meal of that Cantonese morning tea. I like it so much. It's a pity that it's not that authentic in the US. Mentioning this, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think of the hot spring villa she went to earlier. And what happened at the hot spring villa? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes have emotions fluctuating. Did not continue to say. Only William did not turn around. So did not notice too. Chinese food then? He asked. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head faintly, without the excitement she had just shown. Well, Chinese food is fine. I'm suddenly craving for soup. The two men found a seat and the head of the restaurant himself came over. What would you like to eat, Master William? William pushed the menu to Mu Xiao. You order. I'm not familiar with Chinese food. Mu Xiaoxiao casually ordered a few dishes and a soup. William snapped his fingers, called the waiter, and ordered something. Mu Xiaoxiao was looking down and thinking about things when she saw a pink object being moved in front of her. When she looked at it, it was actually strawberry cake. Why don't you eat a little first? It seems like Chinese food is slow to cook. You should be hungry, right? William said. Mu Xiaoxiao moved to look at him. William, you are so considerate. William looked at her askance and reached up to nudge her forehead. Heartless little thing. Do you think I'm this considerate to anyone? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head like a little chicken pecking at rice and said in a soft voice. I know. You're the best to me, La. William reached out and stroked her head. So yeah, get your spirits back up and don't look so wilted that it makes me sick to look at you. The Mu Xiaoxiao he knew should be a vibrant and energetic young girl who was quirky, not a lost girl who looked like she had lost her soul. William could feel that this girl had put deep feelings for the guy just now. Right? How deeply you like it. How much it hurts when you get your heart broken. It was something he knew all too well and so didn't want to see her go through it as well. He couldn't help but ask curiously. You and that guy, I don't think you've known each other for a while, have you? Thinking that she had only been back to the Chinese side for a month or so, even if she liked it more, she couldn't have let go of that deep of feelings all at once. Mu Tiny didn't really want to talk about it, but William was her best friend and tried so hard to make her happy. Chapter 365, You're the best to me, too. So she said, I and he is a childhood friend. Our two families are family friends. From the time I was born, we two have known each other, and our childhood relationship is also very good. Often play together, only I later came to the United States. So that's how. William mused. No wonder the girl had fallen so deep. Mu Xiaoxiao was forking the cake and eating it when suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder with a little too much force, causing her to almost fall into the cake. Yo, it's Mu Xiaoxiao. I said, who is it that can make my cousin bring it up specially? A sultry, whiny voice sounded from behind her. Hearing this annoying voice, Mu Xiaoxiao didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Mu Xiaoxiao slapped the table and turned back to look askance at Betty. I don't seem to know you well, do I? You don't need to greet me so cordially. Betty is also attending Tiny school in the United States, which happens to be in the same grade, but she is not as popular as Tiny, and is often unintentionally robbed of the limelight by Tiny, so she has always hated Tiny. Although Betty was William's cousin and William was very close to Tiny, that didn't make it possible for them to be friends. Mu Tiny never actively messed with anyone, but Betty would all come around and mess with her a little every now and then. But with William around, Betty was at best a prickly talker, and wouldn't dare do anything too much to Tiny. Yet it also made Betty hate Tiny even more. Why should her cousin, whom she tried so hard to please, become good friends with a girl she hated? And William was so good to Tiny, so good that Betty was often jealous. Betty said with a smile on her face, You're my cousin's best friend, so of course I'm going to greet you cordially. Or what if you say something bad about me in front of my cousin? William had a pivotal position in their family, and was almost the new heir the family had decided on, so there was absolute power of speech, and a casual word from him could make Betty's life difficult. In their family, the younger ones were trying to pull William's strings, trying to curry favor with him, and Betty wanted it so bad that she didn't dare to go too far in front of William no matter how much she hated Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao spread her hands and said with a smile, I've never been concerned about insignificant people, so you can rest assured on that point. The implication of those words was to show that she, Betty, was an irrelevance in Mu Xiao's eyes. not even qualified enough to let her speak ill of her. Betty's face all of a sudden did not look good, but in the way of William was there, and did not dare to do anything to Mu Xiaoxiao, but could only endure, with words to counterattack back. Mu Xiaoxiao, I heard your family went bankrupt, so didn't you go back to your backward China? Why did you come back to America? Is it just now that you're thinking of hugging my cousin's thighs and raking in some money? Mu Xiaoxiao slightly pressed down her eyebrows. When did my family go bankrupt? Where did you hear that from? She looked over at William curiously, since he was in the same school they were in, only in a higher grade than she was, but there was information in the school that he should know about, right? William was amused as well, spreading his hands in confusion. I've never heard of it either. The Mu family is bankrupt? It's just a big joke. However, his bad-brained cousin, who had no idea how powerful Mu Xiaoxiao's family really was the only one who would say such a stupid thing? Chapter 366, You're the best for me, 3. Betty looked at her and realized she had received the wrong message and was a little miffed. Why isn't it really bankrupt? How wonderful it would be if it were true. She hated seeing Mu Xiaoxiao being happy all day long, as if she never had any worries. It was simply disgusting to look at her. Mu Xiao stood up abruptly, locked eyes with Betty, pointed her finger at her nose, and said warningly, I don't like to hear your prejudiced words. What backward China? Have you ever been to China? Do you realize how powerful China is now? You're a frog at the bottom of a well. I say Betty, as a girl, it's not just about buying bags and brands all day long. Your eyes should be enlarged a little bit too, or else your mind will become narrow too. Betty's face was green and purple. Who are you to lecture me? Who do you think you are? It's only through my cousin's connections that you're able to come to such a posh occasion. Otherwise, you'd never have a chance in your life. Mu Xiaoxiao snorted, not bothering to talk to her. It's very easy to argue with someone who was brain dead. It's very easy to have their IQ pulled down by the other person. Betty. William frowned, his voice turning stern. When did you become so undisciplined? I now think that you should go home and take another etiquette class. Such manners are not enough to come to a formal occasion like this. Betty panicked at that. Don't, cousin, I was just joking with her. It was rare for her to have the opportunity to come to such a luxurious occasion, and she didn't want to lose the chance to make friends with the top people from all walks of life in the United States. Mu Xiaoxiao grimaced twice. This joke, it's not funny at all. William gave her a look, then said to Betty, apologize. Betty's face went white. I didn't mean it. I don't want to apologize. Cousin, who is your cousin? Why do you net protect outsiders? Well, you all hate me. I'll go. All right? If she continued to stay, she might really have to apologize to Mu Xiaoxiao, so she panicked and hurried away. She walked a little too fast and accidentally bumped into the waitress who was bringing the food over. Betty let out a scream, crumpled up and looked at her soiled dress, and rebuked the waitress loudly. This is my new dress. What kind of trashy food is this you're serving? It's disgusting. That's why I hate Chinese food. It's awful. It's ugly. It's just garbage. Give it to a dog and you won't even eat it. Splat. The table rang, and Mu Xiaoxiao coldly stood up again, and walked toward Betty with a small, sullen face. William looked at Tiny with a smirk on his face and didn't stop her. Betty was still so concerned about her dress that she didn't even notice that Tiny had approached her, and her female companion beside her was flusteredly wiping her up with a napkin cloth, and chiming in with, yeah, Chinese food is the most trashy dish in the world. I really don't understand why so many people like it. The Chinese just like to eat garbage. Hearing this, Mu Xiao's expression clouded a few more points as she clenched her fists and walked behind Betty. Off. Leave me alone, Betty said impatiently as she was tapped on the shoulder without looking to see who it was. I want to talk to you. With a sharp jerk, Nui Little yanked and pulled her around. Betty had a wobble in her eyes, which made her see that she was the one tugging at her, and she was instantly offended. Mu Tiny, what do you want? What do you want to say? Are you going to scold me? I'm not afraid of you. Chapter 367, You're the best to me, 4. In terms of cursing, she was not afraid of Mu Xiaoxiao at all. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled grimly. I don't want to scold you. I just want to hit you. After gritting her teeth and finishing the last word, Mu Xiaoxiao violently yanked her collar with her hand and threw it down with a slap. A clear ringing sound. Mu Xiaoxiao never felt that the sound was so good. It was simply more pleasant to the ear than any music. Betty's face had an additional bright red palm print, and her eyes widened as she covered her cheek in disbelief. You dare to hit me? To beat you is to beat you. Do I still need to pick a day? Mu Xiaoxiao laughed in a domineering manner, and with a flick of her hand, she pushed her to the ground, looking at her condescendingly, and formally warned, I'm telling you, you can curse me if you want to, and don't let me hear a single word of you insulting my country. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're disfigured. Is that clear? Betty lumbered to get up, but slipped on her feet from the dishes on the floor and fell to the ground again. Her female companion helped to assist her before she was finally on her feet. Mu Xiao Xiao, I'm going to kill you. She was furious and wanted to rush over, but was pulled back by her female companion. Mu Xiao Xiao crossed her arms and smiled leisurely. Come on, come and kill me. I'm standing right here. Just see if you dare. Betty was simply furious and had lost all regard for her image. Compared to how she looked like a lunatic, Mu Xiao Xiao was much more calm and elegant, defying her like a queen. Betty cried and looked to William, yelling accusingly, Cousin, you saw her hit me? You have to do something for me. No one in my family has ever hit me, and she dared to do it. I can't let her go. However, her tears were haywire, blurring her vision, so she didn't see the smile on William's face. Not a hint of heartache for her. It was all smiles, as if he was still appreciating how well Tiny had fought. Hearing what Betty said, William spread his hands and said, I didn't see anything. All I saw was a guy who deserved to get beat up. It was pretty good. Baby, go ahead. The word, baby, was obviously not called Betty, but with the novel, Betty's face was green with anger. For her cousin to so blatantly defend Mu Xiao, an outsider, was completely not giving her face. But what could she do? Even her parents had to look at William's face to do their job, so how could they possibly help her with justice? Her female companion, who also knew how to read eyes, hurriedly pulled her aside and urged her in her ear to stop making a scene, or else she would lose more than she gained. Several of their female companions were only able to get on this cruise ship and see this world of top luxury because of Betty, so they didn't want to be kicked off. As soon as Betty heard that she would be thrown down, and then looked at William's indulgent eyes on Mu Xiao Xiao like that, she could only swallow any more grievances she had in her heart. Betty, you're so dirty, let's go back and change. Yeah. After we get changed, we'll go to the store and get new clothes and a new bag, okay? This cruise ship even has a mall just so the rich wives and ladies can still shop on it. So Betty, surrounded by these female companions, practically fled the restaurant. Mu Xiao Xiao's heart was soothed. She clapped her hands and returned to her seat. Chapter 368, You're the best to me. 5. Baby, out of breath and in a better mood? William laughed. Mu Xiao Xiao exhaled and smiled brightly. I'm in an awesome mood right now. I feel like I can even eat a cow. I'm starving now. When will the food come up? She'd been holding her emotions in before, and even though she'd let out a loud cry, her heart was still fuming with congestion. So faced with Betty, she really didn't want to hold back. How can this be tolerated? Especially when this damn Betty is still insulting her country? Now out of breath and having beaten the man, the whole thing was relaxed and soothed. That's right. That's what people should do. You can't give yourself up. If there's anything you don't like, just let it out. Mu Xiao Xiao now regretted it. Why did she run away that night when she saw the image of Yin Xiaojie and Xin kissing together? If she had known, she should have rushed up and slapped them each. It's just that I was so sad. My heart was aching so much that I couldn't breathe. So how could I think so much? It's only in retrospect that I regret it and feel that I reacted in such a tie way at the time. Although Jixin didn't know that she and Yin Xiaojie had gotten engaged, and Jixin knew that she was living with Yin Xiaojie, so she thought she knew that their relationship was unusual, right? No matter how you put it, and Jixin is not innocent. Unless, of course, Yin Xiaojie was scummy and lied to Xin, saying that he didn't have anything to do with him at all, or that he was the one who pestered him. But Mu Xiao Xiao knew that even if Yin Xiaojie, this guy, was even more philandering and hateful, he couldn't possibly do something so disgusting, because he doesn't even need to coax girls like that. Mu Xiao Xiao is seen in Jixin looking at Yin Xiaojie's eyes, where there is fascination and adoration, so just a little bit Yin Xiaojie a hook finger, and Jixin will jump up. Do not need to lie to her. And that guy, Yin Xiaojie, with his arrogant personality, doesn't care to lie to girls, right? Mu Xiao Xiao suddenly found. I do not know whether it is just vented. The whole person idea is open-minded. Now think of Yin Xiaojie, also not as heartbreaking as before. Maybe slowly, she thought, she just fade the relationship away? They say that time is the best way to heal a broken heart. At this time, Mu Xiao Xiao felt that she had made the right decision. Fortunately she went back to the United States. If she continued to stay in that sad place, she did not know when she would be able to think straight. Probably, it will be sad for a long time yet. In China, she had 7 harvest and a livewire like Song Shijun, but after all, after 4 years apart, she wasn't as in tune and close as she was with her friends over here in the States. Moreover, she can be said to have no family in China, and her family is in the U.S., so when she is sad, her first thought is to go home to her family. Mu Tiny was talking about being hungry and came up, so William ate with her. Then, when William had something to do and couldn't stay with her, he called the cruise ship's manager to come over and put her in an entourage to serve her exclusively. Mu Xiao Xiao waved her hand and said to him, "You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. I'll enjoy myself. Go get busy." After all, William was the owner's family of this cruise ship, so it was normal that he would be busy, and it was impossible for him to guard himself at all times, right? Mu Xiaoxiao is still very understanding. Chapter 369, I Won't Let Go of You, 1. Plus she was now in a recovered mood and no longer as lost and sad as before, so even if you leave her alone, she'll be fine. William was also relieved to leave because of this. Then feel free to play. No need to be polite to me. If you are interested, just go to the casino downstairs and have some fun as well. Win or lose is on me. William barked instructions to his arranged entourage before leaving. Mu Xiaoxiao felt a little sleepy after eating and wanted her attendant to take her back to her room. The female attendant smiled and said, "Ms. Mu, why don't you do a SPA and then go to sleep? After waking up from a nap like this, the whole person will be beautiful and in a better mood." Hearing this proposal, Mu Xiaoxiao also felt good and agreed. Unexpectedly, the SPA on this cruise ship is not a small one. It is completely the top SPA pavilion given on land moved over. So, Mu Xiaoxiao beautifully enjoyed the SPA, just as she was physically and mentally exhausted, so she chose to do the full set. While being massaged, she fell asleep on her back. By the time she woke up, it was 6 in the evening. She was the only one in the SPA box, and she was covered with a quilt that revealed her beautiful shoulders, so you could imagine she was naked underneath. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little shy. Fortunately the masseuse was female, otherwise she was really embarrassed. After getting out of bed and getting dressed, she walked out of the compartment. The chambermaid outside should bend down to her and say with a smile, "Ms. Mu, you've woken up." Mu Xiaoxiao had just woken up from her nap and was still a bit dazed and confused, nodding at her and heading out the door. I wondered if William had finished his work, and where he was going to go now. Walking down the corridor and glancing outside, where the sea and sky met, with its dividing line of deep blue and orange, looked very beautiful. It's dusk already. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly got interested and walked towards the corridor of the railing, gripping the railing and letting the sea breeze blow on her cheeks as the sun set in the west and the temperature lowered a bit. But the scenery in front of me was really nice and beautiful, like a painting. This is the kind of image that you only see online, from other photographers, and you get to see it for yourself this time. Sure enough, there really is a big difference between seeing it through a computer screen and seeing it in person. Mu Xiaoxiao stretched a lazy waist. The body after SPA is really very comfortable. Hand-cupped face. All feel that the face is so slippery like a baby's skin in general. She suddenly couldn't help but think of Yin Xiaojie and wondered what he was doing now. Is it still trying to find out what happened to her? It's just a shame that he couldn't find her now even if he had the ability to turn the whole city upside down and look for her. Because she's at sea now, on a cruise ship. He wouldn't have thought of that anyway, would he? So really, one has to give William credit for being resourceful enough to think of bringing her here so she wouldn't have to worry about being found by Yin Xiaojie anymore. She smiled at the sky. Well, find William for dinner. At this point, the sky was darkening, and in the last flashes of orange, a helicopter flew towards the cruise ship and landed on the top landing pad. A long and handsome figure stepped down from the helicopter, like a king, arrogantly staring at everything in front of him. That domineering aura was not concealed even in this dimness. William is really too busy. When Mu Xiaoxiao called him over, he seemed to still be in a meeting with someone and told her to eat by herself first if she was hungry. Chapter 370, I Won't Let Go of You 2. The attendant beside Mu Xiaoxiao asked her what she would like to eat, so she could immediately have the restaurant side arrange it, so she wouldn't have to wait too long. Forget it, I want to go back to my room first and eat in my room then, Mu Xiaoxiao said. After all, there's always something weird and so lonely about eating at a restaurant by yourself. As much as she wanted to wait for William to eat with her, there was no way around it, and her stomach was starting to get hungry as soon as she thought about eating. That William guy was the host family and there was no telling how many people he was going to receive and how busy he would need to be, so she didn't want to starve. The attendant led her to her room, because this cruise ship is specializing in entertaining the rich and powerful, so even the rooms are super luxurious suites, with a large area, and divided into several rooms, as well as a living room and a study. Mu Xiaoxiao some sigh. Really do not come out to sea do not know. The original cruise ship is now so luxurious. This room is simply comparable to the presidential suite of the 7-star hotel in Dubai. So, she should also accompany her dad out to see more of the world in the future. Or else slowly, her eyes will become smaller. She muttered, gee, if there was a pool in the room, it would really be on par with the presidential suite at the Dubai hotel. Though she spoke in a whisper, the attendant, who specialized in serving people and so had a good ear, smiled at her and said, the pool is there, right over here. With that, the female attendant walked over to one side of the living room and pushed open a horizontal sliding door, revealing the large indoor pool inside. Mu tiny, she's just saying it for laughs. There really is a pool in this suite. Don't be so dramatic. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head with another sigh. This was too luxurious. Curious, she asked, Is it in every room? The female attendant smiled and explained. No, oh, there are only 3 such suites on the cruise ship. They are reserved for young Master William and the others, or used to entertain the most honored guests, like a president, or a queen of some country, or someone like those sheiks in Dubai. Mu Xiao froze. So, this is William's room? He let me have it? The female attendant said. That we don't know. Perhaps Master William went to the other 2 rooms. There was some warmth in Mu Xiaoxiao's heart. William was such a friend that he gave her his room. The female attendant asked. Ms. Mu, didn't you say you were hungry? Would you like to order food now and have the restaurant side send it to the room for you? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Well, just order it now. Okay. The female attendant walked over to the living room, picked up the iPad sitting on the coffee table, tapped it a few times, and then handed it to Mu Xiao. Ms. Mu, this is the Chinese restaurant's ordering menu. You see what you want to eat, just tick the box and confirm it. There is a number in the iPad that binds each room, and the restaurant side will deliver the food directly at that time. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. So convenient. She took the iPad and glanced at it. It was all very representative of Chinese cuisine, and the one she had for lunch, she'd thought it tasted authentic, so she should have hired a Chinese chef to make it. Seeing her hesitation, the female attendant thoughtfully smiled and said, if you find ordering troublesome, miss, you can also let me help. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, no need. It's just me eating by myself anyway. I'll just order whatever I want. It was always bad to be wasteful. So she thought about it and didn't order more than 2 dishes. Chapter 371, I won't let go of you. 3. The female attendant looked at the dishes she ordered, her face hesitating whether to say something or not, but after looking at her expression, she finally chose not to say anything. Mu Xiaoxiao was planning to rest, so she let the female attendant go out. The female attendant nodded and said, then I'll be at the door. If you have any orders, Ms. Mu, you can call me at any time. Doorway? No need. You also go back to rest. I have something to find you again. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled. There is no need to serve so thoughtfully. The female attendant smiled gently, as if she understood Mu Xiao's thoughts, and said, it's actually not troublesome. This is my duty. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand. There's really no need. I'm not used to being waited on either. I don't really need anything anyway. You go back and rest. I'll be fine on my own. The female attendant just had to follow her orders and leave. Mu Xiaoxiao lay across the sofa, hugging the iPad to watch variety shows, and there was Wi-Fi on the cruise ship, so it was really comfortable. Within 20 minutes, the meal was delivered. After Mu Xiaoxiao ate her fill, she glanced out the window at night. It was already dark. Here is the sea. Go out on the deck, should be able to see the stars, right? She actually knows how to entertain herself without having to be accompanied. He was standing up, ready to go out, when he heard the doorbell. Who is it? Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and glanced through the cat's eye before opening the door, and outside stood a male waiter holding a box. Ms. Mu, this is the gown that was sent for you. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao froze and took it, and just as she was about to ask him what the gown was for, the person was already gone. Right, she remembered. William had told her in the morning that there would be an auction in the evening and that he was going to take her to have some fun. So this gown is for her to wear to the auction? Mu Xiaoxiao held the box back to the room, opened it, and there was a card laying on top of the gown. Flipping the card over, there was a line stating that there would be a masked ball tonight at 8 p.m. in the outdoor pool area on the top floor of the cruise ship. A masked ball? Mu Xiaoxiao thought it was very interesting, and sure enough, she found an exquisite mask in the box, which seemed to be embellished with diamonds and was very shiny, with a feather on one side. She picked up the gown in the box and found it to be a sultry colored dress, as dainty as a rose red, and with a somewhat low neckline. Mu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. She usually seldom wore this color of clothes. Why William prepared this for her? He did it on purpose? Only. Mu Xiaoxiao disgustedly looked at the low V neckline and pulled it with his fingers. The degree of this V. The breasts do not know how much to show. No way. She's not wearing that. Even though she has boobs, she doesn't love to show them to others so much like American girls do. In fact, such revealing dresses are really everywhere as far as the United States is concerned, and you can just walk down the street and see random girls wearing them like this. But Mu Xiaoxiao's bones were always a bit conservative. Letting her show off like this was really killing her. She looked down at the dress she was wearing and realized it was kind of like a gown too. Okay, no change. We'll go in this. Mu Xiaoxiao arrived at the top floor poolside at exactly 8 o'clock and found that the lights were dimmed ambiguously and the laughter of boys and girls could be heard. It seems that this party is exclusively for young people. Mu Xiaoxiao straightened the mask on her face and confirmed that she shouldn't be recognized before she walked in. Chapter 372, I Won't Let Go of You. 4. Poolside, surrounded by many men and women, Betty enjoys the pleasing and flattering attention of the crowd. One of her female companions squeezed over and whispered in her ear, that Mu Xiaoxiao is here. But she's not wearing the dress you gave her. Betty looked over in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, it's Mu Xiao. It was a mask, but it had clothes on that she recognized as the ones she was wearing today. If Mu Xiao didn't wear the dress she gave her, or even changed to a different dress, maybe she wouldn't have recognized it. After all, everyone here is wearing a mask that covers most of their face. Even if they are acquaintances, they wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize them face to face. The other female companion asked, Betty, so what now? Is the plan going to continue? Betty glanced at Mu Xiao over there and hummed. Of course I'm going to continue. She made me look so bad today. I'm going to return the favor. But she wasn't wearing the clothes we had prepared. Betty narrowed her eyes. The dress she's wearing would work too, and if it falls in the water, it should be pretty see-through when it gets wet. Got it. I'll have someone get ready then. In fact, their ploy was very simple. They wanted to make Mu Xiao make a fool of herself in front of the crowd, push her into the pool and make her go naked. Because the dress they had prepared, the fabric would have shrunk if it had gotten wet. I don't know if Mu Xiao was too vigilant, or if she realized their calculations. That's why she didn't wear that dress. But what they miscalculated a little bit was that Mu Xiao didn't know how to swim, so she subconsciously stayed away from the pool and didn't walk towards the poolside, but stayed far away. The pool area was huge, with people cuddling and dancing on the side and others happily drinking. Mu Xiao loved this about the United States. Everyone was very relaxed, and when they had a party they were able to have a very exciting time and the atmosphere was very good. She was unconsciously infected, a smile hanging unconsciously at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, someone came up and accosted her, making gestures to ask her to dance, but Mu Xiao shook her head and refused. The man just snapped and walked away. In the distance, Betty and her sisters were hating their guts for not taking the bait. What now? How do we lure her to the pool? Betty's eyes rolled and she said, tell you what, you get a couple of boys to make a scene, pretend to make a scene on her side of the room, and then lift her up and throw her right into the pool. If cheating doesn't work, then we'll do it the hard way. That's not very nice, is it? What's not so good about it? Don't you usually play like this? Hurry up and go. But it's all just played out that way between people who know each other, and people generally don't do that to people they don't know well. The chaperones had no choice but to follow her orders. Just then, however, a pretty hostess with a nice body spoke up on the microphone. Ours tonight is a masked ball. So, as you've all guessed, there's one part that's essential. Is everyone ready? Hearing the voice, Betty's eyes lit up. It's time to turn off the lights. So it's a good time to take advantage of that and go right over there and pull her over to the pool and push her into the water. Betty was proud to think about it and decided to take matters into her own hands. You two come with me. At that moment, the hostess shouted in an excited voice. Is everyone ready? Ready. Turn off the lights. At the word of command, all the poolside lights went out. Chapter 373, I Won't Let Go of You, 5. Because the pool was open air, the vision wasn't exactly total darkness, except that everyone was blind at first because they couldn't get used to the darkness for a while. Betty, obviously familiar with the place, groped her way to where Mui Little had just been standing. Who knows? Pounced. Where is she? Where is she? Look for her. Pushing and shoving, Betty didn't even realize she was being pushed by the crowd to the edge of the pool, and then I don't know who suddenly kicked her out of the pool. Ah, the corner of the pool. Mu Xiao is very resourceful. As soon as she heard the host say so, she knew that it was time to turn off the lights. She had been screwed before, so she learned to be smart and hurriedly retreated to the corner. She couldn't help but smile to herself as she heard the sound of flopping into the water and the girl's screams, mentally giving herself credit for her resourcefulness. After having a start, another person was deliberately pushed into the water, followed by everyone yelling. Others took the opportunity to go and hug their favorite and make out together. Mu Xiao vaguely saw someone about to touch his side and hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her and tugged her along. Mu Xiao was startled. That wide, thick palm could feel that it was a man, so she hurriedly said, I don't know you. What are you doing? Let go of me. However, the other was silent and kept pulling her towards the front. It suddenly occurred to Mu Xiao that it couldn't be William, could it? Deliberately scaring her? Looking at the height of the dark figure, it really seemed to be William. She laughed. William, stop it. I know it's you. Moving away from the crowd and into an unoccupied corner, the dark figure suddenly stopped and faced her. William, she was just about to say out when the person in front of her suddenly cupped her face, removed the mask from her face, and suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Mu Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and she hurried back to push away the person in front of her. He's not William. There's no way William would do that. Who is this man? The only thing in Mu Xiao's mind was her panic at being kissed by a strange man, and she pushed him hard. Mu Xiao completely did not expect that she would meet such a denizen on a cruise ship with such a luxurious party. It shouldn't have to be like this. The people invited are all of status, and even if they bring friends, they won't be any worse, so if they dare to make trouble here, they definitely won't be able to get away with it, and they will lose their reputation. Mu Xiaoxiao was so horrified that her hands were shaking as she reacted and pushed her opponent. The man stopped then. Trying to compose herself, she droned harshly. Who are you? I'm warning you, let go of me at once, or you'll die a horrible death. I'm not letting go. A magnetic voice rang out in the darkness, its tone determined. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, her eyes dumbfounded, wondering if she had heard wrong. That's impossible. How could he be on a cruise ship? I'm not letting go of you, the other man said again, his voice a little more deep. As if confirming something, Mu Xiaoxiao bit her lip and suddenly threw a slap over. Snap! Hit the other guy in the face. The dark figure didn't even dodge, like it was willingly beaten by her. You asshole! You go away! I don't want to see you! She yelled at him. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were wet, not knowing if it was because she was shocked or because she recognized him. Yin Xiaojie wrapped his arms around her and locked them tightly. In a low, husky voice, he whispered in her ear, Tiny, I miss you so much. It never occurred to me that just being apart for such a short period of time would be enough to drive me crazy with longing. Mu Xiaoxiao's nose was sore. Her eyes turned with water vapor. Her voice choked with aggression. Why did you scare me? Why are you so bad? You're an asshole. Why did you break my heart? Why did you break my heart and then come after me to coax me? Yin Xiaojie cupped her small face. Even in such poorly lit darkness, it was as if he could see everything about her clearly. Locking onto her figure with eyes full of fondness, she was trapped in his arms with the railing behind her, and there was nowhere to run, so all she could do was turn her head away from him. Maybe this way, she wouldn't falter, wouldn't go soft. Look at me, let's have a good talk, Yin Xiaojie said, his bass voice deep at the moment. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't speak, as if treating him like air. Yin Xiaojie knew she was still gambling, but she couldn't run away anymore. He got right to the point and said, Did you see me in the parking lot with Jixin? Although he already had a 90% guess, he still needed to confirm it a bit, or else if he explained it straight away, it would be a mistake. Mu Xiaoxiao still didn't say anything, but this was considered a default. Even though he had already prepared in his mind that she would be like this, Yin Xiaojie still couldn't stand it a bit. He wrinkled his brow and tossed aside any calmness. He reached out and cupped her chin, forcing her to look at him forcefully. And Jixin and I, nothing happened. Whatever you saw, it was just a misunderstanding. Do you hear me clearly? He stared into her eyes, almost yelling out. Yin Xiaojie was not good at explaining because in his dictionary, the word explanation never existed. So he's messed up and more cranky. What the hell was he supposed to say so she'd believe him? Suddenly, Mu Xiaoxiao answered. Oh, her voice was cold, as if she was treating a stranger, without expression or emotion. I know, can you let go of me now? She said. Yin Xiaojie's pupils slammed shut, and his heart felt like it had been pulled hard. She still doesn't believe it? Or, as he feared, even if she really believed that he had nothing to do with Jixin, had she already decided to take back her heart? No, he won't allow it. Yin Xiaojie's hand that was cupping her chin tightened violently, staring her dead in the eyes, hissing as if he were a wounded lion. Xiao, look at me. You look at me. I told you to look me in the eyes. Do you hear me? Chapter 375. Even though Mu Xiaoxiao was forced to face him, she just turned her eyes away, just refusing to meet his eyes. Yin Xiaojie had never felt so flustered. Since childhood, he had always been the one who wanted the wind and the rain. There was nothing that didn't go his way, much less like this moment, when he almost wanted to humbly beg her to believe in him and not to leave him. You still won't look at me? Are you going to never look at me again? To forget about me? To never go back to China again? His voice grew cold, as if he carried the chill of sub-zero degrees below freezing. Mu Xiaoxiao's lips moved. Finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse and said, Yin Xiaojie, I have been wondering for the past 2 days if I really understand you. Is it because of your dominating kisses that you have the illusion that you like you? It shouldn't be so superficial to like someone. Instead, it should be about getting to know each other better and understanding each other before you really like it. She used to think that way, longing to fall in love, fantasizing that she and the person she liked understood each other, tolerated each other, and didn't have misunderstandings, fights, or even breakups like other people. But she now realizes she was wrong. It turns out it's not whatever you want it to be. Something like love is so ethereal you don't even know if it's real. Just like now, she is no longer sure if Yin Xiaojie really likes her. If you like her, shouldn't you be unable to spare her grief? But he was the one who hurt her the most. Even when she was hurting the most, where was he? He was with another woman. If he likes her, he shouldn't still be close to other girls. Mu Xiaoxiao just thinking that Yin Xiaojie might not really like her. Her heart aches fiercely, as if it's like someone is using a knife, cruelly cutting on her heart one after another. She suddenly wanted to ask him, do you really like me? Or is it just ambiguity that causes trouble? Yet she was afraid. She was afraid the answer would break her heart. In Xiaojie suddenly fell silent when he heard her words, his dark eyes staring at her face. His low voice said with a touch of self-deprecation, "You really don't know me, Tiny." Mu Xiao's body shook and her heart chilled slightly. See, he's saying she doesn't know him. So what she saw wasn't even the real him, right? So what's the real him like? What he said about looking for the girl of his destiny is just a lie. He is not so dedicated. Men, which is not philandering. Just Mu Xiao does not understand. They grew up. So many years of feelings, even if he wants to play with words, should not play to her body. Mu Xiao suddenly laughed a little miserable, and her heart even chilled. So what was she? A childhood friend, to him anyway? Was she the only one who cherished the bond between the two so much? Who cherished him so much as a friend she had grown up with? She treated him like family, although she would occasionally play with his temper. But wasn't it always like that? It was only with her own family that she couldn't help but play with her temper, because she knew that her family would definitely tolerate her and would definitely not really get angry with her. So, was she thinking wrong? Did she think everything was too good to be true? Chapter 376. Maybe, she's been spoiled by her dad and the people around her all the time, so she's still living in the fairy tale world, thinking that everything can be wonderful, and that if she gives her heart to treat others, they'll be just as heartfelt. Once negativity starts to invade, a person unconsciously thinks of themselves as more and more ridiculous. In Xiaojie cupped his fingers on her chin and rubbed them, then gently picked up her lips and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. Mu Xiao's eye holes widened violently, but just as he was about to touch her lips, In Xiaojie stopped. He said in a dark voice, "You don't know that what I really want to do to you is not just kissing like this. You don't know how I think about you in my heart when I take a cold shower. You don't know that when I see another man with his arms around you, I am so angry that I want to kill him. What you don't know is that I can't breathe as long as I think that you will leave me forever. Little, you don't know me. You really don't know me. You don't know me at all. If you know me, you wouldn't even see a little picture and abandon me." Hearing his words, Mu Xiao's heart shook violently. The heart shrinks, but then some indescribable happiness. Is he telling the truth about all this? He said he couldn't breathe if I just left him? Mu Xiao remembered how she almost suffocated when she saw him with Jixin. So their feelings are the same, right? Mu Xiao flattened his mouth. His lips trembled. His tone was full of aggression and said, "What do you mean that I have abandoned you? Clearly you, obviously it is you, who made me so sad, and you are still wicked." Tears fell as he spoke. He had no idea how sad and upset she was. How could he be so hateful as to accuse her in return? Mu Xiao shed tears of aggravation while she was so angry that she clenched her fists and hit him on his chest. "You asshole! You asshole!" He had no idea how she had gotten through the last 2 days, what it meant to be a walking corpse. She didn't understand before, but now she really did. Lost my mind over him, teared up over him, couldn't bring myself to do anything, as if I'd lost the meaning of happiness. Their lips were already closer together, and she was emotionally cursing him and trying to hit him, so their lips brushed over and over again. In Xiaojie's eyes darkened, his heart itching at her provocation like this. He fiercely gripped her wrist and said in a voice so soft that it could almost come out of water, "Yes, it's my fault, and I'm the one who's the most hateful. So you can't let me go, and you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life, so that I can redeem myself for my sins, okay?" "Not good," Mu Xiao said gamely. "Then what do you want?" In Xiaojie stares at her small face. Seeing her use such a tone towards herself, he knows that she has softened her heart, or at least has believed that he and Jixin are just misunderstandings. The big stone in Xiaojie's heart was finally put down. Now, he just needed to coax her back properly. Mu Tiny, she hadn't thought to do anything to him yet, and didn't want to forgive him that easily anyway. It caused her so much grief, went through such a painful process, caused her to shed so many tears and cry her eyes out. Chapter 379. Did he think that a few easy words would make her go back with him? Dreaming. In Xiaojie cupped her cheeks, his dark eyes gazing at her. Mu Xiaojue shrank back. Can't this guy talk properly? It must be hands-on to get the job done. Getting so close. In Xiaojie said, "Don't move." Mu Xiao stopped. In Xiaojie said, "Just let me hold you for a second. Don't move. Don't do anything." Mu Xiao felt that he was strange, and was trying to reach out and touch his forehead to see if he had a fever, or had eaten any medicine that he shouldn't have eaten. In Xiaojie, "You're really..." She was just about to scold him when he interrupted. "Shu, keep your voice down. Listen carefully." Mu Xiao was confused. What was she listening to? "There's just the sound of the sea breeze and the lapping of the water over here. There's nothing." However, being reminded by him, Mu Xiao really started to pay attention to the sound next to her. Then a strange noise was heard. "Let's go," she whispered to him, nudging him. In Xiaojie, however, hooked his thin lips, some evil smiles at the corners of his mouth. Quite interesting, isn't it? Eavesdrop for a while longer. Eavesdrop your ass. You horny bastard. I'm leaving. If you want to listen, you listen yourself. Quickly get out of the way. Asshole. Mu Xiaoxiao simply wanted to find a hole to drill in. She felt as if she had been refreshed. No, she can't. If she keeps listening like this, she'll lose her modesty. But Yin Xiaojie doesn't want to let her go. After all this, he just wants to stay close to her like this, doing nothing, feeling her in his arms. They haven't realized we're here anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him. You're not letting go, are you? Fine, then I don't want to forgive you. Yin Xiaojie suddenly smiled. So, you mean you've already forgiven me? Mu Xiaoxiao gave a start, then realized that she was being counted by him. Why is this man so dark? Get out! She spat out the word in exasperation, then stomped on him violently. Yin Xiaojie frowned. This is finally is let go of her. You really, good ruthless are you. Let's go. Mu Xiaoxiao said with a blush and hurriedly fled the place. With his usual cynical smile, Yin Xiaojie followed her. When they walked to the pool, everyone else was still playing, and playing like crazy, and there were already a lot of people without masks on their faces, huddled in the pool playing in the water. Tiny. Suddenly someone called her name. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard the voice and turned her head to look over, her arm was grabbed by someone trying to pull her over. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes flinched and reacted quickly, holding her other hand. He stared coldly at William across the room and spat out two words blatantly. Let go. William wasn't afraid of his threats. Hooking his mouth, he said, you should be the one to let go. Or else ask Tiny if she wants you to let go. Or if she wants me to let go. Tiny, you tell me. The last sentence was addressed to Mu Xiaoxiao's novel. Mu Xiaoxiao turned her head and met William's eyes, seeing a playful smile in his eyes. After all, William has been so good to her. Although Mu Xiaoxiao felt a little sorry for Yin Xiaojie, she still turned her head and said to Yin Xiaojie, let go. Yin Xiaojie frowned, his handsome face full of displeasure, but he still unwillingly let go of his hand. Watching her be so submissive to someone else really upset him, especially since the man in front of her was also most likely Tiny's ex-boyfriend. This layer of relationship alone is enough for Yin Xiaojie to eat a big jar of vinegar. William pulled Tiny to his side, and deliberately put his arm around her shoulder, and said to her, what are you doing here? And you didn't tell me. Have you eaten yet? I've long been full. By the way, wasn't it you who had the dress sent to me, with a card on it, just so I could come to this masked party? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Although she was a bit skeptical from the start, the dress wasn't sent by him. William frowned. No, I didn't send you any gowns. I was going to come back from the meeting and accompany you to pick out a gown. Who did? As he said that, his scrutinizing gaze swept towards Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie spread his hands and said, it's not me. I don't know which room she's staying in. He'd gone to a lot of trouble to find her. 2. If you know which room she's in from the start, just block her in the room, and then there happens to be a bed in the room, so you can get her. Yin Xiaojie felt beautiful when he thought about it, as if he had thought of some good idea, his dark eyes carrying a meaningful smile. William, also a man, looked at him with that smirk and felt very unimpressed. However, he did believe what Yin Xiaojie said. William thought for a moment and looked over at Betty next to him, whose heart panicked at being glared at with such a sharp look in his eyes, and the answer was written all over her entire face. William then realized that she had done it. It wasn't really hard to surmise that the only person on this cruise who had a problem with Tiny was Betty. Fortunately, nothing happened. This matter will be dealt with later. Let's go pick a dress. The auction is about to start, he said. As if he couldn't see Yin Xiaojie, he wrapped his arm around Mu Xiaoxiao and walked away. Mu Xiaoxiao turned back to look at Yin Xiaojie, just in time to meet his eyes as if he was a little aggrieved. His heart suddenly felt a little guilty. As much as Yin Xiaojie hated to see her being embraced by another man, he could only press on now. Anyway, Yin Xiaojie's eyes deepened. Xiaoxiao was his. No one could take it away. William took Mu Xiaoxiao to the cruise ship's mall to help her pick out a dress. Yin Xiaojie naturally followed behind. Inseparable. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed by the situation, especially Yin Xiaojie's appearance, as if a dog abandoned by her, following her, full of why do you not want me questions, so she didn't bother picking one out, tried one on casually and said it was fine. William said to the guide, just this one, the one she changed out of, wrap it up and send it to room XX. Understood. The guide nodded respectfully. William was about to give her his card when she said, that young master has already paid. Looking over with her gesture, Yin Xiaojie leaned handsomely to the side, smiling. William grunted. Mu Xiaoxiao also heard what the shopping guide lady said, pulled William and said, forget it, let him pay if he loves to pay. Let's go. Didn't you say that the auction is going to start? William took her small hand and led her out of the mall, completely ignoring Yin Xiaojie's presence. Luckily, the auction isn't open to anyone. You have to have an invitation. on the other hand, is the owner of the place, so he can bring people in and out as he pleases. Though William wasn't sure how Yin Xiaojie knew they were on the cruise ship and how he was able to get on it, but he remembered what Mu Xiaojie had said, that Yin Xiaojie was a childhood friend of hers, and his family was a family friend, so Yin Xiaojie's identity should not be simple. Walking up to the auction venue, the door was guarded, and an invitation had to be given to get in, and William walked right in with Mu Xiao. I thought that I would finally be able to get rid of Yin Xiaojie as a follower, but Yin Xiaojie just stood outside for a minute, made a phone call, and within a few minutes, he smoothly walked into the auction venue. Chapter 380. William took Mu Xiao to sit in the middle seat. He glanced at the door as if he had a sense, not expecting to see the scene of Yin Xiaojie walking in. William frowned, and I have to say, he was surprised. This guy is quite capable. Yin Xiaojie had wanted to sit next to them, but since there was no room over there, he had to find an empty seat so that Mu Xiao's side could see his. The auction started a long time ago, and now it's the second round. Mu Xiao is the first time to come to the auction. Feel a little novelty, after watching a few rounds, found that what auction have, antique jewelry and so on is considered ordinary. Actually there are people auction their own kiss. The person who auctioned her kiss is a famous model, very famous in the U.S. She is accompanying a group of young masters today, listening to entertainment gossip that they are now dating, so it is true. However, what Mu Xiao felt puzzled was that if they were lovers, then why was that rich young master still allowing his girlfriend to auction off her kisses? The starting bid is $200,000. The auction host on stage said. In fact, $200,000 really wasn't even pocket change for the people in the room. So very quickly, the price began to soar, quickly reaching $2 million. By the end of the day there were only 2 or 3 people fighting. Mu Xiao saw that the one who fought with the rich young master seemed to be the president of some company as well. Is it a love triangle? She couldn't help but start fantasizing about the plot. But in the end, it was the president who won. The president went straight to the stage and kissed the model on the spot. Mu Xiao's eyes were dumbfounded. So direct and rough? In fact, what she didn't know was that this was just a customary part of the auction, just to liven up the atmosphere. After all, this wasn't a serious auction. It was just a way for rich people to communicate with each other. Next round, it's time to auction off items again. The host signaled the staff to bring up the items, only to see a tall Western beauty, wearing a gown with an open skirt, come out with a catwalk. Originally, Mu Xiao was a little bored and yawned, but one look at the brocade box that the beauty was carrying in her hand, with the diamond necklace lying on top, and her eyes instantly lit up. The necklace, actually, was made in the style of a strawberry. There is a very large diamond dotted in the center that seems to have a vague pink sheen to it. It's really amazing and beautiful. William saw the look on her face and smiled. Like it? Ha? Mu Xiao felt curious as she looked at him. Did you already know there was this auction item? She felt strange before. Why would he suddenly think of bringing her to see the auction? So it is because of this William said. This necklace is a new product from a designer, but he liked it so much that he wasn't going to sell it to the public, so he put it up for auction to find a worthy owner. And, do you see that diamond in the center? That's a one-of-a-kind diamond in this world, and the designer bought it at a gemstone auction. But that diamond alone fetched a whopping $1 million. $1 million. Although Mu Xiao usually does not have much concept of money, and knows that her family is quite rich, but the most she can do is to buy some $10,000 of things. Like them, moving a few million tens of millions of dollars, really do not take money as money. Chapter 381. After the host introduced the origin of this necklace, he said, the reserve price is $2 million. Start the auction. Mu Xiao is staggering again. $1 million to buy diamonds, a little bit of decoration, on the sale of $2 million? This change of hands, as much as earned double so much. Moreover, $2 million was still the reserve price, and there was no telling how high the auction would go. Although she looked quite fond of it, the thought of spending so much money, even if it wasn't her money, made her flesh ache. Besides, it would be too much for Mu Xiao to spend other people's money like this. William gave her some clothes even if it was considered a gift between friends. She used to give him some expensive things, so she didn't feel bad, but giving such an expensive gift was unacceptable. As soon as she saw that William was going to raise his hand to call for a price, Mu Xiao hurriedly pulled down his hand. Don't raise your hand. It's too expensive. I don't want it. William laughed and said easily, it's okay, it's only a few million. It's not that expensive. She didn't think about how many tens of billions of dollars the cruise ship alone was worth. What were these millions to him? Mu Xiao looked at him askance and said, you are really a loser. Why didn't I know before that you were such a loser? A few million, only? You call that inexpensive? Besides, it's dollars. Just then, someone else called for a price. Most of those who raised their hands were rich ladies. 4 girls. This necklace was too attractive. Much better looking than those antiques or whatever. These young ladies spend their family's money, not at all distressed, and raise their hands in contention. 4 million, 5 million, prices are getting higher. William came up to her ear and said, "Are you sure you don't want it? If you don't grab it, it's going to be bought by someone else." Oh. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the diamond necklace with some reluctance. It really looks good. She also likes it, but the price is really outrageous. Forget it, it's just an ornament. I wouldn't dare wear it if I had to. Millions of dollars to wear around. So afraid of being robbed. It's not much fun if you buy it and just put it in a drawer. Mu Xiaoxiao convinced him in this way, and was also convincing herself. William laughed. If you really thought that, you wouldn't keep your eyes on it. Mu Xiaoxiao is a little embarrassed, touching her nose. Anyway, it's not mine. Just look at it a few more times. It doesn't cost any money. If she hadn't been unable to take pictures at the auction, she would have wanted to take them as a souvenir. In all the jewelry stores she'd been to, she'd never seen a diamond necklace made in the shape of a strawberry. It's really unique, like it was made especially for her. If she could, she would indeed love to have. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out domineeringly. $10 million. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and turned her head to Yin Xiaojie's side, and saw him looking at herself with a smile on his face. The next second, the man next to her raised his hand. $15 million. Mu Xiaoxiao jerked back again and looked at William in surprise. What are you doing? You stop it. Don't play with this. Will you? This is all money. Yin Xiaojie barely hesitated and shouted. $20 million. Other people are hundreds of thousands of a million plus. They are bold. Directly 5 million plus. Do not blink. Do not know the person. Thought it was $500. Seeing that William wanted to raise his hand again, Mu Xiaoxiao pressed down his hand with deadly force and glared at him. No more shouting. Chapter 382. She couldn't be clearer about that guy Yin Xiaojie's character. He'd better win or he'd definitely fight it out. William's character is the same, so there's no telling how high these two guys, when the time comes, will fight over the price. Mu Xiaoxiao felt horrified just thinking about that image. That's all money, but it wasn't her money that was spent, so why should she feel bad for them? Mu Xiaoxiao sighed, feeling that she couldn't stay any longer, so she shook off William's hand and said somewhat angrily, "You guys can play if you like. I can't watch anymore. I'm going out." She got up and walked out of the auction. William and Yin Xiaojie glanced at each other, the smell of gunpowder still strong. However, William didn't call the price down any further, but got up and followed Mu Xiaoxiao away. "Okay, tiny baby, don't be mad. Is it okay if I tell you something?" William said as he followed Mu Tiny. "What is it?" Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't really angry, just trying to lure him out. William looked at her with a smile and walked to her. His big hand rubbed her hair and said, "In fact, this necklace, it would not have been auctioned. I bought it a long time ago. Before a glance, I think it is very suitable for you, thinking that it is also almost your birthday, so I plan to give it to you as a birthday gift. It only happened to take her on a cruise today before I changed my mind and put the diamond necklace up for auction, so no matter who bids high at the end of the day, he's going to bid even higher, and the necklace will be in his hands at the end of the day anyway, and it's the same as speculating the value of the necklace by the way." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect this and asked, "So what now?" William shrugged. "Since that guy wants to buy it for you, let him, and I'll pick something else for your birthday." Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be touched and reached out to hug him, softly saying, "William, you're so nice." William liked to pet her head, like he was rubbing a pet. He detected a stern line of sight, raised his head and looked over, and saw that Yin Xiaojie had come out at some point, and in those eyes, they were full of jealousy. William suddenly tugged at the corner of his mouth, a wicked grin under his eyes. "Well baby, it's late too. You should go back to bed." William kissed the tiny one on the cheek. Yin Xiaojie's eyes became even sharper, almost like knife blades shooting over. William purposely didn't let Mu Xiaoxiao see him, took Xiaoxiao's shoulder and sent her back to her room. Inside the room, Mu Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, shaking her feet and glancing at the door of the room every now and then. "I wonder where the guy Yin Xiaojie will sleep tonight, and if there's an empty room for him?" She looked around the suite. It was so big, and it wasn't just a sleeping room. There was a second bedroom in addition to the master bedroom, and even if that didn't work, the couch would still work. Oh no, that guy Yin Xiaojie doesn't like to sleep on the couch. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed and hesitated. Should she go out and look for him? Obviously, she had said she didn't want to see him just before, but now that she couldn't see him, it was causing her to think about it all the time. Mu Xiaoxiao felt so worthless, although she already believes that Yin Xiaojie and Yin Jixin should be nothing. What she saw at that time could just be a misunderstanding. Still, she was eager to hear him explain carefully what was going on, and why was he so special to Yin Jixin, anyway? Just because 7 years ago, Yin Jixin stayed with him for a while when he passed out? It was only one side of the story that had kept him in mind for 7 long years. Chapter 383, Mu Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable in her heart no matter how she thought about it, especially caring, suddenly wanting to grab Yin Xiaojie over and let him explain himself clearly. If he dares to say that he has even moved a little bit towards Yin Jixin, Mu's tiny little face straightened up, then she doesn't want him. Mu Xiaoxiao jumped off the couch and stepped barefoot on the soft carpet. Ignore him, she's going to take a shower. If Yin Xiaojie really cared about her that much, then he would naturally think of how to explain it to her. So why should she bother herself so much? Mu Xiaoxiao simply put all those questions behind her and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Mu Xiaoxiao soaked in the large bathtub, grabbed a handful of bubbles, blew a mouthful, and laughed. For every girl, there should be no girl who doesn't like something like bubble bath, right? She folded her arms and slumped over the edge of the tub, facing the window with a comfortable sigh of relief. It's really a great pleasure to take a bath while looking at the sea, and I'm not afraid that someone will see me like this. The view is wide open and the heart seems to have become open as well. Mu Xiaoxiao's spirit relaxed and her eyes slowly closed, almost falling asleep. Knock knock, knock knock. Mu Xiaoxiao was disturbed by some faint sounds, and couldn't help but raise her head, and was trying to find out where the sounds were coming from. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened her eyes, what should have been a seascape turned into a magnified handsome face in front of her eyes. She was startled. Yin Xiaojie? How did you? That's not true. It was completely empty outside and there was no hallway, so how could he be here? Doubting whether she was dreaming, she rubbed her eyes, confirmed and reconfirmed, and realized that the face outside the window was really Yin Xiaojie's. The corners of Yin Xiaojie's mouth lifted up as if he was pleased with himself, and he knocked on the window again. So that's what the thud 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 sound was just like. Mu Xiaoxiao probed his left and right and backed up. Are you out of your mind? It's the sea down there. There's no place to stand. How on earth did he appear here? Upon careful observation, she noticed that there was a rope tied around his body, and that he had likely hung from it. Mu Xiaoxiao said to him anxiously and nervously, "You go up quickly. What if you fall? This is the middle of the ocean. It's deep, and it's so late now. If it really fell into the sea, the consequences would be unimaginable." Although Mu Xiaoxiao knows that Yin Xiaojie can swim, but this is the sea and I do not know if there will be sharks and so on up here. Her heart was in a panic and the asshole's face was a dangling smile. Yin Xiaojie pointed to the ventilation window in the corner of the bathroom, signaling her to open it. Mu Xiaoxiao was always afraid that he would be in danger, so although she felt that he was a rascal, she could only open the window for him. "You close your eyes," she yelled at him. Yin Xiaojie was obedient this time and closed his eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly reached out and yanked the bathrobe over, turned around, and quickly put it on before she went to open the window for him. However, she didn't realize that she had led the wolf into the house. As soon as Yin Xiaojie jumped in, he dominantly picked her up by the waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao hit him. He moved closer to her. Hey, what are you doing? Get lost." Mu Xiao's small fists tugged and pushed at his chest, trying to get up, but tall and stocky, he was exactly like a mountain. How could she not push it? And her fist hit his chest, but instead it still made her hand hurt. This asshole, is he made of stone? Mu Xiaoxiao spat in her heart. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She narrowed her eyes, then abruptly backhanded Yin Xiaojie's shoulders. Yin Xiaojie was stunned and surprised how she took the initiative to respond. And then she was bitten by this girl, and it was still hard. A big bite on his shoulder. Bear. Yin Xiaojie gritted his teeth, looked down incredulously at her little face, really crying and laughing. This girl really is a dog? She really bites her mouth. In fact, Mu Xiaoxiao saw that he stopped moving, and that's when she let go of her mouth. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the teeth marks a little appreciatively. They were so round, good looking. She couldn't help but heave a smile. Yin Xiaojie looked at her askance and complained in a tone as if with aggression. "It hurts. You're murdering your own husband. Do you know that? Mu Xiaoxiao, are you a human being or not?" Mu Xiaoxiao spat her tongue at him, flexed her right hand and put it to the side of her face and meowed adorably. "Meow. This lady can't understand what you're saying. Get lost, or else I will really let the dog bite you." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "I wonder if there is a dog on this cruise ship. If there is, she'll ask William to get one for her and put it in the suite for her to guard it, and see if this pervert still dares to come. I should have known to let him just continue to blow the sea breeze outside, even if he really fell into the sea, but also to benefit the sharks." Yin Xiaojie's dark, ink-like eyes stared fixedly at her. Then suddenly, he pounced again. "Yin Xiaojie," Mu Xiaoxiao shouted. "Husband is here." Yin Xiaojie's eyes curved slightly and he responded with a smile, this time blocking her very directly. Mu struggled a little. Yin Xiaojie raised his dark eyes to look at her. Mu Xiaoxiao slightly opened her small mouth, those black glazed eyes looking at him with water vapor. "Yin Xiaojie, you come over." Yin Xiaojie looked at her steadily, knowing full well that she might have set some kind of trap. How could she suddenly become so well behaved? Still, he was compelled, and how could one refuse her with such a lovely request? Yin Xiaojie came up to her, as she wished. To his surprise, Mu Xiaoxiao did not bite him. Does that mean she's willing? Yin Xiaojie's heart was elated. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned and twisted her hand, accusing her wrist of being uncomfortably pressed by him. Chapter 387. Yin Xiaojie was a little heartbroken and unconsciously let go of his hand. For the sake of her being so well behaved, I'll believe her for once. Besides, no matter how much he let her go free, this girl couldn't escape him. Like a kitten, Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed against his body, and her hands also ran over his sturdy chest before making a gesture. Yin Xiaojie would come over and let her roll over, the two of them becoming in a Xianyi position. Their lips parted. Mu Xiaoxiao's little face had a crimson-red color, as if blushing, and her eyes were watery as she looked at him. Her pink lips opened slightly. Yin Xiaojie, you get lost. As soon as the last word was uttered, she suddenly kneed him in the stomach. Yin Xiaojie's body was agile, and although she was unguarded, she had quick enough reflexes to not let her actually push up against her stomach. Mu Xiaoxiao's original purpose was to get rid of him and then take the opportunity to escape. So after he rolled over on his back and the two of them separated, she hurried out of bed. Want to run? Yin Xiaojie hooked his lips in interest. It's more interesting when you're chasing me like this. Mu Xiaoxiao gathered her bathrobe tightly and ran out of the bedroom barefoot. Yin Xiaojie's figure was like lightning, and his long legs chased him out in a few steps. Seeing that he was about to catch himself, Mu Xiaoxiao nervously screamed out, "Don't come over, you colorful devil. Who wants to be eaten by you? You're dreaming. Dreaming, that has its moments of coming true." Yin Xiaojie smiles evilly, deliberately blocking the direction of the door so that she has no place to escape to. As long as it's in this house, feel free to run with her. A little game of tag would be fun, wouldn't it? Seeing that the escape route was blocked, Mu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and glared at him with her small face, pretending to be angry, and said, "Do you not want me to forgive you? If you dare to try again, I'll tell you. I'll go back and tell my dad right away. I'll tell you. I'll immediately go back and tell my father to cancel the engagement." That's a good way to threaten him, isn't it? Yin Xiaojie smiled. "I know you've forgiven me." "Hell no, you're still on probation. I'm not going to forgive you yet." Mu Xiaoxiao boarded up her little face, but because of that passionate kiss just now, her cheeks were flushed, so it really didn't have any deterrent effect at all. "Then let's do something a little more pleasant, and you promise you'll forgive me now." Yin Xiaojie was still smiling a wicked, evil smile. Mu Xiaoxiao was separated from him by the sofa and the coffee table, and she huffed. "Yin Xiaojie, I've seen through your true colors," Yin Xiaojie said rightfully. "It's normal for a man to have desires for the woman he loves. It's not excessive at all. It's not too much?" Mu Xiaoxiao said, her little face suddenly lurching. "He just said, beloved woman?" Mu Xiaoxiao stared at him blankly, her heart thumping as if something warm filled her heart. She suddenly wanted to make him say it again. When Yin Xiaojie saw her dazed look, he couldn't help but tease, "If you're dazed like this, I'm going to pounce on you. You can't even concentrate when you're confronting him?" Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly came back to her senses. Her small face was blushing, her lips pursed, and suddenly opened her mouth to ask him, "There is something. Shouldn't you explain it to me first?" "What is it?" he asked. "It's about you and Jixin." Mu Xiaoxiao aggravated her volume, remembering this matter and looking at him with some resentment. Chapter 388. Mentioning this, Yin Xiaojie's attitude seriously said, "I said it. Me and her. Nothing. What you saw that night was just a misunderstanding. She did pounce over to try to kiss me, but I didn't let her get away with it. This girl does not need to think with his hands. Will let Jixin this weak woman to succeed?" Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and continued to question. "Then why did you go out to look for her? Do you care about her that much? Care about her?" In fact, she had guessed that they shouldn't have kissed, so what she cared about most in her heart was still his attitude towards Jixin. Yin Xiaojie frowned and continued to explain. "She said there was something she wanted to tell me, so I just went out to meet her for a bit. Although that matter, I already had an answer in my heart." "Which thing?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked with some concern, listening to him talk like this, like there was some kind of story between him and Jixin. This feeling made her very upset. Jealousy came over her all at once, causing her to coldly lower her little face. Yin Xiaojie seemed a little uncomfortable, pinching the spot on his brow with his fingers, and when his eyes landed on the sofa in front of him, he went around and sat down. He gestured at her. Mu Xiao was still a little wary, but took a seat on her side of the couch, keeping some distance from him. It was only then that Yin Xiaojie said, 7 years ago, the incident where I fell into the water. I misunderstood a process." Mu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. "What?" Yin Xiaojie's deep eyes stared at her small face and said with an apology, "I know that you saved me from the shore, but because I fainted at that time, and then when I woke up you were not by my side, and when I opened my eyes, what I saw was Jixin, so I thought, it was the artificial respiration that she did for me." Mu Xiaoxiao paused, her brow furrowed. So it is. She was a little bit angry in her heart, although she said that she couldn't blame him, but when she thought that for so many years, he had actually thought that the one who had given him artificial respiration was another girl, and had been remembering that girl for 7 years, she was a little bit fuming in her heart, very depressed. Why should he take credit for her and put it on another girl? Mu Xiaoxiao skimmed the corner of her mouth and lightly hummed. So it's like this. So these 7 years, you've been thinking about her? Wanting to find her, wanting to repay her, right? Then how do you plan to repay her? With your body? And what's his fate? It seems to mean in Jixin. At this time, Mu Xiaoxiao's mood was no longer just sad, but somewhat cold and sad. In Xiaojia looked at her eyes squarely and denied it very directly. Of course not. I don't have feelings for her. Not at all. And I don't want to kiss her or get close to her. The past. It's true that I remembered wrongly. This is my fault. Don't be angry, okay? I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? Mu Xiaoxiao said, her tone full of resentment. In Xiaojia thought about it and felt that he couldn't tell her too much more detail, lest this girl get her head in the clouds again. He summarized straight away. Anyway, now that things have been cleared up, and I've remembered what happened 7 years ago, from start to finish, there's only one person I've ever had feelings for, and only one person I've ever wanted to kiss. Who's that guy? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't need to ask. She understood from the way he was gazing deeply into her eyes. The person he was referring to was her. The resentment that had just been filled seemed to dissipate a lot. Chapter 389. Mu Xiaoxiao hesitated and asked, then you really haven't moved at all towards her? Even a little bit? Although she pretended to be unconcerned on the surface, she was thinking in her heart, humph, even if it's just a little bit, she doesn't want him anymore. However, she saw In Xiaojie look at her very firmly and say, no, not even a little bit. In Xiaojie closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, and pinched his brow with his fingers again. Mu Xiaoxiao was thinking about things and didn't notice his inappropriateness. Inside her head, two little people were arguing. A villain said, now it has been clarified. Everything is a misunderstanding, and he and Jixin also really did not happen anything, nor has he ever moved. Before to Jixin so good, but also just want to figure out what happened 7 years ago. If you think about it like that, it seems like there's no reason not to forgive him. But quickly, said the other little man, but he made you shed so many tears and broke your heart so badly. Even if it was all just a misunderstanding, but your tears and heartbreak were real. You can't just let it go. You can't just forgive him so easily. Seems about right if you think about it. He caused her to go through such a heartbreaking love affair, shedding so many tears and giving her this bad memory. Mu Xiaoxiao thought, she has lived for so long, she has never been so sad. She still has some psychological shadow, are a little afraid to like a person. I'm going to have to think about this. I can't just forgive you. She looked up at him and said. At this time, Mu Xiaoxiao realized that something was wrong. In Xiaojia hung his head low. The eye color of his thin lips seemed to be a little white, and he also used his hand to support his forehead. His eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were wrinkled so deeply that they could pinch a fly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? She was a little worried and was about to get up and go over to his side, but then paused, remembering how dark he was. He couldn't be deliberately pretending to be sick so as to cause her to soften her heart and take the initiative to go over to his side. A goat to the tiger's mouth. Could he? No way. He was so cunning. She couldn't fall for his schemes. You're trying to trick me into going over there, aren't you? I won't believe you. I'm telling you, your credit is bankrupt now. If you want me to believe your words again, you have to be more honest in the future. Got it? After waiting a while, there was no movement. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart lifted again. How did it feel? As if he had fainted. You don't think so? How is that possible? He was fine just now. How could he be uncomfortable all of a sudden? Is it possible that he's actually been holding up? Mu Xiaoxiao was half worried and half skeptical, but didn't dare to take the initiative to go over to his side. If she fell for his scheme again, then she would definitely feel stupid. Hey, she called to him, the scales of her heart tipping to the side of worrying about him. What if he did pass out? Forget it. Mu Xiaoxiao gave up her struggle and said to him, In Xiaojia, if you dare to lie to me again, I will ignore you in the future. Absolutely ignore you. With that said, she slowly made her way over towards him. Approaching his side, Mu Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and touched him. How? Do you do it? Before the words were finished, In Xiaojia's body swayed and collapsed onto the long sofa. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled. In Xiaojia. Hurriedly, he swooped down to see how he was doing. He's so pale. Noticing that he was sweating profusely, she hurriedly reached for his forehead and found it to be so hot. Chapter 390. You don't have a fever, do you? Mu Xiaoxiao drew back a breath. Suddenly, remembering that this morning, he was splashed by the maid. Still icy water. And, as she remembered, when he waited for her at her house, he was still wearing very little more than a t-shirt. but the temperature has dropped a lot on the American side. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think, he couldn't have been in a hurry to come to the United States to find her, so he didn't even check the weather over here, and didn't even wear more clothes, though he is very strong and a little cold wind doesn't make him that sick. Instead, he was splashed with ice water by the maid and stood in front of her house again for a long time. And just now, he's been out on the cruise ship with the sea breeze, and I don't know exactly how long he's been doing it. After associating these, Mu Xiao's heart clenched. Even if he was a man of iron, it would be impossible for him not to get sick after such a toss. You're so stupid. Mu Xiaoxiao spat at his handsome face, obviously uncomfortable, but still hard. Just wanted to make a move on her, to eat her. It suddenly dawned on Mu Xiaoxiao. No wonder, when he had just kissed her, she had felt that his lips were unusually hot, not quite the same as when she had kissed before. When Mu Xiaoxiao saw him so uncomfortable, her heart was also uncomfortable and she was worried. She helped him so that he could lie comfortably on the couch, then rushed to her cell phone and called William for help. Luckily, the cruise ship had an accompanying doctor, knowing that William would soon bring a doctor over. But these 10 minutes or so, Mu Xiaoxiao felt so hard. She sat on the carpet by the couch and stared at Yin Xiaojie's face. Seeing that he was frowning all the time and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he looked particularly ill. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain to him again. If you're sick and don't say it, are you a 3-year-old? A 3-year-old knows that when you're sick, you have to say it. You're so stupid. Usually he was the one who scolded her for being stupid. This time she finally had a chance to hit back, but Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't happy at all. She touched his forehead again. Why did it feel as if it was hotter? Mu Xiaoxiao was in a hurry, and always felt that his body temperature was frighteningly high. I've heard that a high fever of 40 degrees or more can kill you. The more Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more alarmed he was, the more fidgety he was, and when he thought about it, he hurriedly got up and wanted to go to the bathroom to get a wet towel to wipe his cold sweat. Isn't that what they do on TV? It's much more comfortable to change the wet towel and let him get all the cold sweat out. For her to just sit and wait for the doctor to come over, Mu Xiaoxiao just couldn't do it. So as soon as she thought of this method, she was ready to act immediately. However, she had only just gotten up when Yin Xiaojie, who was burning in a daze, suddenly reached out a hand and yanked her down. No. He mumbled something vaguely like he was murmuring. Mu Xiaoxiao was startled by the warmth of his hand and held his hand with both hands. Yin Xiaojie, how do you feel? Are you awake? She bent down and asked in his ear, but he didn't answer her. He just kept his hand on her and wouldn't let go. Mu Xiaoxiao was helpless and anxious, as if coaxing a child. She said to him, okay, I'm not mad at you. I'm just going to get a wet towel and wipe your sweat, okay? Yin Xiaojie still won't let go, but when he heard her say leave, he subconsciously tightened his grip, as if to say, I won't let go of you even if I die. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart softened at his appearance. Chapter 391. Just as they are glued together, the doorbell rings and Mu Xiaoxiao reacts by getting up to open the door, but Yin Xiaojie still won't let go. The doctor is here. I'll get the door, she whispered softly in his ear, but it was no use. It was like he couldn't hear anything. He just stubbornly tugged at her and wouldn't let go. Mu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take her cell phone and call William to figure out how to get in on his own. After a few more minutes of waiting, I finally heard the door open. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and waved to William, who walked in the doorway. Here. With a worried face, William thought it was because she was sick, but to his surprise, he saw Yin Xiaojie lying on the sofa. Why is he here? He was amazed. Mu Xiaoxiao had a face that was all over the place. It's not good to tell the story about Yin Xiaojie hanging down from the outside of the cruise ship, right? Just hurry up and get the doctor to look at him first. He's burning up pretty bad. She changed the subject and urged. William signaled the doctor, and the doctor carrying the first aid kit walked over. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to give up her position, but naturally Yin Xiaojie just tugged at her and wouldn't let go, so she had to move a little to the side. The doctor probed Yin Xiaojie's temperature. 48 degrees. Mu Xiaoxiao huffed backwards. So high. He won't burn out his brain, right? The doctor laughed. I don't think so, but this is really high. Mu Xiaoxiao saw that the doctor was still able to smile, indicating that it was not yet a life-threatening situation, so she was slightly relieved. The doctor is very professional and gives Yin Xiaojie a fever-reducing injection and then does some physical cooling. After half an hour of work, Yin Xiaojie was sent to bed. The doctor, still with a svelte smile on his face, said to Mu Xiaoxiao, he's going to sleep for a while, and he'll most likely burn up repeatedly in the middle of the night. But that's normal. You just have to keep an eye on him, and give him the medicine once when he burns up. Thank you, doctor. Mu Xiaoxiao responded politely. The doctor gave William a nod and left with the first aid kit. William glanced at Yin Xiaojie on the bed. The corner of his mouth tugged down as his gaze fell on Yin Xiaojie's hand that was tugging on Mu Xiao. He said to Mu Xiao, it's better if I call someone to take care of him. It's so late. You can't stay up and keep an eye on him, right? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and refused. No need, I'll be fine here. She hadn't even taken her eyes off Yin Xiaojie's face, and she hadn't even noticed when William had left. Mu Xiaoxiao just kept sitting on the edge of the bed, accompanying Yin Xiaojie. The night was getting late, and it was pitch black outside, as if sinking into a thick darkness. I don't know what time it was before Mu Xiaoxiao saw Yin Xiaojie waking up. She joyfully went up to him. Yin Xiaojie, how are you feeling? Are you better? Reaching out to feel his forehead. The temperature hadn't risen, so no medication was needed for now. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mu Xiaoxiao thought that he might be burnt out and a little slow to react. She added, are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen make you a porridge or something, okay? Yeah, oh, and he'll have to take his medicine if he burns up again, so you have to eat something to pad your stomach. Yin Xiaojie's dark, deep eyes stayed locked on her face. Mu Xiaoxiao inexplicably had the illusion that he seemed to want to see the end of the world like this. You're very uncomfortable, aren't you? Nod your head if you don't want to talk. Yin Xiaojie tugged on her hand and pulled her over. Mu Xiaoxiao took the initiative to meet up. What do you want to say? Ah, are you thirsty? Want some water? Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes looked at her with a smile. His thin lips slightly opened, and his voice said hoarsely, what I need most right now is a kiss from you, and I'll be much better. Chapter 392, Will she dislike him? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were stunned, and she was really crying and laughing at the fact that he was still playing a rascal at this time. But hearing his voice so hoarse and his face pale, she couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Then look at how dry your lips are. Have a drink of water first, she said, giving him a sidelong glance. A look that seemed to say, if you behave, then you'll get the reward you deserve. Yin Xiaojie also felt his throat dry and clogged. His normally magnetic and sexy voice had become a bit hard to hear. She wouldn't dislike him just because of that, would she? Thinking so, he nodded obediently. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled down and reached out to touch his head as if to reward him. That's a good boy. Then let go of your hand and let me go pour the water. She'd been tugged by his hand since he'd passed out, and even though she hadn't exerted herself, her hand felt sore. She suddenly thought of the phrase, hold your hand and grow old with your son. It is true that it is not so easy to hold hands for a lifetime. Although Yin Xiaojie was a bit dissatisfied that she used this child-coaxing tone to herself, he still loosened his hand. In fact, he couldn't remember how he'd managed to keep holding onto her while he was unconscious. Now as soon as he let go of his hand, he also felt some soreness in his wrist. Originally he had a high fever, and there was not much strength left in his body. The last of his strength was used in grabbing her hand. Then wait for me here. I'll be right back, Mu Xiaoxiao said, getting off the bed and going out in her slippers. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes followed her figure, his gaze fixed on the doorway. It took several minutes before Mu Xiaoxiao returned with water. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he noticed his eyes, locked on her as if he was afraid she'd run away. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart slightly throbbed. This guy should not be so urgent. Stare off. You're obviously sick. You're all weak, and you keep staring at the door. Don't you get sore eyes? Although his heart was spitting this out, he inexplicably felt that the Yin Xiaojie in this manner was a bit cute. Mu Xiaoxiao's smile softened a few points, walked over to the bedside, patted the covers on him and said, get up and drink some water. Why did you take so long to pour a water? Yin Xiaojie asked in dissatisfaction. His face was weak. His voice seemed to be even more hoarse and feeble than just now. I feel as if my body has been emptied. I have no strength in my body. I can't get up, he said, his dark eyes lowered in a pitiful manner. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't do anything about him, so she put the cup on the nightstand and probed over, reaching out to help lift him up. Yin Xiaojie's arms encircled her, almost putting his entire body weight on her. Why are you so heavy? Mu Xiaoxiao complained, but still used her milk strength to help him up, finally sitting up. But young Masterine didn't look like he wanted to let go of his hand, and the arm that was wrapped around her was directly changed to wrapped around her thin waist. He rested his chin against her shoulder, his tall nose buried deep into her neck, breathing in, full of her sweet scent. Hey, Mu Xiaoxiao tried to get up. Bending over in this position made it a bit difficult for her. Don't move, let me refill, Yin Xiaojie said, tightening his arm a little. Supplement what? Mu Xiao expressed her confusion, her dark eyes blinking as she looked down at him, though she could only see the back of his head and his hair. This close, she realized that the guy's hair was oh so soft. Chapter 393, they say that people with soft hair will have soft ears. I wonder if he does. Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it, every time she played with Yin Xiaojie's temper and had a disagreement. Although Yin Xiaojie looked like he didn't want to care about her and didn't want to indulge her in a cold manner, in the end, he would still be soft on her and surrender first. She couldn't help but smile. So yeah, she obviously had a good temper. And all these years in America, her friends around her said that she was the best-tempered girl they'd ever seen, practically like a little sheep, so that made them protective of her, which was why her friends, like William, were subconsciously protective of her, and tried their hardest to be nice to her. But when she was in front of Yin Xiaojie, she turned into a kitten with claws and a temper. The biggest reason, in fact, is the guy's indulgence of her. It's probably a common problem for everyone. Just as it will always be easy for us to get mad at our own family members, it is also because we know that our family members won't really get mad at us and leave us. In Mu Xiao's heart, Yin Xiaojie is already equal to the existence of her family. Even if she again play temper, again unreasonable, he will not really angry at her, will still indulge her. Thinking this way, Mu Xiaoxiao felt that she should also indulge Yin Xiaojie a bit while he was sick right now. Otherwise, she would have pushed him away long ago. How could she let him lean his whole body against her like that? You know he's heavy. Yin Xiaojie sniffed her scent, the corner of his mouth curved up, and his husky voice said, I am replenishing. Little energy. Tiny energy? What is it? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't react for a moment. Could it be that she's been out of the country for so long that she doesn't understand China's current buzzwords? Yin Xiaojie's tone rose lightly, and he said in a serious manner, its full name is Mu Xiaoxiao Energy, and its function is, it can restore Yin Xiaojie's vitality. Mu Xiaoxiao gave a beat, and only then did she understand. Her small face slightly flushed up. What are you talking about? She blushed, slapping him on the back. This guy isn't burning out his brain, is he? Why suddenly say this? Make people very shy. Sweet words. Don't move. I haven't replenished enough. Yin Xiaojie domineeringly wrapped his arms tighter. Mu Xiaoxiao muttered in her heart, still saying that she was weak. Obviously now holding her is still so strong. However, compared to before when his arms like steel made it hard for her to even think about breaking away for a moment, it was true that his strength was much weaker now that she hadn't struggled. And to think that I had just decided to indulge him a little bit, as a favor to the patient. So she didn't move. After a while, Mu Xiaoxiao really couldn't stand up anymore. Bending and probing over like this, her waist was so sore that she couldn't stand. Her little face scrunched up into a bun. She poked him in the back with her finger and asked, Hey, have you replenished enough? Yin Xiaojie seemed to hear the hardness in her voice, which made her let go of her. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly straightened up and propped herself up like an old lady. Yin Xiaojie understood when he looked at her like this. His black eyes with a smile, his tone of voice pretended to be regretful. It's not good for your waist strength to be so bad. You need to practice more in the future, or else it will affect our quality of life in the future. Mu Xiaoxiao stretched, much more comfortable, and when she heard his words, she asked, a little confused, what's quality of life got to do with it? Chapter 394, it's not like she needs to do housework or anything, there are maids for that. Besides, it wasn't like she had a back problem. Anyone would feel sore if they kept bending over like they just did, right? Don't understand where his point is. Mu Xiaoxiao lazily ignored him, picked up the cup of water on the bedside table and handed it to him. You have the strength to take a drink yourself. Don't try to make her feed him again. Yin Xiaojie had indeed wanted her to feed herself, but she had already revealed herself, so she had to let it go. He took the cup and sipped the water slowly. Quickly, a cup was consumed. Mu Xiaoxiao reached out and touched his forehead, confirming that he didn't have another fever, and only then did she feel slightly relieved. She took the glass of water and put it away and looked at him and asked, do you want to go back to sleep now, or do you want to eat something? Yin Xiaojie, however, used a slender finger and tapped his lips. I want this. Mu Xiaoxiao embarrassingly turned her eyes to the side, pretending that she couldn't understand his words. I've just ordered a meal. You're not feeling well now, so have some congee. It's easier to digest. Or if you want something else, she said as she made to get up, but he clutched her wrist violently. Mu Xiaoxiao's movements froze, maintaining her posture, just not looking back at him, her cheeks unconsciously blushing to the surface. At that moment, his still somewhat hoarse voice came from behind him, saying in a low and resigned voice, don't you want me to get well soon? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Of course I want to. Cough cough cough. Yin Xiaojie suddenly coughed violently, the kind of cough that sounded like it came from his lungs. Very real, not at all like a fake, making it difficult for anyone who listened to it. Mu Xiao's heart instantly softened and she looked back at him. Yin Xiaojie really wasn't faking it, coughing so hard that he even let go of her hand and covered his chest with it. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him worriedly. Are you having a hard time? Or else, take some medicine? I seem to remember the doctor saying that if he was still having a hard time, he could take that medication as well and it would alleviate the symptoms. She was shocked to see that he was still coughing and his forehead was starting to break out in a cold sweat again. Quickly, he reached out to probe his forehead. You're burning up again, she exclaimed. With self-condemnation in her eyes, she should have given him the medicine faster if she had known. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed out, poured him another cup of water over, took out the medicine left by the doctor, and stretched it out in front of him, urging anxiously, take the medicine quickly. You'll feel better if you eat it. Yin Xiaojie's coughing slowly stopped. He frowned at the medicine in her hand and shook his head. Don't eat. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Her eyes widened as she asked, why don't you eat? Young Masterine directly threw out 3 words. I don't want to eat. Moo Tiny, how can you take medicine when you want to and not when you don't? Is this guy pulling a caper? Seeing him frowning, as if he was forcing himself to endure the pain, Mu Xiaoxin was anxious. You eat, okay? Be good, don't. Young Master Yun's capricious 2 words again. Mu Xiaoxiao inexplicably had the illusion of coaxing a small child. It occurred to her that he couldn't have been deliberately making a scene. Could he? Because she wouldn't give him a kiss? Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was corrected, and she reached out and cupped his handsome face. Then before he could react, those soft cherry lips printed down. The 2 lips were pressed together, grinding slightly. After a few seconds, she let go and stepped back. Chapter 400. This works, right? The last 2 words were not finished. At that moment, suddenly the doorbell rang. Mu Xiaoxiao looked back and pushed him away, alerting him to the fact that someone was coming. It should be the porridge she ordered delivered. Yin Xiaojia hadn't wanted to let go of her. Ignore him. It's porridge delivered. Right, before you take the medicine, it's better to drink some porridge to pad your stomach. This suddenly occurred to her. There's no need for medicine. I'm much better now, Yin Xiaojia said, with obvious pleasure in his voice. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't believe him and reached out to probe his forehead again. Sure enough, it was still hot. The doorbell rang again, and Mu Xiaoxiao, afraid that the waiter had left, hurriedly pushed him away and ran outside. Yin Xiaojia scared with some regret. Not long after, Mu Xiaoxiao came in with a bowl of porridge and walked to the bedside, deliberately keeping a distance from him. She looked at him askance and said, I'm giving you a choice now. Drink the porridge and take your medicine, or I'll kick you out. Glancing at his sickly countenance, she had a bad feeling and said instead, or I'll go out. Yes, I'll go to William's room. Yin Xiaojia frowned, his handsome face aghast. No, she's trying to piss him off, isn't she? Yin Xiaojia gritted his teeth, once again overwhelmed by vinegar, thinking about that man called William, who was so nice to her. Who knows if he was interested in her? She sent herself to the door. This girl has no brain at all. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that her threat was useful, and a small smug smile rippled across her small face. She brought the porridge to him and ordered, Eat quickly, do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll go find William right away. Oh. Yin Xiaojia looked at her askance and obediently took the kanji, eating it slowly. Mu Xiaoxiao expressed her satisfaction and nodded, supervising him. When he finished the porridge, she handed him the medicine. Take your medicine, she said. Yin Xiaojia stares at the pills in her hand, his brow furrowing deeply. It's okay if you don't take the pills, right? The fever has slowly subsided. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his expression and suddenly thought of a possibility, exclaiming, You're not afraid of taking medicine, are you? Yin Xiaojia looks at her askance and retorts, Does anyone like pills? Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and almost laughed out loud. So this guy is afraid of pills. When Yin Xiaojia looked at her little expression, he knew what she was snickering about, and got upset in his heart, solemnly stating, It's not that I'm afraid of taking medicine. I just don't like taking pills. Does it make a difference? Mu Xiaoxiao asked in amusement. Of course there is. Young Master Yin replied with a serious expression. No one would like to take medicine, right? And I think I'm already much better. The fever has already started to subside, so there's no need to take any more medicine. Fine. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and said as she held the pill in her hand out in front of his eyes. Then I'll ask you. You shouldn't have forgotten the choice I just gave you, right? Finish the porridge and take the pill, or I'll go find William? Yin Xiaojia stared at her small face and finally compromised, reaching out and grabbing the pills, quickly placing them in her mouth before drinking the water with her head held high. Mu Xiaoxiao looked on with satisfaction and smiled happily. This is a good boy. The next day, the sun shines through the glass and scatters on the regal white goose-down carpet. Mu Xiaoxiao had some difficulty getting up. She wanted to stay in bed for a while every time before she was willing to get up. Staying in bed and all that is really the happiest thing in the world. And, with her ear right over his heart, she could hear his strong heartbeat. She likes the sound of a heartbeat. Maybe it's because when they were still in their mother's womb, everyone listened to their mother's heartbeat, and from a small embryo, they slowly grew into a human form. So they have a special feeling for the sound of the heartbeat. Yin Xiaojia looked down at her lazy little face, somewhat helpless and amused. She was content to stay in bed so comfortably, after almost half an hour. Hey, Tiny, time to get up. Mu Xiaoxiao just rubbed her little head like a kitten, but had no intention of getting up. Mu Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaojia frowned and aggravated his voice. She used him as a cushion and slept comfortably. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard his shout, she finally lifted her little head. Her little face that was not powdered was full of displeasure, glaring at him and complaining, You are so noisy. I took care of you last night. I'm very tired, okay? I didn't sleep well, and you're still noisy. If you don't get up, the sun is going to hit you, Yin Xiaojia said. Mu Xiaoxiao finally got fed up and braced her hands in front of his body, propping herself up and rolling over to the side. rolled up in the covers, planning to stay in bed. The more you stay in bed, the less you remember. Moreover, Mu Xiaoxiao was tossed around a bit last night, worrying about him and taking care of him. She was really tired. Okay, and he's disturbing her sleep. That's a lot. Yin Xiaojie probed over and stroked her little head before getting up and getting out of bed. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were closed, but her ears perked up at the commotion. Still heard his footsteps, went to the bathroom, and then the sound of water rang out. The large bed seemed to become empty all of a sudden without him on it. She had wanted to stay in bed again, but she suddenly lost her sleepiness and opened her eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao abruptly sat up and rubbed her hair. Suddenly remembering something, she asked over to the bathroom, Yin Xiaojie, are you sick yet? Seeing as he was in pretty good spirits early in the morning, I guess he didn't have another fever. Waited for a while and got no response. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed her little mouth. Was it because there was the sound of water inside so he didn't hear it? Just then, with a swish the door was pulled open. Yin Xiaojie walked out. He said, I don't have any clothes to change into. What should I do? There are no clothes to change into, so why are you taking a shower? Her voice came through the covers. Yin Xiaojie pulled the covers. Come out. What are you doing hiding in there? Learning from an ostrich? Quickly go find me a piece of clothing. Why is it that I have to help you find clothes? You figure it out yourself. Yin Xiaojie looked at his body. How am I going to go out and find clothes like this? Isn't there a mall on the cruise ship? You go buy them for me. Mu Xiaoxiao was really stuffy and a bit hot under the quilt, and finally couldn't stand it and lifted the quilt. But she lifted the covers and blocked them from view. Then, I'll think of something. I don't know if you can buy that iPad up there. You wait. With that, Mu Xiaoxiao pulled the covers with both hands and stepped off the bed. Is that necessary? I'm your husband. Feel free to look. Yin Xiaojie pulled on the quilt and ripped it away. Shame on you. Who wants to see you? Mu Xiaoxiao spat out a sentence and ran out. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes behind him and smiled. Mu Xiaoxiao was flipping through the software on top of her iPad in the living room, realizing that there was only a system for ordering food, not for buying clothes, and finally had no choice but to ask William for help. Within 10 minutes, 2 sets of clothes were delivered. After Yin Xiaojie changed into his clothes, he glanced askance at what he was wearing, black slacks and a beige microneck tee, which set off his body in a more slender and upright manner. With one hand in his pocket and the other, he reached out and put his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulder. You should be hungry, right? Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him. I'm starving to death. Okay, let's go to breakfast then. In the Chinese restaurant, Mu Xiaoxiao since eaten Cantonese morning tea, do not want to eat Western-style breakfast. Think the varieties are too monotonous. Come and go are that a few kinds. Really or our country's cuisine is the most abundant. She found a seat and the waitress greeted her with a smile. Miss, may I ask if it's one of you? Mu Xiaoxiao was puzzled and looked to her side before realizing that Yin Xiaojie was gone. Where is he? Where did it go? How do you walk away and not tell her? The waitress nodded. Okay, both of you. Here is the menu. The lady can see what she wants to order. Wait. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't take the menu, pushed back her chair and stood up. Wait a moment. I'll see where my friend went. She walked out, still wondering if she had lost Yin Xiaojie. But I didn't expect to see his figure. Not far out of the Chinese restaurant, with a girl in one piece, talking and laughing. Mu Xiao was shocked. Betty? He knows Betty? It's okay if it's another girl. What's hardest for Mu Xiaoxiao to accept is how Yin Xiaojie knows Betty. It's not possible that he saw how pretty Betty was and was a philanderer and hit on her, is it? Although Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to admit it, but Betty did look very pretty, belonging to the kind of beauty of the Western beauty of the kind of pretty, features deep beautiful, with sultry eyes, a head of weighty curly hair is presenting her body of the hot, so Yin Xiaojie couldn't have been attracted to Betty, right? A particularly unpleasant emotion welled up in Mu Xiaoxiao's heart, and the next second she wanted to rush over. But at this time, Yin Xiaojie said something to Betty without knowing what, revealing a smile with a different meaning, making his whole person look a little bad, but even more charming, especially for girls. This kind of unruly and bad smile is simply fatal attraction. Betty, who was talking to him, was all but braked by the smile, and a fascinated gleam floated involuntarily under her eyes. However, Mu Xiaoxiao's footsteps, which were just about to step out, stopped. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the smile of Yin Xiaojie's, as if she had guessed something in her heart. With her understanding of the guy, he was definitely calculating something when he showed that smile, not hitting on a girl or anything like that. It's just that Mu Xiaoxiao is still puzzled and doesn't understand how Yin Xiaojie got involved with Betty, but she wasn't impulsive this time, and had her arms around her chest, waiting to see what would happen. But at this moment, Betty turned her eyes and happened to notice Mu Xiaoxiao beside her, revealing a smug smile before she came up and deliberately wrapped her arms around Yin Xiaojie's hand. Betty touched Yin Xiaojie's arm flirtatiously with her fingers and threw a wink before leaving. Yin Xiaojie had one hand in his pocket, his posture handsome and uninhibited. After seeing Betty off, his gaze turned to Mu Xiao, as if he had known she was here. Mu Xiao raised her chin and glared at him, then grunted, and without questioning him, she turned around and went into the Chinese restaurant. Yin Xiaojie was stunned and hurriedly chased after him. Tiny, he called to her from behind. Mu Xiao acted as if she didn't hear it and walked back to where she had just sat down. The waiter had been waiting for a long time and came over to pour water for her, asking with a smile, "Miss, have the two arrived? What would you like to order?" Mu Xiao didn't even look at Yin Xiaojie's side and said directly to the waiter, "I'm one now. Help me ask this gentleman to leave. I don't like to share a table." The waiter looked at Yin Xiaojie with a difficult face. Thinking about it, he knew that these two were a young couple throwing a tantrum, so the waiter wasn't sure if he should do as he was told. With a calm face, Yin Xiaojie asked the waiter to bring over the menu and then quickly ordered his meal. Chapter 401, I like it when she's jealous, and he ordered all the ones that Mu Xiao likes to eat. The waiter had been a little worried, but luckily Mu Xiao didn't stop it. That's it. Yin Xiaojie closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. The waiter took it and rushed off. Yin Xiaojie looked at Mu Xiao, a smile hanging on his handsome and extraordinary face. He moved closer to her side and reached over to hold her hand. Jealous? Aren't you going to torture me about what I said to her? He asked, his dark eyes looking at her askance. Mu Xiao puffed her cheeks and finally looked at him, her voice exasperated. How do you know her? Did you guys know each other before? Or did you just meet her? You wouldn't have dated her, would you? You stop. I don't want to know what you all said. Don't want to know what words he uses to please other girls. Thinking about this, even if she knew that he might be trying to count Betty for something, Mu Xiao's heart was still unpleasant. The smile in Yin Xiaojie's eyes deepened. It seems that this girl is quite jealous. Still, he really liked it when she was jealous. It allowed him to feel how much her heart cared for him. But of course, there's a limit to this sort of thing, and you can't go too far or it'll backfire. If he made her really unhappy, then he would be heartbroken. Yin Xiaojie expressed his innocence and said, I don't know her. She's the one who just hit on me out of the blue. She accosted you and you're going to give her a ride? Mu Xiao was not that angry, but now she is getting angrier and angrier, and she also flung away his hand very facelessly, not caring how many people were staring at the side next to her. I had a reason. Yin Xiaojie hurriedly tried to explain, but Mu Xiao didn't give him a chance. Before he finished, she directly snatched the words. Do you know that I'm not right with her? You were just talking and laughing with her. You really pissed me off. If she had known, she shouldn't have forgiven him so quickly. I know you don't see eye to eye with her. Listen to me first before you get angry, okay? Yin Xiaojie said to her, seeing that she was really angry. It was starting to hurt. You know? Mu Xiao was surprised and asked, how did you know? Yin Xiaojie reached out and rested his hand on the back of her chair. His handsome face came over and said in a voice that only the two could hear. At that dance last night, after I found you, I inadvertently noticed her and realized that she had been staring at you with malicious eyes, and she was also exchanging pleasantries with her friend next to her, not knowing what she was discussing, like she wanted to be unfavorable to you. Mu Xiao froze, not expecting this, and asked busily, and then what? The corner of Yin Xiaojie's mouth hooked, and his dark eyes tasted a little smug as he said, and then didn't you turn off the lights? I then saw her sneak over toward you, and then I kicked her into the pool in passing. Shun. Feet? Mu Xiao snorted and laughed. So he kicked Betty when she fell in the pool? Mu Xiao, just a little depressed mood, instantly became happy, looked askance at his face begging for praise little like, she deliberately ignored, asked, then why did you just want to care about her? Wouldn't it be better to just ignore her? You still let her accost you. Aren't you giving her a chance to be smug? She sort of understood. Betty simply came here on purpose to seduce Yin Xiaojie. Chapter 402, The Sacred and Inviolable. Betty should have seen Yin Xiaojie walking with herself, so she approached Yin Xiaojie to strike up a conversation, like when Mu Xiao used to study in the United States. Whenever a boy confessed his love to Xiao, Betty would immediately go and seduce that boy and make that boy her admirer. As long as it was something from Mu Tiny, Betty was especially concerned about it and had to grab it. Yin Xiaojie's smile becomes sinister and sinister, don't you think? Holding her up to the sky first and then letting her fall down. Would that be even worse? Mu Xiao instantly understood. She propped her chin up on one hand and looked at him sideways, as if imps were flickering in those dark, glazed eyes. So you're trying to fix her to avenge me? She didn't know what his plan was yet, but she was already feeling interesting. The thought of screwing Betty hard for once almost made Mu Xiao want to set off firecrackers in celebration. One more thing. I actually met her once before. Full of cursing China. It's simply infuriating. Yin Xiaojie mentioned this and bit his teeth a bit, so it was clear that he was really having a fit of anger. Mu Xiao heard him talk about this and nodded her head vigorously in agreement. That's right. She hates me even if it's not enough. She actually targets all Chinese things because of me. Sometimes I listen to her talk, so angry that I simply want to shove a handful of into her mouth. Yin Xiaojie raised his hand to her. Mu Xiaoxiao would come over and the two high-fived. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face was filled with regret as he sighed and said, "Unfortunately, this is a luxury cruise ship, so you can't find this kind of filth, or else." Ha! He grinned grimly, a touch of ruthlessness under his dark eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at his expression and said in tears, "You don't really want to do that, do you?" She was just so angry that she couldn't help but think that way for a bit, but look at that look in his eyes, as if it's because the conditions don't allow it, or else he really wants to do it. Yin Xiaojie bristled in disbelief and grunted, "Eating feces can't kill anyone. Mu Tiny, ahem, he seems to have a point. Think about it, and can't die, as long as the thought of Betty being stuffed with a mouthful of, have to say, Mu Xiaoxiao also feel quite cool." Mu Xiaoxiao grunted in her heart, "It is not that she is too bad, it is the sanctity of the motherland that is inviolable. If Betty scolded her, she put up with it if she could, and if she couldn't, she just fought back. Seeing as she was William's cousin, Mu Xiaoxiao usually didn't bother with her if she could, just as if she was generous and too lazy to bother with a stupid person. But this time was different, daring to insult her country. That was absolutely unforgivable, and Betty's attitude is really too bad. Like yesterday, Mu Xiao, who is usually so good-tempered, couldn't help but beat her up. However, this time it was Yin Xiaojie. Young Master Yin's temper was notoriously bad, and if you dared to make him angry, you could only pray to the gods not to die a horrible death. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him and asked curiously, "Then how are you going to fix her? Tell me quickly." At that moment, just what was ordered was brought up. Yin Xiaojie said, "Let's eat breakfast first. Haven't you been crying out for hunger? I'll tell you when you're full. Eat while you talk." Mu Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued, and she didn't want to be kept in suspense by him. Chapter 403, She's My Baby. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that even if these breakfasts in front of her were delicious, she would still get indigestion if she ate them. "Well, I was going to." Yin Xiaojie was about to start talking when Mu Xiaoxiao saw William coming over and immediately slapped his hand. "Don't say it first, don't say it first." Yin Xiaojie followed her line of sight and looked back, his brows furrowing when he saw it was William. A certain demon's handsome face was full of unwelcome, not hiding it at all. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him, signaling him to have a better attitude. William walked over with a meaningful smile and sat down on the other side of Mu Xiao. "Why didn't you call me for breakfast?" Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the time. "It's already more than 10 o'clock, which is still breakfast. It's almost lunch," she said. "I don't know if you're busy. I guess. It's not too busy, and it's with my baby, so how can I spare some time, don't you think?" "Baby." William raised a sexy smile. His eyes seemed to look at Mu Xiaoxiao with doting. Splat dash, there was a disgruntled pounding of the table. Yin Xiaojie's face was stern and frosty, his slender finger pointing at William, gritting his teeth as he warned, "I'm telling you, Xiao Xiao is my baby, not yours. Don't let me hear you call her baby again, or else." Even if his identity was not to be messed with, Yin Xiaojie was not afraid. William nuzzled his nose and smirked at Mu Xiaoxiao. "What a strong smell of vinegar. Tiny baby, do you smell it?" He clearly said he wouldn't be allowed to yell baby, and he just had to keep doing it. Yin Xiaojie directly shot up this time, his fists clenched, hidden veins visible. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Yin Xiaojie down. "Don't be impulsive. William is just messing with you. Why are you so jealous of him? You're so stupid." William picked up the cup of tea in front of her, took a sip, and laughed. "Your man is really interesting. Just like your Chinese firecrackers, a little goes off, not like the one in my house." At the thought, William sighed and shook his head. Yin Xiaojie heard his phrase "your family's man" and then subsided a bit, but a pair of sharp black eyes are still staring at William's face, as if scrutinizing his relationship with Xiao Xiao. "By the looks of it, this William, I don't think he's into Tiny, is he? Otherwise, it would not have been possible to have such a relaxed attitude." And his last line, "the one from his family? Does that mean he's seeing someone?" Thinking of this, Yin Xiaojie also slightly put away his hostility towards him. William confronted him flirtatiously, the corners of his mouth tickling as he said, "What, you don't like Tiny anymore? Got your eye on me?" Yin Xiaojie made a sickening expression and grunted, "You're shameless enough. Thanks for the compliment." William wasn't enraged and still had that elegant and charming smile. Mu Xiaoxiao knocked the table. Okay, let me introduce. This is Yin Xiaojie, my fiancé. He is William, my good friend in the United States, especially good friend." When he said the latter, he even glanced at Yin Xiaojie, as if to say, "See, men and women can be friends." "Fiancé?" William felt surprised and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao and asked, "You suddenly had to go back to China before, so you just went back to get engaged?" Mu Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly. It's hard to say. Chapter 404, You know how to threaten me with this." Yin Xiaojie was clearly satisfied when he heard her introduction of herself, and with a stretch of his arm, he dominantly wrapped her into his arms. He looked askance at William and said, "Even though you and Tiny are friends, I'm Tiny's fiancé, and I don't take too kindly to hearing someone call my fiancé a baby, if you know what I mean." William smiled slightly and shot back at Yin Xiaojie. "Baby is my term of endearment for Xiao Xiao. Even if you're Xiao Xiao's fiancé, it seems like you don't have the right to intervene in us, right? Don't worry, I'm not a threat to you, otherwise." He slightly sidestepped his face and glanced at Mu Xiao Xiao, as if telling Yin Xiaojie that if he was interested in Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao would have been his long ago. Yin Xiaojie pursed his lips and smiled, but there was a cluster of anger underneath his dark eyes. This self-confidence of the other party made him feel very unhappy. If he didn't care about Xiao Xiao, he would have punched up long ago. Yin Xiaojie noticed that Mu Xiao Xiao was silent and turned his head to look, only to realize that this girl was actually eating, completely ignoring the dark clouds between him and William. "This shrimp dumpling is good. Delicious. I didn't realize that the Cantonese morning tea here is quite authentic, not much different from what we had at home. Hey, aren't you guys hungry? Hurry up and eat." Mu Xiao Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to the confrontation between the two of them. She was so hungry. It was still important to eat. As Yin Xiaojie looked at her wolfing down her food, his handsome face, which had just been taut, was instantly replaced with a soft smile. "You eat slowly, be careful of choking." Just as he reminded, Mu Xiao Xiao choked and patted her chest, trying to swallow something. Yin Xiaojie hurriedly picked up the teacup in front of himself and handed it to her to drink. Mu Xiao Xiao grunted and gulped down a cup of water in one gulp, luckily finally managed to swallow the stuff smoothly. "You crow's mouth." She glanced at Yin Xiaojie in dissatisfaction. Yin Xiaojie raised his eyebrows. "You can blame me for this? Who told you to wolf down your food? Those who don't know would think you escaped from some refugee camp." Mu Xiao Xiao was so angry that she glared at him. "You are the refugee camp. This lady is so noble and elegant. Where does she look like a refugee? You just ate like ah. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror yourself." "Yin Xiaojie, do you want to sleep on the couch tonight?" Knows how to threaten me with that. "Can you do another trick? One move is enough. Why do you need another?" Yin Xiaojie had a face that said nothing to her, but when he saw that Mu Xiao Xiao was coughing, he still reached out and soothed her on her back. William watched the two of them bicker with amusement as he sipped his tea and ate his breakfast. William came to find Mu Xiao Xiao, originally intended to do his duty as a landlord and take her to have a good time on the cruise ship, but with Yin Xiaojie, this overbearing guy, it was naturally impossible for Mu Xiao Xiao to go with him. In the end, Yin Xiaojie found a chance to skim off William. He held Mu Xiao's hand and the two of them strolled around the cruise ship to the front of the movie theater. Mu Xiao Xiao looked at the screening schedule on the wall. There is a movie is actually to be released in the United States in a few days before the major movie theaters. I did not expect to be able to see it first on this cruise ship. She pointed to the poster on the wall and said, "Yeah, let's watch a movie." Yin Xiaojie followed her finger and looked over, wrinkling his eyebrows when he saw the name of the movie. "You want to watch this? The Little Mermaid. Isn't this a live-action movie adaptation of a fairy tale?" Chapter 405, Can't Wake Him Up. Mu Xiao Xiao nodded. "Yeah, that's what I want to see. I'm a big Disney fan. Did you forget?" Yin Xiaojie thought about it. It's true. This girl grew up loving fairy tales and those stories of Disney princesses. A little princess with a fairy tale plot inside. "Well, you can watch it if you want," Yin Xiaojie said, and went up to buy the tickets, and got her popcorn and Coke. The two were admitted quickly because it was just the right time. I don't know if it was the middle of the day, when all the guests on the cruise ship had gone to lunch, or if others weren't interested in this kind of movie, so there were very few people in the lounge. Just a handful. It didn't take long for the credits to start and Yin Xiaojie felt sleepy. Mu Xiao Xiao glanced at him, and with a sudden reach, she pressed his head into her shoulder. "If you don't like to look at it, just sleep against me for a while." He must have expended a lot of energy last night when he was sick all night. Although he looked recovered when he got up in the morning, how could his spirit recover that quickly? Yin Xiaojie stared at her side face, and couldn't help but think in his heart, this girl couldn't have chosen to come to the movie theater on purpose, right? However, leaning against her small shoulder, with her girlish scent all around his nose, smelled good and made him slowly relax mentally and close his eyes. Mu Xiao Xiao frowned, and when the weight of his whole body came down, she realized that she had overestimated herself. He's so heavy. It only took about 10 seconds for her to feel like she couldn't hold her own against the top, and she was a little shaky. Yin Xiaojie, who had his eyes closed, pulled the corner of his mouth. Though he didn't open his eyes, he could guess what she was feeling at that moment by the shaking of his fundamental shoulders. How could this girl, petite as she was, stand up to his weight? Yin Xiaojie was silent, waiting to see what she would do. Would she be willing to wake him up, or will it stay hard? What Yin Xiaojie could not have imagined was that Mu Xiao Xiao was also able to use her brain. She glanced at the handrail between the two and realized that it was possible to put it down, so she hurriedly lowered the armrest, leaving no barrier between the two. "Hey, lay down." Mu Xiaoxiao gently whispered in his ear, then held his head with both hands, letting him slowly slide down and then lie on her lap. Yin Xiaojie moved over her thighs and found a comfortable position. Mu Xiaoxiao guarded his head so he wouldn't fall off. Seeing his frown loosen, she smiled and lifted her head to continue watching her movie. The story of The Little Mermaid. The plot should be well known, there is no surprise, but the live-action version of the shooting out of the feeling, or quite good, so that Mu Xiaoxiao feel more immersed. Especially, obviously, The Little Mermaid saved the princes, but it was picked up by the princess of another country ready to go. The prince did not know, thought it was that princess saved his own, so he married her. On the very night of her wedding, the Little Mermaid refused to kill the prince, preferring to turn herself into a bubble. Watching the scene of the Little Mermaid turning into a bubble, Mu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but shed tears. She accidentally substitutes herself into the story. The princess of the other country is in Jixin, and she is the Little Mermaid. 7 years ago, it was obviously her who gave Yin Xiaojie artificial respiration, but when Yin Xiaojie woke up from the coma, the first person he saw was in Jixin, so he thought she kissed him. Chapter 406, if he hadn't kissed her, then, Yin Xiaojie remembered her for 7 years. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think that if Yin Xiaojie hadn't kissed himself, wouldn't he have kept the misunderstanding going, and after he re-encountered in Gxin, he would have kissed her to confirm his own feelings? Just thinking about this, Mu Xiao's heart felt like it had been twisted hard. It hurt and hurt. She couldn't help herself, and continued to think about it, thinking that Yin Xiaojie would try to start a relationship with Yin Jixin, and that maybe, Yin Xiaojie would have misplaced feelings for Yin Jixin for that kiss 7 years ago, and then slowly, and then really like it, and then they'd fall in love, and get married. Tears filled his eyes and fell unexpectedly. On the movie screen, the scene of the prince and the princess of another country getting married was shown. They were dancing with happy smiles on their faces, and neither of them knew that the Little Mermaid fulfilled their happiness, and from then on, they turned into bubbles. The scene shifts to one of the Little Mermaid's sisters grieving. They're crying. Sister, why are you being so stupid? Under the rendering of the atmosphere of the movie at the moment, Mu Xiao's tears grew more and more. The more they flowed, the more they raged, and she couldn't even restrain them, letting out a suppressed cry, knowing full well that the Little Mermaid in the movie wasn't her, knowing full well that what she had just thought was just an illusion. But once a person gets into a state of sadness, it's hard to pull out all at once. Mu Xiaoxiao used the back of her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but there were still too many tears, and she was afraid that they would drip onto Yin Xiaojie's face, afraid that she would wake him up, so she held her head high and let the tears slide down the sides of her eyes. What are you crying about, little fool? The magnetic, low voice suddenly sounded from below her. The weight on my thighs was instantly relieved. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head in dismay and looked at Yin Xiaojie. She sniffled, her voice still sobbing. I woke you up? Yin Xiaojie didn't answer, but instead cupped her cheeks with both hands and gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips. But her tears were like an open faucet, and she couldn't stop them. Yin Xiaojie frowned and asked in disbelief, you can cry like this even after watching a movie like this? Don't need you to care. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed her little mouth, wanting to slap his hand away, but Yin Xiaojie didn't move like a mountain and turned his head to look at the movie screen and saw the plot being played. He shifted back, his dark eyes locking onto her small face, as if searching for what, exactly, had made this girl cry like this? Mu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed by his stare, so she said, I'm fine. It was always bad to tell him that she was substituting herself into the Little Mermaid plot, imagining that he and Jixin ended up together, and then she could only be like the Little Mermaid, watching them be happy from the sidelines while she herself. His heart clenched again, and his eyes filled with tears. Yin Xiaojie sighed. His handsome face came closer and imprinted her eyes with his thin lips, probing his tongue and kissing away her tears. Mu Xiaoxiao felt his tenderness. She raised her eyes just in time to crash into his eyes that were as dark and starry as the night. His eyes were a little helpless, but more than that, they were filled with intense love for her. In a flash, Mu Xiaoxiao felt her heart become warm, and all those imagined sadness seemed to have dissipated all of a sudden, leaving only this look in his eyes as he looked at her. Chapter 407, You'll be dumped soon. She pulled back and smiled, then opened her arms and flung herself into his arms in one fluid motion. Yin Xiaojie, I like you so much. Why I like you so much? As if sensing something, Yin Xiaojie looked down at her small face, rubbing her hair with his large hands, and asked, Did you say something? He seems to have heard more than just the word Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head in his arms, pursing her lips and smiling out of her dimples. Secretive. What exactly was said? Yin Xiaojie couldn't help but ask after him, and had a vague feeling in his heart that this was important and significant to him, and he had to know before he could do so. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't answer and pressed her face against his chest, then her small hands wrapped around his neck. Yin Xiaojie felt that she was now like a pampered kitten with herself, and her heart was instantly able to soften out of water. The two just hugged for a while. It was only then that Mu Xiaoxiao finally let go of his hand, lifted her head from his arms, and said with a beaming smile, "Let's go. The movie is finished." Yin Xiaojie laughed. "Look at you, crying and laughing. A movie adaptation of such a fairy tale. Does it touch you that much? A story like The Little Mermaid was just a way to trick a little girl. How it could still make her cry like that puzzled him." Mu Xiaoxiao wouldn't tell him what she had just thought. "Now that I look back, I feel so stupid. I didn't think about why I fantasized about that kind of drama. It's really stupid." The two walked out of the screening room holding hands. Mu Xiaoxiao felt her eyes drying up and was afraid that her eyes might be too red from crying, so she said to Yin Xiaojie, "I'm going to go to the restroom for a bit, so you wait here for me." "Well, there you go." Mu Xiaoxiao then went into the restroom and looked at herself in the mirror, and sure enough, her eyes were so red. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she walked outside in this state? Luckily she thought of it in time or she would have been really embarrassed. Mu Xiaoxiao turned on the faucet, put her hands underneath to catch the water, and then splashed her face with cold water. After a couple of splashes, she felt a little more comfortable in her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a human face in the mirror. "Ah!" she exclaimed. Startled by her yell, Betty shrank back a step, then growled angrily. "What are you yelling about?" Mu Xiaoxiao fixed his eyes on her, so it was her which stopped screaming. She glared at Betty in displeasure. "Why did you just pretend to be a ghost to scare me?" Hearing this, Betty said angrily, "Are you saying I look like a ghost?" Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at her, turned back to the mirror, turned off the faucet, and only then looked at Betty in the mirror and spat. "You have no voice. What is it if you're not a ghost? And a face as white as a ghost? A person would be scared by you la." "Well, actually, Betty is white and originally had a white face." Mu Xiaoxiao snickered in her heart. Betty was so angry that the top of her head was about to explode. She was thinking about how to fight back when she noticed Mu Xiaoxiao's reddened eyes, like she had just cried. Betty suddenly revealed a smug smile and pretended to exclaim, "Ouch! You're crying. Ha! What's wrong? Were you dumped by a man? So you're hiding in the restroom and crying? You're the one who got dumped." Mu Xiaoxiao glared at her in a bad mood. Betty, however, was amused, thinking she was covering herself, and laughed with increasing bloating. But what to do? You're going to be dumped soon. Chapter 408, His heart is in my body. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her coldly. "What do you mean by that?" Betty smiled, looking as if she suddenly remembered something, and put on a concerned expression as she said to Mu Xiaoxiao, "There's something that I don't know if I should tell you." "Then don't tell." Mu Xiaoxiao made an indifferent face, thinking that she knew she wouldn't say anything nice. Betty smiled flirtatiously and said purposely, "I think it's better if I tell you. It's that handsome guy you were with today. He asked me out." Oh? Mu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Betty's smile became even more triumphant as she saw her reaction. "You don't believe me? Ouch. It's no wonder. You're usually so naive. It's a pity. Men are all of the same virtue. As soon as they see a beautiful woman, it's like they've been seduced. You can't be blamed for that." Mu Xiaoxiao was speechless. "Like you've been seduced? Does the person she's talking about now mean Yin Xiaojie?" Mu Xiaoxiao really wanted to spit in her face and let her know that the man she was talking about belonged to her, and definitely wouldn't look at another woman and get hooked. It wasn't that Mu Xiaoxiao had much confidence in Yin Xiaojie's manly nature. Rather, she also has the brains to think. Yin Xiaojie is a supermansion young master. From childhood do not know how many beautiful women have seen. All kinds of colors have. Like Betty, beautiful is there, but not yet to be able to let Yin Xiaojie's stunning place, not to mention still be hooked away from the soul of the same degree. And thanks to Betty's thick skin, that's a good thing to say. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled off the paper towel and wiped her hands clean, looked at her askance and said, "Dreaming, it is better not to do it in a place like the toilet, because this will turn into a daydream with a smell." She handsomely tossed the paper towel into the trash basket and wiggled her fingers at Betty. "I'm off. Bye." Mu Xiaoxiao, "You don't believe me, do you? Good. I'll prove to you that your man's heart is now in my body." Behind her came the sound of Betty's hollering voice. Mu Xiaoxiao walked back to Yin Xiaojie's side, a pair of ebony eyes picking at the corners of her eyes and looking at him askance, as if she was scrutinizing something. "What's wrong?" Yin Xiaojie asked. With her arms wrapped around her chest, Mu Xiao questioned him. "What did you talk to Betty about in the morning?" And he asked Betty out? Although she doesn't believe what Betty said, she remembers that Yin Xiaojie said that he wants to fix Betty, so there's no guarantee that he'll actually ask Betty out. Yin Xiaojie glanced in the direction of the restroom just in time to see Betty walk out of it. Betty noticed his gaze and smiled a big smile and beamed, dropping a flying kiss. Mu Xiaoxiao turned around, just in time to see the scene. Her little face blackened. Yin Xiaojie reached out and put his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulder, as if he understood something, and laughed teasingly. "Did you and her start a war in there? Did you win or did she win?" Mu Xiaoxiao elbowed him. "Nonsense. Of course I won. Don't change the subject. Say, what did you say to her before? Did you say you'd ask her out? Ask her out? Nope. It was just a normal chat. It was all because she said it was better. I was just pretending to match her. In Xiaojie stated that he was innocent. Staring at her frowning little face, In Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "You don't believe me, do you?" If she chose to believe that woman but not him, then she really deserved a spanking. Chapter 409, I'm not hiding anything from you. I didn't say I don't believe it. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned into his arms and looked at the direction where Betty disappeared with a beep, saying discontentedly, "Then tell me, what exactly do you have planned? How do you want to fix her?" In Xiaojie stroked the hair at her temples and said, "It wasn't meant to be hidden from you. Let's go. Find a place to talk." He took her hand and left the movie theater, a mall on a cruise ship with a luxury brand show counter. When In Xiaojie's long figure appeared, Betty, who was sitting inside with a gorgeous smile on her face, raised her hand to summon him. "What took you so long to get here? People have been waiting for you for a long time, and I thought that waitress didn't help me spread the good word." Betty approached him head-on, a pair of snake-like hands about to embrace In Xiaojie's arm. In Xiaojie's face wore an elegant and calm smile as he let her take his arm. "Sorry to keep you waiting," his magnetic voice said. Betty's eyes colored with a florid smile as she listened to his basso profundo charming voice. Not long to wait for you. What are you looking at?" In Xiaojie followed her over to the counter side. On the glass case were several jewelry boxes with very large diamond necklaces. The clerk smiled cooperatively and said, "Miss Betty would like to pick out a new necklace for the evening party." Betty deliberately asked him, "I assume you'll be at the party tonight? And, do you have a female companion?" As she said that, she also stared at In Xiaojie with her winks, powering him up. In Xiaojie smiled gently and said as she wished, "Not yet. How about you? Got a male companion? If not." Betty burst with delight, as if she had been waiting for this answer from him, so she busily nodded her head. No, how could I have a male companion? You say, are we destined like this? It just so happens that I don't have a male companion and you don't have a female companion. Why don't we?" She got to the end of her sentence and put on a shy face and didn't say anymore. In Xiaojie, of course, cooperated and took up the latter words. "Then would you like to be my female companion? I feel honored." Betty looked him in the eye and smiled. In Xiaojie said graciously, "Then pick any necklace you want, and consider it a gift from me. How is that good?" Despite what she said, Betty had already twisted her head and couldn't wait to start picking out necklaces, and the ones with the biggest diamonds, so she didn't see that behind her. In Xiaojie's thin lips hooked into a calculating smile. Quickly, Betty picked out a couple of necklaces she'd always liked, but the brand of diamond necklaces were all too expensive. Don't think because she's a rich lady and William's cousin that she's rich, but she's not. Compared to others, Betty's monthly allowance is considered a lot, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she spends a lot and always has to buy brands, so her monthly allowance is never enough. Even though she had many boyfriends and was always trying to get them to buy her this and that, but like this brand of diamond necklace, the most ordinary one will be $1 million, and the few she looked at, but also a few million each. How could she have the money to buy a? Betty's heart was so excited that she didn't expect In Xiaojie to be so rich and generous. Chapter 410, Lessons for Betty. At the same time, she was jealous of Mu Xiaoxiao. How could she find such a good man? But, Betty's mouth curled up in a smile. Such a good man, soon is to be hers. Betty was just fooling around when a petite figure walked into the store and said bossily, "I'll take these necklaces." Betty froze and fixed her eyes on the fact that it was actually Mu Tiny. "You, it's what I saw first. Why are you so shameless?" She cursed in anger. Mu Xiaoxiao hooked the corners of her mouth. "Oh, sorry about that. I bought them first. Of course they're mine." While saying that, he also handed out a card in a dashing manner. Betty saw the black card in her hand, a supreme black card that only the topmost gentry were qualified to have, and went crazy with jealousy. "Mu Xiaoxiao, where did you steal your card?" "No way, how could she?" "Mu Xiaoxiao, have this black card." Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at her. "It's up to you. It's not like it's yours." Those sales clerks were also very realistic. Once they saw her take out the supreme black card, their attitude immediately became pleasing and flattering. "This young lady, it'll be packed for you in no time." Exasperated, Betty yelled at the clerk, "Hey, I saw this one first." If she didn't have the money to buy it, forget it, but now it was someone who was going to buy it for her. So in Betty's opinion, it was already something that belonged to her. So now that she was cut off by Mu Xiaoxiao, she was even more furious and exploded. The clerk apologized and said to her, "Ms. Betty, I'm sorry, this lady has already bought it. Why don't you pick out something else? There are other styles that are up to date as well." Betty had wanted to pamper In Xiaojie, but when she looked at him, In Xiaojie didn't know when, but had already glued himself to Mu Xiaoxiao's side, and the two of them didn't speak. but it was like they were frowning at each other. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and said in a whiny voice, Jia Xiao, didn't you say you were going to give me a necklace? What about now? The necklace is all bought away for her. Then pick something else. This time, Yin Xiaojia's voice was a bit cold. Betty's heart rose uncomfortably. Look at him looking at Mu Xiao's eyes. So soft like water. How did their own body immediately changed? Wasn't he just being gentle with her? Could it be that he was afraid of Mu Xiaojia's anger because she was here? Betty wanted to go over and put her arm around him, in passing as a demonstration to Mu Tiny. Unexpectedly, just as her hand passed over, Mu Xiaoxiao shot her a stern look. Betty, what do you want to do with your hand out? Betty raised her chin and said with an arrogant gesture, it's none of your business. Mu Xiaoxiao, what's the use of you wanting so many necklaces? Jie Xiao has already invited me to be his date tonight. These necklaces of yours, buy them back and put them on display. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao looked askance at Yin Xiaojie. Is that so? Yin Xiaojie met her eyes and said with a doting smile, of course not. Betty's face stiffened. He obviously just said. Mu Xiaoxiao asked Yin Xiaojie again. Then I bought these necklaces. Did they work? Yin Xiaojie is still full of tenderness. Dotingly said, there is no use, it does not matter. Bought to wear, or to play. You like it is good. Betty's face went a little white. What does he mean by that? Could it be that? Betty's eyes fell on the black card in Mu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chapter 411, She's my fiancé. As if she knew what she was thinking, Mu Xiaoxiao deliberately smiled sunny and said, Betty, didn't you ask me where this card came from? It's him who gave it to me. Betty was stunned. You guys, what is your relationship? If it's just the person she's courting, or a regular boyfriend or girlfriend, how could she give her such an important black card to use? Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at Yin Xiaojie, her tone commanding like that of a heroine. You tell her. Yin Xiaojie intimately wrapped his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulder. His thin lips raised in a sexy smile as he said to Betty, she's my fiancé. Betty's face swished green. Her eyes widened and they looked like they were going to bulge out. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed so hard inside that she almost wanted to take out her cell phone and take a picture of Betty in the sorry state. Betty was still undeterred and gritted her teeth and said to Yin Xiaojie, then why are you still being so nice to me? You like me, right? So if I say that I'm willing to let you be my boyfriend as long as you back out of the marriage with her, are you willing to do that? Yin Xiaojie sneered at her and said directly, no. Betty stumbled and almost fell, staring at him with an indignant expression. She had realized that she was being played by both of them. Yin Xiaojie pretends to be dazed, as if he thought of something. The corner of his mouth hangs up a mocking smile and says, I think you're mistaken. There are plenty of people like you who don't know how to be shameless and take the initiative to throw themselves at me. I don't have half a meaning for you, and I won't do anything to betray my fiancé. You these foxy tricks, better save it. I didn't, Betty denied loudly, but it was too late. Yin Xiaojie had just spoken very loudly, and with the situation as it was, Betty was a third party in the eyes of the bystanders. Plus, a lot of people here knew who Betty was, so Betty was now in a position where she was being despised and reviled by the crowd. The third party, both at home and abroad, is the existence of everyone, and the other guy wasn't just a boyfriend and girlfriend. He was already engaged, which is about as close to marriage as you can get in a foreign country. So Betty's reputation got even worse. I didn't realize it, but it turns out Betty is the third party, which is so in. What's so strange about that? Look at her foxy look. She's a who specializes in seducing men. I also heard that she is very much dating many boyfriends at the same time. Could she have AIDS then? Better stay away from her from now on. Listening to the whispers from the sidelines, not hiding the taunts at all, Betty blanched in embarrassment, panicked, pushed everyone away, and ran out of the room. Mu Xiaoxiao wrapped her hands around her chest and admired the scene, her little face full of happiness. There's more to come, Yin Xiaojie said suddenly, wrapping his arm around her and following in the direction Betty had fled. And, Mu Xiaoxiao felt curious. On the other hand, Betty had run out of the mall and was about to flee back to her room, and had just crossed a corridor to the end when suddenly a tub of something spilled over her head, drenching her right in it. The people next to him screamed and scattered. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly saw what Betty looked like at the moment and was stunned, but the smile on her small face enlarged. My God! She covered her mouth in disbelief and hurriedly took a few steps back. Chapter 412, Overjoyed. In an instant, the stench hit me. Everyone else who hadn't reacted yet picked up the scent and looked in a flurry of directions to where Betty was. Betty's whole body literally looked like it was frozen in place, her hands open and held up in bewilderment. She was covered in water and it smeared her a yellow color. It took a few seconds for her to react, letting out a scream that resonated through the sky. Then pull your legs out and run. Yet again, his feet were too slippery and he stumbled woefully, but Betty couldn't think of anything else, and hurriedly got up and ran away as fast as she could. Ha 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 ha. Mu Xiaoxiao held Yin Xiaojie and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Of course, Everyone in the room was laughing at this point, and one of them laughed exaggeratedly, so the lining was not exaggerated at all by Mu Xiaoxiao. Happy? In the ear, In Xiaojie's magnetic and nice voice came. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed while nodding her head. Happy, happy, really? She hadn't seen Betty in such a sorry state in all the time she'd known her. Mu Xiaoxiao said with some regret. If only I could have filmed it and sent it to my friends so they could see Betty like this too. They would have laughed their asses off too. Betty had a bad reputation at school, so a lot of people didn't like Betty either, especially the friends around Mu Xiaoxiao. Only they didn't touch Betty because of William. In Xiaojie snapped his fingers and someone came out from the corner, handing over the small video camera in his hand with both hands. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Did you shoot it down? In Xiaojie put something in her hand. It stinks here. Go back and look at it slowly. He put his arm around her and turned away with her. By the end of the night, Mu Xiao was planning to have a dinner with William and then leave the cruise ship. William, however, was late, came in a hurry, and said an apology when he sat down. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him frowning slightly, then asked, Is it Betty's matter that makes you trouble? William looked up at her and smiled, shaking his head. No, I didn't really want to get involved in Betty's business, and she had problems with her own words and actions, so she deserved what she got. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to say this about his cousin, and was a bit teary-eyed, but hearing that he didn't blame her made Mu Xiao's heart feel better. But, she's your cousin at least, and now that she's made such a big scandal, will it have an effect on your family's reputation? William said. Why yes, as you said, she's just my cousin, I can't control her to do anything, then she should be held responsible for the results of her own making. Inside the luxury circle, there are many people with clear eyes, and everyone sees into Betty's eyes what kind of person she is. In fact, it's good for you guys to teach her a little lesson, as a way to help her family teach her so that she'll know her place in the future. William said indifferently. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Let's hope she knows how to respect people in the future. Otherwise the next time she encounters someone who isn't me, she might be even worse off. Now in this world, there are Chinese everywhere, and Betty's problem of not covering up her mouth is going to get her in trouble sooner or later. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that she was leaving and was grateful to William in her heart, so she was a little worried when she saw that he had just frowned sadly. So he asked, I seldom see you frown. Is there something difficult to solve? Chapter 413, She's gone to China to look for you. William sighed and crossed his fingers in front of his chin. He looked at her and said with a bitter smile, There's something I might need a little help with. What is it? Mu Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised that William, who was almost omnipotent to her, actually needed her help with something too? It must be something very difficult then, but no matter what, William had been so good to her, had helped her so much, that even if it was something difficult, she would definitely help if he asked. William shook his head helplessly and said, Annelle, she seems to have run off to China to find you. No way? Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening. She asked worriedly, What's going on? Sure it's true? Why did she run off to China to find me? William nodded his head and said, It's true, before you have to go back to China, Annelle is very reluctant to let you go. Plus she also likes China very much. She has always wanted to go over there to have fun, but because I'm very busy, I have not been able to fulfill this promise. So 2 days ago, she made a capricious mistake on her own, hid it from me, and didn't tell anyone, and only left a note, and left the house. Speaking of this sister, William propped up his forehead, his eyes holding a mixture of cluelessness and favoritism for this sister. Of course, Mu Xiaoxiao knew how much William loved Annelle. Annelle could be said to be the baby that their family held in their hands. Now that Annelle is missing and running off to a strange land on her own, it's hard for William not to worry. However, China is not William's territory. Plus it's so big that trying to find someone is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Williams family, even if they were powerful in the US, would not be good in China, so he could only ask Mu Xiaoxiao. William said, Fortunately, she is also quite understanding, and she has sent messages to me to check in on me for the past 2 days while she was gone. But it is so late today that I haven't received a message from her yet. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly comforted him. Maybe it's the time difference. It's morning over there in China. Maybe she's still sleeping? But don't worry, I'm going back to China soon. I'll find her as soon as possible. Well, then, please. After dinner, In Xiaojie also had the helicopter prepared, so they're leaving the cruise ship and going back to the Mu family. Standing on the outer ring of the tarmac, Mu Xiaoxiao looked at William, walked over and hugged him, and whispered, William, thank you. William hugged her back and patted her on the back and said, When you go back to China, be a little more careful and don't always be led by your family's men. Which is not true. It's all me leading him by the nose. Mu Xiaoxiao held her small chin up and said proudly. William laughed and pointed to the strawberries on her chest and neck. Haven't you noticed? You've been hanging around with this pile of strawberries all day today. Mu Xiaoxiao was shocked and ran her hand to her neck. Strawberry? What strawberry? From William's ambiguous eyes, she understands and remembers that in the morning, when she just woke up, she saw Yin Xiaojie planting strawberries on her chest. Yin Xiaojie, you asshole! Mu Xiaoxiao is so angry that she walks over and wants to punch Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie glanced askance at William's side and dominantly wrapped his long arms around her before lowering his head and gagging her small mouth. Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Yin Xiaojie let go of her, hooking his thin lips in a pleasant smile. Let's go, wife. It's time for us to go home. Chapter 4:14. Are you so sad to see him go? The two of them got into the helicopter, whose propellers spun faster and faster, bringing up strong winds to the side. The helicopter flew slowly. Mu Xiaoxiao waved to William below through the window until the plane rose higher. Only then did she finally put her hand back reluctantly. Yin Xiaojie looked askance at her small face and asked in a tasteless manner, "You can't let go of him that much?" Mu Xiaoxiao did not notice his dissatisfaction, nodded his little head and said, "Right," very reluctant to give up. Yin Xiaojie's forehead corner twitched slightly. Can't she just look at his face? Just then, a helicopter came head-on in the distance. The two planes brushed against each other. Yin Xiaojie inadvertently looked over, just in time to see a man sitting on that helicopter, with a powerful aura as deep as that of a dark emperor. He was mentally judging what the man was when he heard the little girl beside him exclaim, "Ah, it's Rate. You know him?" Yin Xiaojie asked her with a twist of his head. Mu Xiaoxiao almost pressed her little face against the glass of the window, her eyesight following the helicopter as it looked over. It was obvious that the helicopter was headed for a cruise ship. Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows. Is he also your friend? How come she has so many male friends in America? And, one by one, they're all awesome. Mu Xiaoxiao looked back at him and shook her head, then nodded again as if she wasn't quite sure. Yin Xiaojie asked directly, "Who the hell is he?" Muchi pointed in the direction of the plane and said with a wink, "He's William's boyfriend." Yin Xiaojie, it was hard for him to express what he was feeling at the moment. That William's subject is actually a man? Yin Xiaojie instantly felt that all that vinegar of his had been in vain. He muttered, "No wonder you and he became good friends." So in retrospect, William to a small Wen, as if really a little ambiguous feelings or not, he looked at a small eyes, is like looking at a sister, only favor, no emotion. What are you talking about? Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and asked curiously. She couldn't hear what he had just said because the propeller was noisy. Yin Xiaojie lost his smile and reached out to take her into his arms. Didn't say anything. What exactly did it say? I said you were stupid. Hey, I told you not to call me stupid, asshole. The helicopter flew through the dark night sky, the overhead covered with bright stars, and it was beautiful. They flew directly back to the wealthy area where the Mu family villa was located and parked on a dedicated tarmac. Yin Xiaojie carried Mu Xiaoxiao off the airplane. It was a bit of a long flight because she flew directly over here, so the girl fell asleep. The driver, who had been waiting next to him all morning, quickly greeted him and respectfully shouted, "Jia Xiao." Then the driver ran back to the door and opened it for him. Yin Xiaojie glanced at the parked oil road ahead and asked the driver, "How far is it from here back to the Mu family?" The driver froze. For the ride." Yin Xiaojie switched gears and asked, "How long does the walk take?" The driver was stunned, looked at Mu Xiaoxiao on his back, and hurriedly answered, "Walking may take 20 minutes. Yin Xiaojie nodded to him and said, "Just follow behind. You don't have to get too close, and also, don't make any noise." Chapter 4:17. How good it would be if you were by my side. Driver, how is it possible to drive a car without making any noise? However, he also knew that he could only listen to Jie Xiao's orders and must not have any objections. Thus, Yin Xiaojie carries the sleeping Mu Xiaoxiao on his back and walks step by step towards the Mu home. A certain girl didn't know anything and comfortably pressed her little face against his warm back, baring her little mouth and sleeping soundly, all the way to the moon. Finally returned to the Mu family. It wasn't very late, so there was still a maid at the door, and as soon as the maid saw them, she hurriedly called Butler Chi out. Butler Chi stood in the doorway, looking at Yin Xiaojie with a stunned expression, then at the person on his back. "Miss?" Yin Xiaojie smiled at him and said, "Uncle Chi, we've made up room." Yin Xiaojie gently puts the sleeping Mu Xiaoxiao on the bed, then covers her with the quilt and gathers the corners. He simply sat down on the carpet and just leaned over the edge of the bed to watch her. At that moment, Mu Zhangbai walked in, looking majestic, and made a gesture to him. Yin Xiaojie hurriedly stood up and nodded to him before following him out. "Father-in-law," Yin Xiaojie called out to Mu Zhangbai. Mu Zhangbai glanced at him and said, "Take this back first. Before Little told me that she wanted to cancel her engagement with you." Yin Xiaojie said anxiously, "I won't cancel my engagement with Xiao Xiao. As you can see, the misunderstanding between Xiao Xiao and I has been cleared up. We're fine." Mu Zhengbai's expression was still cold as he said majestically, "But what about the next time? There's no guarantee that you'll still break her heart next time." Yin Xiaojie frowns, his handsome face squarely telling him, "Father-in-law, I'm serious about Xiao Zhao's feelings. I won't make her sad anymore." Mu Zhengbai looked at him askance for a long time and nodded. "Fine, I'll give you another chance." Yin Xiaojie was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard him say, "Come here with me." Mu Zhengbai led Yin Xiaojie into a room. This room was large, with some equipment for practicing martial arts set up next to it, and then a dozen or so competent men surrounded Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie's eyes flinched and he understood in his heart. This was the test Mu Zhengbai gave him to see if he could protect Xiao Xiao. Yin Xiaojie smiled confidently, sticking one hand in his pants pocket, handsomely sidling up to the dozen or so men and saying, "Come on." A dozen or so people attacked together. I could tell from the eyes that these people were masters, but Yin Xiaojie was half afraid. He responded confidently. His figure was like a ghost. Finally, in less than 20 minutes, he sharply defeated the men. Mu Zhengbai's eyes have surprise. With his age, actually have such a terrible body. Then, Yin Xiaojie was taken by him to drink some wine and talk about small topics. When it was very late, Mu Zhengbai waved his hand and said to him, "Alright, you go and rest." Yin Xiaojie bids him goodnight and is led to the guest room, following the maid's lead. Originally, Yin Xiaojie wanted to go to Mu Xiaoxiao's room, but after thinking about it, he wanted to leave a good impression on his father-in-law at this time, so he obediently stayed in the guest room. The maid had just left when someone came in. Yin Xiaojie turned around and saw a woman, smiling at herself, and he didn't feel quite right, but Yin Xiaojie was completely unfazed. He just glanced at the woman, and it was an emotionless one at that. Even though her posture was demonic, it was as if she had no charm at all to him. The woman was a little surprised. How could this be? Yin Xiaojie sidesteps directly, crossing over to her, his long legs heading for the door. Although he knew that since Mu Zhengbai had counted on him like this, he naturally couldn't still let him have a chance to get out. He was still undeterred in his desire to try. Walk over to the door and give the knob a pull. Sure enough, it was already locked. Walking over to the window again, it was even more outrageous. It was directly sealed, leaving him no chance of escape at all. Yin Xiaojie looked around the room. He already knew that trying to get out of here was impossible. Mu Zhengbai had designed everything just to test his determination. Mu Zhengbai wouldn't let him out until morning. Yin Xiaojie walked over and knocked the woman out. He even resented moving her away because he didn't want to touch the woman. Yin Xiaojie went straight to the window and pulled down the curtains, covering the woman in its entirety and covering her unsightly appearance. The eye is not seen as pure. He lay in agony, muttering her name, "Tiny, how wonderful it would be if you were by my side." Chapter 418, A Mental Connection with Her. 2 mornings, Yin Xiaojie, who was lying on the bed, jerked his eyes open as soon as he heard a hint of movement. When he looked under the bed, he saw the servants carrying the woman out. Mu Zhengbai glanced at the woman. His eyes turned back to Yin Xiaojie, sked and said, "The hand is quite heavy. It's been a night and the woman is still in a coma, so it's obvious that Yin Xiaojie put a heavy hand on her last night." Thinking of Yin Xiaojie's skill, he should have controlled the force. Otherwise, a flash of appreciation swept across Mu Zhengbai's eyes. Yin Xiaojie was fully capable of taking this woman's life with just one move. He looked at Yin Xiaojie and said, "If you wake up, come and have breakfast. Xiao Xiao should be waking up soon as well." "Yes, father-in-law." Yin Xiaojie sits up from the bed, shouting confidently this time, his thin lips pursing up into a proud smile. Although his top was disheveled, it accentuated a wild aura, and he raised his hands and feet like a king. "Aha!" Mu Zhengbai hung a hint of a smile and actually answered him before turning around and walking out. Behind him, housekeeper Qi looked at Yin Xiaojie with a big smile. "Young Master Jie, your toiletries are ready. Any other orders?" Yin Xiaojie lifted the covers and got out of bed. He looked down at the almost wrinkled mess of clothes he was wearing. Just the thought of what happened last night brought some annoyance to his eyes. "Zeb, find me a replacement shirt, please." Butler Qi gestured to the servants behind him and said with a smile, "Master has already had these prepared." 2 maids walked over with their things, clothes in one hand and new toiletries in the other. Without waiting for Yin Xiaojie to ask, housekeeper Qi took the initiative and said, "The bathroom in the next room can be used." Thanks Uncle Qi," Yin Xiaojie said with a nod and walked out. The 2 servants followed with their belongings. 10 minutes later, Yin Xiaojie changed into a clean outfit and walked out of the guest room. There was a servant waiting by the door, respectfully bending down and saying, "Young Master Jie, this way please." Yin Xiaojie looked at the servant and asked, "Where is Miss? Has she woken up yet?" The maid smiled and replied, "Miss is not awake yet, but Lisa has gone to wait outside the door." "Where is Mrs. room?" Yin Xiaojie didn't walk towards the stairs, but went inside. He guessed that Mu Zhao's room should be this side. The maid was stunned. "Mrs. room is just up ahead and to the right." "Well, go about your business without following me." It was as he had guessed. The corner of Yin Xiaojie's mouth raised a pleasant arc, and in his heart, He inexplicably had a feeling that his heart was in tune with Mu Xiaoxiao's. As if the maid didn't say anything, he was also able to find a small room. Although it is said that Yin Xiaojia has been to Mu Xiaoxiao's room last night, but nay, the Mu family's villa is too big. It is almost like a castle. Plus last night he was connected to take a few rooms. The average person would have long lost their way. The reason why the butler left someone waiting for Yin Xiaojia was also to show him the way. The servant was a bit hesitant. After all, this was the order given to him by the butler. But under a stern and strong look from Yin Xiaojia, the servant didn't dare to follow him. Yin Xiaojia walked for a while and found Mu Xiao's room without any problems. At the doorway, there stood the maid who had brought him clothes. Apparently, this was Mu Xiao's exclusive maid. Lisa was slightly surprised to see Yin Xiaojia's handsome appearance. She came back to her senses and ceremoniously bent down and said, "Young Master Jie, good morning. Miss is still sleeping." Before she could finish her words, Yin Xiaojia had already crossed her and pushed the door open. "Young Master Jie," Lisa called anxiously, trying to stop him from going in. Yin Xiaojia's slender fingers were erected on his thin lips, making a shushing gesture to her, and his magnetic voice said with a bit of laughter, "Don't you come in." Lisa froze in place. Yin Xiaojia's upright figure walked straight towards the bed. On the large pink bed lay a sleeping beauty, still sweetly asleep. Yin Xiaojia attached himself to the side of the bed, his dark ink-like eyes gazing at Mu Xiao's slumber from close range. A demonic gleam flashed in his dark eyes as he remembered the torture he had endured last night. He reached out, pinched Mu Xiao's nose, and his domineering voice grunted, "Little piggy, you slept well. I was tortured to death last night." Well, unwilling to be disturbed, Mu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose and swung her small hand over, trying to shake off the fly that was disturbing her sleep. Suddenly playful, Yin Xiaojia sat up on the bed and reached over with both hands, cupping both of her cheeks. Mu Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable and was finally woken up. Yin Xiaojia met her eyes. His handsome eyebrows suddenly collapsed, and his usually unruly, domineering and impetuous handsome face became as if he was aggrieved at this time, his black eyes looking at her pitifully. "Honey, I'm so miserable." Even though Mu Xiaoxiao spat at him in her heart, she couldn't help but soften her heart. She asked, "What happened to you?" Yin Xiaojia made a very pitiful sound and whimpered, "I'm hard to, little wife, I'm hard to, especially hard to." At first, she thought he was faking it, but after meeting his eyes, it didn't seem like he was. Oops, is he faking it or not? She was now hoping he was faking it, but he seems to be really hard. If this is faking it, it's just too good of an act for him. Looked at his deep frown. Difficult expression overflowed. Mu Xiaoxiao all cannot help but heart seized under. Asked again, "What happened? You tell me you do not tell me. How you let me help you?" After saying that without thinking, she immediately regretted it. Chapter 421, What if he makes excessive demands? Mu Xiaoxiao paused, her little face got hotter, and her heart felt like it had a motor beating wildly. Geez, what did she say? Why did she agree to help him when she could have just comforted him? Who knows if his brain is filled with yellowish evil stuff? Yin Xiaojia stared at her fretful, tangled little face and suddenly smiled, then moved up to peck her lips. "Silly girl," he laughed, his dark eyes having a strong sense of affection. Mu Xiaoxiao then looked at him and didn't say anything for fear that she would say something she regretted again. So what does he want now? Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was beating fast and her little face flushed, guessing what evil he might ask of her. What's she gonna do? According to the promise you just made, must you follow it? Oh, someone has a regret pill. Give her one. Just as Mu Xiaoxiao hung her little heart, Yin Xiaojia's hand took it out from inside her clothes. He also straightened out her somewhat straggly bangs and then gave her another kiss on her little mouth before saying, "Okay, just messing with you. Get up." Mu Xiaoxiao froze. What? A joke? But the look in his eyes just now didn't look like a joke at all. Yin Xiaojia laughed bitterly and pointed at Lisa standing at the door. "There's someone watching. How could I really do anything to you? Silly or not, you," he said, scratching her little nose with his finger. He did just come close to impulsively trying to do so, though, and luckily held his tongue. He didn't want to disrespect her by making out with her while others watched. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed and slapped his hand. Asshole. She struggles to get up, but Yin Xiaojia reaches out and hugs her. He sighed and said mournfully, "Honey, let me hold you a little longer. Hubby's heart is suffering, but he can't tell you." Regarding what happened last night, even though he didn't touch the woman, it was between him and his father-in-law, and he felt it was better not to let Tiny know. For one thing, I wonder if Tiny will be jealous. Secondly, I don't know if she'll be angry when her father-in-law does this. Anyway, he's passed the test and it's over, so let's turn the page. At this time, Lisa, who was standing at the door, coughed and lowered her voice to remind, "Miss, young Master Jie, the master is here." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't feel anything. She just pushed Yin Xiaojia to let go of herself. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiaojia suddenly jumped up and got out of bed in a hurry. "I'll go to the restroom." It's a good thing she has a separate bathroom in her room or she'd be in trouble. What's wrong with you? Mu Xiaoxiao felt puzzled. Just now he hadn't seen him in such a hurry. Why did he have to go to the restroom as soon as her father arrived? Yin Xiaojie's handsome face had an unnatural look as he snapped. It's nothing, I'm just going to the restroom. Doesn't this girl realize? He had just held her and kissed her when he was indeed aroused to love. So he physically reacted okay. This silly girl didn't notice. But that didn't mean that her father-in-law wouldn't notice. So Yin Xiaojie hurried into the restroom. Not a moment later, Mu Zhangbai appeared in the room. He looked askance at the bathroom. Xiaojie, he's in there? Mu Xiaoxiao got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and bounced over to her dad's side with a big smile on her little face. Chapter 422, giving her the best protection. She went forward and hugged Mu Zhangbai, sweetly shouting, "Good morning, Daddy." Mu Zhangbai wrapped one arm around her and stroked her head. The bottom of his eyes were filled with favor for her. He said, "Have you and Xiaojie decided to leave today?" When Mu Xiaoxiao heard these words, her dark eyes became filled with reluctance and she leaned her little head on Mu Zhangbai's shoulder. "Otherwise, I'll talk to him and leave a few days later." She was also sad to see her dad go. "The first thing that came to mind when I thought about my injury was going home." Being back in this home made her feel warm. And then there's her dad, who also warms her up so much and gives her such a harbor to hide in, no matter how big the storm. Mu Zhangbei laughed. "Silly girl, you're a student now. You've skipped classes for the past few days. It's not good to continue skipping classes. Well, anyway, when you're on winter vacation, you can still come back." Winter vacation? That's still a long time away. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed her little mouth in dissatisfaction and twisted in her father's arms in a pouty manner. "No, winter break is too far. Christmas, Dad. I'll come back to see you on Christmas, okay? For Christmas, it's better to be abroad." Moreover, when the time came, she could call up 7 Harvest and the rest of them and go abroad together, which was fun to think about. Mu Zhangbai nodded. Christmas is Christmas, he sighed inwardly. Dark, deep eyes looked at his baby. Of course he didn't want to let her go, would love to keep her by his side for the rest of her life and give her the best possible guardianship. However, she's not a child anymore and needs to grow up, so he couldn't spoil her, much less overindulge her. He's going to let her go out and experience all sorts of things. Most importantly, finding the other half of her life that belongs to her. Instead of leaving, the time went by faster. Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie finally set foot on the plane back to China. Just like when they arrived, they returned home on their private jet. Originally, Mu Zhangbai was going to arrange for the Mu family's special plane to send the two of them back to China. But for some reason, Mu Xiaoxiao was a little reluctant and said that it would be better to take the Yin family. Finally, after saying goodbye to her father, Mu Xiaoxiao was held by Yin Xiaojie and boarded the Yin family's private jet. Actually, the Yin family's private jet wasn't quite the same as the Mu family's. Before Mu Xiaoxiao sat back on the special airplane, because the flight time between the two countries was too long, Mu Zhangbai made modifications on the airplane in order to make her able to be more comfortable. It was equivalent to saying that it was making this private jet, a private jet belonging to Mu Xiaoxiao. All the equipment and decor is prepared according to her preferences. Mu Zhangbai wanted her to be comfortable as if she were at home on the airplane. Get on the Yun family's plane. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around. The decoration was very grand and elegant, although it was not the same as her special airplane, but it was also very comfortable. It wasn't long before the plane finally took off. Mu Xiaoxiao looked through the window at the airport and runway below, gradually shrinking in size. Yin Xiaojie was sitting next to her, holding her small hand. He thought that she was not letting go of Mu Zhangbai, so he rubbed the back of her hand and comforted her. If you want to come back whenever you want to come back, I'll accompany you back. Although it's still quite a hassle when it takes over 10 hours to fly to the US from China, but none of these troubles compare to missing home. After this incident, Yin Xiaojie understood one thing in his heart. Chapter 423, he's heartbroken. For Mu Xiaoxiao, her home is here in the United States. Perhaps because she has been here for 4 years, or perhaps because her father is in the United States, and wherever her family is, that is her home. Hence why she went back to the US on a whim after getting her heart broken. Actually, people are like that. When you're sad and upset, the first thing you think of is going home. Go back to the place that makes you feel most secure. Yin Xiaojie is blaming himself in his heart for not making her feel safe, not to mention making her feel that the Yin family is also her family. Although on the surface, the Yin family was her second home, she could come and go as she pleased, and when she was in the Yin family, she was relaxed and at ease, just like in her own home. But it turns out, it's always different. The home on the American side, the one with her dad in it, is the one she remembers the most, and the one that makes her feel the most secure. Yin Xiaojie vowed in his heart that in the future, he would make sure that she would slowly treat the Yin family as her home, so that no matter what she encountered, she would think of going back to the Yin family in the first place, instead of running thousands of miles back to the United States. Yin Xiaojie painfully stroked the loose hair at her temples. Has this girl lost a lot of weight? It feels like only a few days ago. It just fattened her up a little bit. It had only been a few days of work, and she seemed to have lost a huge amount of weight all of a sudden. That said, he's to blame for everything. Yin Xiaojie cursed himself in his heart, and his dark eyes looked at her with apologies. The plane had already lifted off very high, but Mu Xiaoxiao still kept looking out, as if out of her mind, and didn't take back her sight. Yin Xiaojie did not notice that her eyes had changed. No longer smiling, her eyes were tinted with melancholy, not knowing what she was thinking. Tiny? Tiny? Only when she heard the call did Mu Xiaoxiao come back to her senses, but her eyes couldn't hide it in time before Yin Xiaojie caught her in the act. What's wrong? Yin Xiaojie's heart was startled, and he painfully cupped her small face, looking intently at the melancholy in the bottom of her eyes. How did she get all emotional all of a sudden? If you really can't leave your dad behind, we can stay a few more days. It broke his heart to see her like this. Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, shook her head and said, I'm not because I can't let go of my dad. Her dark eyes seemed to dim for an instant, and her whole being was clouded with melancholy. Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, worried and puzzled at her. So what happened? Will you tell me? What on earth would he have to do to wave away the haze in her eyes and bring a smile back to her face? Mu Xiaoxiao's nose soured and her eyes became wet all of a sudden. She probed over and hugged Yin Xiaojie, voice choked. I just thought of the day I went back to the United States. I was on the airplane by myself. Kept crying. The heart was so sad it felt like it was dying. That should have been the gloomiest and saddest day of her life. It was as if her world had been destroyed. It was as if she had been abandoned, with only the loneliness and isolation of being left alone in her heart. The heart was empty and blank. The worst part was that she couldn't stop the tears. She wanted to get some sleep. Maybe if she fell asleep she would feel better. But she just couldn't sleep. Her mind couldn't control the image of him and Jixin. In the end, in order to be able to fall asleep, stop thinking about him and Jixin, and stop being sad and weeping, she could only choose to take sleeping pills. Chapter 424, Can't Bear the Pain of Losing You. As Yin Xiaojie listens to her disjointed descriptions and hears that she has to take sleeping pills to fall asleep, his heart feels like it's been gripped several times in a frenzy, then ripped open and sprinkled with salt. The pain caused his heart to spasm. In this moment, he blamed himself so much that he practically wanted to kill himself. Damn it! How could he have put her through so much pain? Obviously, she was the last person he would want to hurt. The baby he wanted to hold in his hands and take good care of. But he was also the one who hurt her the most and the most. If she hadn't been hurt to the core, how could she still have a mental image of what had happened before? And just by getting on an airplane, she was recalling that hurt again. Yin Xiaojie cupped her small face, and thin, dense kisses fell on her small face. I'm sorry. He was pale and didn't know what to say except those three words. Mu Xiaoxiao was kissed on his lips. This time the kiss was tender, with only affection and love for her, and not a hint of desire. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart, which was still a bit sad, was slowly filled with warmth. She wrapped her arms tightly around his back and said with a huff in her voice, You're not allowed to make me this sad, ever again. She's scared and doesn't want to take it again. Well, it won't, ever, I promise. Yin Xiaojie lovingly kissed her lips, then her nose, delicately, almost every part of her face. The two hugged each other tightly. Yin Xiaojie's voice said deeply, If I accidentally make you sad again in the future, you can hit me, scold me, or even kill me, but never leave me like this again. Got it? You can't bear this heartbreak. How can I bear the despair of losing you? The plane landed. Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie set foot on Chinese soil again. The two of them walked out of the VIP passageway, and from a distance, they saw Song Shijun's figure. Xiqing Mu Xiaoxiao had spread her hands and ran over, but she pounced and didn't see Han Xiqing's figure. Song Sejun thought she was going to hug her and spread his arms to greet her. Who knows? Miss Mu directly ignored him, leaving him like a little cutie, like with his hands open. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around and asked him, Where's Nanakaru? Song Shijun snapped and lowered his hand, telling her, 7 Harvest didn't come, so I'm the only one who picked you up. So he was the friendliest of friends. Wasn't she going to give him a warm hug? Mayor Song's son expressed how sad he was. Feeling puzzled, Mu Xiao asked, Why didn't she come? On the airplane, she had already thought about how to have a warm hug with 7 Harvest, who had picked her up, and then 7 Harvest would be angry with her. How she had run back to the United States without saying a word, and then she would have to explain this matter to 7 Harvest. Who knows? That girl Nanaharu actually didn't come. Mu said that she was a little bit sad. Song Shijun hummed and said, She went to accompany Lu Yichen. Today Lu Yichen's mother was discharged from the hospital, so she went to help out. That girl is a big fan of color. In her heart there's only that Lui Chen. There's no several of us. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised a handful of times and asked with wide-eyed curiosity. When did Seven Harvest get so good with Lui Chen? Also, is Auntie Lu okay? Can she be discharged from the hospital? I'm not sure. You can ask her then. Song Shijun had a lazy expression. Chapter 425, Bullying Us for Being Poor? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh and teased. You're not jealous, are you? However, she was also very curious in her mind. She remembered that before she left, Lui Chen's attitude toward Seven Harvest was still very cold, almost like he didn't pay much attention to Seven Harvest. It was only Seven Harvest on one hand that was hot on the other. I didn't expect such a big change in just a few days. Mu Xiaoxiao had an interest in her heart, so she wanted to quickly ask Seven Harvest to talk to her. Yin Xiaojie's long arm wrapped around her shoulder and led her outside. Alright, let's talk about what we have to say in the car. Then go back first. Song Shijun also said. He had always been good at reading eyes, so as soon as he looked at Mu Xiao's expression, he knew that she wasn't in good spirits and needed to hurry back to rest. After saying goodbye to Song Shijun, when the car was almost at the luxury apartment, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked the driver to stop. Mu Xiaoxiao, who originally got off the plane and was still a bit wilted and kept shouting to go back to sleep, pulled Yin Xiaojie and said, "Let's go to the supermarket to buy something." While saying that, he pointed to the big supermarket next to him. "What are you buying?" Yin Xiaojie asked, looking at her. "We've been gone for a couple days, and nothing in the fridge is fresh, right? I want to buy some food," Mu Xiaoxiao said, and then she dominantly took his hand and opened the door to get out of the car. "No need for us to go. Just ask someone to buy it for us." Although Yin Xiaojie is saying this, he also follows her and is pulled by her towards the supermarket. "I want to shop by myself. I have a thing I want to buy," Mu Xiaoxiao said, with a bit of petulance in her tone. Yin Xiaojie felt curious and looked at her with a smile. "What do you want to buy?" "You'll know later." Mu Xiaoxiao purposely sold the story and smiled sweetly. So, with one hand in his pants pocket, Yin Xiaojie maintained this handsome pose as she pulled him into the supermarket. Mu Xiaoxiao obviously had a real goal in mind, and directly dragged him to the kitchenware area. Yin Xiaojie looked puzzled. What did he come here to buy? Then, he saw Mu Xiaoxiao looking around, stopping in front of the mouthwash cups, and then his little face picking it out very carefully. "You bought this just for this?" Yin Xiaojie looked at her with an unreadable face. "I thought she was getting something special, but it's just a mouthwash cup?" Mu Xiaoxiao, however, smiled sweetly, and after choosing for a while, she finally selected 2 cups, the same style, but different colors. "This one is yours and this one is mine." She took the blue and handed it to him and the pink to herself, her eyes curving in a smile. Yin Xiaojie lost his smile, finally getting it. "Couple of mugs." This girl is also enough of a spur of the moment, only just returned, and is in a hurry to come and buy a couple cups. Then, Mu Xiaoxiao went to choose the cups for drinking water, as well as bowls and chopsticks, towels and so on, a series of couples styles. After only a short while of shopping, their carts were already full. "It doesn't seem like there's anything missing," muttered Mu Xiaoxiao as she stared at the shopping cart. Seeing that she was obviously sleepy and still holding on for dear life, Yin Xiaojie put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Okay, just buy these first, and then when you think of it, you can buy it again. Okay?" "Okay." Mu Xiaoxiao yawned widely and nodded in agreement, so the two pushed their shopping carts to the checkout counter. Unexpectedly, from afar, he saw 2 people, and Jixin and Wang Xiyu, blushing as if they were arguing with the cashier. "You guys just bully us into being poor, don't you?" Chapter 426, You're the Only One in My Eyes, 1. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. What kind of situation is this? She glanced at Yin Xiaojie beside her with some. Yin Xiaojie looked askance at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Xiaoxiao deliberately nudged the cashier's seat with her chin and said in a sour tone, "Aren't you going to help? What favor?" Yin Xiaojie looked like he was puzzled. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted twice through her nose. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." Yin Xiaojie laughed. His long sturdy arms hooked around her neck, and suddenly he smooched her on the cheek, his dark and deep eyes staring at her. The magnetic voice said, "Honey, right now my eyes only see you and not much else." That misunderstanding they had before was because of Jixin, and Yin Xiaojie wasn't stupid enough to repeat that mistake again, for the sake of someone who doesn't matter, but who hurts the one they love so much. It was absolutely the dumbest thing he had ever done in his life. Who was he? Yin Xiaojie. How could he let himself be stupid again? It had to be said that hearing those words from his mouth, Mu Xiao's mood was indeed pleasant. Almost immediately it became clear and brilliant. She laughed and pulled him, ducking to the side, intending to see the action first. If Jixin saw Yin Xiaojie, she didn't know if she would pester him again and force him to help or something. Although Yin Xiaojie had now made his attitude clear that he couldn't possibly care about that Jixin anymore, Mu Xiaoxiao still didn't want to see that kind of picture. The noise over there is getting more and more intense. Wang Shiyu slammed the item onto the cash register, crossed her arms, just like a shrew, pointed at the cashier and cursed. You guys are robbing, you know. You're selling a bottle of drink for more than $10? Do you want to be ashamed? Simply shameless. The people who live in the neighborhood are in a wealthy area. That's why this supermarket is also aimed at a more affluent population. And the employees are naturally professionally trained to be on the job. Also for this reason, in the face of Wang Shiyu's attitude, the cashier was still smiling and explained in a kind voice. This young lady, the bottle of drink you chose is imported from a foreign country, so the price is a little on the expensive side. Wang Shiyu snorted. Foreign drinks are great, right? Why should it be sold for more than $10 so expensive? At my kiosk over there, a bottle of drink costs $1 or $2. You're more than 10 times worse. You know. In the face of such irrationality, the cashier's smile didn't diminish and she pointed to the beverage section in a cordial manner and said, Miss, we have other beverages to choose from here as well. Wang Shiyu grimaced, slapped the cash register, and drank. What kind of attitude is this from you guys? You're bullying us to be poor and can't afford this drink, right? The cashier smiled without saying a word. Isn't it already obvious? This neighborhood is a luxury district. Which guest who can come to the supermarket can't afford to buy this $10 drink anymore? It was the first time in all the years the cashier had worked here that she had encountered such a difficult and rogue customer. You can't afford it. It's not a crime for you to be poor, but to yell about it over drinks that you can't afford for more than $12 is just plain ugly. Slowly, more and more eyes gathered over here, and Shishin felt doubly pressurized, and with an embarrassed face, she tugged on Wang Shiyu's coat and called out, Shiyu. It wasn't like she had to buy this drink, and she didn't understand why Wang Shiyu was yelling like this. Chapter 427, You're the only one in my eyes, too. It's a fact that they are poor, they just don't buy if they can't afford it. There's no need to call out the person selling it at all. Wang Shiyu, however, shook off her hand and pointed at the cashier. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm telling you, you're discriminating against me, against the poor. Is it a sin to be poor? Can't poor people enjoy expensive things? On what grounds? The cashier wasn't intimidated and kept a smile on her face and said, Of course not, young lady. So do you want this drink? If so, I'll check you out right away. Settle what bill? You're just trying to screw me over, aren't you? Wang Shiyu continued to mess around. With her arms wrapped around her chest, she stared at the cashier with a raised eyebrow and said, I'm telling you, you call your manager over. Now even if you give me a free pass on this order, I won't let it go just like that. You're insulting my character. What's wrong with poor people? Do poor people deserve to not be able to afford anything? In fact, her words carried a very obvious hint. However, even if the cashier caught her cue, she was completely unfazed and acted as if she hadn't heard her. One of the girls behind them, waiting to check out, finally relented, snapped, slamming the shopping basket in her hand onto the cash register. The girl looked askance at Wang Shiyu with contemptuous eyes and scolded, Poor? Oh, I've never seen anyone who can be so justifiably poor. Who are you talking about? You're so great just because you're rich, aren't you? You look down on the poor, don't you? Wang Shiyu was so angry that her nose erupted and immediately howled back. The girl's hands around the chest. A brand name dressed generously. A look is a rich family lady. Temperament is very good. She looked at Wang Shiyu out of the corner of her eye and said, I won't look down on the poor, but I will look down on poor people like you. You're poor and you're justified, aren't you? You're called shameless. Wang Shiyu's face turned blue. You rich people, standing and talking. How can you understand the feelings of our poor people? You're so rich, aren't you? Why don't you give me some money? How dare you? Humph, all you do is talk. The girl sneered. Funny, why should I share my money with you? My family's money is also hard-earned. Why should I give it to a stranger like you? Obviously, the extent of Wang Shiyu's shamelessness was beyond the girl's imagination. Even the onlookers, looking at Wang Shiyu and the two of them, had a look of contempt and shook their heads. There were whispers at the bottom. How can you say that? Even if her family is poor, looking at her dress, although it's not a brand name, it's still clean and tidy. How can she look like she's so poor that her family doesn't even have $12, right? I can't believe I'm still asking people for money in public. Isn't that the behavior of a beggar? Onlookers wondered what her parents had done to raise her. Just then, the manager of the supermarket came over, and Jishin's face was very embarrassed, and this time she tugged on Wang Shiyu's clothes very hard, signaling her to leave quickly. But Wang Shiyu was already angry and red-eyed, already demonized, and had to insist. The manager looked around the room to the cashier and asked, What happened? The cashier looked at Wang Shiyu, like she didn't know what to say. Wang Shiyu looked at the manager coming and pointed at the cash register, the bag of things they bought, and said in a furious voice, Your employees were rude to me and insulted me. I'm very angry right now. Manager, I'm telling you, I'm not going to pay for this bag of stuff I bought. The manager came up next to the cashier and listened to what the cashier had to say. Chapter 428, You're the only one in my eyes. 3. Then the manager directly took the bag down and put it into the empty basket behind the cashier, and coldly said to Wang Xiyu, "This customer, if you don't need to check out, please move over. The customer behind you wants to check out." After that, the manager just walked away. Wang Xiyu pointed at the manager's back, her neck thick with anger. Snap! There was applause from the crowd. The girl who had just pushed Wang Xiyu out of the way and sneered, "What about buying things? They cost money. It's not like you're poor and yelling around and everyone's going to give you freebies." Wang Xiyu's eyes were red with anger, like she was about to explode and wanted to punch someone, and Jixin just couldn't stay any longer. With all her strength, she pulled Wang Xiyu away from this humiliating place. Only when the two walked away did Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie walk out from the corner. Seeing the situation just now, Mu Xiaoxiao was simply dumbstruck. She looked at Yin Xiaojie and asked breathlessly, "What is this? Logic?" She still couldn't figure out what Wang Xiyu was making this mess for. Even if you really think a $10 drink is expensive, you can buy it, so why make a scene? Yin Xiaojie pulled the corner of his mouth lightly and sarcastically. As for some people, they might be used to eating for nothing, so they eat ugly. On the way back to the apartment, Wang Xiyu was still angry over what had just happened, and her mouth never stopped cursing the girl who had just been there, as well as the cashier and the manager. Along the way, and Jixin was silent, her face a little white. Wang Xiyu said, "These rich people are really stingy. That bag of stuff, it's only $200 to $300. They actually refused to give me a freebie. Nyet, causing me to waste so much saliva." And Jixin looked at her with some hesitation. "Xiyu, don't you think that look just now is too ugly? It's not like we can't afford it. Even if you can't be bothered to buy $200 or $300 at a time, then you can also not buy so much and just buy the items you need." Originally, they thought of going to the grocery store just to buy some girl stuff and snacks and such. It's just that when you get to that supermarket, you realize that a lot of what's sold in there is upscale. But of course, there's a lot of civilian stuff too. It's like the drinks. There are the usual Coke ones that they are used to drinking, and the prices are the same. But Wang Xiyu saw those foreign drinks and had to buy them, and I can't afford to pay for it. So I thought I'd make a scene like this to cheat a freebie. Wang Xiyu still said with a straight face, "I've tried this method in other supermarkets, and it's worked many times. Those managers, what they are most afraid of is that someone will cause trouble and affect other customers, so they will choose to put things to rest. I didn't expect the manager of this supermarket to be so disgusting, and actually dared to treat me like this. I'm so angry." She thought of her previous successes and was still smug. 100 or 200 at a time. She's saving thousands of dollars. And Jixin lamented, not knowing how to take her words anymore. Sometimes after listening to more of Wang Xiyu's poor man's logic, and Jixin realized that she was also affected. It's as if they unconsciously feel that because they are poor, others should help them and accommodate them as a matter of course. In the darkness of the night, and Jixin couldn't help but fall into thought. And they didn't realize that not far behind them, Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie were following them and heard the conversation they just had. Chapter 429. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head with a completely unbelieving expression. How can there be such shameless people in this world? It was kind of an eye-opener for her. Yin Xiaojie had one arm around her shoulder and one hand was carrying a large shopping bag filled with a bunch of couples' items that she had just bought and purchased. He looked at her with this little expression and said with a disbelieving smile, "There are all kinds of people in this world. You just haven't met them before. This girl's world is still a little too simple and clean. There are actually quite a few people like Wang Xiyu, but even among the poor, there are ambitious poor people who don't go thinking about getting something for nothing." Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him with her afterglow and said, "Then did you notice in Jixin? From the beginning to the end, she seems to have an embarrassed look on her face, and listening to what she just said, it seems like she doesn't approve of what her friend did. So what do you think of her as a person?" It was like she wanted to test his opinion of Jixin. Although the scene just now made Mu Xiaoxiao feel that Jixin as a person wasn't too bad, but remembering what happened that night before, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't like her in any way. Yin Xiaojie said with a light expression, "Didn't notice." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it. "Fake, right? You've just been looking at it too. How could you not notice? Do I need to pay attention to her?" He suddenly looked at her askance, his deep eyes looking as if he was asking for her opinion. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her little head. "Of course it doesn't need to. That's just it. It's just an insignificant person. Just watching a play is just watching a play." The two of them talked while keeping their distance from Jixin and Wang Xiyu who were in front of them. Wait until Jixin and Wang Xiyu entered the elevator. It was only then that Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie got on another elevator. As the elevator climbed, Mu Xiaoxiao just kept glancing at Yin Xiaojie. Her eyes had some kind of meaning, but she just didn't say it outright. Yin Xiaojie twisted his head to meet her eyes, his dark eyes with a smirk. "Are you trying to say something?" Mu Xiaoxiao deliberately shook her head. but her little expression clearly said you found out yourself. In Xiaojie suddenly turned around and walloped her with his long arms. Handsome face came close. Low sexy voice said, "Are you trying to ask me when I plan to eat you?" Mu Xiaoxiao's small face flushed and pushed his handsome face away with her hand. "Don't be shameless. I didn't think so. So what are you thinking? Can't you tell me?" In Xiaojie deliberately lowered his voice as if pleading. "It's hard to guess what's going on in a girl's mind, okay?" With a ding, the elevator arrived just in time, and Mu Xiaoxiao burrowed out from under his arm, turning to glance at him as if somewhat dissatisfied. "Are you going to let In Jixin stay here all the time?" Knowing full well that she still has a knot in her stomach, and he let In Jixin dangle in front of her? The corner of In Xiaojie's mouth lightly hooked down. So this girl is referring to this but it was his fault for thinking he'd sorted it out first, so he hadn't told her yet. In Xiaojie stepped out of the elevator and held her small hand and said, "Don't worry about this. If you don't like something, how can I let her appear in front of you?" For In Jixin, he was also a bit lumpy and didn't really want to see her. Before, he was busy recovering Xiao Xiao, and hadn't thought about what to do with In Jixin. But of course, the first thing to deal with right now was to get In Jixin out of here and out of his baby's line of sight first. Hearing his answer, Mu Xiaoxiao was sort of satisfied and didn't ask any further. She actually wanted to see how In Xiaojie would handle this matter of In Jixin without her interference. If he handles it to her displeasure. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted twice in her mind. Swiping the code, the two entered the apartment. Ouch! Mu Xiaoxiao threw herself onto the couch again, as she did every time, fishing for a cushion to cradle in her arms. She sniffed at it. It was like the smell of home that made her feel attached. If In Xiaojie knew what she was thinking right now, he would be ecstatic. When In Xiaojie put his purchases on the counter, he walked over to the couch and pulled her up. "There's something to show you." He had a mysterious look on his face. His nice thin lips pursed in a smile as if he was waiting for her praise. Mu Xiaoxiao then understood in her heart. Is he preparing some kind of surprise for her? She smiled with a raised eyebrow, happy to be pulled up by him and into the bedroom. What the hell? Right. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered. He hadn't given her the strawberry-shaped diamond necklace he'd bid on the cruise ship. Could it be that this is the surprise he was talking about? Mu Xiaoxiao rejoiced, a smile on her brow. However, when she was brought into the check room by In Xiaojie, she was confused plus dazed. Shouldn't you pick a romantic venue to give her a diamond necklace? Like a balcony or something? What are you doing in the check room? In Xiaojie brought her to the very back closet door. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression paused, and her gaze sank a little as she looked at the closet in front of her. Just a short time ago, she opened this closet and found it empty. All the clothes he had originally bought her were gone. Then that dress also appeared on In Jixin's body. Mu Xiaoxiao turned around and looked at him askance with aggravation in her eyes. Do you finally realize what you did wrong? On the matter of clothes, she tried to be generous, but just couldn't do it. She just cares a lot. She cares a lot. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao remembered this incident, her heart was blocked and she was so angry that she reached out and hit him. Asshole. I'm telling you, the next time you do that, I won't want you. In Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows, confused by her strange behavior, and asked in disbelief, what did I do wrong? Mu Xiaoxiao pointed to the closet and huffed, the clothes you gave me. Only then did In Xiaojie faintly notice what was wrong. Have you opened the closet? Right. I also know that you gave those clothes to In Jixin. You really pissed me off. Mu Xiaoxiao hit him again, harder this time. In Xiaojie, he wanted to cry and laugh, but his heart ached for her. Turns out she misunderstood it that way. He turned and opened the closet behind himself, the same closet that he had transferred those black lace dresses to. The clothes are all here. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes froze as she looked at the closet full of black. She hurried over and counted. Sure enough, one piece at a time. The corner of In Xiaojie's mouth hooked up into a smile as he said in a low voice. So, you care so much about the clothes I gave you? Ha, not at all, she said haughtily. In Xiaojie laughed lightly. Want to wear it for me? Chapter 431. Hearing his words, Mu Xiao's ears colored red and elbowed him away. Why would I wear it for you? No way. She turned and ducked out of his arms, lest the asshole was going to say something mortifying to her again. Mu Xiaoxiao turned back to look at him, her face flushed red, and said to him with some complaints, aren't these clothes in my closet? How did they become in your closet? You quickly give me a clear explanation. In the end, what is going on? If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have misunderstood that he had given those clothes to In Jixin at all. Then she wouldn't have been heartbroken for so long. Mu Xiaoxiao is really getting angrier and angrier as she thinks about it, and she punches and kicks In Xiaojie for a while. Of course, it's just for show. How can you hit him? In Xiaojie reached out and wrapped his hand around her small fist, and with a deft tug, he pulled her into his arms and embraced her from behind. He sighed and said, blame me, blame me, blame me. After hearing her say it, he turned it around in his head and immediately realized what was going on. He explained, the clothes she's wearing I had my assistant buy. just for her casually. After all, she's living in the house I gave her. She can't be allowed to dress so shabbily, can she? Mu Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth. So resentful. How is it that I just happened to buy a similar skirt? All that vinegar she'd had before, and it was for nothing? Yin Xiaojie's handsome face pressed against the side of her face, almost coaxing her. That's right, it's all that assistant's fault. I'll go and dock his paycheck later. Mu Xiaoxiao slowed down, and slowly her anger subsided. She said, forget it, your assistant didn't mean it. In fact, she blamed herself for not looking clearly at the clothes Jixin was wearing or the brand. Yin Xiaojie looked at her sullen little face and felt some heartache in his heart. Thinking about all the aggravation and hardships she had suffered, he didn't even know how to make it up to her properly. Yin Xiaojie kissed the side of her face. His magnetic voice softened and said, wife, don't be angry. It's just a misunderstanding. What will it take for you to forgive me? Mu Xiaoxiao looked askance at him with her afterglow. It's not your fault, but why did you move my clothes inside your closet? She wouldn't have misunderstood if the clothes hadn't been transferred. So much for thinking that it was his fault again. Mu Xiaoxiao was held so tightly by him that she couldn't hit him at all, and in a fit of anger, she stepped on his foot. You let go of me. Yin Xiaojie let go with a bitter smile. Can't you be more gentle? Actually stepped on his foot. Mu Xiaoxiao put her hands around her chest and glared at him. Hurry up and say it. Why are you doing this? Yin Xiaojie sighed. I just did bad things with good intentions. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Just come over and take a look. Yin Xiaojie had wanted to go and put his arm around her shoulder. Who knew that this girl actually avoided him and didn't give him her arm? Young Master Yin was a little aggravated and walked over to open her closet. Mu Xiaoxiao looked over and her eyes widened tremendously. Isn't this place empty? She huffed backwards, her tone becoming one of complete giddy excitement. The closet had been empty when she'd opened it earlier. Not a single piece of clothing, but now, somehow, it was filled. This moment was the opposite of the last time she had opened this closet. Chapter 432, give me a little reward. And now the clothes in here. Instead of being all black lace and whatnot in just one monotone color like the one in the closet just now, there were a lot of colors, bright plain ones. This dress is so beautiful. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at it. What to do? She loved it so much. It felt as if my mood had soared to the heavens. Yin Xiaojie took the opportunity to wring her thin waist from behind and said in a smug tone, like it, right? There is also a surprise said the man, flipping the sign inside his shirt so she could see it clearly. What brand is this one? Mu Xiaoxiao eeped, her ebony eyes covered in curiosity. Yin Xiaojie smiled and said, what do you mean? Mu Xiaoxiao froze, and carefully looked at the brand M once more. The word M was gorgeously designed and looked particularly chic and noble. You just tell me what it means directly. I have to guess. Although Mu Xiaoxiao already had a small guess in her heart, she still didn't dare to believe it, so she didn't dare to say it. Guessing is fun. So what did you guess? Yin Xiaojie asked. Seeing the smile that rippled across her little face was so bright and lovely that it made him feel radiant and bright just looking at it. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. No guessing. Say it quickly. It was almost as if she couldn't take her eyes off of it, and her hands were rummaging through the clothes inside, as if she wanted to see every single one of them. Yin Xiaojie's voice lowered slightly by a few points, and with a sexy touch, he whispered in her ear, if I said, you were surprised, shouldn't I be given a little reward or something? What reward? For example, Yin Xiaojie's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. I'll pick one. You try it on and show me. How about it? Just trying it on? Mu Xiaoxiao was suspicious, always feeling as if she smelled a hint of intrigue. She took another look at the dress inside. Not as sexy as the black lace ones, more playful and cute or innocent style, so she figured it was just a try-on, so it shouldn't matter, right? She nodded and said, yes. Then hurry up and say it. Yin Xiaojie received a satisfactory answer, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a great arc. He introduced, this M, of course, is your name, so this is a brand that belongs to you. Of course, if you like XX you can. Anyway, this brand is not officially out yet, so it's all changeable. Mu Xiaoxiao's smile grew even wider, her eyes glowing. My brand? And what do you mean you haven't officially launched it yet? Could it be that this brand will still have a counter on the shelves? Aha! Yin Xiaojie nodded. If you don't want it to be sold to the public, that's fine too. Just treat this brand as if it's for your private royal use. He was just thinking of letting the world know that the brand belonged to her. Mu Xiaoxiao was curious. Is it just an independent brand? How do you sell it to the public? Actually, I don't mind. Yin Xiaojie smiled and said, you should know the brand queen, right? Originally, this brand has always taken the mature route, targeting customers who are those noble women. This time, this M brand of yours, which is listed under their name, is targeting the market of the teenage group. Chapter 434, Delusions of Grandeur. As for the fact that he had bought the company shares of the brand Queen, that was something he didn't need to tell her. Mu Xiaoxiao embarrassed, actually still under the name of such a big brand. Then feel free to. I don't care, she said, but it was hard to hide the happiness between her eyebrows. Yin Xiaojie wrapped one hand around her, and his slender fingers slid inside the clothes to the far corner of the closet, pulling out a hanger. Then, you try this one on. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the pajamas in his hand in dismay. There is very little fabric and it looks a little see-through. The corner of her mouth twitched. Girls' clothing. Has these pajamas too? Was he teasing her? Yin Xiaojie's mouth pursed with a smile. His voice had a touch of bad joke. This is something that I had specially customized. Only you have it. Oh, how is it? Like it? Mu Tiny, like your ass. Yin Xiaojie handed her the pajamas and urged, hurry up and change. Mu Xiaoxiao directly put the hanger back inside the closet and snapped the door shut. Well, the surprise is over. Let's go out. I'm a little hungry. I want to eat, and after I eat, I'm going to sleep, she said as she made her way out. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes narrowed and he picked up the back of her collar. His voice said grimly, you just promised me. You can't go back on your word. Mu Xiaoxiao turned back, blinking her big eyes with an innocent face. Did I promise you anything? No, you heard wrong. Yin Xiaojie said. Are you trying to be a scoundrel? Bingo, said Mu Xiaoxiao with a wide-eyed grin and a little devilish twinkle in her dark eyes. You got it right. After saying that, she pulled her legs out and fled. But how could her speed be as fast as Yin Xiaojie's? Almost a ghostly shadow swept by and she was caught in his arms. What do you want? The two were having a good time. Who? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Leave it alone, Yin Xiaojie said as he was about to throw her onto the bed. Mu Xiaoxiao rushed against his chest, heard the doorbell still ringing, pushed him and said, go check it out. Yin Xiaojie was filled with displeasure, but he still put her down and walked out. Mu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed, straightened her clothes, and followed suit. It's nighttime. Who could it be? Doorway. After Yin Xiaojie opened the door, he saw Yin Jixin standing in the doorway with a plate in her hand. And Jixin looks like she didn't expect someone to open the door. Her eyes widen in surprise and she looks at Yin Xiaojie and says happily, you're back? Yin Xiaojie's eyes were a bit indifferent. Is there something wrong? And Jixin was a bit frazzled, raised the plate on her hand, and said in a hasty manner, that, I made some cola chicken wings, and I wanted to say that I'd give you a taste. In fact, she came up every night to ring the doorbell, sometimes several times, just to see if he was back, but every time before, she had been disappointed, even if she had waited for 10 minutes and half an hour. How much the heart longed to see him, and Jixin looked at him fixedly, unable to hide the fascination in her eyes. It had only been a few days since she'd seen him, and she felt like she was going crazy thinking about him. Now that I saw him, I only felt that my heart was beating wildly. It was hard to calm down, and my whole body felt like it was going to float. Yin Xiaojie, however, didn't even look at the things in her hands and said in a faint voice, no need, we don't eat. Guys? And Jixin's heart stuttered, a little blocked and stuffy, as if pressed by a stone, but she kept a smile on her face and said indistinctly, is Xiaoxiao also at home? Maybe she likes to eat. You just take it. This is also considered my heart. She had to force the plate in her hand on him. If that's the case, some people have to pick it up just to be polite. But Yin Xiaojie didn't even lift his hand, and Jixin's hand that was raised over became awkward. Her eyes gradually floated out a layer of water mist, the corners of her mouth collapsed, and her voice was a little hard to say. I'm sorry, I know you probably hate me, but I didn't mean to bother you guys. I just wanted to thank you. You don't worry, is my previous mistake, I won't be obsessed again. Yin Xiaojie responded in a faint voice, which was meant to be heard, and Jixin knew she should leave and not bore him in front of him. But what to do? She just can't leave. She hadn't seen him in days and wanted to see more of him, if only for a few seconds. At this moment, a voice as clear as a silver bell came from behind Yin Xiaojie. Who's coming? Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate little face peeked out from the back, and once she saw that it was in Jixin, her smile dropped. It's you. What can I do for you? Although Jixin didn't want to see Mu Xiaoxiao, she still put up an affable smile and handed her the plate in her hand. It's nothing. I just made a little bit of cola chicken wings. I want to give them to you guys to try. It's very delicious. I promise. Our friends all say that I'm very good with my hands. Stop. Mu Xiaoxiao held up a hand to stop her from speaking further. Haven't really seen anyone brag about their handiwork. Mu Xiaoxiao can't do such a rude thing as to directly drive people away. After all, she is also a golden lady who has been trained in the etiquette of the mansion. So she laughed and said, no, we don't eat chickens, especially ones that are delivered to our door. And Jixin's face swished white when she heard these words. She looked at Yin Xiaojie with aggression in her eyes, as if expecting him to say something. However, Yin Xiaojie, who had just been aloof, had a few more smiles on his handsome and uncharacteristic face after hearing Mu Xiaojiao's words, and that smile had a spoiled look to it. Well, we really don't eat, he agreed with a smile, and Jixin's heart felt like it had been grabbed by a hand and twisted hard. It hurt, it was hard. How her heart longed that it was she who was being watched by him with such eyes, and Jixin, white face, awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth and said, "This is even if it is my bad. I made something you don't like to eat. Sorry to come to disturb you so late." Chapter 435, What should I do? Mu Xiaoxiao yawned. Her small hand pressed against Yin Xiaojia's chest and deliberately said, "Yes, we just came back from abroad. We're very tired so we want to rest early. You also go back to rest soon." And Jixin's eyes wavered. Turns out, they went abroad together. And Jixin has never been out of the country. And even, she has never been out of the province. Just when she was small, she lived with her mom over in the city. And then her mom remarried and didn't want to take her as a drag, so she threw her back to her dad, and she came to a city. She couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. And there were a few moments of jealousy. It's nice to go abroad, it felt like from Mu Xiao's tone, as if going abroad was just something as common as going shopping. Sure enough, it's good to be rich. Mu Xiaoxiao's words, which originally alluded to the fact that she was going to sleep with Yin Xiaojie so that Yin Jixin would know how close she was to Yin Xiaojie, were interpreted by Yin Jixin as showing off about going abroad. Watching the door about to close, and Jixin anxiously pressed against it. Mu Xiaoxiao looked askance at her and asked, "Anything else?" And Jixin was a bit flustered, but she tried her best to calm herself down. She looked over at Yin Xiaojie as if waiting for him to have some kind of reaction. Even just a little look of pity would be nice. But no, that. And Jixin's brain was a little messed up. "Nothing, I just wanted to say, good night only." "Oh, good night." Mu Xiaoxiao returned politely, and Jixin took 2 steps back. The door slammed unceremoniously in her face. With a grim expression, she slowly made her way to the elevator. Watching the elevator come up 1 floor at a time, her mind echoed Mu Xiaojiao's phrase, "the chicken that comes to the door." And the more she thought about it, the more blocked she became, and the more angry she became. And Jixin's eyes burned with anger. She left what she was holding, her plate, and threw it straight into the trash can next to her. The elevator dinged to the top floor, and Jixin walked in and couldn't help but look back at the door of that room again. Compared to the apartment she lived in down there, this one was obviously so much higher up. Even the locks on the doors were so high-tech, and Jixin had thought countless times, if she could move in on her own and live with Yin Xiaojie, how good it would be. She knew full well that it was wrong to think that way. Yin Xiaojie had already treated her very well, giving her such a luxurious apartment to stay in temporarily, and giving her so many new clothes so that she wouldn't look starkly different from the others when she went in and out of the place. He just doesn't like her. He likes Mu Xiaoxiao, and Jixin herself knew all of this, knowing full well that she was out of the question. But she just couldn't die. The elevator doors closed slowly, and Jixin leaned against the elevator wall and covered her face with her hands, as if that way, no one else could see her gloomy downcast eyes. And Jixin returned to the apartment. Wang Xiyu was lying on the sofa eating fruits, and as soon as she saw her disoriented appearance, she rolled over and asked, "What's wrong? Has Jieshao come back yet?" Before Jixin every time he came back, although he was also a face of disappointment, but not so much as today, as if he had lost his soul in a lost kind of way. And Jixin walked over to her and sat down next to her, suddenly pouncing on her and hugging her. She cried, "Xiyu, what should I do? I really like him so much." Chapter 436, She Must Be Crazy. Wang Xiyu wrapped her arms around her back and patted it comfortingly. Just by looking at her like this, she knows that it must be because Yin Xiaojie came back and then something unpleasant happened. Wang Xiyu asked gently, "Jixin, tell me, what happened?" Only then did Jixin raise her head to look at her, her eyes red, sniffling and saying, "He's so cold to me, but he's so gentle and doting to that Mu Xiaoxiao. It turns out that they went out of the country to play a few days ago, but I was so stupid to run to his door every day to wait for him." Wang Xiyu, with a face that fought for her, said angrily, "I really don't know if he's blind. How could he fall for that Mu Xiaoxiao and not take a look at you? As long as he's willing to take a look at you, he'll know how good you are, how much you like him, and that you're the one who's most suitable for him." She was smart enough to know what Jixin wanted to hear at this time, so she said it to her, as expected, and Jixin nodded repeatedly as soon as she heard this, and her tears fell even more fiercely. She choked back a sob. "Yeah, if he'll give me a chance to try with him." People are like that. When they don't get that opportunity, they keep thinking and thinking and thinking about how they would be if they got it. Wang Xiyu narrowed her shrewd eyes, thinking about something. After a while, she slapped the sofa and said to Jixin with sharp eyes, "Jixin, why don't we just do one thing or the other?" "What?" And Jixin felt she had an idea, and a glimmer of expectation rose. Wang Xiyu smugly hooked the corners of her mouth. "Isn't that simple? Men are the easiest to handle. As long as you give him your body, he won't be able to push you away. If you've tasted it once, you'll want it a second time. And by then, that Mu Xiao will be behind him. Which one of them didn't rely on bed tricks to get to the top? But, I don't know what to do. And Jixin also felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. Wang Xiyu smiled and said, I'll help you. Just pick a day. Find an excuse. Let him come here. And then you throw yourself into it. The last 4 words made Jixin suddenly think of the phrase the chicken that was sent to the door that Mu Xiao had just said. And suddenly her face turned white. Wang Xiyu, however, was still scheming with glee, saying, this is good. You pretend to invite him to your home for dinner. Make a table of delicious food. If you're afraid that it's not safe enough, drug the dishes, and dress sexy to seduce him. I don't believe that in that case, he will still be able to hold on to it. But, Wang Xiyu thought that she was worried that Mu Xiao would come and destroy it, so she said, on Mu Xiao's side, I'll help you drag it out. And Jixin listened to her plan, but gradually felt not very moved. By definition, this trick is old-fashioned, but it's also practical, and if it works, you get what you want. But when Jixin recalled Yin Xiaojia's cold eyes, she inexplicably felt that it wouldn't work. If this kind of trick can be used on him, with his prominent status, I don't know how many women have swooped forward to follow. And Jixin bent one knee on the sofa and propped her forehead with her hand, thinking about what she should do. Wang Xiyu thought that she was thinking about the plan, so she still kept talking beside her. And Jixin couldn't help but smile bitterly as she thought about it. She thought she must be crazy. Just thinking about Yin Xiaojie made his heart beat like crazy. Chapter 437. Aren't you worried about her? She was now listening to Wang Xiyu's description, but she didn't feel disappointed when she thought of Yin Xiaojie's refusal to be tempted. Instead, she was even more heartened. Men who can resist temptation are simply more fascinating. Of course, the person she longs for him to keep to himself is herself. And Jixin bit her fingernail. Her eyes glazed over as she didn't know what she had thought of, and a flash of light swept across her eyes. In the morning, the sun was clear and brilliant. Mu Xiao comes out of the house with Yin Xiaojia and prepares to go to school. Let's just have breakfast on the side, okay? I'm so hungry I can't hold out for school. Mu Xiao looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Her eyes were drowsy and she covered her mouth with her small hand and yawned. There's no way around it. She's been sleeping until she wakes up naturally for the last few days. I'm not used to waking up so early today. Mu Xiao walked in front, yawning a few big yawns in a row. And when she touched the doorknob, she suddenly felt something strange. What's this? She wondered, noticing a card hanging above the door. Yin Xiaojie also changed his shoes and walked out from inside, reaching out to wrap his arm around her shoulders out of habit as he walked up to her. What's wrong? His magnetic voice rang in her ear. Mu Xiao shrunk to the side, was already a little confused by his bass bomb. Really cannot stand it. The heart went all crispy with it. Don't you talk in my ear. She deliberately hid her blush with disgust. Yin Xiaojie saw the card she was holding and asked, what's this? I don't know. Mu Xiao shrugged and picked up the card and casually flipped it open. Inside were a few lines of beautiful writing, and at a glance it was obvious that it was written by a girl. After reading the contents, Mu Xiao's eyes instantly became clear. She skimmed her lips and said, it was written by Jixin. With that, she flung the card at him, yanked off his hand, and headed for the elevator. Yin Xiaojie just scanned the contents of the card and caught up with Mu Xiao with no visible emotions. As soon as he got to the elevator, he threw the card in the trash. Mu Xiao glanced with her afterglow, her arms around her chest, so she said coolly, aren't you worried about her? The card is written by Jixin, saying that she will move out of the apartment today, thanking Yin Xiaojie for taking care of her during this time, but that her life needs to be her own, so she has to go back now and face the life she should face. That's a very moving statement. If it was a slightly softer-hearted boy, he would probably have to feel pity for Jixin and think that she was a strong girl. If the old Mu Xiao had been there, she might have thought the same thing. But she wasn't so purely thinking about someone anymore after what had happened over the past few days, especially since on Jixin's side, there was also that offensive Wang Xiyu. The elevator arrived just in time and the doors opened. Mu Xiao walked in first, and Yin Xiaojia held the elevator door and followed her in. Slowly, this was his answer to what she had just said. Worried. As soon as Mu Xiao heard this answer, her eyes glared. What did you say? How dare this asshole say he's worried about that in Jixin? Mu Xiao was so angry that she hit him with her bag. Yin Xiaojie tugged at the corner of his mouth and smirked as he blocked her attack and brought her back into his arms. I'm not done yet. I'm worried about what she's up to, not what she'll do. Chapter 439. How come it's Mu Xiao? That's more like it. Mu Xiao stopped moving and said, do you also think that she has some kind of plan when she suddenly said she was leaving here? Yin Xiaojie is unimpressed, poking her head with his finger and saying dully, why think so much? What they want is their business. Why should we worry about it? If every woman who counted on him had to take the trouble to figure out what the other one was going to do, would he be too busy to do it? The elevator quickly made its way to the bottom garage. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't walk out, but stood still and looked at him with admiration, and also clapped her hands like a seal and said, "Yin Xiao Jia, your sentence is too philosophical. I didn't expect it. Didn't expect it. What do you mean you didn't expect it?" Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes and pulled her out of the elevator. Mu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. When they reached the side of the sports car, Yin Xiaojie opened the door with the remote control and shoved her in. But instead of walking toward the driver's seat, he bent down and probed into her seat. Mu Xiaoxiao shrank back and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Buckle your seatbelt for you," Yin Xiaojie says in a serious manner, then reaches over with his long arm, pulls the seatbelt and yanks it over, buckling it for her. Mu Xiaoxiao just relaxed. Who knows? He suddenly came over and stole a fragrance. Neither noticed that just around the corner of the underground parking lot, a camera was pointed at them and had been filming. Chanticleer College. The silver-colored Lamborghini had just appeared at the entrance of the school and immediately caught everyone's attention. Geez, isn't this the limited edition that comes out next month? What's so strange about that? Our school is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who knows which rich male bought it again? Do you think it could be Jie Xiao? Jie Xiao hasn't come to school for a few days. I miss him to death. It would be nice if it was. Without Jie Xiao, I feel like my entire being has withered away. Just as the bystanders whispered, the sports car drove straight into the parking lot reserved for the student union. All eyes were focused on the driver's seat of the sports car. The girls were full of anticipation. Even many people had already affirmed that it must be Jie Xiao. Just then, the driver's door opened. The girls tugged their fists together in excitement and were ready to start shouting at Jie Xiao. However, in the next second, a white and slender beautiful leg crossed down, making the voices of these girls that were just about to scream directly stuck back. No one expected this to be the case. Is it a woman? The crowd was dumbfounded. When they saw Mu Xiaoxiao come out from the driver's seat, the eyes of the crowd were even more prominent in surprise. Nanny? How could it be Mu Xiaoxiao? Mu Xiaoxiao snapped the door shut and looked proudly at Yin Xiaojie, who came out from the passenger side. Her small chin raised. How's it? My driving skills are not bad, right? Yin Xiaojie smiled without saying anything. The other girls quickly regained their senses from the shock they had just experienced, and as soon as they saw Yin Xiaojie's appearance, they immediately let out flamboyant screams. Jie Xiao! Jie Xiao, you're finally back. Jie Xiao, we miss you so much. Next time don't leave for so long, okay? What's up with feeling like Jie Xiao is even more handsome again? I can't stand it. There was a wave of nymphomania next to him. It was hard for Mu Xiaoxiao to not hear it. She shook her head, intending to leave here quickly. Let's go. Class is in a few minutes, she said anxiously, not even bothering to pay attention to Yin Xiaojie. Yin Xiaojie's handsome brows furrowed as his long legs quickly caught up with her. Then with a big hand, he took her small hand in his. Another wave of screams came from the side. Mu Xiaoxiao felt a harsh frown and was about to shake off his hand. Don't you pull me. Good. Yin Xiaojie let go, and his arm went around her shoulders instead. The screams drew up again. Mu Xiaoxiao really couldn't stand it and urged him. Hurry up. If I stay any longer, my ears will go deaf. It's pretty scary when girls get nymphomaniacal. Fast forward to the senior school building. Mu Xiaoxiao thought that Yin Xiaojie would let go of her hand. Who knew that he didn't, and accompanied her forward. You're not going to accompany me to class again, are you? Stop it. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly. No, Yin Xiaojie said, but swept her up the stairs. Along the way, it collected the attention of almost everyone. He waited until he reached the senior S class before his footsteps stopped and he didn't follow him in anymore. Mu Xiaoxiao was sort of relieved. She didn't want this guy to accompany her to class again, leaving her with no freedom at all. By the way, did he walk her to the classroom door on purpose? Mu Xiaoxiao laughed in her heart. Well, I'm here, so you should get to class too. It's about to start, she told him with a smile. Yin Xiaojie has one hand in his pocket. His posture is handsome and unassuming. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he reaches out and pinches her cheeks and says, well, have a good class and don't talk to random boys. You hear me? See you at noon. Mu Xiaoxiao would not respond to such an overbearing request. Moving her 5 fingers, she said to him, bye. Only then did Yin Xiaojie turn around and leave. The students next to him automatically gave way to him, and watched him walk on. Mu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't even look at him to leave and directly turned around to enter the classroom. Chapter 440. Will the police arrest me? She walks back to her seat and sits down, greeting Yuzha with a smile and saying casually, good morning, haven't seen you for so many days, have you missed me? Yuzha turned around, and his gaze looked like it was locked on her small face. At the sound of her energetic voice, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he responded. I want to. Very much so. Very much so. Of course Mu Xiaoxiao was joking with him, seeing him so cooperative. She expressed her satisfaction by nodding her head. Yuzha rested his hands on her desktop and asked curiously, I heard you drove to school. I don't think you have a driver's license, right? Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned, crying and laughing. Do you want to spread the word so fast? It didn't seem like it was more than a few minutes from the time she stopped the car and made it all the way to class. Did it? I have to say that the speed at which Shan School delivers gossip is really faster than the speed of light. Yuzha laughed and took his phone out, flipping through his friends and handing it to her to see. See for yourself. This was posted a few minutes ago and it's going around the school right now. I don't know how many people are retweeting just his circle of friends, with all kinds of claims. Mu Xiaoxiao took a look at the cell phone and was staggered. Sure enough, it was a video of her just parking and getting out of the car. Yuzha sees that she still looks dumbfounded and kindly reminds, you don't have a driver's license, do you? It's bad if you get photographed driving like this. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. I just drove a little. In fact, it was when she was almost at the entrance of the school. She fought with Yin Xiaojie, and then wanted to confirm that she knew how to drive, so she switched places with Yin Xiaojie. She also drove just a short distance, just the distance from the school entrance to the parking lot. It was less than 10 minutes before class at that time, and there weren't a lot of people in front of the school, so she dared to drive. Being reminded by Yuzha like this, Mu Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue and knew that she was not good like this. She said with a sad little face, I don't think the police uncle will come to arrest me, right? Actually, she does know how to drive. When I was in the US, I would occasionally take a friend's car for a test drive. Just like many people practicing, they also take their own family car or borrow a friend's car and practice in an empty place. And this is not considered a crime. It's usually when you have to get on the road and drive without a license that you're considered to be in violation of the traffic laws. Only after hearing Yuzha's explanation did Mu Xiaoxiao pat her own chest and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately okay, Yuzha said. However, it's better for you to pay attention in the future. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded her head and said, I know, I won't fool around anymore. Once the topic was out of the way, the atmosphere went quiet. Mu Xiaoxiao took out her textbook from the drawer and looked at the time. It should be almost time for class. She had thought that having ended the conversation, Yuzha should have turned back to her. Who knows? Heard his voice ringing, asked her with a little hesitation. Tiny, where have you been lately? Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at him. I recently had something at home, so I went back over to the United States for a bit. Yuzha was taken aback. Huh? Your family is over in America? Didn't you live in the country and then go abroad to study? No. Mu Xiaoxiao felt that this wasn't something she couldn't talk about. However, she didn't want to talk much about her family. That's when the class bell rang. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said to him, class is in session. Turn back now. Yuzha wanted to ask again, but could only reluctantly turn back. Chapter 441. She really didn't mean it. With the bell ringing, the English teacher walked in. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao saw that it was the English teacher, she wailed and slumped on the table. How come the first class is English? As soon as his eyes swept over Mu Xiaoxiao, the teacher's brows furrowed, obviously not very happy. The English teacher stood on the podium, tapped the edge of the table with her lecturing stick, looked askance at Mu Xiaoxiao, and said in a serious tone, Mu Xiaoxiao, you skipped class for a few days. Do you know that? Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. I know. The corner of the English teacher's mouth twitched, presumably having never seen any student skipping class so unrepentantly. Mu Xiaoxiao propped her chin up with both hands and looked at the teacher and said, Teacher, are you asking me to make up a leave slip? Then wait until after class. I'll get it to you once I go to the principal's office. English teacher. So this is about the principal? In fact, Mu Xiaoxiao really didn't mean it. It's just that for her, seeing the principal is just like seeing a teacher. It's a very common thing. The teacher probably thought of her relationship with Jie Xiao, so she just gave her a sidelong glance and said, no need, just come back to class anyway, and remember not to skip class next time. Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. The teacher then stopped looking at her, withdrew her gaze, pulled a stack of papers out of the folder she was holding, and said to everyone, there will be a test in this class, so get ready. Mu Xiaoxiao stared down. Exam? The English teacher heard her exclamation and looked at her, tugging at the corner of his mouth, meaningfully saying, yes, it's the exam. Usually even if you speak well, you won't necessarily be able to do the questions, and it only makes sense to get a high score on the exam. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't need to guess to know that he was secretly referring to himself again. Does she think the teacher is putting the cart before the horse? The main purpose of learning English is to communicate, not to score at all. However, if you are in school, it seems that it is the score that expresses everything. Mu Xiaoxiao let out a somewhat helpless sigh. Yuzha thought she was worried about the exam, slightly sideways, whispered to her, it doesn't matter, as long as you can read and understand the content, you won't do too bad on the exam. Aha, Mu Xiaoxiao said, Soon the papers were handed out. Mu Xiaoxiao in the United States rarely have exams. Only the end of the examination. Usually almost no. And the final exam will not be too nervous. But it was not the same in the country. And seeing how everyone took it seriously, one by one, their faces became tense when they got their papers, which made her follow suit. It seems like this test score may affect something. Everyone got their papers and started looking down at the questions. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted a little slower, and when she was about to start looking, the teacher started playing the hearing, which suddenly made her fumble. Luckily, English is pretty much like a native language to her, so listening is simply not too easy. Easily did the listening. Mu Xiaoxiao read further, found that the topic is not difficult to understand. Like Yuzha said, if you can read, you won't do too badly on the test. Probably influenced by the others, Mu Xiaoxiao also slowly got into it, and by the time she finished her paper and then looked up, it felt like time had passed all of a sudden. After handing in the test paper, Mu Xiaoxiao was still a bit frozen. Yuzha turned back to her and asked with concern, "How did you do on the exam?" Chapter 442, I promise I won't beat you to death. It's still okay. Mu Xiaoxiao poked the book with the tip of the pen and said in a tone that wasn't very certain. Anyway, she had written all over it and read all the questions. Yuzha looked at her expression. It shouldn't be too bad. Smiled and said, "Then there shouldn't be a problem. What about you?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked him in turn. Yuzha sighed and said with a bitter smile, "My English is average, but it should still be on the passing line. Time between classes always goes by extra fast." The next class was a language class. When they saw the language teacher come in with the test papers, all the students simultaneously let out a wail. The language teacher smiled and said, "It's no use screaming. Every class today is a test, so do well." Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Another exam? And it's still a test for every class? She slumped helplessly on the table, holding her head in agony and wailing. Why didn't I come back a few days later? Why? That's how you can avoid the exams. Ha! Why is it that her first day back in class is an exam? And it's still a serial exam. Mu Xiaoxiao feels like she's going crazy. Inexplicably, she had the illusion that the heavens couldn't bear to see her having an easy life, so they tortured her with exams. Yuzhu in turn looked relaxed. Exams are normal. You'll slowly get used to it. Mu Xiaoxiao whimpered like a puppy. I don't want to get used to it. I don't want to get used to exams. Yuzha smiled and laughed at her like this. But protest all you want. The test is still a test. The language teacher quickly handed out the papers and then the bell rang. Start the exam. Mu Xiaoxiao bit her pencil and looked down at the language paper. She obviously knew all the words, but why couldn't she read them when they were put together? What the hell is this poetry filler? She didn't memorize it at all. There is also a literary language. Mu Xiaoxiao feels that he is reading an alien text. Mu Xiaoxiao read the questions carefully, and she quickly went through each one. Then she realized, she doesn't seem to know how to do most of them? What about this? Turning in a blank paper and taking a duck test is out of the question. Mu Xiaoxiao also wants to save face. No matter what, cannot take a zero duck egg. This is too ugly. So she died trying to squeeze a little bit of Chinese knowledge out of her brain and wrote the parts she could. As for how many points she would get in the end, it wasn't up to her to decide. One class was like a day to Mu Xiaoxiao, and compared to her pain, Yuzha was relaxed, writing as fast as he could. The exam was taken over 2 sessions. After handing in the paper, Mu Xiaoxiao was paralyzed on the desktop almost as if her entire body was deflated. Yuzha turned around and couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw her like this. Want to be so dramatic you? He said. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't even have the strength to raise her eyelids. Her voice said mournfully, exams are so painful. In the end, who invented this kind of thing like exams? You come out. I promise not to kill you. Yuzha thought of something and asked her, did you grow up abroad? Did you learn very little Chinese? Mu Xiaoxiao just shook her head, not having the strength to speak, because school was over. The class left the classroom one after another. Seeing her just lying on her back and not moving, Yuzha furrowed his brows and asked a little worriedly, Xiao, are you alright? How much longer do you have to rest? We should go eat. Chapter 443, Someone's coming to get me. Mu Xiaoxiao still shook her head. The expression on her little face was sullen, and her voice was feeble as she said, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. Just 2 exams seemed to consume all her spirit. She wanted to lie on her back like a puddle of soft mud now, not wanting to move, just lie still, fret and lounge. She wanted to empty herself and not think about the questions in those papers just now, because her mind was now full of words floating around in it, coming together as poetry at one time, and literary at another. Help! What's the best way to clear your head? Yuzha turned around, lying face to face with her, looked into her eyes and said, then why don't I go pack a meal and bring it to the classroom to eat with you? Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head again, her small face slightly sideways, looking out, just in time to see the figure appear. A smile rippled across her lips and her eyes looked like they had been revitalized. Yuzha looked at this change in her and couldn't help but be stunned. Someone's coming to pick me up. Mu Xiaoxiao sat up and stretched. Yuzha's expression paused, and he knew who had come to pick her up without having to be told. He sat up straight in a hurry. In the next second, Yin Xiaojia's handsome figure appeared in the classroom. His dark as ink eyes looking at Mu Xiaoxiao's lazy look and asking in disbelief, "What's wrong? So tired looking." After Mu Xiaoxiao watched him walk over, she reached out towards him as if she was pampered, signaling him to pull herself up. It was only then that she said, as if sniping, "It's all about exams this morning. I'm about to break down." Yin Xiaojia was all amused by her tone when he heard it. "You did poorly on the exam?" Mu Xiaoxiao was practically relying on him, letting him hold up her entire weight. She was the lazy kitten. English is okay, language is good, difficult. Yin Xiaojia only had to wrap his arm around her waist so she could lean back a little more comfortably. He probably understood and laughed. "Your language is just at elementary school level, so it's normal to find it difficult." Mu Xiaoxiao beamed in dissatisfaction. "You're the elementary school student. People don't have the opportunity to read the curriculum above middle school. If I had, I definitely wouldn't have done so poorly on the exams." Well, she was good at languages in elementary school. It's just that something like language requires accumulation, and it's normal that she can't do it since she hasn't read beyond middle school and hasn't learned those poems and literary texts. Yin Xiaojia's magnetic voice said with a smile, "Okay, I know. I remember you were pretty good at languages in elementary school, right?" "That's for sure," Mu Xiaoxiao said proudly. The two were literally showing off their love like no one else was watching. Although, it was true that there wasn't much in the classroom, except for one Yuzha. Yuzha could only maintain an awkward smile as he watched the two people in front of him smooching, with some slight loss in his eyes. Yin Xiaojia helped Mu Xiaoxiao smooth the hair scattered at her temples and asked, "Are you hungry?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Hungry, so hungry. Let's go and eat then." "Stand still, will you? You want me to carry you, don't you?" Yin Xiaojia couldn't help but hook his lips when he saw her lazy look. Mu Xiaoxiao only stood up straight and hooked his arm. Let's go. I'm starving." When he left, he didn't forget to wave his hand at Yuzha and say bye-bye. Yuzha responded, "Bye." After the two had left, he was the only one left in the classroom, and it was empty. Chapter 444, What's Her Password? Student Union Building. This place had basically become a gathering place for Yin Xiaojia and the others. In the parlor on the first floor, the meal from the five-star restaurant had just been delivered and hadn't even filled the entire tabletop when Song Shijun pushed his way in with a smile. "It smells so good. It's from the Imperial Kitchen, right? I love their dompa pork the most." Someone came in uninvited and took a seat right in the middle of the room in a big, prickly way. Yin Xiaojia looked at him askance. "I don't think I called you, did I?" Song Se-jun grabbed his chopsticks and shook them, his playful eyebrows raised at him. "Does this need to be notified? It means we have a heart-to-heart." In the past few days since Yin Xiaojia and Mu Xiaoxiao left, Han Qiqing also followed that Lui Chen all day long, making Song Shijun feel so lonely, though he had other hoity-toity friends around him, but that fellowship wasn't the same. "Hey, not allowed to clip this?" Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly barked at him, her chopsticks passing over to stop Song Shijun. Song Shijun's movement of picking up the lobster paused as he nudged the plate and said, "Isn't there more here?" Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him. "It's only two. It was me and Jie who ate it." As soon as Song Shijun heard this, he quickly bypassed her chopsticks and chucked the lobster into the bowl in front of him, then even took a bite. He slurred, "The two of you share one. That's what makes it look like you're in love, right? What a hungry man." Mu Xiaoxiao grunted. Yin Xiaojia watched the two of them from the sidelines, his stern black eyes suddenly glancing at Song Shijun. Song Shijun hurriedly smiled pleasingly at Mu Xiaoxiao. Okay, I'll treat you next time and compensate you for two, okay? Think of him as the mayor's son. How many people at school flattered him and begged to hug his thighs, but he was also self-mutilating. Yet he liked to hang out with these two for a while. However, Song Shijun also knew that just because Yin Xiaojia and Mu Xiao's identities were unusual, they treated him with the attitude of an ordinary person. Song Shijun just loves this. In the eyes of Yin Xiaojia and Mu Xiao, he is not the mayor's son. He is just Song Shijun, just their friend. Right. Song Shijun suddenly remembered something and rummaged through his pockets, handing Mu Xiaoxiao one thing. "What's this?" Mu Xiaoxiao took it and looked at it, and found that it was a small cardboard box for cell phone cards. Song Shijun glanced at Yin Xiaojia and said, "This is your card in China. Helped you redo it back. You put it in your phone and try it." If he didn't say anything about it, Mu Xiaoxiao had almost forgotten about it. The one in her cell phone now was still the one she had in the US, and the one at home, she had thrown away a long time ago. Yin Xiaojia suddenly reached out and snatched the cell phone card, spreading his hands and telling her, "Give me the phone." "Oh, Mu Xiaoxiao saw that he was going to help him put it in, so she obediently handed him the cell phone. It's always good to have help anyway. Hey, she'll have free time to eat her vegetables. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pinched the remaining piece of lobster, put it into her own bowl, and almost without image, pinched it up with her fingers and lowered her head to take a bite. With a contented little face, he said, "Yummy." Song Shijun nodded in agreement. "It's delicious, isn't it? I like this lobster too." After Yin Xiaojie put his cell phone card in, he turned it on, not expecting to see the page with the password. He frowned without a trace, his dark eyes gazing at the screen as his shrewd head began to speculate. What was the password? Chapter 445, What's her password? The girl was a good guesser. The password was nothing more than her birthday or something like that. Yin Xiaojie tried once, the password was wrong. Tried her lunar birthday again. Still wrong password. Now the frown deepened. Could it be his birthday? Yin Xiaojie entered his birthday again, but both times it was an error. Now, there's only one chance left. If you enter your password incorrectly 5 times, you will have to wait 2 hours before you can enter it again. Yin Xiaojie's slightly sunken eyes looked at Mu Xiaoxiao beside him. This girl was eating happily, grabbing the lobster and gnawing on it. After she finally finished eating, Mu Xiaoxiao wiped her fingers clean with a wet paper towel and couldn't help but look at Yin Xiaojie. Is it loaded? She's finished eating. Why is he so slow? Mu Xiaoxiao probed over and found that the cell phone was already on, indicating that the cell phone card had been loaded. She noticed that Yin Xiaojie's expression was a bit strange, so she asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the cell phone card? It should be fine. See for yourself." Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes had a calmness to them as he handed the phone back to her. Mu Xiaoxiao tossed the wet towel aside and took the phone, quickly entering the password. She didn't even realize that some demon was peeking at the password she had entered with his afterimage. Yin Xiaojie frowned. What does this code mean? What does it mean? But he didn't ask. Pressed on. As soon as he saw the cell phone desktop come out, he snatched it up with a sudden reach of his long arm. Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me take a look for you." Yin Xiaojie casually pulled an excuse, then quickly slid his finger over it and flipped up the text message page. His body sidled to the side to keep her from seeing the screen and seeing what he was operating. Then quickly, certain text messages were deleted. "I'll look at it myself. No need for you to look. Hurry up and give it back to me." Mu Xiaoxiao finally noticed that something was wrong, and her small body pounced over and hurriedly tried to snatch the cell phone back. Yin Xiaojie deliberately flirted. "I'll just take a look. It's not going to do anything. Is there something you can't see hidden in your phone? Yin Xiaojie, you give me back my cell phone." Mu Xiaoxiao yelled at him, seeing that he still wouldn't give it and was rummaging through something of hers. In the heat of the moment, she grabbed his arm violently and opened her mouth to bite. Song Se-jun, who was watching from the sidelines, even made a face that bared his teeth and looked painful. Yin Xiaojie also gritted his teeth in pain and looked back at her face askance. This girl is too unforgiving, isn't she? Biting so hard. Aren't you afraid of biting off all his flesh? Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth held in a biting position as she raised her eyes to glare at him, her palms spread out at him. Are you going to give it back? Make a move to bite again. Yin Xiaojie raised an eyebrow. You bite. Keep biting. At that moment, his arm suddenly tensed with force, and a chunk of muscle presented itself. Mu Xiaoxiao angrily bit down, not realizing that his teeth hurt from his strong muscles. She let go of her mouth and, with a sobbing little face, accused him, "You bully. What's the big deal about having muscles? Asshole. Bullying just because you have muscles." Yin Xiaojie hooked the corner of his mouth. "It was you who wanted to bite. It's not like I asked you to bite. Still biting or not?" he said, bulging his muscles again. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned, looking at the muscles on his arms that looked like iron blocks, and her eyes rolled quaintly. Her eyes landed on his neck. "I'm going to bite here. Just don't believe you have muscles in your neck too." Chapter 446, What he's been doing sneakily. But there was a small pause in Mu's movements. A place like the neck. It's a bit dangerous. What if I accidentally bite it? No way, no way. She suddenly thought again. Yeah, and bite your face off. Ha ha ha. She felt so smart. Mu Xiaoxiao pounced up with her teeth and claws open, cupped his handsome face with both hands, lit up her white teeth, and bit down on his cheek. Yin Xiaojie was startled and reacted quickly to avoid her teeth. Holy, you're tough. This girl is really a dog, isn't she? Otherwise it's a rabbit. Yin Xiaojie lifted the phone up with a look of surrender to her and said, Okay, I won't mess with you anymore. Give it back to you, okay? Aren't you afraid of murdering your own husband? You're the one who made a scene. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted her nose at him as she snatched back the phone. She flipped through her phone to see what he'd done. Yin Xiaojie's handsome face probed over and teasingly said, Is there really something that can't be seen? You shouldn't have taken a picture of yourself when you took a shower. You're the one who's that narcissistic. Mu Xiaoxiao disgustedly pushed his face away with her small hands. Yin Xiaojie had already gotten his way, so his expression was calm and he stopped messing with her, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat the food. However, the sight was always intent on glancing at her to see what she was doing. Mu Xiaoxiao rummaged here and there, and didn't find any clues. She glanced at him with her afterglow, thinking to myself, I think he just went through her photo albums and stuff, right? I don't think he went through her tweets, did he? Didn't she sign up for a new Twitter account earlier? Posted a lot of bad things about him in it. She didn't want him to see it. Bad-mouthing him was one thing, and those words showed how deeply she felt for him. She would be embarrassed if he saw it, but looking at his expression, nothing has changed, so I guess he didn't see it, right? Mu Xiaoxiao was about to put down her cell phone and continue eating when she casually clicked inside a text message. So many unread texts. One look at the sender. It was Lu Yichen. She hurriedly clicked on it to see that the first thing Lu Yichen sent was to ask if she had arrived safely in the US yet, and asked her to give him a peace message. There were about 24 text messages, all of which were him worrying about her and urging her to take care of herself and not be so sad. From the text alone, it was obvious that Lu Yichen should be very uncomfortable with texting, and his tone was a bit stiff. But Mu Xiaoyi one by one opened those text messages to look at. Heart feel very warm. Yin Xiaojie was chucking vegetables to eat, his dark deep eyes looking askance at her, just in time to see the corners of her mouth curved up in such a soft smile. What are you looking at? He asked. It's nothing, Mu Xiaoxiao said perfunctorily, backing out of the texting page. She thought about it and tapped inside backup, intending to make a backup of the texts. However, she happened to see that inside the temporary file of the synchronized backup, the text message shown at the top was actually hung with Yin Xiaojie's name. Did he text her? An aura flashed through Mu Xiao's mind. She pursed her lips and smiled. He just grabbed her cell phone and was sneaking around wondering what he was doing, which couldn't be deleting text messages, could it? What Yin Xiaojie didn't know, however, was that there was a synchronized backup software in her phone. Even if you delete a text message, or a photo or something like that, you can get it back in the backup. With an expectation, Mu Xiaoxiao clicked in. Chapter 447, She's Discovered. Sure enough, many text messages had just been deleted by Yin Xiaojie, all from him. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted half a beat slower before she saw the number of entries in the text message. Unable to help himself, his whole body froze in shock. More than 1,000 articles? Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had misread. It's over 100, right? How could it be 1,000 bars? But no matter how many times she looked at it, she realized it was over 1,000, and there was no mistaking it. She also counted once like a child. 1, 2, 3, 4 digits, that's right, it's over 1,000. On the side, Yin Xiaojie looked at her expression and felt that she was strange, and inexplicably felt a twinge of uneasiness in his heart. Did he just not delete it cleanly and have a leak? Xiao, what are you still looking at? It's time to eat, Yin Xiaojie said while deliberately coming over to see what she was doing. Mu Xiaoxiao was very sensitive at this time, and reacted very quickly to turn off the cell phone screen, and then placed it down on the desktop. Eat. Her expression was unreadable. However, Yin Xiaojie noticed it. The corners of this girl's mouth kept curving forward, obviously holding back a smile. What the hell was she just looking at? So happy. Song Shijun couldn't care less about the two of them and had already eaten on his own. At that moment, there was a bang and someone pushed the door open. Why aren't you all waiting for me? Han Qiqing grumbled at them with a stern face. She walked over to Song Se-jun's side and sat down on her butt. Mu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth, looked at her askance, and deliberately said, "Some people, they are more colorful than friends. We thought that she had forgotten about us friends, that's why we didn't call her Cluck." Han Qiqing's face flushed slightly. Xiao, what are you talking about? I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly run off to America? It caused us to look for you everywhere, almost turning a city upside down. Mu Xiaoxiao nudged her with her chopsticks. Don't change the subject. We're talking about you now, not me. Han Qiqing smiles and says, say what about me? It's not like I'm doing anything. It's the story of you and Yin Xiaojie that's exciting. Come on, how did you two fall out before, and how did he get you back? What happened in the past few days? Tell me everything. I want to hear it. Song Shijun on the side couldn't help but chime in, his face full of curiosity as he stretched his neck to look at Mu Xiaojie. Right. How have you guys been these past few days? Quickly tell us about it. Speak for yourself. Let's eat. Mu Xiaoxiao gave them a blank look and ignored them. Han Qiqing managed to change the subject, so she stopped pursuing it and ate together. Waiting for lunch, Mu Xiaoxiao pulled Han Qiqing onto a nearby couch and tortured her. I heard from Shijun that you've been spending time with Lu Yichen lately? How is your progress? Just, like that just friends law. Although Han Qiqing said so, it was hard to hide the laughter in her eyes. Mu Xiaoxiao ambiguously topped her. Looks like you're hopeful. You'll soon be able to take down our school bully. Speaking of this, Han Qiqing sighed. It's still early. He just accepted that I helped him, but he's still just like a normal friend to me, and there's still a sense of distance, so it's a long way from actually succeeding in taking down Louis Chen. Mu Xiaoxiao clenched her fists and cheered her on. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chapter 448, You Prefer Women to Friends. Han Qiqing smiled and curved her eyes, wrapping her arms around Mu Xiaoxiao and intimately pressed against her. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. I'll work hard. I'll help you too. Mu Xiaoxiao laughed with her. The two girls were giggling and talking about BFFs on the side. Yin Xiaojie and Song Shijun sat on the other side. Song Shijun was lying across the single sofa and was playing with his cell phone. Yin Xiaojie is sitting on the other single sofa, his displeased gaze casting a sidelong glance at Han Qiqing. Song Shijun looked up and immediately realized it and got up from the sofa. Nana Haru, we're full. Let's go out for a walk. With that, he walked over and pulled Han Qiqing's arm. Han Qiqing shakes him off. Who wants to go out for a walk with you? I don't want to. I want to rest here. Song Shijun scowls at her, implying that young Master Yoon is getting angry and telling her to be sensible and stop being a light bulb. It's okay to rest. Let's go to the restroom. It all smells like food. It's not even good for sleeping. Let's go. Then he yanked her out forcefully. Wait. Han Qiqing stopped and turned her head to Mu Xiaoxiao. Xiao, Louis Chen has a basketball game this afternoon. Do you want to go watch it together? He doesn't know you're back yet. Song Shijun snorted through his teeth. How could he not know? Didn't you see that video of Xiaoxiao getting out of the car this morning? It was so handsome. Anyone who has a cell phone has probably seen it. It's impossible not to know that Xiaoxiao is back. Unless that Louis Chen is a primitive person who doesn't even have a cell phone. Han Qiqing glanced at him in dissatisfaction and elbowed him in the chest. You're the one who's primitive. Song Shijun rubbed his chest in pain and said with some suffocation. Do you have to be so hard? It hurts, okay? You're really a big fan of color, and with that Louis Chen, you've left me behind. Han Qiqing didn't feel shy at all, and even spat her tongue at him. It's up to you. Who told you to talk about him? Try saying it again, said the man, raising his elbow to him again. Threateningly, Song Shijun raised his hands and said sardonically, count on you. Han Qiqing suddenly smiled and reached out to hook his arm. Alright, don't be jealous. Go. Let's go eat ice cream. My treat. Who's jealous? Not eating, Song Sejun said as if he was gambling. Han Qiqing stiffly hooked him and headed out. Eat, just as a companion. Okay? It was true that she was at fault as well. She had been focusing on staying close to Louis Chen for the last few days, and had left Song Shijun out in the cold. Seems like a bit of a bigot really if you think about it that way. Han Qiqing also felt a bit guilty. Usually she and Song Shijun were out and about and often together, so it was no wonder that Song Shijun was complaining a bit. In the end, Song Shijun couldn't argue with her and was still dragged away by her. In the room, only Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie were left. Yin Xiaojie stood up and reached out to hold Mu Xiao's hand and said, Come on, let's go upstairs and rest. Just like Song Sejun said, the place had just finished eating, so the smell of the meal was still lingering in the room. Mu Xiaoxiao stretched. I feel sleepy too. It was only strange. She always felt in her heart that she had forgotten something important, but her brain was so clogged up with hair right now from the morning's exams that she couldn't even turn it around. Never mind. Let's wait until we think about it. Chapter 449 Dad, I want to go back to America. Mu Xiaoxiao got lazy. Her whole body stuck to Yin Xiaojie. Her voice pampered. I don't want to walk. You carry me up. Of course Yin Xiaojie wouldn't refuse. He crouched down in front of her. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled, and stuck herself up, lying on his back and letting him carry her. Afternoon. Another exam. There was a wail from Mu Xiao in the classroom. The afternoon is math, and one of the other subjects. Anyway, for Mu Xiaoxiao, only English is what she will do, and the rest can only be left to fate. After 4 consecutive sessions of exams, Mu Xiaoxiao was paralyzed on the desktop again. Only this time it was even more miserable looking than in the morning, and the whole person looked like they had been drained of their vitality. Yuzha turned back to look at her with some heartache in his eyes, and busily asked, Is math hard for you too? Mu Xiaoxiao flattened his little mouth, so pitiful look inhaled his nose and said, Difficult. Of course it is difficult. Although the United States side of the math is also taught. But, why is the domestic taught to such a deep? Completely unable to understand. Yuzha laughed. I know this. Our domestic math courses are much deeper than those abroad. Only, what does she usually do in class? Actually, I can't blame Mu Xiaoxiao for this. She had originally held the idea that she would return to the U.S. to study in the future, so she didn't care about the classes over here at all, and naturally she didn't listen to them carefully. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao regretted it to death. She felt pretty smart about herself too. At least she wasn't stupid. If she listened well, she might even understand a few questions. Now, well, one paper down. She didn't even know if she got one right. Think of the possible scores. Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate face was then a cloud of sadness. Yu Zhe, will I take the duck egg test? I don't want to. It's too ugly to take a duck egg or something. Yu Zhe cried and laughed. I can't say. It seems that no one has really scored 0. So, will she be the first? Yu Zhe felt quite miserable when he thought about it. Mu Xiaoxiao thought about her current status. At least she was Yin Xiaojie's fiancé. Yin Xiaojie was getting so much attention at school. If she really got a 0 on the test, wouldn't she be laughed to death by the whole school? Mu Xiaoxiao felt unlovable just thinking about this, and her entire body slumped limply on the desktop. Dad, China is horrible. I want to go back to the U.S. At that moment, the students in the classroom suddenly fell silent. Mu Xiaoxiao felt puzzled and looked up, and saw the English teacher walking up to the podium with the test papers. Now hand out the test papers. The class president and vice president help hand them out, and we'll all check each other's answers to see where we went wrong first, and then we'll explain them in class tomorrow, the English teacher said, handing the papers to the class president and vice president. Mu Xiaoxiao folded her hands and rested her chin on them, just watching them hand out the papers. Her test papers were handed out to her. Yu Zhe snatched it over and looked at it first, with surprise in his eyes. Xiao, you got the highest score. Mu Xiaoxiao's voice was muffled. You didn't see everyone's scores. How do you know I got the highest score? For English, she was still confident that at least she wouldn't do too badly on the exam. Yu Zhe smiled, thump, and showed her the score of the test paper. You got a perfect score of 100. Who else do you think can be higher than you? Chapter 450, snapping his face. Mu Xiaoxiao snapped the table and sat up, dumbfounded, eyes wide open, unbelievingly asked, 100 points? Really? She'd seen the 100 points above the score bar, but still, incredulous, snatched it up and glanced at the whole paper. Geez, she really got 100% on the test. Yu Zhe pointed at her final essay with some envy and sked. You didn't even deduct any points for the essay. You're too scary. The other students gasped at the news. 100 points? Mu Xiaoxiao got 100%. How can it be? How can you deduct a point or two for the essay in the back? How can it be a full 100? Really? Then she's too good, isn't she? Things like 100 points are still seen everywhere in elementary school, but when you go to middle school, it's almost hard to see them anymore, let alone at the high school level, where 100 points is simply a godlike score. Of course, a non-human learner like Lu Yichen could not be compared. The other students were just too curious and all crowded around Mu Xiaoxiao. After all, this was an official exam, so the paper was still very difficult, and even the person with the best grades in the class only managed to score 90 points. And Mu Xiaoxiao is so good that she actually got a perfect score on the test? While listening to the shouts and commotion of the students under the stage, the English teacher standing on the podium looked a little bad. Obviously after the papers were corrected, the highest score in the entire senior class was in his class, but he couldn't look happy at all, because of the bias. The person who got the highest score was the one he hated the most, Mu Xiaoxiao, who was usually at loggerheads with him. Moreover, he had repeatedly hinted and taunted that those like Mu Xiao who were only good at speaking would definitely not do well in the exams. Now she got a perfect score straight away. Isn't that like slapping him in the face? Ask him how that makes him happy. Seeing Mu Xiaoxiao surrounded by so many people, the English teacher's face boarded up, knocked on the desktop and said, "Stop arguing. Quickly hand out all the test papers and remember to check where you went wrong." With that, he walked out with a sullen face. Just then, another teacher brushed up against him. This time it was the language teacher who stepped up to the podium with the test papers. A student exclaimed, "Teacher, you finished grading papers too? So fast." Compared to the English teacher's face, the language teacher was much gentler and smiled. "It's corrected. Class president, come up here and help hand out the papers. Everyone go back tonight and look at the wrong points. Got it?" Mu Xiaoxiao, who was still in a happy state, instantly collapsed her little face when she heard that the language papers were also going to be handed out. She already had a feeling that her score was going to be dismal. Mu Xiaoxiao was a little anxious that the other students would see her score, so she stared at the test paper in the class president's hand, debating whether she should go up and grab it, find her own test paper first. That way no one else could see how many points she got. Right, that's it. Mu Xiaoxiao was just about to make a move when the language teacher walked over to her table with an affable smile. "Mu Xiaoxiao, you have to work hard," the language teacher whispered to her and then handed her the folded-up test paper in her hand. Mu Xiaoxiao was a happy man and hurriedly pressed the test paper. She looked at her language teacher with emotion. "Thank you, teacher. Woohoo! The language teacher is so nice." Chapter 451, This is the way you hold your favor. The language teacher was an angel compared to the English teacher. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart was warm. The language teacher looked at her adorable appearance and wanted to touch her head, but she held back, smiled and said, "Actually, your comprehension is very good, and your thinking is also very good. so as long as you read more and memorize more, you will have no problem. It seems that the language teacher knew that she had come back from the US, so she was a bit lacking in the language, which is understandable. Mu Xiaoxiao was so moved that she simply wanted to jump up and hug her teacher, nodding her head like garlic and saying, "I know, teacher. I will study hard in the future." She mentally vowed to do well in language classes from now on. The language teacher nodded and walked away. Yuzha probed over and touched his fingers to her pressed test paper. "Let me see how many points you scored." Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly hid the test paper. "Don't show it, then it's always okay if I show you first, right?" Yuzha showed her his score, 89 points, which was quite a high score. Mu Xiaoxiao firmly shook her head. "Don't. I'll just look at it myself." She lowered her head and placed the paper inside the drawer, carefully turning up a corner. After seeing the score, Mu Xiao's expression turned stiff. "I had guessed it would be a very low score, but it's still so sad to see the truth. I can't believe she only got a 39. Well, actually, with her degree, 39 is pretty high, isn't it?" Mu Xiaoxiao unfolded the paper and quickly skimmed around, realizing that the places where she scored points were in reading comprehension and composition, and there were 2 or 3 other places that gave her a blindfold right. Everywhere else, there are red forks. The bright red fork. Mu Xiaoxiao felt as if all these forks were stabbing at her heart, making her feel cold inside. At this time, she was grateful to her language teacher. The teacher was so sweet. Knowing that her scores were hard to read for fear that someone else would see them, she pulled out her paper and brought it to her in person, and folded the scores. Yuzha quietly poked his head over to try to take a peek again. As if noticing, Mu Xiaoxiao raised her head and glared at him, humming, "No peeking, I'll beat you up." Yuzha touched his nose and laughed. "If you don't peek, then you don't peek. How bad did you do? Don't even dare to show it to people." Mu Xiaoxiao pretended not to care and said, "It's not very bad. It's much better than I thought." At that moment, there was a sudden clattering and screaming at the door. Without even raising her head, Mu Xiaoxiao knew that it was Yin Xiaojie and hurriedly stuffed the test paper into her bag. "You chul, bye." Sure enough, there was the sound of girls swooning from the doorway. Before Yin Xiaojie could walk into the classroom, Mu Xiaoxiao had already run out, and the two almost collided at the door. "What's wrong?" Yin Xiaojie asked. "Feeling strange. You accompany me to a place." Mu Xiaoxiao directly dragged him and ran. Yin Xiaojie asked uncertainly, "What the hell are you doing?" Mu Xiaoxiao twisted her head and nonchalantly drank at him. "It's all been said. Go with me first. No more questions." "Shut up." Hearing her words, the people next to her gasped. Mu Xiaoxiao actually dared to scold Jie Xiao? She's crazy, isn't she? Thinking that now that Jie Xiao likes her and favors her, he dares to hold on to his favor like this? The girls stared at Mu Xiao's figure, their teeth itching with anger, as if they couldn't wait to help Jie Xiao put Mu Xiao on the spot. Chapter 452, Indulgence in Her. But what made everyone's eyes drop was that Yin Xiaojie didn't have any anger at all towards Mu Xiao's outburst, even a spoiled smile on his handsome face. The people next to him were literally seeing the sky, their eyes glazed over. Is the person in front of them really the egotistical, overbearing and arrogant Jie Xiao they know? Yin Xiaojie said to Mu Xiaoxiao, Fine, just walk, you slow down, be careful of falling. I'm afraid it's too late. Hurry up." Mu Xiaoxiao tugged him, and the two of them disappeared up the stairs like a gust of wind, leaving the frothing crowd behind, a dumbfounded look on his face. For Mu Xiaoxiao outspoken, Jie less angry at all even if, actually, still worry about whether she will fall? A Jie Xiao who is so indulgent to a person is truly unheard of and unseen. The crowd's jaws almost dropped to the floor. The other side. Mu Xiaoxiao pulled Yin Xiaojie and flew to the office building and found the math teacher's office. Luckily, the math teacher hadn't left yet, as if she was organizing her papers. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pushed Yin Xiaojie and whispered to him, "You quickly go over there and ask the teacher to pull out my test papers. Correct them now, and then give them to me." Yin Xiaojie raised his eyebrows and looked at her in amusement. "What are you doing? Afraid you won't do well on the exam? More than just a bad exam." Mu Xiaoxiao collapsed her little face. She had already done so poorly in language, not to mention math. She couldn't even read the questions, almost guessing, just in case she didn't get a single point. A straight-up zero duck egg. Yin Xiaojie was usually used to seeing her quirky and full of energy, and the first time he saw her so unsure of herself, it all felt a little weird. He asked seriously, "Did you really do that bad on the test?" Mu Xiaoxiao nodded sullenly. Math is taught too deeply in the country, and there are many knowledge points that are not yet taught in high schools abroad, and she hadn't even listened to a single serious lesson in the month or so she'd been back home. If she had known this, she should have listened to the lectures more often, or at least she wouldn't have gotten into this situation. Yin Xiaojie looked at her stifled expression and rubbed her head with his large, broad hand. "Got it. I'll help you." No one likes to be embarrassed, and she certainly does. Hearing him promise, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and her smile unfolded. Aha! You go quickly. While saying that, he pushed him towards the teacher. In Xiaojie turned his eyes away, his posture handsome as he stuck one hand in his pants pocket, his long legs slowly pacing towards the teacher. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to be seen by the teacher herself, so she hurriedly hid outside the classroom, only peeking out a pair of big, oozy eyes, peeking at the situation inside. Within a few minutes, In Xiaojie walked out carrying a test paper. Mu Xiaoxiao reached out and snatched it, and at a glance, it really was her own test paper. However, the top has not been criticized and there are no scores. She wondered, didn't you have the teacher correct it? In Xiaojie smiles and says, why do you need to criticize? Do you want to know your score? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head. Don't want to. Why do you need to know when you already know the score is going to be miserable? Mu Xiaoxiao hugs In Xiaojie's arm, spreading a bright smile and curtly saying to him, thanks to you this time, or else I would have made a fool of myself. So it's true that privilege and all that is still useful. Chapter 453, they'll be kicked out of Class S. In Xiaojie reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, wrapping his arm around her as he headed for the stairs. He said, I told the teacher that the pace you learn abroad is different from ours at home, so I asked her to give you a little time to catch up first. At the mention of tutoring, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wail. More tutoring? Can I not have tuition? I'll listen well in class from now on. Is that okay? She doesn't like tutoring. Ah, she hates tutoring. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao wants to go back to the United States again. In Xiaojie's deep black eyes looked at her askance, as if he had read her mind. What are you thinking about? You don't want to go back to America to study, do you? Mu Xiaoxiao was seen through, depressed, beeping her little mouth. In fact, I feel that foreign education is quite good. It feels like the country is all about exams and scores, and other aspects are given short shrift. Having said that, Shan's college also has a lot of extended programs too, to develop different sides of the students. But Mu Xiaoxiao happened to live in the U.S. for those 4 years of her formative years, so she was subconsciously accustomed to that kind of education system. In Xiaojie said to her, every education system has its advantages and disadvantages. I remember when you were in elementary school, you excelled in all subjects. You just need to study a bit more and you'll be able to do well in the exams. Must I? Mu Xiaoxiao skimmed her eyebrows and looked at him with big, pitiful eyes. In Xiaojie looked at her askance and said, don't you know? Don't know what? Mu Xiaoxiao wondered. In Xiaojie's attitude was somewhat serious as he said, although it's true that Class S gathers the students with the best family backgrounds and the best grades in the grade, if your grades are really bad, then you'll be kicked out of Class S no matter how good your family background is. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock at these words. Really? She thought about her stinging 39 and the math paper she didn't know the score on. Although she got a perfect score in English, she was so far off the mark that all of her grades together were still dismal. In fact, Mu Xiaoxiao is not the kind of person who is very vain, and she doesn't have to be in Class S either. However, when she thought about not being in the same class as Yu Zhou in the future, there was no one to chatter with her, no one to help her gossip about the news. She was a little unhappy in her heart, and it didn't take much to realize that the girls in the other classes hated her even more. She'd probably be a corpse if she went to another class? Mu Xiaoxiao thought of something and exclaimed, my grades are so bad, will I be transferred to Class F? In Xiaojie nodded fervently, most likely. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in fear. I don't want to go to Class F. It wasn't so much that she cared that Class F had the worst reputation, but she was worried about the students in it. It is said that Class F is basically full of students who don't like to study, have bad personal habits and very bad attitudes. All of them are children of some rich families who are paid to study here. Mu Xiaoxiao doesn't want to go to a class like that. The corner of In Xiaojie's mouth hooked up a smile, wrapped his arms around her neck, and deliberately scared. Then you will obediently cram. If the final exam is not good, I cannot protect you. Mu Xiaoxiao flattened his little mouth. Then how to make up for it? To find a teacher? Suddenly his eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. Right, I can look for Lu Yichen. He's the #1 schoolmaster. He must have some secret to studying. Chapter 454, it's not up to you. Before she could finish her words, she felt a dangerous sight. Who did you say you were looking for? A certain demon asked in a low, cold voice, his nice thin lips coming up to her ear. Mu Xiaoxiao shrank a little, having the illusion that he seemed to want to bite her ear. So who do you think you're looking for? In Xiaojie pointed at himself and his thin lips spat out a single word. Me. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, then laughed out loud and pushed her fingers against his chest in disgust. You? Forget it. How good can your grades be? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. This asshole. He's just trying to eat her in the name of tutoring, isn't he? She wasn't going to fall for it. In Xiaojie's sturdy arms tightened as he held her in his embrace, his dark as ink eyes narrowing as he said with a bit of displeasure. What? In your eyes, my grades are that bad? I don't even have the qualifications to help you with your tutoring? feeling a certain demon like he was about to get mad. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly compensated for the smile. Of course not. I did not say so. I just think, there is no need to trouble you well. Besides, even if your grades are good, you will not necessarily teach people, and you have poor patience. I do not want you to teach it. What if she can't learn it well by then and he's impatient? What if he scolds her then? Mu Xiaoxiao felt that it was better not to be like this, lest the two of them would quarrel and make a bad scene. In fact, most importantly, she didn't want to expose herself in front of him. Humph, that's up to you, Yin Xiaojie said domineeringly, no longer giving her any more chances to reject himself, leading her to the parking lot. Mu Xiaoxiao was just about to get into the car when her movement suddenly stopped. Why did she feel like she was forgetting something? What's wrong? Sit down. Yin Xiaojie had gotten into the driver's seat, his dark eyes looking at her, urging. Nope. Mu Xiaoxiao had one foot already stepped into the car, and this time she drew it out again. She propped her chin on her right hand and cradled the elbow of her right hand with her left as she struggled to think of what she was forgetting. Yin Xiaojie got out of the car and frowned at her. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and sit up. Mu Xiaoxiao opened her palms to him. Just hold on. I'm almost there. Just then, her cell phone rang. Mu Xiaoxiao reacted quickly to find her cell phone from her bag and saw that it was Han Qiqing calling her. It dawned on her. I remember. I had an appointment with 7 Harvest to watch Lui Chen's match. Hearing this, Yin Xiaojie secretly cursed lowly. Sure I was going to take advantage of her confused state and just take her home. Mu Xiaoxiao ignored him and hurriedly answered the phone. Han Qiqing's voice came from the cell phone, saying anxiously, Xiao, you haven't gotten out of class yet? The competition is about to start, so hurry over. Mu Xiaoxiao responded. Okay, I'll be right there. Yin Xiaojie's frown deepened as he snapped the car door shut and walked over to her. Are you really going to watch that Lu guy play? Mu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and stared at him. I promised 7 Harvest at noon. Besides, going to see at 1t do anything? I just go to cheer my friend. Do you want to be jealous even of this? Another thing was that she remembered that she owed Lui Chen once before, and didn't see into his match, so she agreed to go this time. Chapter 455, If you don't go, you don't go. Looking at Yin Xiaojie, he didn't say anything, but his expression was even more sunken. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly passed him and hugged his arm. Why don't you come along too? Don't you boys like to watch basketball? By the way, give Chen a boost. Who's going to cheer him up? No go. Yin Xiaojie is visibly angry and jerks off her hand. Mu Xiaoxiao hummed. If you don't go, you don't go. I'll go alone. With that, she turned away, ignoring him. Yin Xiaojie stood still and didn't chase after him. Just a pair of glowing black eyes locked onto her back. Watch her still bouncing away. It was only then that Yin Xiaojie finally exploded, instantly kicking the tires of the sports car. Damn it! To the basketball gym. It's crowded inside, and as far as the eye could see, it was almost all heads, densely packed. Mu Xiaoxiao's little head looked left and right, searching until her eyes were spent, but she couldn't find Han Qiqing's figure. Crap! She forgot to ask Nanahara which location she was in. There were so many people now, she didn't know who to ask. In fact, the main thing is that there are mostly girls here, and Mu Xiaoxiao also knows that she has become the public enemy of the girls, so even if she looks for someone to ask, no one will be willing to tell her. There was no choice but to call Han Qiqing again. Nice ringtone on your cell phone. However, Mu Xiaoxiao had finished the song, and Han Qiqing still didn't answer, until the response fails and the phone hangs up automatically. Nanaharu, what the hell are you doing? Answer the phone. Mu Xiaoxiao was getting anxious because she heard the sound of the curtain announcing as if the match was about to start. The girls' cheerleaders next to them also started shaking the colorful ribbon balls in their hands to cheer Lui Chen. With no other choice, Mu Xiaoxiao could only send a WeChat voice to 7 Harvest. At the same time, in the stadium lounge, Han Qiqing was in the middle of a piece with Lui Chen, and while they talked, they walked over to where the rows of chairs were. One of the boys from the basketball team said to Han Qiqing in a respectful manner, Miss Qiqing, your cell phone just rang. Han Qiqing's bag was sitting on the row of chairs, and she had just thrown her cell phone into it in her haste to find Lui Chen. That's when it suddenly hit her. It must be tiny, but she doesn't know where we are. Lui Chen's eyes moved slightly when he heard her words. Xiao is here. Han Qiqing nodded. Well, I did just call her, and she said she was coming. Lui Chen looked at his teammates and said, you guys go out first, I'll go out for a bit, I'll be right back. Then without a single greeting to Han Qiqing, she hurried out. I can. Wait for me, I'm coming with you too. But by the time Han Qiqing chased out, it was helpless that Lui Chen's legs were too long and hers were too short, so instead she was left behind for a long distance. The large basketball court was almost full. This time it was a game against the basketball team from the second middle school, so one side was seated with Shan students and the other side was seated with students from the second middle school. Louis Chen's eyes swept around left and right, all locked on the entrance. He barely stopped in his tracks as he walked straight that way. It was like something was pulling him. At the entrance to the basketball court, Mu Xiaoxiao was still waiting for Han Qiqing's reply, her pair of dark eyes feeling amused as she looked around. But there are so many people coming and going here. Chapter 456. I've never seen him like this before. Even though Mu Xiaoxiao had retreated to the side, she was still almost knocked over by one. Luckily, a pair of sturdy arms shielded her when she was caught off guard. I'm sorry. The person who knocked her down was in a hurry to get out, like he had something important to do, so he only left 6 words and his silhouette disappeared. Are you okay? A cool, low voice rang in her ear. Mu Xiaoxiao froze and raised her eyes. Then she ran right into Louis Chen's eyes. Great, she responded, suddenly jumping up. Louis Chen was afraid that she would fall if she jumped around like this, and with one arm shielding her side through the air, he asked, "What's too good to be true?" Mu Xiaoxiao curled her eyes and smiled, thinking that it should have been Seven Harvest who heard her Weibo, so she called Louis Chen to come out and look for her. You found me, she said happily. Louis Chen's eyes, which were always clear and cold, rippled with a smile. Well, I found you. At that moment, the horn sounded to tell everyone that the race was about to begin. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him anxiously. You're going on, aren't you? Hurry up and get going. Let's go. You be careful. Louis Chen carefully instructed her and walked ahead, leading her behind himself. The girls sitting on the stage, and the cheerleader girls standing next to them, all saw the image of Mu Xiaoxiao and Louis Chen together. They all stared at Mu Xiaoxiao with gritted teeth. This Mu Xiaoxiao is also too much. She has Jie Xiao herself, but she still comes to seduce our senior Chen. That is to say, why is she such a? It really pisses me off. I get angry when I see her. Look at this. Senior Chen is actually being so nice to her, as if he's taking her to sit at the front seat. Suddenly, under the crowd, I don't know who smashed something in his hand towards Mu Xiaoxiao. Louis Chen was about to reach his position with Mu Xiaoxiao when his afterglow glanced sharply into the air. Unidentified objects like that, straight out of his hands. Who threw it? He snapped. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The girls sitting up there all looked innocent and shook their heads, saying it wasn't them. Of course no one will admit it. There were some people who saw someone throwing things and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to throw something. Anyway, there were so many people, even if they hit Mu Xiaoxiao, they couldn't find out who did it. But now in this situation, no one dares to mess around anymore, especially those fans of Louis Chen, who were more than familiar with him but had never seen him look so stern, froze in fear. Han Qiqing also ran over and stood beside Mu Xiaoxiao, staring at the girls on the seating platform and sweeping them. Who lost the stuff? Come out to me. You dare to lose it but not admit it, don't you? Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly tugged on her sleeve. Okay, the game is about to start. Don't delay the game. They won't dare. Han Qiqing snorted coldly and warned the girls. I'm telling you, don't think it's okay if you don't admit it. Look at what that is. She pointed to the corner above the arena where a camera hung. The girls all huffed and puffed. Apparently they had forgotten that there was a security camera in the basketball court. Han Qiqing put her hands around her face and looked at them arrogantly. When the game is over, I'll pull up the surveillance footage. I don't believe I won't be able to find that person. Chapter 457. We must find him. In the crowd, some people's faces swished white. Mu Xiaoxiao took Han Qiqing's hand and dragged her to a seat. Well, this will wait until after the game. Of course, it wasn't as if she wasn't angry. Being backstabbed would make any human being angry. But Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to disturb the game, and it wouldn't be good to affect Shangde's image. Only then did Han Qiqing withdraw her gaze, but she still spoke in her defense. Those girls are really too much. Xiao, can't you see? What did that guy smash? Look for yourself. Mu Xiaoxiao looked over in the direction she was pointing and her expression froze. It's actually a rechargeable battery. Mu Xiaoxiao's heart cooled a bit then. If she had just been hit on the head, it was hard to imagine what it would have been like. Han Qiqing said angrily, wait, as soon as the match is over, I'll pull up the security camera footage, and I'll find out who really smashed it. I'll find her out for sure. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something. Suddenly stood up, ran to Louis Chen's side, anxiously grabbed his hand. Is your hand okay? Louis Chen held a smile at the corner of his mouth and carelessly drew back his hand, saying in a faint voice, it's fine. Is it really okay? That thing came crashing down. It was heavy, wasn't it? Mu Xiaoxiao was still uneasy and wanted to look at his arm, but Louis Chen swung his hand behind his back. He shook his head and said, it's really fine. You guys can just watch from here. I should get to the assembly. With that, he turned and walked away. Han Qiqing's reaction was half a beat slower, and just now she was so focused on worrying about Mu Xiaoxiao that she forgot to pay attention to whether Louis Chen would be injured. How's he doing? Not hurt, right? Only when Mu Xiaoxiao walked back did Han Qiqing ask her. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, still not quite at ease, but she shook her head at Han Qiqing and said, "He said it's fine, so it should be fine." Han Qiqing followed suit and worried. "Right, I did just see that he was using his right hand to block it. Will it affect his game? I hope not," Mu Xiaoxiao said. Her eyes couldn't help but stare intently at Lui Chen's body, as if he would be the first to notice whenever something happened to him. Soon enough, the race was on. Mu Xiaoxiao usually wasn't very interested in basketball, but she could still read basketball. Add to that the fact that it's your school playing against another school, and it's inevitable that you're going to get invested in it and want your school to win. For 10 minutes or so, both teams fought back and forth, fiercely. Gradually, though, there was some conflict on both sides. Han Qiqing said angrily beside her, "The people in the second middle school are too dirty. How can they bump into people like that?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked. "This should be considered a foul, right?" "It's hard to say. It doesn't count if the referee can't see it," Han Qiqing said glumly. And apparently, the ref just didn't see it, so no penalty was called. Because of these clashes, and the fact that the boys on the basketball team are all bloodthirsty, how could they possibly put up with it? So gradually, the conflict intensified. Shan's led by 5 after the first half, and someone on the second form side was red-carded and sent off. The people in the second form were furious, and a group of people surrounded the referee, wanting him to redetermine the decision, with fierce attitudes and noisy arguments. But in the end, it was all to no avail. The boys from the basketball team were sitting in the lounge area right in front of them, all sweaty and tired. Chapter 458, Someone's Worried About You. In contrast, Lui Chen was all cool and refreshing, and even though he had also sweated a lot, and even the clothes on his back were soaked, he still looked fresh and clean. Han Qiqing stood up, holding onto the iron bars, poking out her little head and looking worriedly at Lui Chen. However, the coach of the basketball team looked like he was in a meeting, so she didn't dare to interrupt out loud. When the coach finished, he told the players to all go back inside and rest. After all, there's a 15-minute intermission. As the team members went inside one after another, Han Qiqing anxiously poked out half of her body and called out to Lui Chen. "Chen, are you okay?" The team member next to him flirtatiously topped Lui Chen. "Someone is worried about you." Lui Chen wiped his face with a towel, raised his head to look at her, and answered in a faint voice, "It's fine." After saying that, his line of sight turned slightly and landed on Mu Xiaoxiao's body. Mu Xiaoxiao rippled a smile at him, her small fists raised. "Go for it." The corners of Lui Chen's mouth pulled to the sides as he nodded. "Aha." In the second half, the game got even more intense. Han Qiqing said to Mu Xiaoxiao in dissatisfaction, "Look at those people in the second middle school. All of them have such fierce eyes. They don't even look like they're playing soccer. Instead they look more like they're about to fight." "Well, I think so." Mu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Just as the two of them were chatting, neither of them noticed that the person on the second grade side glanced over with a glance every now and then. The scene before where Lui Chen was protecting Mu Xiao was seen by everyone present, so think and know that Mu Xiaoxiao must be a very important person to Lui Chen. Of course, the people in the second middle school didn't know about the relationship between Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojie, so they naturally assumed that Mu Xiaoxiao was probably Lui Chen's girlfriend. On the playing field, the two teams are playing hard. The players of the second middle school exchanged a secret look, and as the basketball was being slapped up, suddenly one of them jumped up and struggled to slap the basketball towards the court. Lui Chen's gaze had been following the basketball, and when he realized who it was flying towards, his pupils shrunk violently. "Tiny, but it's too late." Han Qiqing was dumbfounded, her fingers gripping Mu Xiao's hand tightly, but she could only watch as the basketball, with great speed, smashed head-on towards Mu Xiao. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed on the basketball, and in shock, she could only close her eyes in time. Boom! There was a loud bang. The entire crowd held their breath as that basketball was slapped back onto the basketball court and bounced on the floor. "Wow, it's Jie Xiao." The expected pain didn't happen, and when Mu Xiaoxiao heard the cry again, she jerked her eyes open and saw Yin Xiaojie's handsome face close at hand. His face is so ugly. Yin Xiaojie's face was more than ugly. It was practically ironic. Mu Xiaoxiao a pair of his deep black eyes, as if feeling a sense of security, that fear which surged to the heart. A layer of water mist floated in the eyes of the ebony. "I thought you said you weren't coming?" she said accusingly, as if complaining about him. Yin Xiaojie skimmed the corners of his mouth and grunted. "If I say I'm not coming, then I can't come? Is this basketball gym run by your family?" Mu Xiaoxiao flattened her mouth at the rebuttal. "No, it's run by your family." She reaches out to pull him, but Yin Xiaojie avoids her hand as if on purpose, letting her hand fall short. Mu Xiaoxiao felt even more aggravated. "Are you angry?" "I didn't," Yin Xiaojie quickly responded, his attitude appearing cold. Chapter 459, Losing Your Cool. There wasn't even a hint of a smile to be seen on his handsome and unassuming face, and said it wasn't angry. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted a small mouth, attitude softened and said, "Well, it's me who is wrong." It's really just a game to watch, and the two can talk it over. Although In Xiaojia was a bit overbearing, but usually he was so accommodating to her, so if she begged him a bit more or pouted a bit more, he would eventually agree. In Xiaojia grunted from his tall nose and reached out to pinch her face. Do you really think you're wrong? Clearly it was still written on her little face that you were at fault too. Not just me. Mu Xiaoxiao grinned and pulled out a big smile, then suddenly pounced on him and hugged his waist. Is it okay if I say I'm sorry? Suddenly, the basketball court yelled the sound of an argument. You guys from the second middle school are so despicable. The basketball team on Shan's side roared angrily. Instead, the people in the second high school laughed, each one hanging back as if it wasn't a big deal. That's not much, is it? After all, the ball doesn't have eyes. Is it up to me to control where it's going to fly? That's right. If we could control it, we just tell it to fly inside the basket. What's the point of playing? Funny, if it hits, it's her own bad luck. So who's to blame? Ha 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 ha. That is to say, the people in the second grade even laughed shamelessly. These words enraged the people on Shan's side, and some were so angry that they wanted to rush over and hit them, but were pulled back by their teammates. However, Louis Chen walked over with a sullen face. Under the crowd's uncomprehending gazes, his fist swiftly swung right at the person who had just slapped the ball at Mu Xiao. The man fell to the ground from the beating, yucked up, and spit out blood. The members of the Shangda basketball team were stunned and looked at Louis Chen with disbelief. No one expected him to make a sudden move, because he's Louis Chen, the most calm and collected Louis Chen. So, just now, when they saw him walking towards those people in the second form, the team members didn't even try to go over to stop him at all, because everyone knew that he was the calmest and wouldn't be impulsive. Who knew that the calmest person could punch someone on impulse? Although the team members felt that the punch was a good one, after they were stunned, they rushed up to pull Louis Chen back. A whistle blows and the referee gives Louis Chen a red card. Shinda's players were in disarray and hurriedly pulled the referee to try to help Louis Chen plead for mercy, but Louis Chen shook his head at them. Forget it. Obviously, when he made his move, he had already thought that this would be the result. You guys play well and make sure you beat them. Louis Chen patted his teammates' shoulders. At this time, a sudden arrogant voice came from the side. I want to go down and have some fun. I don't know if it's okay? The crowd looked over in shock and disbelief at In Xiaojia. Nani? Jie Xiao is going down to play basketball? In Xiaojia patted Mu Xiaoxiao's little head, taking in her stunned adorableness before stepping forward and flipping over the bars in a handsome manner. He walked in front of Louis Chen, brashly hooking the corner of his mouth, a pair of dark eyes with seriousness, and said, borrow a set of clothes for me. With that, he crossed his arms and took off his shirt with a flip of his hand. Ah! The girls in the pews let out a loud, whistling scream. You know, In Xiaojia had never revealed his body in all the years he had been in Shangda. The girls are just going crazy. Not to mention the girls from Shangda. Even the girls from the second middle school side were also mesmerized, all of them staring at In Xiaojia in a nymphomaniacal manner, unable to blink their eyes. In Xiaojia carried his t-shirt and walked over to the bars with a smile on his face, throwing the shirt over in one swift motion, covering Mu Xiao's head squarely. Hold it for me. The rich, magnetic voice spoke. At this moment, his every move looked so handsome and charming, raising his hands and feet to cause girls to scream. Seeing that he actually threw his top to Mu Xiaoxiao, the girls let out screams with a bit of envy and jealousy. Jie Xiao's clothes, they wanted too. Thinking about being able to smell In Xiaojia's body, those girls were infatuated just thinking about it, and their eyes became even more filled with resentment as they shot at Mu Xiao. Mu Tiny pulled the t-shirt off her face, revealing her stony little face. Her eyes stared at In Xiaojia with great displeasure. Small mouth pouted, complained, to go on the field why change clothes just think of playing handsome, asshole. Hearing her muttered words, Han Qiqing pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Xiao, are you jealous? What am I jealous of? Mu Xiao yelled under her breath. However, at this moment, she was itching to blindfold all the girls in the room to prevent them from seeing In Xiaojia. The sour taste that welled up in Mu Xiaoxiao's heart grew stronger. She never knew that she was already so possessive of In Xiaojia. Qiqing, don't look at it either. Mu Xiaoxiao exasperatedly reached out to cover Han Qiqing's eyes. Han Qiqing teased, you don't have to even be jealous of me, do you? If you want to watch it, go watch Louis Chen's. Don't you like him? When Han Qiqing heard this, she sighed and said, I want to, but he won't take it off for me. So what can I do? As they spoke, the excited voices of the other girls came from behind them, and it was almost scary. My God, I've really earned it today. I can actually see Jie Xiao's body. I'm going crazy. Jie Xiao's body is so good. What should I do? I want to go up and lick it. Quickly, take your cell phone and take a picture of it, and stare at it every night in the future. You might be able to dream of Jie Xiao. Aha! I want it. even if I have to lick it in my dreams. Hearing these words, the more anger Mu Xiaoxiao stared at Yin Xiaojie's eyes grew. She drew herself up and chased after him along the bars, calling out to Yin Xiaojie, "Hey, Yin Xiaojie!" Yin Xiaojie had just gotten to his feet when he saw his top being thrown back. "You put it on for me, do you hear me?" Mu Xiaoxiao huffed and yelled at him. Chapter 461, Giving Her a Flying Kiss. Yin Xiaojie looked into her glowing black eyes, and the smile on his thin lips deepened a few points. He grabbed his t-shirt and moved quickly, pulling it right over his head and putting it on. "Hey!" The girls made noises of regret. After Yin Xiaojie got dressed, he casually ran his 5 fingers through his loose black hair in an unruly and wild gesture. "Ah!" The piercing screams of the girls nearly toppled the top of the basketball gym. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Yin Xiaojie like this, which satisfied him, clenched her fist and said to him, "Make sure you win. Oh, give them a lesson." The corners of Yin Xiaojie's mouth were hooked in a confident smile, as if to say that he had decided to go down just for this. He placed a finger on his thin lips and flew a kiss at her. The girls behind Mu Xiaoxiao were screaming like crazy, as if the kiss was for them. Yin Xiaojie followed Lu Yichen into the lounge to change. When Mu Xiaoxiao returned to her seat, she was held by Han Qi-Qing's arm and teasingly said, "Worthy of being our Xiaoxiao, oh, only you can order that guy Yin Xiaojie like that." And on the field, the game continues to start. Because of the absence of Lu Yichen, who was a capable player, Shangda's side was leveled within a few minutes. The guys on the second grade side were roaring around in triumph as if they had already won. A girl on Shangda's side got up and shouted, "You guys wait, when Jiexiao comes on, he'll definitely beat you all to death." Falling flowers, the girls shouted in unison. The girls cheerleaders on the second middle school side weren't willing to show weakness either, shouting in unison, second middle school, mighty and bully, the team of kings." At this moment, right in the crowd on the second middle school side, and Jixin didn't look at the boys from her own school, but kept her eyes fixed on the direction Yin Xiaojie had left, as if she was expecting him to make an appearance. The girl beside her patted her hand and said excitedly, "Jixin, did you see that? That one just now is Jiexiao from Shangda Academy. He's just so handsome. I didn't expect that we could encounter this unexpected joy when we came to watch the match. Luckily we came, don't you think so?" "Aha." And Jixin nodded somewhat absent-mindedly, not even taking her eyes off the entrance to the lounge. The girl didn't notice her difference and continued, "Look, Han Yuner is also here. Jiexiao dated her for a while before but dumped her soon after. Do you think Han Yuner followed her here this time in order to look for Jiexiao's old love to rekindle?" The girl sitting on the other side of the table said, "Didn't you see that? How close Jiexiao was with that girl just now. That must be his current girlfriend. Han Yuner has no chance." "Yeah, I've heard that Jiexiao never eats the grass that comes back to him, and besides, he's just playing around with Han Yuner. It's not like he really likes her. I think Jiexiao's current girlfriend is 100 times better than Han Yuner. Look at how pretty that girl looks. She's full of nobility, and if she can study at Shangda, she must be from a rich family. So what's Han Yuner got to compare herself to?" "That's right, with Han Yuner's heavily made-up appearance, she's still the school flower? If it wasn't for Jiexiao's relationship, what makes her the school beauty of second middle school?" And Jixin reminded them, "Keep your voices down. Han Yuner is looking over here." The few girls sitting beside her were startled, so they hurriedly shut up, and timidly glanced in Han Yuner's direction. Chapter 462, He's a Demon. Just then, a clamor rose from the people on the seating platform. It turned out to be Yin Xiaojie who came out after changing his uniform. So handsome, even the girls in Shangda. It was the first time they saw Jiexiao in a basketball uniform, and each one of them went crazy, taking more than just a wild shot with their cell phones. Mu Xiaoxiao sat in the front seat, listening to the screams of those girls behind her. All felt shrill, couldn't help but pull out her ears. She couldn't help but spit out, "Have these women never seen a man before? Should they be so exaggerated?" Although, she also felt that Yin Xiaojie was very handsome in this uniform, with a different flavor than usual. How? A little more swagger and flair made his charm even more deadly. Han Qiqing laughed on the side. "It's not that you've never seen a man, it's that you've never seen such a handsome man. It can't be helped. Yin Xiaojie is a demon, so you'll just have to get used to it slowly." Seriously, even the often spiteful Han Qiqing had to say that the Yin Xiaojie at this moment was indeed very handsome, the one that was recklessly arrogant. At this point, the score changed on the field. A 2-point lead on the second center's side. 2 points isn't a lot, but it's now halfway through the second half. Who knows what the final outcome will be? Shan's side called a timeout and replaced one of the strikers with Yin Xiaojie. As soon as they saw Yin Xiaojie's figure on the field, the girls on the seating platform again resounded with sky-high screams, and the cheerleaders in the front rows spared no effort in shouting and cheering. "Go Jiexiao! Be sure to beat them!" As Shan's side boils over, suddenly, a voice rang out from the second middle school side. "Yin Xiaojie." Because it was rather abrupt, it attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Of course, This includes Yin Xiaojie. Looking over with the sound, Yin Xiaojie didn't expect to see An Jixin, and Jixin couldn't care less about the gazes of the people in the second grade next to her, and pushed herself up against the iron bars, poking out her upper body. When she saw Yin Xiaojie looking at her, she couldn't help but happily reveal a bright smile, as if at this moment, there was only her and Yin Xiaojie in the entire arena. Just like in the drama, it was like a cat scratching at her heart, tingly and thumping. Xiaojie, go for it, and Jixin shouted at the top of her lungs, smiling broadly. However, Yin Xiaojie just glanced at her and moved his eyes away, and Jixin, however, didn't care this time, as if just the glance he had just given her, the one where the two of them looked at each other, had already satisfied her. She sat back down and was grabbed by the girl next to her. Jixin, do you know Jie Xiao? The girl asked in surprise, and Jixin pursed her lips and said with a somewhat smug smile, recognize he's my friend. When these words came out, the few girls in the same class as her all huffed and puffed, all of them dumbfounded. Jixin, you're amazing. How did you know Jie Xiao? Why haven't you told me? And Jixin lowered her head, face embarrassed. I do not want to be too high profile, just ordinary friends, and not boyfriend and girlfriend. A regular friend would be amazing. That's right, that's Jie Xiao, the Jie Xiao of Shangda. How many people want to flatter him, want to hug his thigh, but don't have a chance? Jixin, how exactly did you meet him? I also want to get to know Jie Xiao. Can you introduce me? Even if it's just to get to know him, it's okay. Chapter 463, Shame on you. And Jixin looked like she was shy and swept the hair on her temples behind her ears, pausing before saying, this, I don't know if it's okay First wait for him to finish playing, okay? Hey, I'll take that as a yes. Next, a few of the girls didn't watch the ball seriously. They all dragged An Jixin and asking about Yin Xiaojie. Listening to An Jixin's words, they are even more convinced that An Jixin and Yin Xiaojie are friends. And Jixin enjoyed the flattery and currying favor from her classmates, something she had never had before. At this moment, it was like she understood Han Yuner's mood. She couldn't help but think in her heart, just Yin Xiaojie's friend was treated like this. What if it was his girlfriend? Wouldn't that be? Thinking of the image of being surrounded by everyone to please, and Jixin's heart couldn't help but flutter a little. Her gaze, passionate and fascinated, was locked on Yin Xiaojie's figure, right across from An Jixin. Mu Xiaoxiao sank down with a displeased face. How could she not expect that An Jixin would appear here? Han Qiqing yelled, why is this girl in our school? She's a student at the second middle school? How shameless. Did you hear that? She actually called Yin Xiaojie's name. Xiaojie? I got goosebumps hearing that. Han Qiqing said several sentences before realizing that Mu Xiao's face was not right. Xiao. She pushed Mu Xiao and looked at her worriedly. Are you alright? You don't have to care about her What kind of trouble can someone like her make? Look, Yin Xiaojie didn't even care about her. Mu Xiao skimmed her eyebrows and said in exasperation, I'm just upset that she just looked like that. As if she knew Yin Xiaojie well. She even shouted Yin Xiaojie's name and cheered for him in front of so many people. Although Yin Xiaojie didn't give An Jixin a response, but in the eyes of others, it would all seem to misunderstand her relationship with Yin Xiaojie. Han Qiqing didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just held his arm and said, let's watch the game first. What's important now is the game. Ignore those irrelevant people. Right, watching the game will be a distraction, so you won't be thinking about unhappy things. Tiny, don't think about anything, just watch the game. At the moment, the battle on the field was fierce. The people in the second middle school didn't care about Yin Xiaojie's appearance at first, because they all think that Yin Xiaojie is just a rich young master who enjoys a luxurious life all day long. How good can he be at playing soccer? However, it doesn't take a minute. As soon as the ball was kicked off, it was the man from the second middle school with the ball. Yin Xiaojie's figure was like a ghost. He swayed in front of him twice and actually took the ball away. Yin Xiaojie rushes towards the basket rack like nobody's business. With a handsome jump and a bunch of slender 5 fingers, the orange basketball made a perfect arc in the air. Then, boom, straight into the basket. Wow! There was an uproar outside the arena, and the girls were screaming with excitement, in complete disbelief. To top it off, the one just made was still a 3-pointer. So straight away that goal brought the score back more than just a point ahead. The members of the Shan team, who were originally a bit worried, looked at each other in shock. Then one after another laughed excitedly. I didn't realize Jie Xiao was so powerful. How can they lose with him around? The players got their spirits up and the rest of the game was even more intense. Shan's side scored back-to-back points, while the second grade side suffered back-to-back setbacks. Chapter 464, Jie Xiao, the Dark Emperor. As long as the ball was in Yin Xiaojie's hands, he could easily get points no matter how many people surrounded him. That's why almost all of Shangda's points were taken by Yin Xiaojie. Do you think Yin Xiaojie personally went on the field just for these scores? Of course not. Yin Xiaojie's stern eyes lifted, and the person from the second middle school tried to deal with him while grabbing the rebound. But Yin Xiaojie skillfully dodged the other person's attack and even brought the other person down with him, smoothly bending his knee, and heavily toppling down on the other person's abdomen. The man wailed, nearly fainting from the pain, and his eyes went white. However, this scene, in the eyes of others, was just an accident caused by Yin Xiaojie's inability to control his body when the two fell together. Yeah, it was just an accident. So even though the people from the second middle school started to protest, the referee still didn't give Yin Xiaojie a penalty. It's not uncommon for there to be physical collisions during a game, especially when grabbing a rebound. There are all sorts of contingencies. In the referee's opinion, it was a failed block by the second school that sent the two down together. The whistle blows and the game continues. The people in the second middle school were furious, their eyes glowing red as they stared at Yin Xiaojie, as if they had already disregarded everything. The competition and whatnot didn't matter anymore. They wanted to get him killed. Yin Xiaojie stood there proudly, the corner of his mouth hooked in contempt, his dark eyes glancing at them with disdain. This gesture angered the people in the second middle school even more. They exchanged a look with each other, intending to attack Yin Xiaojie together. At this point, they're not thinking about whether or not they committed a foul. Even if one of them was penalized with a red card, it would be worth it as long as they injured Yin Xiaojie. Anger had burned away their sanity. This time, it was Shand who kicked off, and it was clear that it wasn't Yin Xiaojie who carried the ball. But the eyes of the people of the second middle school were fixed on him. Yin Xiaojie looked at them with contempt and signaled with his eyes for his teammate to pass the ball to himself. Sang Tax player was a bit hesitant, but under Yin Xiaojie's stern eyes, he had to pass it on. As soon as they saw the ball in his hands, the men from the second grade rushed over like mad. Yin Xiaojie skillfully dodged the first one. Head on, someone is trying to kick him in the foot from below. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes flinched, and without politeness, he stepped directly on his foot in a jumping position. The man screamed in pain and curled up on the ground clutching his injured foot. I'm going to get you killed. The man from the second middle school roared, no longer in the position of grabbing the ball, but in the full stance of trying to hit someone. But Yin Xiaojie didn't stop moving, and despite the injuries, the fight continued as long as the referee didn't blow the whistle. He didn't even look at the man swinging at him, sidestepped him, then ran to the rim and made a handsome turnaround shot. The girls' voices were once again about to topple the top of the arena. Next, no matter what kind of ferocious stance the people from the second middle school showed, how they were going to attack Yin Xiaojie, he had a way, in a reasonable way, to give the attack back to the other side and then score points at the same time. The scoreboard keeps flipping, but only Shan's side is changing. The score of the second grade is stopping motionless. There's still a final minute to go, yet the two teams have doubled the gap in points. At this moment, Yin Xiaojie was like an emperor on the field, looking arrogantly at the people of the second middle school. The girls on the seating platform looked at Yin Xiaojie, who was like a dark emperor like this, and were simply mesmerized. Chapter 465, You've got nothing to show for it? I don't know who took the lead. The students on Shantae's side shouted in unison in a rousing manner. Yin Xiaojie, Yin Xiaojie, Yin Xiaojie, Yin Xiaojie. Those three words circulated throughout the basketball gym like a magic spell. However, the other side, the people in the second middle school had long since lost the temper they had just felt, and every single one of them was injured in one way or another. How could they have ever imagined that there were people who played dirty basketball tricks like this one more skillfully than they did? Everyone in the second grade is like a lost dog. In the last minute, Yin Xiaojie scored 2 more goals, relaxed as if he was playing in his own home. Time is terminated and the game is over. The referee stood in the center and announced to all of them, this match, Shanda Academy wins. All the people on Shan's side of the seating platform clattered to their feet and applauded excitedly. Coach and Lu Yichen looked at Yin Xiaojie from the sidelines, and the two of them looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. The coach knew it was impossible, but he couldn't help but speak up. If Jie Xiao can be on our basketball team, we might be able to win this national competition. Lu Yichen smiled gently and looked at the coach and said, you know it's impossible. Jie Xiao, who can hire him? However, this time it did surprise Lu Yichen. Not expecting Yin Xiaojie to be so good at basketball, it had to be said that Lu Yichen's opinion of Yin Xiaojie had changed slightly. The coach sighed regretfully, and in his heart, he actually had the answer already. He patted Lu Yichen's shoulder and said, hard work. In the middle of the field, the rest of the team was cheering and celebrating. If it were usual, Yin Xiaojie, the biggest contributor, would have been lifted up by everyone and yelled in victory. But he's Yin Xiaojie, who dares to lift him? So the rest of his teammates just gathered around him and complimented him on how good he was and stuff like that. Han Qiqing pulled Mu Xiaoxiao off the sitting platform, and she stood beside Lu Yichen, smiling at him. Yichen, congratulations. Mu Xiaoxiao's gaze looked towards Yin Xiaojie who was surrounded in the center. Her small mouth skimmed as she hesitated to go over. Just then, Yin Xiaojie pushed aside the people on either side of her and walked towards her. He hooked his wickedly charming thin lips, smoothed down his sweaty bangs, and said to her, "You have nothing to show for my win?" Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance in Jixin's direction and realized that Jixin had also gotten down from the seating platform and was walking this way. Her heart just snapped a little. This Jixin doesn't want to come here to congratulate Yin Xiaojie, does she? Mu Xiaoxiao hummed. Winning is winning. What do you want? Yin Xiaojie didn't see what was going on behind him, but he had noticed that his little girl seemed a bit upset. What's wrong? You're still upset that I won? No, I'm happy. Mu Xiaoxiao spoke in a muffled tone, but that little face, it didn't look happy in any way. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes narrowed before he remembered this person, Jixin, and when he linked it to the fact that Mu Xiaoxiao had just looked behind him, he probably understood. This girl, is she jealous? Yin Xiaojie's heart was very pleasant, and his sexy thin lips lifted up in an arc. Come here, I want to collect my reward. Yin Xiaojie hooked his finger at her, his eyes and attitude carrying a fatal attraction. Although the match was over, the girls on the seating platform didn't disperse, their gazes locked on Yin Xiaojie's body, unable to take their eyes off. Chapter 466, I won't spare you. After all, this kind of Jieshao is a rare sight for them. How can they leave? So, when they saw the scene of Jieshao hooking his finger, they let out another scream. It's just foul to hook a finger or something. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion. What reward? Seeing that she didn't listen, Yin Xiaojie took the initiative to walk in front of her. He looked down, his eyes as good as obsidian gazing at her small face, and suddenly reached out, his bony fingers touching her cheek. I want a reward. And that's it. Fingers formed into palms, cupping her small face and pulling it toward him. Before Mu Xiaoxiao could react, she saw his handsome face suddenly zoom in, and then a touch of softness was printed on her lips. He kissed her. The whole room was silent for a moment, as if it had stood still. Everyone saw the scene. Jieshao kissed Mu Xiaoxiao. Jieshao kissed Mu Xiaoxiao in public. You know, although Yin Xiaojie is famous for his flowers, and everyone knows that he has countless women around him, but no one has ever seen him kiss any girl. So, what's on the minds of the girls in the room at the moment? After Mu Xiaoxiao reacted, her small face burned as she pushed Yin Xiaojie away, afraid that he would kiss even more excessively in front of so many people. Yin Xiaojie had only wanted a kiss. He didn't want anyone to see her being deeply kissed. The way she was kissed until she was moved was something only he could appreciate. Mu Xiaoxiao's red face and heartbeat were in disarray. Her ebony eyes glared at him and said, "What are you doing?" Yin Xiaojie smiled badly. "I told you, this is my reward for winning ah." Mu Xiaoxiao smashed his chest with her small fist. Bastard, next time you dare to do this, I won't be able to spare you. Then how do you want to spare me? Yin Xiaojie wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his unruly laughter swirling in her ears. Mu Xiaoxiao elbowed him and threatened, "You talk nonsense again?" Yin Xiaojie shrugged and stopped teasing her, pulling her towards the restroom. "I'm all sticky. I'm going to take a shower first. You're coming with me." "No running first. I don't want to." "Why would I want to accompany you to the shower?" The two bickered as they walked away, leaving the others behind. And no one paid any attention to the heartbroken-looking girls on the seating platform. The basketball team looked at each other in disbelief. And someone whispered, "It seems as if Jieshao is serious this time." "Well, I think so. I think Mu Xiaoxiao is very good ah. Jieshao seems to be especially different when he is with her. If it were me, I would also choose Mu Xiaoxiao." "Shoo, don't say that nonsense. Be careful that Jieshao hears you." The man got scared and shut his mouth. "Come on. Let's go back and take a shower too. What a great win today. Can't you see that Jieshao has brought Mu Xiaoxiao inside? You guys want to go in and be a light bulb? I wouldn't dare. Can't we just go to the other side?" "Silly you." So the rest of the basketball team headed to the other side of the lounge. Luckily, the people from the second form had lost so badly that they didn't have the face to stay here anymore, so they had already left in disgrace, which left the other side of the lounge empty. After everyone else left, only Lu Yichen and Han Qiqing remained on the sidelines. Han Qiqing looked sideways to observe Lu Yichen's expression, as if trying to find some clues on his face. He is supposed to like Tiny, right? Chapter 467, she'd rather lie to herself. They say girls have good instincts. Lu Yichen is fond of Xiao Xiao. This thought has been lingering in Han Qiqing's mind, although she's been tempted to find a piece of evidence to disprove herself, to prove her wrong, to prove that Lu Yichen is only treating Xiao Xiao as a friend. But she has not been able to find that so-called evidence. However, she couldn't find any obvious evidence that Lu Yichen was fond of Xiao Xiao, even if Lu Yichen fought with Yin Xiaojie for Xiao Xiao, like just now as well. Lu Yichen lost his cool for Xiao Xiao and punched that second form guy. Even if Xiao Xiao went back to the United States for a few days, Lu Yichen would look at his cell phone from time to time. Han Qiqing would rather lie to herself that all of these things were just a sign that Lu Yichen treated Xiao Xiao as a friend, not a favorite. It's probably because he doesn't have many friends, so he just holds Tiny as a friend especially dear. Girl's intuition is all over the place. Even though Han Shicheng didn't know what Lu Yichen was looking at when he stared blankly at his cell phone, her intuition told her that it was related to Xiao Xiao. It's not really hard to guess, is it? Xiao Xiao happens to have a falling out with Yin Xiao Jia and then sadly goes back to the US. Lu Yichen saw Tiny before she left. What may have happened between the two of them? Han Shicheng shook her head to keep herself from thinking about it anymore. She was afraid she was falling back into her demons. Lu Yichen looked at Han Shicheng's somewhat complex and changing expression. Wise as he was, he could tell she had something she wanted to say to him, but he chose not to ask. He said to her in a faint voice, "Then I'm going to take a shower first. Are you waiting for Tiny outside? Or else go back first. It's not very convenient to let you in when there are all boys inside." Han Shicheng's heart was a bit mixed as she listened to his passage. Before that, he'd hardly ever spoken to her, so she thought that she'd be happy if he could talk to her for a long time. Now she did, but Han Shicheng realized that she had become greedy. She had gotten him to say a long list of words to herself, as she had hoped, and she hadn't made good on her word that that would be enough, and she felt that it wasn't enough. Very much not enough. She wanted more, to have his gaze, to have his concern, to have his. Lu Yichen saw that she didn't say anything and didn't interrupt her musings. Consider her to have heard him, so he lifted his steps in the direction of the restroom. Han Shicheng raised her head and looked fixedly at his long, cold figure. She realized that he was walking towards the right lounge, but his gaze if anything glanced to the left, the same lounge that Mu Xiaoxiao and Yin Xiaojia had just gone to. Han Shicheng's heart pumped as she suddenly couldn't control herself. "Lu Yichen," she spoke out of turn, trying to call out to him. Lu Yichen stopped in his footsteps, turned to look at her, and asked in a faint voice, "What is it?" Han Shicheng's hands, which were hanging at her side, clenched into fists nervously. She slowly walked over to him, coming up very close to him. Lu Yichen was waiting for her to open her mouth, looking at her expression, so grave, as if there was something very important, but after a long time, she was still just looking at him, not speaking. Lu Yichen thoughtfully said, "If there's no rush, wait until I come out?" Han Shicheng shook her head vigorously. She took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to lock her gaze on his deep eyes. "Lu Yichen, do you like Xiao Xiao?" she asked out loud. Chapter 468, His Answer. The words that had been bottled up in his heart and dared not be asked out were finally spoken. Han Shicheng didn't feel relieved after saying it. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Han Shicheng even felt like she was a bit unable to breathe. Her heartbeat plummeting as she suddenly wanted to run away from this place. She didn't want to hear the answer anymore. Lu Yichen's side was silent, a pair of cold and deep eyes looking at her, making it impossible to see what kind of emotions were in his eyes. "If you don't want to answer." Han Shicheng smiled bitterly, trying to give herself an excuse. Though if he did choose that, she seemed to understand what the answer was. That was the last thing she wanted to face. Lu Yichen's eyes gazing at her moved slightly as he finally spoke two words. "No." Han Shicheng's mood was in a very complicated state, the little people in her head fighting, when she suddenly heard his reply. "No?" She was stunned. Her eyes glazed over as she looked him in the eye. "No means, no, don't want to answer." Or, when she thought of that answer, Han Shicheng's heart beat chaotically. Lu Yichen quietly met her eyes, not avoiding them at all, looking straight into her eyes and said, "I don't have a crush on Xiao Xiao." Han Shicheng's heart lifted and her eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't hear right, did she? He said he didn't like Tiny? Han Shicheng watched his eyes and his expression, as if trying to find a hint to see if he was lying, but Lu Yichen's demeanor was too calm, as if he was just discussing the weather with her, and he couldn't even see any fluctuations in his eyes. At that moment, another voice told Han Shicheng again, Lu Yichen didn't need to lie at all, and, with his character, he didn't like lying. Liking someone is liking them. He doesn't even have to deny it, does he? So, he's telling the truth? At this instant, Han Shicheng's mood could be described as ecstatic. More importantly, the boulder that had been weighing on her heart disappeared. The reason she had been afraid to face this was because Tiny was her best sister since she was a little girl. If Lu Yichen really liked Xiao Xiao, what would happen to himself? Will she hate Tiny? Han Shicheng wanted to say for sure that she wouldn't hate Xiao Xiao because Xiao Xiao was her best sister, but deep down she knew she was unsure, because she is not a saint. In the face of feelings, she is also just an ordinary person. She will also have joys and sorrows. There will be resentment and cynicism. So now, after hearing this answer from Lu Yichen, Han Shicheng felt her mood, which she had been suppressing, open up. He didn't like Tiny. That's great. That's wonderful. Han Shicheng's expression was a bit tense as she looked at Lu Yichen and asked again, so you're treating Xiao Xiao just as a friend? While it's true that he treats Tiny differently, who says he can't be that way with his friends? He doesn't have many friends around him. It's rare to have a friend, so of course he'll cherish it. Han Shicheng had always convinced herself with this argument, but she felt as happy today as if she'd found proof. Hearing this, Louis Chen's eyes were deep, and the corner of his mouth looked like it was tugging, nodding his head and responding, "Yes, she is. A very important friend to me. Important enough to not want to hurt her. Didn't want to cause any trouble in her life." Chapter 469. Han Shicheng's face looked like it had blossomed into a flower as she smiled brightly. "Then, how are you treating me? Do you like me?" It's so tempting to ask for a handout like this, but it seems like a much harder question to ask than the one I just asked. Han Shicheng squirmed for a moment, still not daring to ask. Louis Chen's cool and low voice line sounded above her head. "If you're done asking, I'm going to take a shower first." Although Han Shicheng was a bit reluctant to give up this moment, the chance to be alone with him like this, even if it was just to look at each other and chat like this, she felt very happy and satisfied. But she also saw no reason to keep him any longer. He had just finished playing soccer and was all sweaty, so he must have been uncomfortable and eager to take a quick shower, right? So she puts on a gentle expression, nods her head and says, "Aha, go ahead. I'll be right here. See you later." "Well, I'll see you later." After Louis Chen answered, he turned around and walked away. Han Shicheng happily spun around in circles at the back, the whole person happy as a little cutie. Like, if Song Shijun was there, he would definitely spit on her. Luckily, the arena had cleared out and she was the only one left. Han Shicheng just saw that no one was there, so she even opened her hands and acted like a child, using herself as an airplane, spinning around in the middle of the field, and jumping around happily. Inside lounge 1, "Do you want to wash?" Yin Xiaojie asked Mu Xiaoxiao. "No washing. Really not washing?" Yin Xiaojie moved over to sniff her and flirted. "What are you hiding from? I'm just smelling your body. You're also covered in sweat. Really not washing?" Mu Xiaoxiao jerked her head around and looked at him askance. "You're annoying, yeah. How can I wash here? I don't have any clothes to change. Hurry up and wash it. You'll leave afterward. If you dawdle any longer, I'll leave first by myself." Yin Xiaojie, however, was unimpressed and said, "Clothes are simple. I make a phone call. Someone sends it over. You come out of the shower, immediately have new clothes to change into. So okay?" Mu Tiny thought he was just teasing her when he said he'd wash them together, but I didn't realize he'd thought this through. Mu Xiaoxiao purposely straightened her little face, held out her finger to him, and warned, "I'll give you one last minute. If you don't go wash it, I'll leave now." Yin Xiaojie grabbed her fingers. "Alright then, I'll wash it myself. You wait for me here. No running around, you hear me?" Luckily, the guys from the basketball team didn't follow them in. Count on them having eyes. "I know. Go quickly." Mu Xiaoxiao pushed him. Yin Xiaojie doesn't tease her anymore. He's a bit overwhelmed by his own sticky sweat stains. Waiting for Yin Xiaojie to enter the shower interval, Mu Xiaoxiao was sitting on the row of chairs, her big, dark eyes looking curiously from side to side. She picked up her cell phone and played with it, before suddenly remembering the texts. She hadn't even looked at those text messages that Yin Xiaojie had deleted yet and wondered what he had said to himself. Mu Xiaoxiao was curious as hell. With Yin Xiaojie's character, he should have been angry and asked her where she went, right? And then order her in a domineering tone, telling her to hurry up and go home and not make a scene or something. Mu Xiaoxiao grunted twice through her nose. Boys are like this. They don't understand what girls are thinking. With curiosity, she tapped into the text message page and was about to start reading it. Suddenly, Yin Xiaojie's voice could be heard shouting, "Hey!" Mu Xiao's movements froze. He couldn't have realized what she was doing. Could he? Hurrying to exit the texting page, she asked, feigning nonchalance, "What is it?" Yin Xiaojie's voice accompanied by the sound of water said, "There's no body wash inside, so look outside and see if there is any. You're such a pain in the ass." Mu Xiaoxiao looked like she was disgusted with him, but she obediently got up and went to look for it. "I don't want someone else's used one. You bring me an unopened one." A certain demon made a point of emphasizing this point. Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a blank look in his direction. This young master is really hard to serve. Good thing this is the Shand Noble Academy. Just the basketball gym has been built so luxuriously. These supplies are naturally well prepared. Quickly, Mu Xiaoxiao found a cabinet full of these, along with new towels. Mu Xiaoxiao looked around and grabbed the body wash, shampoo and a fresh towel. She walks to the front of the shower stall where Yin Xiaojie is, with only a shower curtain covering the center. The sound of water could be heard inside, and there were some splashes. "Well, here." Mu Xiaoxiao handed it in through the gap in the shower curtain, still skimming her eyes. Yin Xiaojie took away the new towel first, then the body wash. "Quite attentive," he said with a smirk in his tone. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at the shower curtain in dissatisfaction, looking at him so slow to get angry. Can not be faster to take away? He did it on purpose, didn't he? While he was spitting in his mind, Yin Xiaojie finally took the last of the shampoo. Mu Xiaoxiao was about to draw back her hand when suddenly, Her wrist was held by him. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Yin Xiaojie made a gesture of pulling, causing her to stumble. Hey, she gulped disgruntledly. A certain demon badgered. What would you do if I pulled you in? Mu Xiao said. I'll bite you to death. Try it. The bath is very comfortable. Oh, really do not want to wash? A certain demon asked. Don't want to. Not at all. Mu Xiao refused very firmly. She was anxious to retract her hand, but the demon didn't give her a chance and held on for dear life. Yin Xiaojie. Mu Xiao was extremely angry and shouted his name. In again that cynical tone. Mu Xiao was so angry that she wanted to hit him. Let go of me. Yin Xiaojie's arm suddenly tightened and abruptly pulled her inside. You're so boring. Oh, I'm going out. Mu Xiao turned around and was about to escape. Honey, when are you going to be ready? What? What preparation? Although I had already guessed what it meant, this was a topic that always felt like it should have been cleared with him. Chapter 473. Yin Xiaojie, will you change your mind? Mu Xiao though also felt that it made sense. After all, they were already together in two loves. Sooner or later they had to proceed to this step. But her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest just thinking about it. Please, she was just beginning to experience what it meant to like it. And how could anyone jump to the final step so quickly? No, of course not. Mu Xiao said. You think beautiful. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe later. Yin Xiaojie narrowed his eyes dangerously. Haven't thought of anything yet? What can't you say? Mu Xiao, you dare to say it and try. Do you still want to find another man to try to fall in love with? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Her first love affair was his. And her last. She could only be his. Mu Xiao tooted her little mouth and said in a small voice. What will happen in the future? Who knows? Maybe he'll change his mind? Just thinking about this, Mu Xiao's heart was stiflingly painful, as if someone had taken a needle and stuck it in her heart. Suddenly, she reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, her whole body pressed into her embrace. Yin Xiaojie, will you change your heart? Will, always like me? It's not really surprising that Mu Xiao would have that idea that the two won't last. When she was studying in the United States, she had seen too many situations like this, where two people who were clearly in love, who had once been that close, would eventually be separated one day. Then both have new partners around them, but when they see each other, they still greet each other as friends. This was incomprehensible to Mu Xiao. If one has truly loved, how can one be friends after separation? Perhaps it was having seen so much of this that she wasn't naive enough to think that just being together could last a lifetime. Yin Xiaojie heard the uncertainty in her voice, and he cupped the back of her head and kissed her on the cheek. Silly girl, how could you think such a thing? I worked so hard to get you back. Why would I change my mind? Has this girl forgotten? From then on always, she was the only one in his heart. He didn't have feelings for any of the other girls, just her. She was the only one he wanted to kiss, and the only one he wanted to make out with. But, Mu Xiao wrinkled her little face, her tone hesitant. But the world has too many temptations and great girls. In fact, Mu Xiao never felt that she was the best. She has the same flaws that all normal girls have. For example, she also plays with her temper. She also gets upset with him over the smallest things, and there are times when she is being unreasonable. Perhaps it was because she knew he would accommodate her, indulge her, and no matter what, he would never leave her behind. That's why she dared to do whatever she wanted to him like that. If it had been any other boy, Mu Xiao knew that she wouldn't have been like this, simply because he is Yin Xiaojie, the one she grew up with, the one who has been good to her since she was a child and spoiled her in his heart, just like when he was a child. No matter what she did wrong, he would always protect her and be her strongest bulwark. Mu Xiao's eyes gradually moistened as she thought about it. She clung to his neck as if she was deeply afraid he would leave her. Her voice choked. Yin Xiaojie, you are not allowed to change your heart. Not allowed to dislike me. Do you hear me? Chapter 474. I don't mind if you watch. Only the thought that they would be separated, that he would fall in love with another girl and never be close to her again. Mu Xiao just felt like she was going to be unable to breathe. She couldn't imagine something like that. She felt like she'd go crazy. It was only at this moment that she clearly felt that she could not lose Yin Xiaojie, and if she lost him, where should she go to find another person like him who spoiled her and loved and tolerated her so much? Yin Xiaojie's thin lips kissed the corner of her lips as if solemnly saying, well, I heard you. Mu Xiao pushed him, eyes watery, some shyness, this thing. Wait for me to get ready first. Yin Xiaojie froze, taking a second to react to what she meant by preparation. A wave of delight washed over the handsome face. He couldn't resist the urge to kiss her again, but Mu Xiao blushes and pushes his chest away. Alright, go ahead and take a bath. I'm going out. Honey, let's wash together. You're getting wet anyway. No. Mu Xiao hurriedly wanted to escape from this small space as her spirit relaxed and her gaze subconsciously glanced downwards. The next time he reacted, it was too late, and he was trying to cover his eyes in shock. But, eek, so he had a towel around his bottom. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him with a bit of annoyance. Her small hand slapped at him. You deliberately scared me, didn't you? It made her think that he was really naked. In Xiaojie lifted one side of his mouth and said playfully, I don't mind if you want to see it, he said, and really tried to pull off the towel. Don't! It's disgusting! Mu Xiaoxiao shouted at him. Disgusting? Where is it disgusting? In Xiaojie raised a disgruntled eyebrow and walloped her against the wall with his long arms. You haven't seen it. How do you know it's disgusting? Mu Xiaoxiao covered her ears and screamed. Ah! I'm not going to look at it. You stop saying that. This man needs to lose his face. Just then, In Xiaojie's ears twitched slightly, and with a slant of his afterglow, he noticed a slight sound outside. Who's out there? He suddenly droned, signaling a quiet look to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly paused and looked at him with wide eyes. Outside came Wu Hao's timid voice. Jia Xiao, it's me. You asked me to send clothes over. Wu Hao also noticed the sound in the cubicle when he came in. He didn't dare to disturb Jia Xiao's pleasure, so he was planning to secretly put down his clothes and leave. Who knew that he was walking so quietly and actually let Jia Xiao find out? Wu Hao couldn't understand. Wasn't there still the sound of water inside the shower room? How did Jia Xiao hear his footsteps? The more I think about it, the more I think Jia Xiao is too good. Soon, In Xiaojie's voice came from inside. It's okay, put the clothes down. You go out, guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Got it, I'll go out right away. Wu Hao responded respectfully and hurried out. After confirming that the other party had left, Mu Xiaoxiao in the cubicle breathed a sigh of relief. Just now she had been holding her breath for fear of letting Wu Hao know that she was in there. I don't think he knows I'm here, right? She still asked In Xiaojie uneasily. In Xiaojie poked his head out to take a look and smiled back at her. I should know. Ha? Really? Mu Xiaoxiao had a face that was about to freak out, as if she wanted to grab Wu Hao back and erase his memory. Chapter 476. In Xiaojie scraped her nose with his finger. He should have heard you when he came in. Besides, I asked him to send the clothes over. That's known by guessing. Why ask? Who doesn't know that she, Mu Xiaoxiao, is his woman in the whole Shangde College? He was with her in a completely normal situation. Besides, the fact that he had just kissed her in public after winning the game should have spread throughout the school by now. Mu Xiaoxiao recalled what she had just said to him, and suddenly her little face boomed red. She hit him in annoyance. It's your fault. Why do you talk to me about that kind of pornography? She was ready to walk out after huffing and punching him. In Xiaojie grabbed her arm. Wait. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to shake off his hand. What for? You still want to make trouble? No. In Xiaojie's dark as ink eyes stared at her. Don't go out. Just stay here. I'll go out and get clothes for you. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard this, she didn't move. Count on him being considerate. In Xiaojie turned off the rosette and walked out, then quickly walked back in with a bag in his hand, handing it to her. She rushed to change all her clothes first. Still, her hair was wet, and it was so hard to just drape it like that. Mu Xiaoxiao ran her hand through her hair and walked out. In Xiaojie carries a fresh, clean towel and walks over, helping her with her hair. Mu Xiaoxiao beeped her mouth. Her small face was a little red, and said in a dissatisfied tone, the clothes inside. You let Wu Hao go by ah? Then won't Wu Hao run into it? Thinking about this, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a little bit uncomfortable all over. In Xiaojie looked like he saw through her thoughts and explained. He didn't buy it. I called a specialty store and had their clerk send it in. Wu Hao was just there to receive it and send it in. This girl didn't think about it. How could he let another boy buy her personal clothes or come across them? Mu Xiaoxiao was relieved. Okay, let me wipe myself. You're moving so roughly. She slapped his hand away and asked him to hand her the towel. In Xiaojie, however, doesn't give a damn and pulls her over to the row of chairs so she can sit down. It's good that this young master is willing to rub it for you. How dare you dislike it? Don't be disgusted. Usually it's others who serve him. When has he ever served anyone? Just this girl. He served her since she was a child, but she didn't cherish it at all. You warm up a bit. Mu Xiaoxiao yelled. In Xiaojie had to soften his movements. Is this okay? That's more like it. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded, then closed her eyes and enjoyed his service. In Xiaojie usually wiped his own hair, and since boy's hair was short, it dried quickly, not even taking a minute. But he'd been rubbing her hair for a couple minutes and it was still surprisingly wet. He frowned. You girls' hair is such a pain in the ass. It takes so long to scrub. Don't you ever get tired of scrubbing it yourselves? I'm tired. When I blow dry my hair too, my hands are sore. Mu Xiaoxiao replied, her small head bobbing along with his movements like a kitten. In Xiaojie suddenly feels that it's not bad to rub her hair like this. To see such a well-behaved and cute side of her. It shouldn't dry out if you rub it like that, should it? He asked. Mu Xiaoxiao touched her hair. Because her hair was longer, so no matter how much she rubbed it, it would still feel wet. Can't help it. it's just the way it is. It would be nice to have a hairdryer. Then you wait here for a while, I'll go out and ask if they have any. In Xiaojie hands her the towel and is about to head out. After all, the basketball team are all boys. After washing their hair are casually scrubbed and finished, without the use of a hairdryer is quite normal. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, no need, school is over anyway, let's just go straight home. In Xiaojie looked at her and said with some disapproval, the weather is turning cooler now too. What if you catch a cold from the wind? He hadn't forgotten how bad the girl's health was, and how she could catch a cold with a little breeze when she was a child. Ouch, it's not that easy to catch a cold. As you can see, I've been back for so long and I haven't caught a cold. Mu Xiaoxiao casually wiped her hair with a towel and tossed it aside. In Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows. Swallow your words back and say them again. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him like this and snorted with laughter, hugging his hand and saying, why do you talk like this too? Laugh me to death. Isn't this kind of superstitious talk only for moms or grandmothers? In Xiaojie pinched her cheek. You're just going to be mad at me. I'm not doing this for your sake. This is the kind of thing that has to be considered evil. Okay, I promise. I won't catch a cold, okay? Said Mu Xiaoxiao unthinkingly, tugging him out. Well, let's go home. I'm all so hungry. The game took almost an hour, and with their shower antics, it should be evening by now. Outside the basketball gym, and Jixin's classmates were waiting impatiently. A girl said to Jixin in dissatisfaction, why haven't you come out after waiting for so long? Jixin, are you lying to us? You don't even know Jie Xiao, do you? And Jixin's expression was a bit tense as she looked at her cell phone worriedly. Another girl looks at her and asks skeptically, Jixin, do you really have Jie Xiao's phone number? Then why don't you dare to call him? Call him again. And Jixin had called once before, but didn't dare to disturb In Xiaojie too much. They don't see In Xiaojie come out, so they stand at the door and wait. And Jixin's palms were sweaty, and she said to them with a smile, you guys say, could it be that there is a second exit here? Maybe. They took a bath and left through the back exit? Chapter 477, slapping in Jixin's face. After all, this was an aristocratic academy, and a basketball arena was so big and beautiful. Even if there were multiple exits, it would be normal, right? A few of the girls heard this and their expressions were a little sullen. That can't really be true, can it? They all waited for a long time and actually pounced. And Jixin laughed. Let's just go back. Walk. I'll treat you guys to ramen back at school, okay? It was at this time that her heart went weak. Blame it on a moment of vanity. Right at this moment, and Jixin gathered them and was just about to turn around when suddenly one of the girls exclaimed, Jie Xiao came out. Several of the girls' eyes glanced over at once. Sure enough, it's In Xiaojie. The girl pushed in Jixin and said excitedly, quickly take us there. The thought of being able to get to know Jie Xiao, the big name of Shangda Academy, was really a dreamlike thing for them. The girls from the commoner schools, and Jixin was a little embarrassed, especially when she saw from afar that In Xiaojie was walking out with his arm around Mu Xiaoxiao, and the two of them had intimate gestures and were still talking and laughing. This sweet image, however, was like a knife in her heart. You guys look at Jie Xiao. His girlfriend's hair is still wet. Do you think? They have just been in the lounge. Mandarin ducks playing in the water? The girl holding in Jixin's left hand said ambiguously. The corners of Jixin's mouth pulled pale, wanting to gag the girl and tell her to stop talking. Surrounded by several girls, and Jixin was forced to walk in front of In Xiaojie. Hi, Xiaojie. Congratulations on winning the competition. And Jixin tried her best to show an affectionate and cute smile. In Xiaojie and Mu Zhao's footsteps paused and they looked at In Jixin at the same time. And Jixin had a feeling of being unwelcome. And the whole person was embarrassed and didn't know how to put her hands and feet. She felt like a jumper right now. In Xiaojie didn't say anything, and Jixin only felt harder in her heart and looked at him a little aggressively. The girls on the side were excited to see that In Jixin really greeted Jie Xiao. Jie Xiao, we're Jixin's friends, and we've heard about your great name for a long time, so we've been waiting for a long time, just to say hello to you. Jie Xiao, how come you're friends with GXIN? Then, can we also have that honor to know you? Yes, Jie Xiao, can I have your cell phone number? Don't worry, I'm just saving it. It won't bother you. Jie Xiao, can I take a picture with you? These girls surrounded In Xiaojie, chattering away as if they didn't even see In Xiaojie's cool-down handsome face. Right at this moment, Mu Xiaoxiao's hand that was originally holding In Xiaojie suddenly loosened. Mu Xiaoxiao looked askance at In Jixin and contemptuously skimmed the corners of her mouth. And Jixin's face became a little pale and ugly. Mu Xiaoxiao's glance made her feel like her vanity was seen through. Her hand hanging at her side shook slightly. Mu Xiaoxiao said to In Xiaojie, then you can stay and entertain them. I'm going home first. Her foot was just about to step out when In Xiaojie's long arm fetched her back and held her in his arms. Let's go together. In Xiaojie smiles at her, and when he turns back to look at In Jixin, his eyes are cold, his thin lips slightly opened, and he directly said to Jishin without face, "Sorry, I don't know you." These words were undoubtedly a slap in Jishin's face. Chapter 478, she's making a sense of herself, and Jishin's entire body stiffened, her eyes widening in dismay and sadness, as if she could never have imagined that Xiaojia would say this. How could he break her heart like that? And Jishin's eyes were spinning with tears as she looked at Xiaojia with tears in her eyes full of aggression. If someone with a slightly softer heart had seen her in such a churlish state, they probably would have felt like they were talking heavy. But Xiaojia didn't, and after he said this, he turned his head and stopped looking at Ngxin. He reached right up and put his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulders and said to her, "Let's go home." Then he left Jishin's group behind and took Mu Xiao away, and Jishin froze in place, like an abandoned person, foolishly looking at the two of them walking away. She clenched her lower lip, but tears slipped down her cheeks. A girl couldn't look away and grunted, saying sarcastically, "Crying for who?" It turns out that someone doesn't know Jie Xiao at all, but also cheekily said that they do. I really don't know where the face comes from, causing me to act like a little cutie, like standing outside waiting for so long, wasting my time. Go home. The other girls looked at each other in disbelief and finally followed along. They couldn't help but discuss it as they left. What's wrong with Ngxin today? Obviously she doesn't know Jie Xiao. Why say she does? I don't usually see her being so vain. I see, she may really wear with Jie Xiao met. Only people Jie Xiao simply do not give a damn about her. She also self-centered. Thought she and Jie Xiao become friends. Really funny. Yes, that's most likely the case. Ngxin should be mesmerized by that Jie Xiao, right? Look at the way she looks at him. Delusional. She doesn't even look at her own status. With her family background and looks, do you think Jie Xiao will look at her? Do you really think a sparrow can fly up the branch and become a phoenix? That is to say, like just that, Jie Xiao's girlfriend, how beautiful, and very temperament, at a glance is $1,000, and only this kind of status, only worthy of Jie Youngit. The sun was setting, and the orange of the sky was fading, leaving a dimness in its wake, and Jishin listened to the sound of those classmates of hers fading away, her whole body stiffening in place, not reacting for a long time, her heart, went cold all of a sudden. The tears on his face were dried by the wind, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. What the hell is she doing? The luxury sports car was parked in the large underground parking lot. The two of them, Xiaojia and Mu Xiao, returned to the apartment as fast as they could. Standing in the elevator, Mu Xiao inadvertently glanced at the floor where Jishin lived. As if he saw this little move of hers, Xiaojia touched her hand and said, "Should we go see if she's moved out yet? If not." Mu Xiao shook her head, feeling uncomfortable fiddling with her wet hair that was draped over her head. "No need. Give her 2 days to move." "Aha." Xiaojia didn't respond, faintly answering. Mu Xiao looked at his figure in the elevator door, hesitated, but still asked out, "Just now, why did you say you didn't recognize her?" Xiaojia locked eyes with her in the mirror, his handsome face still dangling, as if he hadn't taken what had just happened to heart. "Didn't I say so? Won't upset you for someone who doesn't matter." Chapter 479. It's okay to say he's selfish. He was such a selfish person, only wanting to make the people he cared about happy and joyful. It was none of his business what other people felt. Although, he had once treated Jishin as a friend, or at least an old friend. What Jishin had done had touched his bottom line, and he would not tolerate it. Mu Xiao looked at him fixedly. Her heart was filled with full of emotion inevitably. She also thought that because of that side 7 years ago, at least he would still have a trace of softness and intolerance for Jishin. Xiaojia's long fingers picked up her chin and looked at her with an evil smile and said, "So touched, Then do you want to give your body a favor?" Mu Xiao glared at him petulantly and reached out to grab his arm, her heart slightly stirring. She suddenly wanted to pounce on the guy and kiss him, but without thinking, he looked up above the elevator, where there were security cameras, thinking that their every move was in the sight of others. Mu Xiao still dismissed the idea. She moved forward and rested her little head against his chest. "I just heard you say that and felt so happy. Am I a bit bad for that?" Xiaojia smiled disbelievingly, his handsome face looking down at her ear, unable to resist reaching out to pinch and play with it. "And you call that bad? To put it bluntly, it's the same thing she got herself into," he said, a sneer in his dark eyes. For in Jishin's small mind just now, how could he not see it? It is nothing more than vanity. It was like the girls who had dated him, as if they hated to let the world know that he was their boyfriend. Some girls even get smart and show him off by showing up in front of their friends on purpose. Xiaojia has seen not too many of these little thoughts of girls. After the events of these days, he had a certain judgment in his heart about Jishin as a person. The elevator finally arrived with a ding. Xiaojia let her out and said, "Anyway, what if you don't want to see her? Then I'll get rid of her." Besides, thinking about the previous conflicts between him and Xiao, which were all caused by Njishin. In Xiaojie doesn't feel too good about Njishin anymore. Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and opened the door with her fingerprints, twisted her head and asked him, "Do you think she moved out today?" In Xiaojie skimmed the corners of his mouth. "I don't think so." Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said with a sigh, "I hope she will have the self-awareness to move out earlier. Otherwise, with In Xiaojie's character, he didn't know how he would embarrass Njishin. Although In Xiaojie doesn't hit girls, it doesn't mean he won't lay a hard hand on them." Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that when she was a child, she had seen it with her own eyes. In Xiaojie made those little kindergarten girls cry because he was impatient with them pestering him, and warned them sternly that they were not allowed to follow him anymore. He's only attached to the ones he cares about, and the ones he doesn't care about, who cares if they get sad? Mu Xiaoxiao walked into the entrance hall while snorting out a laugh as if she thought of something. In Xiaojie looked up at her, his dark eyes staring at her with some curiosity. Mu Xiaoxiao changed her slippers, turned back to look at him with a smile and said, "Remember when you were in kindergarten? There was a little girl who liked you so much and yelled everywhere that you were her boyfriend and that she wanted to get married to you and have a baby when she grew up." Chapter 480, There's a smell of vinegar in the air. In Xiaojie thought for a moment and nodded. "Seems a bit impressive. Why did you suddenly think of this?" Mu Xiaoxiao heatedly laughed twice and said, later, "Didn't you scold her in front of all the kids? Saying that you're not her boyfriend, telling her not to be a nymphomaniac all day long, looking ugly or something? I still remember how badly she cried at that time." In Xiaojie changed his slippers and followed her into the living room. Like he was remembering something, he narrowed his eyes and said, "I do remember. Back then, it seems like there were several boys vying to take you as their bride, right? How about now? Are you still in contact with any of them?" Mu Xiaoxiao sniffed the air and felt a little jealous. She pursed her lips and said deliberately, "Is there such a thing? I wonder if they're handsome now that they've grown up. Otherwise, how about we have a kindergarten reunion next time? It will definitely be fun. Interesting?" In Xiaojie blocked her path and looked at her with his arms around his chest. Mu Xiaoxiao ruffled her wet hair and said to him, "Get out of the way. My hair is unbearable. I need to hurry and blow dry it." In Xiaojie's dark eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of light as he hooked his lips and said, "Your idea is fine. Why don't we reorganize the engagement banquet? Invite all those people you want over. How about that?" "No." Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she hastily refused. "Why don't you want it?" In Xiaojie's handsome face looked like he was a little disgruntled, and she rejected it so quickly, without a moment's thought. "If you don't want it, don't want it. The engagement party wasn't fun, and it was so exhausting to make. I don't want to do it again." Mu Xiaoxiao pushed him away and walked over to the drawer side to get the hairdryer, then walked over to the sofa side and sat down. In Xiaojie followed over and sat by her ear, asking, "You really don't want to?" "Absolutely not," Mu Xiaoxiao said very definitely, and started blow-drying her hair. In Xiaojie leaned himself back on the couch, not knowing what to think. Seeing that he didn't insist, Mu Xiaoxiao was relieved and continued blowing her hair. Her stomach, a little grumbled. "Hey, didn't you order food? When will it be delivered? Make a call to hurry it up. I'm so hungry." In Xiaojie gave her a look and got off the couch, walking over to the refrigerator and pulling out something. When she came back again, an apple was handed to her. "You eat an apple before you get hungry." Mu Xiaoxiao signaled the hair dryer in her hand and skimmed her mouth. "Where do I have hands? Put it aside. I'll eat it after blowing out my hair." In Xiaojie frowned. "I see you Why don't you cut your hair short? With such long hair, it's a pain in the ass every time you wash and blow dry it." And he suddenly kinda wanted to see her with short hair too. Who knows? Mu Xiaoxiao was not happy when she heard this. Her small face wrinkled in disgust. "Only don't. I cut short hair. Is very ugly. Kill do not." In fact, it was her who had cut her hair short once before when she was in the United States, and it was because she had seen her sisters around her cut their hair short and very sharp and handsome, so she wanted to try it too. Who knows? The past is not a good place to look back. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered her short hair, always misunderstood as an elementary school student. Even to go to the cinema to see a movie, the ticket seller's attendant took the initiative to give her the children's price, so she swore at that time that she would never cut her hair short again. Chapter 481. In Xiaojie feels a bit curious seeing how vehemently she opposes it. Why? Cutting short hair is also cute. This girl has a beautiful googly egg face and her features are so delicate and small. No matter what hairstyle she wears, it's only right that she's cute. No means no. Mu Xiaoxiao disgustedly waved him away with her hand. In Xiaojie grabbed her hand and snatched away the hairdryer, then shoved the apple hard into her hand. "Eat, I'll blow." As he said that, he also wrenched her over so that her back was to him. Seeing that someone was serving herself, Mu Xiaoxiao of course didn't refuse, and her little face was all smiles. She clicked a bite of her apple and asked him, "Don't you think I look better with long hair?" And she had a little natural curl at the end of her hair. It looked like it had been permed. She thought it was pretty. Long hair can also be styled in many ways that short hair can't. That's why I thought it would be better to have long hair. Yin Xiaojie's dark eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, and his magnetic voice said deliberately, I think you should be cuter with short hair. Notice, he said cuter, not better looking. The more this girl resisted, the more he wanted to see her with a short haircut instead. While blow-drying her hair, Yin Xiaojie ran his slender fingers through her hair, which was as fine and smooth as silk, and especially soft. He couldn't help but fantasize in his head what she would look like with a short haircut. Mu Xiaoxiao was still happy to hear him praise his cuteness. It was rare that this guy didn't spit on her. However, not wanting to continue the conversation, she stopped answering, apparently really hungry. Mu Xiaoxiao finished nibbling on the apple in a few bites, put the shell on the coffee table, and pulled out her cell phone. I've been taking exams all day today and they've made me dizzy, so why don't you massage me after you're done blowing off steam? Yin Xiaojie's dark, deep gaze looked askance at her. This girl is too easy to use him, isn't she? Mu Xiaoxiao didn't see his expression and took it as a yes. As she played with her cell phone, she muttered, it's so weird, I always feel like I'm forgetting something today. But her little mind was already so confused by today's test that she couldn't think of anything at all. Even Han Xiqing had urged her to go watch the game at noon, and she had turned her head and forgotten about it. In no time, Yin Xiaojie had dried her hair. He put down the hairdryer and actually massaged her. The corner of Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth curved into an arc, closing her eyes and enjoying his service. What did you just say you forgot? Yin Xiaojie asked. Mu Xiaoxiao gently shook her head. Just can't remember what I forgot. So depressing. It always feels like it's something important. Why don't you help me think about it? Yin Xiaojie looked at her with some lost laughter and said, how can I help you think? It's not like he's a worm in her stomach. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed. Aren't you very smart? Then you think of a way for me to remember. Normally, she wouldn't have cared much about what she'd forgotten. Forgetting was forgetting, and when it was time to think about it, it would come to mind on its own. But today it was so strange. She just felt that it was particularly important. Something she couldn't forget. Yin Xiaojie used his index finger to gather at the top of her head, gently pressing her acupoints. Mu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief and comfort. Chapter 482. Mu Xiaoxiao comfortably leaned back and soothingly pressed herself against Yin Xiaojie's chest. Have you been helping me figure out what to do? She asked. When Yin Xiaojie looked down, he could see her small face with her eyes closed, so comfortable and restful. Thinking, he said. Mu Xiaoxiao urged. Think fast. Yin Xiaojie drew back, the corners of his mouth curved. I thought of a way to make you think. Mu Xiaoxiao was indeed immediately distracted, and hurriedly turned around to face him, grabbing his arm with both hands and asking, what is the solution? Hurry up and help me. The harder she tried to think just now, the more she couldn't remember. But there was the more she felt that it was something particularly important, so it made her heart so depressed, as if there was something blocking her chest, a depressed air that couldn't be dispersed. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed. If I can't think of something tonight, I won't be able to sleep. She doesn't want to lose sleep. Yin Xiaojie hooked a finger at her. Come over a little and I'll tell you what works. Oh, unaware of the intrigue, Mu Xiaoxiao obediently cozied up to it. Yin Xiaojie doesn't make a move, just opens his lips and says, you raise your hands. Mu Xiaoxiao obediently raised her hands. Put it on my shoulder. Mu Xiaoxiao did as she was told. Then the fingers of both hands clasped together. Mu Xiaoxiao continued to do as she was told. And then, Yin Xiaojie's low voice carried a soft smile. His forehead leaned over and rested against hers. Stay in this position. Mu Xiaoxiao just wrapped her arms around his neck, head to head with him. Since he hadn't been playing any kind of rascal, she'd actually believed it, thinking it would actually make her remember what she'd forgotten. She blinked and asked, and then what? Just hold it and don't talk. The two were close, very close, eyes looking into each other's eyes. It was as if their whole world was just the other person. After a while, Mu Xiaoxiao said glumly, I still don't remember. You're not concentrating. Yin Xiaojie wrinkled his eyebrows in dissatisfaction and lectured her. I thought very intently about it. Mu Xiaoxiao said, Yin Xiaojie, I am asking you to focus on me so that I am the only thing in your eyes and you can only feel my presence. It's not for you to still think about what you've forgotten. This time it was Yin Xiaojie's turn to be depressed in his heart. It's rare to create such a romantic scene, and she's too slow to react, isn't she? Mu Xiaoxiao stared into his eyes and asked, what the hell do you want? Yin Xiaojie just hooked his lips and smiled, not answering her, as if he wanted her to feel it herself. Mu Xiaoxiao really couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to do. She found it quite comfortable. The two of them leaning together like this, forehead to forehead, reminded her of when she was a little girl. The two of them were always inseparable. Even when they were sitting on the carpet and playing, their bodies were next to each other. She smiled slightly, feeling his warmth. Your forehead seems a little cold. Have you caught a chill? Yin Xiaojie saw that she was finally concentrating on feeling him, and only then did he speak with satisfaction. It's not my forehead that's cool. It's yours that's hotter because you've just finished blow-drying your hair, so it'll be hotter. Oh yeah, whoops, I forgot. She subconsciously tried to separate the two, but Yin Xiaojia only slightly moved her, as if he knew what she wanted to do, and immediately clasped her tightly, not allowing her to leave. What are you running for? No running. Mu Xiaoxiao pressed against his forehead and beamed. Are you done messing around? Yin Xiaojia replies with a straight face. No, you're not cooperating at all. Mu Xiaoxiao cried and laughed. Yin Xiaojia, how come I just realized that you are very... It's childish. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes snapped open. Cruise ship. William. Anel. As if awakening from a fog, she abruptly pushed Yin Xiaojia away, almost jumping up in joy. I remembered. Mu Xiaoxiao knocked her head with her fist. I can't believe I even forgot something so important. Yin Xiaojia looked at her uncertainly, and seeing that she was still going to knock her head, she hurriedly grabbed her wrist. If you remember, why are you hitting yourself? Are you forgetting something? It made him quite curious. What was it that could make her take it so seriously? Mu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. It is William's sister Ah. She came to China to find me. William is not assured. Let me quickly find her. She had always remembered it, but who knew that she would suddenly take the exam today, causing her hands to be scrambled and her brain to be confused into a pulp, actually forgetting such an important thing. Yin Xiaojia frowned. His sister came to China to look for you? Is his sister close to you? Aha. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. Actually, Anel is about my age. Like, a couple months younger than me. After Mu Xiaoxiao remembered this, she hurriedly used her own cell phone and made a call to William's side. Yin Xiaojia was a bit snappy when he saw her ignoring him, but there was nothing he could do about it. He got off the couch and walked to the bathroom. Where are you going? Mu Xiaoxiao asked casually. Take a bath. Muchi wondered. Didn't you take a shower in the basketball gym? Take a cold shower. Yin Xiaojia answered in detail this time, with some meaning in his tone. Mu Xiaoxiao paused and looked at him in shock. Why take a cold shower? The weather is getting cold now. Don't. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone picked up on the other end just in time. Tiny? William's voice came from over there. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't be bothered with Yin Xiaojia at this point, so she threw down the question she had just asked about the cold shower. Yin Xiaojia gave her a sidelong glance and turned around to go into the bathroom. Chapter 485. William, has Anel contacted you yet? I'm sorry, I suddenly had exams right after I came back. I was so dizzy by the exams today that I forgot to tell my friends about it. Mu Xiaoxiao said to William with an apology. Originally, she was going to, when she went to school today, ask Song Shijun for this favor. After all, Song Shijun's dad is the mayor, so he should be able to help. William's voice on the other side is a little hoarse, like he just woke up from sleep. Well, it's okay, she has contacted me. Said she was playing before to forget. She seems to go to some ancient town to play. Said that site is very beautiful. Ancient towns China so much. So did she say she came to a city? It's the city of my hometown. Mu Xiaoxiao thought about asking for some useful information before doing so. Even though it was said that William was in touch with Anel, it was impossible not to worry. So Mu Xiao knew that she still had to find Anel. Let's see, I think she said. Hey, you stop it, William said, and something about the tone behind it seemed off. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Are you with Rate? Is she disturbing them? Then there was a rustling sound over there and the two looked like they were wrestling. It was like Mu Xiaoxiao had stood still. She wouldn't dare open her mouth at this point. William's voice gasped and said, don't pay attention to him. Where were we? By the way, Enel has said that she is just playing around a city. But, I don't quite believe her words. So Xiaoxiao, please find her as soon as possible. Okay? She is with you, so that I am more assured. I have a lot of friends over here. I'll contact them now and ask them to help find it. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, and in her heart, she thought of hanging up the phone, because this has happened to her and the next thing you know it will be. Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, I won't bother you guys. I'll contact you when I have news. Bye. As soon as she finished, and without waiting for a response from William's side, she hung up. Mu Xiaoxiao patted her own chest and exhaled. In the past, even when she knew about what was going on between William and Rhett, she was just a little embarrassed. It won't be as associative as it is now. Hey, you're just making a phone call. What's that expression? Yin Xiaojia's voice suddenly rang out with obvious displeasure. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned and came back to her senses, lifting her head to look at him. You finished your shower so soon? Yin Xiaojia had already changed into his pajamas, wrinkled his eyebrows and walked to her, picking up her chin as if questioning, what did you just say to him? Why does he have a shy look on his face? Chapter 486, he must have done it on purpose. At the end of his words, he was almost full of displeasure and jealousy. That jealousy, it was almost as if it was going to spurt out. Mu Xiaoxiao slapped off his hand. Her eyes were a little evasive, and said, Where am I shy? I'm just talking to William about something serious. Something serious. Did you hear me clearly? What serious matter? In Xiaojie narrowed his eyes at her and continued to pursue the question, making it clear that he was going to break the pot and ask to the end. Just did not tell you? It's Anel. His sister's thing. Mu Xiaoxiao also happened to want to tell him about looking for Anel. Ding dong, ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. In Xiaojie's dark eyes swept impatiently at the door. Mu Xiaoxiao said, "It should be the takeout delivery. Let's eat first. Let's eat while I talk to you, okay?" Seeing his handsome face darkened, she wouldn't dare to let him go out to meet people, lest she scare the delivery man. So Mu Xiaoxiao walked over and opened the door. Sure enough, it's a delivery man. Mu Xiaoxiao commanded him to put the food on the table, then gave him a small tip and told him to hurry up. Looking back, In Xiaojie was still standing in the same place. Mu Xiaoxiao walked over to him and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him towards her. She suddenly remembered what William had just said and couldn't help but laugh at him. "I told you, William is just my friend, and he has a boyfriend. So when the hell are you going to learn not to be jealous of him?" In Xiaojie grunted, and said with a righteous face, "For the rest of my life, Mu Tiny." He made it so she couldn't even pick up on that, and cried a little, thinking he was kind of cute in this jealous way. Mu Xiaoxiao sighed. "Even if I like William, I'm talking hypothetically. Do you know how scary Red is? If I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare pry into his corner." Sometimes she gets scared at Red's cold face, okay? And then think of Red's horrible identity. Will be even more afraid to approach. If it weren't for William, she would have run away when she saw Red from afar. In Xiaojie sort of listened to what she said. His expression eased a bit, sat down and said, "You haven't finished what you just said. Talk to him about a serious matter. Why are you still blushing? Hey, just." Speaking of this, Mu Xiaoxiao remembered the voice she had just heard, and her small face reddened again. In Xiaojie a stern look. "Look, still saying you're not blushing." Mu Xiao was a little embarrassed to be caught like that. "Okay, I'll say, is that okay?" She was finally running out of ideas for him, and while it was fun to watch him get jealous sometimes, it wasn't just any vinegar. She compromised, but still stammered. Is that just now when I was telling William things?" Rhett seemed to be by his side, and then the way William just woke up from his nap. Oops, they're a couple. You know, does she have to speak plainly for him to understand? In Xiaojie's expression paused slightly. Obviously, with his intelligence, he certainly understood, but his dark eyes skimmed over a bad sign, made a puzzled face, and deliberately teased her by saying, "I don't get it, Mu Tiny." She thought he did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. How could he not understand when he was obviously so smart and she had implied as much? Chapter 487. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him askance and said, "You're lying to me, right? How can you not understand? Don't you think about that kind of stuff all day long? Aren't you boys all full of that kind of stuff? How can you not understand?" In Xiaojie shrugged his shoulders in innocence and said, "What are you talking about? What is that kind of thing? Can you make it clearer? It's obviously because you can't express yourself well enough to say it clearly. So how can I understand it? Can't you just say it directly?" You. Mu Xiaoxiao pointed at him and was infuriated by him. "Anyway, you already know. I won't talk about it. I'm starving. I want to eat." "Ignore you." Mu Xiaoxiao simply didn't argue with him any further, picked up her chopsticks and started eating, because eating around are those few five-star restaurants, so she is a bit tired of eating. Today just suddenly want to eat spicy things, so he asked him to call a Hunan restaurant. Mu Xiaoxiao clamped a piece of boiled fish and ate it, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "It's really still domestic and delicious. It's been a long time since I've had it. It's really delicious." Although it was great to eat spicy food, after a few more bites, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and sniffled. In Xiaojie gave her a sidelong glance, turned around and stood up, walking over to the refrigerator and grabbing a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the lid before handing it to her. "Thanks." Mu Xiaoxiao took it and gulped it down. In Xiaojie looks at her without a good look and says, "Then what did you say to him about his sister?" Mu Xiaoxiao chewed boiled beef in her mouth while slurring her words. "It's just to help him find right, you have to help. Do you hear me? I don't have much ability, so I can only rely on you guys. Although nothing has happened to Anel right now, I'm quite worried about her." To say the least, she felt quite surprised. As pretty as Anel is, she came alone to a strange land, and nothing happened to her? It wasn't that she wanted to curse Anel, because back in the States, Anel got pestered by boys all the time. The more Mu Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more worried she felt, and the speed of her meal accelerated. So she wanted to eat quickly and then give Song Shijun a call to ask him to help find someone. In Xiaojie frowned at her. "Eat slower, and aren't you afraid of a stomachache at night if you eat so spicy?" "Bah, you cursed me didn't you?" Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him, this time finishing her meal in 2 or 3 bites. She put down her chopsticks, then rushed to get her cell phone and dialed Song Shi-jun. Say Jun, I need to ask you a favor. Then he told Song Shi-jun about the search. Is there a picture? Song Se-jun asked. Mu Xiaoxiao's legs are plopped on the sofa, nodded and said, there is you wait I'll look for it and send it to you when I find it. Good. When Mu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, she started to look through her cell phone for photos, but she bought her cell phone just before she went back to China, and all the photos she had taken with Anel before were saved in her computer at home in the US, so there were none in her cell phone. What to do? Mu Xiaoxiao fretted. Yin Xiaojie had also finished his meal and quickly cleaned up all the trash, walking over to sit next to her and jerking the cell phone out of her hand as soon as he could. It's late. Hurry up and go shower and go to bed. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. But, said Mu Xiaoxiao, reaching out to snatch the phone back. Yin Xiaojie said, even if I don't use the photos, I still have a way to find the person. Put it this way, are you relieved yet? Chapter 488, wow, you're great. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him with disbelief. Really? How can you find someone without a photo? Yin Xiaojie reached out and pinched her cheek. Stupid you. Since she came to China, she must have an entry record, right? She has no family here, so she must be staying in a hotel, right? Just start checking from here. It'll be quick. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll probably find out. So go take a shower. Wow, you're awesome. Yin Xiaojie, so you're this powerful? Mu Xiaoxiao was simply impressed with him. Yin Xiaojie likes to see her look at herself with such adoration, and the corner of his mouth hooks down as he says, you just now realize that? With his power, it wasn't that hard to find someone in a city, unless that person is just being deliberately hidden. Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly reached out and covered her stomach, her small brows furrowing. Even if she has the slightest hint of something wrong, Yin Xiaojie seems to be able to notice it immediately, looking at her worriedly and asking, what's wrong? See, your stomach isn't feeling well, is it? I told you not to order such spicy dishes, but you still insisted on ordering the spiciest ones. Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him in dissatisfaction. It's all your fault. Yin Xiaojie is puzzled. What makes you say it's my fault? You ordered the food and ate it yourself, so now you're blaming me for your upset stomach? Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her abdomen and felt fine before letting go of her hand. Of course you're to blame. I would have been fine. It's all because of that remark you just made that was a prophecy. Yin Xiaojie, you can take the blame for that? Mu Xiaoxiao stood up and said, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go in and take a bath. I'm really tired today. How come exams are so tiring? Chinese students, it's really not easy at all. As she sighed, she headed for her room. Yin Xiaojie just sat on the couch and watched as she took out her pajamas from her room and then went into the bathroom. It was only then that he picked up his cell phone and dialed for someone to check on Anel. In one of the buildings below the apartment complex, when Jixin returned to her apartment, it was already late. She looked a little disoriented. The whole person looked listless. Even if she saw Wang Shiyu just coming out of the shower, she didn't say hello. Wang Shiyu looked at her and asked curiously, Jixin, why are you back so late? That basketball game should have ended a long time ago, right? And Jixin walked into the bathroom and washed her face before walking out. Wang Shiyu doesn't seem to notice that she's out of sorts, and follows her, saying ambiguously, you couldn't have met Jie Xiao and had something going on with him to make a scene this late, could you? Jixin, tell me quickly, don't whet my appetite. She felt that Jixin was just pretending to be unhappy on purpose, but she was actually dying of happiness in her heart, right? And Jixin frowned, feeling annoyed by her, so she walked over to the sofa and sat down, not wanting to pay attention to Wang Shiyu. Wang Shiyu followed her and sat beside her, urging, Jixin, just say it, don't think I don't know. You usually don't like to watch any basketball, this time you went to be a cheerleader, but it's still not for the purpose of going to Shangda to find Jie Xiao? That bit of your mind, you can't fool me. Actually, Wang Shiyu quite wanted to go along, even if she wasn't doing it for Jie Xiao, but Shangda is such a beautiful noble school. Go over there and walk around. You can't say you'll bump into a rich young master? Chapter 489, why does she have everything? However, Wang Shiyu had an appointment with a man, and it was hard to push it off, so that's why she couldn't go along. Xin, tell me, have you seen Jie Xiao yet? And Jixin sighed, see, however, seeing it is better than not seeing it at all. Wang Shiyu had a surprised look on her face, as if there was something in it. She clapped her hands and said, so how is he treating you? I say you, be more proactive. You should have seen how big and beautiful Shangda is, right? Do you envy the people who can study there? I'm envious. Thinking about when I can study in Shangda would be great. Jixin, you have this chance now. Think about it. If you become Jie Xiao's woman, and you pamper him a bit, it's not likely that he'll help you transfer to Shangda. I've heard that Shangda seems to be run by Jie Xiao's family, so he has a lot of power in Shangda. So as long as he asks, there will be no problem. The The more Wang Shiyu thought about it in her heart, the more beautiful it became. I can't say that I'm Jixin's friend, so I can still get a little bit of light? When the time comes, let Jixin tell Jiexiao that she can't bear to part with her as a good friend, and let Jiexiao transfer himself to Shangda as well. That would be so nice, if it were before. And Jixin would have been heartbroken when she heard what she said, but today was different, and Jixin's heart was gray after what she had just experienced. She already knew exactly where she was in Xiaojia's heart. She's nothing, perhaps. In the beginning, Xiaojia still regarded her as a childhood friend. That's why he took care of her so well and treated her so well. But now, apparently, he was sick of her. So all these fantasies that Wang Shiyu was talking about were impossible to realize. The more Jixin thought about it, the more she thought about it, her knees bent over her chest and her hands couldn't help but grab her hair. Wang Shiyu continued to speak. So Jixin, you must hold on to Jiexiao, can't let go of such a good man. Ha, right, how about that? How did Jiexiao react when he realized you were moving out? Did he retain you? Of course, they didn't really want to move, just thought of a ploy, betting that Xiaojia would definitely retain Jixin, so he deliberately wrote a letter saying that he was moving out today. Hearing Wang Shiyu mention this, Jixin pulled out a smile sadly and said, no, he didn't retain me, more than not retained. He even said he didn't know me. And Jixin, just remembering the words Xiaojia said, that cold look, she felt a pain in her heart, as if someone had ripped open her heart and then put ice in it, making her feel a deep chill. She already knows what she did was wrong, but why can't you tolerate her a little? She couldn't help but think of Xiaojia's doting eyes on Mu Xiao, as if no matter what Mu Xiao did, he would accommodate and be tolerant. An intense jealousy welled up in his heart. Why is Mu Xiao so lucky to have it all? But her, nothing. And Jixin had never hated the heavens as much as she did at this moment. Why was her fate so miserable while Mu Xiao's fate was so good? That's not fair. She needed someone to care for her more than Mu Xiao, more than she needed someone to pamper her, more than she needed someone who could be a safe harbor for her awe. The more Jixin thought about it, the harder it became in her heart, and she couldn't hold back her tears, which fell in torrents. Chapter 490, The Deadliest of the Dead. Wang Shiyu was startled when she saw her suddenly cry after saying that. Xin, what's wrong with you? Don't be sad. How could he not have retained you? Jiexiao, maybe he didn't see the letter? Yes, he must have missed it. That's why he didn't know that you were moving out and didn't retain you, right? At this time, Wang Shiyu was also a bit flustered. How could Jiexiao not have retained it? How could he not have retained it? They're just pretending to move out. They're not really moving out. If he really didn't hold back, what about them? Wang Shiyu doesn't want to move away. It was the first time she had lived in such a luxurious apartment, and she felt like she was enjoying the life of a rich person. Whenever she stayed in this apartment, she couldn't help but fantasize that she was the rich family's daughter-in-law and that this was her own house. Even if she knew it was a fantasy, she wanted to keep dreaming. And Jixin shook her head and looked up at the ceiling, letting the tears slide down her cheeks. She said to Wang Shiyu with a sobbing voice, Shiyu, let's move out tomorrow. Tomorrow? Wang Shiyu was like a bolt from the blue. She doesn't want to move. She wants to live here for the rest of her life. Wang Shiyu was so anxious that she hurriedly urged Jixin. No, we don't want to move, okay? Jixin, you talk to Jiexiao again, and tell him to lend us a place to live for a while, okay? Anyway, his family is so rich, there must be a lot of houses, so it's not like he's short of this one. However, and Jixin's decision this time was resolute. She said, no, I've made up my mind. I'm definitely moving out. Why? Wang Shiyu expressed that she couldn't understand, much less accept it, and her eyes widened in anger. Even if Jiexiao really didn't retain us, so what? Even if we are dead set on staying here, it's impossible for him to kick us out, right? He's also a dignified young master. It's impossible for him to do something so humiliating. He's lived here for so long. He would also be afraid of people gossiping about him, so he definitely won't kick us out. Wang Shiyu wanted to try hard to convince her. Jixin, think about it. If you leave here, then you're done for. How can you still chase after Jiexiao? You won't even have a chance to see him. If you move out of here, you'll be separated from him forever. You know, are you sure you want this outcome? Anyway, Wang Shiyu had already made up her mind that she must stay here. She just couldn't believe it. Don't rich people like Jiexiao want to save face? If Jiexiao really kicked her out, then she would make a big fuss and see who would lose more face then. The more Wang Shiyu thought about it, the more paranoid she became. It even occurred to her that she should change the locks so that Jiexiao wouldn't be able to claim the house back. As Jixin listened to what Wang Shiyu said, her face gradually turned pale, her expression indescribably ugly. She couldn't believe it. How could Wang Shiyu say it so rightfully? As if they could just live in someone else's apartment with a clear conscience. And Jixin was very determined this time. She wiped away her tears and said to Wang Shiyu with a serious attitude, Shiyu, I know you're doing it for my own good, but think about it, right now he already has a bad impression of me, and if I say I'm moving out but don't, and I'm still dead set on not leaving, won't he have an even worse impression of me? Chapter 491, It never belonged here in the first place. If this goes on, then there is just not a 1 in a million chance of her wanting to be with Yin Xiaojie. You don't have to move out even if that's the case. Anyway, I don't agree. I'm definitely not moving out. Wang Shiyu has become unreasonable. She could no longer listen to a single word Jixin said, and she adamantly refused to listen as long as it was about moving away. And Jixin smiled bitterly. Shiyu, here is not our house. He just saw me poor, temporarily lent me to live. I sooner or later have to leave. I originally do not belong here. When Jixin said this, she couldn't help but look around the apartment, her eyes full of reluctance. Why would she ever want to move? Who doesn't want a nice house? She couldn't afford such a luxurious apartment even if she worked all her life, right? And Jixin lowered her head and couldn't help but touch the leather sofa. It was soft and comfortable. She remembered that she usually liked to lie on the couch and watch TV and then would fall asleep without realizing it. Waking up just as the sun was setting, I was able to look out over the floor-to-ceiling windows and see the orange-red evening sun outside. Really, it's especially beautiful. And Jixin turned her gaze over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The night was late at this time of day, so there was no more evening sun, but it was a great view, looking out over the city's traffic and neon lights. The night view, too, is so beautiful. How do you think she's going to get out of here? And Jixin's eyes were wet again, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Wang Shiyu already doesn't care if she's crying or not, and says angrily, Jixin, why are you saying you won't listen? If you want to catch Jie Xiao, it's all the more reason why you shouldn't move away. You can use other ways to give him a good impression. It's not like moving away is the only way to do it. Are you stupid? I'm so pissed off at you. What the hell is going on in your head? The more she said, the angrier she got. Wang Shiyu even came over and poked in Jixin's head with her finger, as if she wanted to just poke her awake like this so she would change her mind. And Jixin frowned and waved her hand away. I'm wide awake. It's just sobriety. That's why it's time to get out of here. Wang Shiyu retorted loudly. You're not sober. You're not sober at all. Tell me quickly. We're not moving. We're definitely not moving. Do you hear me? And Jixin felt incredulous as she looked at her, as if she had never seen her so shameless. We're moving. We have to. No matter what you say. I've made up my mind. I'm moving out tomorrow. And Jixin was no longer interested in arguing with her. She got up from the couch and walked to her room, snapping the door shut. Wang Shiyu was furious and ran over and slapped the door. You think I can't talk if you close the door? I won't move. I'm just going to die and stay here. I'll see what he can do to me. Inside the door. And Jixin slid down against the door panel and ran her hair distractedly through her hair. Outside the door. Wang Shiyu couldn't get a response and kicked the door in anger. You idiot. I've seen stupid before, but I've never seen one as stupid as you. Inside the penthouse apartment, the two figures on the bed embraced each other. And outside the window, the night was thick with bright stars hanging in the dark night sky. The night was already so deep and dark that not many headlights were seen bobbing past even the distant viaduct. Yet this moment in the middle of the night, Yin Xiaojie had been sleeping peacefully when he suddenly felt the person in his arms keep tossing and turning, as if he was sleeping uncomfortably. In the darkness, Yin Xiaojie opened his eyes and looked at the person in his arms. The room was silent, as if you could hear a pin drop to the floor. Yin Xiaojie's long arms reach out and gather around Mu Xiaoxiao, wanting to see what's going on with her. Whoever it was, startled as soon as his palm touched her small hand. Why are her hands so cold? He could feel her shaking. Yin Xiaojie's sleepiness was dispelled in an instant, and only then did he realize that Mu Xiaoxiao was shivering throughout. Tiny, what's wrong with you? He asked in a low voice. A large hand touched her forehead to see if she was sick with fever. Who knew that what I touched was so cold? This time, Yin Xiaojie was truly frightened. He turned around, turned on the bedside lamp, turned the person in his arms around, and anxiously looked at her condition. Tiny, what's wrong with you? Seeing that her eyes are closed tightly, it looks like she's asleep, but Yin Xiaojie can't care too much and tries to wake her up. He was afraid the light would be too harsh for his eyes, so he turned the bedside lamp on the lowest possible brightness. A large hand dabbed at her forehead, a hand full of cold sweat. Yin Xiaojie looked down at her and saw that Mu Xiaoxiao had curled up almost her entire body, her two little hands wrapped around her stomach. He frowned. Was he really being prophetic? Tiny, wake up. Do you have a stomach ache? How can she sleep when it's this hard? Finally, after screaming twice, Mu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I am not a stomach pain, forget it. I am fine. Sleep. Yin Xiaojie's frown deepened, feeling that something was very wrong with her. Thought she was too asleep to realize she was having a hard time. But looking at her like this, she should have known that she was having a hard time. or even knew where she was having a hard time, but she chose to endure it. Where exactly are you uncomfortable? In Xiaojie was so worried that he was practically frantic. This girl doesn't even think about it. How can he let her go? How could he sleep when he watched her sleep restlessly with a cold sweat all the time? Mu Xiaoxiao was very hesitant. Her small face pressed against the pillow, stammered, as if she opened her mouth to speak, but then she couldn't speak clearly. Go ahead. Are you trying to rush me? In Xiaojie was finally unable to hold back his angry voice, seeing as she wouldn't tell herself even though she was in such distress. Didn't she ever think about how worried he was? Mu Xiaoxiao beamed her mouth, which amplified her voice and said, I am coming to my great aunt, so it is fine. I will brace myself and fall asleep. Wake up and say it. It was so late and he was sleeping so well, she didn't want to wake him up. In Xiaojie thought that she had eaten a bad meal, but he didn't expect to hear this answer. He froze. Great, aunt, what's this? Mu Xiaoxiao explained somewhat awkwardly. It is that thing that girls come to every month. Ah, you're so annoying. This you don't understand. I know what's going on myself. I'm fine. I'll be fine when I fall asleep. Only then did In Xiaojie hear it. So it was that thing girls have every month. He wrinkled his eyebrows, watching her little face crumple into a ball because of the difficulty, her hands still covering her stomach without letting go, and her forehead gradually beaded with cold sweat again. Is it so hard for you to come to this every time? Mu Xiaoxiao had a bitter look on her face. No, don't know why it's so hard this time. ______.